Chapter 001, The Undead in the Beginning. Perhaps, only those who have truly faced death can appreciate the value of life. You were killed by a skeleton guard, level 3, with a mace, gaining +1 blunt resistance and +1 sharp resistance. You were devoured by numerous gravestone worms, level 1, gaining +2 corrosion resistance. You were instantly killed by an elite tomb king, level 20, gaining +2% immunity to critical hits. In the eerily quiet underground tomb, a pile of bones, still vaguely resembling a human form. Behind the bones, on the throne, a gigantic skeleton, draped in a luxurious but tattered purple robe, wearing an overly dazzling crown, with sunken eye sockets emitting 2 blood-red flame-like glows. This is the high-level undead, Tomb King. Also the perpetrator who reduced Cress to a pile of bones. This is already the umpteenth time Cress has died. As a human reincarnated into another world, what could be more terrifying than being reborn amidst a cluster of undead? Of course, Cress was also fortunate. He did not reincarnate as a living creature hated by undead. Instead, he reincarnated as the lowest level undead, a skeleton, level 1. Precisely because of this, he was not immediately attacked and killed by a group of skeleton soldiers at the start. The scattered bones on the tomb room tiles began to mysteriously gather together, then accompanied by a blinding white light. Even the powerful Tomb King didn't have time to react. It was as if nothing had happened. You were instantly killed by the elite Tomb King, level 20, gaining +1% immunity to critical hits. So I've died again. Cress, now restored to his skeletal form, silently stood at the entrance of the grand tomb chamber. This was his position just a few minutes ago. It was like rewinding time. Every time he died, he would resurrect at some previous point in time. Of course, this resurrection came with benefits. He could accumulate levels, traits, memories, and skills obtained from before. The only loss was that one of the hundreds or even thousands of skulls in the lower left corner would decrease by 1. But the skull *999 symbol was still skull *999. If it weren't for the prompt inside his head, Cress wouldn't have noticed it at all. It really felt like a game. But it wasn't a game. Each previous battle, every exploration of this underground tomb palace, allowed Cress to clearly feel. This is life, a brand new life. Even though there are still many unknowns about this strange world. None of these affected Cress' determination to survive. In the previous world, he failed to seize the fleeting moments of his life. So, this time, he would live a different kind of brilliance. The first step to living brilliantly is still avoiding the Tomb King for now. Doghead. Cress thought as he quickly picked up the mace he previously looted from the skeleton guard and tiptoed away. If you could change perspectives, you would see. In the large tomb palace corridors, a naked low-level skeleton was dragging a single-handed mace, quietly looking around, and then quickly leaving. Name, Cress. Race, skeleton, undead. Class, skeleton soldier LV.2. Level, 3, race level 1, class level 2. Skills, necrotic poison LV.1. Weapon proficiency, one-handed mace, 28. Traits, -102 blunt resistance, +99 sharp resistance, +92 corrosion resistance, +3% immunity to critical hits, etc. Experience, 300/675. Being reincarnated as an undead, from a certain perspective, Cress was somewhat glad. As an undead, Cress' current special abilities are ineffective to low-level mental influence, no need for food or sleep, won't poison or get sick, no need for oxygen, ability damage invalid, paralysis invalid, instant death magic invalid, resistant to necromantic magic, physical punishment resistance, energy extraction invalid, restore using negative energy, night vision. Not needing food especially. This is the fundamental reason why Cress can explore this tomb without any food source. Of course, undead have many weaknesses too, such as vulnerable to positive attribute, light attribute, holy attribute attacks, fragile against bludgeoning weapons, penalty when located in holy positive attribute zones, double fire damage, etc. These are all basic characteristics of undead. Moreover, Cress didn't know if it was because of becoming an undead, but it seemed that he could hardly experience overly intense emotional fluctuations. If this had happened before, after spending so much time in such a dark underground tomb, even if he wouldn't have broken down, his mental state would certainly have been weakened. But now, Cress felt no such negative emotions, as if this tomb chamber had become one with him. The underground tomb resembled a massive underground royal palace. It was filled with many undead creatures. Skeletons were just the most common type found here. Being an undead himself, Cress generally wouldn't be attacked by them. These low-level undead seemed to lack intelligence and autonomous consciousness, acting only out of instinct. However, if Cress entered the territory of those high-level undead with domain awareness, he would be regarded as an invader, like what happened with the previous Tomb King. Or if he ventured into special chambers guarded by unique undead, he'd likely face attacks. Bang! With the sound of blunt force shattering bones, Cress successfully killed a skeleton guard that deemed him an intruder. A pale blue light point rose from the remains of the skeleton guard, slowly entering Cress's body. Was this a form of experience acquisition? Cress wasn't sure. He had observed other internal struggles among the undead within the tomb earlier, but never noticed the appearance of these pale blue light points. Nevertheless, there was one undeniable fact. Cress could level up through these pale blue light points. You defeated a skeleton guard, level 3, and gained 395 experience points. Your level increased to 4. One-handed mace weapon proficiency increased to 32. As the pale blue light point entered him, Cress felt an inexplicable surge of strength fill his body instantly. His whole frame seemed to undergo some kind of tempering. This was the feeling of leveling up. Cress had experienced this twice before, once after killing a regular skeleton and then after defeating some low-level zombies. Raising his left palm, Cress momentarily stared. It was a hand bone clearly articulated, with slender fingers. If he were still human, these hands must have been quite attractive. Unfortunately, he was now a skeleton. Cress did not dwell too much on these musings. Whether it was due to the simplicity of a skeleton's thought, or because Cress had a clear goal in mind, all he wanted to do now was leave this underground tomb. Cress desired to see the new strange world. To look at deserts, mountains, oceans. To fulfill dreams unaccomplished in his past life. Only after losing something does one understand its preciousness when possessed. Cress had always understood this point. So, this time, let him relive with this new identity. Chapter 002, The Undead and the Elven Girl. The skeleton guard that Cress killed was not an ordinary low-level undead. Although it was still far inferior to the Tomb King type of boss-level existence, they had a special kind of consciousness, guardianship. Skeleton guards are an advanced version of skeletons. They follow the consciousness of their summoner, guarding around those who or what needs protection. It's a deathless loyalty, because they've already died. Doghead. And Cress remembered, he once died at their hands. However, now, after this period of training, Cress could perfectly take down a single skeleton guard, not only because of the level increase, but also due to the characteristics and experience accumulated from his previous deaths, the unique immunities and battle experience which other skeletons lacked. Almost simultaneously with the death of the skeleton guard, the secret chamber door behind it slowly opened. The stone door, originally covered in dust and looking shabby, was actually able to open automatically so effortlessly. This couldn't help but make Cress think. Is this the power of magic? Astonished face. Behind the old stone door was a grand palace more magnificent than the tomb where the Tomb King resided. Gilded and splendid? Perhaps it shouldn't be called this way. The carvings still bore traces left by the passage of time. But hundreds of years ago, it would undoubtedly have deserved these 4 words. Cress intended to walk in, but he hesitated somewhat. Such a grand and luxurious secret chamber could not possibly be guarded by just one low-level skeleton guard. At least, it should be guarded by the likes of a Tomb King. From afar, Cress glanced inside the palace and suddenly, a bright light reflected in front of the throne. 3 stone chests covered with exquisite carvings were placed prominently on a lavish long table in front of the throne. Treasure? This was almost common knowledge. Wherever guarded by magical creatures, there must be treasures matching the status of the monster. But, is there really only one skeleton guard? What am I afraid of? The worst-case scenario is that I'll just resurrect again. Cress muttered a scolding in his heart. He thought he was being too cautious and indecisive. With the thought set, Cress stepped forward, staying alert as he quickly approached the splendid chest on the long table. There was a lock on the chest, but it wasn't a magical one, nor were there any other magical curses. So, this had no effect on Cress. Unable to hesitate further, Cress raised the cone-shaped hammer high and smashed it down directly on the middle chest. The sharp tip of the cone-shaped hammer created scratches on the stone chest. Undeads do not get tired. This allowed Cress to maintain the same strength of blows. One by one, the scratches, neither too deep nor too shallow, eventually gathered together and split the connection between the chest and the lock. Upon opening the first chest, a ray of golden light emerged from within, emanating from a golden sphere. Discovered A-rank artifact, Elven Orb. No appraisal magic learned. Unable to analyze specific abilities of the Elven Orb temporarily. Cress held this treasure in his hand. It emitted an alluring golden light, even though Cress no longer had a heart. He stowed away the item without much thought, then raised the cone-shaped hammer to prepare smashing the next chest. A rough human voice suddenly came, stopping Cress mid-action. Damn it, how many more necrotic traps does this ghostly tomb have? Together with the rough male voice, a short, burly man wearing specially designed clothing kicked directly against the stone wall in front of the corridor of this underground palace. Then, seemingly due to the counterforce impact, the man hopped on one foot while cradling his toes, making some unintelligible roaring sounds. The burly, short man was human, but his appearance rather resembled a dwarf, clad in leather armor, a long knife hanging at his waist, and a bushy beard. The whole person appeared unkempt and unpolished. Wait for me, deputy leader. Be careful, there might be traps hidden in the secret chamber ahead. The burly, short man who had been roaring ferociously a moment ago immediately changed demeanor upon seeing a man in a short cloak passing by, taking on a fawning countenance. The tone and looks contrasted sharply with his towering appearance. In front of the bearded, short man was a tall, slender man tied with a delicate short cape and carrying an ancient black bow. Even though dressed in similar uniform, unlike the scruffy short man, the attire of the tall, slender man, although also stained with tomb dust, looked neatly outlined, giving off an impression of capable reliability. After hearing the big man shout, the tall and slender man paused slightly, coldly reminding him without turning his head. Jingo mercenary, the captain is now engaged in a fierce battle with the Tomb King. We don't have time to waste here. With that, the tall and slender man continued walking towards the tomb palace without looking back. The bearded big man called Jingo seemed to swallow hard out of fear, but immediately changed his expression and grabbed a huge iron chain. The sudden yank of the iron chain caused a metallic clang. Hurry up, dead swine. Jingo had a ferocious look, and at the end of the iron chain was a girl with her hands bound. The girl was very beautiful, possessing the large eyes unique to elves. Though elves are usually slender, she had an exceptionally curvaceous figure, the kind that could make any male infatuated. Most special of all were her ears. Her originally pointed elf ears had been cut off halfway, as if declaring her status as a slave. Jingo's lecherous eyes scanned up and down the girl several times. Seemingly suddenly coming up with a good idea, Jingo hurriedly pulled the iron chain, taking a few steps to catch up with the tall and slender man, tentatively saying, "Deputy Captain Reno, how about letting the elven slave explore the way for us first? If anyone has to die, let her die first." As Jingo spoke, he simultaneously dragged the elven girl out from behind him. The grin on his face made his wrinkles bunch together, making him look ugly without realizing it. Currently disclosed intelligence. 1 levels. According to the information from mysterious writings, every being's level is divided into innate racial levels and acquired professional levels, both reaching up to 100 levels. 2. Martial cultivation. To obtain more powerful and rare professions, creatures in this world will go through a process known as martial cultivation to reach their goals. 3. Professional advancement. Some low-level professions, upon reaching a certain level, will advance into stronger ones. For example, skeleton soldier, skeleton guard. Chapter 003, The Undead and Redemption. Glancing at the underground palace right before him, Lei Hao knew that it concealed the treasure they would die to obtain. In order to intrude here, the captain even personally visited the Holy Light Temple and invited several high-ranking priests for assistance. This cost them quite a number of gold coins. And in order to lure out all the undead from this palace, Lei Hao's Cold Iron mercenary group suffered significant casualties. Now that they had finally made this place less guarded, he must act swiftly. All right. Upon receiving Lei Hao's approval, Jin Gu was overjoyed. But before Jin Gu could make his move, Lei Hao continued to add, "I remember the captain mentioning that the elven race has an innate telepathic connection with that treasure, which might help us." Jin Gu didn't understand Lei Hao's consideration. As long as he didn't have to face the tomb traps, even if Lei Hao himself wanted to explore the way ahead, he wouldn't care. The young elf had her chains released. Under the threat of the long sword wielded by the short, lewd man named Jin Gu, she was forced to move forward. It was at this moment that her long hair fell back from her forehead, revealing her heterochromatic eyes, one red, one blue. It was a pair of eyes so beautiful they reached their pinnacle. Yet the gaze contained within was calm and indifferent, like someone who had experienced death. In this eerily quiet atmosphere, 2 humans and 1 elf moved silently forward. Originally, the Cold Iron mercenary group had specifically come to this underground tomb for the 3 treasure chests hidden within. The undead guarding these chests far exceeded their estimated strength. Thus, the captain of the Cold Iron mercenary group used a ploy similar to luring the tiger away from the mountain. By exploiting the undead's hatred for the living, they drew all the higher-level undead out into locations unsuitable for undead combat. Lei Hao and his companions were sent to retrieve these 3 chests. To come here to the Tomb of Death, in search of treasure, the Cold Iron mercenary group had bought a large number of slaves. These slaves served not only for miscellaneous tasks, but more importantly, as cannon fodder within the tomb. Though the price of slaves was expensive, for this particular mercenary group, non-human races were meant to die. The short man named Jin Gu walking behind seemed dissatisfied with the slow pace of the young elf, so he kicked her from behind. She fell onto the steps before the long table in the palace, blood trickling slightly from her knees. Waste of time. Jin Gu cursed harshly. Then after confirming there were no traps like poisoned arrows or corpse poison, he leapt in several strides to the treasure chest on the long table. So this is the treasure guarded by the King of Tombs and multiple high-ranking undead. There was greed clearly written all over Jin Ji's unkempt face, his slightly gaping mouth showing hints of drool. Meanwhile, Lei Hao, who walked steadily towards the scene, remained cautious. The ancient bow with its faint glow from behind him was ready to shoot at any moment. There was no denying that Lei Hao was a qualified mercenary. Jin Gu, put these 3 treasure chests into the storage bag. Simple and clear orders were given. Lei Hao was clearly not distracted by the ornate appearance of the chests, adding, "Our team captain and others are still fighting fiercely outside. We need to stick to our original plan, quickly take these treasures away, and minimize casualties within the group." Just as the mercenaries entered the underground palace, Cress had already hid himself in the shadows behind the palace drapes. Perhaps because the light here was too dim, or perhaps because they were captivated by the dazzling treasure chest right in front of them. The 2 mercenaries did not notice Cress's presence. And now, Cress understood. He had, by chance, stumbled upon good fortune. Thinking about it, Cress began to carefully examine the 2 mercenaries once again. Name, Lei Hao. Race, human. Profession, senior mercenary LV4, bow ranger LV5, assassin LV1. Level, 11, race level 1, profession level 10. Skills, insufficient perception capability. Weapon proficiency, bow, 128. Dagger, 53. Traits, insufficient perception capability. Name, Jin Gu. Race, human. Profession, soldier LV1, Mercenary, LV1. Level, 3. Race level 1, Profession level 2. Skills. Insufficient perception capability. Weapon proficiency, Longsword, 28. Traits. Insufficient perception capability. Level 11. Cress saw the other person's data panel. But he wasn't surprised, because this panel had already appeared when he first arrived in this world and saw other low-level undead. However, he was curious about the other party's level. Within this tomb chamber, apart from that accidental intrusion into the territory of the Tomb King, where he saw the level 20 Tomb King, the highest level undead Cress had encountered so far were just level 3 or 4 skeletal guards. Still, it didn't matter. While the other party hadn't discovered him yet, he decided to make a quick getaway. One of them is broken? The rough voice of the large man echoed throughout the secret chamber palace, with a faint reverberation. Bang! Without hesitation, the sound of the mercenary's boots striking flesh followed immediately after, accompanied by the groan of cracking ribs emitted by a female voice. The groan was very soft, almost inaudible. Speak. Was it you who took it? Looking at the long table before him, the elf maiden was completely stepped on by Jean Go. The elf maiden remained silent, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her long hair covered her face, making it impossible for others to see her expression now. It wasn't clear whether it was due to being unable to breathe, but the elf maiden's chest was struggling and rising slightly. And Jean Go, his fury evident on his face, looked increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, his waist blade left its scabbard, pressing hard against the girl's cheek, as if only through harming more living creatures could his anger be relieved. As for Cress, earlier he had quietly made his way to the entrance of the chambered tomb, taking advantage of the unique death aura within the tomb to mask his presence. Seeing what happened before him, Cress momentarily froze in place. He disliked such scenes. But Cress didn't want to interfere. He was just a mere level 4 skeleton, and there was no need to take risks to save someone unrelated to him. Intelligence available. 1. The Holy Light Temple. In any city where humans gather and live on the continent, there is the presence of the Holy Light Temple. It worships the 6 gods, preaches goodness and kindness among humans, and harbors animosity toward all non-human races. Its headquarters is located in the Papal State, under which it has elite forces like adjudicator priests and temple knights, along with a large number of divine officials who almost monopolize healing magic. Through the support of countries and cities, as well as charging fees for treatment, it sustains its existence. Chapter 004, The Undead and the Rescue. Jean Go, we are right here. How could she have a chance to destroy the treasure chest? Lei Nuo was not bothered by this, only giving a calm reminder to the angry mercenary in front of him. Each mercenary has flaws, although Jean Ji's flaws are obviously much more numerous than those of other mercenaries. But in Lei Nuo's eyes, they are all his brothers. Take the remaining treasures with us. Let's quickly leave here, then send a signal to the captain. Remember that at the captain's place, every second means another brother is killed by the Tomb King. Vice Captain Lei Nuo, since we already got the treasure chest, the use of this female slave is pretty much done, so why don't we? The short giant's previous angry expression disappeared instantly, replaced by an obnoxious leer. Why don't we first enjoy this high-quality elf maiden? A sharp anger clearly showed on Lei Nuo's rugged face. It was fine for him to play around with women usually, but now? What time is it? Our group's comrades are dying continuously, and you want to play around with a slave? Do you even feel interested in such a desolate place? I won't lie to Vice Captain, when I bought her, I had precisely this moment in mind. Jean Go felt no shame whatsoever and continued. Moreover, isn't it exactly more interesting in a place like this? Lei Nuo had intended to stop him with a gesture, but suddenly remembered something and hesitated. That's up to you. I will first send a signal to the captain. Move faster. With just these cold words left behind, Lei Nuo turned around and started packing 2 other treasure chests with a collection bag. The elf maiden who normally took no interest in her surroundings reacted unusually upon hearing Jean Ji's despicable words. Her beautiful eyes under her long hair slightly widened as she continuously retreated backward. However, after the short giant threw a full-powered punch to her face, she helplessly collapsed on the ground, barely drawing breaths. Vice Captain Lei Nuo, wouldn't you like to join in? The short giant Jean Go stretched both hands out, making an extremely vulgar motion above the elf maiden's breasts in midair. Lei Nuo didn't respond to Jean Go. This did not affect Jean Ji's enthusiasm in the slightest. Unbeknownst to them, Jean Go had already pulled out his dagger, playing it over the girl's body. From time to time, Jean Go would steal a glance at Lei Nuo, as if observing the latter's facial expressions. As a high-level mercenary, Lei Nuo's keen insight immediately caught Jean Ji's strange actions, but he only thought it amusing. This guy truly has many peculiar preferences. The elf maiden's eyes seemed to show fear for the first time. The detestable hands of the short giant Jean Go were about to touch the young girl's body. But they were interrupted. Indeed, I can't just stand by while a woman is bullied. A lean white skeleton extended its bony right hand, directly capturing Jean Ji's stretching arms. Its completely fleshless face slightly turned. Jean Go shockingly raised his head, meeting the skeleton's gaze perfectly. In the deeply sunken eye sockets, a flicker of crimson flame unique to powerful undead of the skeleton lineage shone brightly. "See, I can speak." The short giant screamed in terror, hastily scrambling to his feet and retreating behind Lei Nuo. This was virtually the universally acknowledged knowledge throughout the continent. Only undead who had reached at least the hero domain were possibly able to use common tongue. This person in front of them not only was capable of using common tongue, but also clearly articulated his thoughts. To be an undead, this should be at least an existence akin to a great death mage. Cress did not bother with the panicked mercenaries in front of him, casually reaching toward the elf maiden before her, pulling her up with the gracefulness akin to a gentleman of a past life. Vice Captain Lei Nuo, this thing has flame eyes, can talk. It must be a high-level undead. That captain wants to kill us. The short giant suddenly became startled, looking quite disheveled. On the contrary, Lei Nuo. Even though there was a clear flash of displeasure on Lei Nuo's face when Jean Goop badmouthed the captain, overall, Lei Nuo still maintained the qualities of a high-level mercenary, keeping emotions off his face. An ancient bow of plain style appeared unknown when, already in Lei Nuo's possession. Custom-made blunt arrows specialized against skeletal undead were aimed at the unexpected visitor. Cress very gracefully placed the elf maiden behind him. The narrowly escaped elf maiden stared blankly at the skeleton before her. Normally, for the living, undead were their natural enemies. Yet the elf maiden felt that the undead before her was different from other undead. He, it seemed, held a love and respect for life rather than hatred. Even, the maiden looking at the towering undead protecting her ahead actually began to think. The skeleton also looked handsome. Ignoring the girl behind him, whose eyes were gleaming faintly, Cress knew that he probably had acted impulsively. In a while, if you have a chance to escape, take it. I might not be able to hold on for long. After this brief whisper, a blunt arrow was already shot towards Cress. Cress had never really engaged in proper combat before. All he did was bully those mindless skeletons. The blunt arrowhead directly struck against the ribs of Cress' chest. A dull pain surged throughout his body. Chapter 005, The Undead and the Intent to Kill. So this is what pain feels like. As an undead, many of Cress's senses had already deteriorated, including the sense of pain, which was one of them. He only felt pain when subjected to powerful magic or a fatal blow from a blunt weapon. This is just a special low-level undead. We can defeat him. After a probing attack, Reno immediately prepared for another assault. The short-statured muscular man, after being reminded by Reno, seemed to have noticed something peculiar as well. This undead was too impoverished looking, with almost no decent equipment on his entire body, indeed not resembling a high-level underground tomb undead. Ayayua. Jingo emitted a strange shout, slashing his sword at Cress. The fast-paced battle left Cress somewhat bewildered, unable to dodge in time, allowing the long sword to slash onto his body. However, it seemed to have little effect. He is a skeletal-type undead, highly resistant to sharp weapons. Attack with the back of the blade. Reno observed the battle with cold eyes, commanding calmly. Cress had just then realized this as well. Thankfully, he had prior experience battling undead, which kept him from being completely inept in combat now. His white hand bones instantly turned black, accumulating a great deal of poison, necrotic venom. This was currently the only skill Cress possessed. The pitch-black bone claws were about to make contact with the short-statured muscular man when they were completely pierced through by a swiftly flying arrow. But Crescent didn't have time to worry about it. A conical mace from the other hand had already swung towards the short-statured muscular man. Clang. The harsh sound of metal colliding with metal. At some point, the tall bowman had gotten close to Cress, using a short dagger to barely block Cress's hammer strike. That short-statured muscular man Jingo, seemingly realizing things late, hastily switched to the back of the blade, swinging it wildly. With superhuman strength enhanced by the blunt edge of the blade, Cress was directly struck and hurled into crashing against one of the grand pillars in the palace. Before anyone could react, the tall bowman leaped into the air, stepping on a long table. Martial arts, arrow flash. The hired archer simultaneously fired multiple arrows, each carrying a spiraling energy akin to ki, steadily impaling the falling Cress. In Cress's eyes at this moment, that mysterious darkness symbolizing the vitality of the undead was continuously dissipating. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the elven girl standing nearby without any chance to respond. Reno slowly approached this special undead. For some unknown reason, he actually felt something strange but couldn't articulate exactly where the strangeness lay. It was as if he himself had become the prey. Reno slightly shook his head, readying his bow to deliver the final blow to this skeleton. The elven girl recklessly blocked the path of this skeleton, seemingly attempting to prevent Reno's impending attack. Cress's face devoid of flesh slightly tilted towards the elven girl, shouting with all his might. Hurry up and go. Just a simple sentence. Simultaneously struggling to rise, Cress lunged toward Reno. The longbow in Reno's hands was a magical longbow, paired with Reno's martial arts. The arrow shot out far surpassed the impact force of a regular beast charge. An arrow was released. Accompanied by the immense impact of the arrow, Cress was completely nailed to the palace stone wall. Reno put away his longbow. To him, it was just an ordinary skirmish. The elven girl sobbed, collapsing on the ground, the light in her eyes fading along with that moment. Reno stepped forward slowly. He wanted to take one more look at this peculiar undead. For such abnormal entities, Reno always harbored curiosity. Even to say, if the entity wasn't undead, but rather human, Reno would genuinely hope to befriend such a righteous individual who fights for justice. Although in today's world, good people die easily. The boots of the mercenary rhythmically tapped against the palace tiles. Suddenly, Reno felt a strange tightening sensation in his chest. In a daze, Reno merely felt a pang of pain in his chest. Looking down slightly, he saw a long sword had pierced right through his chest. Only now did Reno finally understand. The odd feeling he had before was the intent to kill originating from behind him. Chapter 006, The Immortal and the Illusionist. You are not Jingo. Who are you? Lei Nu struggled to say, as he was mortally wounded, his heart and lungs already pierced by a long sword, with little time left. But Lei Nu also clearly felt that. His wound was not from a sword. This meant what he saw was not real. The only ones capable of doing this were from the rare profession, the illusionists. Almost immediately after Lei Nu's words, a clear male laughter could be heard from behind him. And the source of the laughter was none other than Jingo. That originally short, big-bearded, greasy middle-aged man Jingo gradually grew taller and slimmer amidst this clear laughter, transforming into a handsome youth with silver-white long hair. The long sword that pierced through Lei Nu's heart and lungs turned into a Western longsword. It's been a long time, Vice Captain Lei Nu. Zhao Yikong. When Lei Nu realized the identity of the person behind him through their voice, his pupils shrank slightly, subconsciously saying out his name. This archenemy of the Cold Iron mercenary group, Zhao Yikong, the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire. Zhao Yikong didn't seem to care at all, his smile deepening. His silver long hair fluttered without any wind, making him appear elegant and unfathomable. Zhao Yikong slowly approached Lei Nu's ear from behind, whispering softly, "Rest assured, after I take these treasures, your beloved captain will soon come to join you." As soon as these words were spoken, Lei Nu seemed to want to counterattack, but Zhao Yikong instantly drew his longsword. A column of blood spurted out from Lei Nu's chest. The blood splashed everywhere, yet not a drop stained Zhao Yikong's crimson-black robes. A white light flashed by. In front of Cress lay the remnants of the skeleton guard. Dead again. Cress murmured quietly, the pain from being hit by the blunt arrow still faintly lingering. You perished after engaging in an intense battle with a high-ranking mercenary and have obtained the talent, Bloodlust, Basic. Talent, Bloodlust, Basic. Only through battle can ordinary beings forget their pain. After entering a combat state, your various base abilities will gradually improve, temporarily. The more intense the battle, the faster the numerical enhancement. You perished after engaging in an intense battle with a high-ranking mercenary and have obtained plus 13 battle instinct. You perished after engaging in an intense battle with a high-ranking mercenary and have obtained beginner hammer techniques. Listening quietly to the continuous prompts in his mind, Cress felt somewhat puzzled. Being killed previously only resulted in a slight increase in resistance at most. But this time, it seemed to be even more reinforcing than usual level-ups. Cress opened his eyes, and once again, that blood-red flame flickered momentarily in his pupils. Looking at the familiar long table, throne, and treasure chest in front of him, Cress began recalling the final moments of his previous life. That Jingu. No, it was actually some mysterious individual. He seemed to transform into a young silver-haired man at the end and ambushed and killed the mercenary archer named Lei Nu. Before death claimed him last time, Cress's consciousness had already become quite hazy. Though unable to make clear judgments, at least one point was evident. Those two individuals weren't allies, and they were mutually hostile. Perhaps, Cress could use this angle. Arriving once again before the ornate stone treasure chest on the long table. Cress could choose to leave. If he did so, he would definitely avoid encountering those two terrifying humans. Moreover, Cress could even take the opportunity to carry away these 3 treasure chests. However, Cress thought of the light in the eyes of that elf girl. He felt that letting such light never fade should be what people call meaningful matters in his past life. Rescuing that elf girl. Cress had already made up his mind. If he couldn't even accomplish this, how could he live out the vibrant and colorful life he desired in this splendid yet cruel world? Chapter 007, The Undead and Schemes. Cress's physical strength was greater than the last time. This time, he could open the first treasure chest faster than before. At one point, Cress had also considered ambushing them. However, he didn't believe he had the ability to sneak attack the cautious hired archer. Moreover, that silver-haired man with the hidden identity seemed even stronger than the hired archer. So, Cress hoped that among these chests, there would be a divine weapon or some other tool that could instantly grant him extraordinary combat power. This time, Cress opened the chest on the right. It was a ring that emitted a bright blue glow. Discovered an A-grade item, Deep Blue Ring. Not proficient in appraisal magic. Unable to analyze the exact abilities of Deep Blue Ring temporarily. Cress had no time for details and immediately wore the ring, hoping it would provide some assistance. Then he began to hide in the shadows, observing everything around carefully. The short but burly man and the archer appeared as they did the last time. And so did the elven girl. In this instance, Cress wasn't sure if it was due to his increased fighting ability or because his target had changed from the start. He launched a deadly strike straight away. When the hired archer noticed, the short giant was already lying in a pool of blood. Bright red blood gushed continuously from the hole in his skull, splashing onto Cress's white bones like a dazzling flower. The hired archer was surprised but quickly calmed down and entered combat mode. Cress was also surprised. He never expected to kill the enemy outright. He just wanted to expose their identity and let them fight each other. But Cress had no choice but to engage the hired archer in fierce battle. No, he was actually at an absolute disadvantage. In the critical moment, the elven girl who had been saved by Cress stepped forward and shielded him from an arrow that would have decided the battle. However, unfortunately, Cress still lost. On the brink of death, the silver-haired man emerged from a swirl of illusions and almost instantly killed Reno. Is he capable of creating illusions? Cress increasingly felt that this man was unfathomable. The third resurrection. This time, the benefits Cress received from reviving were almost zero. It seems that dying in the same place or at the hands of the same creature repeatedly wouldn't enhance his abilities anymore. Cress didn't have time to think much further. This time, he opened the chest on the left side, which also wasn't a divine weapon, laying another ambush. Engaging fierce battles. This time, the elven girl was forcibly ordered by Cress to leave the battlefield ahead of time. But the highly perceptive hired archer said that the girl was hiding not far away, watching. Cress didn't know if it was true or not. But when he died, he seemed to indeed hear a woman scream. This time, the hired archer was wounded by Cress himself. Then the silver-haired man showed up again, finishing off the enemy, and took the treasure chest away. The fourth resurrection. Repeating the actions from the previous attempt. Still unable to defeat the hired archer. This time, the opponent was unhurt. Once again, the silver-haired man finished off the fight and took the chest. Fifth resurrection. Failure. Hired archer lightly injured. Silver-haired man wraps up. Sixth resurrection. Failure. Hired archer uninjured. Silver-haired man finishes up. Seventh, failure. Eighth, failure. Ninth. Cress stood on the remnants of the skeletal guard. He wasn't in a hurry to break into the chest anymore. Perhaps the items inside were valuable, but now they couldn't give him the strength to defeat this hired archer and the mysterious silver-haired man. What should I do? Is the gap too wide in terms of levels? Cress had tried observing information about that silver-haired man secretly, but all he got was a string of question marks. Clearly, the difference in level between them was huge. Of course, it was also possible that the other party used magic or equipment similar to shielding detection. Or, was it combat experience? Strategy? Cress couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, lost in thought, Cress recalled a phrase from the hired archer that he overheard by chance. Captain and the others are. A strategy? Perhaps it's worth trying. Cress turned and slowly looked towards the long corridor behind him. It was truly a crazy plan, but quite interesting. If Cress had a human face, there would surely be a bloodthirsty and insane smile on his face right now. Chapter 008. The Undead and the Tomb King. Inside the palace's secret chamber, the hired archer's face clearly showed some anger, but he held it in check, quietly collecting treasures from chests. Beside the long table, the short giant paid no attention to the girl's crying, his features becoming increasingly crazed and lecherous. Just as the brute was about to succeed, a crude cone-shaped mace flew from afar. A faint sound broke through the air. This blow did not kill the giant, but it left him bloodied and wounded. In fact, even before the cone-shaped mace arrived, the hired archer had already sensed something. At this moment, the hired archer quickly dragged the injured giant to the corner of the palace, his longbow aiming towards the attacker. At the main entrance of the hall, a white skeleton, the lowest level undead, was slowly approaching the two mercenaries step by step. We meet again. It was hard to imagine how such a low-level entity, without vocal cords, could speak. Can talk. The short giant pretended to panic, just like before. But in Cress's eyes now, it seemed there was an element of acting involved. The hired archer remained completely calm, having already activated a detection magic spell secretly. He already knew that this undead was no match for him. It's just a special low-level undead, we can defeat it. The hired archer's words were utterly calm. Yet, they made Cress feel a trace of relief. The opponent hadn't changed, but he was no longer the same undead as before. Martial skill, arrow flash. Seemingly sensing a hint of eeriness, the hired archer abandoned any pretense of probing and immediately used his strongest killing move. Several arrows tipped with faint glimmers of fighting spirit charged directly towards Cress. Roar. At the exact instant the arrows were fired, that ear-splitting wail, capable of shaking the entire tomb, echoed from outside the palace doors. The hired archer paled. The sound was unmistakably familiar. Then the tomb's doors shattered instantly. Huge flying stones clashed with the fighting spirit-infused arrows, diverting their trajectories so they eventually fell to the ground. Amidst clouds of dust, Cress' imposing figure didn't budge an inch. He felt like he must be crazy. How could he have come up with such a plan? Even the hired archer standing at a distance froze on the spot. Another Tomb King. Beneath the shattered palace gate stood an enormous skeletal giant, adorned in extravagantly tattered purple robes, wearing an absurdly glittering crown. Its sunken eye sockets emitted two flame-like blood-red glows. In its hand, the ceremonial staff, symbolizing royal power, served both as a conduit for magic and a brutal and savage warhammer. Escape. This was the first word that flashed across the hired archer's mind. Jingo, you go first. I'll cover the rear. Martial skill, agility enhancement. Martial skill, god flash. Martial skill, arrow flash. Almost in the blink of an eye, the hired archer used several martial skills consecutively. His speed now reached a realm far beyond ordinary humans. With multiple arrows firing simultaneously from his bow, the target wasn't the Tomb King, but Cress. He knew he couldn't possibly kill the Tomb King, and was almost certainly going to die here. But he wasn't sure if, perhaps after defeating this skeletal undead, the Tomb King might also disappear. As for Cress, from the very moment the Tomb King appeared, he began rapidly moving toward the elven maiden. As he'd expected, the hatred undead harbored toward living beings far surpassed what he'd experienced earlier when provoking the creature. Chapter 009, The Undead in Hell. The arrow aimed at Cress was blocked by the third-tier magic Bones barrier summoned by the Tomb King. This was an uneven battle. Come with me. Cress came before the xuanhuan, who was half-dressed. The short man who had been here earlier had already hidden behind the mercenary archer. Just like the first time, Cress extended his long, white hand bones to the girl. The Jingling maiden slightly stood frozen in place. Reasonably speaking, she shouldn't trust the undead who detested the living. However, this skeleton made her feel very close, as if they had known each other a long time ago. Beautiful elf, I have traversed life and death 9 times specifically to rescue you. Please believe me. Cress' eye sockets, which obviously had no expression anymore, could still convey sincerity, and his voice was gentler and more charming than ever. The Jingling maiden didn't know why, but she extended her delicate arm unconsciously. Cress immediately grabbed it. Led by Cress, the two quickly left the chamber. Behind them, the giant skeleton lord, Tomb King, was continuously bombarding the dodging mercenary archer with all kinds of dazzling magics. It looked as if they were escaping against the backdrop of a grand slow-motion magical movie. A massive explosive gust hurled a cold iron mercenary guild's custom storage bag to the entrance of the hall. Wait! Cress suddenly spoke up, looking at the storage bag that had been tossed right before him by the magical blast. Cress thought, this luck is insane. Then he pulled the Jingling girl and picked up the storage bag. He turned around and said indifferently, beautiful girl, let's go. Xuanhuan, the previously trembling short man crouching in the corner. Upon discovering unintentionally that his treasure chest was being taken by the skeleton and the female slave, he instantly rose into the air in a most impossible manner. Drop my treasure chest. Xuanhuan's voice was thunderous, drawing everyone's attention to the whole palace. It's a mind-affecting mental magic. Being a skeletal-type undead, Cress sensed the peculiarity of the sound immediately. Skeletal-type undead inherently possessed high resistance to such magics, but elves were not guaranteed to. Seeing the gradually clouded eyes of the girl before him, Cress found himself helpless for once. He would have to resort to desperate measures without harming her. When the girl, who had been vaguely aware, cleared her head, she realized she was being bitten on the lips by the very skeleton. Yes, bitten on the lips. Indeed, pain can counteract this basic mental control. Cress gazed at the shocked Jingling face to face, muttering indifferently, like an emotionless machine satisfied with its research findings. He knew there was no time for much explanation. We go. Cress scooped the girl into his arms. The level of the Jingling girl beneath his, speed far below his capabilities. Therefore, carrying her was the optimal solution. And as an undead, he wouldn't tire, ensuring their speed wouldn't decrease due to fatigue. The Jingling girl had many questions she wanted to ask, but upon being carried by Cress and seeing what happened in the tomb palace behind, she was so astonished she couldn't utter a word. Is that hell? Since she was bought into that mercenary guild, Vice Captain Reno had always been the second strongest member after the captain. Now, Reno had only one arm remaining, the other lost arm seemingly becoming the food for some undead zombie. Reno's face blackened, corpse poison entering his body. Despite his struggle to suppress the pain, he remained curled up in the palace's corner. That originally majestic and towering skeleton lord, the Tomb King, had been completely shattered. Chapter 010, The Undead and Illusions. The luxurious purple robe on the Tomb King had been completely destroyed by fire magic attacks, and his seemingly invincible scepter was now shattered into 2 pieces. The white skeleton was pierced in many places, appearing utterly disheveled, with none of the mysterious majesty he once possessed. And the instigator of all this chaos stood at the center of it all, a mysterious silver-haired man. This silver-haired man was an illusionist. The stone wall behind him had already been transformed into sacred totems of a divine temple, changing what was originally the home ground of the undead into a church that suppresses them. The silver-haired man also seemed to be a magical incantator, and not just any incantator, high-ranking. He didn't even need gestures to summon, for different magical arrays of varying elements floated behind him, as if conjured from thin air. The girl recognized one of the glowing red arrays. It was the 3rd-tier spell, Fireball. A 3rd-tier elemental magic spell, which was almost the limit most human mages could reach. Yet the man before her could simultaneously use 4 spells without pause. What kind of being was he? It seemed that quite a few undead had gathered here already. Under the Tomb King's summons, countless low-tier undead, like a tide of fearless corpses, rushed toward the silver-haired man who hovered slightly above the ground. An intense light erupted. In an instant, what had been a dense mass of undead was wiped out completely. Even the Tomb King flickered, seeming as though he would perish here. With a slow pace, the silver-haired man exited the tomb palace, his eyes radiating a strange white glow. Don't look at him. Cress, running through the narrow corridor, warned the young girl in his arms. He'll confuse your mind. The girl, as if trembling with fear, swallowed hard, then tightly shut her eyes and buried her head in the skeletal body before her. The silver-haired man gazed impassively at the fleeing skeletal figure and elf. That distance was too great for him to close without teleportation magic. After a long moment, the silver-haired man suddenly let out a soft laugh. To think, a mere skeleton has stolen the prince of the elven race and an ancient relic. As he spoke, the silver-haired man clutched his increasingly wild face, his long hair swirling violently in an invisible current. I, the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire, have truly brought shame upon myself. The laughter grew more exaggerated on his face, eventually erupting into wild cackles that echoed throughout the underground tomb, refusing to dissipate for a long time. Suddenly, behind him, the Tomb King swung his massive bone hand in a sudden, lightning-fast assault that was nearly impossible for anyone to react to. The blow struck a pure white, holy array that had appeared out of nowhere behind the silver-haired man. Then the light burst forth with tremendous power, and from the array sprang a radiant beam, filled with holy energy. Thus did the suffocating Tomb King vanish in its brilliance, leaving not a single remnant behind. The silver-haired man gradually calmed from his mad laughter until he reached a state of extreme calmness. The decorative carvings around the tomb seemed to shift with his inner thoughts, creating a surreal atmosphere. Elf, undead, you won't escape. Currently disclosed intelligence. 1. A storage pouch is a type of magical item similar to a ring of holding, capable of storing large quantities of items while keeping its own weight and volume unchanged. It's a lower-end version of the ring of holding, having less capacity and convenience, but far cheaper in price, making it one of the standard items among many high-level mercenaries. Chapter 011. The Undead and the Cold Iron Captain. Not far from the underground tomb. This place was originally a prairie thick with the aura of death, but now it is fully illuminated by a holy light formation. This is the result of 8 high-ranking clerics using the time-extended variant of holy light, together. Under this purifying holy light, the prairie is like a hell. Human bodies, subhuman slaves, and undead remains are scattered everywhere. The crimson blood stains what was once the verdant grasslands, making this place emit a strange eeriness. And amidst countless remains, one can vaguely see the bones of high-level undead such as the Tomb King and Skeleton War General. Captain Xuanhuan, this time, our holy light temple has suffered greatly for you. Out of 8 high-ranking clerics, only I am left. A beautiful female cleric appeared. Her words carried a tinge of melancholy, sorrow, and dissatisfaction. Her pristine white and gold divine robe, at this moment, is also spattered with some blood. But this blood does not belong to her. Rather, it belongs to the members of the Cold Iron mercenary group and the subhuman slaves. Esteemed and beautiful cleric lady, for today's battle situation, I deeply apologize. A warm, jade-like male voice followed, a tone that could seemingly conquer all women in an instant. And the owner of this tone is none other than the captain of the Cold Iron mercenary group, xuanhuan. With half-long, slightly curled golden hair, a tall figure, clad in exquisite Cold Iron mercenary uniform, and wearing a special longsword glowing with magical luster on his waist. His appearance is so refined and handsome that he evidently comes from the human nobility. He would surely be favored by women. And at this moment, the goddess official who had just been filled with resentment seemed to lose all anger after receiving a personal apology from him. In fact, it's not really Captain's fault. After all, the number of undead guarding the tomb chamber has already far exceeded the temple's initial estimation. The goddess official's face flushed red, glancing occasionally at the captain while continuing. If there were no captain present, many more low-ranking clerics and mercenaries might have died under the Tomb King's hands. Cleric Duran flatters too much. With such heavy losses during this mission, I, as the commander, cannot escape responsibility. xuanhuan said indifferently. In reality, he was being overly modest. xuanhuan's command was absolutely precise and appropriate. Losses in war are inevitable, let alone, if it weren't for his presence as an absolute strongman stepping into the hero realm, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. The beautiful goddess official watched the person before her, every movement of his exuding the charm of human aristocracy to the fullest extent, connecting it with his aloof and handsome features. She couldn't help but daydream for a while. Captain! An urgent call interrupted the goddess official's fantasies and drew xuanhuan's attention. What is it? Unlike his previous kind and friendly conversation with the goddess official, the captain's expression turned cold, speaking indifferently without showing any emotion. Captain, Deputy Captain Reno. What happened to Reno? The captain's face still lacked much emotion, but subtly, one could sense his uniqueness towards Reno. Deputy Captain Reno encountered an attack by the Tomb King in the underground tomb and is now critically injured, hanging between life and death. I will take a look. Rarely did the captain utter a sentence slightly tinged with anxiety. After taking a few steps, xuanhuan paused briefly and respectfully turned to the goddess official. Cleric lady, we may need your assistance. I'm delighted to help. Captain Xuanhuan. Reno's injuries were very severe. Apart from the internal organs being eroded by the Tomb King's deathly aura, his right hand was completely cut off. That was a wound caused by a Western longsword. Needless to say about the countless superficial wounds all over his body. Can he be cured? The captain's face still maintained its calmness amidst change, but those familiar with him could easily see his anxiety for Reno. Rest assured, Captain Xuanhuan. Although Deputy Captain Reno's injuries are serious, under the high-level healing magic of our Holy Light Temple, Deputy Captain Reno will certainly be restored as good as new. As she spoke, the goddess official sat down nearby, closing her eyes gently, as if mobilizing her magical energy. In a short time, a green symbol array representing life energy suddenly appeared in the goddess official's hands. High cure. At the moment the goddess official recited the name of the magic spell, the array emitted a brilliant light. In front of the magic array, as the emerald light from the array behind him illuminated his body, Reno's wounds began to visibly heal at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, in a miraculous turn of events, Even his severed right arm began to regrow. The healing magic tied to faith is truly wondrous. Offhandedly remarked the captain from the side. Being praised by such a handsome and charismatic captain sent butterflies swirling in the goddess official's stomach, prompting her to humbly reply. Where? How can I compare? Compared to your arcane swordsmanship, Captain, these are but mere tricks. The cleric lady flatters too much. While exchanging pleasantries with a smile on his face, the captain gracefully gestured for the goddess official to take her leave and rest. She instantly understood his silent message. This high-level healing magic was indeed quite draining on both spirit and mana, and now, she too felt it was time to retire for some rest. With one final glance at her handsome captain, the goddess official turned slightly and prepared to retreat to her tent for respite. Deep within her thoughts, her mind continued to drift into fantasies. How could she deepen her connection and relationship with this gentle captain of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group? PFFTCH. It was the sharp sound of a metal weapon piercing through flesh. The goddess official only felt an intense pain surge through her abdomen. Glancing down, all she could see was a silver longsword glowing with magical luminescence. That was Captain Xuanhuan's personal blade. Name, Cress. Race, Skeleton, Undead. Occupation, Skeleton Minion, LV.4. Level, 5, Race Level 1, Occupational Level 4. Skills, Necrotic Poison, LV.1, Hammer Strike, LV.1. Combat Ability, Beginner Hammer Technique. Talent, Bloodlust, Beginner. Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Hammer, 39. Attributes, Blunt Resistance -102, Sharp Resistance +99, Anti-Corrosive +92, Immunity to Critical Hit Probability +3%, etc. Experience Points, 300/1675. You have saved an S-rank character, Elven Prince, Yulari. You have obtained an A-rank task item, the Elven Gem. Task item description. The Elven Gem has a profound connection with the royal bloodline of elves. It is rumored that every generation of Elven King must undergo its purification. Reminder 1. The Elven Gem can only be used by those of the royal Elven bloodline. Other races cannot utilize its full potential. Reminder 2. Presenting the Elven Gem to Yulari will unlock an S-rank story mission, Queen of the Elves. Assist Yulari in becoming the Queen of the Elves. Reward for task, unknown. Proportional to favorability rating. Chapter 012, The Undead and the Elf. Name, Iali. Race, Elf, Homo sapiens. Occupation, Forest Priest Apprentice, LV.1. Level, 3, Race Level 2, Occupation Level 1. Skills, none. Combat Ability, none. Talent, Sense Nature. Weapon Proficiency, none. Characteristics. Experience Points, 200/575. Affection towards you, 70 out of 100. The multiple rescues that defied death cycles left a faint bond in Iyali's heart. Even undead beings who despise the living are still regarded by Iyali as the knights guarding her life. The Kaz Plain. This is the border between the kingdom and the empire. It is a territory that does not belong to either the kingdom or the empire. Therefore, in the past, the battlefield of the empire and the kingdom was generally chosen here. Though it was once a place of war, perhaps precisely because of the brutal warfare, after a large number of humans died and were not properly handled by priests in time, they eventually transformed into undead. Over time, this place became the dominion of the undead. The kingdom and the empire soon abandoned this place. Only adventurers and mercenaries occasionally ventured here to hunt undead creatures and other magical beasts. Of course, this was before the underground tomb appeared. Since the mysterious underground tomb emerged, all the undead seemed to have been attracted by some special summons and gathered towards that tomb. It was exactly because of this that this area gradually returned to normal, leading the kingdom and the empire to subsequently propose reclamation of this plain. War erupted again. As for that mysterious tomb, it also became a destination that countless adventurers sought to explore. It was rumored that within the underground tomb lay the royal cemetery of an ancient nation, concealing the personal treasures of its former general. Of course, all of this was still just legend. There should be no problem here. After escaping from the underground tomb, Cress carried the elven girl without stopping for a moment, fleeing to this relatively safe place. Cress slightly slowed down his pace, stopping the run, and said quietly, "Let's rest for a while." Although Crescent did not feel tired, the girl in his arms was different. She was not undead. Even though elves had slightly more stamina than ordinary humans, they could not compare with undead creatures that never grew fatigued. After escaping the threat of the mysterious silver-haired man, who would have thought that just as they were about to leave the tomb, they were attacked by a low-level skeleton? Of course, Cress was unharmed, but the elven girl was now injured. So, even if she didn't need to walk herself, they couldn't continue for too long without rest. The elven girl also slightly nodded in agreement with Cress's thoughts. With Cress's help, the elven girl rested leaning against a big tree. Cress stayed nearby, watching vigilantly. After all, they had just escaped from the brink of death, so it was important to check whether any undead creatures or other enemies might follow them. Earlier, when you were mentally confused by the enemy, I thought that instead of corpse poison, teeth might make it easier on you. About the incident in the palace crypt, Cress thought he should explain it briefly. "It's fine, I trust you, Mr. Skeleton, that you acted for my benefit." Leaning against the big tree, the elven girl no longer exhibited the coldness and dead silence she displayed earlier in the underground tomb. Instead, she showed a gentle smile characteristic of a beautiful young girl, sunny and full of vitality. "By the way, I don't even know your name, Mr. Skeleton." Would you mind telling me? Of course, my name is Cress. Cress originally wanted to directly answer the girl's question. However, upon recalling his name, he paused for a moment. Cress. The elf girl said word by word, and then suddenly chuckled softly. An interesting name, Mr. Cress. I am called Yali. Yali. It sounds very nice. Cress didn't know why he complimented her name, but that's how he felt. Maybe it was because after becoming a skeleton, Cress's thinking also became simpler, leading him to directly say it. Yali's expression had a tinge of surprise, mixed with an inexplicable beauty. Haha, perhaps only Mr. Cress would think it sounds nice. Speaking, Yali glanced at Cress who still stood beside her. Their eyes met. In the glow of the setting sun, a mysterious blush appeared on Yali's face. She slightly moved her body away, freeing a patch of grass beside her, while turning her head to indicate Cress should sit over. Cress didn't refuse. After sitting down, for quite some time, neither Yali nor Cress knew what to say. After a long silence, Cress suddenly took out the storage bag he had previously brought from the underground tomb. By the way, Miss Yali, do you know what is inside this bag? It feels as though it's very important to those people. Mr. Cress. It seemed as if he struck a chord deep within Yali. For a moment, her eyes lit up faintly. Though not entirely sure, I believe the items in here are absolute treasures. The Cold Iron Mercenary Group spent plenty of manpower and resources on them. Cress silently watched the somewhat excited young woman before him. Yali, using both hands for emphasis, narrated to him like reciting scriptures, the information gained from the Cold Iron Mercenaries, about the origin of the underground chamber and the possible supreme treasure of an ancient kingdom in legend. But actually, Cress already knew all this. After all, he'd broken open these treasure chests countless times, and he had explored that underground chamber for who knows how long. Accidentally entering a certain palace, there were even more detailed historical records of the ancient country than what Yali had told him, which indeed was an interesting nation. However, it was fortunate. As skeletons lack flesh and skin, there's no way they could display such expressions as, I actually already knew this. Moreover, it seems like I have a voice within my heart, constantly urging me to seek it out. Is that so? Cress believed Yali's words. Just like the prompts in his own mind, that one elven gemstone perhaps had an indescribable mental connection with the elven crown prince. In that case, this is for you. As Crescent spoke, he directly threw the storage bag into Yali's hands. Yali was somewhat shocked. She found it hard to believe that someone would willingly give their treasure to others. Yali intended to refuse, but in the instant she reached out, it was as if she was electrocuted. Once again, she sensed that voice. Yali looked dazed, eyes unblinking, searching by feel through the 3 remaining treasure boxes in the storage bag. I seem to have found it. Suddenly, Yali's eyes widened, pulling out one of the splendid stone treasure chests. This is what I've been looking for, the elven gemstone. As Yali spoke, she stared intently at the stone chest before her. You have unlocked an S-rank storyline mission, the Queen of the Elven Tribe. Cress showed a little curiosity, ignoring the text notification in his mind, and said plainly, you can obviously sense it. Yes. Yali straightforwardly answered Cress' muttering question. Mr. Cress, this is the greatest treasure of our elven tribe. If it weren't for it, I probably wouldn't have fallen to this extent. Yali continued slowly explaining, seeming to recall certain past events, the light in her eyes dimming slightly. No matter what, now that I've found it, I will definitely make my people stand proudly once again at the top of the continent's pyramid. Cress looked at the resolute Yali before him. For a moment, he wasn't sure what to say. I believe you and I'll help you, Miss Yali. Very simple words, quite fitting with Cress' current, low-intelligence, skeletal identity. But they were also very sincere. Thank you. There was a glimmer of tears in Yali's heterochromatic pupils, but she quickly averted her gaze. You really are a skull who understands nothing. Yali murmured quietly, tilting her head as if to wipe away her tears, and continued. Is there anything you want to do, Mr. Cress? I don't have anything in mind. I just want to help you, and then, As Crescent spoke, he fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Cress firmly declared, I also want to see tall mountains, oceans, deserts, the fire of the ice plains, the heart of the deep sea. Haha, quite poetic thoughts. Yali gently laughed in agreement, then seemed to recall something as she hesitantly asked, Mr. Cress, have you ever heard about the towering ancient forest trees of the elven tribe? Forest ancient trees? Yes. Yali confirmed, continuing to elaborate. It is also one of the greatest treasures of the elven tribe, their home. A single tree forms a forest, reaching to the heavens. Would you like to see it with me? Good. Yali's words clearly caught Cress' attention, and he was eager to take a look. Yali suddenly chuckled mischievously. Also, at the forest ancient tree, you can see many beautiful elves, which is very appealing, isn't it? Are they as beautiful as Miss Yali? Cress calmly questioned. Yali suddenly blushed slightly, but didn't get the chance to give an affirmative answer before Cress added. If so, I think it might be worth a visit. Cress's serious tone left Yali speechless on how to respond. What's going on with me? I just wanted to tease this little skeleton, but why did I end up being? Alright, Miss Yali, we might need to rest here for a while tonight. Cress spoke indifferently, standing up. I'll set up a simple campsite and keep watch. You should rest and recover from your injuries. With that, Cress prepared to leave. Oh, Mr. Cress, by the way, it was you who saved me. Yali stood up, stepping forward slightly, and stopping Cress who was about to leave. And this storage bag was also retrieved by you, so the remaining 2 treasure chests inside should be yours to deal with. Yali handed the storage bag to Cress as she spoke. Cress didn't hesitate and directly took it. Hee, Mr. Kress really doesn't understand interracial etiquette, not even saying thank you. Oh, thank you. Chapter 014, The Undying One and the Deep Blue Ring. Huh. Iali gracefully stepped forward in a few easy strides, leaning close to the ear hole of Kress's skull, and whispered gently, "You're welcome." Then, Iali sauntered away with a relaxed, cheerful gait. "Oh, by the way, just call me Iali from now on, Kress. Night." The last two words were spoken softly by Iali. She turned back enthusiastically, waving at Kress as she went, her hands loosely swinging behind her as she jumped a few steps and left. Kress was left alone, slowly looking toward the storage bag where the remaining two glittering, exquisite treasure chests rested. "Night?" Iali's wounds. They've been almost instantly healed. Kress raised his head, a flash of crimson flame passing through his eye sockets. The Elven Prince Heir and that pearl, what is their exact function? To be able to heal instantly like this. S-rank plot mission, the Queen of Elves, in progress. Name, Iali. Race, Elf, subhuman species. Profession, Forest Priest Apprentice, LV.1. Level 3, Race Level 2, Profession Level 1. Goodwill towards you, 80 out of 100. Iali's influence among the Elven race, 0/1000. As Crescent reviewed the mission information flashing in his mind, he found it increasingly intriguing. The Elven Queen. It sounds like an interesting challenge. Standing by a small river, Iali felt she must have gone mad. Why did she always end up wanting to talk to a skeleton about such strange things? Looking into the water, Iali saw her reflection, a figure undeniably beautiful. A beautiful elf. I have crossed 9 times between life and death specifically to rescue you. Please believe me. For some reason, the scene from the underground crypt wouldn't leave her mind. Since she was very young, Queen Mother had told her. A kind and beautiful princess would certainly have a knight to protect her. If her guardian knight were Kress, a handsome skeleton, well, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Iali smiled lightly again at the thought. But an unexpected voice interrupted her musings. "Future Queen Majesty, what you need now is not a knight, but rather, an army." Iali's laughter froze. She knew the familiar voice well. It resided within her mind, or more accurately, inside the Elven Pearl. At this moment, a light breeze swept past, lifting the strands of hair from Iali's forehead. Her red and blue eyes carried a look of merciless resolve and ambition. The makeshift campsite had already been set up. After bidding each other goodnight, Iali entered the tent to rest. This was all thanks to that storage bag, which not only contained the treasure chests from the Crypt Palace, but also large quantities of gold and camp materials and supplies. Meanwhile, Kress finally had time to carefully examine the contents of the remaining treasure chest. The first item, the Deep Blue Ring, an A-rank artifact. Because Crescent lacked identification magic, he could glean no useful information about it. After putting it on, he didn't seem to notice any significant changes in himself. However, since it was rated as an A-rank artifact, it definitely wouldn't be useless. Could it, too, have usage restrictions like the Elven Pearl? Kress was temporarily at a loss to figure it out. Chapter 015, The Undead and Swordsmanship Practice. The second one, the Ghost Swordsman Scroll. It's also an A-class item. But it's strange. Back in the tomb, when Kress observed this object, it was covered in question marks, indicating insufficient information. And now, A-class item Ghost Swordsman Scroll. Level requirements meet the minimum criteria, and it can be studied. Prerequisite 1. Mastery of basic swordsmanship required. Prerequisite 2. Must not belong to a holy attribute race. Effect. Gain access to the rare occupation of Ghost Swordsman. Ghost Swordsman Occupation. Helpful tip. Additional bonuses for death-aligned and dark-aligned races. So, it seems there's only one more thing needed. Basic swordsmanship. Kress silently muttered to himself as he watched the text appear slowly in his mind. When he fought the mercenary archer Raynor in the underground tomb, he seemed to have learned beginner mace techniques. What connection does that have with swordsmanship? Do I need a swordsmanship scroll? Or maybe just keep fighting? Mr. Kress. A lively yet gentle voice came from behind him. It was Iali, wearing the uniform of the Cold Iron Mercenary Guild. I've heard that learning weapon techniques below the beginner level simply requires basic warrior training. Iali, I was about to rest, but I overheard Mr. Kress speaking. You probably don't mind, do you? Iali's smile was warm and bright, not at all like someone who had once been enslaved and narrowly escaped death. Of course not. Kress replied directly. He felt a strong liking for this seemingly gentle and wise elf. Although he didn't know why she had been captured by humans, he thought it was rude to force someone to recall unpleasant memories they'd rather forget. After all, she was an important person whom he had risked dying multiple times to rescue. She shouldn't harm him, right? Mr. Kress. While talking, Iali moved from the tent entrance and stood beside Kress, continuing. If you trust me, I could try to help you practice swordsmanship. Although I'm not too familiar with it myself, I've heard some mention of it from the great swordsmen of my clan in the past. S-Class Quest, Queen of the Elves, ongoing. You received an invitation for basic swordsmanship training from Iali. Accept. Increases Iali's goodwill towards you and offers a chance to gain basic swordsmanship. Decline. Might decrease Iali's goodwill towards you and grant the reclusive talent. Looking at the sudden burst of text before his eyes, Kress was momentarily stunned. But in the next moment, he fully understood. If that's the case, I wouldn't dare refuse such an offer. Please allow me to trouble you, Miss Iali. Saying this, Kress made an abrupt but respectful gesture, similar to clasping fists in greeting. And these actions carried different meanings in Iali's eyes. Mr. Kress, please don't be so formal. Since we are going to start the swordsmanship training, first, you'll need a sword. The next day, there's no doubt about it. Raynor really was an excellent senior mercenary. In his storage bag, there were various kinds of weapons, including not only high-grade bows, but also Eastern long swords, Western swords, and even knightly greatswords. It seems that Raynor is probably a weapon collector enthusiast. What do you think, Mr. Kress? Kress and Yali had already left the riverside campsite and were now on their way to the Elven Kingdom. Simultaneously, Yali was initiating swordsmanship training with Kress. Chapter 016, The Undead and the Queen. Swordsmanship practice. It was a very monotonous and lengthy training, and Kress even began to secretly doubt whether Yali's training method was correct. But fortunately, there were prompts from the energy panel in his mind. Watching his mastery of basic swordsmanship gradually approach 100%, Kress finally completely relaxed. At the same time, he felt somewhat guilty for doubting Yali's abilities. Maybe so, but thanks to him, we have enough long swords for practice. Kress responded to Yali's words, but his eyes never left the long sword in his hand. That was a specially made long sword from the Eastern Empire, very similar to the long swords Kress had seen in his previous life. The kind that was famously referred to as the gentleman among weapons. Mr. Kress, is this name your real name? Yali, who had originally been slightly behind Kress to his left, suddenly stepped forward and walked beside him, mysteriously asking, Mr. Kress, are you hiding something from me? I'm not hiding anything. Kress' direct answer clearly left her momentarily speechless. What do you mean? Yali, it's nothing. I just remembered the clasped fist salute you gave me yesterday, and the weapon you chose, those are only used by humans from the Eastern Empire. Is that so? Kress said while feeling a hint of strangeness. But I assure you, I'm not lying. My name really is Kress. As Crescent was about to say his name, he suddenly felt like he got an electric shock in his brain. A wave of pain surged through him. He suddenly realized. Why did he feel an unprecedented unfamiliarity with the name Kress? Why am I called Kress? On the edge of the Kaz plain. As usual, Yali had already gone back to the tent to rest. By the campfire, Kress set down the long sword in his hand. Basic swordsmanship, he had completely mastered it. Only, did he seem to have new confusion? When he woke up, he was already in that underground tomb. But what exactly did he do in his past life? How? It feels as though his previous life was short-lived with many regrets that weren't addressed. Never mind. Kress patted his skeletal head, unable to think of anything at the moment. From the storage bag around his waist, he took out the ghostly sword art manual enveloped entirely in ancient dark black. Kress quietly gazed at the manual, and almost simultaneously, the blood-red glow in the skeletal eye holes lit up along with the golden script on the manual. Inside the tent, Yali, who should have already rested, hid behind the curtain, silently watching Kress, who was studying the ghostly sword art manual. Future Queen, now, should you trust my abilities? The familiar yet abrupt voice sounded again. It was the elven gem. You've done well, but... While saying this, Yali suddenly shifted her tone, her heterochromatic red and blue eyes filled with the coldness and disdain of a ruler. For the training of basic swordsmanship, any qualified swordsman can instruct, right? But the elven gem seemed to have its own consciousness, arguing against Yali. Neither you nor I are qualified swordsmen, right? Yali's eyes suddenly became sharp. In the elven race, opposing your queen is punishable by death. Yali said calmly while grabbing the floating bead with one hand, seemingly ready to destroy it like trash at any moment. Chapter 017, The Undead and the Queen. My queen, please calm down. The voice of the elf pearl carried a hint of panic. It knew each of its holders well, but none had ever been like the woman in front of it, someone who made even itself, transcending everything, feel fear from the depths of its being. Yali seemed uninterested as she let go of the elf pearl, continuing to gaze at Kress outside the tent, a tinge of affection appearing in her eyes. He was already following the instructions in the dossier, undergoing so-called professional advancement. Your Majesty, if you truly have feelings for that skeleton, I can. Can you show me his original appearance? The faintly glowing hovering pearl appeared to be struggling to understand Yali's meaning. I mean, let me see what he looked like as a human. Although I think his skeleton form is quite handsome too, I can't help but be curious. Of course, my queen. The entire pearl started gathering light, and Yali's eyes began to shine as well. As the scene before her grew clearer, Yali's previously gentle smile involuntarily turned into an expression of surprise, her mouth slightly agape, then transforming instantly into one of infatuation. After a short time, the light from the elf pearl disappeared. Yali quickly returned to normal, wearing an unprecedented smile as she murmured to herself, Mr. Kress, I will make you my queen, my only queen. Inside the Kaz plain, night deepened like a sea of pitch-black darkness. Within the vast mercenary camp, lights were brilliantly lit. All around was quiet, except here where laughter and curses among mercenaries continued to arise. You've awakened. It was a male voice, extremely relaxed and gentle. Inside the luxurious and spacious tent, xuanhuan, the highest-ranking individual of this cold iron mercenary group, was at that moment wiping his magical longsword, Frost, at the camelot's side. Captain, lying on the bed, Raynor, who had just woken up groggily, finally saw clearly around him at this moment. He found himself lying right in front of Captain xuanhuan, completely naked above the waist, and without the emblem of cold iron mercenaries. Though partially bandaged, he still felt overly disrespectful. He shouldn't be presenting himself in such a state to the person he respected most. Raynor struggled to quickly get up off the bed, assuming a knight's etiquette posture, and half knelt in front of xuanhuan. The loss of the tomb treasure chest. I Renner am unworthy of the captain's entrustment. Xuanhuan continued slowly wiping the frost, his clear and piercing eyes sliding along the sword blade toward the kneeling Renner, silent without a single word. Captain you. Renner seemed to notice that Captain Xuanhuan was somewhat different from usual, yet he didn't know how to open his mouth, and could only lower his head while continuing to plead guilty. Renner is willing to accept any punishment from the captain. Punishment depends on your specific offenses. However, before that, tell me first what happened inside the tomb. Xuanhuan finally placed the long sword Frost on the desk, looking at Renner. His originally water-like, gentle gaze suddenly flickered with a trace of killing intent as he spoke lowly. Did you meet Zhao Yikong? So, Zhao Yikong did not obtain those 3 treasure chests, and you narrowly avoided disaster. Yes. Renner answered earnestly, word by word. At this point, Renner was still maintaining a half-kneeling position, his muscles rippling, showing the beauty of masculinity. In contrast to Xuanhuan, who sat cross-legged on the captain's chair in front of him, they were like an elegant prince and the knights swearing allegiance to him. Ha! Xuanhuan suddenly burst out laughing, which left the bowed Renner at a loss. Renner, I think you've done well. Xuanhuan's originally extremely gentle words, now paired with the slight smile on his face, made Renner feel like sitting on needles and pins. Renner deeply respected Xuanhuan, not only because the person in front of him was already a heroic realm existence at such a young age, but also, Xuanhuan's wisdom and strategy were hard to fathom. At the same time, Renner also feared him, because Renner knew his captain was absolutely not as mild-mannered as he seemed on the surface. Captain, what are you talking about? Renner does not understand. It's simple. Jingu has already been killed and impersonated by Zhao Yikong. He injured you. Then, he stole the treasure chest from the underground tomb and attacked and killed several high-level clerics of the Holy Light Temple. Xuanhuan slowly spoke with a smile, word by word. His appearance was akin to a demon who reveled in slaughter and strife. And one of the priestesses died in extreme agony, her body unrecognizable. Zhao Yikong not only killed her, but also subjected her to inhuman torture. Leader you. Renner was utterly stunned. Was everything Leader mentioned, except the first sentence, something he had actually experienced? Did he suffer from amnesia? Renner, rest well, and don't dwell too much on these things. As he said this, Xuanhuan stood up, sheathing Frost into his scabbard at his waist, and continued addressing Renner. Remember what I've said? Think about it. The chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire confronting the Holy Light Temple. Ha ha ha. That must be an extraordinary spectacle indeed. Wait, Leader, how can you be sure the Holy Light Temple will believe us? Watching the departing figure of Xuanhuan, Renner was still in disbelief. Renner, such matters are not for you to worry about. Without turning back, Xuanhuan directly commanded. Hunting down that skeleton and the elven slave is what you should truly focus on. Within 10 days, I want those 3 treasure chests. With that, Xuanhuan disappeared into the deep night like a shadow into the sea. Inside the tent, Renner could almost feel a soreness in his legs. But what troubled him more now was about Leader. It seemed that Leader Xuanhuan had been planning something grand, and this plan would surely extend far beyond just their archenemy Zhao Yikong. However, Renner didn't need to concern himself too much, because no matter what Xuanhuan intended to do, Renner would always charge forward and support him as the first loyal follower. Becoming Xuanhuan's sharpest sword. This was what Renner considered his life's purpose. Intelligence currently available. 1. Heroic Realm. Level 30 is the threshold for becoming a true powerhouse. The difference between above and below level 30 is immense. Reaching level 30 signifies stepping into the heroic realm. Those who enter the heroic realm cannot simply be suppressed by numbers alone. KLES. Yali slowly muttered word by word. On the road, she had already experienced this situation many times, her mouth silently repeating Cress's name. What's wrong? Cress responded to Yali. Actually, when Yali first muttered to herself, Cress had already asked, but at the time, Yali did not directly answer Cress's question. Haha, nothing. Oh, that's good. Seeing Crescent so straightforwardly agree, Yali was instead somewhat restless. Mr. Cress, may I ask, is Cress your full name? After hearing Yali's question, Cress thought for a moment and then confirmed it. Yes. Oh, I originally thought that in your previous life, you would have been a human noble. Now it seems, that probably isn't the case. Why do you feel that way? Because human noble names are all particularly long, while Mr. Cress, your name seems overly short. Incorrect. Cress negated Yali's response, leaving Yali momentarily surprised, thinking there might be some great revelation. What I want to ask is, why do you think I'm a human noble? Oh, it seemed inconsistent with what Yali had expected, so she appeared somewhat unenthusiastic but still answered Cress's question actively. Because, based on Mr. Cress's body shape, no, skeletal structure, it's basically set within the human race. Moreover, Mr. Cress has yet to reach the hero domain, but can already use the common tongue and recognize a lot of human writing. These things point towards your extraordinary existence before death. And, legend says that human nobles have ways to preserve their knowledge and wisdom even after death, though I don't know the method, but I believe it should be somewhat similar to Mr. Cress's current condition. What you said makes sense. Cress responded to Yali's words. In fact, even I seem to have lost most of my memories from my past life. As Crescent spoke, he began to recall his previous life in another world. The impression grew increasingly hazy. Mr. Cress, you should know that undead beings also have ways to revert back to their former appearances. Yali suddenly covered her forehead from the sun while speaking casually, giving off an entirely different feeling than before. Or rather, Mr. Kress, would you like to revert back to your previous human appearance? Revert back to human? Kress repeated Yali's words. Is it using an illusion spell? Like the silver-haired man in the underground tomb who could change his own appearance? Not quite. Yali seemed to have some hidden meaning, but in the end didn't elaborate much further. The present Kress had absolutely no qualms about his skeletal body. On the contrary, he enjoyed it greatly. A body that feels neither hunger nor fatigue, one that doesn't even experience fear. It suited him perfectly. Mr. Kress, we're about to reach Hesmus City. Just as Kress fell into deep contemplation, Yali's gentle, sunny voice once again pulled him back from his reminiscences to reality. Hesmus City. Established in the east of the Kaz Plain, the city sits on the border between the kingdom and the empire, falling within the sphere of influence controlled by the nobility of the kingdom. This is also the necessary route for Chris and Yali to pass through on their way to the Elven Nation. Mr. Kress, with your current state, you won't fool the guards of Hesmus City. So here's what I suggest. Yali took a few steps forward, approaching Kress's side, and whispered, I'll infiltrate Hesmus City first, and buy you a set of full body armor. That way, you won't be easily discovered. According to Yali, apart from the royal family and nobility, the most revered figures in the human kingdoms of this world are knights and senior adventurers. And for knights or high-level adventurers wearing full body armor, common soldiers wouldn't dare force them to remove their helmets. This was out of respect for adventurers and knights. Kress accepted Yali's advice. After all, in terms of understanding of this world, Kress was far less knowledgeable than Yali. But Kress stopped Yali, who was about to head toward the gates of Hesmus City, reminding her, Yali, your ears might cause trouble for you. Following Kress's words, both their gazes focused on Yali's ears. They were a pair of beautiful, lively ears, but their upper halves had been brutally cut off. This was the unique mark of elven slaves within the kingdom. Its primary function, aside from distinguishing identity, was to alert any guard units or mercenary groups within the kingdom, ensuring that any runaway slaves would be nationally wanted. Moreover, even the Holy Light Shrine, which preached goodness and kindness, would not have its priests heal this mark. Yali thought for a moment, her eyes twinkling slightly as she suddenly said, I've got an idea. With that, Yali pulled on the large hood of her uniform and affixed the emblem of the xuanhuan mercenary group to her chest. How do I look, Mr. Kress? It had to be admitted that Yali, in this attire, looked very much like a dashing female mercenary ranger. Good. Be careful. Don't worry, Mr. Kress. I will personally choose the most suitable suit of knight armor for you. Dusk. Outside Hesmus City. Since they are immortal, undead creatures often have a vague concept of time. But Crescent knew that Yali had been inside the city for quite a while now, yet there was still no news. Kress kept his gaze fixed firmly on the city gate. For some reason, he felt as if something bad was about to happen. Finally, there was unusual movement at Hesmus City's main gate. It was a carriage, one belonging to the xuanhuan mercenary group, a cargo carriage. It was an entirely ordinary carriage, except for the bloodstains it left on the road as it passed. The guards at the gate seemed long accustomed to it. After the driver handed over a few copper coins, no questions were asked before they allowed the carriage to pass. The carriage is suspicious. Kress muttered quietly to himself. He knew the xuanhuan mercenary group wasn't an ordinary group, but he hadn't expected them to have such a low-cheat collaboration with the kingdom's defense forces. Once the carriage left Hesmus City, Kress maintained a hard-to-detect distance, following closely behind the carriage. Chapter 019. The Undead and the Mass Graveyard. Very soon, the carriage arrived at the outskirts of Hesmus City. This was a graveyard, but also a mass grave. It was called a graveyard because there were simple blessing spells cast by priests here, preventing the corpses from becoming undead creatures like zombies. However, it was called a mass grave because aside from these priestly blessings, there was almost nothing else that one would expect in a proper graveyard. Tombstones, walls, fences. There were none of these. In fact, many bodies had already rotted into piles of flesh, without any coffins or other barriers. Only wild beasts would come to clean them all up. Boss, dump today's load here. An ordinary mercenary from the Cold Iron mercenary group stopped the carriage and then said to an older driver mercenary, This place stinks too much. I can't stay for even a second. I think it's fine. Let's do it this way. The older mercenary pinched his nose, clearly having the same thought as the younger one. The two began pulling down the rough curtain from the carriage. Just as Kress had predicted, the carriage was full of corpses. There were humans, as well as other subhuman races. Without exception, they had all met unnatural deaths, and their appearances were grotesque, bloodied, and unrecognizable. However, Kress felt a slight sense of relief. He didn't see Yali's figure. It seemed he had overworried. If they calculated the time, then by now, Yali should have already bought her armor, waiting for him outside the city gate, ready to scold him for disappearing suddenly and not waiting for her as agreed. Kress thought, beginning to walk back along the path. Hey, boss, look at this jingling female slave. What a shame, such a beautiful woman turned into a pile of rotten meat. The young mercenary's voice suddenly sounded, a tone that was seemingly friendly yet made Kress feel extremely uncomfortable. Yes, a nearby older mercenary chimed in. She pretended to be part of our group, thinking we wouldn't know. What a joke. She bought something too, didn't she? What was it? Armor, premium knight armor. The older mercenary spoke coldly, with a trace of disdain for slaves buying armor. I can't believe how many coins this elf slave had. She probably stole them from her master. The young mercenary pulled open the coarse curtain, staring at the corpse before him with a crazed gleam in his eyes, and continued. What a pity. If only she'd listened to our squad leader properly, she wouldn't have ended up like this. It's a real shame we got nothing out of it either. Suddenly, the young mercenary licked his lips and asked his companion, "Boss, I remember in the capital city, there was a noble who liked fresh corpses of beautiful women. Can you imagine what kind of taste that would bring?" The older mercenary immediately understood the thoughts of his fellow soldier, yet saw nothing wrong with it. "You handle it yourself. As for me, I don't have any interest in such a bloody mess." Saying this, the older mercenary stepped onto the carriage, trying to drive it away from the graveyard. Chapter 020. The Undead and the Question. The elder mercenary had just left. The young mercenary let out a deep breath, casually tossing his long sword aside with a mischievous grin as he began to undo his belt. In the distance, the stench of various rotting corpses continued to waft over. A gentle breeze blew. Amidst this vast expanse of bodies, even this battle-hardened mercenary who had faced death many times felt an icy chill creep up his back. What were you just talking about?" A voice that seemed to carry the essence of death rang out behind the mercenary. The young mercenary quickly spun around. There stood a tall, mysterious man, fully draped in a long cloak, standing silently behind him. Who are you?" "Ah, it hurts." In a panic, the young mercenary stumbled backward several steps and fell into a pile of nearby corpses. Looking down at his abdomen where he had just unfastened his belt, a long sword was now embedded straight through him, his own mercenary blade. The mysterious man's brown cloak billowed in the wind, revealing a face beneath it. It was the visage of something representing death, an undead being, a skeleton. "Now, I will ask you one question, and you answer one. Do not elaborate, do not scream." Cress slowly crouched beside the fallen young mercenary. Earlier he had been filled with rage, almost losing control of himself. But now, the innate calmness of the undead allowed Cress to think clearly again, though a faint trace of anger still lingered within him. He can talk. "Who are you?" The young mercenary still failed to grasp the situation, panicking and shouting wildly. Cress skillfully adjusted the sword protruding from the mercenary's abdomen, using his elongated finger bones, causing intense pain but not fatal wounds. Watching the pale-faced mercenary before him, Cress believed he would finally cooperate. The first question, how did the elven girl die? The young mercenary swallowed hard, hesitating on how to respond. I'll tell you. After Cress twisted the blade again, the mercenary was drenched in cold sweat. Our squad leader, while shopping at an armor store, noticed her slave mark and wanted to force himself on her. She refused, so... The second question, who is your squad leader? Seeing Cress' unnervingly calm demeanor, the young mercenary trembled despite stammering. Chill Iron Mercenaries Guild, Deputy Commander of Hesmu City Branch, Reland. The third question, what did you two do to her? Don't try to lie to me. I can see through your deceit. As Cress spoke, the crimson flames in his eye sockets flickered momentarily. Master, I'm sorry. Please spare my life. The young mercenary didn't understand why. For all his experience fighting countless undead creatures in the past, now facing this skeleton, he had no courage left to resist. This isn't the answer I want. Cress was deeply dissatisfied with the mercenary's reply and lifted him by his neck, his white hand bones instantly turning black, a sign of necrotic poison coursing through them, a toxin capable of inflicting excruciating agony upon the living. The intense pain prevented the young mercenary from having any time to think. Cough. We hadn't done anything to her yet. When Captain Reland tried to take her, we only helped restrain her. Cough, cough, cough. Whether it was because Cress obtained his answer or due to the shock of what he heard, he simply released the mercenary without another word. The mercenary fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing uncontrollably. Lord Skeleton, I will answer all your questions. Please spare my life. Desperately, the young mercenary crawled to Cress and begged in earnest. The last question. Cress crouched again, one hand gripping the young mercenary's chin and lifting his head to look him directly in the eye. Did you give those you've killed the chance to live? In an instant, the young mercenary's pupils dilated, too late to react as his entire body went limp, devoid of any life. Bathed in dim light, Cress appeared exceptionally sinister. He glanced down at his skeletal hands. So this was the power of a ghost swordsman. Faint blue light particles drifted from the dying mercenary into Cress's body, invoking that familiar refining sensation once more. You have slain a Chill Iron Mercenary, level 4, gaining 405 experience points. Level increased to 10. Chapter 021, The Undead and Corpses. Name, Cress. Race, Skeleton, Undead. Occupation, Ghost Swordsman, Rare, LV.5, Skeleton Soldier, LV.4. Level, 10 levels, Race level 1, Occupational level 9. Skills, Corpse Poison LV.2, Hammer Strike LV.1, Ghost Slash LV.1, Ghost Shadow LV.1, etc. Combat Ability, Basic Hammer Techniques, Fundamental Swordsmanship. Talent, Bloodthirsty, Beginner. Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Hammer, 39, Longsword, 45. Attributes, Blunt Resistance -88, Sharp Resistance +123, Corrosion Resistance +102, Immunity to Critical Strikes Probability +4%, etc. Experience, 405/21675. Truly deserving of being called an A-class item. Cress coldly observed his own data interface. The Ghost Swordsman scroll, which he originally thought could be used multiple times, turned out to be merely a single-use consumable. However, this was enough. It allowed him to instantaneously increase 5 levels, adding the special occupation of Ghost Swordsman. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to intimidate the mercenaries in front of him with just his level alone. Undead, a shout of alarm rang out. reminding Cress that there was still one more person left unresolved. You bastard. That older mercenary instantly drew the longsword at his waist, a Western Knight's longsword. 5-level ordinary mercenary. Cress coolly recited the opponent's level. Realizing that the skeleton in front of him could actually speak, the old mercenary initially paused in surprise before thinking. An ordinary low-level skeleton couldn't possibly kill a cold iron mercenary. Suddenly, the elder mercenary seemed to sense an overwhelming aura of death emanating from the skeleton in front of him, an aura as vast as the ocean itself. The very lifeless air around them seemed to whisper death because of this. Terrified, sweat drenched the undershirt beneath the older mercenary's leather armor. Run! Without hesitation, the older mercenary hurled the sword towards Cress and immediately turned to flee. Martial art, Ghost Shadow. Cress uttered the name of the martial art with murderous intent. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadow under Cress began to move, quickly transforming into two ghostly shadows which rapidly moved to the fleeing mercenary's side. A flash of crimson flame passed through Cress's eye holes as two identical skeletons emerged from each of the ghostly shadows. Clamped between two skeletons, the elder mercenary faced his final moments in infinite terror, looking at the corpses of the two low-level mercenaries in front of him. This was Cress's first time killing someone, his first active attempt to end the lives of living beings. He had previously killed undead skeletons too. In his mind, they were no different from games he played in his previous life. But this time, he killed two real people. His feelings about it, surprisingly, were nothing but normal. There was even a strange, unnamed pleasure that stemmed from an instinctual craving for slaughter, a sensation he'd never felt before. It was as if he truly became what he always hated, what undead were meant to be. Shaking his head, Cress took a few steps forward and approached the bodies of the two mercenaries. On this coarse curtain cloth in front of him, where the two mercenaries stood earlier, was a pile of barely recognizable meat. So battered was it that Cress could not identify its race. He could only look silently without a sound. After some time, Cress slowly knelt down beside her and gently touched, lifting Eulali's face ever so slightly. Of course, she wasn't unconscious. She had already passed away. Perhaps struck by a blunt weapon, half of her face remained stunningly beautiful, while the other half was grotesquely swollen like a pomegranate. Had one not looked at her unblemished half-face, they might never have believed she was once a beautiful elf. Her left eye was completely ruptured, the fluid within flowing out as if they were tears. All the bones in her fingers were shattered, the skin split open, exposing red muscles underneath, and in some places, even the muscles were gone. Pulling apart the torn fabric, Cress's eyes widened in astonishment. Recovering the clothing to its original state, he mumbled. So even her body was. Just like her face, her entire body bore the marks of brutal beatings. Every inch of her body bruised black and blue from internal bleeding. Finding a single spot in scathe would be quite challenging. Cress gently closed Eulali's eyes. A little, uncomfortable. The whispered murmur disappeared into the air. Plot character vanishes, S-class mission, Queen of the Elven Race, temporarily suspended. Eulali is dead. This fact is undeniable for Cress. Still, why didn't Cress feel sadness? He only felt. It was as if something had been taken away, leaving a feeling of emptiness and loss. Could this also be a characteristic of the undead? In a daze, just as Cress rose to his feet, he suddenly felt an intense wave of discomfort. It was similar to a long time ago, in another world from his previous life, when he experienced the sharp pain in his heart. Since becoming one of the undead, he shouldn't feel such intense emotions. Even Cress's traits as an undead could not suppress it, causing him to fall to his knees. Ha! Kneeling on the ground, Cress burst into maniacal laughter as he realized what that feeling was, sorrow. He suddenly envied creatures with tear ducts, able to express their emotions through tears. But Cress could not do so. Under the continuous effect of forced calm imposed by the undead, soon, Cress would even lose the ability to mourn for Eulali. After a long while, Cress became increasingly calm. Though most of his emotions were suppressed, he could still sense that faint trace of anger and sadness. Kill Reinhard. Kill all the members of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group. This was Cress's sole thought at the moment. A gentle breeze swept by again. Cress casually unleashed a streak of ghost/sword chi, destroying the priest's magical array in the cemetery. Approaching Eulali's body, a powerful, tangible death energy unique to ghost swordsmen among the undead, began flowing into Eulali's body. This death energy increases the likelihood of corpse-undeath transformation. Even though starting from the lowest level of undead, it was still a form of resurrection. Eulali, before dawn tomorrow, I will kill Reinhard and return here. If you can hear me, please, come back to life. Deep down, Cress knew Eulali's corpse was too damaged. Even high-ranking priest's resurrection magic would be futile. Transforming her into an undead would be difficult too. But this was all Cress could do. Cress took a few steps forward and boarded the mercenary's carriage. With the falling of the surrounding leaves, Cress put on the uniform of the young mercenary and drove the carriage toward Hesmu City. No one would notice that, after Cress left, the space around the mass burial gravesite inexplicably rippled with an eerie disturbance. That was the legendary high-tier space magic unique to the Eternal Elves. Chapter 022, The Undead and the Cold Iron Branch. Soon, Cress returned to Hesmu City once again. Sitting in the carriage of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group, Cress felt an unprecedented calmness and determination now. I know, this may be an impulsive decision, Cress thought in his heart, but at least, if he could see Eulali again after dying this time, At the city gate of Hesmu City with the black silk pastor, Cress saw those listless royal guards once again. He lowered the hood of his mercenary cloak a bit more. Cress seemed extremely low-key overall. The royal guards didn't even seem to want to move. Seeing it was the carriage of the Cold Iron mercenary group, they merely smiled knowingly. And Cress, sitting at the head of the carriage, while lowering his hood, threw a few copper coins towards the guards. With the arrival of the copper coins, the royal guards opened the barrier in front of the city gate, not making any suspicions or inspections. The carriage slowly drove in. Cress looked at this magnificent and towering city wall. He knew that here would be Raylan's grave. The Cold Iron mercenary group. As the kingdom's top mercenary group, their influence spread across several countries. Whether it's in big cities or small towns, there are always Cold Iron mercenaries. The Cold Iron mercenary group is a war mercenary group. They serve for money, and any country that pays them enough gold will have them fight for them. And currently, the kingdom is the long-term employer of the Cold Iron mercenary group. However, the Cold Iron mercenary group is far more than just an ordinary war mercenary group. Hesmu City, Cold Iron mercenary group branch. It was already late at night. The originally tranquil night was broken when a ghostly figure landed. Martial art, ghost slash. Accompanied by a deep and powerful male voice, a flying slash made of black death energy cut through the body of a mercenary in the shape of a crescent arc of light silently. Enemy, attack. Having witnessed the death of his fellow soldiers, this mercenary didn't even have time to issue a warning before being silenced by a swift sword strike to his throat. Cress looked at the human corpses lying on either side of him, allowing faint blue light points to enter his body. The Cold Iron mercenary group, Hesmu City branch. Cress muttered quietly, then snorted lightly. Raylan, I've come. Even though he had no idea how many enemies were inside yet, nor the level of Raylan's existence, Cress had no choice. As an uncomplicated thinker among the undead, all he could do right now was kill these humans in mercenary uniforms to feel a hint of pleasure. Martial art, ghost shadow. After stepping into the main gate of the mercenary branch, Cress immediately unleashed the strongest martial art of a ghost swordsman. Two shadows created split images appeared to his left and right. There's an enemy. Almost simultaneously, the patrolling squad in front of the main hall's training ground discovered this intruder. The Cold Iron mercenary group, without a doubt. Even if it was only a city branch, the level of its mercenaries would far exceed that of ordinary royal soldiers and even some low-level adventurers. Upon discovering the intruder, the mercenaries instantly raised the alarm. Vivid and noticeable red fireworks soared skyward like magical beams with piercing whistles. And the moment the fireworks left their hands, Cress's ghost shadow had already reached the mercenaries. Amidst flashes of blades and swords, under three skeletons lay piles of mercenaries' bodies. Chapter 023, The Undead and Leyland. As the pale blue light entered Cress' body, Cress began to walk towards the main door of the hall. I only want Leyland. The rest of you. If you leave now, I won't kill you. At the entrance of the hall, Cress held a longsword in each hand and slowly moved forward step by step. And in front of him, several mercenaries dressed in leather armor were gradually retreating from this strange and extremely oppressive undead. Attack. No one knew which mercenary shouted this attack first. The Cold Iron mercenary group, being the highest ranked group in the kingdom. Even if these were just the residual forces of a branch, still had the determination to fight to the death against formidable enemies. Facing an opponent wielding various martial arts and magics, Cress didn't show a trace of panic. The ghost shadow doppelganger technique he'd prepared for a long time shot out like arrows from the shadows at that moment. It was like the Grim Reaper claiming lives. These two ghostly shadow doppelgangers, each possessing nearly 2/3 of Cress' strength, were like fish swimming in a pond amidst these low-level mercenaries. Countless mercenaries helplessly fell. Cress, holding his longsword, stepped further into the interior of the hall, paved with countless corpses of mercenaries. The Cold Iron mercenary group. Indeed, it's rich and powerful. Even a single branch office was already built like a king's residence. This feeling was even stronger inside the grand hall. Glorious gold and extravagant decoration. This was the first time since leaving the ancient underground tomb that Cress had seen such luxurious palace rooms again. Leyland, I've come to take your life. The deep male voice continuously echoed through the lavish chambers, sounding like the heralding of death. High above on the throne stood a tall and sturdy mercenary wearing a more splendid uniform than the previous ones, similar to Reno's outfit encountered before in the underground crypt. But this person did not bear any insignia or short cape signifying the deputy captain as Reno once did. Name, Leyland. Race, human. Profession, senior mercenary LV5, warrior LV2, decider LV1, strategist LV1. Level, 10, race level 1, profession level 9. Skills, insight insufficient. Fighting capability, insight insufficient. Talents, insight insufficient. Weapon proficiency, longsword, 85, boxing, 55. Attributes, insight insufficient. Leyland. Cress quietly stared at the motionless mercenary commander, the captain of this Cold Iron branch. At this moment, the rage Cress initially felt upon seeing Yali's corpse ignited again within him. Leyland, are you ready to face the most painful death? Cress' voice was laced with fury, and this made the towering mercenary opposite understand. They had no room left for negotiation. Esteemed sir, I don't remember having offended you in any way that would make you attack us inside our Cold Iron headquarters. Leyland showed no fear, maintaining a hint of arrogance as he continued calmly. Could it be because of something related to your human past? Perhaps someone died at our hands. Ha ha ha. Cress let out a mysterious, jeering laugh, which filled Leyland with extreme discontent. Leyland, do you still remember a certain elven girl? Elf girl. Leyland seemed to begin reminiscing. After a brief thought, he smiled faintly and said, Ha ha ha. I've killed so many elves to play with that I wouldn't recall any particular one. Maybe describe her? Or tell me what she sounded like in bed. Perhaps then I can remember. Chapter 024, The Undead and Martial Skills. After hearing Laran's nonchalant words, Cress's anger, which had been barely suppressed by the undead trait, was reignited once more. Ho ho ho, Laran, I will make you relive your pain. As he spoke, black misty death energy began to surge around Cress's entire body. It looked just like a demon from hell. Don't underestimate me. Undead. The reason why Laran was conversing with this skeleton was twofold. First, he hoped that the cold iron, mercenary troops scattered within Hesmu City and its nearby wilderness would arrive in time after seeing the signal. Secondly, Laran believed himself to have the strength to counter this strange, undead. Martial skill, strength boost. Martial skill, fortress. Martial skill slash. In an instant, Laran unleashed all his strongest martial skills. His mercenary longsword, enhanced by slash, combined with threads of battle chi, releasing an intimidating slash. The distance of over 10 meters between the two closed in the blink of an eye. The longsword, akin to splitting mountains and cleaving rocks, effortlessly severed the skeleton that was emitting black mists in half after a brief struggle. The skeleton's longsword also shattered under the pressure of Laran's slash. This was Laran's strongest attack. Under the enhancement of fortress, Laran suffered not a single retaliatory damage from the skeleton. What trash! You're so fragile and still pretend to be so menacing. After knocking the skeleton to the ground, Laran seemed extremely disdainful. With a step forward, he crushed the skull underfoot. You said you'd make me remember that elf, didn't you? I think I have some impression. Was it yesterday or today? But they all died quite interestingly. One of them even became my punching bag to practice my boxing skills. Ha ha ha. I must say, using a beautiful elf as a punching bag feels completely different. As Laran spoke, he began laughing maniacally. Ho ho ho, what elves, what undead, they're all garbage. Hey, a familiar deep male voice interrupted Laran's laughter, coming from behind him. Martial skill, ghost slash. Laran hurriedly turned around, but a streak of black sword light was already upon him. Martial skill, fortress. Having no time to dodge, Laran could only once again use the fortress martial skill to harden against the blow. Bang! The flying black slash directly split onto Laran's body. After the slash, Laran seemed somewhat stiff. Moments later, a thin line of blood cracked open, standing out particularly on Laran's elegant uniform. How could this be possible? Laran's face filled with disbelief. His fortress martial skill within the group. No, across the entire kingdom, only a handful of people could perform such a high-level skill. This was a high-ranking martial skill right below the unmovable fortress. How could it be broken by a low-level skeleton? And wasn't he already struck down by my slash? How come he suddenly? Laran, you've become too careless. Hearing this sudden deep and calm male voice, Laran finally snapped back to reality. Chapter 025, The Undead and Ghost Shadows. At this very moment, Leyland suddenly realized. The skeleton he had defeated earlier had transformed into a black mist-like death energy. Swordsman's double? Leyland incredulously murmured that an undead could use the swordsman's double. Isn't this a martial skill only high-ranking swordsmen can master? No, it's martial skill, ghost shadow. Cress slowly approached Leyland, who was stiff as a board, using martial skills while shouting roughly. Two dark shadows separated from Cress's shadow, quickly moving to either side of Leyland. Then, before the ghostly skeletal figure completely appeared, its long sword had already slashed toward Leyland. Damn! Leyland swore loudly, forcing his entire body to utilize inner combat energy. He leaped with great effort, evading the slashes from both skeletons' swords. Martial skill, ghost slash. As if whispering about death, the familiar voice seemed amplified by magic, echoing throughout the inner chamber. A deep, night-like flying slash struck directly at Leyland midair. Ugh! Ouf! A mouthful of blood spewed out from Leyland's mouth. Like a powerless falling stone, he plummeted straight to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Cress flashed in several steps, stomping down on Leyland with his foot. You've lost, Leyland. The long sword in his hand pointed straight at Leyland's head. Cress resembled a machine devoid of any emotion, as if in the next instant, this human Leyland would vanish forever from this brilliant, yet cruel world. Ha ha ha. Leyland suddenly let out a jarring mad laughter, capturing Cress's attention. I remember now, you must be the sandbag mentioned Guardian Knight, right? Ha ha ha. The attack that Cress's hand had been prepared to deliver abruptly stopped, glaring fiercely at this haughty mercenary underfoot. How interesting. Laughing wildly, Leyland wanted to delay time, even if it meant making the opponent want to torment him. As long as reinforcements arrived, all injuries could still be treated by the priests of the Holy Light Temple, as long as he himself did not die. What's so interesting? In Cress's heart, the flames of anger rose repeatedly, only to be suppressed again and again. Undeads. How is it possible for someone to choose undead as their beloved guardian knight? Tell me, if it weren't because of you, she might have agreed to let me take her, at least wouldn't have died so tragically. Leyland slightly raised his head, looking directly at the flame in Cress's eyes, saying each word firmly. Cress was a skeleton, showing no expression whatsoever. Ah! Leyland suddenly let out a cry of pain, glancing downward to see his thigh where the long sword, which was supposed to target his head, was embedded. Ha ha ha. Undead, do you know? That elf believed till her death that you would come to save her. Therefore, I fought her more ferociously. Ha ha ha. Leyland. Chris's voice wasn't as frenzied as Leyland had expected. Rather, it was exactly opposite, cold and devoid of emotion. Leyland, I understand your thoughts. You're counting on your reinforcements to rescue you, aren't you? Hearing Cress revealing his inner thoughts so plainly, Leyland's pupils shrank slightly, surprising him enough to stun him momentarily. Before I arrived at this Hesma branch, I had already killed all scattered cold iron mercenaries within the city. Those who gathered together and couldn't be eliminated were tricked by me using false orders from the captain, sent far off into the suburban areas, unable to return in time. Cress spoke every word deliberately, each word like a sharp blade, plunging heavily into Leyland. Chapter 026, The Undead and Class Advancement. You, bastard, just kill me. Leyland had an aura of a tough guy, looking ready to face death. And Crescent pulled out his long sword, then instantly plunged it into Leyland's other thigh. Ugh. Leyland tried to hold back, but still let out several sounds of pain. Leyland, I'll grant your wish. Cress slightly squatted down, approaching in front of Leyland, continuing word by word. I will make you feel the same amount of pain that Ialarai experienced before her death. No, maybe even more, huh? Looking at the terrifying skeleton in front of him with its strange mocking laugh, Leyland felt increasingly terrified. He struggled and attempted to counterattack, but he was immediately subdued by Cress. Crack. It was the sound of an arm bone breaking. Leyland screamed in agony, sweat pouring from his forehead. Don't rush. Our game has just begun, Cress said, the flames in his eye sockets growing fiercer. That night was long. The screams from the cold iron mercenary branch never ceased. You have killed a human advanced mercenary captain, level 10, gaining 2,395 experience points. Level increased to level 11. Skeleton soldier class level has reached the condition for advancement. Sufficient experience can be used for class advancement. Skeleton soldier class advancement options. 1. Skeleton guard, prerequisite, 800 experience points. 2. Skeleton swordsman, prerequisite, 1,000 experience points. 3. Skeleton mage, prerequisite, 1,000 experience points. 4. Name, Cress. Race, skeleton, undead. Class, ghost swordsman, rare, LV.5, skeleton soldier LV.5, max. Level 11, race level 1, class level 10. Skills, corpse poison LV.2, hammer strike LV.1, ghost slash LV.1, ghost shadow LV.1, etc. Combat ability, beginner hammer techniques, basic swordsmanship. Talent, bloodlust beginner. Weapon proficiency, one-handed hammer, 39, longsword, 45. Attributes, blunt resistance -88, sharp resistance plus 123, anti-corrosion plus 102, immunity to critical strikes probability plus 4%, etc. Experience points, 405/31675. Cress saw the text prompt in his mind about his class advancement, but he couldn't care about this right now because class advancement seemed to require a large amount of experience points, and after his recent level up, Cress had none left over. He quickly cleaned up his body stained with blood. Cress looked at the puddle of flesh in front of him. He had kept his promise, making Leyland suffer multiple times the pain Ialarai endured. The black corpse poison faded from his hands. Cress slowly ascended to the upper seat of the inner hall. This was the seat reserved for the captain of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group, where Leyland previously only dared to stand beside. With a cold gaze, Cress immediately spotted the mechanism on the elegant armrests of the chair. Slightly turning the armrest, a wall on one side of the palace suddenly opened with a loud sound, revealing a secret room. Or rather, a hidden prison. What other secrets does this Cold Iron Mercenary Group have? Without hesitation, Cress walked directly inside. As soon as he touched the entrance to the hidden prison, he was met with a gust of cold wind, followed by a strong stench of corpses. Fortunately, being an undead, Cress was almost completely immune to odors. His longsword swung. The iron lock of the hidden prison broke with a resounding clang. The hidden chamber wasn't very large, but it was nauseating. Various untreated semi-human corpses were discarded in a simple and cramped room, emitting waves of foul smells. Among them were also some that resembled humans. Walking deeper into another room, there was a treasure room, but there was hardly any treasure except for a set of high-grade armor. It was a knight's full suit of armor, identical to the one Ialarai had once described to him. Cress suddenly felt a bit dazed. Ialarai, is this the armor you bought for me? A wave of sorrow rose within him, but after a short while, it was replaced by a sense of emptiness. Cress's class was Ghost Swordsman and Skeleton Soldier. He easily put on the suit of armor. It was a fully black plate armor form, clearly an extremely well-forged quality piece of armor. Unfortunately, it wasn't enchanted, so it wasn't magical armor, otherwise, it would have been a priceless item. Since it wasn't enchanted, any ordinary human wearing such armor would find its immense weight exhausting, causing them to tire much more quickly. However, none of this mattered to Cress as an undead. He fastened the mercenary's long sword to the belt on his armor. The crimson short cape fluttered as he pulled up the knight's full-face helm, and there before him stood what appeared to be a tall, handsome human knight. There is still another secret chamber. Cress turned his gaze toward a hidden door camouflaged by piles of unimportant clutter. Undead beings are highly sensitive to death's presence, and Cress distinctly felt an unusually strong aura of death emanating from that room. Skill, Ghost Slash. He burst through the door using his combat skill. Light from an external magic stone streamed into the dark, sealed chamber. Amongst the pile of rotting corpses nearby sat an elegant human girl, contrasting sharply with her surroundings. "Are you a knight?" Seemingly alerted by the loud noise and shifting light, the young girl slowly raised her head, catching sight of the towering armored figure standing at the doorway. At this moment, Cress also noticed something peculiar. She had not a single mark or injury on her. She was dressed impeccably clean, out of place amidst the dirty chaos around her. The only evidence of her captivity might have been the chains around her hands and feet, and the massive magical rune-laden iron contraption bound tightly over her eyes. Cress cautiously approached the young girl. Between the plates of armor came rhythmic clinks, sounding like celestial music. Cress swung his longsword horizontally. The girl's shackle shattered. "Human girl, you are now free." Witnessed under the glow of the magic stones outside, the knight returned his sword to its sheath and turned to leave. Yet in the shadows, the girl revealed a strange smile across her face. Available information. 1. Mercenary groups. In this world, war outweighs peace among humans, between humans and demi-humans, and even between humans and other alien races. National armies alone cannot protect every noble or wealthy merchant. As a result, mercenary groups, which emphasize collective military power more than adventurers do, have sprouted up like mushrooms after rain. Led by Kieran Wid, Cold Iron is one of the most powerful war-oriented mercenary groups in the kingdom. Additionally, within the Empire's borders, the Sword Peculiarity mercenary group also stands as an extremely strong force. Chapter 027, The Undead and the Girl. Hesma City. Cress walked alone on this empty street. If it were in the past, if it were during the day, there would naturally be crowds of people here. However, with the war between the kingdom and the Empire resuming, Hesma City, as one of the frontline border cities, had naturally implemented a curfew policy. This was also one of the main reasons why Cress could raid the Cold Iron mercenary group at night, without interference from other adventurers or civilians. Of course, for truly powerful adventurers, so-called curfews simply didn't exist. Lord Knight. A lively and crisp voice, one that was undeniably girlish and cutesy. Cress turned around to see the mysterious girl he had rescued from the Cold Iron mercenary group's secret dungeon. Cress knew she wasn't just an ordinary human girl, because he couldn't detect any information about her level. Not to mention that in the filthy, corpse-ridden dungeon, she appeared like a pure lotus flower rising out of the mud, completely out of place with her surroundings. "Lord Knight, could you, perhaps, protect me for a while?" Human girl. Without getting closer to the mysterious girl, Cress watched her from afar and continued. "I'm not certain what situation you're in, but I know you're strong. At least, you were once." The girl's plump hands slightly dropped and pinched the hem of her torn silk dress, her bright eyes seemingly full of surprise now. "You have an excellent disguise, but it can't fool me. Moreover, I have a very dangerous mission ahead of me. Staying with me will only put you in even greater danger." After speaking, Cress immediately turned away and left. His pitch-black knight armor blended seamlessly with the night. "Wait, Lord Knight." Still the lively voice of a little girl, though this time it contained less whining and more rationality. Cress ignored her. Now, he was heading towards the suburban graveyard, and then onto the next branch of the Cold Iron mercenary group, intending to destroy this evil organization entirely. Carrying a possibly sealed and unpredictable demon would not be safe. "Undead, do you really think you alone can destroy the entire Cold Iron mercenary group?" Cress originally planned to ignore the girl again, but now, she had revealed his true identity beneath the armor and seemed to understand his thoughts perfectly. "Who exactly are you?" With a sudden shift, Cress flashed several steps forward directly in front of the girl, clamping her with one hand. His bone hand carrying necrotic poison remained hidden beneath the night gloves. Should this girl entertain any ill intentions towards him, Cress could act first. Cough cough. The girl was momentarily rendered completely helpless by this sudden attack, showing, for the first time, genuine weakness. "Lord Undead, please calm down. Like you, I am not human either." "I know," Cress replied with a hint of hostility in his voice, as cold as his black iron armor. The girl giggled lightly, trying to push Cress's hand holding her away. "Then, please don't get so worked up, Lord Undead." Chapter 028, The Undead and the White Mist Illusion. "You, how did you figure out I'm an undead?" Armor can conceal a human's sight, but it cannot mask the aura of the undead, that kind of death-like aura. The girl spoke and then continued with a touch of pride. "And I just happen to be able to detect this aura. So what do you want to do? Threaten me? How could I? My life is already in your hands. How dare I threaten you?" The girl first sounded surprised, then cooed in a cutesy tone. "You should know, undead have no sexual desires. Moreover, for someone like me, undeveloped little girls hold absolutely no interest whatsoever." The girl seemed to have detected something peculiar, a contradictory oddity in Cress' words. In the blink of an eye, a wave of white mist flickered. "So how about this, my supreme undying existence, dear master?" Within the white mist, the originally sweet and cute voice of a little girl suddenly turned into a lazy, alluring female tone, one capable of effortlessly stirring a man's heartstrings. When the white mist dissipated, a fiery beauty stood there, an adult woman with black long hair, a voluptuous figure, and beguiling eyes that seemed capable of piercing through every foolish man's mind. She resembled a soul-stealing Azura. Had it not been for her still wearing the torn clothes from before, when she was the little girl, it would have been hard to believe that this woman was that very girl. What was most lethal was that she now wore the same revealing outfit which previously suited a little girl. Now, On this mature woman with a body magnitudes more developed, it truly could make a male lose resistance instantly. This is an illusion? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Cress observed this sudden transformation. He remembered his confrontation with the silver-haired man in the underground tomb. An illusion? This indeed was one of the hardest things to guard against. Seems the undead master likes my current appearance more, huh? Contrasting Crescent reflections, the woman appeared to think that her appearance had captured Cress' attention, deciding to continue the negotiation. Then, Master Undead, will you hear my proposal? I'll consider what you want if you answer my question. Cress coldly said, showing no more ease than before. The woman leaned entirely against the wall, her narrowly closed slit-like Danfeng eyes indicating Cress to proceed. Who are you? For now, I cannot yet tell you, Master, but you can call me Daili. Daili. It was a name from the human kingdom and the papal state side, but it should be a pseudonym. The woman before him currently looked more like someone from the Eastern Empire. Do you practice illusions? A bit. Good. Cress had already obtained the answers he sought. He released the hand armor that restrained the woman and took a few steps back. I agree to what you truly desire. Suddenly freed from Cress' restraint, the woman relaxed, sighing deeply in relief, only to be shocked once again by Cress' next words. Do you know what I wish to do? I don't know, Cress directly stated, but I know what I need. You? Cress continued Daili's unfinished sentence. I need your illusions. Only through them can I better reach my goal, to destroy cold iron. Alright, then protect me until I no longer need your protection. Daili leaned her whole body slightly, her alluring voice full of calm rationality. Cress drew his long sword, thrusting it upright into the ground. In the name of the undead and the night, I will protect Miss Daili's safety, swearing it upon my sword. Then, the condition is, you, me. The woman seemed to misunderstand the implication, looking surprised for a moment, but Cress remained unaffected, continuing. You must teach me illusions. Chapter 029, The Plot of the Undead and the Queen. On the outskirts of Hisuma City. Graveyard. My Empress. An abrupt and soulless voice brought Yali back from her hidden state in space to reality. My Empress, you have already achieved the first step. Is this what you call determination? Yali's red and blue eye showed no obvious emotion as she coldly stared at her own corpse, infused with large amounts of death energy, and calmly questioned the source of the voice. The elf gem, the creator of all this, floated slightly to Yali's front. Isn't your majesty in need of an army? The elf gem seemed intent on holding a few cards, but upon seeing the terrifying look Yali gave it, akin to gazing at something dead, it quickly changed its tune. Only by having that skeletal lord leave first. Empress, can you possibly earn the recognition of the forest elves in Fagin Forest? Do you think I care about the opinions of those lower elves? Empress certainly doesn't have to concern herself with other low-level elves, but what about an army composed of these lower elves? The elf gem hit a sore spot for Yali, and continued. Also, rest assured, Empress, that skeletal lord is not an ordinary undead. He will become very powerful, but if he continues to remain with your majesty, his growth might be restricted. So, you faked my death to make him face the entire cold iron mercenary group of Hisuma City alone? Yali spoke coldly, seemingly worried about Cress, and her tone was rare to hear, tinged with a hint of anger. My Empress, rest assured, the skeletal lord will be fine. The elf gem, like a supreme strategist confident in their plans, continued. Moreover, I believe that one day, this adult will be one of the greatest aides to the queen. So, please, Empress, trust me, if you wish to still be queen. The elf gem appeared to see through Yali's thoughts, and added coolly to the last sentence. Indeed, there was a moment when Yali truly considered giving up so-called elf honor and blood vengeance, leaving with the one she loved, Cress. But, queen, doesn't that sound quite interesting? Elf gem, do not dare to guess my intentions. Yali's face darkened as she coldly commanded the mysterious glowing orb. This was the treasure she acquired after infiltrating dangerous places and even disguising herself as a slave. If Xiao Yekong hadn't suddenly appeared and disrupted her entire plan back then, Yali might have killed Lenoa long ago and gotten those treasure chests. Xiao Yekong was indeed terrifying. Even though he saw through her disguise, he still played along. It would have been hard to handle the situation without Cress' sudden appearance. Yali slowly recalled that time when Xiao Yekong, pretending to be Jinhua, had pressed her down, revealing the king of tombs, that handsome, white skeleton. He really was very attractive. Yali couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing dreamily. What an unexpectedly thrilling, yet interesting experience. However, now the most important thing was gaining the support of the forest elves and building an adequate army. The elf gem, which had been floating on the side all this while, began to glow. Yali's fake corpse started being reabsorbed by the elf gem. Cress, wasn't he deeply saddened when he saw my body? In Yali's gaze, the usual severity was gone, replaced instead by an unusual trace of joy, as she caressed the soon-to-disappear corpse, which appeared horrifying but moved with pitch-black death energies. Energy that should inflict pain on any living being, at this moment, made Yali feel incomparably wonderful. Nearby, the elf gem hovering in the air seemed momentarily frozen in place. Elf gem, from now on, I'll never again choose to assist female elves, especially those who obsess over skeletons. Then, has she been resurrected? Cress looked at the empty ground before him. There should have been Yali's corpse. Dilly wisely stood quietly under a nearby tree, not disturbing the somewhat dispirited Cress. Just regretful, I don't know where she will go. Is she Mr. Cress's undead companion? Probably yes. Dilly's question received a rare affirmative answer from Cress for the first time, but there was no sense of joy. She felt Cress seemed different from the strong and rational persona he displayed in Hisumu City. Now he was uncertain and fragile. If Mr. Cress needs to find his undead companion, there is a place called the Bone Burial Cave in the mountains near Hisumu City. Dilly spoke lightly, her face exuding all the wisdom and allure of a woman. That's the place around Hisumu City where the death aura is the strongest. If it's wandering undead, they generally congregate at the Bone Burial Cave. Are you suggesting we go to the Bone Burial Cave? Cress seemed slightly surprised that Dilly would offer this suggestion. He had thought she'd ask him to escort her somewhere. But until now, Dilly had only been following him. I have no particular destination in mind, Dilly said as she stretched her waist subtly, once again revealing her perfect figure beneath her tattered clothing. So, Dilly looked at the knight before her who still showed no sign of wavering, and continued. As long as Mr. Cress guarantees my safety, everything else is not an issue. As the first rays of dawn began to rise, an armored knight, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman, drove a mercenary carriage towards the Bone Burial Cave near Hisumu City. In a rather inconspicuous bush corner, a young pale-faced mercenary stared fearfully at the direction the knight had gone. The mercenary's hands moved quickly, trembling faintly. On the special paper exclusive to the Cold Iron Mercenary Group in the young mercenary's hand, several hurried and untidy lines of the kingdom's text appeared. Among them, the four words Bone Burial Cave stood out particularly clearly. Dawn. Kes Plain. The flag of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group flew high amid the convoy. Jylan Witter, the elegant and handsome man who stood apart from his surroundings. At this very moment, he caught sight of a messenger rider hurrying toward him in the distance. Captain! Captain! The mounted courier held up the letter in his hand. By the time he reached Jylan Witter, he hadn't fully reined in his horse when he leapt down. Reporting to Captain Jylan, urgent news from the Hisumu City branch. Jylan Witter cast a cold glance at the courier and the letter, then raised his hand slightly. A nearby mercenary immediately stepped forward, handing the letter to Jylan Witter. Captain, what happened at the Hisumu City branch? Larend, who had been at the back of the convoy until then, arrived upon hearing the commotion. Larend is dead. Chapter 030, The Undead and the Papal Kingdom. Leyland, he's dead. Killen Veed, holding the letter in his hand, muttered faintly, devoid of any emotion, as if it were a trivial matter unrelated to him. Standing beside him, Chilliron, Deputy Captain Reno was utterly incredulous. Leyland, the head of the Chilliron Mercenary Guild branch in Hesma City, a formidable warrior whose strength matched his own, had actually died. Suddenly, everything around them fell silent, the air heavy with sorrow and shock. Every single member of the Chilliron mercenaries who heard the news wore an expression of astonishment. And it seems he was killed by skeleton-class undead. Hearing Killen Veed's quiet muttering, Reno realized that this message was meant for him alone. Near Hesma City, the place with the largest concentration of undead was the Bone Burial Cave. But, the level of the undead there was far below that of an average human warrior. They couldn't possibly be a match for the Chilliron Mercenary Guild, let alone someone like Leyland, one of its top members. The only possibility was the mysterious undead that had escaped from the underground tomb. An undead possessing 3 great treasures and intelligence. So, leader, Reno seemed somewhat remorseful. He believed that due to his own mistake, that skeleton had stolen the treasure chest and fled, and thus led to Leyland's death. Reno, you don't need to feel guilty. Killen Veed's first words stunned Reno, who was surprised but soon felt at ease. Surprised that Killen Veed could instantly perceive his inner thoughts. But then again, wouldn't Killen, the leader, have to see through him? Taking another look at the paper in his hand, Killen Veed's lips curled slightly upward. A burst of arcane flames erupted, burning the paper in his hand until nothing remained. Reno, take the main force ahead to the capital. I will make a trip to the Bone Burial Cave. Killen Veed gave his command calmly, then snapped the reins in his hand, propelling himself and his horse forward like an arrow. You few, go follow and protect the leader. Yes, Reno quickly ordered. Subsequently, several hired cavalrymen galloped after Killen Veed. Although Reno knew that within the vast kingdom, almost no one posed a threat to Killen Veed. Nevertheless, as the sword of the leader, if he couldn't provide close protection, it was necessary to send some subordinates in his stead. Even if they were merely ordinary Chilliron mercenaries and truly not capable of confronting anyone who could threaten the leader, being a buffer would still delay time. All of you, continue toward the royal city. Reno turned his horse, leading a large group of Chilliron mercenaries marching towards the royal city. The mercenary column was vast, appearing as if covering the entire sky and hiding the sun. Papal Kingdom. Capital, Holy City Jeddah. The Papal Kingdom is an extremely special human kingdom. In the current continent, major human settlements are divided into kingdoms, empires, the Eastern Empire, Union Cities, and the Papal Kingdom. The Papal Kingdom is located at the northern border intersection between kingdoms and empires. The Papal Kingdom itself has a small land area, with only a few cities, making it incomparable to the other 3 enormous empires that span thousands of miles. But, the Papal Kingdom is known as the richest human country. Though the Papal Kingdom's land is small, it connects to all 3 major powers, the kingdoms, empires, and Union Cities. It is the essential route for trade caravans, mercenaries, and adventurers passing through these regions. Secondly, the Holy Light Temple, initiated and organized by the Papal Kingdom, has its headquarters located in the capital of the Papal Kingdom, the Holy City Jeddah. The Judgment Priests and Temple Knights fighting for the Holy Light Temple are said to possess the strongest human combat power. Also, due to the high concentration of clerics within the Holy Light Temple, it effectively monopolizes healing magic. From a certain perspective, both kingdoms and empires are dependent on the Papal Kingdom. However, the Papal Kingdom adheres to the human-centric neutrality principle. They do not interfere with the internal affairs of other human nations, but mainly focus on wars against non-human countries and alien races. These wars also highlight the brilliance of the Judgment Priests and Temple Knights. So, how many clerics did we lose? An old man with white hair, wrinkles covering his face, quietly asked the reporting xuanhuan mercenary below him. The old man was dressed in expensive golden magical priest robes. Upon closer inspection, the robes seemed to subtly radiate magical energy flow. He was a member of the Elder Council of the Papal Kingdom and also one of the 6 great gods of the Holy Light Temple, the priest of the Flame God. Report, Mr. Camus. The envoy from the xuanhuan Mercenary Guild spoke with neither excessive humility nor arrogance, behaving quite in line with their reputation as the first mercenary guild of the kingdom. In this joint operation between our guild and the temple to exterminate the mysterious underground tomb, our guild leader, Killenveed, has fully secured control of the first level of the tomb. However, just as we were about to invade the second underground level, we encountered. What did you encounter? Camus asked impatiently. The xuanhuan mercenary responded in an unfaltering and weighty tone. We encountered the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire, Zhao Yekong. Furthermore, both the entire mercenary group and the priests were deliberately attacked by him. The kingdom, suburbs of Hesma City, Cress and Dilly had arrived at the entrance of the Bone Burial Cave. It was hard to imagine that in a human kingdom like Hesma City, there could be such a terrifying, death-laden place filled with heavy, ominous vibes. It was rumored that what was called the Bone Burial Cave was originally where Hesmu City disposed of its victims of sudden death. Due to insufficient means for handling the bodies, death energy accumulated, and the corpses turned undead, thus forming today's Bone Burial Cave. Of course, all of this was still merely hearsay. However, these rumors also indirectly indicated that the prosperity of the kingdom was only skin deep. Its core was already riddled with corruption. Current available intelligence. 1. The Eastern Empire has its own belief system, making it a restricted area incompatible with the Holy Light Temple among human nations. However, under the threat of many demi-human countries, the Papal Kingdom hasn't yet launched a holy war against the Eastern Empire. 2. The Union cities are free realms where all races coexist. While the Holy Light Temple holds some sway here, its influence is far less than in the kingdoms and empires, where it is practically unshakable. Deep within the burial cave, Cress, walking slowly forward, relied on his transcendent combat prowess. With a casual swing of his sword, the blade released a surge of violent death energy that could easily slay low-rank zombies and skeletons that dared to block his path. Even though skeleton-based undead had high resistance to sharp weapons and dark energy, Cress's level advantage alone was enough to suppress these low-level undead with overwhelming power. In addition, as the owner of the rare profession Ghost Swordsman, Cress possessed significant bonuses when combating undead. Thus, this expedition into the burial cave was nothing but one-sided slaughter. Combat skill, Ghost Slash. With the sound of a deep male voice, a pitch-black flying slash shot out like the scythe of death itself, even granting death to the lifeless air it passed through. After the slash, several low-level skeletons lay shattered before him. Pale blue light points entered Cress's body. You have defeated 4 low-level skeletons, level 1, and gained 43 experience. Combat skill, Ghost Slash upgraded to LV.2. Looking at the notification in his mind, Cress began to reflect on previous circumstances. Now, it wasn't just about defeating level 1 skeletons. Even killing creatures slightly higher in rank yielded pitifully little experience. Compared to the massive amounts of experience required for leveling up or profession advancement, it was akin to a drop in the bucket. It appeared that relying solely on mass slaughtering lower-tier entities would hinder progress. Perhaps, once the quantity of low-level kills reached a certain threshold, killing excessively weak targets might no longer grant any experience at all. And it was the same with skills. Cress looked at the words Ghost/LV.2 displayed on his stats panel. Once again, he channeled the restless death energy within. Combat skill, Ghost Slash. With a low murmur from Cress, his longsword was instantly covered in death energy, turning completely black. The sword cut through the air with an extremely swift and erratic motion, releasing a black crescent-shaped flying slash that emerged from the blade. The flying slash collided violently with the wall of the burial cave, causing the rocks to tremble and leaving a deep, bottomless gouge. The power of Ghost Slash is much stronger now, and there has been a noticeable improvement in speed and accuracy. Cress stood with his longsword upright, his keen gaze tracing along the edge of the blade. However, the strength of this slash still pales in comparison to the advanced magic used by the Chamber King I encountered in that underground tomb. Cress slowly sheathed his sword. Mr. Cress. From the direction of the burial cave's entrance, Dilly appeared gradually. She wore a modified mercenary uniform, adding a touch of vigor to her beauty. The uniform was something from Reno's storage bag, and one must admit, Reno's bag seemed to contain nearly everything a traveler might need. It truly belonged to an interesting mercenary. Dilly also seemed to notice Cress standing here, and with a mild tone of concern, asked, Mr. Cress, are you hurt? Why aren't you continuing forward? Did you discover something abnormal? Facing Dilly's 3 consecutive questions, Cress turned slightly, glanced at her, and responded. My magic reserves are depleted. If we encounter multiple enemies, it will be troublesome. Besides, Even if we keep going further, it's unlikely that Healer will appear. Cress spoke clearly at first, but by the end, his voice grew softer, as if speaking to himself. Chapter 032, The Undead and Change. Yali. Dilly murmured this name a few times. Then, holding some worthless decorations she had intercepted from a few skeletons, she approached Cress's side on her own. Since we don't have enough magic to continue forward, let's rest for a while. As she spoke, Dilly pulled Cress aside near the rock wall and sat down together. Silently, the two of them gazed at the numerous passageways of the bone burial cave, waiting quietly as Cress's magical power gradually restored. Yali. It seemed to be either due to lack of conversation topics or perhaps for other reasons that Dilly couldn't help but ask. Is she the girl who bought you this set of armor? Yes. Cress glanced down at the high-end knight armor on his body. It was a very valuable piece of equipment, perfectly proportional to his figure, almost like it was made specifically for him, which naturally sparked Dilly's inquiry. Is that so? Upon receiving an affirmative response from Cress, Dilly tilted her head, smiled, looked toward Cress, and continued to question him. Then, Mr. Cress, what is your relationship with her? Are you lovers? Caught off guard by Dilly's sudden question, Cress showed a clear expression of surprise and confusion. He didn't understand why she would think along those lines. Of course not. Cress casually denied it with indifference. Yet Dilly grinned mischievously with doubt. The undead have no emotions. How could they possibly have lovers? Looking at Dilly's smile, Cress felt somewhat helpless. But when he prepared to explain, he suddenly realized something. Just what exactly did he consider Yali to be? If it were himself, this skeleton, not entirely classified as an undead, had he truly not considered Yali in any other special capacity? Merely a friend, I suppose. After much thought, Cress eventually came to this conclusion. During this time, Dilly watched him silently without interrupting even once. Just friends. Dilly repeated Cress's answer, seemingly attempting to confirm his thoughts again. Yes. This time Cress answered Dilly's question directly and without hesitation. Great. Dilly appeared extremely pleased. Since Mr. Cress does not yet have a beloved lover, how about from now on, considering me as your lover? Although her words should have carried a questioning tone, for some reason, they sounded more declarative than inquisitive. Cress froze completely where he stood. You? Seemingly understanding the words her counterpart wanted to voice, Dilly leaned forward, using both hands to lift up the faceplate of Cress's helmet. The faceplate was slowly raised. Underneath, the emotionless skeleton remained wide-eyed, fixedly staring at Dilly. Don't move. I am, after all, an illusionist with a discerning eye. Ignoring Cress's inner astonishment, Dilly leaned fully over and supported his jawbone with her hands. A white mist emerged from Dilly's hands, extending to envelop Cress's entire body. Next comes Mr. Cress's moment of rebirth. Dilly appeared to savor the suspense for a bit before slowly withdrawing her hands after a brief pause, dissipating the white mist before Cress's eyes. Before Cress, Dilly stared vacantly for a moment. Chapter 033, The Undead and the Adventurer. It was as if, in that fleeting moment, Dilly's expression once again transformed into that of a lovable loli whose eyes seemed to sparkle like stars. And right before Dilly, underneath the intricate half-face mask, Cress, who was originally a white skeleton, had turned back into his original human form. Is this how Lord Crescent looked when he was human? The light in Dilly's eyes hadn't faded, and she appeared inexplicably delighted. The kind of joy a regular human feels upon encountering something beautiful. Before Crescent could speak, Dilly had already instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Huh, I knew it. Just by looking at Mr. Cressbone's structure, I knew you must have been an extraordinary handsome man. This. Cress felt somewhat at a loss for words, caught off guard by Dilly's sudden intimacy. Miss Dilly, don't you find my armor cold and piercing? Yeah, it is a bit chilly. After a long while, Dilly scratched her head and stepped back. Cress still appeared slightly surprised. Dilly never usually acted this way. However, he now thought he had a general understanding. Did you use an illusion on me, Miss Dilly? Something like that, but it's just a little trick. Dilly's smile finally returned to the mature and charming demeanor fitting for her, though it retained a hint of pride. Dilly extended her long, white arm, pulling out a bronze mirror from Cress' storage pouch, and placed it before him. Lord Crescent, please take a look. I've restored your appearance according to your bone structure, the face you once had when you were human. Is this really me? Looking at the image in the bronze mirror, Cress couldn't help but be astonished. In the reflection was a strikingly handsome man of the Eastern Empire, with features as refined as jade. His pitch-black hair was held under the helmet of his armor, with delicate strands escaping and fluttering gently in the breeze. His deep, solemn eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing hue, concealing a quality called wisdom. If not for his icy, mountainous cold expression, he might indeed have passed for an outstanding nobleman of humanity. At first, Cress found it somewhat disconcerting. However, fortunately, Cress realized that the person in the bronze mirror seemed always to maintain an expression of cold indifference, revealing nothing about his inner thoughts. Because it's only a simple illusion, your expressions can't change according to your wishes, Mr. Cress. Dilly seemed to have read Cress' mind, and explained briefly from beside. This is one of the most basic illusions, but I'll need to continue casting spells to sustain the effect. Therefore, Mr. Cress, you're now even more dependent on me. Why make me appear human? Cress wasn't dissatisfied with his current form. He simply wanted to know the reason. It's simple. Dilly answered carelessly. Isn't Lord Crescent looking for Miss Yali? I suspect that if we're to keep searching within the kingdom, we will inevitably have to deal with humans. As a precaution, I took the liberty of adding this illusion to your appearance. What Dilly said made perfect sense, and Cress had no argument. Moreover, this was precisely what Cress had in mind. If Yali, having become undead, couldn't be found in the bone burial cave, then the search would need to expand to the entire Hezamu city, or even the whole kingdom. At that point, relying solely on the armor to conceal himself would certainly risk exposure. Thank you, Miss Dilly. Cress. Dilly suddenly froze. This seemed to be the first time he had addressed her by name. He had previously always maintained an aloof, cold demeanor. Dilly murmured softly, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion, as she watched this handsome man slowly lower his face-covering mask. After a long pause, Dilly snapped back to reality, shifting her tone slightly to mock seriousness. Haha, Mr. Cress, remember that I am your lover now. You don't need to be so formal. With that, Dilly suddenly reached out and clasped onto Cress' armored arm once again, saying whimsically, I'm tired, let me rest my head on you for a moment. You undead are so weird, you don't ever need to sleep. Her voice gradually grew quieter, until eventually, she fell asleep leaning against Cress' side. Cress was initially surprised, but then he remembered, undead don't feel fatigue, but almost all other races do, and Dilly was evidently one of them. Thinking about it, ever since she left Hezamu City last night, and now as dusk was approaching, she really ought to have a good rest. Cress pondered silently on his own, inadvertently glancing at the woman who clung to his arm. And right at this moment, Cress actually felt a hint of a heartbeat. The heart, something that undead naturally lack, seemed to have beat once just now. Not because of any human emotions like affection or fondness, but just beat once. This is the Bone Burial Cave. A 4-person adventuring party arrived at the entrance of the Bone Burial Cave. There was a female archer, a priestess, a ranger, and a stout man whose profession appeared to be a shield bearer. The stout man who looked like the leading captain addressed the 2 people behind him. Everyone, stay alert. Inside the Bone Burial Cave, although they're just a group of low-level undead, if their numbers grow too high, they could still cause quite some trouble. As their footsteps gradually went deeper inside, the 4-person team had already been in the Bone Burial Cave for quite a while, but until now, they hadn't encountered even one undead creature yet. No, wait. If you count partial undead remains, then they did come across many half-undead bodies. Captain, looks like this place has already been cleared out by other adventurers. It was the female archer speaking. She had an elegant eyebrow shape. Her hair color was the typical black associated with Eastern Empire humans, yet her appearance was more akin to women from the kingdom and the empire. She must be a half-blood human. Perhaps, Jane. So, are we going back? After Captain responded to Jane's question, a timid feminine voice followed. It came from the golden-haired priestess in the adventurer team. She should belong to the Holy Light Temple, but judging from her robe, she wasn't part of the official hierarchy and ranked as a very low-tier priestess, so she must be here tagging along with the adventurer squad for bounty money. I think we should try going further ahead. The ranger suggested to the rest of the team, presenting a rather daring plan. Keep in mind, if we go back without finding anything, the Adventurers Guild might demote us to a bronze-ranked adventurer squad. The ranger continued supplementing. In reality, for such a low-rank adventurer squad, venturing too deep into a cave filled with undead isn't exactly a good idea. But there was pressure from the Adventurers Guild, and becoming an iron-ranked adventurer squad took a lot of effort. They couldn't easily let themselves regress back to where they started. After much deliberation, the stout captain finally spoke up. If that's how things stand, I propose we venture another 100 meters forward. If we still don't see skeletons or any signs of other undead creatures, we'll attempt heading towards areas inhabited by other low-level monsters instead. Chapter 034, The Undead and the Covenant Sword. A 100-meter penetration distance. For adventurers, even the lowest-ranked bronze adventurers would find 100 meters not particularly far. But now, for the Covenant Sword, this iron-ranked adventurer team, 100 meters felt so unbearably long. The pitch-black, narrow passageway could barely accommodate one person at a time. Ideally, the scout leading the way should be a ranger or a thief, famous for exploration. However, in this situation, as the team captain and also the member with the highest defense, Shieldman Jack, voluntarily stepped up to take the first position. Next was the female archer Jane and the priestess Louise, with Ranger Tom bringing up the rear. Who's there? Fat Jack suddenly shouted out loud, as if he had spotted a shadow. Swish, swish. 2 piercing sounds rang out as Jane, the female archer, almost simultaneously fired her arrows the moment Jack's shout resonated. When Priestess Louise cast the first-tier faith magic spell Sustainable Light, illuminating the spot where the arrow struck, only to find an already slain low-level zombie. Huff. Louise seemed to let out a deep breath from apparent fear after the fact. The ranger showed some dissatisfaction. Captain, don't make such a big fuss, will you? You're the strongest shield man among us here. Those low-level skeletons couldn't possibly hurt you. Tom, always stay vigilant. Many highly defensive adventurers have died due to being ambushed by unknown magical creatures. I know. Tom acted nonchalantly while scratching his head and continued. Let's continue moving forward then, Captain. As they advanced further, the Covenant Sword unintentionally reached the depths of the burial cave. Unlike the silence and horror above the tunnels, this place was akin to a secluded paradise cut off from the world. Emerald forests and massive trees emitted green light on their own without the need for sunlight, illuminating the entire vast underground space. But, low, rhythmic roars from monsters suddenly echoed violently. Though not incredibly loud, these sounds vibrated like thunder, causing a huge sound wave through the burial cave's underground world. Among the Covenant Sword team, timid Priestess Louise instantly turned pale. Looking at the overweight Captain Jack beside her, her lifeless eyes revealed her wish to flee quickly. Martial art, ghost slash. Before Louise could speak, a calm but faint murmur came from somewhere unknown, followed immediately by the immense impact sound of explosive energy striking a metal staff. There are other adventurers fighting nearby, and it's someone strong. Ranger Tom was the first to announce loudly. Then, like a gladiator fan who didn't want to miss the best battle, he rushed straight toward the source of the sound. Jack wanted to reach out and stop him, but Ranger Tom's profession allowed him to quickly pull away from Jack's grasp. With no other choice, Jack had to comfort Louise first before catching up with the others. What truly left the four adventurers of the Covenant Sword utterly stunned was the extraordinary spectacle of battle right before their eyes. Chapter 035, The Undying and the Skeleton Grand Mage. Burial Cave, deep underground. It's hard to believe that in this originally barren ghost place, there could actually be such a place. After a brief rest, Dilly soon woke up and asked Cress to continue checking for any signs of Yali coming. At this moment, Cress was walking ahead with his longsword, consciously protecting Dilly at his side. Up ahead lay an emerald green underground forest. But this forest is different from those on the ground. It grows by feeding on the remains of living beings and does not require sunlight, because they can emit light themselves. These strange features make their emerald green nearly pitch black. Just as Cress continued advancing, low guttural cries suddenly began resounding in rhythmic bursts. The sound wasn't very loud, but it seemed as though it could shake the heavens and earth. In the burial cave, underground world, it caused a massive wave of sound vibrations. Mr. Cress, be careful. I sense a very powerful, destructive, death aura. Dilly behind Cress closed her eyes slightly, as if detecting a trace of eerie smell in the air. Suddenly, Dilly opened her eyes and whispered, "It's a high-ranked undead, the Skeleton Grand Mage." At the same moment Dilly finished speaking, a fiery orb appeared where the sounds were coming from earlier. Third stage magic, Fireball. Cress quickly swung his longsword, releasing a dark black slash filled with heavy death energy, which turned into a crescent-shaped flying arc slash, flying straight toward the massive fireball. As the fireball and the flying slash collided, intertwined, red and black mingled together before finally exploding into a violent burst of energy, impacting all around. An interesting attack. Having blocked this fierce strike, Cress's longsword slowly passed in front of him, his indifferent voice sounding as though he had already seen through everything about the opponent. Right at that time, deep within the forest, a skeletal giant clad in tattered robes appeared. The Skeleton Grand Mage. Skeleton Grand Mage. Race, Skeleton, Giant Series, Undead. Profession, Skeleton Mage Level 5, Skeleton Giant Level 2. Level, 8 levels, Race Level 1, Profession Level 7. Skills, Insufficient Insight Ability. Fighting Ability, Insufficient Insight Ability. Talents, Insufficient Insight Ability. Weapon Proficiency, Staff, 80. Attributes, Insufficient Insight Ability. It seems he should be the final boss of Burial Cave then. Cress murmured to himself, while Dilly beside him seemed attracted by his words but couldn't understand the meaning. Boss, a strange title. Miss Dilly, please stay vigilant. Coming up, I may not be able to completely guarantee your safety. Relax, I am no woman who will just drag others down. Dilly crossed her arms over her chest, and an air of noble cold arrogance instantly replaced her usual charm and sex appeal, as though she were a higher intelligent aristocrat from the human world. She continued, pay attention to its armpits, it's injured there. Using this, we can kill it. With that said, Dilly walked towards a large rock cover behind Cress. Roar. The Skeleton Grand Mage's roar was filled with fighting spirit, yet in Cress's view, it resembled more the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Dilly was right. The Skeleton Grand Mage in front, once a figure of intimidating horror, now had a noticeably damaged area under its entire right arm, seemingly struck hard by another demon, still not fully recovered. Even without this weakness, Cress believed he could defeat the enemy anyway. Cress fell into an extreme state of calm, in a blink of an eye, as if he returned to the moment when he faced the entire cold iron department alone. All around seemed to slow down, becoming more conducive to his thinking. Under the standoff between two high-ranking undeads, time passed second by second. There was only an intangible aura of power between the two, continuously entwining and pressurizing. Finally, the Skeleton Grand Mage ended this prolonged confrontation first, with its huge and disproportionate magical staff drawing strange patterns in the air. When the magical staff stopped again, a bright red array had formed in front of the Skeleton Grand Mage. Fireball. Cress's sharp eyesight is naturally far beyond what ordinary beings can compare to. During the moment when the Skeleton Grand Mage traced the magical staff, Cress had already discerned his intent. This is truly interesting. The massive, scorching fireball hurtled directly toward Cress's face, without a single deviation. This fireball, clearly enhanced by the Skeleton Grand Mage, surpassed the first one in both speed and energy by a great margin. In just an instant, the gigantic fireball had closed to within a mere inch of Cress, clad in his pitch-black armor. Even Dillig far away couldn't help but be startled. With the fireball so close, how could Cress possibly avoid it? A deafening explosion of fiery impact erupted. Coupled with this, there were the hissing sounds as the surrounding forest was mercilessly scorched by the intense flames. Cress. Dillig, who had been observing the battlefield from afar, froze for a moment. She couldn't believe that Cress would be killed so easily, but, trapped in such a sea of flames, and as undead beings who inherently had weaknesses against fire damage, escaping unscathed would be incredibly difficult. Martial technique, Ghost Slash. A slash formed of dark death energy cut through the sea of flames, striking directly at the wounded armpit of the skeleton Grand Mage. Amidst the blazing inferno, the shadowy figure encased in black armor became increasingly clear. Dillig's eyes instantly lit up. How did Cress evade the fiery assault after dodging the fireball? As an undead creature, this feat was almost unfathomable. Indeed, you are very weak. Cress slowly approached the skeleton Grand Mage struck by Ghost Slash, his sword held firmly in hand. Fortunately, the skeleton Grand Mage also belonged to the race of undead, under the dark elemental category. Otherwise, the wound caused by the Ghost Slash and its encompassing black death energy would have resulted in irreversible loss of vitality. No, it's me who has grown stronger. Cress gazed at the long sword in his hand, the fleeting glimmer of flame fading from his eyes. It's that set of armor. Dillig, watching the battlefield from a distance, immediately grasped the secret behind it all. She hadn't overheard Cress's quiet mutterings and didn't know much about his previous self. In her perception, Cress had always been a powerful warrior. Hence, such a sudden defying of common sense could only be attributed to equipment. A suit of armor resistant to fire. That was right. Exactly so, and perhaps thanks to Yali's thorough planning. Although lacking enchantments which limited its overall value somewhat, the high-end quality of this armor she procured for Cress still proved significant. Beyond its exquisite craftsmanship and formidable design, this armor excelled at absorbing impacts. With its specially designed raised interlocking rings, it provided excellent resistance not just to sharp weapons, but even blunt ones as well. Most precious of all, this custom-crafted cold steel, while not comparable to the 1,000-year-old cold iron from the northernmost regions or the legendary supreme metal, spiritual steel, was more than sufficient for resisting flame-based attacks. It truly was an exceptionally suitable armor for the undead. Chapter 036, The Undead and the Encounter. After several consecutive confrontations, the skeleton archmage in front of Cress was far from the impressive figure it had been when it first appeared. It looked utterly disheveled. So let's settle this with one move, Cress said, gripping the hilt of his long sword with both hands as dark death energy enveloped it. War technique, Demon God Cross. As Cress's black longsword began to glow brightly, it seemed that all deathly forces in the surrounding space began to converge on him. Facing this lethal strike, the skeleton archmage swung its magical scepter, attempting to block what appeared to be an immensely powerful blow. The weapon, specifically designed for both casting magic and combat as a warhammer, enhanced by the raw strength of the skeletal giant, delivered a formidable impact. At that moment, the faint magical currents emanating from the scepter were even capable of destroying nearby trees. A colossal slash composed of both pitch black and pure white energy struck straight against the skeleton archmage's hammer. A thunderous explosion sounded. Clearly, Cress had the upper hand. The explosive force surged entirely toward the skeleton archmage, while Cress remained calm and unharmed. The magical scepter used as a warhammer, under the influence of the immense power, reversed course and smashed into the skeleton archmage's chest. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the ribs of the skeleton archmage were completely shattered by the magical scepter. The magical scepter slipped from the skeleton archmage's grasp and clattered to the ground. With great effort, the skeleton archmage attempted to stand but collapsed as soon as the scepter fell. Faint blue light points rose gently from the remains of the skeleton archmage, eventually entering Cress's body. You have defeated a skeleton archmage, level 8, and gained 1395 experience points. Your skeleton minion has reached the level requirement to advance profession. Achieve the necessary experience to proceed with the profession advancement. Skull Soldier Profession Advancement Options. 1. Skeleton Guard, requirement, 800 experience points. 2. Skeleton Swordsman, requirement, 1000 experience points. 3. Skeleton Mage, requirement, 1000 experience points. 4. After defeating the skeleton archmage, Cress approached the remnants of the archmage and retrieved its dropped magical scepter along with other items he deemed valuable. This was a real different world. Killing monsters did not result in random equipment drops like in games. However, you could still take away your enemy's weapons and items. At the same time, Cress was considering within his mind which profession advancement would suit his current situation best. Just then, such a powerful knight, be careful not to get noticed by him. An extremely faint male voice, unfamiliar to Cress, entered his ears, interrupting his train of thought. Thanks to the traits of his Ghost Swordsman class, Cress immediately pinpointed the approximate location of the unknown intruder. Cress instantly drew his sword and teleported to Diley's position, ensuring her safety first, while at the same time, gaining a full view of the situation before him. Who are you? Upon hearing the sudden low male voice, the group known as the Sword of Oath collectively fell into an unexpected panic. Lewis, use holy light, first. Hurry up. Captain Jack, a stout man, tried hard to steady his voice, making every effort to suppress any quivering. However, it was quite apparent that he didn't entirely succeed. But it was enough for the priestess Lewis behind him to hear clearly. First rank faith magic, holy light, holy light. As the trembling voice of the priestess sounded, a small yet bright beam of light appeared on Lewis's wooden staff. At first, it was just a tiny point of light, then it suddenly expanded, turning the entire greenish underground world into a sea of blinding whiteness. The sacred, pure light seemed capable of wiping out all dark-aligned races in this subterranean crypt. And it was at this moment that everyone from the Sword of Oath finally got a full view of the scene in front of them. There stood a tall, dark armored knight whose armor reflected the brilliance of the holy light, looking almost like a divine being. Behind the knight was an extraordinarily beautiful woman from the Eastern Empire who had initially been protected behind the knight, but later moved slightly ahead of him. In fact, both Louis and Jane from the Sword of Oath were counted among the top-tier beauties already. Even when looking across the entire kingdom, both Louise and Jane's beauty could be considered exemplary. But now, compared to the woman behind that pitch-black knight's armor, they were like fireflies compared to the moon, far inferior. It seems like a human knight. Captain Fat Jack, upon seeing that the other party seemed unaffected by the holy light, presumed they must not be some sort of undead creature. Jack let out a sigh of relief and slowly lowered his shield. Knight Darun, we are very sorry. We did not intentionally use the holy light, but only used it as a precaution against an undead surprise attack. We are adventurers from the Hesmu City branch of the Adventurers Guild, this Sword of Oath. I am the captain, Jack. Behind me are my teammates, Archer Jane, Priestess Louise, and Ranger Tom. After Captain Jack put down his shield, he began signaling his companions to lower their guard and stepped slightly closer to Cress's group to show goodwill. Oh, the Dark Knight seemed uninterested in Jack's gesture of friendliness. After all, just now, if Diley hadn't somehow absorbed the holy light, his true identity might have been exposed. However, after confirming that the other party indeed held no hostile intent, the Dark Knight also introduced himself. The members of the Sword of Oath, this humble one, is Cress, and this is my companion, Diley. Cress said indifferently while slightly extending one hand to introduce Diley beside him politely. And Diley also gave everyone a graceful and charming smile, which was very proper. If so, then along the way, all the undead skeletons in this burial cave were killed by Cressima. After exchanging information roughly between the two groups, the members of the Sword of Oath also learned what Cress and Diley had accomplished here in the burial cave. This couldn't help but make the members of the Sword of Oath respect Cress even more, and perhaps envy him a bit. Especially Louise and Jane, who, driven by the innate curiosity and admiration women tend to feel toward mysterious male power figures, gazed at Cress with a touch of reverence in their eyes. Chapter 037, The Undead and Killenveed. Indeed, an existence like Lord Cress who can single-handedly defeat a skeleton Grand Mage is not comparable to us ordinary adventurers. Captain Jack, the fat one, was speaking half praise and half self-deprecation to Cress. Cress, whose face was covered by a mask, showed no expression at all, only a deep and somewhat modest male voice responded. Being able to defeat the skeleton Grand Mage, Diley also made quite a contribution. Furthermore, your ability to delve this deep already shows that you possess the courage necessary for heroes. Haha, listening to what Lord Cress says is truly pleasant. You and Miss Diley must be from the Eastern Empire. Miss Diley certainly lives up to her reputation. The Ranger Tom of the Sword Oath team suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Jack's unfinished question. It seemed as if Tom's soul had been completely captured by Diley's beauty. Even though everyone knew that defeating the skeleton Grand Mage was mainly due to Cress's role, he still wanted to praise Diley in order to attract her attention. I didn't expect Miss Diley to not only look good, but also possess such strong courage and magic. Just two people, yet they managed to penetrate this burial cave. It's really. Just as he was saying that, Ranger Tom seemed to suddenly run out of words, couldn't think of a suitable word after thinking for a long time. Finally, it seemed like inspiration struck him suddenly. He let out an exclamation. It's really stunning. Ha ha ha. The other teammates of the Sword Oath, including Diley, couldn't help but laugh at Tom's genius use of words. Subsequently, it seemed that seeing Diley smile, the previously still embarrassed Tom immediately stood up and went forward with a smiling face. I wonder whether I might have the chance to invite Miss Diley to the most luxurious restaurant in Hesmu City to have dinner together? Looking at the sudden invitation in front of her, Diley slightly covered her mouth, unable to change her posture in time, seemingly a little surprised. And the promptly reactive Captain Jack also pulled back Tom who was about to fly, in front of Diley and Cress. Sorry indeed, Mr. Cress and Miss Diley. Fat Captain Jack said sorry while having his teammates Jane and Louise pull Tom back. My friend Tom was just temporarily lost himself because of Miss Diley's beauty, hence acted so rashly, hoping not to cause trouble for Mr. Cress and Miss Diley. Jack kept apologizing to Cress and Diley while quickly kneading Tom's both cheeks, trying to make him wake up some. Brother Tom, what are you doing? Miss Diley is obviously involved in a romantic relationship with Mr. Cress. Please don't embarrass yourself here, okay? Tom, who seemed to be still a bit confused after hearing his Captain Jack's words, also revealed a bewildered face filled with shock. What they didn't know was, after hearing the 4 words, romantic relationship, under the black armor, Cress's heart also showed this shocked face. Lord Cress, Miss Diley. After being guided and persuaded by force by Captain Jack, Tom slowly walked to Cress and Diley with heavy steps, and continued. I apologize deeply for my hasty and rude behavior earlier. I hope to get your forgiveness. Looking at the bowing Ranger Tom in front of him, Cress was a bit surprised. Mr. Tom, please rest assured, Diley and I are not lovers. Cress originally wanted to say this, but before he could open his mouth, Diley spoke first. That's right, please rest assured, my fiancé and I are not such narrow-minded people. Meanwhile, at another entrance of the Bone Burial Cave, a group of cold iron mercenaries arrived on horseback. The neat uniforms and well-coordinated riding actions of the mercenaries clearly showed that these mercenaries were far beyond the usual cold iron mercenary division left behind in Hesmu City. As the mercenaries surrounded the bone burial cave entrance and stopped, gradually leaving room for a path. Dressed in a splendid commander's uniform, Killenveed appeared slowly riding on a warhorse, holding the divine weapon Frostbite under the gaze of the mercenaries. Chapter 038, The Undead and the Adventurer's Journey. Your swordsmanship has been upgraded to basic swordsmanship. Name, Cress. Race, skeleton, undead. Profession, ghost swordsman, rare, LV.5, skeleton minion LV.5, max. Level, 11 levels, race level 1, profession level 10. Skills, corpse poison LV.2, hammer strike LV.1, ghost slash LV.1, ghost shadow LV.1, ghost holy cross LV.1, etc. Combatability, basic hammer technique, basic swordsmanship. Talent, bloodlust, basic. Weapon proficiency, one-handed hammer, 39, longsword, 45. Attributes, blunt resistance -88, blade resistance +123, anti-corrosion +102, immunity to critical strikes probability +4%, etc. Experience points, 3405/31675. You have encountered a B-class story character, the future Steel-class adventurer team, Sword of Vows. You may optionally activate the B-class side quest, The Adventurer's Journey. Task explanation. Within the territories of most human nations, adventurers are undoubtedly one of the most admired professions. They are brave, wise, and dare to explore the unknown. High-level adventurers are invaluable assets to the entire kingdom. Friendly tip 1. Join the Sword of Vows team to unlock the B-class side quest, Adventurer's Journey, B-class. Help lead Sword of Vows into becoming a steel-level adventurer team and make them renowned throughout the kingdom. Friendly tip 2. Establish your own adventurer team to unlock the A-class side quest, Adventurer's Journey, A-class. Become a steel-level adventurer and gain fame in a human nation. Quest reward, unknown. Sword of Vows. There is no doubt that this is an extremely inexperienced adventurer team. But who would have thought that, after surviving some unknown terrifying experiences, it would become the strongest steel-level adventurer team in the kingdom? Within the bone burial cave, Cress and Dilly had initially become partners after exchanging part of their information with the Sword of Vows adventurer team. Especially Dilly. Even Crescent could not help but admire her social skills. In just a short period of interaction, she was already talking freely with Louise, the goddess priestess of the Sword of Vows team, and Jane, the female archer, as if they were inseparable best friends. Perhaps friendship among women happened so suddenly. But, Cress knew, while Louise and the female archer might be genuinely open-hearted, Dilly was definitely only playing along. As for the optional quest related to adventurers that appeared in Cress' mind, Cress actually didn't have much interest in it. What intrigued him more was what Jack mentioned. The Adventurers Guild was offering large rewards for capturing low-level undead from the Kaz Plain, or those low-level undead who were still alive. And Crescent thought that if Eali wasn't in this bone burial cave, then it was very likely that she had been captured alive by another group of adventurers and taken to the Adventurers Guild. After all, there's no undead easier to capture alive than a zombie who has just undergone undeath. As for Sword of Vows, Cress mused, glancing at everyone around him once again. Jack, the fat captain, still smiling foolishly over the map, Tom the ranger who seemed lost in existential thoughts, and Louise and Jane, who were chatting cheerfully with Dilly. None of them, based on first impressions, seemed to possess the depth or talent to become legendary steel-level adventurers. Could it be that supposed terrifying experience? Maybe. Maybe this adventurer team would someday become a powerful force that influences the survival of a nation, or perhaps each of them harbored boundless potential in some aspect. But what does that have to do with me? Meanwhile, from another perspective, as the captain of Sword of Vows, Jack felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction at this moment. Now, the Sword of Vows team had already begun preparing to return to Hesmu City to report the battle results and spoils to the branch of the Adventurers Guild stationed there. It was obvious. This wandering knight named Cress had single-handedly wiped out the Bone Burial Cave, a place that even gave the bigwigs in Hesmu City headaches. Once they reached Hesmu City and these accomplishments spread, Cress would undoubtedly become a person sought after by various factions within the city. Of course, these current events still had little to do with his team. However, during their previous conversation, Cress had already agreed to give half of the credit for clearing out the Bone Burial Cave to his team. Although Jack initially wanted to decline this proposal, he couldn't resist Cress' insistence. So, Jack finally decided that his team would act as a supporting entity, assisting both Cress and Dilly. This way, even if they didn't earn enough merit to be promoted to gold-ranked adventurers, they could certainly ensure that the Sword of Vows team maintained its iron rank status in Hesmu City. Moreover, it would make the familiar officers at the Adventurers Guild more convinced. As for what Cress required, it was merely to bring them into the Adventurers Guild in Hesmu City. Perhaps he wanted to become an adventurer. If that were the case, Jack truly hoped that Cress and Dilly would join his team. After all, no one would refuse the joining of a powerful fighter and a beautiful woman. Haha, looks like I've struck incredibly good fortune, Jack thought to himself. Although he still lacked the basis to judge the exact strength of the beautiful Dilly, there was no doubt that Cress' power had already reached the level of a gold-ranked adventurer, or perhaps even higher. Even if Mr. Cress wasn't interested in joining his team, if he could take the opportunity to become Mr. Cress recommender for joining the Adventurers Guild, then it would also be a very beneficial thing for the Sword of Vows. Intelligence currently available. 1. The ranking of adventurers. evaluated by the Adventurers Guild based on a comprehensive assessment of rank, achievements, strength, etc., for both teams and individuals. These levels are named after rare metals, from highest to lowest. Steel grade, mountain copper grade, mithril grade, gold grade, iron grade, bronze grade. Among them, steel grade adventurers are extremely rare, only attainable by teams whose strength is comparable to those of the hero class. In the entire kingdom, there are only 2 steel grade adventurer teams, Blood Oath and Phantom Dream. Chapter 039, The Undead and the Ambush. Mr. Kress, are you sure you want to give us a part of the credit for cleaning out this burial cave? Jack and Kress, along with the others, were progressing through the tunnels of the burial cave. Among them, the voice of the priestess Louise suddenly rang out, turning towards Kress, who was at the rear of the group, remaining very low profile. Mr. Kress, you should know that if the Adventurers Guild finds out you've single-handedly cleaned out this place entirely, you could definitely leap to become a high-ranked adventurer. Louise, what are you saying? Close to Kress, Dilly took a few steps forward, gently placing her hands on Louise's shoulders, taking over from where Louise left off. My dear Kress isn't someone greedy for status or fame, now is he? Besides, all of you have also contributed. Dilly is right. A pleasant male voice akin to the sound of a cello being played resonated. However, Kress didn't seem to wish to spend too much time on this topic, continuing indifferently. The Oathbound Sword team has done quite a bit of work inside the burial cave as well, so this is something you deserve. That convincing male voice finally closed this complex subject. After Crescent finished speaking, Jack and Louise, who were only responsible for clearing remains and providing treatment, couldn't help but flush red in their faces. But deep in their hearts, they felt even more gratitude towards Kress and Dilly. It was because of their selflessness that the Oathbound Sword would not be reduced to the lowest level of adventurer teams. At the entrance of the burial cave, as a place that once buried corpses, as a terrifying cave with only one exit and entry point, there was no doubt that the burial cave wouldn't become the ideal habitat for higher-level monsters anymore, because it wasn't safe anymore. A heavily armed elite contingent of cold iron mercenaries now gathered on both sides of the cave exit. There was no hiding or sneaking around. They were arranged here openly, because this was the embodiment of absolute power. For these most elite cold iron mercenaries, they did not believe there existed anything within the burial cave that would pose a threat sufficient to make them hide and prepare in the dark. Or indeed, anywhere in the entire Hesmu City territory, it was the same. Inside the long tunnel, Kress suddenly felt a wave of instinctive racial danger surge into his heart. The light from the exit ahead grew increasingly larger, and Kress' inner feeling became even stronger. Wow, it's light. Just then, the Ranger Tom and the Archer Jane, who had been inside this pitch-black and terrifying cave for a long time, simultaneously shouted in unison and bolted toward the cave exit like rabbits fleeing from predators. The glow of the cave opening widened momentarily. Jane and Tom rushed out almost simultaneously. With a smile on his face, the stout Jack watched, but just in the next moment, the entire smile froze on his face. PFFFSCZT. PFFFSCZT. Almost at the same time, seeing the two bodies in front of him instantly pierced by spears, Kress was the first to react. Combat skill, Demon Slash. Kress unsheathed the longsword hanging from his waist in an instant, black death energy attaching itself to the longsword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the combat skill Demon Slash activated. Kress teleported instantly in front of multiple spear-wielding mercenaries, the longsword swiftly slicing out in a semicircular arc in a flash. The sword energy rippled outward, throwing the conceited cold iron mercenaries away in a second, while simultaneously severing the spears lodged in Tom and Jane's bodies. The dense encircling spear formation originally set up for Kress' party was shattered instantly under this strike. The Demon Slash? A ghost swordsman technique. An elegant, soft male voice came from directly ahead of the group. Through the gaps in the masked visor, Kress could see. It was a handsome man with wavy golden hair riding atop a stallion. You must be the skeletal undead. The one who took those 3 treasure chests. The blonde man spoke calmly at first, slowly approaching Kress while driving his warhorse closer. But at his final sentence, that brief pause sent an unmistakable, chilling killing intent sweeping through everyone present. The cold iron mercenary group. Kress sidestepped, shielding the severely wounded Tom and Jane in front of him. The tip of his longsword pointed at the leading blonde man before them. It was at this moment that Kress got a clear view of the uniforms worn by these human mercenaries. Without question, he himself and the cold iron mercenary group really were destined. Countless past scenes flashed back as Kress thought inwardly. In that underground burial chamber, in the lawn burial ground, in Hesmu City, the cold iron mercenary group evoked nothing but utter disdain from Kress. Tom, Jane. A trembling cry rang out as the priestess Louise rushed forward, her raised arms visibly shaking as she still attempted to cast healing magic for the injured pair. Dilly appeared at this moment too, instantly assessing the surrounding situation, and quietly said to Kress, "Kress, it seems we've encountered trouble. I hope it's not because of me." Kress didn't catch Dilly's final whisper. As he observed the cold iron mercenaries who had surrounded their group, Kress already knew this would be a no-win situation. The cold iron mercenaries in front of them were vastly different in terms of both presence and uniform compared to those left behind mercenaries they'd killed in Hesmu City. It was like the difference between an elite force and an undisciplined mob. And the most terrifying of all was the towering blonde man right before him. From the moment the blonde man appeared, every threat source Kress perceived from the mercenaries seemed to shrink insignificantly. Compared with other enemies, this man was a monster. A complete and utter monster. Cress prepared fully to guard against the blonde man while locking his gaze on him. Yet information popping up in his mind was just a bunch of question marks. Just like the case with Zhao Yekong, the illusionist he met in the underground tomb. This was truly a bad situation. Dilly. Cress' usually aloof voice carried rare, human emotions this time, directly issuing orders. I'll hold off and kill as many cold iron mercenaries here as I can. You look for an opportunity to break out. With these words, before Dilly could respond, Cress had already vanished in place using a combat skill. Wait, Cress, be careful. Watching Crescent suddenly launching an attack, Dilly knew this was the most irrational decision made by the other party in order to cover for her. How foolish. But it still stirred something deep inside. Chapter 040. The Undead and the Broken Armor. The mercenary group around them began to show signs of unrest. Two shadowy replicas identical to Cress appeared from the shadows beneath the feet of the cold iron mercenaries on both sides and instantly plunged into what seemed to be a fully prepared mercenary unit. And the real body of Cress quickly approached the blonde man with a sword in hand within the phantom-like figures. Capture the thief by first capturing the king. Cress thought, directly using the strongest single-target combat technique he currently possessed right from the start. Martial arts skill, Ghost God Cross. A black and a white flying slash intersected to form a cross-shape attack towards the blonde man. In an instant of daze, almost no one on the scene could clearly see what had just happened. Just when they noticed again, the Ghost God Cross flying slash had already dissipated into endless space. And at the same time, the blonde man riding on the mercenary warhorse also suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Cress, holding his sword with both hands, was struggling to block a massive deep blue light slash before him. As for who issued that light slash, it was none other than that blonde man who had just disappeared. The latter now stood nonchalantly, holding his sword with one hand, reappearing more than 10 meters away from Cress. A casual energy light slash made Cress feel barely able to hold it. In comparison to the injured Tom and Jane, as well as the panicked Louise, Jack, captain of the Sword of Covenant, was without a doubt maintaining his calmness to the best degree possible and should be considered the most deserving of the title adventurer. However, despite all this, Jack's inner heart was still greatly horrified, not only because they were suddenly attacked by the cold iron mercenary group, but also because Cress, was he an undead? Perhaps due to Louise's position being too far back previously, or maybe because Louise was shocked after seeing Tom's and Jane's injuries. This resulted in her not hearing clearly the words spoken by the leader of the cold iron mercenary group, xuanhuan. But Jack heard every single word distinctly. What is going on here? And right as Jack became lost in thought, the cold iron mercenaries surrounding him had already gathered closer. The sharp and cold gleam on their specialized spears showed they did not intend to leave any of his companions alive. Damn it, Jack cursed. He had always disliked mercenaries, especially those warlord-like war mercenaries. Martial arts skill, Solid Shield. The large shield held in Jack's hands immediately shone with light, crashing forcefully onto the path ahead of the advancing cold iron mercenaries. I hope this can hold them off for a bit. Regardless of whether Cress was an undead or not, at least right now, those aiming to kill him and his companions were cold iron, at the true center of this battlefield. Actually, there were only two people. Cress's longsword clashed several times with xuanhuan, producing a hollow metallic sound akin to celestial music. However, throughout the entire fight, xuanhuan kept one hand lazily extended slightly behind him, showing absolutely no signs of battle. Like an idle noble amusing himself with his hunting dog, exuding no sense of urgency whatsoever. Being someone who had just entered the 11th level. Even though Cress had always firmly believed that fighting was the best training, compared to the seasoned warrior xuanhuan, he inevitably fell short in terms of combat experience. However, compared to xuanhuan, Cress was not entirely without advantages either. At the very least, Cress was confident he had one move that was something xuanhuan certainly did not possess. Martial arts skill, Ghost Slash. Cress gripped his longsword, muttering quietly. His voice was calm and clear, seemingly unafraid to let anyone hear it. Even so, to xuanhuan, an entity already within the hero domain, it seemed he simply did not care about whatever strange skills Cress might use. Because, individuals like xuanhuan, they can no longer simply be referred to as humans. Once one enters the hero domain, regardless of race, their various physical abilities will dramatically improve. For some races, it might even lead to racial advancement. Take the Jialong clan, for instance. Jialong, originally gigantic beasts that can only live in the abyss, can transform themselves into dragons soaring through the skies via elevation in rank, or even into higher-level dragon races. Humans are also the same. Although unlike the Jialong clan which undergoes earth-shattering racial evolution, humans who step into the hero domain experience advancements incomparable to ordinary leveling up in aspects such as lifespan and perception. This is one of the reasons why the hero domain differs greatly from other levels. Perhaps, when a general level 19 entity fights against a level 20 entity, they might not feel a significant difference. A level 19 entity might find the fight challenging, but it's not impossible to overcome. However, the difference between a level 29 entity and a level 30 entity is as vast as the heavens and earth. Spell, Light Strike. This was a similar type of crescent-shaped sword chi attack to Cress's martial arts skill Ghost Slash. A massive deep blue light suddenly appeared, as if dyeing the entire sky blue. The deep blue light instantly overwhelmed and extinguished the dark slashes. As the direct object impacted by the deep blue light, Cress was thrust back more than 10 meters. On Cress's body, his cherished black armor began to show fine cracks, all caused solely by the energy impact from the opponent. The attacks you know, I can also perform. However, the ones I can do are unknown to you. Undead, you are no match for me. xuanhuan said this lightly, but the Cress who had been thrust back seemed entirely uninterested in hearing what he said, slightly bending his body and firmly returning his long sword to its sheath at his waist. You've ruined my armor. Cress felt a faint trace of anger welling up inside him, a calm before the storm, as he displayed an aura of a high-level swordsman about to draw his sword and fight once again. I will kill you, I certainly will. It seems that you still intend to fight to the death. A gentle breeze passed between the two. xuanhuan still stood elegantly before Cress, his movements smooth and graceful, revealing not a hint of tension on the battlefield, appearing composed and unruffled, treating his rival's deadly threats as mere words. This was the pride that belonged to the strong. Martial arts skill, Ghost Slash. Cress suddenly shouted loudly, his voice like the bowstring after shooting a powerful arrow, full of strength. Almost simultaneously, Cress's longsword flashed out of its sheath at his waist, accompanied by a death-like lethal energy, unique to ghost swordsmen. Cress's features became blurred as his whole person merged with his longsword, rushing down toward xuanhuan at the speed of thunder. On the less than 10-meter road between them, only streaks of shadows remained, as if spirits were dancing together. Bang! Hiss! Swords made of different metals first collided, producing a loud sound. Then their blades crossed, emitting unpleasant screeches amidst showers of sparks. Currently available intelligence. 1. Martial arts skill, Ghost God Cross. One of the abilities of ghost swordsmen, integrating both light and darkness attack forms, extremely powerful. Unknowingly comprehended by Cress during constant battles. Chapter 041, The Immortal and Suppression. The longsword swept through the air, and Cress crossed swords with xuanhuan. In almost an instant, their blades clashed, and the two had already passed each other. No, it shouldn't have been just a passing motion because xuanhuan's figure hadn't moved even an inch from the start. So this is the strength of a ghost swordsman. xuanhuan's warm and charismatic male voice, like the gentle pull of a cello, resonated for a long time. I didn't expect a low-tier immortal to also be able to master such a rare profession. It seems that the treasure chests in the underground crypts truly are all good things. xuanhuan continued, almost unmoving from his spot, with a faint upward curve at the corner of his mouth. But, you've already lost. Before his words faded away, several strange beams of light appeared on Cress, who remained frozen in place after their exchange. Like a magical flashbang, these bursts of light instantly struck Cress, forcing him down to the ground. At the same moment, the armor which was already cracked by Iyari's death, now shattered completely into pieces of useless steel, scattered across the floor. Armor? This how? In reality, during that brief moment of their clash, Cress already knew he had been defeated by the other party. But seeing the armor that caused Iyari's demise being utterly destroyed now twisted Cress' inner feelings, filled with grief and anger. All these emotions suddenly welling up inside were suppressed by the compulsory calmness, trait unique to immortals. And all that remained was shock. Why? What were those multiple flashes of light magic that hit him? Was it sorcery? Cress' entire body felt unprecedented intense pain when the strange beams appeared. And yet, during that split second of their combat, the opponent only seemed to guard against his attack, without any time to chant any spell. So how could this have happened? An immortal? You seem very confused, do you not? xuanhuan started walking slowly towards Cress, with no rush or urgency in his movements. As if he were a victorious noble knight, his voice, akin to a cello, elegantly rang out again. My main class is Arcane Swordsman, a more scarce tier than your Ghost Swordsman. As its name suggests, my form of attacks includes not only my sword but also arcane spells, which don't require incantations. So, Cress struggled to breathe and managed to get back on his feet. When our swords touched just now, did you manage to plant arcane spells on me in that short span of time? How could you possibly accomplish that? Immortal, there are many more impossibilities in this world than what you might think, much like this move. Initially, xuanhuan spoke leisurely. Then, with an abrupt shift in tone, his whole body shot forward like an arrow. The speed, surpassing even Cress' previous all-out sprint. Arcane art, swordsman replicas. Even though it was just one sword strike, to Cress, it looked like numerous figures holding swords appeared. Furthermore, Cress felt this wasn't some kind of visual deception similar to illusions. Every single figure of the swordsman felt just as real as his own ghost shadow martial technique. Each one of these replicas' attacks would pose fatal threats if they landed on him. Cress attempted to struggle and block. xuanhuan's various duplicates launched inexplicable attacks that were hard to see clearly. In a blink of an eye, those attacks were about to directly pierce Cress' body. Cress was a skeleton-type immortal. For punctures from sharp weapons, Cress should have had nearly complete immunity. However, there's something wrong with this move. Almost instinctively, Cress realized he absolutely couldn't withstand this attack using his body. Martial skill, sword shield. Cress' fighting instincts seemed to have reached their peak all at once, performing the sword shield skill faster than usual. A longsword accompanied by black energies representing death converged into an intangible shield. Though placed horizontally, the attacks from different directions initiated by xuanhuan arrived before the sword shield was fully formed. That mysterious and unfathomable arcane sword intent. The countless undistinguishable replica swords. Cress Ghost Swordsman Death Energy Shield struggled desperately to resist. On the other hand, the main body of Kylon Veed approaching with his sword appeared exceedingly calm and slow, as if he was strolling through his own garden. Under his control, multiple replicas swung their swords, creating blade shadows that gradually forced Cress, protected by the sword shield, to retreat step by step. Bang! The sound of metal breaking, but it wasn't from Cress' side. Farther away, Jack, who had been relying on his martial skill's stout shield to defend with all his might, finally had his shield shatter. Jack had been an orphan since he was young, so his teammates from the Covenant Sword were always the most cherished family to him. He was brave. Although weak, he was like an insurmountable chasm. Before he fell, no existence could harm the family he wanted to protect. Countless spears were thrust in front of Jack, but they were all tightly held by him. No matter how hard the cold iron mercenaries tried, they couldn't pull their spears out. Run, run! Jack, with his face drenched in blood and riddled with holes, suddenly shouted to Louise, the only surviving teammate. Blood gushed forth, making every roar unintelligible. Tom and Jane were already dead. Those injuries were irreparable for a low-rank priest. The strongest force, Cress, was now completely suppressed by Kylon Veed, leaving no way out. As Jack approached death, he fiercely rose, despite having spears piercing through his chest, pushing multiple cold iron mercenaries who attempted to approach Louise to the ground and tearing them apart. FFFP. A deep blue light slash suddenly cut through, slicing Jack's head into pieces. The gushing blood from his neck dyed the cold iron mercenaries holding spears red. Kylon Veed's gaze leisurely roamed over the sharp edge of his sword. If it weren't for the fierce and dominant aura every swing of his sword carried, no one would think that he was actually in combat. Dilly and Louise had already suffered attacks from the mercenaries. They ultimately couldn't escape the encirclement of long spears. Dilly tried several times to use her magical elemental attack spells, but strange seals resembling mystical restraints constantly appeared on her body, preventing her from casting anything. Cress had no time to worry about himself anymore. Even at the risk of being severely wounded by the clone sword shadows, Cress still attempted to quickly move towards Dilly's position. Seems like, after dying once as an undead, you're about to die again. That graceful and easy voice made Cress feel unbearable, yet powerless to retort. Tell me, where are the remaining treasure chests? The longsword swept forward, cutting off Cress' path. After a few clashes, at the moment when Kylon Veed's longsword met Cress' sword shield once again, the numerous intangible sword intents from before penetrated through the ghost swordsman's energy shield, directly affecting Cress' body. Cress almost felt as if his entire body was sliced into two halves in that instant. Still failed, huh? Chapter 042, The Undying and Resurrection. Cress showed a regret that was hard to put into words, as if he himself had experienced something similar in the past. Actually, it's fine not to say. Kylon Veed's words carried a hint of ease. He didn't give Cress a moment to breathe. The silver longsword Frost instantly sent the sword shield flying, and the whole silver sword, with its energy, swung horizontally. Cress lost his head. Anyway, after I kill you, I can still get that thing from you. Kylon Veed's final words rang in Cress' ears. This might be the first time Cress truly and intimately understood death. Fast, real, and impossible to resist. The white skull of the skeleton spun a few times as it flew towards the sky. Cress could still see his body in the tattered knight's armor, helplessly kneeling on the ground. Dilly and Louise lying in a pool of blood. Jin and Tang already dead. And Jack, whose body was completely pierced through. In front of Kylon Veed, the sword was slowly sheathed. That silver longsword emanating arcane power was both strange and terrifying. Am I going to die again? At this moment, with faint breath and fading consciousness, Cress slowly thought in his mind. In fact, this is also good, at least. I can see Yali again. The powerless white skull lying on the ground emitted a familiar and eerie light. Time reversed. Everything happening now seemed to freeze in this moment. Kylon Veed, I will remember you. And my next move? You absolutely won't. Cress' consciousness was already blurred, but he couldn't forget about Kylon Veed. In the next instant, when Cress regained his awareness, he was deep inside the burial cavern once again. By his side, Dilly rested against him. After fiercely battling a hero-level expert, level 37, and perishing, your talent, Bloodlust, basic, has evolved into Bloodlust, intermediate. Talent, Bloodlust, intermediate. Only through battle can ordinary beings forget their pain. After entering combat status, your various basic abilities will gradually increase, temporarily, and the more intense the battle, the faster the numbers will rise. After fiercely battling a hero-level expert, level 37, and perishing, you gain plus 113 in combat instinct. After fiercely battling a hero-level expert, level 37, and perishing, your longsword proficiency rises to 1/12. After fiercely battling a hero-level expert, level 37, and perishing, you obtain the defensive martial skill Fortress LV1. After fiercely battling a hero-level expert, level 37, and perishing, you gain. Didn't. I go back to that moment. As Cress looked at the beautiful woman leaning against his shoulder, a sense of relief mixed with an indescribable feeling of loss crept in. It may have been his own muttering disturbing Dilly, or perhaps Dilly had rested enough. Mr. Cress. Dilly woke up, rubbed her eyes. At this moment, freshly awoken, there was none of the usual pressure as if she could see through one's heart. Instead, she stretched lazily like a beautiful cat scratching around, continuing to speak. Why did I sleep for so long? Now, should we continue heading down? Mr. Cress, is something wrong with you? Seeing Cress standing there as if entranced, Dilly noticed a bit of strangeness and quickly asked. But Cress only shook his head slightly. Dilly, you're awake. So good. Cress' low voice carried an unfamiliar emotion toward Dilly for the first time, continuing. Let's set off. First, let's leave here. Leave here? Not continue deeper? Perhaps, Cress' adult companion among the undeads. Isn't here. Cress responded vaguely, as if he'd confirmed everything long ago. Moreover, I've sensed an extremely threatening human presence coming closer. We should leave here first. Saying this, Cress pulled Dilly's wrist gently as if he didn't have time to explain much, and rapidly headed out of the cave. Dilly was somewhat confused by Cress' such certain words, but she had no doubt about what Cress said. More than that, her heart stirred oddly excited by being pulled away by Cress. Outside the bone burial cave, Cress hid with Dilly in the distant dense forest. In reality, even Cress would find it hard to be sure he could avoid being detected by the leader of the xuanhuan mercenary group, xuanhuan. But he had a gut feeling. If he tried to leave at this moment, it would be the most dangerous course of action. At the entrance of the bone burial cave, a large group of mercenaries arrived here. As before, they moved swiftly like the wind, their fine warhorses far surpassing the speed of ordinary humans. Among the path naturally cleared by the mercenaries, xuanhuan appeared before the bone burial cave. Send 2 people in to check. That calm voice always maintained an air of grace and restraint. At the same time xuanhuan spoke, 2 well-equipped mercenaries skilled in reconnaissance, rangers, quickly dismounted from their horses. Exchanging their long spears for short blades, the 2 mercenaries swiftly entered the cave to investigate. The reason this bone burial cave was famous within the territory of Hesma City wasn't because its monsters were particularly powerful. On the contrary, it was precisely because the monsters inside generally weren't that strong, making it more suitable for a large number of rookie adventurers, which made it increasingly renowned among them. And naturally, the elite mercenaries of xuanhuan, by xuanhuan's side, feared no undead or beasts here. Moments later, the mercenaries with skills in detection, rangers, had returned. Report to the captain, within the bone burial cave, numerous low-level undead have been killed, and there are no adventurers present. However, we found no evidence of a swordsman-class warrior as described by you. As for strong auras, there is only one skeletal mage deep within the bone burial cave. Listening silently to the reports from the 2 scouts, xuanhuan couldn't help but slightly clench his chin, muttering thoughtfully. No adventurers around, yet many remains of low-level undead. Seems like they've already been here. After speaking, xuanhuan gave a fleeting glance towards the distant plains, almost limitless at the horizon. Apart from the small mountain range containing the bone burial cave, the areas connecting to nearby cities were mostly plains. On the plains, even undead who don't tire wouldn't be able to outrun these fine warhorses with their explosive speed unless they've gone for too long. If, after much deliberation, xuanhuan unfolded the map in hand, then cast another look at the dark, deep cave in front of him. His elegant and aloof demeanor captivated all those around him. Seems like it's quite a clever rat that knows how to hide. Almost simultaneously, a royal kingdom's specially bred magical homing pigeon flew in from the sky. Once the mercenaries removed the letter tied to the pigeon's leg and handed it over to xuanhuan, upon reading it, the handsome smile on xuanhuan's face deepened. The situation is becoming more interesting, xuanhuan said coolly, while putting away the map and giving orders to the mercenaries. It seems the royal capital has prepared their end. We need to head to the capital first. You will be assigned other tasks. Chapter 043, The Undead and Reinforcements. xuanhuan seemed to have already made up his mind. A mercenary who appeared to be in a captain position immediately understood the unspoken command. He tightened the reins in his hand and issued a quiet order to the other mercenaries. All of you, disperse and head to the main thoroughfares. Search for the mysterious figure of the ghost swordsman profession that our leader spoke of. Once located, use the magic scroll to contact the battalion headquarters immediately. Yes. As the words of the mercenaries fell silent, all the cold iron mercenaries began automatically splitting into groups, each heading towards the main roads connecting the great kingdom cities. Before leaving, xuanhuan looked at the bone burial cave before him, his faint murderous intent becoming even more concentrated. Haha, truly an undead far more sensitive than I imagined. xuanhuan's lips gradually curled upwards, his voice filled with even greater disdain. I am becoming increasingly anticipatory. As he spoke, arcane light emanated around xuanhuan, causing both himself and his warhorse to instantly vanish from their original location. Not too far from the bone burial cave, hidden deep within the forest, Cress and Dilly were at this very moment completely focused, holding their breath as they observed the fair-haired, handsome man not too far ahead of them, xuanhuan. Clearly, Cress had made the right bet. Upon seeing xuanhuan leave using what appeared to be a teleportation magic array, Dilly and Cress couldn't help but exhale deeply in relief. Unbelievable, Mr. Cress, you could actually sense the presence of a strong warrior from miles away. At this moment, having recovered her usual composure, Dilly praised Cress in an admiring tone. Actually, back at the bone burial cave, Dilly had been somewhat puzzled by Cress' sudden change of decision. But now, she respected him all the more. This undead was indeed no simple creature. So, shall we go out now? Dilly asked tentatively. She wasn't an impulsive or reckless woman. Without absolute certainty, she wouldn't act rashly. Let's wait a bit longer. The cautiousness interwoven within Cress' deep voice showed his reluctance to underestimate this xuanhuan. This meticulous-minded, terrifyingly powerful enemy. We must confirm he has truly left. not just fame disappearing to lure us out. That makes sense. Dilly agreed, nodding while secretly gazing at Cress once again with sparkling eyes. The Cold Iron Mercenary Group. Dilly did not ask Cress why they had encountered Xuanhuan here, because, deep down, Dilly instinctively believed that these people were after her. After all, her connection to xuanhuan was reason enough for the leader of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group to personally come out. It was only that she didn't know how Xuanhuan had suddenly found out about this. When exactly had her disguise been uncovered by Xuanhuan? With this thought, Dilly couldn't help but glance at Cress once again. The latter was fully encased in a beautifully fitting pitch-black knight armor, his face almost entirely hidden behind a masked visor, making it impossible to see any expression on his face. Within Dilly's heart, there arose at this moment an inexplicable hint of guilt toward him. If it weren't for her sake, he wouldn't be avoiding the relentless pursuit of the Cold Iron Mercenary team and its commander, Xuanhuan, would he? Lost in such thoughts, Dilly could not help but speak aloud. Do you regret being hunted by the Cold Iron Mercenary Group? Cress was clearly startled by Dilly's unexpected inquiry. Was Xuanhuan hunting him because during that underground tomb chamber incident, he took the 3 treasure chests which had been part of their plan? Did Dilly's question imply that she had found out about this? Every person must pay a price for the decisions they make. And as someone who is undead, I do not concern myself with regret. Dilly was slightly stunned. Cress, what exactly do you mean? I do not regret the choices I've made. What about it, Miss Dilly? In Dilly's eyes, a flash of tears seemed to appear. This skeleton really does resemble a noble knight. So, you don't regret your decision to protect me, right? Dilly murmured quietly to herself, chuckling softly, a sound that Cress did not hear. Truly, Dilly was already beautiful, and this smile that came from the bottom of her heart lessened the lethal venom of her otherwise intimidating beauty. While quietly observing the entrance of the bone burial cave, Dilly continued. Thank you, Cress. Cress was momentarily perplexed. Why? Why are you suddenly thanking me? Never mind. Forget it. Cress, I will honor our agreement and make you an excellent illusionist. Dilly looked into the eyes visible through the slits in Cress's masked visor. Though those were just eyes created by her own illusion magic for Cress, at this moment, Dilly felt that they truly reflected Cress's original gaze. Calm, composed, without a trace of doubt or confusion, charismatic and captivating, and beneath Cress's calm exterior. Shit, what's going on? Why can't I keep up with Dilly's rhythm all of a sudden? I believe in you, Miss Dilly. As the consistently low and tranquil male voice faded away, each was lost in their own thoughts. It seems Xuanhuan has truly left. After ensuring there would be no further anomalies, Cress slowly stood up, stepping out from the cover of the dense bushes. Dilly did the same. So Cress, just as Dilly began to speak, she noticed a flicker of movement at the entrance of the bone burial cave. Cress, look. Following Dilly's cue, Cress turned his gaze toward the sound. It was a modestly equipped 4-man adventurer team, cautiously guarding their surroundings as they gradually infiltrated the bone burial cave. Oathbound sword, is it? Cress certainly remembered this memorable adventuring team. In fact, last life, he had inadvertently dragged them into unnecessary calamity, especially their captain, Jack, who left a deep impression on Cress. He believed now they would one day become fine steel tier powerhouses. Cress's soft mutterings reached Dilly's ears, but before she could satisfy her curiosity with questions, Cress spoke preemptively. Miss Dilly, we may have to visit the bone burial cave again. They're no match for the skeleton archmage. Currently available information. 1. Arcane. Teleport. One type among many teleportation magics. It features a short delay, minimal arcane expenditure, but only allows for self-transportation. Additionally, it requires presetting a marker array at the destination point, categorizing it temporarily as a mid-lower tier teleportation magic. Chapter 044, The Undead and the Skeleton Archmage. Deep within the bone burial cave. Be careful. Accompanying a loud warning from a young man, an unreasonably huge energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking everyone's view right in front. Martial skill, solid shield. The use of this defensive martial skill made the originally not-so-heavy shield instantly glow brightly under the influence of battle energy, becoming as substantial as a mountain. Boom. It was the 3rd-rank magic power spell, Fireball. The giant ball of flames struck the energy shield directly, and the shockwave from the explosion caused the emerald-black forest around to bow down. The violent flames devoured the entire group of adventurers mercilessly. Damn it, Jack, the shield warrior, who was struggling to hold up the energy shield, couldn't help but curse through gritted teeth. In the depths of the bone burial cave, there hides such a high-level undead creature. None of the people conducting investigations for the Adventurers Guild have discovered this. Jack, can you still hold on? Tom, the ranger, hiding behind Jack's energy shield, gritted his teeth while asking Jack, and at the same time drew the short dagger hidden in his boot. Jack, I'll charge out soon and try to kill this ghostly thing with one strike. Don't be rash. Jack shouted and stopped Tom's reckless idea. As long as we wait until the monster runs out of magical power and its attacks weaken, then Louise, who has the cleric profession, can cast Holy Light Strike, the most effective faith-based magic against the undead. And then we. Jack said word by word, gradually showing signs of physical exhaustion in his speech. Be careful. Before Jack could finish making his plan, Jane, the female archer, had already sharply reminded them. When Jack turned back to make arrangements, the flame attack did not diminish. But there was more than just flames. Skeleton Archmage. This giant skeletal mage variant profession also possessed considerable melee strength that couldn't be ignored. While for the Skeleton Archmage class, using destructive magical power spells was undoubtedly the best way to attack, this does not mean they lack the ability to fight at close quarters. By the time the shield warrior Jack looked back again, due to Jane's warning, a magical staff larger than Jack himself was already swinging down like a war hammer. Oh no, Jack knew internally something was wrong. The solid shield martial skill has two forms. One defends against ordinary physical attacks, the other is specifically for defending against magical chance. That is, the shield in front of Jack now has extremely high resistance to magic, but almost zero defense against physical attacks. Jack had no time to take any other defensive measures. Just as the warhammer was about to strike down, Ranger Tom threw himself in a near-suicidal manner and pushed Jack away from the range of the magical staff's attack. Although Tom tried hard to avoid hitting vital spots, he was inevitably thrown far by the impact of the warhammer. Like a baseball flying off into the distance, he crashed violently against a massive emerald tree nearby, snapping several large trees along the way. Louise, the cleric, reacted with remarkable speed and quickly went to Tom who had been thrown, activating the healing array. At the same moment Louise reached Tom, the scorching magic circle in the skeleton archmage's hands was already fully chanted. A fiery fireball emerged, with intense heat seemingly distorting the surrounding space. Louise, as another highly agile profession, Jane, the archer, was unable to offer any support or cover in time. Just as the priestess Louise turned around, her entire vision was blocked by the enormous fireball in front of her. Together with Louise's nearby Tom, it seemed like both were threatened by the fireball's overwhelming heat. But neither Louise nor Tom were incinerated into charcoal, as imagined. A sharp blade of light flashed across. Upon further observation, the lethal fireball of the skeleton archmage was cleaved in half entirely, causing a fiery explosion on both sides. Scorching thermal currents battered every face present, but didn't cause any harm. It seems we arrived just in time. The deep, calm male voice shocked Louise, who had just come back from the brink of death. She blankly stared ahead, only to find where the fireball was before. A fully black-armored knight stood proudly. The splash of Xing red at the back of the knight's armor, a short cape, continuously fluttered under the impact of the fireball-induced gale. It looked as if a paladin sent down by a celestial deity had appeared. Is this the favor of the gods? Louise's dazed muttering went unheard by anyone. Instead, a voice that was both rational and melodious yet carried a tinge of allure rang out. Mr. Kress, please note there is an injury under the undead creature's armpit. Perhaps we can use this to kill it. Following the source of the voice revealed a beautiful female from the Eastern Empire, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing a neatly tailored mercenary uniform. Moreover, she had an exceptionally well-toned figure exuding a sense of regal charm. Even Louise, who usually considered herself to be somewhat charming, couldn't help but feel overshadowed. Rest assured, Miss Dilly. Kress held his long sword in front of him, which was instantly covered by dark death energy, while speaking calmly to the one behind him. Miss Priestess, would you kindly tend to the wounded? As for the enemy before us, I shall be the one to slay it. Information available so far. 1. Skeleton Archmage and Archmage of the Dead. Although their names sound similar, they represent vastly different levels of strength. As recorded in the Adventurers Guild-issued Handbook on Undead Races, the Skeleton Archmage is a mutated race of the Skeleton Mage, generally ranging from levels 7 to 12, while the Archmage of the Dead is a powerful undead that has reached the hero domain, with levels exceeding 30. Because of their similar names, many novice adventurers make incorrect judgments, leading to many unnecessary eradication attempts, often mistaking the stronger Skeleton Archmage for the nation-threatening Archmage of the Dead. Of course, due to these misjudgment incidents becoming increasingly common among novice adventurers, coupled with the continuous emergence of new undead races, the Adventurers Guild has begun preparing to re-edit the Handbook on Undead Races. Chapter 045, The Undead and the Rematch. There was no doubt that during this encounter with the Skeleton Grandmaster, Kress had absolute confidence. After all, he was able to defeat him in his previous life. So naturally, there wouldn't be any issues this time either. However, Kress thought as he considered that if he wasn't mistaken, the Oath of the Sword adventuring party should have already entered the Bone Burial Cave before Kylon Weed arrived. But why? Kress and Dilly could almost say they were constantly stationed at the sole entrance to the Bone Burial Cave. But the Oath of the Sword adventuring party suddenly appeared at the entrance to the Bone Burial Cave without a trace or any prior warning. Could it be a side effect of near-infinite resurrection? Well, I'll think about these problems later. For now, let's solve the problem in front of us. Thinking this, after issuing orders to Priestess Louise, Kress strode forward alone, his sword in one hand pointed towards the side, moving slowly towards the Skeleton Grandmaster, which would terrify an ordinary person. It was the kind of calm confidence exclusive to true powerhouses. Even the Skeleton Grandmaster was greatly shocked, his figure somewhat hesitant, but as a skeleton, one couldn't see much fear on its face. As the entity of death itself advanced before them, the spirit of the Skeleton Grandmaster seemed taut as if pulled tightly at that moment. Within the bony hands resembling white dried wood of the Skeleton Grandmaster, a crimson magic array began appearing amidst intonations. It's the third-rank magic, Fireball. Be careful, Kress. From a distant place of safety, Dilly warned Kress, knowing very well Kress' undead nature. She was also aware that fire-based magical attacks represented a significant fatal weakness for Kress being an undead race. Watching the disproportionate forms of Kress and the Skeleton Grandmaster, Dilly's heart involuntarily surged with worry. Even though Cress had previously managed to easily neutralize this magic spell, a massive scorching fireball exploded into motion. It seemed even the entire subterranean forest within the bone burial cave would be completely incinerated by it. The fiery explosion detonated where the Dark Knight stood. Burning heat waves mingled with blazing flames, indiscriminately burning everything around. Except behind the Dark Knight. Naturally, it's too weak. With a shift in perspective, from the side of Dilly and the Oath of the Sword adventure team, one could clearly see that towering armor-clad knight using his sword imbued with a mysterious energy split open the entire fireball. Under an unmatched and powerful sword attack, the remaining flames from the fireball dissipated to both sides, failing entirely to harm either the armored knight or those behind him. Can this be something a human can do? The archer, Jane, stood frozen in place. She simply couldn't believe that anyone could block a third-rank elemental magical attack, known for its destructiveness, the fireball, without activating any martial skills. While maintaining the healing magic formation, Louise, the experienced cleric of the Holy Light Temple, spoke quietly. I've heard that a hero-level powerhouse's casual strike could rival the signature martial arts of top-tier warriors. Perhaps this adult is just like that. Looking at two junior adventurers who were utterly stunned by what they had just witnessed, Dilly inwardly sneered contemptuously. They didn't know at all just how powerful a hero-level powerhouse really was. Cress was indeed very strong. However, just now, that move was actually made possible through the use of skillful leverage and the inherent superiority of death energy over regular chi energy. Therefore, in the eyes of these low-ranking adventurers, it looked like a simple, effortless blow. Nevertheless, of course, this didn't pose any harm to either Cress or Dilly. Conversely, perhaps, it could be put to Dilly's own use. Haha, certainly. My fiancé, Lord Crescent, is undoubtedly the strongest swordsman in the world. In the center of the battlefield, wearing a full-body armor highly resistant to fire, Cress naturally couldn't hear the conversations happening among Dilly and others far away on the battlefield. Not because he lacked the ability to do so, but because he had to fully focus on the enemy right in front of him. A level 8 skeleton grandmaster. Cress felt slightly speechless in his heart. He had been somewhat too careless. Even with the rare profession of a ghost swordsman and the boost of his fire-resistant armor, he shouldn't directly confront the fireball impact. Even though most of the heat wave had been deflected by his sword chi, the residual flame and the racial characteristic of innate fear towards fire caused some disadvantage. Indeed, he shouldn't show off. After inwardly criticizing himself, Cress seized the opportunity when the skeleton grandmaster was shocked and started chanting another spell, moving forward with a speed akin to a ghostly phantom. Martial skill, Ghost Slash. Being one of the most commonly used skills among many by Cress, his Ghost Slash had reached a level of absolute mastery, now at LV3. This was a terrifying level. When the sound of martial skill echoed, the skeleton grandmaster realized he no longer had time to chant any spells. Therefore, he completely abandoned the incantation and turned the large staff in his hand into a war hammer, attempting to block Cress' fatal strike. The long sword slashed through the air. A dark shadow of the sword appeared out of nowhere. The magic staff of the skeleton grandmaster was just a split second too late. In crescent rapid slash, the black shadow struck directly under the arm where the skeleton grandmaster had raised his hand to chant earlier. Old and new wounds coincided. Even undead skeletons, with their high resistance to edged weapons, were visibly shaken by this residual force. It's not over yet, Mr. Skeleton Grandmaster. The deep voice of Cress beneath his armor resonated even more powerfully with the vibrations of his armor. Combined with his tall, well-proportioned figure and extremely courteous manner of speaking, it was easy to believe that this was the noble knight renowned for honor and bravery in the human kingdom. Martial skill, Devil God Cross. Cress swiftly pulled the long sword out from the utterly fleshless body of the skeleton grandmaster and quickly drew a cross in midair. One black, one white, two flying slash attacks overlapped. These two energies, symbolizing darkness and light, were simultaneously contained within a single martial skill. Roar. The struggling skeleton grandmaster let out a last roar of despair before his entire skeleton shattered into pieces from these two powerful slashes. Chapter 046, The Undead and Refusal. Truly, Mr. Cress, you don't disappoint. Yes. No wonder, Miss Dilly. After a brief exchange once more with the Oathbound Sword adventurer team, Cress almost entirely relived his previous life's experiences. However, there were some differences. After personally rescuing them from the death threat of the skeleton archmage, whether it was the fat Captain Jack or other members of the Oathbound Sword team, they all seemed closer and more trusting towards Cress and Dilly than in his past life. And that ranger, Tom, who had a crush on Dilly, did not this time issue her a dinner invitation? Apparently, something unknown must have changed. Still, it's better this way. At least, we won't need to pretend to be lovers or married again. Lord Crescent, with such formidable strength, you must have traveled extensively. Female archer Jane suddenly asked, her entire being still starry-eyed with admiration. In this situation, Cress couldn't say he was just a skeleton cooped up in a tomb. Yes, Miss Adventurer. We've journeyed here from the eastern edge of the continent. And, after receiving an affirmative reply, Jane seemed invigorated, asking loudly. In such a long journey, surely you and your fiancée Miss Dilly must have experienced many romantic and interesting adventures? Could you tell us about them? Romantic and interesting adventures. Upon hearing Jane's question, Cress felt a headache coming on. Did he really have to fabricate a few adventure stories? Wait, fiancé? As a skeleton, Cress' empty mind suddenly exploded as if something clicked. When Crescent looked toward Dilly, the source of all this, she was elegantly enjoying a piece of bread. Meeting his gaze, she gave him a very graceful and charming smile. It was still a mode of interaction similar to the last life. But there were differences. This time, the people from the Oathbound Sword proactively extended an invitation for Cress to join their team, hoping Cress and Dilly could become part of their adventurer group. Accepting it seemed like a no-harm choice, given the promise of joining what would be a future elite, Iron Steel class adventurer team. You've received a membership invitation from the Oathbound Sword adventurer team. Accept. Join the Oathbound Sword team and initiate the B-class side quest, Adventurer Journey, B-class. Help guide the Oathbound Sword to become an elite, Iron Steel class adventurer team renowned throughout the kingdom. Decline. Oathbound Sword goodwill decreases, but Dilly's affection toward you increases. Oh, looking at the text message that popped up suddenly, Cress didn't feel any surprise. He had already grown accustomed to this game-like anomaly. But what was the second option about? Dilly's affection? The affection value had only appeared before in connection to Ialiri, leading Cress to believe it stemmed from Ialiri starting the S-class storyline task. But judging from this moment, it wasn't exactly like that either. Mr. Cress, what do you think about you and Miss Dilly joining us and becoming renowned adventurers across the whole continent together? Cress' deep contemplation inside his head was interrupted by the middle school drama voice of Tom the Ranger from Oathbound Sword. Captain Jack quickly pulled the animatedly gesturing Tom back, clearly disapproving of Tom's overexcited behavior. Yet, the question posed by Tom was indeed also on the minds of Jack and the others. Cress consciously looked in Dilly's direction. At the moment, she was fully focused on examining magical jewelry scavenged from the skeleton archmage, seemingly indifferent to Cress' decision. But Crescent knew that such indifference was precisely when Dilly truly cared about something. Still, why would Cress do something detrimental to himself? Besides, joining a future Iron Steel class adventurer team could serve as a shortcut to adventuring in this world. Thank you sincerely for your kind invitation, but I have no intention of joining your group. Cress' words were as cold as always, reminiscent of the arrogance unique to the strong, forming a layer of separation between him and the weak. Indeed, Cress did not like doing things that were disadvantageous to himself. But who could refuse the chance to increase the affection of a breathtakingly beautiful woman? The members of Oathbound Sword all felt more or less a little disheartened. Haha, that's right. With Mr. Cress' strength, he should become a higher-ranked adventurer or noble knight instead. Captain Jack scratched the back of his head and smiled at everyone, trying to smooth over the awkwardness. Still, the looks of disappointment on faces like Tom's couldn't help but evoke a tinge of sadness. Yeah, what kind of team are we, almost dropping to bronze-level adventurers? How could we even think of inviting other powerful individuals to join us? Tom muttered in self-abandonment. Jack yanked him forcefully to the back. The priestess Louise and the archer Jane also clearly spoke much less. It seemed this had indeed turned into an unpleasant conversation. But perhaps it wasn't so for someone else. Cress turned his gaze toward Dilly, who hadn't spoken a word. She had already placed those magical ornaments into Cress' storage bag. As if sensing the eyes upon her, Dilly looked up and met Cress' eyes. Mr. Cress, is there something wrong? Have you noticed I've grown more beautiful? Dilly gave a faint smile, her long-shaped phoenix eyes more enchanting against her black hair. Yet Crescent merely stretched out his hand indifferently and accepted the storage bag handed by Dilly. In that very moment, he finally saw Dilly's attribute panel. It was one of those top-tier panels unreadable by Cress, yet different from the likes of Zhao Yekong and Kirin Wed. Name, Dilly. Race. Class. Level. Affection toward you. 68 out of 100. Appearing where she's least expected, a mysterious woman whose origins, past, and background remain as elusive as when she first showed up. Current available information. 1. The Oathbound Sword Adventurer Team. In the inadvertent conversations between Cress and Captain Jack, it was revealed that the Oathbound Sword was the first weapon of Mohawk, one of the 13 ancient heroes and the Grandmaster Swordsman. It symbolized a swordsman's commitment. Jack and the others greatly admired the Grandmaster Mohawk, so when they initially became adventurers, they named their team after Mohawk's Oathbound Sword. Chapter 047, The Undead and the Adventurer's Journey. Jack, the overweight captain of the Oathbound Sword, had once told Cress. The Adventurers Guild was capturing large numbers of low-tier undead from the Kaz Plain and offering high bounties for those still living low-tier undead. And Cress believed that if Eiley wasn't in the burial cave, it was highly possible she'd been captured alive by other adventurers and taken to the Adventurers Guild. After all, no kind of undead is easier to capture alive than a freshly zombified one. Because of these suspicions, Cress must travel to the Hesmu City Adventurers Guild. At least, he needs to check whether there's any trace of Eiley's presence. Jack, the captain of Oathbound Sword, was very willing to serve as Cress's guide. On the vast Kaz Plain, Cress and his companions managed to find a convenient place to set up camp and rest. Though the burial cave is located outside Hesmu City, it is still quite far from the city center. To avoid entering areas with congregations of monsters, Jack's group opted for the longer route through the Kaz Plain. It would add an extra day's journey, but it was safer. During this season, when the kingdom and empire have not yet fully erupted into war, most of the Kaz Plain remains relatively peaceful. Late at night, by the campfire, members of Oathbound Sword were inspecting today's Hall of Undead Remains. These non-human species remains are crucial proof for adventurers to claim their bounty from the Adventurers Guild. Cress voluntarily offered to share the credit for cleaning out the burial cave with the Oathbound Sword team, a gesture akin to giving coal to Newcastle that eased the plight of the Oathbound Sword, which was on the brink of demotion. At this point, the discomfort from their earlier failed invitation to Cress has long since been forgotten. Particularly Tom, who almost danced his own bizarre creation around the campfire, spontaneously offering verses praising Dilly and Cress. While Oathbound Sword reveled in celebration to retain their iron rank status, Dilly wandered alone to a dark area, beyond the reach of the campfire's glow. Fortunately, the moonlight tonight was sufficiently bright, allowing even some races without night vision to barely make out the general direction. Dilly, you seem troubled? Cress's deep male voice, possibly a trait of undead, always exuded a sense of rationality and reliability. At present, to avoid arousing suspicion from potential cold steel mercenaries, Cress had already stored his original knight armor back in his storage bag. A black and red Eastern brocade robe with dark red patterns, a jade-encrusted sash holding a longsword. Illusion created black hair tied neatly with an exquisite hairpin. It had to be said, Dilly excelled at dressing Cress in the fashion of Eastern Empire noblemen. Cress. Dilly just noticed Cress standing behind her. Seeing his transformed appearance into a cold-faced young aristocrat, she suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Not just because of Cress's look, but also because, wherever you go or leave the crowd, there's always someone who comes beside you. Sometimes, men who see through women's minds too easily, even if they're good-looking, aren't necessarily liked by women. Dilly spoke with a teasing smile, turning slightly to stand alongside Cress. Cress, can you tell me why you refused their invitation earlier? Somewhere along the way, Dilly no longer addressed Cress with honorifics like at the beginning, yet it felt. This was the true form of Dilly. She wouldn't naturally be a polite and gentle girl like Eiley. Because, facing Dilly's question, Cress paused for a moment, as he noticed the text interface hinting at Dilly's increased favorability rating toward him. Why does this count towards a favorability task? After careful consideration, Cress continued. I promise to protect you until you no longer need my protection. Joining another adventuring party might impose limitations. And I feel you don't want to join. Cress intentionally paused during his response, making Dilly realize the real reason revolved around her. Dilly's eyes momentarily flickered. Cress, do you want to become an adventurer? The straightforward question left Cress hesitating for a bit before answering. Slowly stepping forward, Cress extended his elegant right hand as a firefly landed gently on his palm. At first, I wanted to explore the unknown beautiful places of this world. An adventurer might be the most fitting ideal goal for me. But, Cress spoke unhurriedly, then suddenly changed the tone and looked at Dilly, continuing. Nowadays, human adventurers are no more than a kind of mercenary for the Adventurers Guild. The only difference between them and other mercenaries is whether their targets are humans or non-humans. So, Cress, do you have an aversion to this type of human adventurer deep inside? Dilly's words seemed to carry some hidden meaning, but Cress could not completely see through it at the moment. He replied seemingly off-topic. Dilly, don't forget, my race isn't human. Rather, it's what those adventurers oppose, the undead. Cress's voice became extremely light as he continued, yet his words remained convincing. Dilly's eyes sparkled with flickering light. A bold idea began to quietly take root in her heart. Meanwhile, far by the campfire, the members of Oathbound Sword had also noticed Cress and Dilly. In their eyes, Cress and Dilly were exchanging secrets under the moonlight, something only they knew. They really looked like a perfect match. Under the soft moonlight, two beauties from the Eastern Empire exuded both elegance and heroism. Perhaps it was optical illusion, but the proximity between the two made it seem like Dilly was leaning against Cress' chest. The archer Jane, just like a little fangirl encountering her favorite CP, couldn't help but gaze entranced at the figures of Cress and Dilly. Even the most talkative Tom fell into silence, mesmerized. I don't like adventurers. Dilly's words sounded like she was talking to herself. She didn't offer any explanations for the reasons behind it. Instead, she soon detected some subtle movement near the distant campfire. Dilly suddenly remembered something, couldn't help smiling slightly, and signaled Cress to come closer with a wave of her hand. As Dilly expected, Cress leaned slightly towards her, allowing her to whisper softly in his ear. But, I know what you want to do. If you need to investigate the undead captured by the Adventurers Guild, it would be best to join it first and become one of those adventurers, preferably of a high rank. By the way, there's another thing. Thank you for your unwavering protection, Cress. At the campfire. Louise, wow. It looks like Miss Dilly and Mr. Cress are kissing. Jack, it's a bit dark. I can't see clearly. Tom, this cannot be happening. Beautiful Miss Dilly. Mr. Cress, how enviable. Jane, wow. They look so perfect together. Hee hee. Chapter 048, The Undead and the Magic Chanter. The Skeleton Minions class level has reached the advancement condition, meeting the experience point requirement will allow for class advancement. Skeleton Minions class advancement direction. 1. Skeleton Guard, prerequisite, 800 experience points. 2. Skeleton Swordsman, prerequisite, 1000 experience points. 3. Skeleton Mage, prerequisite, 1000 experience points. 4. You have already spent 1000 experience points to advance the Skeleton Minion LV.5 into a Skeleton Mage LV.5. You have obtained the talents and characteristics of Skeleton Mage, including Magical Resistance, Magical Essence, and Magical Chanters. You have comprehended the first stage magic associated with Skeleton Mage, Flame. You have comprehended the second stage magic associated with Skeleton Mage, Cirrus. Watching the continuous information prompts in his mind, Cress felt his body entering an unprecedented vacuum stage. That feeling was similar to the sensation he had when leveling up in the past, but it wasn't entirely the same. Moreover, Cress could feel a new type of magic within him, the mana pool of a magic chanter. This form of energy was vastly different from the death energy of a ghost swordsman, now coexisting within Cress. Thus, Cress possessed two forms of combat energy. Perhaps, this would bring surprising results during future sustained battles. Among the many skeleton-based advanced classes, Cress initially chose between the two remaining options, Skeleton Swordsman and Skeleton Mage. In most advanced classes, none were particularly what Cress liked. For example, the Grave Ghost Corpse, though it greatly boosted various ability values and could absorb rapid death energy from graves to replenish itself. According to its description, it could only be active within the confines of a graveyard, suffering penalties if it moved beyond that range. That clearly didn't suit Cress. And others either had too many flaws or were simply too weak, leaving only these two choices. As for why he abandoned the former option, it was mainly because the skills and traits of a skeleton swordsman overlapped far too much with those of a ghost swordsman. Or rather, ghost swordsman is a more advanced profession than skeleton swordsman. What the skeleton swordsman has, the ghost swordsman basically has. Even more, the ghost swordsman possesses abilities the skeleton swordsman lacks. Furthermore, the stacking of these non-class-specific sword skills seemed to provide no additional ability boosts. Therefore, there was no need to stack redundant abilities. Also, doesn't the title Magic Chanter sound cool? Name, Cress. Race, Skeleton, Undead. Profession, Ghost Swordsman, Rare, LV.5, Skeleton Mage, LV.5. Level, 11, Race Level 1, Profession Level 10. Skills, Corpse Poison LV.2, Hammer Blow LV.1, Demon Slash LV.2, Demon Shadow LV.2, Demon Cross LV.1, etc. Magic, Flame, Cirrus, etc. Combat Ability, Beginner Hammer Technique, Beginner Sword Technique. Talent, Warlust, Beginner, Magical Essence. Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Hammer, 39, Longsword, 145. Characteristics, plus 12 Magic Resistance, minus 88 Blunt Weapon Resistance, plus 123 Sharp Weapon Resistance, plus 102 Corrosion Resistance, plus 4% Immunity to Fatal Strikes, etc. Experience Points, 2405/31675. Hesma City, Inner City Market. In fact, for the majority of the commoners and nobles in the kingdom, among the human races, the ones they dislike the most are not the people of the Eastern Empire, who look quite different from themselves, but those who share the same origins as themselves, imperial people. Conversely, this sentiment holds true for the imperial folk as well. The empire, kingdom, and papal state were originally a giant unified federal empire. Due to various internal and external reasons, the federation split into several small and medium-sized countries, which after long-term wars of annexation and religious nation-building, eventually became the current 3 human nations. Years of conquest wars have deepened the hatred between the empire and the kingdom almost to the point of blood feuds. Consequently, both nations instead maintained basic friendly relations with the distant, always neutral Eastern Empire. It was precisely because of this that neither Cress nor Dilly encountered too much trouble due to their appearances. Regarding Wyatt said that they faced no excessive trouble. No one could possibly imagine. A vast city primarily functioning as a military fortress. The commoners stopped to watch because they saw a couple. The guards forgot to check their credentials because they saw a couple. Even the shopkeepers, who live by profit, forgot to trade their goods when they saw this pair. And this mesmerizing couple consisted of Cress, dressed as a noble from the Eastern Empire, and Dilly. An ordinary carriage belonging to the Cold Iron Mercenary Group was magically transformed into a grand, circular canopied carriage used by Eastern nobility. Inside it, alongside Cress and Dilly, sat the Sword of Vow, which now resembled an adventurer guard acting as their personal bodyguard. Actually, Cress had not originally intended to be so ostentatious. Dilly and Cress's current appearances were indeed attractive, but they weren't striking enough to cause such a sensation. It was all due to Dilly's manipulations. According to Dilly's plan, if they truly wanted to casually review the captured undead held by the Adventurers Guild, the best approach would be to become high-ranking adventurers permanently stationed at this branch of the guild. But becoming a top-tier adventurer with just the achievement of solo killing a skeleton archmage was far from sufficient. This wasn't because that feat was unimpressive. Rather, it simply wasn't dazzling enough. Though the Adventurers Guild outwardly treated all nobles, commoners, and merchants equally, Dilly knew that the guild favored recruiting from the human aristocracy. Perhaps the kingdom's noble system has influenced the inner prejudices of people, and for the majority of the kingdom's population, the average fighting skill and cultural literacy of the nobles are seen as better than those of commoners, and commoners better than slaves, continuing in such a hierarchy. Thus, whether it be young princes aspiring for adventure or knights glorifying combat, these are the top adventurers the guild truly hopes to acquire. Taking all the above information into consideration, at Dilly's suggestion, Cress decided to fabricate a false background for both himself and Dilly, royalty from a destroyed nation in the East. So, how to display this royal aura? Now, it was time for Dilly's illusions to shine. Chapter 049, The Undead and the Narco Branch President. Dilly was far from an ordinary existence, a fact that Cress had always kept in mind. It seemed as though there was some kind of magical seal hidden within her. During Cress's previous life, when he fought against Kylon Weed, those sudden black-brown magical lines that appeared around Dilly were truly worth exploring. Fortunately, even with her powers restrained, Dilly still had enough confidence to make every person who saw her and Cress believe that they were what people envisioned as top-tier beings carrying royal dignity, the supposed image of how royalty should appear. And all these things could later become solid pillars for Cress's adventurer's journey. You have agreed to Dilly's fake royalty plan. You have begun attempting to increase your influence in Hesma City. Your royal aura has started leaving impressions on the citizens of Hesma City, 2/10,000. You have initiated the A-grade plot quest, Fallen Royalty. Convince the majority that you are a direct descendant of a human kingdom destroyed by the Qin Empire in the East without being exposed, until you ascend to the throne. Reward, recognition as royalty, reasonable foundation for establishing a nation, etc. Adventurers Guild, Hesma City Branch, Qin Empire? Cress muttered softly, unconsciously reacting to the sudden text notification that popped up in his mind. A familiar name. Seated beside Cress, Dilly seemed to have overheard his murmurs and turned slightly toward him, but after confirming that he had no intention of elaborating, she ceased paying attention. The Hesmu City branch of the Adventurers Guild was a colossal tower-like building constructed from high-grade stone materials mixed with some hardwood timber. No one quite understood what the original designer was thinking. This kind of architecture resembled constructing another fortress inside the stronghold city. But then again, upon entering the guild hall, one would quickly notice the distinctiveness of the place. Laid out like an upscale free tavern, adventurers of various badge ranks lingered in front of the mission bulletin board, craning their necks to browse through it and seeking the most suitable higher tasks. The boots of adventurers struck rhythmic notes on the marble floor of the guild hall. In the distance, many adventurers conversed with guild staff at the front counter about bounty collection, rank upgrades, and surrendering live undead creatures that had been captured. Within this short while, Cress had already seen 3 low-level skeletons and 1 zombie being taken away by the guild using specially designed steel cages. Truly monotonous and utterly boring. Dilly seemed thoroughly disappointed with the sight, muttering dispassionately as her originally beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed sharply, giving off an aggressive aura. Cress, do you think Jack will be back soon? After hearing Dilly's question, Cress didn't rush to reply. Jack, the leader of the Solemn Sword team, was accompanied by Louise, a low-rank cleric of the Holy Light Temple. As soon as they returned to Hesma City, Louise had to bid them farewell early to report back to the Holy Light Temple. Tom and Jane, on the other hand, after receiving the bounty for the undead remains, went to the market to purchase the potions and equipment they might need for their next mission. Though Tom and Jane looked quite reluctant when parting ways with Dilly and Cress just before setting off, when Jack suggested they swap tasks, both quickly bolted off without hesitation. Because the final destination for their captain Jack was the president of the Adventurers Guild Hesma City branch. A union president most adventurers dreaded, the man named Narco. However, since Jack had some connections with him, he decided to directly bypass the guild officers and personally recommend Cress and Dilly to branch president Narco. Currently, Cress and Dilly were seated at a round wooden table in the corner of the hall, waiting for Jack's news. He's here. With simple, calm words, Cress followed the sound, spotting Jack approaching with animated expressions right into view. Mr. Cress, Miss Dilly, Branch President Narco wishes to see you. President's office. The soft morning sunlight streamed in from the window, scattering across various intricate decorations, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. A middle-aged man sat behind a long wooden desk. Although the man had an attractive face, it was impossible to escape the traces of time, evident in his hair flecked with silver, cut very short as if in defiance of aging. He exuded sharpness and efficiency. This is the president of the Adventurers Guild Hesma branch, Narco. I am delighted to meet you, Mr. Cress from the mysterious East, and Miss Dilly. Narco's voice carried a hint of mature manly charm, projecting an air of calm confidence. Despite his words being extremely modest and gentle, when spoken by Narco, they always exuded a leader's commanding presence. Mr. Narco. Cress's soft yet resonant male voice matched Narco's self-assured demeanor without faltering, causing a subtle change in Narco's originally nonchalant gaze. I believe, deep down, you didn't actually want to see us, correct? With this single sentence, Cress unveiled Narco's deepest thoughts. Even though Cress sat on the guest chair opposite the wooden desk, he gave off the impression of being the true master controlling the room's atmosphere. Mr. Cress, you are absolutely right. Initially, I agreed to see you merely because of my admiration for Jack. Narco's expression remained unchanged as he calmly revealed his original genuine thoughts. However, Narco quickly added, but now, upon laying eyes on you two, I realize your joining will be the greatest fortune for the Hesma branch in nearly a decade. President Narco truly has a silver tongue. Seated beside Cress, Dilly wore a faint smile, her elegant robes similar in style to Cress's, making her appear dignified and alluring. If I were President Narco, I doubt I could have delivered such polished words. Hearing his heartfelt statement twisted into mere flattery, Narco couldn't help but display a slight wry smile. I originally assumed that you two were nobles masquerading as talentless heirs, simply seeking an adventurer ranking for show, but Narco spoke with a touch of indifference. He himself was once an adventurer, rising step by step from the lowest bronze-level rank to the prestigious mithril-level status. He understood the unspoken rules within the Adventurers Guild better than most people. But now I've changed my mind. Chapter 050, The Undead and the Test. But now I have changed my mind. Narco crossed his hands on the desk in front of him, a hint of a smile appearing on his sharp and efficient face as he looked at Cress, and continued. In fact, ever since Mr. Cress entered, I've felt an wuxig threat. It's the kind of threat that I've only experienced before from high-level adventurers. Oh, Cress showed a bit of curiosity towards Narco's words. He hadn't intentionally released any abilities or let his emotions fluctuate. Why did Narco still feel threatened? Perceiving the intangible aura unique to the powerful, Dilly picked up Narco's words appropriately, as if deliberately giving Cress a hint. So it seems President Narco was once a strong ranger with a high-level ranking. Certainly, Narco modestly admitted. I dare not accept the title of strong. As for Mr. Cress, your great power combined with the intelligence to see through someone's inner self, that truly makes you a worthy strong one. Narco's words didn't seem forced, and upon hearing the praise for Cress, Dilly's faint smile deepened even further. Cress remained as calm as ever. This made Narco, who was always keen on observing expressions and reading people, appreciate Cress even more. At the same time, his understanding of the relationship between the two grew sharper, surpassing what Jack had mentioned earlier. They seemed like a well-matched and affectionate couple indeed. So, Mr. Cress, I am very happy about your joining. May I ask, what kind of initial adventurer rank would you hope to obtain? A rare sincere smile graced Narco's face. Although Narco might be handsome, it can't be denied that his usual severe demeanor frightened people, whereas his smiling face made one feel uneasy. Smiling really wasn't a suitable expression for Narco. I wish to attain an adventurer rank that grants me the highest degree of freedom. I do not want to accept missions just because of union mandates. Cress said this quite skillfully. Although the Adventurers Union isn't managed as militarily as mercenary organizations, they still share many similarities. For example, compulsory summoning. According to different regulations, an Adventurers Union branch has the right to compulsorily summon any adventurer under its jurisdiction every year or month and assign tasks of corresponding levels accordingly. This adds some shackles to what would otherwise be absolutely free adventurers. There are also other regulations, varying among different branches. Faced with such a response from Cress, Narco considered Cress a man of great depth and strength, simultaneously recognizing language as a form of art. Would there be adventurers who could act so freely? Joining the Adventurers Union, being protected by it, and accepting hired tasks naturally comes with corresponding duties. In theory, this obligation is something every adventurer must adhere to. However, theories remain just theories. Do countless branches within the Adventurers Union not compete with each other? Why is the headquarters of the adventurers, stationed in King's City Yabu City, called a headquarters? Everything is determined by the strength of the union. Under each Adventurer Union branch, there will usually be stationed adventurer teams. Most of these adventurers are temporary residents who pass through here, accept employment tasks, and no one knows when they'll leave. But there exists another type of adventurer team, extremely high-level ones, generally signing lifetime cooperation or long-term cooperation agreements with specific union branches. These become the powerful adventurers registered under this branch of the Adventurer Union. They have various special powers granted by the Adventurer Union branch and may even receive offerings from the branch. As for conditions, there is only one. They must be sufficiently powerful. Under the headquarters of the Adventurer Union in Yabu City, there are two titled, elite-grade adventure teams that can threaten a nation, Blood Romance, and Illusory Dream. Adventurers who can refuse compulsory summoning must belong to those symbolic elite teams under this particular Adventurer Union. Otherwise, even temporarily stationed adventurers must abide by the commands issued by the Union. Ha ha ha. Narco emitted a loud laugh. This laughter made Jack, who had been dismissed earlier and stood outside in the corridor, feel secretly pleased. Was it that Mr. Cress and Mr. Narco were having a pleasant conversation? Mr. Cress is indeed someone with a large appetite, aiming to become the highest-ranking adventurer at the Helmsma branch. Within the Adventurer Union, there actually exists a hierarchical system among each division. This rank reaches the highest level of adventurer that a branch of the Adventurers Union can evaluate independently. As for the Helmsma branch, the highest adventurer rank it can evaluate independently is Mithril. Whether you fully understand my words or not, Mr. Narco, it remains your decision. Cress seemed very composed and slippery as he tossed the ball back to Narco. Narco's eyes narrowed slightly, making him look even more aggressive. He placed the partial skull of the skeleton archmage, which had earlier been handed over by Jack, on the desk, and spoke in a low voice. This skeleton archmage has mid-level strength. You being able to defeat him alone is impressive. If you are willing to register under the Helmsma branch, I can certainly offer you the rank of gold-class adventurer. Regarding the greatest degree of freedom that you seek, it's a privilege we grant only to our branch's highest-ranked mithril-class adventurers. Could the combined strength of you and Miss Dilly match that of a fully equipped mithril team, complete with both wizards and warriors? His continuous, soft yet forceful whispers seemed directed at himself, but also clearly meant for Cress to hear. I've heard rumors about the two of you, though I don't care whether your real names are Ing, Zhao, or Han. Those details don't matter. Moreover, if your identity is genuine, you may be targeted by assassination attempts from Eastern assassins. However, if you join us, the Adventurers Union will protect you. Narco's persuasive words, mixing both threats and enticements, appeared to be already accommodating much of Cress and Dilly's demands. I've heard that within less than 100 miles north of Helmsmo City lies another metropolis, Dali City, an area larger and economically stronger than Helmsmo. It's said that their branch of the Adventurers Union has competed fiercely with the Helmsmo branch for dominance in the southwestern part of the kingdom, as the Dolly branch lacks a strong figure to secure its leadership. Cress's words echoed as though based on carefully researched information, realistic, credible, and highly intimidating. Well then, at this moment, Cress slowly rose to his feet, appearing ready to leave, while Dilly followed suit. Mr. Narco, perhaps one day in the future, the headquarters in Yabu City might decide to place the Helmsmu branch under the jurisdiction of the Dolly branch. Who could predict such things? With that, Cress turned and walked away. His cold and ruthless face showed no room for negotiation or bargaining. Wait. Chapter 051, The Undead and the Mithril Class Adventurer. Wait. Narco, whose face was grim as he spoke, managed to momentarily halt Cress' steps. The competition within the Adventurers Guild is incredibly fierce. If Crescent really is as strong as he detected, and also possesses the rumored identity of an Eastern royal family member, then perhaps, with Cress possibly reaching the rank of Bronze Mountain, or even higher in the future, the Dolly branch might truly become the governor's office for the southwestern part of the kingdom. If so, why not retain him first? But something needs confirmation. I can grant Mr. Cress and Miss Dilly the status of Mithril Class Adventurers, which is the highest rank I can personally give out. All the power you requested, I can fulfill. However, Narco's words were smooth yet oppressively forceful. Seeing that Cress seemed hesitant to leave, Narco continued. However, I need to see all of your true strength. How should I demonstrate it? Cress' words were extremely simple and calm. Narco sneered coldly, seeming to mix his anger at being constantly suppressed by the other's presence with each syllable. Defeat me. The moment the words left his lips, the next instant, Narco had approached behind Cress almost instantly. The twin daggers hidden up his sleeves appeared in his hands. Once a Mithril Class Ranger adventurer, he now relived the thrill and excitement of his old adventures. The twin daggers lunged straight ahead, not targeting any fatal points, but if they hit, they would be enough to incapacitate most people temporarily. And in Narco's high-speed gaze, Cress looked like he hadn't reacted in time, showing no movement at all. Though sudden attacks may not be fair, Mr. Cress' strict demands cannot go unmet without corresponding strength. Narco muttered, showing no hesitation with his daggers. But just before piercing Cress, something unexpected happened. Bang! A shrill metallic clang rang out. A long sword from the east was already horizontally blocking the strike behind Cress, firmly stopping Narco's thrust. That long sword has been hanging on Cress' waist all along. How could it have suddenly? Narco couldn't comprehend that when he was approaching Cress just now, Cress wasn't drawing his sword yet. How could he achieve such speed in such a short time, and block his full attack with ease? Before Narco could pull back his daggers and retreat, a pitch-black energy, exuding a deathly aura, clung like viscous liquid onto Cress' sword. A ghost swordsman. Narco was greatly startled and took a step back to retreat swiftly. It was a rare profession, the ghost swordsman. Years of adventure experience told Narco about the greatness and terror of this class. In response to Narco's sudden assault, Cress showed no haste. After his retreat, Cress slowly turned around. That long sword coated with death energy sat across his front, resembling a gooey liquid blade. So, Mr. Narco, I'm looking forward to your evaluation of my strength. At the very moment Cress finished speaking, a wave of deathly aura swept over him. This was a monster that, in his previous years, even himself and mithril-ranked companions wouldn't dare confront head-on. Narco's complexion paled. Dilly, standing beside Cress, still maintained her signature light smirk as she moved toward the edge of the spacious room. At the exact moment Dilly departed, Cress initiated his attack. First-rank magic, flame, martial art, demon god cross. An immense explosive sound suddenly echoed throughout. At the Helmsmu City Adventurer Guild branch, it seemed the entire first-floor hall was drawn into focus by this massive sound. For a long while, after confirming there was no more sounds, many adventurers went back to their own business. At such a place as the Adventurers Guild, that kind of magic or martial arts explosion actually isn't unfamiliar. Just now, the noise only drew so much attention due to its excessive volume. Otherwise, no one would pay much heed to such things. Maybe some potion master's experiment bottle exploded? Or probably that spellcaster failed his incantation again, causing the explosion, In the guild's first-floor hall, adventurers quickly resumed their tasks in various spots. But in front of the corridor leading to the vice president's office on the second floor, Jack, the captain of the Sword of Vow, felt a deep unease at this moment. That sound just now. Jack was drenched in sweat, his face pale. After all, he had spent some time with Cress and had a certain understanding of his attack style. Moreover, Jack himself was a meticulous adventurer, and he was very familiar with the explosive sound of Cress martial art, Demon God Cross. After all, it was this powerful offensive martial art that took the life of the skeleton archmage. Jack thought to himself, growing more and more fearful. The branch president Narco used to be a somewhat stubborn and serious mithril class adventurer. If he and Mr. Cress didn't come to an agreement, would they really fight over such a trivial matter? Jack couldn't bear the thought for a moment longer. He quickly rushed forward, taking a few steps to reach the branch president's office. The main door of the office looked as good as new at a glance. If it weren't for the obvious massive noise from earlier clearly originating inside, even Jack would find it hard to believe that there was a battle taking place within. But Jack had no time to think about this now. As he approached, he suddenly noticed a threatening aura of death surrounding the area, which came from Mr. Cress' special profession. It was a chilling intimidation. Therefore, under no circumstances should either branch president Narco or Mr. Cress get injured. Jack's mind raced rapidly and swiftly reached a conclusion. The lock on the front door of the branch president's office turned. The door opened. Inside the branch president's office, everything was intact just like at the start. Warm sunlight poured through the window onto various intricately crafted wooden furniture within, reflecting off white decorative items and casting beams of light throughout the room, creating a serene atmosphere. Branch President Narco, Mr. Kress, and Miss Dilliu. Jack suddenly felt like he couldn't trust his own eyes. Where was the deathly menacing aura he felt outside? Where were the strange martial techniques clashing? How could it be like this? Chapter 052, The Undying and the Unusual. From Jack's perspective at this moment, in front of the warm sunlight, Kress and Dilly had just stood up in front of the wooden long table in the office, as if they had settled their matters with President Narco of the chapter and were prepared to leave. At this moment, President Narco was just like usual, crossing his hands, placing them on the long wooden office table. His buzz-cut hairstyle made his currently stern face appear even more efficient. Jack, is there something you need? President Narco asked directly. Jack looked a little confused. He had expected to see an intense battlefield inside, filled with flying magic and martial techniques, but instead found this peaceful scene. Sorry, President Narco. I heard some noises and came in to check. It seems it wasn't coming from here. After speaking, Jack gave an apologetic smile. With the silent approval of President Narco and Kress, Jack slowly closed the door. And at that moment when Jack closed the door, he seemed to catch a glimpse through the closing gap of streaks of blood on the unsheathed eastern longsword in Kress's hand. Cough, cough, cough. The moment Jack closed the door, Narco suddenly couldn't hold back anymore and began to violently cough. Then, a trickle of blood fell directly onto the white micro-silk tablecloth covering his desk. Remarkable sword technique. Narco sincerely complimented. It was at this moment that Dilly, who had been leaning casually against one side, slightly raised her hands, causing white mist to emanate from them. What was originally a cozy office illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window instantly turned pitch black. This was caused by Kress's fire magic. Ghost swordsman, chanting mage, illusionist, all are powerful and rare professions. Looking around at how the surroundings had drastically changed within moments into what was before him now, even Narco, who had seen so much, couldn't help but sigh deeply. President Narco, I hope I haven't injured you, Kress said indifferently, with no trace of regret or remorse in his tone. At the same time, Kress took out a bottle of healing potion purchased at the market from his storage bag and handed it over to Narco. In fact, Narco would never have blamed Kress, nor did he have the right to blame Kress. Firstly, the apparently somewhat foolish method of testing strength with physical force was something Narco himself proposed, and secondly, if it weren't for Kress withdrawing his sword in time earlier, Narco certainly wouldn't only be this lightly wounded. As Narco looked at the recovery potion Kress offered, a blood-red potion symbolizing human life energy. Aside from high-grade healing magic, such potions were the most effective for treating injuries. This made alchemy practitioner, a non-combat profession, also one of the highly sought-after cultivation occupations. Although most low-level alchemy practitioners would not be able to refine such a pure and exceedingly valuable recovery potion as this. A blood-red upper quality one should be worth no less than 10 gold coins. Narco, looking at the blood-red recovery potion that stood out greatly against the charred office table, could not help but continue saying, "Keep it for your own use, Mr. Kress. After all, considering the employment missions that secret silver adventurers must undertake, they are mostly extremely perilous." Narco spoke slowly while simultaneously pushing the recovery potion back toward Kress's side. In his words, he had affirmed Kress's prowess. Simultaneously, he officially recognized Kress as the highest-ranking adventurer of Hesmu Adventurer Guild's secret silver adventurer class. Looking at the surroundings at this moment, Narco felt he was indeed both stupid and pitiful. How could he personally test this obviously already more than mountain copper level Eastern adventurer, and even chose his own office as the battleground? If it hadn't been for the presence of that beautiful illusionist earlier, given his current scorched appearance, he'd definitely lose face again in front of subordinates. However, still better, now Hesmu Union's branch finally has a team of top adventurers. Who knows? Perhaps, within the next decade or several decades, the third steel-level adventure group in the kingdom will emerge from Hesmu City. This border town? Who knows? Haha. Second floor corridor of the Adventurers Guild. Jack, the overweight captain of Oath Sword, at this moment had already retreated from the previously announced public office of Branch President Narco. Though such rash intrusion into Narco's office might not have been especially polite according to Jack, still, it was something Jack genuinely believed he should do deep in his heart, confirming the peaceful atmosphere inside. After all, he certainly didn't want the two powerful individuals inside to actually start a fight. When retreating from the second floor of the Adventurers Guild to the first floor hall, Jack also saw Jane and Tom, who had just returned from the weapons market. Jack, Tom, with the ranger profession, was not only extraordinarily sharp in his detection abilities, but was also an extroverted, sociable guy, particularly towards his captain, Jack. Who could believe that Tom had only met Jack the previous week and then directly joined Jack's newly formed Oath Sword adventurer team right away? Hearing Tom's voice, Jack looked over and was immediately enveloped in a bear hug by Tom, who had silently moved beside him. "Good day, Captain Jack." Speaking of which, while being hugged so tightly by Tom that he almost couldn't breathe, female archer Jane walked up, attempting to pull Tom off as she greeted Jack and continued. "We've already purchased some bludgeoning weapons specifically for dealing with undead creatures at the weapon shop, and also repaired the dents on your armor. I believe that next time we carry out an employment mission related to undead creatures, it will be much easier than now. Haha indeed. Jack relished the relief after being released from Tom's tight embrace, before continuing. Looking at it this way, we owe quite a lot to Mr. Kress and Miss Dilly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to collect so many undead remnants to exchange for sufficient bounties. Yes. Ranger Tom followed Jack's words and began glancing around toward the reception counter of the Adventurers Guild. By the way, where's Miss Dilly? Weren't they applying to become adventurers? Why don't I see Miss Dilly anywhere? Miss Dilly and Mr. Kress are currently in Branch President Narco's office. I recommended them directly to President Narco, Jack casually said, feeling internally exasperated about his teammates' lecherous tendencies. After all, until recently, Tom was always pining for Louise, the female cleric of the Holy Light Shrine whom they used to work alongside. It seemed that name hasn't been mentioned lately. At the same time, Ranger Tom appeared slightly disheartened due to not seeing Dilly. A few seconds later, as if suddenly remembering something, Tom stared incredulously at Jack and exclaimed, "You know Branch President Narco?" Chapter 053, The Undying and the Situation. Things were like this. I once carried out a mercenary mission with the Branch President Narco. Though I only played a supporting role, we still have some connections. In a corner of the first floor hall of the Adventurers Guild, Jack, Jane, and Tom sat around a wooden round table. Not only did Tom still find it hard to believe, but Jane also never expected that their seemingly plain, slightly plump, and kind-hearted captain would have such a relationship. As if guessing their thoughts, Jack scratched his head and laughed, saying, "Actually, my recommendation is merely for providing an opportunity to meet. What truly matters are Mr. Kress's abilities and others. After all, Branch President Narco is also a very strict person." Only then did Tom and Jane snap back to reality. Especially when it came to Narco's strictness, it was undeniable that it had left a deep impression on every adventurer in the Hesma branch. By the way, what do you think will be the ranking given to Mr. Kress and Miss Dilly? Just as he was thinking, Jack suddenly seemed curious and tentatively asked the other two. Tom, who just took a sip from his wooden mug, drinking the free wine provided by the Adventurers Guild, immediately replied, "I think it should be bronze level. After all, in the Adventurers Guild, almost every adventurer starts from the lowest rank. Although Mr. Kress is strong, shouldn't we still follow the rules?" "I don't agree." Jane refuted Tom's point of view. Even her exceptionally charming eyebrows curved in disapproval, exuding an adversarial air in accordance with her tone. "I remember, the kingdom's only two fine steel-level adventurers, Phantom Dream, were directly granted the title of fine steel level by the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild without anyone complaining about breaking the rules. That's because they're fine steel level adventurers. That realm isn't something we can reach." Tom appeared disdainful while putting his wooden cup down onto the round table. Wine splashed out, and the collision between the wooden cup and table produced a solid sound. "Why are you so upset?" The female archer Jane seemed to detect a streak of jealousy in Tom. "Could it be you think Mr. Kress lacks the ability for such treatment? Or are you simply jealous?" I. Tom, normally eloquent, suddenly started stuttering at this moment. It seemed Jane had indeed hit upon his real thoughts. Also, Tom thought inwardly, there should be few people who wouldn't envy Kress, handsome, powerful, and always accompanied by such a beautiful Miss Dilly. Now even becoming an adventurer could skip levels. It's really something that breeds jealousy. Jane didn't know what Tom was thinking inside, but a trace of a smile surfaced on her usually spirited face, like a victorious female general. "Jack Captain, what do you think?" Jane abruptly shifted the topic to Jack. Looking at his two adorable teammates who were almost at each other's throats, Jack suddenly felt a headache, wondering why his team couldn't be more low maintenance. "I'm not entirely clear at present, but I think Mr. Kress and Miss Dilly should." Thinking deeply, Jack couldn't help but bitterly smile. "Be destined to become fine steel-level adventurers in the future." Jack's last sentence was so light that the constantly competing Tom and Jane hadn't caught a word of it. Jack had intended to stop them, but reconsidered after a moment. It wasn't as if their constant rivalry was anything new. However, at the very end, as Jack raised his gaze slightly toward the ceiling lost in thought, the attention was grabbed by the shocked exclamations of both Tom and Jane. While Tom and Jane were tangled up in their test of strength, Kress and Dilly had already arrived beside them at some unknown point. On their lavish, Oriental-style crimson-black brocade robes hung a specially crafted silver badge each, symbolizing their new identity, silver-level adventurers. The highest-ranked adventurers in the city of Hesmo. City of Hesmo. Adventurer Guild Hall. One must say, the hall of the Hesmu branch of the Adventurers Guild appears rather simple yet refined. Despite its main construction materials being hardwood and stone blocks, brilliant design along with perfectly placed embellishments rendered this place nothing less than a bold emblem of courage and exploratory freedom. But, for Tom and Jane now, there was absolutely no time to admire the ancient beauty and magnificence of such a structure. Too incredible, truly worthy of Mr. Kress. The female archer Jane, who had already pinned high hopes on Kress and Dilly, was still startled when she saw the specially made silver badge before them in the Adventurers Guild. Jane had indeed expected this. Although Narco was a very strict and somewhat intimidating branch president, he was also open-minded about certain things. For Jane, if Kress could make Narco perceive his full true strength, then skipping ranks to become an adventurer wouldn't be entirely impossible. However, Jane had anticipated a gold-level rank. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that Kress and Dilly would instantly ascend to the silver level. After all, the appearance of silver-level adventurers symbolized that the balance among many forces maintained for years within Hesmu City would be completely shattered. Though Jane didn't know, this so-called power equilibrium had already been broken during the night 2 days ago, when a skeleton attacked the Chill Iron Division. This is too amazing. The Ranger Tom was clearly also shocked by the silver-level badges before Cress and Dilly. Tom's originally flashy and handsome attire now seemed incongruous under his exaggerated expression of awe. Honestly, I'm a little envious. But if it's Miss Dilly paired with Mr. Cress' strength, I can't argue. After swallowing saliva several times, Tom bitterly laughed and said, his tone slightly insincere. Yet, that was how he truly felt. Based on Cress' absolutely overwhelming strength shown against the skeleton archmage, becoming a gold-level adventurer would have been more than sufficient. As for reaching the silver level, since Cress hadn't revealed his full potential at the time, and Miss Dilly hadn't acted either, Tom found it hard to judge. But one thing was for sure. Both Cress and Dilly were far stronger than their own team. Thank you, but I just happened to kill the skeleton archmage. Cress finally spoke up from the center of everyone's attention, as calm as ever. While speaking, Cress looked toward Jack standing farther away and continued. In fact, it's all thanks to Jack's recommendation. This has made Branch President Narco highly favorable toward me and Dilly. Ultimately, it's all thanks to Jack's efforts. Following Crescent words, everyone turned their gaze toward Jack. Jack stood there, bewildered. Chapter 054, The Undead and Fritz Kingdom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jack looked completely bewildered. He didn't think he had the capability or influence to change the mind of Narco, the branch president known for his strictness. Cress and Dilly slowly ascended to the upper floors of the Adventurers Guild, seemingly unconcerned about the situation on their side. And yet, Tom and Jane beside him were looking at Jack with hopeful, fervent gazes, as if expecting him to recommend them again to Narco. Jack, MMP. You have initiated an A-class side story mission, The Adventurer's Journey, a class. Become a fine steel-class adventurer and gain renown in the Fritz Kingdom. The full name of the kingdom is the Fritz Kingdom. After the colossal federal empire collapsed and its royal members went missing, Fritz family, then a collateral branch of the royal family, unhesitatingly raised the royal banner. They united several powerful nobles, causing the immense federal empire to disintegrate entirely. And under this curtain that saw the end of the former imperial glory, the Fritz Kingdom was established. Being located in the central area of human settlements, the kingdom enjoys unparalleled geographical superiority compared to other human nations. Apart from lush, fertile lands, the kingdom also doesn't need to worry about facing near-genocidal invasions by subhuman countries. There are only occasional local border conflicts with neighboring Borston Empire, which is militaristic in origin, but these clashes are harmless overall. The kingdom remains peaceful and prosperous. At least, it appears so on the surface. When the enormous federal empire crumbled, the Fritz family wasn't especially strong nor closely related to the former royal lineage. Such numerous disadvantages compelled the first Fritz king to delegate more power to some mighty nobles in order to secure their military and political support. As the foundation of the Fritz kingdom grew more stable, many proactive Fritz kings tried to reclaim the powers of the great nobles. But how could those noble families, who directly controlled nearly 3/4 of the kingdom's territory, willingly relinquish their authority? Over time, the kingdom split into two factions, the royal authority faction and the noble faction. Through the years, the power struggles between the kingdom's 6 great noble families and the Fritz royal family have never ceased. Just family. As one of the kingdom's 6 major noble families and the actual ruler of the southwestern part of the kingdom, the Jess Grand Lord is without doubt a primary member of the noble faction. And Hesmu City is the foremost military stronghold under the command of Jess Grand Lord. The Adventurers Guild does not participate in internal human regime wars, but this does not mean they do not transact business with the great nobles. In fact, many high-level employment tasks come from those nobles who hold significant positions in the nation. The largest hiring task for the Hesmu branch of the Adventurers Guild currently is capture living undead. The employer for this task is Jess Grand Lord. This hire has no adventurer-level restrictions. From copper to fine steel adventurers can accept it, and it's an ongoing task. It specifies prices for each type of undead, ranging from 10 copper coins for skeletons to 100 gold coins for tomb lords, listing everything comprehensively. As for why Jess Grand Lord wants to collect these undead, it remains unknown. Perhaps it's for forced labor. After all, the undead, immune to fatigue, make excellent laborers, though aside from the few necromancers capable of controlling a small number of undead, no human has been seen wielding such control over a vast amount of undead. It seems things are going even smoother than we imagined. Cress. In a luxury room of an inn, Dilly lightly sipped the most expensive red wine here, while sitting by the round wooden table, her face adorned with a faint smile as she spoke to Cress. As long-term stationed adventurers within the Adventurers Guild, they possess certain privileges. Just like senior knights receive stipends and powers from the knights they serve, higher-level adventurers receive special protections and rights from the Adventurers Guild. Among them, the mithril-class adventurers don't even need to be mentioned. Besides the tributes given by the Adventurers Guild according to various performance evaluations, mithril-class adventurers have the right to free accommodation in rooms owned by the Adventurers Guild. And now, Cress and Dilly find themselves in just such a situation. Yes, smoother than expected. Cress, originally standing by the window observing the street outside, responded accordingly after hearing Dilly's words. Thanks to your premeditated plan of creating a royal identity, it made Narco eager from the very start to recruit such a pair of adventurers with extraordinary backgrounds. Haha. Perhaps hearing the praise implied in Cress's words, Dilly couldn't help but cover her mouth with a gentle laugh. Her face beamed with pride and joy, though she remained modest as she humbly replied, "Mr. Cress is truly joking. If it weren't for your mithril-class adventurer abilities, even real royalty wouldn't be accepted by the Adventurers Guild." Indeed, Cress didn't refute Dilly's words. Indeed, just as she had said, here, strength was the ultimate measure of everything. If they lacked the ability to defeat Narco, the former mithril-class adventurer, Cress and Dilly would never have successfully advanced to become high-ranking adventurers. But I still want to thank you, not only for the forethought in forging a royal identity, but also concerning the undead captured by the adventurers. Cress spoke in veiled terms, and his voice was soft, but Dilly could hear him clearly and understood what Cress meant. Everything Cress was doing now, his decision to join and become a mithril-class adventurer, was all for one purpose: to enter the place where the Adventurers Guild kept the living undead. To go there, to search for one of his companions. The Adventurers Guild was immensely powerful, its depth unknown. No one knew how many formidable warriors were stationed behind each small branch, let alone the 2 fine steel teams stationed in the capital of the Fritz Kingdom, Yabu City. Therefore, if one did not wish to become an enemy of the entire Adventurers Guild, it would be best not to consider a frontal assault. Dilly had mentioned before that ordinary copper-class adventurers simply had no chance of accessing the core of the Adventurers Guild, nor gaining any serious attention from them. Considering all possible outcomes, Cress ultimately agreed with Dilly's seemingly absurd plan. By using their forged royal identities and masking their true strengths, they reached a long-term agreement to be stationed at the Hesma branch of the Adventurers Guild. Becoming one of the top adventurers at the Hesma branch would naturally bring them closer to uncovering where the undead were being held. So, next, it's time for this thing to play its role. Chapter 055, The Undead and the Magic Teleportation Array. So, next, it's time for this thing to take its role. Cariz looked at the Mithril Maid rank badge in his hand. He had already been watching from the window for a long while. This was a room he had specially chosen because just opposite this room's window was the Adventurers Guild, Hesma branch. There was no trace of joy or sadness in Cariz's words. His calmness was chilling to the bone. The efficiency of the officers of the Adventurers Guild wasn't very high, and the official registration and recording of Cariz and Diley's mithril-class adventurer status had not yet been held. But Nalco had already handed over the badges symbolizing each adventurer rank to Cariz and Diley, quietly staring at the cold-emitting mithril material in his hand. This might be the most fatal unintentional mistake that Nalco had made. Curfew fell during the night. Perhaps until now, if the Sword of Covenant team could still appear outside on the streets, they would discover that the curfew in Hesmu City now was completely different from when they had just left the city center to go to the wilderness and the Bone Burial Cave to capture undead creatures. Now, the curfew in Hesmu City was filled with continuous light from various holy light shrine clerics. It was a faith-based magic that allowed low-level evil dark creatures no place to hide. At the same time, various ironclad, chill iron mercenaries and capital city guards patrolled the area constantly. Occasionally, some powerful members of the Mage Association or the Adventurers Guild would also emerge from the shadows. All of this ultimately had to be attributed to Cariz. On that night, the Hesmu branch of the Chill Iron Mercenary Group suffered a devastating blow overnight. This was an extremely explosive message not only for Chill Iron, but also for Hesmu City and even the kingdom. The previously established power structure within Hesmu City will need to be redistributed. All the people related to the Chill Iron Mercenary Group within the royal hierarchy were incensed without exception, and there were even those who suspected this was a prelude to the Imperial Army's autumn offensive. However, after secret investigations by members of the Mage Association and the Adventurers Guild, they felt that this might have been the doing of non-human species. Corpses strewn everywhere, and Chill Iron Branch Chief Reeland died a terrible death. Regardless of the reason, this was an extremely serious assault incident. Therefore, Hesmu City had now reached its highest wartime alert level. Chill Iron and the kingdom jointly took charge of the matter and hired large numbers of Holy Light Shrine clerics, members of the Adventurers Guild, and Mage Association members to help. Only because of this did the current situation arise. But Cariz and Diley walked on the streets as if no one else existed. They frequently encountered patrols from other forces. Without exception, after first being cautious upon seeing Cariz and Diley, they all politely left after noticing the badges symbolizing mithril-class adventurers. In these days, they had also heard the Adventurers Guild in Hesmu City somehow acquired the allegiance of a powerful mithril-class adventurer team. Thinking about Cariz and Diley's Eastern noble countenance, and then seeing the badge symbolizing a mithril-class adventurer, they must surely be them. High-ranking adventurers hired by the kingdom through the Adventurers Guild at great expense. As a result, the mistaken feelings of guilt in the royal city guard somewhat dissipated, especially after catching sight of Diley's blurred beauty under the moonlight, making their shame even more profound. It was precisely in such a state that Cariz et al., having met with numerous patrol forces multiple times along the way, still managed to leave peacefully. We're here. In front of where Cariz stopped, it was the main hall of the Hesmu City branch of the Adventurers Guild which they had visited this morning. Just as Diley had said, Diley's plan was merely the icing on the cake for Cariz. The truly core ideas came from Cariz himself. From the moment Cariz entered the Adventurers Guild today, while concealing the aura of death, he meticulously observed every adventurer who had captured undead from various places. When these adventurers handed over still living undead creatures to the Adventurers Guild, guild officers paid them their rewards. Afterward, the adventurers left, and almost no one paid attention to the final destination of the undead. No one cared about this seemingly trivial matter unrelated to themselves. Maybe the Adventurers Guild and Lord Jesk were studying the undead, or perhaps selling them to some major merchant. But whatever plans lay behind these actions, none of them concerned ordinary adventurers who acted only based on their own desires. It was precisely because of this that the officers of the Adventurers Guild almost didn't conceal the transportation of these living undead. Kariz clearly saw one after another specially made bags or cages being transported to a hidden place behind the Adventurers Guild. This was the information Kariz had been continuously searching for before becoming a mithril-class adventurer. When Kariz first came to the Hesmu branch of the Adventurers Guild, he thought they built the branch into the shape of a tower, so that after simple modifications, the many rooms above could store large quantities of undead and other monsters. But, in the short time since Kariz became a mithril-class adventurer, he had quietly sneaked into the top of the Adventurers Guild tower multiple times. Almost every floor bore his footprints. Yet what Kariz did not expect was that those rooms were largely used for storing documents and funds related to the Adventurers Guild, with some serving as residences for guild officers. So, Kariz found himself almost completely unsuccessful. In the end, it was Daili who suggested Kariz capture a low-level zombie. Then when an Adventurers Guild officer transported it away, Kariz secretly followed, maintaining an undetectable distance. The Hesmu City branch of the Adventurers Guild is a building shaped like a tower. However, besides the tower visible on the surface, it also occupies a vast space underground. That place is much larger than the area above ground. Perhaps, it truly serves as the prison for countless undead. Upon reaching the last underground level of the Adventurers Guild, Kariz saw that after the adventurer officer passed through a magical glow, he completely disappeared. Then, reappeared after several minutes. Even though Kariz concealed his figure, he still went to investigate. It was a short-range, semi-permanent magic teleportation array. Such items are very rare. But for the Adventurers Guild, whose influence spans across human kingdoms, it is not entirely unobtainable. Chapter 056, The Undead and Jesk Castle. At the time, Kress had originally intended to go straight in, but he could not ensure what mysterious power would greet him on the other side. And if he reached the other end of the teleportation array, would he be able to return? Thus, Kress chose to temporarily halt his investigation. Kress was not an impulsive person, even under circumstances where he already possessed absolute abilities. Relying on the strength and status of a secret silver-class adventurer, Kress easily gained access to all sorts of officers within the Adventurers Guild. Among them were no shortage of young women who fell for Kress's appearance and status at first sight. And once someone gets entangled in what they believe is love, they begin to make mistakes. Kress soon learned the true effect of this array. It connected to Lord Jesk's castle. There, the Adventurers Guild was responsible for capturing undead creatures and sending them to Lord Jesk's castle, where Jesk family subordinates would receive them, pay the bounty, and then leave with the help of the magic chanters attached to the Jesk family. The process was that simple, yet it raised countless questions. First, was Lord Jesk a royal noble? Why would a royal noble offer rewards through the Adventurers Guild for such a large number of undead? If one entered the other side without being an officer of the Adventurers Guild, what would happen? If there were no assistance from the Jesk family's magical chanters, would it be impossible to return via the teleportation array? What seemed like just a casual remark by an Adventurers Guild official had been completely analyzed by Kress. Perhaps this was a characteristic of becoming an undead, beginning to categorize everything as either advantageous or disadvantageous to oneself. Kress had originally planned to continue gathering information. As the highest-ranked adventurer in Hesmu City and a figure nearly at the top level of the Adventurers Guild, Kress had ample time and energy. But things changed. In an accidental conversation with Narco, Kress learned that the Great Lord, known as Lord Jesk, intended to prematurely terminate their cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. That meant, by noon tomorrow, this semi-permanent teleportation array would disappear, with no way around it. So, tonight, Kress had no choice but to begin his rescue mission. Logically speaking, having just become a low-tier undead, even if one was once an elf, should mean that retaining much awareness, or any at all, is simply impossible. Undead creatures, apart from the extremely rare intelligent ones known as wizard-type undead, do not possess complete self-awareness until at least achieving the heroic domain. Thus, for Kress, aside from facing the supposed guards of Lord Jesk, he might also have to deal with Yali, who might lose her consciousness and even turn hostile toward him. For Kress, whose real combat power far exceeded that of a secret silver-class adventurer, entering a branch of the Adventurers Guild along with Dilly was rather effortless. Especially now, many long-term adventurers stationed at the Adventurers Guild have been hired by the Kingdom and Chill Iron. Currently, even though the alert level in Hesmu City has reached unprecedented heights, the Adventurers Guild's Hesmu branch is actually quite weak. Kress wasn't wearing armor but instead donned black silk clothes tailored for agility. This was partly because the sound of armor might inconvenience the mission and partly to avoid drawing suspicion from Chill Iron and causing unnecessary trouble. Likewise dressed in black, Dilly had also decided to accompany Kress to the Adventurers Guild branch. Kress, looks like we're in luck. After stepping into the guild hall, what used to resemble the liveliest tavern during the day was now eerily quiet, akin to the aftermath of a wild party. Except for being somewhat tidier, the same sense of loneliness and desolation arose in those who saw it. Kind of, but, Kress replied to Dilly as he took a step forward. Their boots were specially chosen soft-soled night-walking boots, so quiet on the marble floor that their steps barely made any noise. This is only the first step. Cress didn't know why Dilly had decided to come along with him here. Dilly had only mentioned that the seal on her body was gradually unraveling, and she had regained some of her former abilities. Despite this, neither of them had ever seen the guards of Lord Jesk, and Cress himself had never even heard of Lord Jesk. The strength of the enemies they would face next was something that Cress could not fully gauge. But after all, the other party was a prestigious noble lord in the kingdom. This meant that coming here with Cress was nothing short of a high-stakes gamble, one that could likely end in death. But when Cress asked Dilly why she had come along, Dilly herself was momentarily silent, unable to provide an answer. Perhaps many questions were simply too difficult to answer. Inside the Adventurers Guild, the unique blue light of the magic-based teleportation array illuminated. Under Dilly's own magical activation, the teleportation array within the Adventurers Guild slowly started up. That azure glow grew brighter and brighter, intense enough to make any human unable to look directly at it. Yet Cress remained completely unaffected. He silently watched Dilly as she cast her spell, an illusionist, and also someone who knew how to activate a teleportation array, a magical chanter. A flicker of apprehension suddenly crossed Cress's mind. What exactly was she? Lord Jesk's castle. It was a colossal fortress located outside the city, deep in the southwestern heartland of the Fritz Kingdom, exclusively belonging to the Jesk family, an embodiment of their noble lineage and the core of the Jesk family's influence. The castle was opulent and grand, constructed from stone and metal, functioning both as a fortress for noble living and offering a degree of military defense. Such an extravagant castle truly lived up to the title of the first noble of the Southwest, held by the Jesk family. Within the castle's private chambers, the dedicated magical array set up for communication with the Adventurers Guild was a costly teleportation array maintained by several high-ranking magicians employed by Lord Jesk. Now, however, this magical array was about to be decommissioned, partly because Lord Jesk had accumulated enough undead beings, and partly because maintaining the array consumed immense resources. Every day, gold coins flowed out of the Jesk family's treasury and into the pockets of the magic chanters that Jesk viewed as detestable and greedy. But then, unexpectedly, the magical array lit up again. Chapter 057, The Undead and the Assassin. The magical teleportation array suddenly lit up. A few guards stationed here were somewhat slack. They just thought, are the current officers of the Adventurers Guild really so diligent? Are there still undead coming in even at night? Before their thoughts could fully clear, the light of the array gradually faded. Combat skill, corpse poison. A black bone claw directly covered the face of one guard. As the other 2 or 3 reacted too slowly to rescue him, all the guards felt dizzy and disoriented. In the next instant, every single soldier on the scene collapsed simultaneously. Cress's hand turned into a pitch-black bony claw covered with corpse poison. After confirming that the guards in front had fainted due to the effect of the corpse poison, Cress slowly relaxed his grip. As the corpse poison dissipated, Cress's skeletal hand gradually reverted back to its human form. Thanks, Dilly. Cress smiled as he spoke to the magic caster standing on the teleportation array. A magical circle appeared in her hand. First-tier magic, dizziness. It's nothing but... Dilly smiled gently while she retracted the dizziness spell from her hand, continuing. I think it would be easier to just kill them. They won't interfere with my plans, and they haven't seen our faces clearly. There's no need for excessive and unnecessary killing. Cress gripped the sword at his waist. That was indeed his plan. If it wasn't especially necessary, he did intend to find and rescue the undead Yularis without causing any harm. Dilly's expression seemed peculiar. Despite having an extremely mature and beautiful appearance, she looked like a mischievous little girl. This doesn't sound like something an undead who detests life would say. Dilly muttered quietly to herself, then took a few steps until she was by Cress's side. This wasn't a special chamber used for imprisoning the undead. It was easy to locate the exit. Once out of the chamber, there was a straight path leading to the central square of the castle. Then they would find that warehouse-like structure, large and prominent, obviously constructed hastily recently. And from there, Cress could sense a deathly aura rivaling that of the bone burial cavern. That should be the place. For convenience, the location where they keep the undead is usually not far from the teleportation array. Cress calmly explained his reasoning, while his eyes remained fixed intently on the warehouse. Suddenly, Cress felt a pang of unease. He didn't know what he would do if he found nothing related to Yularis when he got there. There's an assassin. An assassin. The quietness of the night was interrupted by the loud shouts of the guards. Without any previous action, Cress immediately pulled Dilly back into the shadows. They had been cautious the whole time, so it was impossible to have been spotted. The dizzied guards wouldn't wake up for a while. This warning was not aimed at Cress and Dilly. There's an assassin trying to kill Lord Jesk. Everyone gather. Almost seconds after the cry rang out, over 10 elite guards wearing the kingdom's leather armor rushed out from the building that held the undead prisoners. Under the lead of someone who appeared to be their commander, they surged toward the Lord's Hall located at the top of the castle. An assassination attempt on the Lord? Dilly, who had been pulled aside by Cress, now stood completely sheltered under Cress's protection. She whispered softly, smiling slightly, and continued to Cress. Looks like this is a good opportunity for us. Chapter 058, The Undead and Iyali. It seems we have a good opportunity. Cress turned back and glanced at Dilly. In the latter's narrow, alluring eyes, it appeared as though a new plan was being calculated. I'll go inside that warehouse to look for Iyali. Be careful. Relax. All the guards have gone to the Lord's Hall now. We are very safe. As Dealey spoke, she seemed to recall something. A white mist appeared around her, and in the next instant, armor identical to those of the guards materialized on her body. Cress, I feel something. Go save your companion. We'll meet at the planned location. At Dealey's words, the entire castle lit up in an instant. The magic, everlasting light, and the torch's flames illuminated each other, almost transforming the whole night into day. Cress continued to look at Dealey, his words seemingly filled with concern for her safety. Relax, haven't you said it before? I am a demon after all. As Dealey spoke, mysterious magical runes covered her entire body. Dark brown lines of magical seals suddenly emerged, restraining some of the runes on Dealey's body, yet this did not affect her agility, enhanced by the runes. In the blink of an eye, Dealey swiftly moved towards the direction of another part of the castle, the Lord's bedroom study. Watching Dealey's silhouette, indistinguishable from the most nimble thief, Cress felt a sense of relief within him. Immediately afterward, Cress leaped in one fluid motion, his agile movements akin to that of a stealthy nocturnal wanderer. Following the central square of the castle, using the shadowed dead spots illuminated by light, he entered the conspicuous building styled like a warehouse. Originally, from the outside, this warehouse looked like just an incongruous piece in the center of the castle square. But after entering the warehouse, Cress abruptly realized that this place was not simply built as temporary infrastructure. It was as if several years ago construction had already begun on what would become the most exquisite tower design. An atmosphere reminiscent of death enveloped the interior of the warehouse. Even though magical stones responsible for lighting were hung along the rock walls, they could not conceal the oppressive, suffocating air inside the warehouse. Dressed in black brocade clothing, Cress had already removed the simple black veil loosely tied under his cheek, which concealed most of his face before arriving here. With one step inside, when his footsteps echoed, a disturbance occurred simultaneously within the death warehouse. It was the undead. All sorts of skeletons, zombies, and low-level ones were imprisoned in square iron cages, neatly lined up at the edge of the warehouse. This large warehouse, spanning hundreds of square meters, was currently occupied by these iron prisons, and the dark fog-like energy emanating from the undead in the cages caused them all to gather at the edges of the iron cages, facing the mysterious intruder from outside the warehouse, shaking their cages and creating clashing metal sounds. This is, having already far surpassed the level of the low-grade undead found here. Cress clearly perceived upon stepping into the warehouse exuding deathly energy, how many undead actually existed here. Under Lord Jesk's bounty mission that had lasted nearly a month, not only adventurers from the Hesmu City branch, but also adventurers and mercenaries from other cities, were continuously transporting undead to the Jesk family castle. Just this one death warehouse had stored no fewer than 1,000 undead of varying ranks. Moreover, according to information Cress had obtained, this was merely the storage point for the past few days. In other words, the majority of undead collected through Jesk family bounties were stored elsewhere. Cress drew in a sharp breath. The Jesk family collecting such a vast number of undead certainly didn't seem to be just engaging in ordinary undead transactions with mages. Cress shook his head, pushing aside other thoughts from his mind. His primary goal right now was singular: find Iyali. Iyali was an undead transformed by means of his ghost swordsman death energy. From every angle, she would be stronger than regular undead, and most importantly, Cress, ghost swordsman, profession should be able to identify her energy at close range. Cress gripped the long sword hanging from his waist, closed his eyes slightly, and searched among the death energies radiated by numerous undead for the one most akin to his own. Suddenly, Cress snapped his eyes open. I found her. It was a very weak, pitch-black energy amid various death energies, but Cress was certain it was Iyali. The speed enhancement brought by Cress, ghost swordsman, profession was showcased perfectly at this moment. Within a few breaths, he had moved from the entrance of the death warehouse to its depths, where a presence exuding familiar death energy could be found. Through the sturdy black iron square cage, Cress located Iyali in a remote corner of the warehouse deep within. Iyali, now undead. Her body was half rotten as it had been when she died, while the other half retained her beautiful elven features, though tinged with a zombie-like bruised bluish hue. Her broken eyes appeared somewhat recovered, possibly due to the self-repairing ability of the undead. At least her gaze could now be seen, though it remained vacant. Iyali was confined in a small iron cage, devoid of any natural light from the outside, making the space oppressively stifling. As Cress watched her open and close her half-rotted lips like an unconscious lifeless object, a surge of intense sorrow repeatedly washed over his heart. Yet under the suppression of his undead traits, only a faint sense of bitterness remained. An overwhelming wave of guilt permeated Cress' mind and body. He had countless times desired to quickly uncover Iyali's whereabouts, but now that he had truly found her, he didn't know what to do next. Cress often wondered if he had really saved Iyali back then. Perhaps she should have died in that underground tomb. Cress gazed blankly at the less than beautiful elf zombie before him, emitting a sigh of helplessness. I suppose it's my fault. Cress spoke words seemingly irrelevant, then bent down and gently cradled the undead Iyali's neck, pulling her into his embrace. Iyali, from now on, I will never let anyone take you away from me again. Chapter 59, The Undead and the Mysterious Ranger. Iyali, from now on, I will never let anyone take you away from me again. Cress slowly spoke, the false face created by the illusion still as cold as ice. And as an emotionless undead, Cress's voice had not the slightest fluctuation. Thank you. It seemed as though the entire death warehouse became silent in this instant. Various low-level undead creatures, as if sensing the presence of a mysterious and powerful entity, hid in the corners of the iron cages and ceased making any colliding sounds. Thank you, my knight sir. That was Yali's voice. Even after being apart for so long, even after having become an undead, Cress could still recognize Yali's gentle and sunny female voice. Beneath Cress's calm facade lay uncontainable shock. He looked at the elven zombie in his arms. The latter still maintained that vacant, soulless appearance, merely leaning weakly against him. Was it residual consciousness? Cress couldn't help but think. It was said that some creatures retained part of their previous life's consciousness after becoming undead. If that were true, then perhaps it would be better. When Yali's level reached the height where undead possess self-awareness, maybe she would still have the elf consciousness from before. This way, it wouldn't be a bad way to bring her back to life. Cress knew there was no basis to ensure his speculation, but now he could only hope for the best. Then, Cress picked up the elven zombie, preparing to meet with Deli at the prearranged location. No matter what, this place belonged to the Jesker family's castle. Although the current Lord Jesker seemed to be having some troubles, leading to a sparse defense here, this didn't mean the place was entirely safe. Leaving quickly after achieving the goal was the best choice. Cress's figure moved swiftly. Even the originally spacious nearly 100-meter distance passed in just a moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sounds of arrows cutting through the air resounded. Top-notch metal arrowheads carrying martial energy tore through the void. Such techniques could only be used by bowmen of the highest class. 3 arrows carrying emerald green martial energy were each firmly nailed onto the necessary paths Cress must traverse upon leaving. The craftsmanship of these arrows was exceptionally delicate, not resembling human skills, but rather the ancient elf race. Human, hand over the elf behind you. From the source of those intricate arrows stepped a mysterious man who entered from the closed window, the warehouse's sole entrance. His whole body was concealed under mossy green robes that resembled a forest's secrecy. Underneath, faint outlines revealed the unique leather armor boots characteristic of high-ranking elf ranger archers. Elf race. Cress showed no trace of surprise on his face, his illusory eyes piercingly cold. If you know my identity, then please stay out of this. I can refrain from killing you. In the mysterious elf man's words, beyond threats, exuded a touch of gallantry. Only, to Cress's ears, these words bore another layer of mockery. Do you think? Cress spoke leisurely, tearing off his brocade robe and placing it on the ground. He gently placed Yali on top of it. Murmuring a spell inwardly, Cress utilized the second-tier magic, Vine, Cirrus. Numerous black vines appeared, rigid like steel, encasing Yali in protection. All movements were fluid, seamless. Cress lifted his head, coldly eyeing the mysterious elf man, continuing in a low tone. Do you think you can kill me, elf? A palpable aura of death swept towards them. In the blink of an eye, the elf standing above seemed to falter slightly backwards under the assault of this death-laden atmosphere. Martial art, arrow flash. Without hesitation, like an obedient warrior given orders, he strung one after another emerald green ancient arrows on his longbow, which subsequently pierced through the sky. Cutting through the thick wave of death energy as if tangible, they headed straight toward the central core, the thickest concentration of death essence. First-tier magic, flame. Around Cress, flames emerged enveloping his whole body. Several arrows carrying boundless forest martial energy plunged into the sea of fire and disappeared without a sound, much like rocks sinking into the deep sea. Under the large hood of his cloak, the elf ranger's brows imperceptibly furrowed. He had underestimated this human. The elf ranger wasted no time. At the exact moment when his arrows disappeared, he quickly flung open his own cloak. The moss-green robes fluttered in the air, resembling an invisible magical barrier. Following this, the spell flame, from the mage struck upon the moss-green robes. Indeed, this elf anticipated my movements. Cress, standing proudly atop a massive square iron cage, had initially deceived the opponent's vision and then swiftly maneuvered to this high ground. He relied on the first-tier magic flame, to launch a surprise attack on the elven ranger. However, the elven ranger's moss-green robes were evidently an advanced piece of equipment imbued with magical power, capable of fully deflecting the flame assault. Just as the robes fell into place, 3 arrows broke through the air. Martial art, ghost slash. Cress did not have any more time to waste here with the elf. If the Jesker family discovered his rescue mission for Yali, it would only become increasingly difficult. Therefore, elf, have you ever heard of ghost swordsmen trained by the undead? After the pitch-black semicircular blade energy cleanly sliced through the arrows, Cress's extremely calm voice reverberated throughout the warehouse, akin to a specter claiming lives. Ha ha ha. The elven ranger burst into mysterious laughter. I look forward to it immensely. Martial art, agility enhancement. Martial art, speed flash. Martial art, arrow flash. As the crimson-black flames dissipated alongside the moss-green robes and broken arrows, the elven ranger also rapidly channeled the mysterious powers within him that represented the boundless forest. Martial art, ghostly cross. A colossal cross-shaped light slash appeared. By the time it did, Cress was no longer at the edge of the iron cage high up. The elven ranger watched this attack before him. Half of it was a malevolent black slash that seemed capable of devouring everything, while the other half was a pure white divine slash for purifying souls. Such an incredibly powerful martial art. The Elven Ranger deftly flipped away, relying on his enhanced agility to evade. With precise shots, multiple arrows simultaneously launched towards the shadowy figure that concealed Cress. Still, it seemed none of the arrows struck their mark. The Elven Ranger possessed the ability to sense the state of his own arrows, regardless of how far they traveled. He could clearly feel every arrow he released. As the Elven Ranger prepared to string another arrow, searching once more for Cress hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, an unprecedented wave of terrifying pressure surged from behind him. Chapter 060, The Undead and the Bloodstains. How is this possible? The Elven Ranger's shock was evident in the first half of his sentence, but before he could finish, he rapidly leapt aside and spun around, simultaneously drawing the dagger from his waist. Clang screech. Weapons made of two completely different metal materials collided, then their blades grazed each other, emitting a harsh and unpleasant sound. Clearly, the main profession of an Elven archer ranger performed much worse in close combat than Cress's ghost swordsman. In addition, the Elven Ranger was only temporarily defending himself. His hands were unstable. In a few breaths, the short elven dagger in his hand was struck away. The massive thrust force transmitted by Cress's longsword caused the Elven Ranger to fall entirely to the ground. Cress didn't give the opponent any chance to catch his breath. He stepped on the Elven Ranger's chest, covered by leather armor, with his foot, pointing his longsword straight at the Ranger's head, and coldly said, "Speak your last words, elf." The Elven Ranger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. On the handsome face, the corner of his mouth slightly curled, and he remained silent. With difficulty, the Elven Ranger extended one finger, pointing as if with a trace of a smile towards where Yali had been protected by the Vine, Cirrus, spell. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm flashed through Cress's mind. He didn't loosen the pressure beneath his foot, but followed the direction of the finger to look. Several other elven warriors clad in leather armor were at that moment carrying Yali, who had just been retrieved from the magical vines. Among them, the leader had already leaped to the window, preparing to receive Yali. Damn it! Cress was seething with anger inside, yet the characteristic calmness of the undead allowed him to speak this foul word with extreme composure. Had it not been for quickly defeating this Elven Ranger, they would have surely taken Yali away silently, and then this bastard might have casually declared, "I don't want to fight anymore," and left, right? Fury raged within Cress. "I just reaffirmed my promise to Yali not long ago. How could I let you mysterious strangers take her away from me like this? Die." The pupil of Cress seemed to burst forth with the blood-red flames characteristic of the undead, and his longsword was instantly enveloped by pitch-black death energy. He drove the sword down. The Elven Ranger had no time to dodge or defend himself, and tightly closed both eyes. At this moment, a mysterious magical barrier appeared from somewhere unknown, blocking Cress's stab, and saving the Elven Ranger's life at the last possible second. This was a high-level defensive magic exclusive to the immortal elves. Cress was already disinterested in launching a second attack against the Elven Ranger. Taking advantage of the counterforce from hitting the magical barrier, Cress charged toward the gathering place of the Elven warriors like a swift arrow leaving its bowstring. Skill, Ghost Shadow. On the way there, as Cress quickly approached, Ghost Shadow was activated. Two shadows split from Cress's feet and transformed into perfect copies resembling him. The Elven warrior who hadn't yet reached the windowsill drew out the long knife from his waist, attempting to entangle Cress. A flash of knife light and sword shadow crossed. You have slain 3 forest elf warriors, level 5, gaining 456 experience points. Elven warriors fell one after another. Light blue dots entered Cress's body. So, in a single instant of combat, he killed the Queen's Guard. The Elven Ranger who had just managed to rise saw Cress and his shadow clones passing by multiple Elven warriors. The Queen's Guards, much stronger than ordinary Elven warriors within the clan, all fell to the ground in that instant. Before the Elven Ranger could be shocked, he coughed a few times while holding his chest and jumped onto an appropriate high point. He once again aimed his longbow at Cress, who was moving swiftly. After all the Elven warriors on the warehouse floor were slaughtered, the ones already at the windowsill decisively acted and cut the rope hanging over the windowsill. The sole window of this enormous warehouse was more than 10 meters above the ground. Without the rope, even the subhuman climbing adept races would be unable to ascend such a smooth rock wall, let alone a human being. Beware, he isn't human. The special arrows imbued with energy carried by the distant Elven Ranger posed a certain degree of trouble to Cress's movements. However, fortunately, Cress's 3 clones dispersed the Ranger's targets, preventing him from concentrating his full strength on attacking the real Cress. And precisely when the warning issued by the Elven Ranger sounded, the person cloaked entirely in night-like blackness, Cress, had already rushed to the originally narrow window ledge with his sword. The splotches of blood all over Cress spoke of the massacre that took place on the warehouse floor. As the captain of the leading Elven warriors instinctively raised his long knife for defense, it was instantly knocked to the ground by Cress. The long knives forged by the elves clattered onto the warehouse floor, producing a sound no different from that of ordinary metal. In an instant, Cress was right up close, the long sword in his hand pressed firmly against the throat of the Elven warrior captain, blood seeping out in thin streams. Yali seemed to have already been taken away by the other elves. Even Cress, with his night vision, couldn't spot any trace of Yali or the other elves from the window. Cress's calm, yet muffled voice carried in it a mixture of anger, a fury that the enforced calmness trait of the undead couldn't completely suppress. Who exactly are you? Fear had seized the Elven warrior captain, who stammered and failed to utter a single word. An arrow tore through the air. The battle chi-infused arrow fired by the Elven Ranger with all his strength struck directly at Cress's head. This scene was horrifying. The left side of Cress's face had a luminous arrow deeply embedded in it, the whole arrow emitting wisps of emerald battle chi. The Elven warrior captain had seen many things, but never had he felt as terrified as he did at this moment. The human, in front of him, with an energy arrow shot by our clan's first bow general, showed no signs of damage. Cress also knew that no valuable information could be obtained from the fool in front of him. The longsword flashed across in a split second. With the fall of the Elven warrior captain, Cress slowly turned around, reaching out with his left hand to grab the arrow embedded deep into his left eye and pulling it out slowly. The Elven Ranger showed not a hint of sorrow over his fallen companion, only shock and fear. Who exactly is our queen dealing with? It's as if a being gathering both god of death and angel resided within one person. Cress's left hand pulled out the arrow slowly while the blood on his right hand longsword hadn't dried yet. His right side of the face retained its previous elegance, only dotted with specks of elven blood, whereas the left half revealed the undead skeleton that shouldn't exist in the world, a skull. The socket where Cress's left eye should be glowed with the characteristic crimson flame of a powerful undead skeleton, as if he were a god of death freshly returned from hell. The mental defenses of the Elven Ranger collapsed instantly. Still, his experience from numerous battles allowed him to maintain some composure as he completed his final task. We bear no ill will towards you and that elf. Chapter 061, The Undead and the Elves. We bear no hostility toward you or that elf. The Elven Ranger said, then glanced at the wounds on Cress's body that would be fatal to an ordinary person, as well as the corpses of the elven warriors on the warehouse floor. Lacking confidence, he continued, we will take that elf back to our elven homeland, letting her complete the mission she should undertake. If you want to find her, come to xuanhuan Forest. After speaking, just like a finally finished actor with poor performance, the Elven Ranger quickly fled to the unguarded front door with his extraordinary agility. But, suddenly, a black longsword blocked the inevitable path of the Elven Ranger, much like when the Elven Ranger first appeared. Do you think you can leave here peacefully? The pupil in the eyes of the Elven Ranger stared fixedly at the longsword stuck into the ground in front of him. At that moment, a sense of ancient life threat climbed onto his heart. After killing you, I'll go and take back Yalalai. Even though the liver and gallbladder of the Elven Ranger seemed crushed by the death aura emitted by Cress, he still desperately fought for his life. It was like the last flash of a trapped animal. Although the Elven Ranger defended and dodged with all his might, he ultimately ended up covered in wounds. Everything would end with the last strike. A green light suddenly appeared. Carrying the holy system's light is the natural enemy of the undead. Cress's longsword stagnated for a split second. Seizing this opportunity, the Elven Ranger utilized all remaining energy of his fighting spirit, escaping into the endless darkness. Forest Priest's magical attack. Being stopped twice by the sudden immortal elf magic, Cress did not become as berserk as one would imagine, but instead remained extremely calm. Under the driving force of a low-level illusion, the destroyed left face of Cress gradually began to recover. Looking at the longsword in his right hand, Cress's calm voice, like that of a cello, sounded once again. Seems to be in the same profession as Yalalai. Elves. As representatives of a powerful race, the elves, like humans who are divided into the Eastern Empire and Western countries. Within the Elven race, there are also multiple nations or powers. Among them, xuanhuan Forest is undoubtedly a powerful force that cannot be overlooked. A large number of forest elves living in xuanhuan Forest are a separatist power subordinate to the Elven King. Because there has never been an appearance of an immortal elf in xuanhuan Forest, plus its location being on the political fringe of the Elven race, it has always been considered a lower existence in the Elven Kingdom. Immortal elves, appropriately named, are an immortal existence within the Elven race. This symbolizes the most advanced presence in the Elven race. Due to their immortality, the reproductive ability of immortal elves is relatively low, but the already talented immortal elves, combined with years of accumulated cultivation, allow each immortal elf to break through the hero realm, and even reach an even deeper mysterious stage. It is precisely because of the existence of immortal elves that makes the Elven race far more intimidating than other demi-human races. In the deep and secluded forests far away from Castle Jesk, a shabby shadow flashed by, reappearing where none other than the Elven Ranger who fought against Cress at the undead warehouse was. My king. The Elven Ranger respectfully knelt down on one knee before the towering emerald green ancient tree, his tone deep as he continued. Everything has gone according to your majesty's plan. The ranger's voice retained its earlier vigor, yet held a distinct undercurrent of trepidation akin to treading on thin ice. He didn't want to feel this way, but instinctively he did. Facing someone who had dismantled the internal power structure of xuanhuan Forest within days, facing an immortal elf of legend, facing a near insurmountable existence. How could he not? That is wonderful. It was a rational voice tinged with a trace of liveliness, and although the ranger dared not raise his head to look, he knew the owner of the female voice possessed the most beautiful features of the Elven race, and moreover, were the noblest and rarest royal emblem of the Elven race, heterochromatic red and blue irises. There is also, thank your majesty for using magic to protect me before. I am deeply grateful. The ranger's words of gratitude came out awkwardly. Evidently, this was his first time saying thanks to another member of his race. There was no sound from the dark green ancient tree. The ranger felt something odd. His majesty had never done this. Even if she was exceptionally cruel. For a long time, the ranger slowly lifted his head, cautiously taking a glance at the condition on the branches of the old tree. On the dark green ancient tree's branch, there sat the young queen who epitomized the grace and beauty of the elven race. Her figure was flawless, her charm undeniable, especially her beautiful heterochromatic red and blue irises that now gazed into the distance, toward the human castle named Jesk. This was an expression the queen had never worn before, filled with indescribable tenderness and admiration, akin to a young girl secretly admiring her beloved. By the young queen's side, the treasure of the elven race, the elven gemstone, was currently recovering the zombie simulacrum created for the queen's transformation into undead. Castle Jesk, the warehouse containing countless undead. It was very strange indeed, Cress thought as he reflected on the events since infiltrating the Jesk family castle. The Jesk lord had been assassinated, and the elves from Fangorn Forest retrieved Yalalai during the same night. The timing of these coincidences was so perfect that Cress barely encountered any resistance from the Jesk family guards. If Cress had wished it, he might even have avoided fighting the elves altogether. It seemed as though everything had unfolded precisely to aid his infiltration. After losing Yalalai once more, Cress found himself calmer than expected. Was this also a characteristic of the undead? Or perhaps, Yalalai was never truly important to him in the first place? Cress could not arrive at a definite answer. As he sheathed his long sword, Dilly, who had gone elsewhere, conveniently appeared at the warehouse entrance. Shall we leave now? Cress. Dilly's soft voice addressed Cress, who remained silent while gathering lost elven equipment. It was the only sound in the deep night. We can. Cress didn't pause his actions, continuing instead to pick up the fire-resistant cloak belonging to the last elven ranger and place it into his storage bag. Then he added, "But I intend to leave Lord Jesk a parting gift. After all, capturing so many undead should have made them anticipate such retaliation." Chapter 062, The Undead and Mysterious Secrets. The most unbelievable piece of underworld news in the kingdom in the past half-month. Perhaps it was the Jesk family. In the main castle of the Jesk family, almost half the castle was destroyed by an undead uprising in a single night. Invaluable heirloom jewelry disappeared, and the Lord Jesk was nearly assassinated by a mysterious killer. All these seemingly incredible events happened within that one night at the Jesk castle. And in the mysterious elven nation, a young elven queen rose to prominence in the Faggon Forest, consolidating the originally scattered forces of the Faggon Forest in just a few short days. This might be strong competition for other elven kings. Meanwhile, with the cover of these pieces of information, the sudden appearance of a secret silver-grade adventurer in the Hisumu City branch of the Adventurers Guild did not draw too much attention. Before dawn, Lord Jesk's castle, constructed with a mix of black metal and sturdy stone materials, this creation, which blends luxury and defense, has now reached unprecedented levels of alertness. The Lord's room illuminated by the magical, eternal light. In front of the massive stone long table stands a middle-aged man dressed in a royal robe of the kingdom. He is reading reports of last night's battle before him. Do you think these actions were taken by one party? My most reliable captain of the guard. His calm tone without joy or sorrow reveals some degree of dark experience shaped by age. This is Jesk Horton, one of the 6 great nobles of the kingdom. As Jesk Horton had said, in front of him stood a towering armored knight entirely encased in armor. Mr. Jesk, I believe last night's attack consisted of 3 parts. The voice of the tall armored knight revealed a metallic resonance due to the face-covering mask. The shadow in Jesk Horton's eyes gradually deepened as the latter spoke. First, the first group of assassins attacked the Lord's Hall where you, Mr. Jesk, were located. They came on strongly, though it seemed like they specifically aimed to assassinate you. According to my judgment, it was a feint. Jesk Horton's face gradually hid in the shadows, unconsciously turning a candlestick that should have been placed on the large stone table. Go on. When we gathered most of the guards in the Lord's Hall, there were 2 more groups of assassins that attacked. One targeted the death warehouse where the undead were confined, and the other your study. From the results, I tend to believe that the target was your study. After all, it was there that the family treasure was lost. The tone of the captain of the guard was filled with probing. In fact, until now, he still dared not claim to fully understand Jesk Horton's preferences and dislikes, even though he had followed by his side since childhood. Your analysis makes sense. Jesk Horton's words remained cold and devoid of emotion as usual, and the exquisite candlestick in his right hand had already been returned to its original position. After a long pause, Jesk Horton continued, but it is wrong. The captain of the guard, who had initially relaxed slightly upon hearing the praise of makes sense, now found himself sweating profusely despite the cool and even chilly season. How come you suddenly stopped talking? Jesk Horton's eagle-like eyes stared intently at the speechless captain of the guard before him, his words clearly hinting at an obvious ulterior motive. I do not know where the mistake lies, so I hesitate to say anything rashly. You focused your attention on the so-called precious treasure of the Jesk family, instead of viewing the situation comprehensively. Jesk Horton's words were very obscure, and the captain of the guard, still standing respectfully, clearly hadn't fully understood them. Jesk Horton got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the Lord's room. From here, he could see the dilapidated central square of the castle after the undead rebellion. You must realize, the mastermind behind this attack was never just a single person or force benefiting alone. The captain of the guard slightly raised his head and fixedly looked at the latter's silhouette under the faint light of the remaining dawn. For a long while, there was silence. Finally, Jesk Horton's solemn voice broke the silent tranquility. I intend to hold a grand tournament. a Grand Knights tournament that will be recorded in the annals of the kingdom. You have defeated multiple low-rank goblins, level 1, and gained 448 experience points. You have defeated a combat ogre, level 7, and gained 899 experience points. You have defeated a Moonlawn Lion King, level 10, and gained 1458 experience points. You have obtained a new class, Belligerent Undead. You have obtained a new class, Conspirator. Your basic swordsmanship has been upgraded to intermediate swordsmanship, Insight. Name, Cress. Race, Skeleton Undead. Class, Ghost Swordsman, Rare, LV.6, Skeleton Mage LV.5, Belligerent Undead LV.1, Conspirator LV.1, Illusionist, Rare, LV.1. Level, 15, Race Level 1, Class Level 14. Skills, Corpse Poison LV.2, Hammer Strike LV.1, Ghost Slash LV.2, Ghost Shadow LV.2, Ghost Cross LV.1, etc. Magic, Flame, Vines, Cirrus, etc. Combat Ability, Basic Hammer Techniques, Intermediate Swordsmanship, Insight. Talents, Warmongering, Basic, Essence of Magic, etc. Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Hammer, 39, Longsword, 145. Attributes, Magical Resistance plus 12, Blunt Weapon Resistance minus 88, Sharp Weapon Resistance plus 123, Corrosion Resistance plus 102, Immunity to Fatal Blow Probability plus 4%, etc. Experience, 8405/41675. Hisuma City. Dressed in an illusion-modified knight's armor, Cress walked shoulder to shoulder with Dilly, who wore her long hair flowing freely and was clad in a stylish oriental outfit. They strolled slowly along the streets of Hisuma City. Their destination was the branch office of the Adventurers Guild. The surrounding commoners of the kingdom all gazed at them with eyes full of admiration for heroes. They were the secret silver-grade adventurer team called Dawnlight that joined the Hisumu branch office half a month ago and had since become the ace adventurer team of the Hisumu branch. It was rumored that at the very beginning, some arrogant gold-grade veteran adventurer teams felt dissatisfied with the team led by Cress and attempted to test how much strength this so-called secret silver-level adventurer actually possessed in the mercenary tavern. But when every one of those provocative gold-grade adventurers fell to the ground instantly, the entire tavern became deathly silent. Chapter 063, The Undead and Gold Coins. However, these kinds of events only serve to make Dawnlight a household name among the adventurers and mercenaries in Hesma City. The main reason why most Hesma citizens admired Dawnlight was when Cress and Dilly burst into an alliance between ogres and goblins, rescuing captured villagers from hundreds of ugly goblins. Within just half a month, nearly all gold-ranked or higher bounty missions publicly listed at the Hesmu branch of the Adventurers Guild were taken on by Dawnlight. They usually completed them in less than half a day with results exceeding expectations. Among those were even several major extermination missions that required collaboration from multiple teams of gold-ranked adventurers. These series of strong actions not only solidified the absolute status of the duo, Cress and Dilly's Dawnlight team, but also established the Hesma branch as the top adventurers guild in the southwest part of the kingdom. Rumors had it that branch president Narco was already reporting to the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, recommending the promotion of Dawnlight to Bronze Copper level adventurer group, the legendary level just below the Fine Steel level top adventurers. What most endeared Dawnlight to the kingdom's common folk, though, was their near-flawless oriental beauty, mesmerizing figures and faces. It was said that at first, when many people were still unaware that Cress and Dilly were secret silver-rank adventurers, there were already quite a few noble and wealthy merchants within Hesma City extending their not-so-respectable olive branches toward Cress and Dilly walking down the streets. And ironically, the majority of the kingdom's nobles who resided in or passed through Hesma City seemed more inclined to spend luxurious nights with Cress. Ha ha ha, perhaps the kingdom's nobles have broader tastes and experiences. But after inadvertently sensing a looming presence of death, no noble could stand calmly before Cress any longer. As for the aristocrats attempting to converse with Dilly, their fates weren't much different either. Though, Dilly's method seemed a bit more brutal and bloodthirsty compared to Cress. Actually, until now, Cress finally realized he held one massive advantage over other beings in this world. In this harsh world where strength determined everything, every individual improved their ranks through dull practice. Martial arts cultivation, magical cultivation, swordsmanship. Even Dilly herself guided him in practicing illusions. Of course, battle sometimes could be part of certain types of practice. Still, overall, upgrading through regular practices moved exceedingly slowly, especially for high ranks or rare professions where progress could become complex and tedious. Compared to that, Cress gaining profession experience directly through slaying other beings seemed much simpler, more direct, and more effective. Cress took a glance at Dilly beside him, who was constantly inspecting newly purchased worthless decorations. He found it increasingly hard to read her mind. Ever since they returned from the Lord Jesk's castle, Cress knew the heir's identity, Princess Yalyi, had been revealed to the Fangan Forest. Completing her destined mission, Cress silently repeated the detestable words of the Elven Ranger that night. It was indeed strange. A peculiar feeling indescribable. Cress knew that the Elf Ranger seemed intentionally guiding his mindset towards visiting Fangan Forest at some future moment. But Cress certainly wouldn't follow others' plans. He would visit Fangan Forest, yes, but he'd bring what they least expected, a gift. Before then, Cress needed an immense amount of gold. Cress, Did you just say something about a mission? A rational yet slightly alluring female voice cut through his thoughts. Dilly shifted her gaze away from the decoration in her palm, and her long, fox-like eyes seemed to peer meaningfully at Cress. Could it be related to your lover? Remember, Mr. Cress's nominal fiancé is still me. Faced with Dilly's teasing barrage of questions, Cress was momentarily at a loss for words. It's nothing. Cress flatly denied it. Ever since Dilly claimed a cover as a romantic relationship, somehow everyone in Hesmu seemed instantly aware of their alleged relationship. Cress felt completely thrown off balance. Hesmu branch of the Adventurers Guild. Cress and Dilly walked without obstruction. After all, no adventurer dared to obstruct the way of the current ace adventurers of Hesmu branch. Led by the senior staff of the guild, Cress and Dilly reached the president's office directly. Good day, our mithril-ranked adventurers, Mr. Cress and Miss Dilly. Under the bowing gesture of the Adventurers Guild officer, Cress and his companions entered the branch president's office, greeted directly by President Narco's enthusiastic welcome. This was quite rare in the eyes of other adventurers. They believed that Narco was a branch president who rarely smiled. If you want Narco to be kind to you, it would be easier to beg for mercy from cruel demi-human races. This was a self-created proverb widely spread within the Hesmu branch. Good day, Branch President Narco. Cress returned the courtesy, lifting his covering face armor, revealing the elegant features rumored to belong to royal lineage descendants. Narco found himself believing this rumor even more strongly. Mr. Cress, I assume you have already heard about the incident of undead rebellion at Lord Jesk's castle? Yes, Branch President Narco. Now, we've received a contract from Lord Jesk. No, an invitation. An invitation? 1. Concerning the night tournament. After offering Cress and his companions seats worthy of their mithril-ranked adventurer status, Narco's casual Q&A-style chat with Cress created a harmonious atmosphere under the sunlit office. The Jesk family will spend vast amounts of wealth, joining forces with several prominent nobles in the kingdom, to hold a grand night tournament worthy of being recorded in the annals of the kingdom. It was said that as long as one enters the top 8 in this tournament, there will be enormous cash prizes. If crowned champion, one will receive the title of First Knight of the Kingdom, personally applied for by the Jesk Great Lord, one of the 6 great noble families, directly to King Fritz. This is undoubtedly incredibly attractive to every knight seeking honor. The location for the tournament will be at Hesmu City's Coliseum. The event will begin in 3 days. Moreover, the Great Lord Jesk has invited numerous powers from the kingdom and surrounding regions, and a grand-scale tournament is about to begin. Chapter 064, The Undead and the Adventurer Lubia. Regarding the night competition, the Adventurer Guild Hesmu branch was naturally also among those invited by Lord Jesk. As Narco, who has gone through countless noble contests, undoubtedly knew the significance of this match, so he hoped Cress, the armored knight whose strength could rival that of bronze-level adventurers, would represent the Hesmu branch in the competition. And Cress agreed. After all, the Jesk family had offered far too much. A-level storyline mission, The Fallen Royalty, ongoing. Convince the majority to believe you are a direct royal descendant from an eastern human kingdom destroyed by the Qin Empire, and remain unexposed until you become king. A-level side storyline mission, The Adventurer's Journey, ongoing. Become a fine steel-level adventurer and gain renown in a human kingdom. You have accepted Narco's invitation to the night competition. Possible outcome estimates. 1. Enter the top 8. Massive prize money. Impress 100/10,000 Hesmu City residents. 2. Enter the top 4. Massive prize money. Impress 200/10,000 Hesmu City residents. 3. Enter the finals. Supermassive prize money. Impress 500/10,000 Hesmu City residents. Significantly increase your value to Narco and the Adventurer Guild. 4. Become champion. Supermassive prize money. Impress 1,000/10,000 across the kingdom. Gain the title Kingdom's First Knight. Significantly increase your value to Narco and the Adventurer Guild. Simultaneously, attract certain unknown forces killing intent. 5. Fail to enter the top 8. Narco begins doubting your ability and re-evaluates your value to the Hesmu branch. On the same day, afternoon, the Hesmu branch of the Adventurer Guild. A bronze-grade adventurer timidly peered into the branch president's office through a crack in the door. Lubia, please come in. Called by the cold voice inside the office, the blonde, blue-eyed girl who had just become an adventurer a day ago entered this place known to adventurers as the Demon's Land, reluctantly. In Lubia's eyes, the long white curtain before her on the finely crafted wooden desk seemed laced with threads of dark red patterns, akin to a devilish rune array. At the head of the finely crafted wooden desk sat a man completely hidden in shadow, his hands crossed and resting lightly on the desk's edge. Due to lighting, it was hard to clearly make out his face. But Lubia knew this was the devil the other senior adventurers spoke about, the branch president Narco. Lubia swallowed nervously. The sunlight shining into the room from the window seemed to transform into eerie green. PR President, hello. A stammered greeting. I have a task for you. An obscure look in Narco's eyes revealed disappointment. Every new adventurer who met him for the first time appeared exactly the same. Exceptionally mediocre. It seems the rumored Eastern royalty, Cress and Dilly, were truly unique. You will serve as the squire to silver-level adventurer Mr. Cress until the end of the night competition. What do you think? Cress. Mr. Cress. The golden-haired girl looked momentarily stunned, repeating Cress's name. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Is he the Dawnlight captain recently discussed by the seniors? Of course I can. I'm actually their biggest supporter of the CP between Cress and Miss Dilly. Seeing Lubia's sudden change in attitude, Narco thought perhaps assigning this task was not a mistake. Out. Lubia continued enthusiastically recounting how she gradually learned about the stories of Dawnlight, Cress half a month ago, and the supposed broken royal romance involving Cress and Dilly. Narco felt exasperated, black lines crossing his forehead. He suddenly thought perhaps he should not have given this task to newcomer Lubia. With an extremely harsh tone cutting off Lubia's chatter, Narco's expression remained unchanged from usual, though maybe because of shadows and hairstyle. He appeared to embody the phrase, extremely vicious. When Lubia realized she had been talking non-stop, the poor blonde girl suddenly felt an unprecedented terror. Without a word, Lubia scrambled out of the office, forgetting even the basic etiquette her family had always taught her. Finally, some peace. After Lubia left, Narco slumped back in his office chair as if all the air had been let out of him. So, every adventurer who meets me for the first time forgets to say goodbye when they leave? Is it because I don't deserve respect? Narco muttered to himself, truly unable to understand why. Clearly, only Cress and the others are truly exceptional. Oh yes, and that Jack seems pretty interesting too. The Golden Light Hall. This was the most luxurious adventurer in Hesma City, welcoming only high-level adventurers from the area or those traveling through. It was jointly constructed by the Adventurer Guild and the royal family of the kingdom, and Cress and Dilly were currently staying there. After leaving the guild, Cress and Dilly ventured to the west side of Hesma City into the Demon Beast Forest, where they completed a mid to high difficulty gold-level contract. Now, they had returned to their temporary quarters. Master Cress, Miss Dilly, hello. The moment Cress opened the door to his room, a lively and adorable female voice rang out from inside. Cress's nerves immediately tensed. Almost the instant the figure before him stepped closer, his sword flashed out from its sheath at his waist, its blade pressing against the throat of the intruder. Who are you? His calm words carried a hint of threat as he coldly surveyed the beautiful girl with golden mid-length hair through his face-concealing mask. No. The girl's expression became slightly exaggerated, and her hands moved frantically as she continued. Master Cress, Branch President Narco sent me here to assist you too. Currently disclosed information. 1. To join the Adventurer Guild and become an adventurer, almost everyone starts as a bronze-ranked adventurer. Strong individuals, after becoming bronze-ranked adventurers, will soon be promoted due to their impressive strength and accomplishments. However, the Adventurer Guild has never explicitly stipulated that all adventurers must start at the bronze level. Chapter 065, The Undying and the Night Squire. Bronze-class adventurer Lubia. Inside Cress's and Dilly's room, the blonde girl Lubia was currently studying and fiddling with the decorations in her idol's bedroom, while simultaneously explaining her identity and the reason for her arrival to Cress and others. Dilly, who leaned against the doorframe and watched coldly, seemed to be pondering something on her own. Cress, who conversed directly with Lubia, had also changed out of their knight armor. With Narco's assistance, Cress's armor underwent some auxiliary enchantment rituals through the Mage Association. Even though Cress's knight armor couldn't yet disappear or transform at will like certain high-grade enchanted armors, it was already far more convenient than the previous method that required a great deal of time to take off. At present, Cress wore a black, well-fitted brocade garment, which showcased their tall and slender figure perfectly. Miss Lubia, you mean Narco sent you to assist me in attending the night tournament? Yes. Cress's voice, due to the calm nature characteristic of undying beings, sounded quite rational and even carried a slight hint of hostility. But either because Lubia was overly lively or influenced by her admiration for Cress and Dilly, she showed no concern towards Cress's icy tone, responding enthusiastically. Cress-sama, you might not know yet, but every knight participating in the tournament must have their own squire. Otherwise, both the organizers and other participating knights will look down on them. Lubia spoke with enthusiasm, glowing with excitement, then after finishing, added thoughtfully. Cress-sama, please rest assured. Though I'm only a bronze-level adventurer, I will certainly be an excellent squire for a knight. In this regard, I have much experience. Cress didn't rush to answer Lubia, whose eyes sparkled. After exchanging a glance with Dilly nearby, Dilly understood and addressed Cress. Since Miss Lubia has been recommended by Narco, the vice president, I believe she will surely benefit us for the night tournament. Cress, I think we can trust her. Thank you, Miss Dilly. Upon hearing Dilly's affirmation, Lubia instantly bowed deeply to Dilly, trembling with excitement, almost ready to grab Dilly's arms and express her gratitude profusely. Haha, no need to thank me. Besides, I'll need some time soon to refine something, so I won't be able to accompany you to the tournament. Dilly first explained this to Lubia, then turned her words towards Cress. After hearing Dilly's words, Cress nodded slightly. Can you ensure your own safety? Should I escort you as protection? It's just a small matter, no need to bother you. Plus, you still have to represent Hesmu branch to participate in the tournament. Dilly declined Cress's offer, then glanced at Lubia meaningfully. In fact, Miss Lubia will have to endure some hard work. Not at all, not at all. Lubia gave a slight surprised smile, shaking her head repeatedly before continuing. As for Cress-sama representing the Hesmu branch, he is the one enduring the most arduous task. As they witnessed Cress and Dilly exchanging glances and prioritizing each other's well-being, Lubia felt a surge of maternal happiness inside her, thinking, no wonder these adventurers are such a perfect couple. So sweet. Huh. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Hesmu City Arena. This event was organized by Jest Karhadan, one of the 6 noble families in the kingdom and the leading grand noble of southwestern regions, hosting a martial arts tournament. Almost every distinguished lord in the area would send knights to participate, And since Jesk was now the top employer for the Adventurers Guild Hesmu branch, the guild naturally wouldn't miss out either. It could be considered one of the most celebrated events in the southwest of the kingdom. Perhaps it could be put this way. If every martial arts tournament was a grand occasion for warriors, then this particular martial arts tournament would be a grand celebration for the entire kingdom. Hesmu City, being a large military fortress city within the kingdom's borders, located at the edge of Kaz Plains' hilly terrain. Due to its proximity to the Empire, Hesmu City also served as the frontline command center and logistics hub during almost every battle against the Empire on the Kaz Plains. Therefore, Hesmu City's importance within the kingdom went without saying. Today, the first to take the stage is the hired knight representing the Turlos family, Mikey, against the free knight representing the Saya family, the Red Viper, Saeja. With the help of a magical artifact, the clear and resonant voice of the conference host was transmitted throughout the entire arena. In an instant, the entire arena erupted in cheers. This was a once-in-a-century spectacle. Perhaps deep down, every human harbors an instinctive penchant for bloodshed, which is why knight tournaments and gladiator combats are highly popular in major cities. So, this is the knight tournament led by the Jesk family. A low, cold voice emerged from within a towering knight's armor, that of Cress. Unbeknownst to when it began, Cress had grown colder overall. Now, he no longer felt any goodwill toward this world. This world was cruel. Even as the kingdom appeared to be enjoying a peaceful era, Cress knew that these scenes were merely a disguise for the lurking crises. The reckless nobility challenging royal authority, the clandestine movements of dark forces beneath the kingdom, neighboring subhuman nations, impending invasion schemes, and the ignorant humans' jubilant anticipation of upcoming bloodshed. All these filled Cress with disdain. Cress seemed somewhat melancholic. His finger bones started closing together. Then soon after, even his gauntlets emitted creaking sounds under immense pressure. Perhaps it began at the moment Yarli was taken away again. Lord Crescent. Perhaps due to the strange noise coming from the gauntlet, Lubia, the bronze-level adventurer serving as the knight squire, turned her gaze towards Cress and witnessed this scene. Lord Cress, are you alright? Nothing. Cress seemed to suddenly snap back to reality, realizing his recent indiscretion. After giving a brief response to Lubia, Cress directed his attention towards the center of the arena. After Crescent and Lubia left the Hall of Golden Glory, Dilly disappeared without a trace like she evaporated into thin air. Had she not told Cress that she was going to a secluded place to refine something, Cress would have abandoned the task altogether to search for her whereabouts. Lord Crescent, who do you think will win? Chapter 066, The Undead and the First Battle. Lord Crescent, who do you think will win? As Lubia voiced her question, Cress was staring coldly at the arena where two family-employed knights were engaged in a fight to the death. Both had some combat experience and skills, but they were far from Cress's match. It doesn't matter who wins. They're too weak to pose a threat to me. The young girl beside him seemed surprised. Truly worthy of Lord Crescent, Lubia declared earnestly, her eyes shining with the light of an admirer. The first battle ended quickly. Although, as the first night competition, their combat techniques were not particularly spectacular. However, for a warm-up match intended for the common folk, it was more than enough. Because, during the first match, they successfully let all the spectators see blood. The geyser of blood from the Red Viper knight made the citizens of the kingdom, who had been living in a monotonous life, feel a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Screams and roars echoed throughout the arena. The victor gained applause, cheers, and glory from the audience. The loser would leave behind everything possible, including his life. The next opponent is Vitanda, a hired knight from the Red Rock family, against the newly appointed Seculum-level adventurer from the Hesmu branch of the Adventurers Guild, Cress Zhika. It's my turn. On the viewing platform, Cress murmured to himself. Zhika was the surname suggested by Nalco, which helped distinguish Cress from ordinary commoners without surnames. Stepping out in combat boots, one hand on the long sword at his waist, a scarlet short cloak complementing his intricate full-body armor. Anyone present could tell this was not someone to be trifled with. Lord Crescent, go for it. Behind Cress's retreating figure, Lubia's big eyes blinked as she waved her hands enthusiastically, cheering him on. Begin the battle. With the host's voice fading, the battle commenced. From the moment Cress entered the arena, he immediately assessed his opponent's entire strength information. Name, Vitanda. Race, human. Profession, soldier LV1, mercenary LV1, strongman LV2. Level, 5, race level 1, profession level 4. Skills, weapon proficiency, great hammer, 54. Traits, he was no match for him, Cress thought, yet remained completely alert inside. Knight Vitanda began to charge at full speed. The great hammer in his hand, under the power of his bull-like build, resembled a meteor hurtling directly towards Cress's general position. Dust swirled up. Even the neatly arranged marble bricks of the arena were instantly shattered into pieces under this fierce hammer blow. However, after the dust settled, and all the spectators looked closely, they suddenly realized. Cress hadn't been crushed flat like imagined. Instead, he had vanished. No, not only had he disappeared. The handle of Knight Vitanda's great war hammer had been cleanly severed at the waist. What an astonishing speed. This, while dodging, you managed to cut my hammer handle. Knight Vitanda was internally astonished. At such attack speed, he had absolutely no reaction in that moment. If this guy had attacked not the hammer handle, but his neck. Vitanda involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Hey, you're no match for me. Surrender. Surrender. Vitanda turned around furiously. As a knight, facing enemies, Even under the most disadvantageous circumstances, surrender was simply out of the question. Don't get cocky. Even without weapons, I can still defeat you. Vitanda immediately discarded the hammer handle. In a leap, he hurled himself down like a giant rock. Too slow. Faintly, it seemed the whole arena could hear these words. No one saw Cress draw the long sword from his waist, only noticing in an instant that the two figures swapped positions midair. Looking again, Cress had already reached behind the knight, slowly retracting the sword. In contrast, the knight fell directly to the ground. There was no blood. High-ranked knights and adventurers could see that, during the exchange, Cress had struck him unconscious using the hilt of his sword. There's no need for meaningless slaughter, Cress thought, choosing to remain low-key. He didn't need to gain the crowd's attention by spilling blood unnecessarily. The audience seats briefly fell silent. Immediately, an eruption of excitement and applause several times more intense than before broke out. Cress was somewhat bewildered. Why? There had been no bloody killing. So why were the spectators so excited? In the audience seats. Look quickly. What a powerful knight. He kills without spilling blood. Yes, eliminating the enemy silently in one exchange. Amazing. If only I'd bet my entire fortune on him, I would have made several times the profit. Kreshchika. Excellent work. Go for it. Kreshchika. Kreshchika. On the arena floor. Hearing the sounds from the audience, Cress was momentarily speechless. From afar, on the second-floor viewing balcony, Libia's face was filled with admiration. Is this Lord Cress's power? Even though we agreed to stay low-key, still managing to defeat the enemy instantly in such perfect style, huh? Libia thought, while chuckling lightly. Indeed, Lord Cress's strength is simply impossible to hide. In the following elimination matches, without a doubt, Cress crushed all opponents along the way with absolute strength. The rare Spectre Swordsman class alone already made him almost unbeatable among ordinary knights and adventurers. Adding Cress's high-level suppression, previous additional traits, and his combat talent belligerence, beginner level. From a certain perspective, Cress couldn't see himself losing to any human knight here. Still, Cress maintained his vigilance. No one could guarantee that there might not be some strong figures hidden among these common knights. As for Libia, her attitude was completely different. At the entrance of the arena, Cress, the Dark Horse contestant, had now undoubtedly become the hottest contender in Hezma City. Kreshchika vs. Empire, Kundan Mercenary Group Knight. 30-1 odds. At the arena entrance, the official vendor was shouting the odds and top contestants with great effort. All bets on Lord Crescent. A beautiful golden-haired girl appeared and placed an entire bag of gold coins on the betting table favoring Cress. The vendor was already accustomed to this sight. This woman named Libia did the same in almost every match, betting all her money on Knight Crescent. Then, she started with just a few copper coins but gradually accumulated up to this big bag of gold coins. However, this time, the vendor felt that they themselves had a greater chance of winning. Chapter 067, The Undying and Companions. At the arena, the fight continued unabated. Mr. Cress, your previous battle was truly impressive. In the Knight's Lounge, several stout noble or merchants had come to try to start a conversation with Cress. I wonder, Mr. Cress, would you be willing to become our family's long-term hired knight? We are willing to offer 3 times your current remuneration. Mr. Cress. Another tall and slim merchant interrupted the words of the noble in front of him and hurriedly said, Mr. Cress, I'm willing to pay 10 times your current salary, hiring you as the lifelong protector captain of our caravan. Furthermore, if you're willing, we sincerely welcome you to join us as a shareholder of our merchant guild and become one of us. Gentlemen, a beautiful female voice suddenly rang out, followed by a nimble and graceful figure weaving through the crowd to Cress's side. Mr. Cress will not agree to your employment offers. Lubia stood in front of everyone, exuding pride and arrogance, her adventurer's leather armor giving her a somewhat professional knight squire appearance. You have no idea what you're talking about. Apparently someone was dissatisfied. Preparing to step forward forcibly, they stopped in the next moment. Because Cress had moved. Cress gently placed his hand on Lubia's shoulder, signaling her to step back for the time being. He then looked toward the nobles and wealthy merchants who were trying to court him. Gentlemen. Cress's voice was calm and magnetic. It carried an authoritative tone that even some nobles found difficult to emulate. It was the natural sound of a leader. I sincerely thank all of you for your generous invitations, but I am currently employed by another family. During this period of employment, I cannot accept other conflicting engagements. Excuse me. With that, Cress turned around and left. Mr. Cress. There were still nobles who seemed eager for another attempt and shouted quickly. Is there any possibility to reserve Mr. Cress's contract for future engagement? Cress paused slightly. He was already growing somewhat irritated by these people. His claim of being employed by another family was merely an excuse. But openly tearing down the facade and telling them off was not something a senior adventurer should do. Lubia Miss is my companion and one of the most trusted individuals to me. If any of you wish to discuss future engagements, you can talk directly to her. Having passed the burden onto Lubia, Cress walked straight away from this noisy and annoying place. And immediately after Cress left, nearly all the aristocrats and merchants instantly swarmed toward Lubia. Lubia Miss, please collaborate with our family. Lubia Miss, first take a look at the rewards proposed by our master. Lubia Miss, we certainly won't disappoint either you or Master Cress. Lubia Miss. Just moments before they had disregarded Lubia. Now, their attitude towards her had changed drastically. As for Lubia, she completely ignored the fawning nobility and merchants before her. Cress adult just now called me one of the people he trusts the most. Lubia muttered to herself quietly, her entire body involuntarily bursting into laughter. This baffled the surrounding aristocratic merchants, making them feel, could it be that their proposal had a chance? Lubia, wait, Cressmaster hasn't told me when this employment term ends yet. All right, then refuse them all. Huh. Hesmu City's arena is located right at the center of the city, covering a vast area, possessing 3 large combat arenas and numerous medium and small combat venues. Moreover, funded by the kingdom and the nobles, members of the Mage Guild perform enchantments on some of the arena's facilities. Countless merchants and nobles hire knights, gladiators to participate in contests and battles, and their motives are definitely not purely for entertainment. Regardless, all these measures have given the Hesmu City arena great fame, making the night tournament a widely recognized event. At this very moment, having just left the bustling Knights Lounge, Cress unintentionally came to the nearest corridor leading to the fighting venue. The Imperial swordsman, Sozia, has defeated the hired knight, Lando. The voice of the tournament host echoed, but was less vigorous and strong than usual. What should have been a victorious scene was met with silence instead, without any cheering from the audience. Cress felt a trace of oddity, arriving at the edge exit of the corridor. Here, he could clearly see the entirety of the arena. Slightly lifting his concealing face mask, in the center of the arena stood Lando, a well-known hired knight of the kingdom clad in knight's armor, now lying powerlessly on the ground. All the spectators around had inexplicably fallen into silence, because the one who defeated Knight Lando was a drunkard, a disheveled and lazy drunkard. Moreover, this drunkard hailed from the Empire, an adversary nation to Fritz's kingdom. And just as Cress carefully observed the drunken swordsman named Sozia in the arena, from the distant opposite seats of the arena, a participant knight dressed in silvery white full-body armor also watched intently. In a momentary haze, both seemed to sense each other simultaneously, their gazes colliding. Cress and that silver-white knight silently locked eyes, secretly memorizing each other, apart from Sozia, another threateningly strong potential opponent. Hesmu City, Jesk Knights Tournament Martial Arts Festival. Amidst this grand event for knights and adventurers, Cress had already consecutively defeated several highly valuable hired knights, and now leapt forward to become one of the most popular competitors with great potential for championship. In truth, Cress was very clear that there were only 2 individuals left capable of truly competing with him. The first one was from the kingdom's independent knights, Silver White, Lance, and the mysterious swordsman from the Empire's Kundiing mercenary group, Drunken Master Sozia. These were the remaining 2 candidates, brimming with potential. The former was a high-level adventurer of no lower rank than himself and possessing the rare profession of berserker, while the latter was a drunkard hailing from the Empire. A drunken master, swordsman whose level he could not perceive. However, it was unlikely due to excessively high level as in Killenwade's case because he couldn't feel any aura of strength emanating from him. Thus, it more likely resulted from the use of anti-detection gear. Still, despite all that, Sozia effortlessly defeated the kingdom's famous knight, Lando, proving himself an adversary not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the young greedy-for-money Lubia had amassed a hefty fortune by betting her entire wealth on Cress. Chapter 068, The Undead and the Swordsman. The Arena of Hesmu City. Next, I shall announce the brave souls who have entered the top 8. Cress Zark. As the clear, loud, and unwavering male voice rang out, the seemingly magical tone of the arena host reverberated throughout the entire stadium. At the moment when names like Cress were called out, the entire arena erupted into a strange yawn. However, Cress himself remained exceptionally calm and low-key. He knew that his main objective this time wasn't necessarily to win the absolute championship of this tournament. Doing so might even provoke threats from certain forces mentioned in cryptic warnings. Thus, he didn't need to become overly immersed in this martial arts competition. Perhaps, choosing to fail and exit at an appropriate time would be the best choice. Though Crescent thought so, after the host announced the list of competitors facing Cress in the combat round, an unprecedented roar of cheering swept through the entire venue. This was different from the previous one for bloody battles. Instead, it was a kind of cheer seemingly related to the kingdom's honor. For the kingdom spectators watching this grand tournament, the identity of the champion actually mattered little more than tea-time gossip. Perhaps, some fervent fans might revere the champion as an idol or inspiration, but most viewers remain relatively neutral. However, if there were representatives from a neighboring hostile country, the Empire, even if they are free mercenaries unrelated to the imperial government, they could easily stir up hostility among the kingdom's audience. If I have an extra piece of stale cake, I'd rather toss it to subhuman slaves than let those despicable and ugly imperial swine get a taste. This saying is very popular in the kingdom. Hence, the victor of this match can only, and must, be one of our high-ranking adventurers from the kingdom. At the grand tournament, the kingdom spectators were shouting and cheering with all their might for Cress, which caused even Cress himself to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Looking far away, on the energy board created by magic-wielding wizards, beside the name of Cress Zark, another name appeared. Sozia, that drunken swordsman? Beneath his face mask, Cress' eyes narrowed slightly. In his mind, that swordsman didn't seem too threatening. But, making judgments solely based on intuition isn't the best option, because that drunken swordsman was the only competitor in the arena whose level information Cress couldn't discern. In the center of the arena, the battleground for the top 8 competitors differed from those for the earlier regular participants. Gone were the towering stone pillars, replaced now by magnificent statues symbolizing strength and courage. These were said to represent one of the supreme gods of valor and war within the Holy Light Temple, among the 6 great deities they revered. So my opponent is you, Mr. Soja? Cress, introduced first by the host, slowly walked to the center of the arena. After briefly bowing to the wildly excited audience with the grace expected of a knight, Cress looked at Soja and continued. Mr. Soja, you seem drunk. This was no wild assumption by Cress. The repugnant alcohol fumes emanating from the latter had already reached Cress and the host of the tournament alike. Meanwhile, the swordsman Soja, appearing intoxicated, acted as though he'd just woken up. Amid the boos of the kingdom's audience and the hurried introductions of the visibly uncomfortable host, Soja leisurely stretched. Oh, the drunken swordsman Soja glanced at his opponent, a mithril-level adventurer, but suddenly seemed to notice something different. It's none other than the highly favored Mr. Cress himself. Soja scratched the back of his head casually, giving off the impression that he'd never once entered battle mode. Seems I've met the person I feared the most. My luck sure isn't looking good today. Soja muttered these words to himself, seemingly mocking his own misfortune, yet his demeanor indicated he didn't take Cress seriously at all, until. However, although it might be somewhat difficult, I will still achieve victory. As Soja spoke, especially with the final sentence, his whole being seemed to transform, becoming perfectly serious, devoid of any traces of his former intoxicated behavior. Cress was not surprised by Soja's sudden change. Instead, he felt anticipation. Just how many surprises could this drunken, mysterious swordsman from the Empire have in store? The first competition of the day begins now. At the host's command, the audience in the arena erupted into the most thunderous cheers. Without a doubt, all the loud cheers were almost entirely in favor of Cress's victory. But, in real combat, winning by just the audience's cheers is impossible. Cress and Soja, though 2 swordsmen with completely different styles, both chose the same method for confrontation at this moment. They both silently observed each other, with neither making the first move. As the cheering faded in the quiet battlefield, so did the cries of the spectators. They weren't unsophisticated commoners. As regulars to the arena, they had witnessed countless battles between high-level adventurers and top gladiators. While many high-level gladiatorial duels featured immediate, ferocious attacks after the host's whistle, for the majority of adventurers and knights, during serious battles, they would often spend time observing their opponent before making a decisive strike. Each such match inevitably led to exceptionally dazzling combats. Thus, the crowd wasn't bothered by the delay. Art of martial skill, ghost slash. A sudden male voice echoed, igniting the atmosphere once more. A pitch-black slash, nearly slicing through space itself, shot toward Soja, who seemed unguarded. The crescent-shaped strike carried an ominous death aura that permeated the surrounding air. What a terrifying blade skill. Soja murmured softly, audible even to Cress across the field. Art of martial skill, advanced thrust. Art of martial skill, phantom step. Chapter 069, The Undead and the Martial Skill Swordsman Clone. Martial skill, advanced thrust. Martial skill, phantom step. Almost in an instant, So Shiryong, who had been behaving carelessly just now, suddenly created several residual images. The attack of Ghost Slash swept past the afterimages and struck against the solid stone wall of the arena. A huge explosion sounded. A large crack appeared prominently. This was the appearance of the stone wall being impacted by the death energy flying slash. And Cress, at this moment, suddenly sensed an instant fatal threat. Bang! So Shiryong's western longsword made an extremely strange and swift thrust towards Cress. In what was practically a blind spot for human vision, it directly attacked Cress' vital point. However, it was blocked by Cress. The straight thrust of the western longsword was stopped by Cress' broad knight longsword. To be able to block this strike, it seems I have underestimated you. So Shiryong's face seemed to mock himself with contempt, silently smiling before retreating gracefully. But, my next strike might not be something you can block. After So Shiryong retreated, Cress was completely exhausted after his all-out attack, and stuck his sword into the ground, eyes locked onto the front. That fatal blow was luckily blocked, otherwise he would have probably been defeated by the opponent. Though, as an undead, that strike wouldn't kill him. But if judged from a human perspective, that previous strike was indeed sufficient to end the life of a high-level swordsman. Truly, a rare and terrifying opponent. Cress muttered faintly to himself, then picked up the longsword and said steadily, "So, I also need to take this more seriously. Let's see just how much power he has. Martial skill, agility boost. Martial skill, fortress. Martial skill, ghost shadow. Martial skill, demon god cross." Activating several martial skills simultaneously, Cress felt all his abilities become several times stronger than before. As the last martial skill was chanted, a cross-shaped slash formed from black and white light appeared. Haha, such an attack won't work on me. So Shiryong appeared disappointed when noticing Cress using similar ineffective attacks as last time. His body once again transformed, just like the previous time, creating multiple residual images on the spot. Martial skill, phantom step. Martial skill, advanced thrust, improved. As So Shiryong continuously recited various forms of martial skills, he charged at Cress like a strong arrow leaving a bowstring. Cress seemed to try and block the attack with his sword. So Shiryong placed his western longsword behind his back, and, at the moment Cress's blade descended, glided to Cress' rear with a peculiar step. Too slow. Too slow. It appeared So Shiryong himself was somewhat dissatisfied with Cress' speed. His western longsword pierced right through Cress' knight armor. And almost simultaneously as the piercing happened, So Shiryong exerted force, infusing energy onto his western longsword, initiating a secondary attack aimed at Cress' internal organs. Judging from these moves, Mr. So Shiryong went all out. The low, confident voice rang out, clearly Cress, but not originating from his own body. By the time So Shiryong reacted, another Cress from behind him had already launched a martial skill attack. Martial skill, Ghost Slash. The death energy of the ghost swordsman attached to Cress's knight longsword, making its originally white metallic glow instantly turn pitch black. A circular arc of sword light flashed by. Cress, Ghost Slash struck firmly against So Shiryong's western longsword. It was defended against. Cress muttered softly. So Shiryong's body movements, extremely bizarre, suddenly soared through the air. So Shiryong's western longsword struck viciously like a deadly venomous snake toward the visual blind spot under Cress' masked helm, the vital area. The longsword protruded through the stab. Damn it, So Shiryong cursed outright. His random strike pierced cleanly through this high-quality knight armor, yet the person inside remained unscathed. So Shiryong realized he had been deceived again. You struck the wrong target. Cress remarked meaningfully at the same time as another Cress reappeared behind So Shiryong. The clones of novice swordsmen rarely exceed 3. So Shiryong's quiet muttering reached Cress' ears, and faintly, Cress seemed to notice a contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of So Shiryong's lips. Do not underestimate me, adventurer Cress. So Shiryong growled lowly, his swordplay as fluid as flowing clouds. Before Cress behind him could attack, So Shiryong had already struck Cress' throat. But the Cress that was stabbed in the throat behind So Shiryong disappeared after turning into a black energy. So Shiryong's pupils slightly contracted. At this moment, the real Cress whose armor had been pierced earlier had never paused with his movements. When the other person attempted to crouch down slightly to defend against what appeared to be his all-out downward slash, Cress' left fist, which was infused with death energy, directly struck So Shiryong's chest. A rather powerful punch hit the temporary, weak combat chi defense that So Shiryong had erected on himself. Unfortunately, Cress wasn't skilled in boxing, nor did he have any such attacking martial techniques. Otherwise, So Shiryong would have lost just then. Ha ha ha. Pushing away the bitter taste in his throat from being punched back, So Shiryong suddenly burst out laughing, once again resembling a drunken vagabond somewhat. But only Cress knew that the person in front of him was an unparalleled top swordsman from Hesmu City, and indeed from the entire kingdom and empire. Amazing skills, peculiar combinations, and a terrifying determination. It seems So Shiryong had been completely mesmerized by Cress' counterattack moves. He hadn't seen a swordsman who would use such reckless tactics in a very long time. The full-strength thrust from before could easily penetrate steel armor. And yet, this person took the blow with his bare body without even letting out a sound. He certainly had the makings of a great swordsman. Thinking thus, So Shiryong began to alter his view of the rumored adventurer with royal blood and continued speaking. To be honest, I'm stunned by your reckless fighting spirit. I admire you, but your previous move, wasn't it the swordsman martial skill swordsman clone, was it? Chapter 070, The Undying and the True Swordsman. To be honest, I'm astonished by your reckless fighting spirit. I admire you, but that move you just used isn't the swordsman clone technique of the swordsman class, is it? It's not. Exactly. Xuanhuan looked at the eyes beneath Cassius's covered faceplate, like a senior swordsman guiding a successor, speaking in a steady tone. This swordsman clone is a martial skill only high-level swordsmen possess, and it cannot be something a novice swordsman like yourself has mastered. Novice swordsman? Cassius seemed somewhat confused as to why the other party was so certain he was a novice swordsman. In Xuanhuan's eyes, however, it appeared that Cassius' words were more of a denial of Xuanhuan's own assessment. After all, no swordsman wants to be told by their opponent that they're a beginner. Haha, Mr. Cassius. Watch closely. This is a true top-tier swordsman. Martial skill, swordsman clone. The moment Xuanhuan spoke, silence fell over the entire venue. Cassius froze entirely. This was his second time seeing the swordsman clone, the symbolic martial art that represents the epitome of high-level swordsmen. And the first opponent he had seen using this skill was xuanhuan, the terrifying existence who could single-handedly kill both him and the Oathbound Sword Adventurer Squad. All the kingdom spectators in the arena were stunned by Xuanhuan's terrifying martial skill. Haha. Interesting, truly interesting. The originally fervent cheers and excitement-filled arena suddenly became deathly silent. Xuanhuan himself seemed a bit crazed, as if he relished this shock. It gave him a sense of pride. Martial skill, Ghost Shadow. Martial skill, Demon God Cross. After briefly freezing, an immense power burst from Cassius that matched Xuanhuan's. His longsword once again became enveloped in death energy, and a ghostly clone identical to Cassius emerged from his shadow. Once the audience felt the powerful intimidation emanating from Cassius, the brief silence quickly erupted into enthusiastic cheering. That sound wasn't just for the impending battle between two supreme swordsmen, but also these people's self-perceived support for the fight tied to the kingdom's dignity and reputation. On the opposite side of this support, Xuanhuan remained unaffected, as almost identical swordsman clones appeared around him. During the swift collision process, Xuanhuan's figure gradually transformed from 1 into 3, then further multiplied. The clash of longswords. The death energy of the ghostly swordsman clashed with the combat energy of the swordsman, creating two contrasting auras that pushed the atmosphere of the entire arena to its climax. From a theoretical standpoint, anyone who can use swordsman clone is necessarily not an easy opponent to deal with. And now, Kuseias found himself facing precisely such a situation. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid clashing sounds of Western longswords and Night longswords continuously echoed and surged back and forth. What began as a duel between two top-tier swordsmen had turned into what seemed like multiple sword teams battling. Various dazzling and advanced martial skills were displayed non-stop. The excited cheers of the audience reflected how brilliant and dazzling this match was. It might be hard to find a more thrilling swordsman showdown than this one, even since Hisumu City's foundation. You are very strong, Mr. Kuseias, much stronger than I anticipated. When their swords crossed paths again, xuanhuan leaned on his sword, conversing with Kuseias across their intersecting blades. However, Mr. Kuseias, you are still no match for me. Your practical combat experience, especially against experts, is still far too limited. Xuanhuan said every word deliberately, while Kuseias' covered face hid any subtle expression of his. Although in xuanhuan's guesswork, Kuseias should remain perfectly calm, as nothing seemed capable of affecting him based on xuanhuan's understanding of this mithril-ranked adventurer swordsman. But now Kuseias was in a state of utmost excitement. It was warlust. At the beginning, during the quick exchanges, Kuseias felt far inferior to the top swordsman xuanhuan. Many times, he couldn't completely block xuanhuan's attacks. However, as the battle progressed, an instinctual excitement within Kuseias grew increasingly stronger. Even more astonishingly, along with Kuseias' physical stats and death energy, there was an alarming rate of increase. So this is the effect of warlust, huh? With his increasingly skilled and rapid thrusting slashes, Kuseias had reached a state of perfect balance against xuanhuan. But, from xuanhuan's perspective, it still felt like Kuseias was simply making a last desperate fight before defeat. Mr. Xuanhuan, I'm curious about your swordsman clone. Ignoring xuanhuan's taunts, Kuseias instead brought up the high-level martial skill of the swordsman class that he'd heard many times, the swordsman clone. Xuanhuan's entire expression became unreadable and intriguing, making him seem even more like a drunkard. Do you wish to learn? I could teach you. Ha. Mr. Xuanhuan is really considerate. But, Kuseias gave a faint reply, then paused as if reflecting on something, continuing. Your swordsman clone seems to have just barely entered the basics. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, Xuanhuan seemed quite agitated, as though someone had disdained or insulted his most cherished treasure. You are from the kingdom, yet you use the Empire's sword technique. Moreover, your swordsman clone bears a striking resemblance to that used by someone from the Cold Iron Adventurer Squad. Damn! Xuanhuan suddenly flared up in rage, forcibly pushing their locked blades apart with an uncontrolled surge of battle energy. Western longswords and Eastern katanas clashed again and again. Ding 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 ding. Brilliant sparks sprayed forth from the collisions of high-grade metals, all the more dazzling under the influence of battle energies and death energy. How about it, Mr. Xuanhuan? Could it be that you've secretly learned the techniques of xuanhuan, captain of the Cold Iron Group? You fool. What do you know? Previously, despite every kingdom spectator jeering at xuanhuan, the swordsman had remained calm. But now, xuanhuan appeared instantly deranged with fury, unleashing his combat energy without restraint as though it would never run dry. That bastard xuanhuan. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot red, while his narrow Western longsword chose a style it was least suited for, reckless overhead swings. These overly expansive and aggressive slashes made xuanhuan look like an uncouth brute. Such attacks posed absolutely no threat to Kuseias, the ghost swordsman, who easily dodged and counterattacked. Several times, these maneuvers almost left xuanhuan unable to retaliate. All this naturally caught the eyes of the spectators. Chapter 071, The Undying and the Choice. In the eyes of almost all kingdom spectators, xuanhuan had already begun to show signs of lacking both physical strength and fighting spirit. Thus, he was using this seemingly fierce, death-defying style of combat. This was a last-ditch effort often adopted by many gladiators when their stamina was nearly depleted. But, the outcome usually also ended in failure for these gladiators. For a moment, the vast majority of the kingdom's audience involuntarily felt immense respect and pride for Cress, the hero who upheld national dignity and curbed the arrogance of the Empire's people. Do you know xuanhuan? Seeing that just a few simple words related to xuanhuan caused xuanhuan to completely lose his composure, Cress knew there must be some secret unknown to ordinary people. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xuanhuan appeared to have entirely abandoned defense, wildly swinging his longsword recklessly. It wasn't clear whether it was the combat zeal, talent boosting his own abilities significantly, or if Xuanhuan's physical strength was gradually failing, causing him to lose reason. At this moment, in Cress's eyes, Xuanhuan was riddled with flaws. It's over, Xuanhuan. Cress's low murmur seemed amplified by magic, as if the entire arena froze at that moment. Originally still dodging Xuanhuan's near-maddened slashing attacks, Cress's figure suddenly flickered. He slid several meters behind Xuanhuan, his knight's longsword still bearing streaks of blood. Almost instantly after, Xuanhuan, who continued making slashing motions, burst into fountains of blood all over his body. What an incredible attack. Perhaps the pain brought Xuanhuan back to his senses slightly, and after saying this sincere compliment, Xuanhuan fell on one knee, supporting his body with the weapon in his hand. Even so, it was clear he had no will to fight further. After a few seconds of confirmation, the tournament host, unable to hide his joy, loudly announced, "The winner of the first 8-strong match is Cress Zake, The roar of approval from the entire arena erupted the moment the host's voice trailed off. Cress slowly sheathed his sword. He saw Xuanhuan's despondent retreating figure. Just before Xuanhuan fully left the stage, he suddenly paused slightly. Mr. Crescent, do you really want to defeat xuanhuan? Yes. Haha. Then please make every effort to honor your promise. Relying solely on your opponent's mistakes will never allow you to beat that monster. Amidst the cheers of the crowd for Cress, Xuanhuan retreated dispiritedly. Yet in Cress's eyes, different information began to emerge. He could see Xuanhuan's attribute panel. Name, Xuanhuan. Race, human. Class, soldier LV2. Advanced mercenary LV5. Advanced swordsman LV10. Ranger LV4. Drunkard LV1. Level, 23. Race level 1. Class level 22. Skills. Insufficient insight ability to display. Weapon proficiency. Longsword, 254. Traits. Insufficient insight ability to display. It seems, during our previous battle, Xuanhuan, the swordsman, did not use his full strength. Cress watched Xuanhuan's departing figure, looking like a broken drunkard, sharply contrasting with the kingdom's spectators' cheers for Cress. Perhaps what Xuanhuan truly cared about was never the victory or loss of this competition, but rather, cold iron. In the following 3 8-strong matches, due to the spectacular clash between top-tier swordsman Cress and Xuanhuan in the first match, the other 3 bouts seemed somewhat less thrilling. But this was only in terms of entertainment value. Every competitor who entered the 8-strong bracket without exception were experienced survivors of numerous life and death struggles. And regarding the outcomes of these 3 matches, Lancel, a kingdom-free knight possessing the rare Berserker class, faced the chief family knight representing the Tez nobility. Lancel, the Berserker, triumphed. A free knight chasing fame and fortune faced Lonley, the guard knight representing the Kingdom Merchant Guild's Hesma City branch. Lonley won. Lastly, the duel between 2 advanced knights representing noble houses, Dar, battling for the Prolon family, claimed the final spot for the 4-strong semi-final round. With this, the 4 finalists of the tournament had been thoroughly decided. As for the upcoming semi-finals, they would take place the next day. Nightfall. Cress and Lubia, who were originally prepared to go to the Golden Hall, suddenly received an invitation for a dinner from Jesk Holt, the organizer of the arena competition. Also invited were the other 3 knights who had advanced to the semi-finals. In the spacious living room of Lord Jesk, a long luxurious purplewood table was laden with all kinds of delicacies. The most honored seat was occupied by the leader of the Jesk family, Jesk Holt, a man in noble attire of the kingdom, with a solemn demeanor. However, his every gesture revealed impeccable aristocratic manners. 4 brave warriors who have emerged from among hundreds of knights. Let me toast to you. Jesk Holt raised a delicate wine glass high, offering a toast to the other 4 men who were either in armor or dressed in combat clothing. Every one of the 4 competitors acknowledged by Jesk Holt naturally responded in kind by raising their glasses. To Lord Jesk, a not particularly robust or energetic response. Indeed, one shadow silver-grayed adventurer knight clad entirely in black did not even drink, merely lifting his cup in a symbolic gesture. Of course, Jesk didn't mind. This wasn't because Jesk was exceedingly generous, but rather because he himself understood that his approach was indeed somewhat lacking in propriety. Within this lord's hall, apart from Jesk and the 4 warriors, there was also a large number of armored guards. They were Jesk's family retainers, while on the other hand, the weapons of these 4 warriors had all been confiscated. I can understand each of your slight grievances, but rest assured, I harbor no ill intent. Jesk Holt began explaining to those seated on both sides of the long table, continuing. I invited the 4 brave warriors here today, firstly as a celebration, and secondly to offer you all a splendid choice. Information available so far. 1. Noble immunity rights. This is a unique power of the Frizzed Kingdom nobility, granting them the ability to pardon certain criminals, which poses a significant threat to the rule of the royal family. It is the compromise made by the first Frizzed King towards the nobles, and also the privilege that successive generations of Frizzed Kings have tried exhaustively to reclaim. Chapter 072, The Undead and the Necromancer. Good choice. Listening to Jessic Horton's meaningful words, these 4 individuals who stood out among hundreds of senior knights naturally grasped a deeper and subtle implication. I wonder what good choice Lord Jessic refers to. As a mercenary knight in pursuit of wealth and glory, Dao's eyes seemed to flash with avarice as he instinctively smelled the scent of money. After all, nobles of the kingdom were far beyond comparison to those from the Empire or the Eastern Empire. For a noble, even owning autonomy within the kingdom, gaining support and appreciation from a grand noble was akin to earning profound respect from the king himself. Ha ha ha. Just as Dao had voiced his question, an extremely unpleasant laugh echoed from outside the Lord's Hall. The choice Mr. Jessic speaks of is none other than the opportunity to become one of the exclusive knights for one of the 6 great noble families of the kingdom. Standing at the entrance of the Lord's Hall was a stooped old man, his entire body cloaked in black robes, his face entirely concealed by a horrifying and bizarre brown mask. The only distinguishing feature was that gratingly unpleasant voice, which revealed his race to be human rather than a zombie or some other nauseating demi-human species. Gentlemen, please don't mind. Compared to the alarm and vigilance shown by Dao and Lanley upon seeing the stooped old man, Cress and Lancel's calm and composed attitudes won them even more admiration from Jessic Horton. Jessic Horton slightly straightened up, extending one hand to introduce this strange stooped elder to everyone. This is the chief mage of the Jessic family, Necromancer Modil. Necromancer Modil. Upon hearing this title, Lanley immediately let out an exclamation, even though they had already been aware of the Jessic family's strength beforehand. Nonetheless, encountering it right in front of their own eyes was still surprising. Mr. Modil did indeed break certain kingdom laws in the past, but Jessic Horton slowly explained each word, while simultaneously, Modil appeared beside the long table in the Lord's Hall after a few swift steps. Seated across from Jessic Horton, he continued speaking on the matter. But now, I have obtained the noble immunity rights granted by Mr. Jessic. I am free of any sins, and even serve as a distinguished guest of the Jessic family. Ha ha ha. A hint of pride could be discerned in Modil the Necromancer's words, but the final warped laughter merely made him seem all the more insidious and terrifying. Cress had been observing everyone's actions from beside the long table, coldly scrutinizing. Jessic Horton's expression remained inscrutable and dark, while both Lancel and Modil were obscured behind visors or masks, making it hard to gauge their true thoughts. Yet, as seasoned noble knights having traveled extensively through the kingdom, Dal and Lanley, their expressions evolved visibly from initial pride at Jessic Horton's commendations to shock and wariness when confronting Modil. Now trembling uneasily, Cress roughly understood now that this Modil was certainly no benevolent individual. Well then, I hope you four will seriously consider whether you're willing to follow Mr. Modil's footsteps and become exclusive senior knights of the Jessic family. Jessic Horton's tone was utterly calm, silently watching everyone around while his attendant, Dal, subtly moved closer to provide covert protection for Jessic Horton. What a joke. As a proud and noble knight, Lanley obviously couldn't accept this situation, standing up instantly and loudly proclaiming, Jessic Horton, you shelter someone guilty of massacring the royal family, someone like Modil, so grievously wicked, a traitor against humanity, and you actually dare ask this knight to work alongside you? Impossible. With that said, Lanley directly overturned the dining tray before them and stormed straight toward the doors of the Lord's Hall. Meanwhile, Jessic Horton crossed his hands, resting them lightly on the long table. As Lanley was about to leave through the door of the hall, a sharp sound of shattered porcelain rang out. Lanley felt an overwhelming wave of killing intent from behind. Bang! Being a top-tier selected senior knight, Lanley's reaction time far surpassed that of ordinary men. Additionally, since Lanley had already resolved to sever ties with Jessic Horton, they were fully prepared for battle. The short blade concealed within Lanley's bracer was now steadfastly blocking the attack of a guard from the Jessic household, whose sword swung toward them. Jessic Horton, what do you intend to do? Even after the confrontation was laid bare, Lanley still loudly interrogated their adversary. However, Jessic Horton, one of the 6 great nobles of the kingdom, leaned back leisurely into the plush backrest of his chair at this moment, remaining silent. KKK. Seated across from the main seat on the long table, with his back to Lanley at this time, Modil appeared thoroughly relaxed and delighted. Foolish one, when you chose to refuse, you were already dead. As Modil's words trailed off, Lanley suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of death. It was an undead, and almost simultaneously, Cress and the others had the same sensation. Especially Crescent, he was all too familiar with this feeling. It is a skeleton war general. As for Dal, who sat in a position directly facing Lanley and had originally intended to resist Jessic Horton's impolite actions together with Lanley, now could no longer summon up any resolve, because he saw the existence that ordinary humans simply could not defeat. The sudden appearance of the skeleton war general saw its massive magical war hammer smashing the Lord's door into a hole large enough to see one's whole body through. That purple-golden, tattered armor and its bizarre glowing helmet, a symbol of death incarnate, could not have been more vivid, and the several guards of the Jessic family who were engaging with Lanley instantly withdrew. Sensing the abnormality too late, Lanley had no time to evade. Boom! With the immense magical explosion carried by the warhammer, Lanley was directly crushed to death, the metal of his Darlar breastplate completely dented inward. Gentlemen, next, it is time to witness a miracle. KKK. The stooped old man in black robes, Modil, at the very moment Lanley perished, had his colossal warhammer removed, and Modil himself abruptly appeared beside Lanley's corpse. The dark, misty energy of the necromancer surged out from Modil, then swiftly enveloped the entire area dented by the hammer strike along with Lanley. When the black fog dissipated, Lanley, who was completely dead just moments ago, moved. Chapter 073, The Undead and the Threat. That was not a resurrection spell. Such spells were not something that necromancers could perform. Instead, it should be described as a transformation into a zombie-based undead. Join us, or Jessic Horton's somber and calm words rang out at just the right moment. In this instant, these words were enough to make anyone lose their composure. Join us as a corpse. The entire Lord's Hall fell silent. The skeleton war captain, under Modar's control, quietly stood outside the hall like the most respectful family guard. Suddenly, watching his opponent, whom he considered a great threat, die instantly, and then reappear as a zombie form of undead caused Dar to lose all composure, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The tranquil atmosphere was broken in such an abrupt way, but Jessic Horton's question continued unaffected. I can join you. 2 voices, different in tone, spoke in unison, one from Cress, the mithril-grade adventurer, and the other from Lancel. Those 2 voices might have been rational and calm or thoughtful and hard to discern, but they were no longer important because Jessic Horton had already received the answer he wanted. If you want to join us, you cannot always show your face covered by a visor. Necromancer Modar's attention clearly shifted from Lonley, who had just been transformed into an undead, to Cress and Lancel, continuing his discourse. Please allow me, the old man, to see the true appearances of these wise adventurers. Otherwise, ha ha ha. Modar's words hadn't finished when black mist already emerged in his hand. However, both Lancel and Cress showed no intention of removing their visors. Mr. Modar, I am willing to join Mr. Jesk, not because I fear you. A calm voice, carrying a trace of rationality, sounded from Lancel. Following this, a sharp killing aura, seasoned through countless battles, emanated from Lancel's position. This kind of aura was the best deterrent for warriors. You seem to have yet to understand the current situation. Necromancer Modar's voice certainly wasn't pleasant to hear, and the threatening meaning in it was obvious and direct. His bony finger spun, directing the black mist-like energy flowing beside him to the skeletal war general nearby. The large-sized skeletal war general began to move, but in the next instant, it was stopped by a shadowy figure. It was Cress, who possessed the Ghost Swordsman class. Combat skill, Ghost God Cross. The low, calm male voice, accompanied by the surge of death energy, delivered a cross-shaped arc light slash, black and white, directly striking hard against the skeletal war general's back. The power of undead controlled by a necromancer often falls far short of what they possess when free. Cress's words were akin to the final blow striking against the skeletal war general's body. The skeletal war general's silhouette wavered, as if about to fall over. How is this possible? Necromancer Modar appeared somewhat panic-stricken. How could the strongest undead under his command be defeated in a single strike by others? And Jesk Horton, who had been observing coldly throughout, also saw a flicker of interest appear in his eyes when Modar's skeleton war general was about to fall. Don't move. The voice filled with murderous intent belonged to Lancel, the mithril-grade adventurer with the Berserker class. His heavy sword was now directly pressed against Modar's throat. Modar, who had originally been preparing to counterattack again, dared not move anymore at this moment. Modar was obviously shocked as well. He never would have thought that among these knights of the top four, the gap between each of them could be so great. I, for one, would also love to see the ugly face beneath your mask. Lancel's words carried a sense of venting. The left arm clad in gauntlets had already extended towards Modar's face. The latter panicked greatly, yet due to the subtle pain in his throat, he dared not make any movement. Ha ha. Jesk Horton's sudden burst of laughter caused the entire tension-filled scene to quiet down for a moment, and Lancel's action also paused. Since you're willing to join us, then masks or visors don't really matter. Jesk Horton's words carried the persuasive ability of someone long accustomed to being in a superior position. Cress was the first to sheath his longsword. Next, the skeleton war general retreated on Modar's orders, and Lancel abandoned his attempt to remove Modar's mask, lowering his heavy sword. Looking at the scene before him, Jesk Horton stood up for the first time, raising his wine glass, and said, "If that's the case, let's raise our glasses to congratulate our comrades. The Jesk family has gained 2 extremely powerful knights. You have accepted Jesk Horton's invitation and become a nominal mercenary knight of the Jesk family. You have initiated a B-class side quest, the conspiracy of Lord Jesk. Night had fallen deep. Thank you for your warning about Jesk Horton, Knight Lancel." A black-armored and a white-armored knight walked steadily toward the exterior of the Jesk residence. Knight Crescent. First, I don't particularly like being called a knight. Second, there's no need to thank me. I merely required your assistance at that moment. Lancel's words were colder than Cress's. For a long time, they walked in silence, until finally, as they approached their parting point, Lancel spoke again. "Mr. Cress, you should not be participating in this competition. Please do not show up tomorrow. This is not a place where you belong." Blonde-haired girl Rubia paced anxiously in the luxurious guest room of Jesk's estate, occasionally casting worried glances at the shadows outside. Finally, just as the final deadline with Cress approached, the familiar dark figure appeared. Lord Crescent. Rubia quickly advanced several steps toward the arrivals. There were only 2 people present, Cress and Lancel. By the time Rubia reached Cress's side, the silver-armored Lancel the Silver had already departed. Lord Crescent. Rubia felt an indescribable strangeness about the peculiar atmosphere when Cress and Lancel emerged together, but before she could inquire, Cress abruptly cut her off. "Let us leave." Cress finished speaking and immediately took a step forward to depart. "Lord Crescent, wait for me." Jesk's Lord Hall. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Cress and Lancel, the vast and spacious Lord Hall of this kingdom now remained occupied only by Jesk and his nearby guards. Of course, Modar was still present. However, the current Modar was far from the vibrant figure he had been upon his arrival. He felt somewhat awkward, even though Jesk Horton did not bring it up. Still, as a well-established necromancer whose very name inspired nightmares within the kingdom, today, Modar had been threatened by 2 young upstarts who were relatively unknown. It was truly, intolerably humiliating. Chapter 074, The Undead and the Tournament Finals. Mortal's internal conflict was not something Jesk cared to speculate about. The head of the guards directly responsible for attacking Knight Dar arrived beside Jesk and whispered, "Dar and Lonley's corpses have already begun the process of being turned into undead. This won't affect tomorrow's competition." "Very good." Jesk Hutton seemed in a much better mood, responding briefly to the captain before turning his gaze back to Mordau, the necromancer murmuring incessantly at one side of the long table. "Mr. Mordau, it seems like you have something to say?" Caught off guard by the sudden call, Mordau quickly composed himself and spoke. seemingly with some indignation. Mr. Jesk, this old man believes that including Cress and Lancel, who are both adventurers and knights, in our plan is too rash. What do you mean? Jesk's tone was very cold, but Mordal did not seem to pick up on the deeper implications and continued, as per his usual habits. To Mr. Jesk, these kinds of people will ultimately be a variable. It would be better to directly turn their corpses into undead under my control. This way, they'd be absolutely reliable. But your controlled undead are rather weak. Jesk Hutton interlaced his hands and slightly propped up his chin. A flash of coldness crossed his dark eyes, laced with a tinge of threat as he continued. The skeleton warrior, who could rival top knights, has been reduced to this form under your control. How can such weak undead accomplish my plans? But Mordal the necromancer seemed to want to explain, but looked unsure how to proceed. As Cress had pointed out, the undead controlled by the necromancers were far weaker than they were in life. Yet Jesk's plans required not only a large military force, but also the participation of powerful warriors. This was one reason why Jesk Hutton spent heavily to reward living undead captors. It was also the reason why the Jesk family entrusted the skeleton warrior to someone as erratic as Mordal. Cress and Lancel, I need their high-level combat skills, and I have ways to control them. As for the other participating knights, let them all become undead. Jesk spoke these shocking words with calmness, while the surrounding personal guards and Mordal remained unperturbed, as if accustomed to it. Especially Mordal, who seemed eager to convert powerful knights into undead under his control. The head guard and others began to bow and leave. Suburbs of Hesma City. Every knight and mercenary who left Hesma City tonight without exception fell victim to ambushes set by bandits and undead, yet not a single corpse remained behind. Hesma City. Under the leadership of Grand Lord Jesk, the night tournament was proceeding in full swing. And today, it was already the third day of the tournament. Today's night tournament was exceptionally lively, even more bustling than the previous 2 days combined. Because, on this day, the semifinals and finals of the night tournament would take place, marking some of the most technically proficient and physically demanding matches of the entire event. If the spectators from the previous days were those who loved, or even adored gladiatorial combats, then this time around, the audience almost covered all free citizens and nobles of Hesma City. In the midst of the intense battle sounds after, the first 2 semifinals easily came to an end. First semifinal match, Secret Silver Adventurer Cress versus Noble Hired Knight Dar. Winner Cress. Second semifinal match, Free Knight Lancel versus Noble Hired Knight Lonley. Winner Lancel. The results of these matches were unsurprising. However, it seemed like the hired knights Lonley and Dar were somewhat out of sorts, as if they were puppets manipulated by someone. With the enthusiastic speech of the tournament host, the 2 semifinals officially came to a close. Immediately following is the final match, Secret Silver Adventurer Cress Zack against fellow Secret Silver Adventurer Lancel. Whoosh dash. Amidst the now almost overly familiar cheers of the crowd, the arena was instantly cleared. The massive iron gates once again opened. 2 armored knights slowly walked towards the center of the arena. In this arena, there had been many figures who brought immense pride to Hesma City, even to the entire kingdom. For example, the overall captain of the royal guard of the kingdom, Lanceman. His illustrious reputation within the kingdom is almost universally recognized. And just as widely known as his fame, Lanceman's humble origins, a gladiator who fought for survival in the arena, are equally spread far and wide. This city of Hesmu is where Lanceman was born and raised. The very Colosseum at its center is where Lanceman made his fortune. Hello, Mr. Lancel. When Cress and his companion arrived at the center of the arena, as a knight meeting for the first time, Cress still followed the knightly etiquette and gave Lancel a simple courteous bow. Even though Lancel didn't say much, he slightly bent forward in response to reciprocate the respect. Under the supervision of the arena's host, the 2 knights, one in black and one in white, respectively stepped aside to their respective sides. As they passed each other, Lancel spoke through his faceplate. Knight Cress, you should not be here. A plain sentence, voiced low enough so only Cress and Lancel could hear. Lancel did not pause after saying it. There seemed to emanate from him a sense of pity for Cress. Those seemingly meaningful words could spark a lot of conjecture among many people, but Cress was not among them. Whether it was this night tournament or the drunkard swordsman Soja he faced last time, or even now going against Lancel, they, perhaps all had their own untold secret stories. But that doesn't matter much to Cress. He has already filled himself with enough curiosity and patience for their tales. Cress halted briefly, turning back to glance at Lancel's figure. Suddenly, in Cress's eyes, a blood-red glow unique to powerful undead flashed, as if he had uncovered some hidden secrets. It seems another interesting opponent awaits. Cress thought internally, taking a step forward and arriving at his prepared position. Chapter 075, The Undying and Death Energy. The final of the Knights Tournament, Freelance Knight Crescent versus Freelance Knight Lancel. Now let's begin. At the conclusion of the host's announcement, a magical fireworks signal representing power and conquest burst forth. A long eagle-like cry resounded throughout the arena. Almost simultaneously, before the cry even ended, Lancel's sword was already slashing, releasing a wave of energy. Combat skill, slash. Lancel's opening move was an exceedingly standard ordinary sword technique, one that nearly every swordsman with some skill would use. Such an opening attack obviously had more intention to probe rather than defeat in one blow. But this was not a mistake. For warriors of their caliber who could reach the final, unless there was an insurmountable gap in strength, achieving victory in one move was merely a fantasy. The most common situation is like what happened when Cress fought against Soja. They both observed each other for a while before using their most proficient combat skills, launching fatal, ferocious attacks at the opponent's vulnerable spot. However, it was very clear that Lancel wasn't such a cautious and meticulous type. In his opinion, only attack. Constant fierce attacks were the best fit for his strong way as a berserker. Under the arc-shaped sword energy from the slash, despite its overwhelming momentum, it was still impossible to pose a threat to Cress. Cress slightly tilted his body. The arc-shaped sword energy slid entirely along the armor in front of Cress, leaving behind gusts of wind. But before that swift attack hit the rock walls of the arena, Lancel's close-range attack had already come first. Boom! Cress' knightly longsword. Nobody knew exactly when it was drawn, clashed with Lancel's sword. With the two large sharp, knightly longswords colliding, an array of metallic sparks was produced. This excited the audience around the arena. Knight Lancel, your attacks are fast and precise, but, while standing up to Lancel, Cress appeared calm and at ease, continuing to speak to Lancel. You're no match for me. After Crescent spoke, Lancel didn't respond, and instead put more force into his hand. His longsword, under the infusion of Lancel's fighting spirit energy, began to instantly glow and heat up, in the blink of an eye unleashing a powerful blade energy impact, repelling Cress' longsword out of his grasp. Cress was somewhat surprised. Of course he knew that high-level swordsmen, as well as some other advanced warriors, could infuse their weapons with internal energy like martial spirit to strengthen their attacks. But Cress never expected that the martial spirit infused into the weapon could also release such immense power through an explosion-like method. Still, this surprise lasted only a brief moment. Simultaneously as his sword was knocked away, Cress quickly activated the death energy within his body. This formidable energy surged rapidly through Cress's body, making Crescent himself more agile and stronger compared to before. When his knightly longsword was flung away, Cress regained control of it by harnessing the gravitational pull of his own death energy. However, even so, there was still an inevitable split-second defensive void. And as a top-tier swordsman, Lancel seized this opportune moment, accurately and swiftly striking with his Western-style longsword straight at Cress' chest plate, which now had almost no means of defense. An overwhelming sword strike carrying infinite martial spirit energy. Under such fierce assault from a high-level knight, even the toughest refined steel armor couldn't completely neutralize the power. However, Cress remained quite composed because he wanted to try out the new defensive combat skill he had recently learned. Combat skill, Fortress. Cress whispered, the deep calm male voice as if capable of resolving all dangers around him. Lancel's knightly longsword struck with lightning speed onto the vast whole breastplate in front of Cress. The huge knightly longsword stopped just short of the millimeter vacuum between the invisible barrier and Cress' breastplate. From the perspective of onlookers, Lancel's attack indeed landed fully on Cress. But experienced warriors understood, Lancel's attack had been blocked and defended. Because of the visor-covered face mask, Lancel's expression could not be seen clearly, but surely, it was likely not looking good right now. To Lancel himself, no one had a clearer intuition about that fleeting moment than he did. His attack, it was as if striking against a fortress. Yes, it was just like striking against a fortress made of energy from afar. This combat skill was truly annoying. Lancel's mood became even darker after his first thrust was blocked. Immediately after that, Lancel's entire body transformed swiftly, and the knightly longsword in his hand seemed like a war axe reaping enemies' lives, swung with unrestrained brute force. In the blink of an eye, Cress found himself struggling to fully defend. Cress's combat skill Fortress was still in its initial learning phase. Being able to perfectly guard against attacks from one direction was already quite excellent. Could he expect perfection in guarding against attacks from all directions? However, there were rumors that the combat skill Fortress had a higher advanced version, Unmovable Fortress, a stronger and more comprehensive defensive combat skill. But these considerations did not belong to Cress's present concerns. Faced with Lancel's thunderous and relentless assaults, Cress dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Although the combat skill Fortress couldn't completely withstand the attack, remember, Cress himself is a ghost swordsman. For ghost swordsmen, defense, of course, relies primarily on the sword in their hands. When Lancel's powerful sword came down with great momentum, Cress had already reclaimed his knightly longsword through the attraction of death energy. Perhaps Crescent no longer experienced any so-called defensive void period. Bang! Cress held the longsword with both hands to block horizontally. Lancel's sword descended forcefully. Under the intense collision, the two knightly longswords emitted a shrill and painful metallic buzzing sound. And almost simultaneously with the collision, the stone bricks beneath Cress's feet instantly shattered, radiating outward. The two substantial energy fields formed by death energy and martial spirit were continuously colliding and suppressing each other, and even the audience at the edge of the arena could distinctly feel the presence of this tangible energy field. Chapter 076, The Undead and the Price. It seems to be more difficult than expected, Cress silently thought in his heart. The clash with Lancel was not yet over, and it had evolved into a duel between two swordsmen testing each other's strength and energy. Feeling the slightly numb tiger mouth, Cress developed a clearer understanding of Lancel. Despite not being tall or robust, he possessed such immense brute force. Cress thought about this with a touch of caution. At the same time, Cress also felt somewhat relieved. Perhaps Lancel hasn't yet found the truly suitable career development for himself. He is not a qualified swordsman. Yes, Lancel's combat ability is impeccable, However, his indiscriminate fierce attacks lack any real sword technique. Perhaps, for him, battle hammers and battle axes would be more appropriate than long swords. And this will also be one of Cress's breakthrough points. After becoming stuck in this nearly hopeless struggle of energy against Cress, Lancel also harbored an indescribable astonishment towards Cress. As a swordsman, Lancel might be unqualified, but as a warrior, Lancel is a naturally gifted soldier. In his bloodline flows the passionate blood of ancient heroes, that kind of powerful bloodline destined to become a god of war. Therefore, even if Cress is stronger than imagined, then it's merely a matter of time before he defeats the opponent. I absolutely cannot be defeated. Secret skill, Rampage. Martial skill, Shatter. As the two invisible energies clashed fiercely, reaching their peak, Lancel suddenly radiated with immense power, and another layer of martial spirit enveloped his longsword. Martial skill, Shatter. With the repeated shout of Shatter, Cress clearly felt his internal energy being dispersed upon impact. What is this? Cress's mind was full of shock, leaving no time for him to understand why Lancel suddenly changed before being attacked once again. In that instant when Cress was struck by Lancel's martial skill Shatter, Lancel seized the opportunity and swung his sword forcefully, directly sending Cress retreating. Cress made every effort to maintain his composure, and his armored boots carved deep, long scratches into the stone bricks of the arena. Suddenly, he's become much stronger. After barely keeping himself from falling awkwardly, Cress once again placed his knightly longsword in front of him defensively, its tip pointed directly at Lancel. Simultaneously, Cress didn't make any rash moves, but observed what exactly caused Lancel to become so overwhelming. Looking at Lancel before him, something seemed different about him. Because he was fully covered in armor, Cress couldn't see all of the facial expressions behind it. However, as a high-level swordsman, Cress could distinctly perceive that Lancel was far more savage and belligerent now than before. It was as if he was gradually losing self-awareness, becoming a killing machine. Could it be because of that secret skill Rampage? Between the thoughts, Cress seemed to recall Lancel's previous murmurs. Prior to this moment, Cress hadn't encountered any skills similar to these so-called secret skills, but that doesn't exclude the possibility of their existence. Nevertheless, before Cress could completely organize his thoughts, Lancel's attack came again, faster and fiercer than before. Cress narrowly dodged. Then, Lancel abruptly redirected his attack, striking straight at Cress's armor. A not too deep scratch appeared on Cress's black armor. Under such fierce assault, even Cress's high-grade armor struggled to fully resist it. Cress was quite astonished. It seemed Lancel hadn't entirely lost his reason. His combat awareness was still crystal clear. That previous attack was evidently a feint, deliberately designed to confuse him, and the subsequent one was the real fatal move. Even though undying and emotionless, Cress still sensed a faint trace of anger. He had been outplayed by this guy. Moreover, his armor now bore an unsightly scar. Cress thought of the girl who bought him the armor. It was indeed quite infuriating. When Cress was cut by Lancel's sword just moments ago, he only managed to leap up into the air with great effort, letting the extremely fierce strike leave a mere scar instead of injuring him. Originally, Cress had no intention of competing for the championship in this night tournament, as it didn't align with his initial plan of keeping a low profile. But now, Cress felt that perhaps winning a championship wouldn't be so bad. Lancel, I admire your courage. As Cress landed from his jump, his armor emitted rhythmic clinks. He continued, because you dared to damage my armor, my most cherished set. Therefore, I will make you pay the price of defeat. So, I'll make you suffer a corresponding failure as the price. After speaking, Cress's knightly longsword was once again enveloped in a layer of dark death energy to amplify its power. The pitch-black blade gleamed ominously, resembling the edge of the darkest night. At this moment, Lancel had activated the unique secret technique of the Berserker class, Rampage. This ability could significantly boost various combat attributes within a short period, including strength, speed, and agility, all essential capabilities of a battle knight. Furthermore, after initiating Rampage, Lancel became immune to any injuries he sustained. Although, there were significant side effects. Still, under no circumstances would Lancel accept failure. I am the descendant of ancient heroes. Lancel's eyes behind his face mask blazed red, like those of an enraged bull about to lose control. In the midst of surging martial spirit energy, his heavy sword, larger than the usual knight's longsword, was unleashed upon Cress. Martial skill slash. Lancel was practically losing his sanity, driven almost entirely by primal instincts, reminiscent of the special fighting style of ancient combat heroes. Clang. The loud metallic collision echoed throughout the area. Cress's longsword met Lancel's, emitting a buzzing sound where they clashed. Lancel was astonished. He believed his current combat power should far exceed Cress's. Even if his original strength might have been inferior to this knight named Cress, he had used the secret skill Rampage. Surely, his power was several times stronger than before. How could this be possible? Chapter 077, The Undead and the Female Knight. How could this be? On the verge of losing all reason, Lancel's expression beneath his mask was grotesque and twisted. It was an expression that mixed multiple emotions, akin to a deep, indescribable sorrow. Knight Lancel, your Berserker secret technique is strong, but those with hidden cards aren't just you alone. Through the edge of their longsword blades, Cress confronted Lancel. At the exact moment the words left Cress's mouth, the power in his hands erupted completely. Combat skill, power enhancement. Combat skill, ghost slash. This was the exclusive death energy belonging to the ghost swordsman. It was the final gift from death itself. I cannot lose. Lancel's voice sounded broken. In this moment, that once clear male tone became strangely eerie. The clash between battle chi and death energy. These two completely different forms of energy now exploded violently. An immense wave of energy erupted, transmitted through both knights' long swords as they clashed and interwove. A vast expanse of pitch black and pure white light appeared simultaneously. Two enormous orbs of light boomed behind the two figures. Boom! The sound of energy exploding reverberated across the entire arena. It was a blinding white light capable of obliterating everything, leaving every spectator momentarily blinded. Xuanhuan, who had been silently observing the fight from the VIP seats, was clearly shocked by the magnitude of this energy impact. For a time, Xuanhuan wondered whether allowing these two to join him was truly the right decision. Could he really control such powerful individuals? At the very least, only a hero-tier powerhouse could create such an energy impact. In the night preparation room, some of the remaining competition knights or gladiators now displayed astonished expressions reminiscent of ignorant children. Among them, the golden mid-length haired girl Rubia stared blankly at the fading white light in the center of the arena. Please return safely, Lord Cress. At the center of the arena, the white light caused by the tremendous energy explosion dissipated, revealing the marble floor tiles, which had been originally perfectly arranged, now smashed into a massive depression. Statues of holy power temples that stood along the edges of the arena were shattered by the irresistible force of the tremendous shockwave. Only at the deeply sunken battlefield center did two contrasting knight silhouettes, one clad in black, one in white, stand out distinctly. Cress suddenly felt extremely tired. As an undead, he should not feel fatigue, yet why did he still feel weary? Had his body reached its limit? Comparatively, while Cress showed slight damage, Lancel looked even more disheveled. Clang! The heavy sword dropped to the ground. Lancel failed to hold onto the large blade in his hand. Subsequently, Lancel's armor cracked piece by piece, bruises evident everywhere from the energy impact, and ultimately, she fell to her knees. Lancel's stamina had reached its peak. Besides the wounds inflicted earlier, the backlash from the berserk technique was the true major threat. It was also at this point that everyone, the spectators and contestants alike, realized something. Lancel, the kingdom's mithril-ranked adventurer, the free knight possessing the berserker class known as Silver White, was actually a woman. When her silver-white armor was shattered during the energy clash, the figure beneath the helmet revealed herself entirely. She had worn chest bindings, combined with a slightly taller stature than average women, which made it difficult to identify her gender. Seemingly noticing the murmurs rising from the audience, Lancel, who had pushed her consciousness to the ultimate brink, was now solely supported by her instincts for battle. Lancel grabbed the fallen broadsword with one hand and threw off her masked helm with the other. Her silver-white armor had already been shattered and fallen off. Now, it would be better to discard her helmet and retain the last thread of clarity. As the metal helmet hit the ground, her neatly tied long hair also could no longer be concealed. Lancel was a genuine female from the Fritz kingdom, possessing the distinctive pale skin and reddish-brown long hair of Fritz women. She was beautiful, her resolute face exuding a sense of valor, making it easy for others to like her. But not here. What's going on? How can a woman be knighted? How can a woman participate in the arena? That's right. Women should belong to the Mage Association or Holy Light Temple. Voices of dissent from the audience arose one after another, with questions about Lancel resounding continuously. Some voices even began to demand that Lancel be disqualified from the night tournament. They had already completely forgotten that Lancel was the contender who had just recently reached the cusp of claiming the championship. Can women not be exceptional warriors? Affected by the massive energy impact and resulting disorientation, Lancel's vision began to blur. It seemed she could barely hold onto her longsword anymore. In a daze, memories of her past surfaced. If only you were a son. This was the phrase her father most often repeated to her. Lancel's family was descended from one of the ancient 13 heroes, the berserker Fruffa. However, in Lancel's generation, her father had only one child. Her, a daughter. How can a daughter ever become the finest warrior? Her father showed immense disappointment in Lancel, despite the fact that her combat techniques far surpassed those of her male peers, and even some older boys. Still, in his eyes, Lancel did not possess the qualification to inherit the legacy of the 13th hero's berserker destiny. Father, I will prove to you. I am the finest warrior. Lancel's eyes glowed red as she gripped her heavy blade with both hands and thrust it into the ground, trying her best to steady herself. Her voice was soft, but resolute. All around, the audience's shouts accused her of violating the rules of the night tournament. Information now available for disclosure. 1. Knights. Knights form a class within the kingdoms, empires, and papal states, many hailing from noble families, known for their formidable martial prowess, sense of justice, and reverence for honor. These are principles upheld by knightly conduct. However, there exists an unwritten rule among knights. Women can never truly become knights. Chapter 078. The Undying and the Laurel. I lost. A calm and rational voice echoed, silencing the previously roaring arena into an eerie stillness. I have no more strength to continue fighting. Cress, standing tall on the other side of the arena, had already sheathed his longsword. Almost all the spectators were perplexed. Judging from their current conditions, it was clearly Lancel that had reached his limits, his armor shattered, heavy wounds covering his body, and even his gender revealed. As for Cress, there were only a few fine cracks on his armor. So how could he be the one who admitted defeat? The host of the night's tournament was also confused. However, upon seeing Cress begin to turn and leave, he was forced to announce. The champion of the Hesmu City Night Tournament is the Free Rider, Silver White Lancel. The host originally wanted to say Free Knight, but after a brief pause, changed it to the nickname Silver White. Upon hearing this final sentence, Lancel collapsed entirely, looking like a proud warrior who had fought a hard and exhausting battle. But compared to Cress, who left voluntarily, Lancel seemed much closer to being a true loser, unable to fight any longer. Outside the Hesmu City arena, this grand tournament, led by the Jesk family, was not only the largest in the kingdom's history, but also the most widely discussed night competition. It wasn't just because of the spectacular night duels or the mysterious imperial drunkard swordsman, which added a layer of national rivalry, but because the one who ultimately claimed the knight's laurel crown was a woman, Cress. Not long after the end of the tournament, while the arena staff took over calming the excited crowd of kingdom spectators, an unexpected visitor appeared in Cress's private night resting room. Lancel's silver-white armor was still fragmented into several broken pieces. Even her reddish-brown hair, which had fallen loose, hadn't been fully tied up yet. But despite all this, she was already standing before Cress. Clearly, Lancel had come straight here after regaining consciousness. Why did you concede defeat? Lancel's voice carried evident anger. There was no joy at having won a hefty prize and the title of First Knight of the Kingdom. Cress, who was preparing to leave with his things packed, stopped due to Lancel's abrupt arrival. Lancel, miss, since I've admitted my failure, it simply means I was unable to continue the fight. Bullshit. Even though Lancel had just awakened from unconsciousness, still feeling the pain from the previous energy impacts, as well as the side effects from berserk rage, she erupted furiously in frustration. So your so-called knightly spirit thinks, now that you've discovered I'm a woman, the fight shouldn't go on anymore. Lancel seemed uncontrollably angry. She knew that she had no more power to keep fighting back then, but as someone carrying the bloodline of ancient heroes, she didn't want a victory handed to her. Cress remained expressionless. He no longer paid attention to this slightly shorter woman in front of him, putting the items in his hand into a bag and slowly walking toward the exit of the arena. Cress, Lancel tried to call out to stop him, needing a reason that would satisfy herself as well. However, Cress had no intention of offering explanations. Just at that moment, Rupia, the night squire who rushed over from the observation pavilion earlier, caught sight of Cress leaving and Lancel standing behind him. Master Cress, be careful behind you. Rupia shouted a warning. Behind Cress, Lancel had already lifted the heavy sword she had dragged over. Clang! The two longswords collided again. Clearly, Cress had perceived the impending attack long ago. Otherwise, relying merely on Rupia's tardy warning wouldn't have resulted in such perfect defense and counterattack. Miss Lancel, I respect your combat ability and resolve. It isn't surprising that I lost to you. Cress's logical voice resonated, yet even if it sounded angelic at that moment, it wouldn't convince Lancel. Lancel only believed in what she herself personally experienced. The clash between martial arts and death energies separated them. Lancel's face was visibly pale, causing the always strong-willed woman to exhibit for the first time a vulnerable look that might evoke sympathy. Although Lancel never needed such pity. Rupia hurried to the scene, trying to secure a favorable terrain advantage for Cress. She placed her hands on her hips and loudly reprimanded Lancel. You are truly ungrateful. If Master Cress had continued to fight back then, you wouldn't have survived at all, right? And now you're still overestimating yourself. Before Rupia could finish her sentence, Cress stopped her with a gesture of his hand. Signaling Rupia to step back, Cress began to speak seriously. Miss Lancel, I did not intend any disrespect towards you. I am indifferent as to whether you are male or female. The damage you inflicted upon my armor already subjected you to enough retaliatory injuries. This champion's glory is what you deserve. After speaking, Cress turned to leave, providing no further explanations. Lancel watched the retreating figure of the other party, momentarily speechless. By the way, Cress suddenly paused and turned to add something to Lancel. The reminder you once gave me, I will also return it. You should not entangle yourself with the Jesk family. With the final words spoken, Cress slowly walked away. Rupia followed closely behind Cress, heading towards the Golden Radiance Hall. Cress, you're the only one who has ever defeated me. I will defeat you. Lancel shouted toward the departing figure of Cress, filled with complex emotions. I will defeat you. Definitely. Hesmu City, the city streets. As a Secret Silver class adventurer and the highest-ranking adventurer team member of Hesmu City's branch, Dawn's Captain Cress, there was no doubt that he would become the focus of discussions in every corner of Hesmu City. Even now, despite being hidden by the carriage curtains, Cress could still clearly hear merchants and passers-by talking loudly about everything. All conversations revolved around this year's night tournament final where Cress, having achieved an absolute advantageous position, actually conceded defeat voluntarily. And furthermore, the always renowned silver-white Lancel was actually a woman. All of this far exceeded yesterday's shocking legend when Cress defeated the mysterious Imperial Swordsman. Rare things often spread faster and wider. Chapter 079, The Undead and the Descendant of Heroes. Master Cress. Inside the carriage, although Lubia was very unwilling to believe it, it was a fact that Cress did not win the championship of the night tournament. Even though the vast majority of the kingdom's audience, no, almost all the kingdom's audience believed that Cress should have been the true champion. Master Cress, I don't quite understand why. Why didn't you continue fighting with Lancel at the time? Faced with Lubia's seemingly regretful question on his behalf, Cress actually found it hard to answer. In fact, he just followed the prompt of those words, forcing himself to initiate another plot quest. You have encountered one of the descendants of the ancient 13 heroes, beginning an S-class storyline quest, Descendant of Heroes. Descendant of Heroes, Phase 1. You must establish an emotional bond with Silver White Lancel. Tips number 1. Complete failure may cause Lancel, who considers himself as the proud descendant of a hero, to completely lose confidence in continuing to fight. Defeating him outright is acceptable. Tips number 2. For someone Lancel has already defeated, he won't waste much effort on them anymore. Lubia, many things are far more complicated than what you see. Cress used magic to directly transfer his armor into his storage pouch. At this moment, a simple black long robe tightly wrapped around Cress's tall and slim figure. Lubia, staring blankly at him, unconsciously swallowed her saliva. But after hearing Cress's words, she pouted and muttered, "It's not like you let up because the opponent was a beautiful woman, right? I should go and tell Sister Dilly later." Lubia's murmuring voice was very soft, but Cress, of course, could still hear it clearly. Nonetheless, Cress didn't bother dealing with it. Now, all he was waiting for was xuanhuan's promised coins. With these coins, a large part of his plan could be effortlessly completed. As for the cooperation agreed upon that night with xuanhuan, Cress continuously planned everything inside his mind, feeling as if everything suddenly came vividly into view. Cress's heart laughed inwardly, and the face created by Dilly's illusion magic also faintly lifted its corner. Seemingly sensing this subtle change, Cress suddenly thought, didn't Dilly say that due to the limitations of her magic power, the illusionary mask she created couldn't change according to the user's will? It seems that the magical seal on Dilly must also be gradually being unlocked. On the way to the golden glittering hall, Lubia had already gotten out of the carriage earlier. She needed to head to the Adventurers Guild Herzemu branch to report back to Narco regarding the task completion status of participating in the night tournament. And Cress sat quietly inside the carriage, lightly closing his eyes, patiently waiting for their arrival at the golden glittering hall. Suddenly, a row of jarring words appeared before his eyes. You have completed the C-level side quest from Narco, Night Tournament. Results under evaluation. You entered the finals and became the night champion in the minds of most people. Above average jackpot reward obtained. Your impression left among the citizens of Herzemu City, 500/10,000. In Narco's eyes, your value to the Adventurers Guild has greatly increased. You have made acquaintance with Silver White Lancel. xuanhuan's opinion of you has improved. Cress slightly raised his eyes and looked at the result evaluations described on the floating text before him. Seems like it's not bad. Cress muttered to himself. During this tournament, he unintentionally met the mysterious Imperial swordsman Salsha, who had an unusual relationship with Kieran Weed, as well as the descendant of the legendary, ancient 13 heroes, Lancel, triggering an unnecessary plot quest for himself, plus the cooperation proposed by xuanhuan. Although this happened, in general, everything was still within his plans. Finally, the hired coachman reminded Cress outside the carriage that they had reached their destination. After handing over several copper coins, Cress got out. On an exquisite purple wooden signboard, the golden letters of the kingdom script beautifully written read, Golden Glittering Hall. Walking straight into the hall, Cress headed directly towards his room upstairs. All other adventurers or mercenaries he passed along the way respectfully made way for him. This was their respect for secret silver-grade adventurer characters. It was also their fear of unknown strong figures. But when Cress arrived outside his own room, he felt a strange presence. It was a foreign aura belonging to a powerful individual. Trouble. Dilly. Cress suddenly sensed danger and instinctively drew his longsword from his waist, shifting his body slightly as he swiftly moved closer to the room. First rank magic. Flame, flame. Cress extended his left hand, silently chanting the magical incantation in his mind. A pitch-black flame tinged with threads of crimson appeared in his left hand. There was no time to put on his armor. Cress slashed open the wooden door of the guest room at the golden glittering hall with a single strike of his sword. Holding the flame in front of him, he carefully scanned every corner of the room that could potentially conceal an enemy. The originally tidy and clean room was now in disarray. Various decorations were scattered and shattered across the floor. Some furniture seemed completely pulverized by a powerful magic impact. But it didn't appear as though caused by multiple people fighting. Cress felt confused, but did not let down his guard even slightly. He cautiously stepped into the inner room belonging to Dilly, where he found Dilly. She was curled up in pain, her face pale, and large beads of sweat constantly dripping from her forehead, as if she were experiencing excruciating torture akin to thousands of worms devouring her heart. Cress's heart tightened, and even the illusion-created visage began to shift. Taking 3 strides and 2 steps, he rushed to Dilly's side. "Dilly, what's wrong with you?" And Dilly, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, reacted upon hearing Cress's voice, suddenly opening her eyes wide, choking back tears. "Cress, he knows my location." Her eyes shimmered with tears, her normally black glossy hair now sprawled untidily around her. The strands falling on her forehead were soaked with cold sweat, creating a stark contrast against her deathly pale complexion. Cress had never imagined that the always composed and elegant Dilly could look so disheveled. For a fleeting moment, Cress desperately maintained his calm rationality, like a sturdy mountain providing solace for Dilly in this crisis. Gently brushing the wet hair hanging on Dilly's forehead to one side, Cress spoke. "Don't worry. Who is he?" "The chief illusionist of the great Qin Empire, Zhao Yeko." Chapter 080, The Immortals and the Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire. This is also known as the Eastern Empire in the written descriptions of many countries on the western side of the continent, such as the Fritz Kingdom. It was a vast unified empire, but just 20 years ago, it was still a landscape where 7 great powers and countless small to medium-sized states divided and controlled their own territories. At that time, the aftershocks of the collapse of the giant federal empire on the western part of the continent had yet to fully subside, and wars frequently erupted between the Fritz Kingdom and what would later become the Bostan Empire. The enigmatic Holy Light Temple organization was also conducting its religious nation-building movement at that time. The western continent was plunged into an era of chaos and darkness. And then, in the east, the Qin Empire, one of the 7 great nations, initiated a swift and grand unification war. Under the military prowess of the elite warriors of the Great Qin and the strategies of the leaders of the Ying royal family, the other 6 major powers each crumbled and were plagued by internal strife. Among them, there was one group of figures whose presence, like phantoms, loomed over the Qin Empire's unification war: the illusionists, the Eastern Empire. In the secret chambers within the imperial palace of the Qin Empire, the mysterious illusionist, honored as a national guest by the Qin Emperor, was specially permitted to reside in the royal palace alongside the royal family. And now, the starry grand hall with its ancient ambience. Zhao Yekong, dressed in a black brocade robe with crimson patterns, his silver hair flowing despite the binding of a crown, observed everything before him quietly. His originally refined features gradually took on a subtle expression, eventually transforming into a sinister smile. On the wooden long table before him, the ancient wood magic disc used only by top-level illusionists revealed the face of Dilly. Of course, along with the position of Hesma City. Truly interesting. Zhao Yekong's words carried a faint trace of amusement, making it difficult to fathom their true meaning. Although we haven't found the Elven Crown Prince yet, you have indeed not disappointed me. You managed to so quickly unlock the first seal I left for you. His right hand, adorned with several ancient rings, slowly reached towards the center of the magic disc, as Zhao Yekong gently caressed the face of Dilly projected by the disc. What a beautiful countenance. Hesma City, Golden Hall. With the help of the magical potion used by Cress, Dilly had recovered from the exhaustion brought about by the initial unlocking of the seal. She was indeed refining something, but not for use. Instead, for unlocking the seal. Unlocking her own magical seal. Dilly's magical seal came from Zhao Yekong, who was titled the Chief Illusionist of the Eastern Empire. Although Dilly has yet to explain why Zhao Yekong imposed such a powerful seal on her, at least one point can be confirmed. Zhao Yekong and Dilly have a very complex relationship. Perhaps they are sworn enemies, or perhaps something else entirely. The seal left Dilly bereft of most of her abilities, but after much preparation and testing, she now felt confident in her ability to break this seal. The first step was to refine a piece of jewelry as a catalyst, with higher-grade jewelry providing better results. Is this why you've been collecting those gemstones and ornaments all this while? Listening to Dilly's explanation, Cress interjected with a calm question from time to time. Dilly, still slightly pale, leaned back on the large bed in the bedroom, nodding lightly, and continuing to speak. Yes, it's also why I stole the heirlooms from the Jesk family. Though, I didn't expect Zhao Yekong to go through so much trouble for me. Cough cough. Dilly spoke slowly, growing increasingly agitated as she went on, seemingly triggering some discomfort in her body, leading her to suddenly start coughing. Cress approached Dilly, gently patting her back, while handing over the warm water prepared earlier at the opportune moment. Thank you. After calming her cough, Dilly accepted the warm water with both hands, sipping it lightly, then continued. Zhao Yekong placed 2 seals on me. One of them is hidden within the surface seal, making it hard to detect. So far, I've only partially unlocked it. But he also left another kind of magic seal on you. Cress filled in during the pause in Dilly's speech, rising to open the tightly shut wooden windows. A breeze blew in through the window, stirring the strands of his hair transformed by his illusions into a jade-like hairpin. That does sound like something Zhao Yekong could do. Looking out at the streets, bustling with people outside the window, he couldn't help but recall their first encounter with Zhao Yekong in the ancient underground tomb at the heart of Kaz Plain. Of course, it was also where he met Yali. Zhao Yekong is a meticulous madman. Dilly, holding a wooden cup with both hands, spoke vehemently. While seemingly detecting a hint of oddity in Cress's words, she asked softly, Cress, do you know Zhao Yekong? Dilly's words pulled Cress back from his reminiscence to reality. He turned toward her, appearing especially elegant and debonair under the gentle breeze by the window. Unconsciously, Dilly suddenly found herself somewhat dazed. It was then that she suddenly realized, when exactly had it been that she started to depend so easily on someone? No, on a skeleton? I once clashed with Zhao Yekong. We don't know each other well, but I do have some understanding of his strength. That calm, rational male voice resonated every time like a cello faintly strummed, tapping against Dilly's heart at this moment. Dilly buried her head into the wooden cup in her hands, attempting to hide her inner restlessness by pretending to drink water. Suddenly, Dilly noticed the implications in Cress's words and mumbled into the cup. You've clashed with Zhao Yekong? Given Zhao Yekong's cruel nature of not leaving any living witnesses, I imagine Cress must have defeated him. Listening to Dilly's hopeful words, Cress felt a bit unsure of how to respond and sighed internally. No, I'm no match for him. To survive that encounter was merely out of sheer luck. Dilly abruptly became speechless, remaining silent for a while before slowly speaking. If that's the case, Cress, leave. Leave me. Zhao Yekong already knows my location, and soon he will be here in Hesma City. Cress silently looked at Dilly, who slightly bowed her head, without saying anything. Do you think I'd leave you alone to face our enemy? Cress's tone was calm. Despite knowing what it would entail, he could still say it so easily. Don't forget, I promise to protect you always. How could I possibly leave when you need me most? Cress. Dilly's voice choked up. Cress didn't wait for Dilly to finish, but cut her off directly. I assume you've already made your plan, right? Directly walking to your death is definitely not your style. Huh. Dilly originally wanted to exchange heartfelt emotions with Cress and feel moved together, but the latter immediately exposed her outward pretense. Fine, I'll just be straightforward. My current plan is to let you accompany me, and we'll both head straight to the capital of the royal kingdom, Yaliu City. Why Yaliu City? Because there, Cold Iron headquarters are stationed, along with a human, Jylan Veed. Chapter 081. The Undead and Departure from Hesma City. Hesma City. After finishing a brief conversation with Dilly, Cress had already preliminarily reached a new consensus with her. According to Dilly's statement, Jylan Veed, the current leader of the Cold Iron mercenary group, was an eternal nemesis of Zhao Yekong in a life-and-death rivalry that would never end. If they absolutely had to move from their current location, then Yaya City, the capital of the kingdom, would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Firstly, according to information obtained from the Cold Iron mercenaries, Jylan Veed, a powerful figure at the hero domain level like Zhao Yekong, was currently stationed in Yaya City. Additionally, as the capital of Fritz Kingdom, Yaya City was also one of the heavily defended metropolises, making it one of the hardest places to infiltrate within the kingdom. For Crescent, the undeadized Yali had already been taken away by the elves of the Fangong Forest, so this Hesmu City held little significance for him. As for the cooperation with Jesco Horton, that wasn't important. After all, he had already obtained the gold coins he wanted through the night competition, so all that was left was to explain the situation to Narco. After all, he was an adventurer belonging to the Hesma branch. Although he, as a senior adventurer who had signed a long-term stationing contract with the Hesma branch of the Adventurers Guild, going long-term to another city on his own initiative could have a significant negative impact on his reputation and more. But there was no time to consider these factors now. Cress had meticulously planned everything in his mind, and Dilly had also completely returned to her normal state. Dilly had now unsealed half of her own restraints, allowing her the majority of her abilities across professions, including as an illusionist, to be liberated. This was also one of the reasons why the illusion mask on Cress' face would change slightly at his will. Although for Cress, he would rather the transformed mask remain frozen in its icy demeanor indefinitely. It was nearing dusk. A streak of twilight at the horizon was about to completely disappear. Look who has come. Our ace adventurer, Mr. Cress, and the stunning Miss Dilly. Upon entering the office of the head of the Hesmu City Adventurers Guild branch, the enthusiastic voice of Narco filled the air even before they arrived. Hello, Mr. Narco. At this moment, Cress, clad in a black robe with intricate embroidery and a white jade waistband, resembled the mysterious descendants of the 6 lost kingdoms described in ancient Oriental texts. Dilly beside him was similarly dressed, but hers were tailored much more fitting for a woman. An elegant and snug scarlet brocade attire made her seem like the most fiery beauty. After Crescent responded to Narco's words, Dilly inclined her body slightly in a traditional Eastern Empire bow exclusive to their people. Hurry, please sit. Narco obviously seemed agitated. He rose and waited until 2 chairs brought over by low-ranking guild officers were positioned for both guests to sit before he slowly took his seat again, continuing. Your completion of this employment task has been flawless. I've already submitted an application to the Adventurers headquarters to upgrade your ranks. I thought according to what Lubia said, you wouldn't come back until tomorrow. Narco's impeccable crew-cut hairstyle combined with his chiseled, determined face rendered his speech always laced with an invisible pressure. However, such feelings were evidently ineffective on Cress. Thank you very much, Mr. Narco. However, Cress quickly glanced around the room before maintaining direct eye contact with Narco and continued speaking. However, we have received an urgent employment task, so we must inform you in advance that we might set off for Yaya City before tomorrow. I understand. You know? Narco interrupted Cress' explanation directly, causing Dilly, who had maintained a faint fake smile all along, to question aloud involuntarily. Yes. Seeing a somewhat puzzled Dilly, Narco placed a large bag of gold coins onto the desk. It seems the Jesco family has already informed you, our Mithril-class adventurers. The Jesco family has issued a specified employment task to the Mithril-class adventuring team Dawn formed by Cress and Dilly to escort an important person of the Jesco family to Yaya City. Narco explained plainly. This was quite a common occurrence. Many major noble families often encountered troublesome sticky situations, and thus they generally preferred hiring more reliable adventurers than mercenaries to handle certain tasks. And especially when there might be encounters with non-human enemies, experienced adventurers often prove more adept than mercenaries with the highest combat skills. After all, regarding the weaknesses and racial advantages of every humanoid or alien species, experienced adventurers have them memorized by heart. Though many enemies may still belong to races unseen even by adventurers, they are always more reliable than common mercenaries who usually only fight against humans. When these nobles specifically name an adventurer team they wish to hire, in addition to negotiating with the Adventurers Guild, they will also pass the message on directly to these adventurers themselves. After all, the adventure teams that can be nominated by other nobles are certainly no ordinary teams. These are generally the top-ranked adventure teams from a branch of the Adventurers Guild. And now, it was clear enough that Jesco Horton had already arranged matters with Narco, his immediate superior at the Adventurers Guild. A hiring mission, heading towards Yaya City. Is something wrong? Narcissus, perceptive as ever, seemed to notice a slight anomaly and asked tentatively. Or is it not this you're talking about? What we refer to indeed is this task. It's just that. Cress skillfully picked up Narco's query without any cracks. We originally assumed Mr. Jesko hadn't yet informed the Adventurers Guild. Perhaps Narco was overly delighted about Cress achieving an impressive ranking in the night competition, leading him to unconsciously loosen his standards regarding their affairs. It wasn't that Narco failed to detect the subtle inconsistencies before and after in Cress' statement. It was simply that he didn't want to delve deeper into it. Mr. Cress, you still don't understand the procedures of the Adventurers Guild very well. Such matters must be communicated to the guild, even if the employer doesn't notify the adventurers. Narco spoke, while casually glancing at Dilly standing behind Cress, seemingly lost in thought, but gave it no further consideration and continued. So, I suppose I don't need to elaborate much on the content of this task for you two? Of course. Cress responded mildly to Narco's question, catching the unspoken agreement. They exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 082, The Immortal and the Letter. Diley did not yet know about Cress' partnership with xuanhuan. This was why, when Narco suddenly proposed that the Jesker family would specifically hire them, Diley felt a trace of suspicion fitting to her cautious nature. However, fortunately, Cress concealed it in time, almost flawlessly, and Narco also had no intention of probing deeper, so this was quickly overlooked. Narco now valued the dawn between Cress and Diley greatly, especially after Cress won second place in the finals at the night competition hosted by the Jesker family, though Crescent only made it to the final as the runner-up. After the competition ended, all the citizens, who were originally full of curses towards Lancel, did not know that someone had first proposed another perspective. Simultaneously, Lancel's heroic bloodline as Silver White and his tragic past were also exposed. It seemed some power was deliberately controlling rumors. Lancel was crafted into a female hero, the kingdom's first true female knight. Cress, on the other hand, was hailed as the paragon of knights. Knights should prioritize honor, but not chase fame and fortune. In order to protect Lancel and prevent her from being completely disabled due to the battle, Cress gave up the possibility of winning the championship of the tournament and the title of the kingdom's first knight. Afterward, the competitive battle between Cress and Lancel was celebrated throughout the kingdom. The spirit of chivalry shone brightly under their two figures. And Crescent knew, converting what originally started as scandals, involving Lancel as a deceptive female character to the king and Cress as ignoring competition rules and arbitrarily stopping the match, into representatives of chivalric virtues. Behind this huge shift in public opinion was the influence of the Jesker family, because they still needed Cress and Lancel's strength and reputation. After giving Diley a simple recount of how he accepted Jesker Hawthorne's dinner invitation, and subsequently how he collaborated with Lancel and the Jesker family, Diley quickly understood the current situation. She thought Cress' moves were correct. Almost the moment Cress and Diley returned to the Golden Shining Hall, soldiers of the Jesker family delivered a letter from one of the 6 great nobles of the kingdom, Jesker Hawthorne. It was a letter regarding how to cooperate with Cress and his companions. Outside the white stone window bars, when the last ray of natural light disappeared, the entire Herzmu city would be enveloped in deep night. Cress quietly stared at the white envelope in front of him. It was made with a unique paper technology from the kingdom, making it easy for writing and transportation, one of the universal types of paper used within the kingdom. After delivering the master's entrusted task, the soldier from the Jesker family slightly bowed his head, silently left the Golden Shining Hall. After quickly scanning the content of the paper in his hand, Cress crumpled it up with one hand. Leaning against the wall of the room, Diley quietly observed Cress' movements before asking, "What does Jesko have to say?" Following Diley's question, a flame erupted in Cress' hand, and using the first-rank magic, flame, he thoroughly destroyed the letter before answering. Jesker Hawthorne hopes we will go to Feather City to help someone complete a mission. Who? The captain of the Cold Iron mercenary group, Kieran Veed. Cress' words were concise and calm, but Diley detected hidden meanings in them. The Jesko family actually has ties with Cold Iron. After all, Cold Iron has long been collaborating with the Fritz royal family and is known as the Sword of King Fritz. Diley's statement was clearly one of surprise, yet she said it with an extremely calm tone. Cress gazed far off into the night view of Herzmu City through the window and indifferently replied, "There's nothing strange about it. Aren't we merely adventurers on the surface, secretly cooperating with the Jesker family? In fact, I am somewhat curious." Diley suddenly probed tentatively, which made Cress puzzled and turned to look at Diley. "What are you curious about? Why did you decide to cooperate with the Jesker family? Being threatened isn't your style." Diley's question hit right on target. Cress, who had always responded fluently, suddenly hesitated for a moment. "Because I have my own plans too, Diley." After speaking, before Diley could say anything, Cress changed the subject. "We must leave. The longer we stay in Herzmu City, the more threats we face." As Crescent spoke, he had already packed up all his belongings. Diley knew that Cress didn't want to reveal his plans on the surface right now, so there was no need to continue pressing. "Let's go first. How will the Jesker family respond?" "No need to worry." In response to Diley's question, Cress appeared extremely confident. He drew his long sword from his waist and slashed it through the air, leaving several streaks of sword energy. On the wall in front of Cress and Diley, a few sword marks intersected in a way that was difficult to detect logically. The secret spies under Jesker Hawthorne will tell him our movements after seeing this. Besides inviting Cress, Dawn, xuanhuan also hired several mercenary groups and adventurers from other places. It was said that because xuanhuan was also interested in the underground tomb that had caused a stir between the Holy Light Temple and Cold Iron on the Cat's Plain not long ago, he recruited mercenaries so vigorously. The mithril-level adventurer Silver White Lancel was also among those invited by xuanhuan. xuanhuan gave Lancel the same task as Cress, to head to Feather City to assist Kieran Veed. In the vast Jesker family mansion, Lancel was currently dressed in a refined white wide robe, one of the common casual wear in the kingdom. Her medium-length hair, brown with reddish tones, was styled high, making her look particularly sharp. Lancel supported herself on both hands against a long table, her gaze sweeping over the map in front of her, finally resting on a place marked with a red, Feather City. Night Crescent will also go to this place, right? Yes. Responding to Lancel's question was an abrupt, unpleasant voice. A mass of black mist swirled, and Daryl appeared in front of Lancel, continuing. Silver White Lancel, you are much more beautiful than what old me imagined. Lancel didn't answer the strange man wearing the weird brown mask in front of her, but instead looked at the Jeskirk family soldier who had delivered the task information from xuanhuan. The soldier, feeling Lancel's gaze, couldn't help but lower his head slightly, answering respectfully. Yes, Miss Lancel. And Mr. Daryl will also be accompanying you. After hearing the confirmation from the soldier, Lancel couldn't help but flash a hint of joy across her face. But, whether it was due to being called Miss, or because she found out that Daryl would also be going, a shadow of gloom soon took over her entire expression. Chapter 083, The Undead and the Tulip. J.E. Only Mordair appeared completely relaxed, showing no concern for Lancel's obvious distaste. After giving a slight bow to Lancel, he walked toward his room in the mansion. Lancel, miss, be careful. This old man has great interest in you. As Mordair left, his raspy, ugly voice followed. Lancel quietly watched as he left, her right hand on the sword hilt seemingly trying hard to restrain herself. The shadows in her eyes grew even heavier. And almost at the same time, the Hesmu City Adventurers Guild branch. Although it was already past quitting time, the magical glow in the branch president's office still hadn't gone out. In front of Narco, the branch president, stood a mysterious adventurer dressed in sharp, commanding uniform. Such uniforms were specially custom-made for high-rank adventurers' teams, equipped with some auxiliary magic, very exquisite, far surpassing the common mercenary uniform. Of course, the price matched too. Narco, sir. The mysterious adventurer dressed in commanding uniform stood in shadow, allowing only their tall and slender figure to be seen, naturally including the emblem representing their adventurer rank, the steel badge. Narco, sir, do you think he has the potential to become a steel-class adventurer? Yes. Narco, who had always shown a tough attitude, now lacked both the usual dominance and the casualness when dealing with Cress. Instead, he held an almost respectful manner. Master, I believe you understand as well, a talented ghost swordsman is unpredictable in future accomplishments. And furthermore, and what? The mysterious steel-class adventurer showed curiosity at Narco's words and inquired somewhat urgently. After a brief pause, Narco thought for a moment before speaking. I'm uncertain, but I suspect that perhaps he already possesses the strength of a steel-class adventurer. Oh, this greatly intrigued the mysterious steel-class adventurer, who stepped forward slightly. Narco lowered his head, making it difficult to discern his face. I'm actually looking forward to meeting him soon. He will reach the capital shortly. The powerful tone, shaped by years of combat experience, sounded extremely charming to others. Narco remained silent for a long while. When the transmission array appeared beside the steel-class adventurer, Narco seemed to have suddenly made a decision, opening his mouth. Master, do you think it would be too dangerous for Jack and them to execute that mission? Hearing Narco's slightly hurried question, the light around the transmission array paused momentarily, and precisely at this moment, under the illumination of magical light, the face of the steel-class adventurer became clear. It was a tall and handsome-looking Eastern Empire man, yet a horrifying scar on his face lent him not just handsomeness, but a bloody and broken beauty, an aggressive threat smeared with bloodstains. Jack! A look of thoughtfulness appeared on the man's face. After a moment, he seemed to recall, and said indifferently, the oath-bound sword, correct? Their captain has already stated that they are suitable, Mr. Narco, there's no need for you to worry. But, my task is to escort the princess back. There's no more time to chat with you. The man interrupted Narco, who wanted to continue talking, saying, if you have any ideas, try to contact our captain through the adventurer's headquarters, Blood Dance. They'll always welcome you, Mr. Narco. Suddenly, the magical teleportation array shone brilliantly. The steel-class adventurer disappeared, leaving Narco alone in place for quite some time before sitting down, lost in thought. Crest Jack. I hope I did nothing wrong. Currently ongoing plot missions. S-rank plot mission, Descendants of Heroes. A-rank side quests, The Journey of the Adventurer. A-rank, The Ruined Royalty. B-rank side quest, Lord Jesk's Conspiracy. Completed plot missions, C-rank side quest, Night Tournament Congress. Temporarily halted plot mission, S-rank plot mission, Queen of the Elves. The distance between Hesmu City and Yufei City was over 1,000 miles. One was a military fortress city on the southwestern border of the kingdom, while the other was the kingdom's capital, its largest metropolis. Ordinary people generally would never travel between these two cities in their lifetime, while wanderers, mainly adventurers and mercenaries, usually chose to use the teleportation arrays of the Magicians Association to achieve rapid travel between the two destinations. Of course, for Cress and Delhi, Whether or not to use the Magicians Association's teleportation array was actually unimportant, because their immediate priority was to leave Hesma City. No one would notice that almost at the same time Cress and Deli and others left, how many new forces had infiltrated into Hesma City. And among them, were they merely the illusionist group from the Eastern Empire? On the Kingdom Road, a carriage bearing the emblem of the Adventurers Guild was galloping along the path. Deli was leaning against the carriage door, holding the reins of the two fine horses ahead in a nonchalant manner, while Cress sat inside the carriage, cradling his long sword. There was only occasional eye contact between the two, with little conversation exchanged. This departure from Hesma City saw Cress and Deli taking turns driving the carriage. Apart from necessary breaks for the horses, they hardly stopped for a moment. It seemed that even if Zhao Yekong had already arrived in Hesma City, both he and Deli should have been well out of his anticipated range by now. Cress mused over this. During this period, most of his conversations with Deli revolved around similar topics. This event carried many questionable aspects, yet Cress did not wish to analyze it further right now. Deli's background was enigmatic, and wasn't Cress himself similarly so? Because the carriage bore the symbol of the Adventurers Guild, it encountered almost no obstructions on its journey, even at certain checkpoints where inspections were required. Thanks to Cress and Deli's identities as silver-class adventurers, they quickly passed through without much delay. The wooden wheels spun rapidly. The stallions galloped ceaselessly. Suddenly, several figures appeared at the station entrance, abruptly halting everything. Deli tightened her grip on the reins, eliciting a long neigh from the horse. Cress stepped out, gripping his sheathed sword, his eyes immediately catching sight of the crest of the Jesk family, the golden-patterned red background tulip. Chapter 084. The Immortals and the Rallo Field, Part 1. Red-based golden-striped tulips. This was the emblem only the highest-ranking members of the Jesk family could use. And at the station, Silver-White, Lancel, Necromancer Model, and multiple guards for the Jesk family seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Haha, looks like the two from Dawn have finally arrived. Nice to see you again, Knight Cress. Model and Lancel got up simultaneously and left the station. In just a few breaths, they appeared in front of the carriage. Behind them, there was also a tall man with armor far more expensive looking than that of other soldiers, slowly walking over. Mr. Cress, I am Adet, the head guard beside Lord Jesk, and also the commander of this mission. I hope we can work together smoothly. Head guard Adet, Necromancer Model, Silver-White, Lancel. These people could be considered some of the best among the knights and mages Cress had met during his time in Hesma City. They used the teleportation array of the Jesk family to arrive early at the inevitable route where Cress and Dilly would pass. And why did Jesk Horton go through such great lengths to gather these strong individuals from the human race? What exactly was the plan? Cress couldn't figure out the answer in a short period of time. But Cress knew that this plan was certainly not simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been referred to as the conspiracy of Grand Lord Jesk. Rest area of the Kingdom Tunnel Station. Silver-White, Lancel, Necromancer Model, and the head guard of Jesk Horton, Adet, after Cress and Dilly departed first from Hesma City under the arrangement of Jesk Horton, teleported to this place using the services of hired magic chanters of the Jesk family, an unavoidable point on the journey from Hesma City to Yaluo City. They waited for the arrival of Cress and Dilly. Later, the nearby hired magic chanters of the Jesk family would use the teleportation spell again to send them to the next target location. Generally speaking, the distance between teleportation arrays would change depending on the strength and number of the magic chanters performing the spell. This was one of the reasons why the Jesk family decided to wait for Cress and Dilly at this station. After all, even a powerful family like Jesk couldn't instantly teleport such a large group directly into Yaluo City under the current circumstances. Moreover, the restrictions on teleportation magic within Yaluo City made it impossible for the hired chanters under Jesk Horton to accomplish the task. Of course, if Jesk Horton had an additional high-level spatial magic artifact, that would require a separate discussion. Haha, Mr. Cress, what a proud demeanor you possess. Just as everyone waited at the station for the appearance of Jesk's hired magic chanters, Necromancer Model was the first to speak. His harsh voice contained hostility towards Cress and others. People like me are unified under Grand Lord Jesk's command in Hesma City, whereas you set off earlier by yourself with your people, making us wait for you here, and moreover. Model's words flowed endlessly, as if it were a monologue full of complaints, incessant, and quite annoying. Even Guard Captain Adet, who had consistently tried to maintain a neutral and stable stance amongst everyone, slightly furrowed his brows upon hearing Model's words. Moreover, Old Me is beginning to suspect whether you actually intend to flee from Hesma City and abandon your cooperation with Mr. Jesk. Model's final sentence carried a trace of malice. Despite being concealed by a brown mask, the provocation on his face could still be clearly felt. Faced with Model's coercion, Danifili, sitting alongside Cress, began to unsheath the short blade tucked under her leather armor, preparing to retaliate. However, she was stopped mid-action by Cress raising his hand. Mr. Model's words aren't without merit. Cress signaled for Danifili to step back while his calm, rational eyes stared straight into the threatening presence before him, continuing deliberately and firmly. But even if D_Lee and I wanted to leave now, can you stop us? As soon as Cress finished his statement, a deathly aura akin to something emerging from the depths of hell surged forth from his body, rolling like an overwhelming tide. In the eyes of Guard Captain Adet, this deathly aura was unmistakably clear, almost palpable. This caused Adet, who had originally planned to move forward to try stopping the two of them, to suddenly freeze in place. Not only that, But even silver-level adventurer Silver White, Lancel, who had a strong liking for Cress, seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. His strength, how is it stronger than the last time we fought? As for Model, the necromancer who was directly hit by this wave of energy, being someone who had long been associated with undead creatures, was no stranger to such an aura of death. Even so, Model had never before clearly felt such a powerful, deathly presence. This is something not even found on high-ranking undead like skeleton war generals. Mr. Cress, there's no need for this. Model appeared momentarily at a loss for words, lacking the earlier aggressive demeanor. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Mr. Cress has advanced several levels in power. Truly worthy of being from the rare ghost swordsman class, something quite enviable. The necromancer Model seemed to want to ease the atmosphere between himself and Cress slightly, but that grating laugh did nothing to endear him to anyone. Ultimately, it was only through the mediation of Guard Captain Adet and Silver White, Lancel that possible internal conflict among this makeshift team was avoided. Night Cress. When the hired magic chanters arrived at the station and were preparing to activate the teleportation array, Silver White, Lancel, at some point, and completely unnoticed, had maneuvered around everyone else to approach Cress. If I have the opportunity, I hope to finish the interrupted match between us. Though, perhaps I may have already lost. Lancel's statement was left unfinished when D_Lee quickly interjected into their conversation. You are Knight Lancel? No, Miss Lancel. D_Lee's tone carried an air of calm nonchalance, yet her positioning, blocking Cress behind her, resembled that of a female lion protecting her prey. I've heard about your match against our Cress, though I wonder if you, Miss Lancel, now intend to. Chapter 085, The Undead and the Battle of Demons, Part 2. I've heard about Miss Lancel's duel with our Cress, but I'm not sure. What is Miss Lancel now? Dilly said while interrupting herself at an appropriate moment, eyeing Lancel who stood before her in silver-white armor exuding a neutral beauty. The conversation between Lancel and Cress earlier had been private, and since Lancel wasn't the type to broadcast such matters, Dilly hadn't caught their exact words. But for some reason, at that moment just now, Dilly simply didn't like anyone, especially someone like Lancel, whispering secretly to Cress right in front of her. Perhaps it was the natural aversion between beautiful women. Now, Dilly's impression of Lancel was rather unfavorable. This feeling of repulsion also began to take root in Lancel's heart toward Dilly. Miss Dilly, if you don't mind, you can call me Lancel directly. Lancel slightly lowered her head in response to Dilly's words and spoke, as if also addressing Cress. My conversation with Mr. Cress was regarding the competition between knights. I believe it will certainly not affect Miss Dilly's position. Although Lancel's words were directed at Cress, they seemed more tailored specifically for Dilly's ears. In fact, after that competition, she had indeed inquired thoroughly about Cress, a descendant of a fallen royal family from the east, a powerful knight or prince burdened by a matrimonial contract. Curiously, he shared a bit of similarity with her own situation. Dilly's current inner feelings were somewhat irritated, though on the surface, she still maintained her proper, seductive false smile. Before their conversation could continue, the magic incantator had finished preparing the teleportation array, a massive blue magical glow lighting up. Commander Eddard waved them over at the teleportation site to Cress, Lancel, and the others. Well then, see you again in Yabu City, Night Crescent. With those words, Lancel took the first step towards Commander Eddard and the teleportation array. Cress and Dilly quietly watched Lancel's retreating back, waiting until she had walked a certain distance before Dilly muttered almost to herself. I don't like this woman, the arrogant one. Saying this, she didn't linger further, striding forward decisively. After a few steps, Dilly seemed to recall something and turned around suddenly. Her bright, piercing gaze caused Cress, who had remained silent all along, to feel an immediate chill run down his spine. Dear Mr. Cress, let's go together. Speaking these disgustingly sweet words, Dilly quickly came to stand beside Cress, taking his right arm in hers, appearing like a loving couple heading towards the teleportation array. As your fiancé, Mr. Cress, we mustn't appear too distant from each other. Though Crescent initially felt a slight discomfort and reluctance, under Dilly's thoughtful, verbal reminder and gestural threat, he quickly grasped the precariousness of their situation. Finally, amidst the envious gazes of Mordale and other guards, the teleportation array activated. As the final magical light dissipated, Dilly deliberately glanced towards where Lancel was positioned. Even hidden behind the silver-white visored helmet, Dilly could still feel that in this round, she had emerged victorious. It was a pure instinct derived from womanhood. Kingdom capital, Yabu City. The establishment of Fritz Kingdom was not solely through the strength of the Fritz royal family. It was the result of multiple large families uniting to build the nation and engage in conquests. And thus, this also determined the near-royal status held by the 6 major noble families in the kingdom today. Meanwhile, in November of the 7th year since the founding of Fritz Kingdom, which should have been the season for autumn harvest, the Fritz Kingdom, as usual, faced an invasion from the neighboring Bostan Empire and was forced to mobilize peasants into military service. However, unlike previous invasions, an army of demi-humans from outside the Union City took advantage of the pitch-black night to infiltrate deep into the kingdom's interior, consecutively attacking and massacring several towns and villages. Just as this demi-human force gradually approached what was then the capital of Fritz Kingdom, with King Fritz unable to provide reinforcements, a mysterious steel-class adventurer team named Yabu completely annihilated the bloodthirsty demi-human force out in the wilderness. On a wild area less than 10 miles away from the kingdom's capital, The civilians inside the city were said to still be able to smell the blood-soaked air emanating from the demi-human army. Strangely, after wiping out the demi-human force entirely, this Steel-class adventurer group, credited with saving the capital from ruin, suddenly vanished, as if they had never even appeared near the kingdom's capital. Only the headquarters president of the Adventurers Guild could confirm, from their war against the demi-humans, that this group was indeed the legendary first Steel-class adventurer team, Yabu. Thus, to honor this Steel-class adventurer team that had saved the Fritz Kingdom capital from peril, the first Fritz King decided to rename the then capital city as Yabu City. And from that point on, none of the subsequent Fritz Kings made any further changes to the name Yabu City. It stood as if it were the most powerful testament to the achievements of the Adventurers Guild, immortalized alongside ballads sung by bards through the ages. Until today, through the collective efforts of the Jesk family's hired magical incantators, Kress and his party soon passed through several teleportation points, finally arriving at the Fritz Kingdom's capital, Yabu City. Yabu City was a colossal metropolis sprawling over an extensive area. Even before the first Fritz King established it as the capital, it was already a sizable large city. Strategically located in the heartland of the kingdom, it was a crossroads for all major routes. Whether one was traveling westward from the Qin Empire in the east, or northward from the Fagan Forest in the south, Yabu City would always be a required stop along the way. Precisely because of its key location, Yabu City thrived magnificently. Its towering white walls were clean and splendid beyond imagination, raising doubts whether they'd ever been truly tested in battle, more decorative than practical for military use. The guards on the battlements were lively and spirited, unlike the kingdom soldiers of other towns Kress had encountered on his journey. There was a sense of hope and fulfillment in these soldiers' demeanor, a striking contrast to the weary and dispirited troops in border cities like Hesmu, who often seemed devoid of faith or vitality. It really was intriguing how such vibrant young soldiers were cultivated amidst the affluent lifestyle of the royal capital of Yabu City. Did you see? That's where Chill Iron promised us we'd meet. Chapter 086, The Undead and Tea Leaves. Did you see that? That's where Cold Iron agreed to meet us. Kress and Captain Eddard, along with others, were disguised as merchants who had traveled from the southwest of the kingdom. They couldn't teleport directly into Yarcha City. There was a prohibition set by the Mages Guild for such transport. Captain Eddard, riding at the front of their group on his warhorse, pointed at a tea house vendor near one of the city gates. Clearly, there were several common mercenaries wearing the uniform of Cold Iron. Kiranvid is far too arrogant. Necromancer Modale still wore his strange brown mask, even in daylight, with his entire body wrapped in black, tattered robes. Modale rode his horse alongside Captain Eddard. Although his horsemanship was terrible, he managed well enough. Remember, we came here because he asked for our help. Modale's words dripped with criticism aimed at Kiranvid, a name renowned throughout the Fritz Kingdom and most of the human-inhabited territories, yet treated as if it held no value by Modale. Don't waste your breath on useless talk. Lancel didn't even look at Modale, just urged his horse forward and galloped toward the tea stall outside the city gate. Being mentioned like this by Lancel filled Modale with sarcastic ridicule, making his entire aura darker. A deathly chill, akin to an undead creature's presence, gradually spread around him. Haha, Mr. Modale really doesn't get along with Knight Lancel. Captain Eddard seemed to be trying to mediate between these two, saying, "Nonetheless, for Lord Jesk's sake, I hope Mr. Modale will display some chivalrous spirit." Although spoken lightly, Eddard had implied something more with his words. Hearing the name Jesk Haddon made the deathly aura that Modale had released subside somewhat. "I am not, nor have I ever been, a knight," the grating, unpleasant voice said, leaving a statement full of menace behind before Modale awkwardly guided his horse towards the tea house. Captain Eddard observed the constant tension between the two people leading them and felt the immense difficulty of this mission ahead. Perhaps, suddenly perceiving Kress and Dilly catching up behind him, Captain Eddard slightly turned his head to say to Kress, "When the time comes, we'll rely heavily on your Dawnlight abilities, Mr. Kress and Miss Dilly." Captain Eddard, that is indeed amusing. Upon hearing Captain Eddard's flattery-laced comment, Dilly retained her usual forced smile and responded first. "I wonder though, does he say the same thing when dealing with Lancel alone?" Huh. Captain Eddard laughed awkwardly while scratching his head. "Miss Dilly sure knows how to wield words skillfully, but truly, I don't harbor that many ulterior thoughts." Faced with Captain Eddard's defense, Dilly maintained her faint smile and offered no explanation. Captain Eddard also realized that the two individuals in front of him weren't as easily fooled as the adventuring teams they used to collaborate with. For the Jesk family, which ranks among the upper echelons of nobility within the kingdom, it was necessary to constantly negotiate with various factions. This included collaborations with the Adventurers Guild. Previously, Captain Eddard had worked with numerous golden-ranked and mithril-ranked adventurer teams. They were not professional mercenaries. They either lacked the ability to handle complex social dynamics or were overly young and impetuous. These types were easiest to control. Even Silver White, Lancel, a member of this team, Captain Eddard knew she wouldn't pose any threat to him. Necromancer Modale, though old but dangerous, was bound by a secret contract with Lord Jesk Haddon. Thus Captain Eddard didn't worry about him either. However, Kress and Dilly from Dawnlight were different. "Mr. Eddard, we are partners in this collaboration, so..." While Captain Eddard was lost in deep thought, that rational and calm male voice suddenly sounded, snapping him back to reality. "There are certain things I hope you won't hide from us." Kress slowly approached on horseback, seemingly materializing as his words did. his cold eyes, devoid of any human sentiment, now fixed intently on him like a dragon surveying its prey from above. At once, Captain Eddard felt a wave of sweat break out over his body, stammering with an awkward laugh. "Mr. Kress, what exactly are you referring to? I seem not to understand completely." In response to Captain Eddard's more natural evasion, both Kress and Dilly only let out a slight scoff in their hearts. "Let's hope so." Saying this, Kress rode his horse toward the intended tea house. Dilly followed closely behind. The guards accompanying the Jesk family on this mission had also gathered behind Captain Eddard. Seeing that Kress and Dilly were already far ahead, Captain Eddard sighed deeply. "I hope nothing goes awry during this mission." Outside Yarcha City, a past tea house. Located less than 100 miles from the main gate of Yarcha City, this was a simple tea house. During peak trading seasons, even the giant transportation hub of Yarcha City faced long queues for entering or exiting the city. From an urban construction perspective, such a situation occurring in the capital of a major nation was extremely embarrassing. It reflected poorly on the country's city planning and management capabilities. But actually, this situation could not be entirely blamed on the urban planners of Yarcha City. They had put all their expertise into designing this megacity. According to the plans drawn by the architects, Yarcha City should have been able to handle the massive influx of merchants during peak seasons. However, no amount of planning can match reality. The gap between theory and practice is much more than just a piece of paper. The privileges of the nobility and royal family meant that certain gates had to be reserved exclusively for them, reducing the availability of other gates. Moreover, the influence of other powerful forces was omnipresent. Beneath the surface of the kingdom lay a vast, dark dynasty, a behemoth controlling most of the black market and bazaars. They were responsible for Yarcha City's prosperity. They were also responsible for its corruption. The deep-rooted issues within Yarcha City were beyond solving by ordinary citizens, but waiting in line didn't have to feel like torture. Therefore, these tea stalls and various vendors had set up shop outside the city gates. It created a strange commercial scene. Only in a place as bustling and secure as Yarcha City could such a peculiar phenomenon exist within a large human settlement. Chapter 087 Immortals and the True Mission, Part 1. To those from the Jesk family, I, on behalf of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group, welcome your arrival. In a simple compartment on the second floor of the tea house, a person who seemed to be the Cold Iron captain bowed slightly to Kress and his party and continued. "I believe all of you should have some understanding of this mission, right?" The tone of the Cold Iron captain was neither too humble nor too proud, displaying a hint of the elite demeanor expected from the kingdom's #1 mercenary group. However, after hearing these words from the Cold Iron mercenary captain, everyone, excluding Guard Captain Eddard, including Lancel and others, wore skeptical expressions. And all gazes converged on the only one whose expression did not change, Guard Captain Eddard. "My apologies, noble knights." Guard Captain Eddard's firm voice sounded as he continued to explain unhurriedly. "To ensure Lord Jesk's orders are not leaked, it is my duty to keep the mission information confidential before meeting with our comrades from Cold Iron." Most people found no fault in what Guard Captain Eddard had said, but Necromancer Modil was an exception. Keeping the mission information confidential. What? Is Guard Captain Eddard implying that there are people among us who cannot be trusted? Modil's words were directly confrontational. This placed Guard Captain Eddard, who had always held the position of mediator and peacemaker, into a state of silence, sitting calmly without a word. Modil seemed to take great pleasure in striking at others, so much so that he stood up, turning his torso forward and glaring straight at Guard Captain Eddard while continuing. "So, Guard Captain Eddard, who exactly do you suspect? And what are you suspecting?" A subtle shift occurred in Guard Captain Eddard's resolute gaze, revealing the kind of killing intent that warriors develop when facing hostile forces. "I believe Guard Captain Eddard isn't doubting any of us." Kress' calm and rational voice interjected at just the right time, pulling both Modil and Guard Captain Eddard back from their tense standoff as he continued. "After all, we will pass many magic chanters and other personnel along the way. To prevent walls from having ears, it's best for such highly confidential missions to involve as few people as possible." I agree with Kress. Diley, who had been watching the spectacle, was the first to speak up in support of Kress's statement, though secretly, she hoped Guard Captain Eddard would pummel that detestable old man Modil. Meanwhile, Guard Captain Eddard offered a glance of gratitude to Kress for de-escalating the situation. He increasingly developed a favorable impression of this rising mithril-class adventurer, growing curious about him as well. "What does your opinion matter?" Modil disdainfully scoffed at Kress' point, his words brimming with contempt. Kress ignored Modil's mockery without a direct response. Far away from the rest, standing alone off to the side, Lancel's armor clanged as everyone turned to look. Upon doing so, they found Lancel had already stepped forward with his sword drawn in front of Modil. The knight's heavy sword, which once tangled with Kress for quite some time and gave him headaches, was now firmly pressing against Modil's throat. And what do you matter? It was a perfect recreation, much like the incident in Lord Jesk's drawing room. Under the cover of her armor, Lancel displayed no traces of feminine charm, perfectly complementing her mastery of the difficult knight's heavy sword. In appearance, she resembled an extremely threatening senior knight. Modil swallowed his saliva again, his main profession being a necromancer, which belonged to the summoner class. If caught in melee combat, he would surely not be a match for these so-called knights or swordsmen. "Damn it," Modil muttered under his breath, hoping someone would come to his rescue. However, the expected plea for moderation never arose. Finally, after a long while, Diley, who traveled with Kress, spoke first. Actually, I think there's no need for such extremity. Her smile-laden words melted the icy tension, offering a glimmer of hope to the necromancer Modil, who was in grave danger. Exactly what Miss Diley said. No need at all. Modil eagerly seized onto Diley's unfinished sentence, lavishing praises. However, Diley's next words immediately caused Modil's face to stiffen. Anyway, I believe that as long as the mission is completed, Lord Jesk wouldn't care about the death of such a notorious necromancer. Surprisingly, we seem to share the same thoughts occasionally. Lancel also agreed with Diley's words, and the blade of her heavy sword seemed to press even closer to Modil's throat, causing streaks of blood to seep out under the extremely sharp sword edge. Wait, you can't. Modil, like a dying person hanging by a thread, began to call for help uncontrollably. He didn't dare to rashly use his abilities because he believed that the speed of the undead creatures he controlled would absolutely be far inferior to the speed of the woman in front of him wielding the sword. Then Modil focused his gaze on the only two calm individuals in the scene, excluding the Cold Iron captain who seemed indifferent to everything else, the guard Captain Eddard and the Dawnlight leader Cress. Let's stop here for now. Perhaps guard Captain Eddard could first explain the content of this collaborative mission to us. A rational and calm voice emanated from the man clad in oriental black brocade robes. Every move of Cress appeared perfectly appropriate, arousing not a single speck of resistance or dislike. Perhaps, in the task Mr. Jesk requires, Modil's role is irreplaceable? At this point, Lancel and Diley both looked at the only person in their temporary team who knew the mission details, guard Captain Eddard. The latter briefly returned the glance to everyone, nodded, and started explaining the content of this collaborative mission. Well then, let you live a few more days. Without caring about what guard Captain Eddard said next, Lancel simply lowered her heavy sword, her footwork flashing, and in a few fleeting shadows, she was back to her original position. It seemed that her intention to kill Modil had been building for quite some time. Outside Yaya City, the Cold Iron captain responsible for receiving Cress and his group did not seem particularly surprised by what just happened between Lancel and Modil. As someone who held a certain status within the survival of the fittest Cold Iron, he was accustomed to all kinds of internal strife. For him, watching his nominal teammates fight among themselves was a unique form of enjoyment. Chapter 088, The Undead and the True Mission, Part 2. As Captain Cold Iron watched with an impartial eye, guard Captain Eddard began to fully recount all the details of this collaborative mission to Cress, Lancel, and the others. The previous statement was incorrect. They were not there to assist Kylon Weed. On the contrary, Kylon Weed was here to assist them. Among the dark forces beneath Yaliu City lies a massive organization called 8 Claws. 8 Claws almost entirely controls all black market transactions in the Fritz Kingdom, including slavery, drug trafficking, pornography, and other highly profitable activities. 8 Claws is an extremely complex and vast organization. It is not just one power, but a coalition of many powers who have colluded with numerous noble families of the kingdom. This group has become a cancer that King Fritz claims must be removed, although he clearly lacks the ability to do so. And evidently, the Jesk family also seems to have some sort of connection with the 8 Claws. Now, the 8 Claws organization has obtained from the black market an extremely powerful mysterious artifact, rumored to instantly increase one's abilities by several levels. And it's clear that 8 Claws intends to make a fortune with this artifact. An auction already underway in secret is causing madness among the underground powers of the kingdom. All capable nobles and dark forces have begun employing their own methods. Cress and his companions are tasked with escorting the artifact back to the Jesk family castle after guard Captain Eddard acquires it through the auction. Of course, if the acquisition cannot be made via normal auction means, Cress and his group will need to resort to necessary measures and forcibly take it. So this is the employment task proposed by Jesk Hodden, just for a single artifact. Lancel seemed somewhat disappointed after hearing the full story from guard Captain Eddard, a vague dissatisfaction without apparent source. Guard Captain Eddard nodded slightly. He had no time now to consider what others might think about this mission. Generally speaking, missions involving life and death combat between humans are something the Adventurers Guild does not let its adventurers participate in. At this point, Cress' rational and calm voice rang out, as if this temporarily assembled team was about to fall apart completely. Mr. Cress, Miss Lancel, this mission appears on the surface to have been proposed by the Jesk family to the Adventurers Guild, but in fact, it has been proposed to the teams you two represent. Guard Captain Eddard spoke subtly. Necromancer Modai, who seemed to have expected this already, was drinking tea quietly off to the side. Haha, I actually find this cooperative mission quite intriguing. A beautiful, lively female voice eased the tension. Dilly appeared quite relaxed after hearing the full story. She slowly walked over to Cress' side and continued. So according to Guard Captain Eddard's words, will we receive assistance from Cold Iron? Yes. Guard Captain Eddard quickly replied upon finding someone supportive of this joint mission. Cold Iron will provide us with identity cover and any help within their capabilities. Identity cover? Dilly seemed to have latched onto the key part she was looking for. That's correct. We will temporarily disguise ourselves as internal mercenaries of Cold Iron in order to attend 8 Claws auction. Dilly's eyes glinted faintly with excitement. She softly turned her head toward Cress. Cress understood what Dilly meant. She came to Yaliu specifically hoping to utilize Kylon Weed's strength. Naturally, she wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. If Dilly wishes to join, then I have no objection. Cress followed Dilly's lead. Dilly expressed gratitude with a glance. Lancel didn't say much either, though nobody could see what was going through her mind beneath her masked visage. However, Cress knew, this matter would prove far more complicated than this. Mo Dai spat out his drink suddenly after lifting his mask slightly, growling in his hoarse voice. This isn't tea. It's just fried rotten leaves being passed off as quality swindlers. Under the arrangements of the captain responsible for welcoming personnel sent by the Jesk family, Cress and his party entered this most significant city of the Fritz Kingdom, Yeliu City, with ease. The Haug Tavern. This mid-range tavern sits in the central eastern civilian district of Yeliu City. It is one of the places where various mercenaries, adventurers, and underworld dark forces mingle. Of course, in the view of the average citizen, this is just a regular tavern. The Cold Iron captain placed Cress and his companions here, clearly having given it thought. Amidst the apparent chaos and disorder, there lies a thread of order, and that is Cold Iron. Here, no one dares to provoke mercenaries wearing the Cold Iron uniform, indicating that this place must be within the core sphere of influence of the Cold Iron mercenary group, directly under its power. Thus, Cress and his companions would be perfectly safe before carrying out their mission here, thanks to the direct protection of the Cold Iron mercenary group, and this suited Dilly just fine. Still, upon discovering that their accommodation was nothing more than such a modest tavern, Mo Dai, the necromancer who deemed himself privileged, appeared extremely dissatisfied. Dilly excused herself first with the reason of being fatigued from the long journey, returning to the room arranged for her and Cress. Cress followed her shortly thereafter. The sight of Cress walking alongside Dilly toward their room elicited an expression of mysterious envy from many Jesk family guards, including Mo Dai. Of course, Mo Dai didn't forget his main task. As soon as Dilly and the others returned to the room, Mo Dai unleashed another angry roar toward the Cold Iron captain and guard Captain Eddard. Lancel quietly watched Cress' retreating figure with cold indifference, then silently departed, heading to the room assigned to her. The Haug Tavern is just a mid-range, ordinary inn. There are no high-grade lighting devices like magic stones in its guest rooms. The candlelight on the candelabrum flickered, its tiny flame gradually growing intense and bright. Cress, bathed in the dim candlelight, Dilly's already beautiful and alluring face now exuded an added layer of mystique, compelling one to want to uncover more. However, it was clear that Dilly hadn't noticed her own beauty at this moment. She only softly repeated her inquiry to the person beside her. Cress, you said earlier that xuanhuan had kept something hidden from us. Chapter 089. The Undead and the Predicted Future. Cress, you mentioned before that xuanhuan is hiding something from us. Yes. In the not particularly spacious bedroom, Cress gave a soft but firm answer to Dilly's question. In that case, Cress, what do you think he is hiding? Do you remember when we visited Jesk's family castle together? Of course. That castle, like a steel monster made of black metal, holds many interesting memories. Dilly answered enthusiastically, while Cress seemed more contemplative, thinking for a moment before continuing. There, in the huge warehouse at the center of the castle, there were hundreds of undead creatures. Undead. Dilly repeated Cress's words softly. She certainly knew about the undead creatures that xuanhuan had ordered captured. After all, why had Cress risked so much back then if not for this very reason? Still, undead. Large numbers of undead. Could it be that xuanhuan? While muttering to herself, it seemed Dilly suddenly thought of something, her beautiful, alluring phoenix-like eyes turning toward Cress as if seeking his opinion. It shouldn't be wrong. With a calm, rational voice, Cress responded to Dilly's inquiry. Under her gaze, Cress slowly revealed the suspicion he'd harbored for some time now. xuanhuan wants to establish a kingdom and proclaim himself king. Actually, during Cress's first infiltration into Jesk's family castle to search for Yali, the storage facility built with a well-laid foundation contained not only countless undead, but also signs of large quantities of stored weaponry. xuanhuan was an ambitious man who disliked being subordinate to others, as well as a highly skilled politician. He knew that openly collecting undead would be a fatal mistake for those cautious enough to see it. But it seemed xuanhuan could no longer wait. This was indeed a strange phenomenon. Based on Cress's interactions with him, xuanhuan was certainly not a man without patience. Instead, scheming, deeply thoughtful, highly strategic, and patient in his malevolence were traits more fitting for xuanhuan's character. Nevertheless, reality is what it is. xuanhuan made an imprudent move, using flimsy excuses to start hunting undead, an inexhaustible source of labor and soldiers. Perhaps this was xuanhuan's own miscalculation, or perhaps due to other reasons. By now, especially after Cress and Dilly deliberately caused that undead rebellion, xuanhuan began organizing the most grandiose night competition ever seen in the Fritz Kingdom. On the surface, this competition seemed like another bloody contest organized by nobles for entertainment. In truth, it was xuanhuan's way of making up for the shortfall of undead combat power in his hands. Cress even believed xuanhuan had already gathered a large number of necromancers capable of controlling undead, and possibly possessed a high-level artifact able to control them en masse. Especially during the banquet xuanhuan held one night, where Cress and Lancel encountered the notorious necromancer model in the Fritz Kingdom, which only further confirmed Cress's suspicions. The Haug Tavern. The atmosphere within the room of Cress and Dilly was tense and low-key, starkly different here. Lancel had taken off her armor, wearing simple casual clothing, sitting upright on her bed practicing warrior training. Warrior training is a tedious and arduous long-term endeavor. Particularly when a warrior reaches a certain level of strength, progress becomes exceptionally slow. This is something all warriors find frustrating yet are powerless to change. Even warriors blessed with extraordinary talent will face such a challenge. The sole difference lies in the fact that warriors gifted with talent and diligence may experience sudden breakthroughs after surpassing certain thresholds. Thereafter, their subsequent warrior training would advance rapidly, breaking through one obstacle after another. And Lancel, a descendant of one of the 13 ancient heroes, was among the talented few. She was immensely proud, much like a hero lying dormant amidst hunger and cold, constantly moving forward towards her goals. Lancel's father had never believed in her. Yet, Lancel was determined to prove her worth with her own strength. She, a woman, could become the finest warrior, worthy of the name bloodthirsty berserker. Still, Lancel, who had always been dedicated to her warrior training, was now finding it increasingly difficult to focus. Beads of sweat kept forming on Lancel's forehead. She couldn't quite understand why. Why did her mind always drift to Cress? Cress clad in jet black armor, Cress dressed in a sleek black silk robe, Cress holding his sword against hers, Cress shielding her from an attack. It's all because of him. Lancel opened her eyes. Her damp, red-brown mid-length hair was soaked with sweat and clung tightly to her forehead. It's because he defeated me. Lancel thought that it must be because she'd been beaten by Cress that she couldn't stop thinking about him. It had to be that reason. As long as I defeat him next time, everything will go back to the way it was. Lancel murmured quietly, though there was no one around. It was as if she were speaking to someone, repeating these words over and over again. Within Yali City, the Western Noble District, the headquarters of xuanhuan, the faint glow of a magic stone accumulated bit by bit until it shone brightly like the sun or moon, illuminating the entire hall. As the legendary sword of King Flitz, the xuanhuan mercenary group wielded influence across every corner of the kingdom. The mercenaries of xuanhuan were privately considered by many nobles to be the shadow behind the Flitz monarchy, intended to confine all the noble families within its grasp, especially under the current rule of King Flitz, who sought to repel the invasions of the Bostan Empire abroad and counterbalance the menacing threats of the 6 great noble families domestically. To achieve this, King Flitz granted xuanhuan the greatest freedom and privileges. This immense palace, so luxurious it seemed fit for the king himself to reside in, was specially bestowed upon Jylan Veed's xuanhuan as its headquarters. Jylan Veed, with his golden half-long wavy hair, was currently under the dim glow of a lamp made from a magic stone, polishing his personal sidearm, the frostbite. Jylan Veed's lips curved upward faintly, as though he could already foresee the future outcomes of his plans. Chapter 090. The Revenge of the Undead and the Drunkard. Report, Commander. Like a sudden appearance from the shadows of a spirit, a high-level specter thief, professional xuanhuan mercenary materialized several meters in front of Killen Weed, bowed respectfully, and continued. The people spoken of by Jesk Holton have arrived in Yaliu City and are now arranged to stay at the tavern under our control. Moreover, according to the captain responsible for reception, they still do not know about Jesk Holton's true plan. Excellent. Killen Weed paused slightly while wiping his longsword, a deeper smile spreading across his face. He looked toward Deputy Commander Reno, who had been standing guard beside him all along, and spoke. In this competition between the royal family and the nobility, Reno, who do you think will win? Reno bent slightly at the waist, a look of deep contemplation appearing on his chiseled and determined face. I believe King Fritz's preparations are evidently much more thorough. Between the 6 noble families, the nobles and the underground forces, as well as the nobles and their hired knights, there is still distrust and caution. So, taking advantage of Reno's pause, Killen Weed responded to Reno's words with profound meaning. Do you think King Fritz will win? Based on the current situation, it indeed seems so. Interesting. Shall I place a bet then? In the presence of what appeared to be an uplifted mood in Killen Weed, Reno remained unrelaxed and could only continue to inquire. I wonder, what does the commander intend to bet? Reno's question hung unanswered for quite some time. Just as Reno was about to raise his head to probe further, he caught sight of Killen Weed's icy and deadly gaze. The latter suddenly opened his mouth coldly, enunciating word by word. We'll wager on the life of our former commander, Soja. Killen Weed's final words were exceptionally soft, seemingly unintentional for any third person to hear. At the moment Killen Weed finished speaking, Reno's bright blue pupils dilated slightly. After much deliberation, Reno seemed finally to come to a decisive conclusion, but only questioned Killen Weed in a low voice. Commander, when did he return? A day ago, right here in Yaliu City. He has already killed 12 of us. 1 day earlier, within Yaliu City, Eastern Civilian District, dark alleys on the street, hidden away. After Soja left Hesmu City, he began traveling towards Yaliu City in the Kingdom of Fritzes. This was Soja's first day in Yaliu City, yet even so, he had already been tracked by others. So these are the mercenaries xuanhuan sent specifically to assassinate me? You really do give me too much credit. Faced with several squads of gold-class mercenaries before him, Soja didn't show even the slightest hint of fear. Gone was the drunken demeanor he'd once displayed in Hesmu City, for he had come here with a specific purpose now. The sharp, narrow blade strapped to Soja's waist shimmered brilliantly under the faint sunlight, truly dazzling. There's no denying that, without being drunk, Soja was every bit a master swordsman. Soja, you're one of the top 3 wanted criminals within the xuanhuan mercenary group. Coming alone to Yaliu City, do you truly expect to leave unscathed? A haughty mercenary leader stood before him, wielding a long sword which blocked Soja's retreat path, while arrogantly declaring, I've gathered nearly all gold-class mercenaries from within Yaliu City. Now, Let's see how you can continue your recklessness. I currently have no intention of entangling with you. Soja replied indifferently, ignoring the intimidating presence of these numerous hired killers, striding past them directly. Damn it! With a fierce growl, the haughty mercenary leader flared with anger, eyes glaring fiercely as he muttered a curse. He threw the long sword in his hand straight at Soja, surrounded as he was by the mob. Even when thrown with full force, the haughty mercenary's long sword was far from enough to threaten Soja. Soja's body tilted slightly, allowing the blade to glide past harmlessly in front of Chris, raising nothing but a brief gust of wind. Damn fool. Everyone attacked together. Driven to reckless fury, the haughty mercenary gestured with his right hand, prompting all the xuanhuan mercenaries and other gold-class hired soldiers to join the assault together. The abilities of humans are, after all, limited. In that moment, time itself seemed to slow down, as countless mercenaries and hired soldiers lunged ferociously at Soja. And yet, Soja stood proudly still in place, murmuring to himself as if lost in thought. The reason humans can hold a place on this continent relies on inclusiveness and respect, to embrace and change one's flaws and weaknesses, to revere what is far superior to oneself. But, you people have clearly failed to understand this. No one paid any attention to Soja's murmurs at this moment. As naturally as 1 + 1 = 2, everyone took it for granted that defeating Soja was bound to happen. Martial arts, low-rank strength enhancement. Martial arts, sword slash. Martial arts, hard shield. Martial arts, fortress. All the mercenaries and the xuanhuan mercenaries launched their strongest attacks simultaneously in that instant. And the scene, with countless low-tier martial arts bursting forth together, it was pathetic. High-rank martial art, death sword strike. As all the mercenaries' slow-motion actions concluded, time reverted to normal. However, things did not go as everyone had expected. Almost instantly, a mysterious black phantom fog, as evil as death itself and as vast as the ocean, surged out from within Soja's body. In a flash, it swept through every mercenary present. What is this? What kind of magic? Everyone be careful. Once sucked into this black mist, most of the mercenaries immediately collapsed, including the arrogant mercenary captain. Only a few individuals who appeared to be captains or slightly stronger, xuanhuan mercenaries were still able to stand barely upright. It's death sword strike. What exactly is this man's background? I don't know. My body feels like it can't keep going. Soja watched those few individuals still propped up by their weapons, forcing themselves to remain standing. He felt no emotion in his heart, just a bit of irritation. I've already said that I didn't intend to tangle with you. Soja slowly spoke while raising his long sword just slightly. Martial arts, strike. Every person's pupils shrank drastically. It was unclear whether it was due to the interference of the death sword strike, or because of how fast Soja wielded his sword. None could see clearly how his sword struck towards them. Only when he sheathed his sword and turned around did everyone notice. The necks of each gold-class mercenary instantly spurted blood columns before they fell down. Soja continued walking steadily forward, as if nothing happened. There was no sign of anything unusual save for the hidden alley now flooded with a large pool of blood and numerous human corpses. Chapter 091, The Undying and the Conspiracy. The Octopus Organization. It is known as the Underground Kingdom within the Fritz Kingdom, a country within a country. Within the borders of the Fritz Kingdom, ostensibly the Fritz royal family and the nobles govern the country together. Beneath this facade of prosperity lies the dark trade controlled by the octopus. The octopus's trade permeates every aspect of the kingdom. Even in the nearby Boston Empire, there is the presence of the Octopus Organization. Among all these trades, slave trading and drug transactions are the most profitable. The method of cutting off half of the ears of elven slaves as a mark of slavery was first proposed and implemented by the octopus. Moreover, the octopus is also a massive black market trading empire. Many high-level treasures with distinctive characteristics that are hard to sell through normal means can be auctioned at the octopus's gigantic auction house. The owners often gain profits several times over, while the octopus simply takes a portion of the fees. xuanhuan's proposed cooperation task to Cress and others was related to the treasure being auctioned by the octopus tonight. The octopus has 4 extremely strong warriors, referred to as the Four Arms by the forces of darkness. They are one of the main reasons why the octopus stands tall amidst the turbulent underground world. To ensure we fully obtain what we want, we must first defeat the Four Arms. In a more concealed upstairs living room of Haug, head guard Adet spoke softly to Cress, Lancel, and others around him. The Cold Iron will send Deputy Leader Reno. They will provide us assistance behind the scenes as much as possible. My plan will be executed in 3 steps. On this night, head guard Adet of the Haug Tavern passionately recounted xuanhuan's plan. On this night, at the headquarters of Cold Iron, an explicit order for pursuit was issued from the leader's quarters. Target, the worst traitor of Cold Iron, former leader of Cold Iron, Soja. Deep into the night, Cress and others had already parted ways, each preparing to leave. Head guard Adet had fully explained his acquisition plan to Cress and others. Though it contained somewhat idealistic designs, it wasn't an entirely unfeasible plan. It was rumored that Deputy Leader Reno of Cold Iron would return to assist Adet in this plan. At that time, they would attract as many people as possible to the octopus's auction house. However, Cress did not intend to fully comply. xuanhuan was a human brimming with ambition and ruthless to the extreme. Believing too much in his objectives might lead to getting sold out without realizing it. Of course, for Cress, cooperating with him was rooted in other intentions. Thus, Cress didn't care about xuanhuan's underhanded schemes towards their group. After all, between them, it was mutual exploitation. Moreover, didn't the Fritz royal family offer conditions quite tempting? Before meeting at the appointed location with head guard Adet, Cress left Haug Tavern alone. For fighters of their caliber, xuanhuan hadn't imposed any substantial restrictions. On the street, dim candlelight replaced the bright magical light generated by magic stones and the spell Eternal Light outside the Yabu city of the Fritz kingdom. This seemingly old wooden attic, despite its apparent disrepair, felt even sturdier than castles made from cement and stone blocks when Cress stepped on it. It must have been reinforced with a support spell by a magician or a high-level chanting mage. Since there is such a magic spell to strengthen structures, then surely there must also be intelligence magic to prevent eavesdropping. So it appears, this place truly is an excellent spot for conspiracy. With this thought, Cress slowly ascended to the second floor of the dilapidated wooden residence. Fritz kingdom soldiers appeared before this civilian home, seemingly here just to guide him. Cress didn't know who he would meet next, but he knew this person must be someone opposing xuanhuan, possibly even someone from the Fritz royal family. In fact, when Cress first entered Yabu City, he received a covert overture from the Fritz royal family. That happened at the tea house outside the tunnel leading to Yabu City. At the time, Cress remained well hidden, and no one noticed his subtle actions. Even Dilly, who was always beside Cress, failed to detect it. Still, Cress couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity within him. Who would this person be? The one representing the Fritz royal family to negotiate with him? Why was he chosen? Why not someone else? The second floor of this dilapidated building was starkly different from the first floor. It no longer resembled the common rooms of civilian housing. Instead, it had an architectural style much akin to the Gothic fortresses of the Fritz royal family. If that was the case, then it made sense for there to be strengthening magic here, as without such magic, the rickety structure on the first floor could never support the weight of the grand Gothic architecture above. Yet, this also revealed a characteristic of the representative of the Fritz royal family. He favored luxurious designs, like how one treasures jewels and riches, regarding them as prized collections. However, these traits were all irrelevant to Cress. Screech. As the final door of the reception room was opened by a novice guard, emitting an old and worn sound, the kingdom guards responsible for guiding stepped aside and bowed, gesturing for Cress to enter. It's been a long time, Knight Crescent. A familiar voice resonated from within the lavish reception room. Cress had come in with countless questions, but at the very sight of the other party, it seemed like everything suddenly became clear to him. Currently disclosed intelligence. 1. Adventurer teams. Each adventurer team undergoes a comprehensive evaluation based on their strength, combat record, and other factors by the Adventurers Guild, and they are ranked from fine steel rank down to bronze rank accordingly, each tier receiving certain privileges. Adventurer teams have the power to invite other adventurers or beings to join, and the guild does not interfere. However, the rank assessment may be revised based on factors like task completion rate. Also, given the unpredictability and life-threatening nature of many mercenary missions, adventurer teams usually don't invite those whose ranks fall far below their own to join them. Chapter 092, The Undead and the Underground Auction House. Time flew by. Soon, it was the date planned by Guard Captain Eddard. After several days of preparation, Cold Iron, Reno had already completed the basic handover work with Eddard and others. And on this day, the Underground Auction House in Yabu City, run by Octopus, was busier than ever. Yabu City, Block 13, Non-Noble District. Amidst a small neighborhood shrouded in deathly silence, flying sand constantly surged up. The cobblestone road, representing humanity's conquest of nature, had long been half buried by dust, obscuring the traces of the path. Suddenly, a zombie hand, covered in blood marks and rotting flesh, emerged from a magical portal. Following that, hordes of undead continuously appeared from the portals in the sky. They were zombies following their instinctive hatred for the living, slowly moving towards places where humans resisted. For the Fritz Kingdom, the true crisis they faced was only just beginning. The underground auction house of Yabu City. It was hard to imagine that beneath the surface of this suburban area of Yabu City, there lay a brightly lit underground city. And just as you might find it hard to believe, in this underground city, Octopus is the sole king. Welcome. Accompanied by 2 sweet female voices, 5 mysterious men, all wrapped in black robes, entered the underground auction house of Yabu City. Once they were away from the main entrance, one of the 5, a stooped, bizarre man, was the first to speak. This man was short, perhaps about 1.6 meters tall, but extremely fat. Even his large black robe couldn't completely conceal his bulging body. This octopus-controlled underground auction house really shows off its wealth, using such beautiful women as greeters. Isn't he worried someone else will snatch them? As he spoke, the man couldn't help but turn back and glance at the 2 scantily dressed beauties dressed as bunny girls at the entrance, only to discover they were disguised versions of Modal. Using unknown methods, Modal, who was originally emaciated, now appeared obese, and his voice was no longer as hoarse as before. Modal clearly didn't care about his appearance or voice, swallowing slightly before continuing. 2 women like these, Eddard, should be worth trading for 2 high-grade magic crystals, right? Mr. Modal, a person resembling a middle-aged brute, standing next to Modal quietly rebuked. Please don't forget our plan. Eddard, don't think just because you're the commander of this mission, you can overstep old man like me. Modal obviously deeply disliked Eddard's reprimand. While rebutting, he also glanced at another tall figure standing beside him. What do you think, lovely Miss Dilly? Being addressed in a nearly fawning manner, Dilly's long, fox-like, beautiful eyes flickered slightly, but she did not respond to modal. After walking for a while, they heard an exceptionally sharp female voice. Indeed, old age without death breeds thievery. Old man. Modal raised his hand as if wanting to hit the speaker, Silver Lancel, but after just a glance from the latter, Modal stopped in his tracks. Well done, worthy descendant of the ancient hero Berserker. Modal stood dumbfounded, continuously pondering in his mind, but quickly caught up with the others, asking the person leading them. Eddard, why do I feel some people are missing? What about Cress and Reno? Guard Captain Eddard stopped, causing the others to halt immediately. They will enter through another route. What do you mean? In response to Modal's slightly anxious question, Eddard remained calm and coolly replied in a low tone. Mr. Modal, please don't worry. Follow my orders when the time comes. After speaking, Eddard turned straight around and walked directly towards the very center of the underground auction house of Yabu City. The rest of the group followed closely, with only Modal remaining in place, muttering to himself. Cursed guy. Falling behind, Modal noticed the group had moved far ahead and eventually jogged forward reluctantly. The underground auction house of Yabu City was enormous. It almost occupied most of this underground city. No, to put it better, this entire underground city existed solely to serve the Yabu City auction house. After passing some merchants, stalls, and marketplaces, the group led by Cress soon arrived at the grand central showroom of the Yabu City auction house. The showroom was dazzling with splendor, but carried a rough feel reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum. Cress and Reno, leading the Cold Iron Mercenaries, entered separately from Eddard's team. Cress's group automatically sat at a few corner seats, where they could see the VIP area on the second floor without being noticed. Mr. Cress, it seems the boss of Four Arms is also here. Reno naturally took a seat next to Cress just as the auction house's bright lights illuminated his current appearance. His formerly tall and slim figure had grown more robust, complemented by his clean and neatly tailored deputy captain uniform of cold iron, giving him an exceptionally efficient and powerful look. His dark brown hair was grown longer, covering one eye. His facial features were incredibly refined. It was a sharp-edged profile with angular, chiseled facial features that radiated strength despite him only being in his late 20s, exuding a sense of immense reliability. Reno had undergone significant changes, much like his rapidly ascending rank that brought about transformative results. Yes, Mr. Reno should be cautious as well. Cress maintained his calm demeanor while responding composedly. Octopus, our old nemesis. If we meet here, then don't blame us. Reno thought this, growing increasingly resolved in his heart, but not forgetting to glance at Cress beside him to signal readiness. Cress seemed to sense Reno's gaze but quickly turned his eyes toward the VIP seats in the distance, seemingly keeping vigilance on the boss of Octopus. Reno suddenly felt confused. Was it possible that Mr. Cress had already understood my intentions without needing me to signal? Worthy high-level adventurer indeed. Thumbs up. Welcome, honored guests, to the Yabu City auction house. The spotlight focused on the center stage where a neatly dressed gender-neutral youth appeared in a suit. Upon their entrance, many burly men seated in the front row of the common section immediately applauded and cheered, some even whistling as if seeing their dream prince. Sitting at the elevated back seats, Cress coldly observed everything. Compared to the current liveliness underground in the Fritz Kingdom, surely the surface must now be in chaos. Chapter 093, The Undead and Auction Items. Inside the underground auction house, the man in the suit smiled as he responded to the various indifferent or fiery gazes. With the assistance of the security personnel from Yabu City, the auction house finally quieted down. Well, let's get straight to the point. The first auction item today is a sword personally forged by Master Nivida, a high-level smithing master. Even magical energy shields can be breached by this blade. Starting bid, 3,000 Fritz Kingdom gold coins. I'll offer 4,000 Fritz Kingdom gold coins. I'll go for 4,100 Fritz Kingdom gold coins. After several rounds of bidding, the suited man continued introducing and explaining the new auction items from the podium. However, Cress remained fixated on the three individuals seated in the second floor VIP section. A burly man hugging a naked and beautiful transgender person, an elderly man dressed in a pristine white lab coat, and the leader of the Four Arms under the Octopus organization, Roger Scott. Roger Scott, a special fighter of unknown rank, who looked about 30 years old. A fine Fritz Kingdom cigar was nonchalantly dangling from his mouth, while his slick-back hair gleamed brightly. A large brown windcoat draped over his shoulders exuded an aura of authority without needing any anger. There was also a long, narrow scar on Roger Scott's face, left by Killen Veed, the captain of the Cold Iron team. Enough! As the man in the suit continued his eloquent speech, a rough male voice suddenly erupted from the VIP section, resonating throughout the entire auction house, stunning everyone present. To produce such an intimidating presence, it certainly wasn't an ordinary person, but rather a high-level warrior. And at least someone approaching the highest tier of warriors. One of the reasons we came here was to cross the area where undeads gather. And now you show us this crap. What? Is it really the Mage Hunter mercenary group that specializes in hunting undeads? I've heard that the leader of the Mage Hunter group, Moros, is a warrior not weaker than level 13, with the rare profession of Beast, which strengthens muscles to absurd levels. Once, he alone crossed the kingdom's number 23 undead concentration zone. Leader Moros, please calm down. The suited man maintained his graceful demeanor, causing many of the people downstairs to exclaim in amazement again. This isn't Leader Moros' fault. I also feel that Yayu City auction house lacks sincerity. At another VIP seat, sat an old man in a white coat with his hands folded in front of him. His severely myopic glasses made it impossible to see his eyes clearly. My goodness. It's actually our Pastor Hans around here. It's said that he loves to research undeads and demi-human warriors. Not only that, rumor has it that even our underground city here was designed by Elder Hans on behalf of the Fritz royal family. Noisy, Kress murmured in dissatisfaction from the corner. He obviously had little patience for these people who would be shocked by every small detail. Reno, who approached behind Kress somehow, whispered into his ear. In fact, this is pretty good. At least we already know their identities, right? Still, Kress stubbornly stared at the head of the For Arms organization, Roger Scott, the only person present who could be considered a real threat to him. Seeing both invited VIPs expressing dissatisfaction, the man in the suit clearly became somewhat flustered. But then, after noticing the hint given by the staff at the back of the audience seats, the man slightly calmed down and smiled, saying, "Since Director Moros and Pastor Hans have both expressed their wishes, let's take out one of the grand finale pieces of today." As he spoke, a gap opened on the left side of the stage, slowly lifting up a giant iron cage covered with a red cloth from beneath. A living undead. The moment the suited man finished speaking, the red curtain covering the iron cage was abruptly torn open. A zombie-type undead, its body pierced by huge iron chains, was tightly bound inside the iron cage. The undead's limbs were nailed dead onto steel plates with faintly glowing high-tech nails. Its rotting flesh had fallen off in large chunks, seemingly exposing signs of extreme torture endured in the past. Wow! Upon seeing such a sight, there was an uproar among the buyers below the stage. It wasn't sympathy they felt though, but rather, disgust. Humph. From the VIP box, Moros let out a soft snort. Just a living undead? So what? There are plenty in my Mage Hunter guild. So, does the undead under Captain Moros care feel pain? What? Faced with the unexpected question from the man in the suit, Moros paused for a moment. What do you mean? The suited man remained silent as a towering figure, clad entirely in a tech armor, slowly stepped onto the stage. In his hands was a large cold weapon iron spear with its tip burning red hot. Without a word, the giant directly thrust the massive iron spear through the waist of the undead that was tightly bound inside the iron cage, piercing it clean through. The putrefied flesh sizzled and smoked under the searing heat, turning pitch black. Shii roar. The previously listless undead let out an agonized howl upon being pierced by the red-hot spear, a sound not much different from that of an ordinary human in pain. Kress's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He did not enjoy such scenes. The surrounding buyers were all stunned. Didn't undeads lack sensation? Moros was also dumbfounded. He had never seen this kind of undead before. I bid 500,000 Fritz Kingdom gold coins. All heads turned toward the voice. It was Pastor Hans. This old man had now shakily risen to his feet, removed his glasses, and pressed tightly against the protective glass of his VIP booth, staring at the continuously wailing undead with undisguised fascination as though he had found a treasure. Moros swallowed hard, intending to counterbid, but then remembered that his target was actually the next item, and also glanced warily at the leader of the For Arms organization, Roger Scott, who had remained mute throughout the event. Moros decided it would be better to conserve his resources for the time being. Congratulations to Pastor Hans on acquiring this mutated undead. The suited man beamed with delight. Surely even they hadn't expected that this variant undead, which could feel pain, would be so highly valued by the strange old man Hans. If only they had known this beforehand, they wouldn't have ruined its brain out of sheer curiosity during the experiments. Then there could have been 2 mutant undeads for sale instead of 1. And thus, the highlight piece of this Yayu City auction begins. As the words fell, the iron cage containing the undead was promptly carried off stage, leaving every single individual in the auction house holding their breaths in anticipation. The crowning jewel of this Yayu City auction represents the highest value currency after magical identification rating, an unidentified magic artifact. Woa. Following a brief moment of stupefaction, the entire auction hall erupted into an enthusiastic roar comparable to that of exalted knights. Even Crescent and Roger Scott, whose minds had previously been elsewhere, looked at the auction item for the first time with undivided attention. Chapter 094, The Immortals and Magic Artifacts. The moment the man in the suit finished speaking, the entire auction house erupted into chaos. Magic artifacts. It's actually a magic artifact. Magic artifacts, especially high-level ones, were incredibly rare. Thus, although no countries had officially declared it, within the territories of many honored knights and on the black market, magic artifacts were the sole recognized form of currency, one that was both more valuable and circulated more widely than the Fritz Kingdom gold coins. They were hard currency. Even enormous gold diamonds couldn't match even a fraction of the value of a magic artifact. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. On the stage, the man in the suit slightly turned his body and made a pleased gesture with his hand. Down below, a group of men drooled as they gazed hungrily, including Modale. This is, by far, the most valuable auction item we've had in recent years at our Yabush City Underground Auction House. 3. Unknown magic artifacts. As the man in the suit finished his sentence, the massive red curtain behind the stage crashed down. In the place previously covered by the curtain, there were 3 separate square boxes, each covered with the unique and exquisite red cloth used exclusively by the Yabush City Auction House. In the VIP section, Magroth, the leader of the Magic Hunters Guild, stared at the suddenly appearing box on the stage. Even before seeing what these so-called unknown magic artifacts were, Magroth let out an uncontrollable laugh of excitement. At the same time, Magroth suddenly felt that the toy in his arms was now rather tasteless. On the other side, Pastor Hans, while showing little change in expression, slightly frowned. He had spent too many Fritz Kingdom gold coins on mutated immortals earlier, and now he probably would be at a disadvantage. The boss of the Octopus organization sitting centrally, Roger Scott, still retained his previous stern demeanor, but in his inconspicuous left palm, a ball of black magical flame continuously appeared and disappeared. In a corner, Modale, Diley, Eddard, and Lancel had already vanished from their seats, and Crescent silently observed this calm before the storm. After being appraised by our high-level magic chanters here at the Yabush City Auction House, these 3 magic artifacts all possess abilities greater than advanced level. If we were to categorize their capabilities using the magic artifact grading system established by the Mages Guild, then among these 3 magic artifacts, there are respectively a C-class, an A-class, and S-class. Wah! Under the extremely persuasive words of the man in the suit, the mood of the buyers beneath the stage heightened once again, especially when the S-class magic artifact was revealed. Words like gazing eagerly or salivating could no longer sufficiently describe the lustful stares of these perverted uncles. And among them, one is a C-class healing type artifact. It can be used for long-term and multiple treatments. Shut up. From the VIP section, Magroth cut off the man in the suit yet again, continuing. Hurry up and reveal those red cloths. I'm ready to bid on that S-class magic artifact and the C-class healing artifact. Leader Magroth, please remain calm. The man in the suit remained gentlemanly as he looked toward the crowd and continued. This auction will have a special method, a blind auction. Blind auction? What does that mean? In a blind auction, we at Yabush City do not announce a base price. You can bid freely, but we also will not explain which specific item you are bidding on. If that's the case, Pastor Hans in the VIP section, having regained his prior composure, asked, how do we ensure the magic artifact we buy is the exact one we purchased and not switched during your back-end transportation? Please rest assured, Pastor Hans. This point is guaranteed by the reputation of our Yabush City auction house, and we will allow each esteemed guest to see some characteristic features of the items, ensuring they will not be switched. Then, Pastor Hans seemed to have more to say, but suddenly sensed a wave of scorching pressure in the air, cutting off his words in his throat. Following the source of this bizarre, overbearing pressure, he found it was the boss of the Octopus organization, Roger Scott. Enough, let's begin now. With his gravelly voice, Roger Scott uttered his first sentence, and it carried no tone of request or suggestion, more like an order. In the words of Roger Scott, the final auction officially began. The first item for sale comes from the mysterious Western Bostran Empire magic artifact, Silver Cross. Following the words of the man in the suit, the red curtain on the far left iron cage slowly rose upwards, revealing a special silver-structured magical cross, small and exquisite. Even with an ordinary eye, one could tell its extraordinariness. When only half of the unique silver metal structure of the magical cross was revealed, the red cloth stopped being pulled up further. But even seeing just half of it was enough to drive the buyers into madness. The second item for sale, a sacred artifact from the southern subhuman hills. This time, as soon as the red curtain started moving, the iron cage began to shake violently, as if the magic artifact inside was struggling fiercely. The man in the suit frowned slightly. It seemed that this magical artifact hadn't been properly tamed yet. Almost simultaneously, an appraiser wearing a mage's robe from the Octopus underground staff stepped forward, and multiple special crimson magical arrays appeared in front of the square box cage. Moments later, the cage became calm again. In his heart, the man in the suit was extremely dissatisfied. A magic artifact that still required magical chanters to suppress would be hard for the masses to accept. However, perhaps some great mages might like such special powerful magic artifacts. Who knew? While thinking this way, the man in the suit spoke quickly, shifting everyone's attention to the third square box cage. The third item for sale. Cough cough. Before the man in the suit could finish his prepared introduction, a few soft coughs sounded from the third iron cage. Then, an enchanting and alluring feminine voice, reminiscent of the most beautiful woman, echoed throughout the vast auction house. If it were me, I believe, gentlemen, you would rather hear the voice of the auction item itself. Her seductive, magnetic tone carried perfect rationality, instantly electrifying everyone present. Even Crescent, who had been steady in the corner, felt as though his heart was gripped at that moment. After a long pause, Cress furrowed his brow slightly. This magical artifact was a magical artifact with autonomous consciousness. Not only that, but it was also one that could bewitch the hearts of men. Chapter 095, The Immortal and the Heavenly Voice. The man in the suit was somewhat surprised, at a loss for what to do, but upon seeing the fervent bidders around him, he knew this was an excellent opportunity to sell at a high price. The man in the suit clicked his fingers lightly, and immediately, security personnel from Yayu City brought the microphone stand next to the red cloth beside the third box cage. So, let this mysterious equipment sprite introduce itself. After speaking, this time, he no longer referred to the other party as an auction item, because he felt that people with ability and wisdom should be given basic respect, while those below on the stage held their breath and waited silently for that heavenly voice to ring out again. Wow! Below the stage, to guard against any potential hidden hypnotic magic, Crest did not focus on listening to what this magical equipment sprite was saying. However, Cress knew that it had already successfully made all the buyers at the auction aware of its importance. In a flash, the auction house erupted in a cacophony of voices. But perhaps, only Cress and a few others knew that this was not just due to the value of that magical equipment. It seems the plan needs an additional step added. Cress muttered to himself while once again attempting to explore for the presence of any possible strong enemies. At the VIP seats, Magellos violently threw the charming one in his arms onto the ground and said menacingly, "The rare magical equipment, it is mine." Meanwhile, Pastor Hans at another location pushed up his glasses and spoke with implication. "That is not certain. A brute would not know its true value." In a corner, without discovering any new enemies worth guarding against, Cress also noticed signals from his companions indicating ready, coming from key points around the auction house. Taking another look at the sprite in magical equipment number 3 still hypnotizing hearts, Cress chuckled softly. "Truly, this is a resourceful individual." "Thank you, gentlemen." Accompanying the bone-chillingly charming female voice's conclusion, bidders below immediately began calling out prices. "I offer 10,000 France Kingdom gold coins for number 3. I offer 15,000 France Kingdom gold coins for number 3. I offer 18,000 France Kingdom gold coins for number 3. As the price for number 3 magical equipment kept climbing, mostly rich merchants vying for it, meant even number 1 and number 2 were temporarily ignored by everyone. On the stage, seeing the price of number 3 rising rapidly, indeed, in the Yayu City auction house, this was the first item unrelated to him or his eloquence to be bid up to such a sky-high price. Below the stage, a well-dressed, pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged man, sweat breaking out on his forehead, despite raising his paddle many times, there were still others competing with him. Regardless, he was determined now. For some unknown reason, he currently only felt life without obtaining this magical equipment would be no different than being a dried fish. "Your father. I offer 800,000 France Kingdom gold coins. For number 3. The oily man screamed hoarsely. Finally, this time no one competed with him. 800,000 France Kingdom gold coins. First call. Seeing no one raise their bids, the man in the suit began striking the hammer down for the first pricing. 800,000 France Kingdom gold coins. Second call. The oily man's eyes were vacant, his face holding a foolish grin, but as long as he could obtain this high-grade magical equipment, betting the entire family business was meaningless. If need be, start over. 800,000 France Kingdom gold coins. Your father offers 1 million France Kingdom gold coins. For number 3. Just as the man in the suit was about to finalize the auction with a single strike, the main contender in this battle finally arrived. In the VIP seats, the beautiful hermaphrodite who usually sat in Magello's lap now stood behind his luxurious seat, face full of indignation. And Magellos, raising his numbered card high, continued to speak. Your father offers 1 million France Kingdom gold coins for number 3. 300,000 France Kingdom gold coins for number 1. 200,000 France Kingdom gold coins for number 2. Magellos proudly finished speaking. He wanted them all, and the bidders below knew they no longer had the qualifications to participate in this auction. 1,001,000 France Kingdom gold coins for the number 3 magical equipment. Hans' words were weak. Recently, the amount of France Kingdom gold coins available to manipulate was limited anyway, and he had just spent a fortune on a mutated undead zombie system entity. Now, truly, he couldn't come up with more funds. However, deep inside Hans, he truly did not want to simply let go of such a rare prop that could potentially mesmerize the masses. Furthermore, even though he couldn't currently come up with 1 million France Kingdom gold coins, how could he let Magellos get off easily? Magellos would absolutely not tolerate the third item, this top-tier high-level prop that had caught his eye, being so easily snatched away by someone else. Thus, Pastor Hans successfully drove up the price Magellos was offering for number 3 to 1.8 million France Kingdom gold coins. And even Magellos himself realized a bit too late, surprised at this exorbitant amount. With items number 1 and number 2 included as well, it seemed like he couldn't afford them after all. I offer 300,001 France Kingdom gold coins for number 1. 200,001 France Kingdom gold coins for number 2. Following the familiar husky voice, there was none other than the leader of the For Arms organization, Roger Scott. He now appeared quite keen on picking up the bargains. But Magellos could do nothing about it since he no longer had enough money to cover the prices for all 3 magical items. As long as number 3, the high-class magic artifact, ended up in his hands, it wouldn't count as a loss. As the cunningly smiling Pastor Hans prepared to bid again, just as his numbered card was raised, Roger Scott's raspy voice quietly delivered a threat only a few inside could hear. Pastor Hans, if you raise your bid again, your energy protection shield won't be able to withstand my raging flames. As he spoke, Roger slightly extended his right hand. From the center of Roger's palm emerged an exceptionally wild black fireball, radiating outward, causing the surrounding space to distort due to the extreme heat. Pastor Hans swallowed hard, feigning calmness as he said, "A specialized battle knight among the glorious knights specializing in flame elemental powers truly is terrifying." Though Pastor Hans still maintained a jovial tone, his numbered card obediently lowered. Magello stood beside him, speechless. "You can do that? Why didn't I think of that earlier?" In the distance, on the stage, the man in the suit naturally noticed Roger Scott violating the rules of Yayu City's underground auction house. However, the security personnel were unable to intervene, and besides, he was a high-ranking flame element honor knight under the same octopus syndicate, thus better not offend him. Chapter 096, The Undead and the Improved Version of Vine. Since that's the case, then these three. Please wait a moment. Just as the man in the suit was about to conclude this highly profitable auction, a deep but powerful male voice, resembling a cello, echoed from the corner. I offer 6 million Fritz Kingdom gold coins for number 3. 2 million Fritz Kingdom gold coins each for numbers 2 and 1. Wow. The common buyers below the stage let out cries of astonishment. On the one hand, it was because this guy couldn't distinguish between good and bad items, right? Even magical artifacts inhabited by magic spirits vary in value due to their personalities and quality. On the other hand, could this guy really have 10 million Fritz Kingdom gold coins? That much money would be enough to forcibly establish a small nation in an unclaimed territory. Among the 3 magical artifacts, perhaps only number 3, if it truly matched its supposed worth, might yield some return on investment. The other 2? Pure loss. In the VIP seats, the leader of the Magic Hunter Guild, Moros, was seething with anger. What a character, just trying to ruin things for me, huh? The leader of the Four Arms organization, Roger Scott, also showed a flicker of surprise amidst his cold demeanor. Who is this sudden interloper? Even the square box covered in red cloth on stage seemed to make an involuntary sound. With various intentions in mind, everyone involuntarily turned their gaze towards the cloaked figure in the corner. Sir, are you sure about your bid? The man in the suit on stage was shocked. In fact, they had already invited all potential forces capable of purchasing items before the auction began. Based on a comprehensive assessment, the top 3 most powerful individuals were placed in the VIP section. If this mysterious man possessed such strength, how could he simply sit in a regular seat? Of course, under the large hood, Cress smiled confidently. The rules of the 8-Claw auction house, I do understand them. The man in the suit swallowed hard, assuming this must be a powerful knight from a reclusive noble family whom he hadn't seen before. Then, for the third item, 6 million Fritz Kingdom gold coins once. Sir, a raspy smoker's voice interrupted everything. As expected, though a little late, it arrived as scheduled. Cress, with one hand on the hidden sword sheath at his waist, leaned back in his chair, looking directly at Roger Scott in the VIP section. At the VIP table, apart from the ice-cold Roger Scott, there was also a furious Moros. However, Cress seemed entirely unfazed by Moros. Sir, I suspect that you are intentionally disrupting the auction order. You don't actually have that many coins. Roger Scott's hoarse voice carried a hint of threat beneath calm reasoning. The auction moderator himself was perplexed. To be honest, he too had doubts about this mysterious man, but Crescent appeared completely unconcerned. Rising slightly, he bowed politely toward the VIP seats and responded calmly. Then, Mr., what method of proof would you gentlemen prefer? Simple. This time, it was Moros who took over the conversation. Produce a gold deposit certificate recognized by the Fritz Kingdom or any other kingdom, or I'll cripple you. Huh. Cress suddenly laughed lightly, confusing everyone in the auction house momentarily. And far away, Cress had already noticed the agreed-upon success signal from Captain Eddard. So, why prolong things further here? All right, if that's the case, then let me show you all my 10 million Fritz Kingdom gold coin. Deposit certificate. Cress spoke calmly and slowly, his deep cello-like voice causing the tension in the room to ease somewhat. But just as he said certificate, the ground suddenly began to shake. The originally luxurious lighting in the auction house went haywire, turning flickery and unstable, and every buyer and spectator, including the man in the suit, grew increasingly frightened. It's a mage. Someone shouted first, causing all the buyers to scramble for cover. They did not possess the strength to battle a high-grade mage. Roger Scott was the first to react. His body immediately ignited in flames, creating a protective fire energy shield surrounding him. That, sir, I suspect you're deliberately disrupting the auction order. You don't even have that much gold. Roger Scott's raspy voice held an undertone of both rationality and menace. The auctioneer hosting the event was dumbfounded. To be honest, he too had started doubting the mysterious man, but Crescent acted as if he didn't care at all. He stood slightly, tipping a refined bow towards the VIP section, and said calmly, "Then, gentlemen on stage, how do you propose I prove myself?" It's simple. This time, it was Moros who picked up the conversation, continuing, "Show us either a Fritz Kingdom-approved gold deposit certificate or another kingdom's equivalent. Otherwise, I'll destroy you." Huh. Cress burst into unexpected light laughter, leaving everyone within the auction venue clueless. In the distance, Cress had already spotted the prearranged successful operation signal agreed upon with Guard Commander Eddard. So, he no longer needed to delay things further here, did he? Well, since that's settled, let me show all of you gentlemen my 10 million Fritz Kingdom gold coins. Deposit certificate. As Crescent calmly continued speaking, the baritone voice reminiscent of a cello caused everyone's taut nerves to gradually loosen. Yet the very instant Cress mentioned certificate, the earth began to tremble violently. The dazzling lights of the auction house flickered and dimmed instantly, while all the bidders and spectators, along with the suited man, began twisting and squirming in mounting dread. It's the spellcaster. No one knew who had first exclaimed it, but immediately buyers scrambled, heads bowed and bodies cowering like rats fleeing disaster. They simply lacked the ability to fight a higher-grade spellcaster. Roger Scott was the first to snap back into action. Instantly, flames erupted around him, forming an energy barrier of fiery protection enveloping his whole self tightly inside. Inside this VIP room, Roger Scott's flame barrier provided him with great protection. But for others, it wasn't protection. It was even a threatening, deadly threat. In the instant that Roger Scott's flame barrier appeared, Reverend Han's high-tech energy device on his body automatically deployed a protective shield upon sensing the fire danger, protecting Hans from Roger's flame impact. And Moros, fortunately as a beast-class user with tough physical prowess, only suffered some grayish-black burn marks across his body. However, Moro's doll standing behind him turned into a pile of charred coal in the blink of an eye. "Roger, you bloody ruined my toy." Enraged, Moros roared as his entire muscular structure began to expand, instantly transforming him into a giant-like figure. But Roger Scott never even glanced at Moros. He kept his gaze focused on the calm, mysterious man amidst the chaos below, this man who caused the earthquake. Roger Scott felt something about this man. It was familiar. Down below the stage, the panicked crowd fled in every direction. Kress had carefully controlled the earthquake to avoid harming the innocents as much as possible. His sole purpose was to create a chaotic scenario so he could help cover the retreat of his teammates executing the plan. The suited man was infuriated. This was the first time he had ever lost composure like this. "Hurry, all security personnel present, gather to protect the 3 auction items behind me. Summon the defense force from 8 Claw City and also call for the other 3 members of 4 Arms." Then, as the suited man continued speaking, his expression grew more distorted, a bloodthirsty madness creeping into his features as he muttered further. "Invite Grandpa over here too. It's a mage. A high-level mage capable of controlling earthquake magic." Amidst the fleeing crowds, someone shouted out this title, though no one knew exactly who. Well, at least this could temporarily conceal his identity. Kress thought internally. In fact, this wasn't an earthquake, it was just his improvement of the second stage magic, Vine Cirrus. With this spell's power, he manipulated numerous tendrils far harder than steel, agitating the earth's crust, but it should be sufficient by now. At this moment, Kress extended both hands slightly outwards beneath his dark robe. Amidst the disorderly scene, he stood majestically like a transcendent being, towering amid the cracks spreading throughout the floor. In a fleeting moment, Kress also noticed on the stage the 3 square boxes protected by countless shields made of fighting energies. Energy shields made from fighting energies? Chapter 097, The Undead and 4 Arms. Looking at the low-level combat energy shield in front of him, Kress let out a derisive snort in his heart. This kind of thing could only withstand attacks from low-level beings. 4 high-level battle glory knights. It was like an illusion. As the ground continued to crack, Kress pulled back his hands and slowly walked towards the number 3 box iron cage. From time to time, personnel disguised as buyers among the 8 Claw security attempted to ambush Kress. But even the lowest level battle glory knight would see their physical strength drastically enhanced, let alone someone like Kress, who had long wandered in the boundary between life and death. No one could even get within 3 feet of Kress while standing. "You quickly block him." The man in the suit, hiding behind the 8 Claw security, finally lost all his elegant demeanor he once displayed on stage, instead letting out frantic shouts of anger. Around the man in the suit, security guards dressed in various types of leather armor hesitated for a moment, but eventually gathered their courage and swung their metal weapons at Kress. Yet, these people, who normally just maintained order and bullied commoners, could never be Kress's match. Before anyone could even see Kress make a move, those security guards attempting to break through his protective array were already knocked unconscious by Kress. Idiots. Use the magical crossbows. The man in the suit felt as if his head was about to split with pain. He deeply regretted being part of the upper echelons of the 8 Claw organization and volunteering as the host for this auction. The other security guards also reacted belatedly, hastily drawing their magical crossbows. Perhaps it was coincidence. Perhaps it was under Kress's deliberate control. Just as the 8 Claw security team pointed their magical crossbows at Kress, at the exact moment they were about to attack, the earth beneath everyone's feet collapsed instantly, including the man in the suit. Everyone fell into the massive fissure. Kress looked down at the bottomless fissure, thinking in his mind that for these well-protected 8 Claw personnel, this fall should not be fatal. Slightly nodding his head, feeling that the situation was under control, Kress began walking again toward his target. "Boy!" A ruthless voice suddenly rang out, causing Kress to stop momentarily. "Dare to cause chaos in the 8 Claw auction house. Do you think 8 Claw has no capable members left?" Following the sound, there stood a burly man in military uniform, arrogantly standing above the auction floor. Judging from his aura, he too was a glory knight. Moreover, he seemed to belong to the 4 Arms. "I've heard that each of 8 Claw's auction houses has at least one powerful glory knight guarding them. I assume that would be you, sir. Good that you understand." The man in the military uniform arrogantly looked down at Kress with his nose, then jumped directly in front of Kress and continued threateningly. "Surrender willingly, and perhaps your life will be spared." Kress sneered internally and didn't respond, yet felt his goal had been achieved. Since the 4 Arms guarding the 8 Claw auction house had arrived, Diley and Lancelot might now be relatively safer. Foolishness. Seeing Kress not only refusing to surrender, but daring to counterattack, the man in the military uniform became furious, yelling, "Then let me show you my unique, unparalleled martial technique." In his fury, mixed with a hint of adolescent arrogance, the man in military uniform continued talking, still looking down at Kress with his nose, and simultaneously throwing his right hand out in a grand gesture, revealing himself to potentially be an intimidating opponent. Truthfully speaking, though Kress wasn't concerned about losing, he was intrigued by how confident the opponent was in his battle martial arts. Could it be a highly destructive elemental martial skill? Or maybe something similar to what Lancelot possessed, an amplification secret skill greatly enhancing his physical prowess? Given the limited ability to analyze opponents from textual information, Cress couldn't gather much beyond that. Just as Cress was pondering, the man in the military uniform suddenly altered his hand gesture, leaving only one finger extended, his pinky. Cress inwardly shook in surprise. Did the opponent think dealing with him only required one little finger? Rebel, behold my strongest move. The man roared as his pinky moved swiftly like thunder and pierced his own nostril, and began moving rhythmically, digging. Cress was filled with bewilderment, his face displaying a full black line. This guy was picking his nose. At once, Cress sighed, feeling censored, speechless. Fortunately, due to the inherent calm nature of the undead, Cress maintained absolute composure despite internal turmoil, which soon subsided. Behold my attack. The man in the military uniform continued shouting, simultaneously increasing the speed of his finger movements, then flicked a finger. Battle skill, evil burning impact. Between Cress and the man in the military uniform, a black ball, about the size of a human body, emitting a foul smell with flies seemingly circling around it, slowly flew towards Cress. Cress was dumbfounded. The man in the military uniform looked haughty. Rebel, haven't seen this before, have you? You're not the only battle glory knight who's been defeated by my ultimate killing move. Back when the great calamity arrived, I was picking my nose, and unexpectedly, gained this supreme power. Before the man in the military uniform could finish his sentence, a vine as sharp and pointed as steel pierced through the black ball, and carried some unidentified black substance, tightly entangling him. This. Cress slightly placed a hand over his chest, looking as if he were about to vomit. Disgusting. Too disgusting. Indeed, he should have struck this guy down with a single sword energy beam the moment he appeared. As for the man in the military uniform, he now had newfound respect for Cress and praised him. Skillful. You're the only battle glory knight who has withstood my ultimate killing move. I acknowledge you as the strongest, but I will never give up. The man in the military uniform shouted passionately, preparing to dig his nostrils again to launch his ultimate killing move. Seeing that the opponent refused to quit, Cress's illusion-crafted eyes slightly opened. There was no way he'd give him another chance. Cress subtly moved his right hand in a magical gesture. The massive vine flexed, growing wildly, breaking through the roof, and hurling the man in the military uniform miles away. After a long while, Cress regained his composure, and a giant vine grew in front of him. When Cress returned to his normal state, he stood on the towering vine, which grew continuously, slowly lifting him to face the number 3 box iron cage. Chapter 098, The Undead and Chaos. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, the calm yet soul-stirring female voice from the red cloth box rang out once more. Is this distinguished adult the legendary knight of combat glory? Having shaken off the shadow of the man in the military uniform, Cress felt a great sense of relief and gave a simple response to the question posed by the magical artifact spirit contained within the iron cage. Yes. Then, the female voice emanating from the red cloth box paused for a moment before continuing. This humble girl wishes to follow the honored adult. Cress was somewhat cautious. Throughout their earlier exchange, the magical artifact spirit's ability to beguile never ceased. However, it was unfortunate that her current level was not high, and her energy was also very weak, so her abilities had little effect on Cress. Still, Cress cautiously stepped forward and stopped beside the red-clothed iron cage. How should one put it? Cress had a cooperative plan with xuanhuan. The reason why he caused such a commotion at the 8 Arms auction house today was for the cooperative plan with xuanhuan. And the reason why he was interested in the number 3 magical artifacts, Charming Heart's ability, was for another plan. As for the spirit attached to the number 3 magical artifact within the box, it seemed she realized her enchanting abilities were ineffective on him. She allowed Cress to slightly lift the elegant red cloth covering the box. When the light first shone inside the box, it felt as if the magical artifact instinctively trembled, shaking the entire iron cage along with it. In just that instant, Cress could detect a mysterious floral fragrance emanating from this magical artifact. The red cloth was not fully lifted when a beautiful, translucent hand like white jade directly grabbed the silk cuff of Cress's wrist. Please, take me with you. These words came from the magical artifact spirit in a voice tinged with crying. It must be said, Cress was someone who didn't respond well to coercion but melted under pleading. In that moment, he was indeed moved. But, in the next instant, Cress wondered, could this be something she deliberately did? Knowing she couldn't influence my mind, so instead she's exploiting male sympathy? However, before Cress could make a judgment, a calm, powerful voice came through his communications magical artifact. It was Captain Adet. Mr. Cress, we've succeeded. You can withdraw. Cress heard the message relayed by Adet, but did not respond. Looking at the magical artifact spirit appearing like a beauty over the disc-shaped magical artifact within the box, Cress asked indifferently, why do you wish to leave with me? Just want to seek protection under a strong individual. Cress felt somewhat wry inside, but still remained very composed on the outside. Regardless, Cress needed the ability of this magical artifact. After a brief silence, Cress spoke quietly into the communicator. All right, you guys go ahead first. We'll meet up according to the plan. Cress's tone here was different from his usual curt style. On the other end, Dilly was the first to notice something amiss and immediately contacted back. Cress, what are you planning to do? Cress found himself seemingly caught by Dilly, giving a bitter smile before answering. To take one person. What? Take someone. A clear note of dissatisfaction came from Moder's voice inside the communications magical artifact. Hearing Moder's complaint, Cress wasn't particularly surprised and continued calmly to supplement. You continue leaving per the plan. No need to wait for me specifically. After a few seconds of silence from the communicator, a low, steady male voice then sounded. Be extra careful, Mr. Cress. Cress. Just as the connection was about to disconnect, Dilly's voice suddenly sounded. In 15 minutes, if you're not at the rendezvous point, I'm coming for you. The connection ended abruptly. Dilly's usually lazy and unhurried voice had taken on an edge of urgency in that moment, which once again touched Cress deep down, but before he could speak, another spirited female voice contacted him. Night Crescent, I'm nearby right now, and I'll come to assist you. This was Lancel Silver's voice. Cress was slightly startled, preparing to decline, but the connection had already ended. Cress sighed bitterly, then shook his head, focusing back on the matter at hand for now. Damn it. How dare you touch what I've set my eyes on? Do you want to die? A rough male voice suddenly rang out, followed by the shattering of the protective glass in the VIP seats, and a powerful punch aimed at Crescent, who had just finished arranging the action beside the number 3 square box. Captain of the Magic Hunters mercenary group, Malas. Crescent casually blocked Malas's punch in front of him while muttering indifferently. It was hard to imagine that even though Crescent now stood over 182 centimeters tall, he still seemed extremely small compared to Malas, whose muscles bulged like those of a miniature giant. And yet, this small Crescent managed to effortlessly block Malas's attack. Precisely because of this, it gave an even more terrifying visual impact to onlookers. However, Malas obviously hadn't realized the gap in strength between the two of them. After his first offensive was halted, Malas immediately changed direction. A kick, aiming to send Crescent flying, but just before it could be delivered, something seemed to tightly entangle his back leg. What followed was an immense force that directly hurled Malas completely into the air. Malas slammed violently into the auction house's massive roof, making the already earthquake-damaged venue seem even more precarious. Dust and smoke rose everywhere. Suddenly, due to the violent vibrations caused by Malas hitting the roof, a boulder instantly fell from the ceiling, directly heading towards several audience members attempting to flee. Crescent caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision and subtly shifted his hand gestures. In the instant the boulder was about to hit the ground, enormous wooden vines shot up from the earth, forming an arched shield-like structure. These giant wood vines, which looked no different from ordinary trees, shattered the boulder upon impact due to the sheer counterforce. The few people who narrowly escaped death teared up as they stared at Crescent with gratitude, some kneeling or bowing deeply, apparently having forgotten that the earthquake itself was instigated by Crescent. As for Crescent, he lightly smiled and nodded faintly in response to those few individuals. In reality, Crescent knew humans sometimes get tricked by trivial matters. An utterly evil person, doing one good deed, can earn overwhelming gratitude. But a kind-hearted good person, doing just one bad thing, will be universally criticized and condemned. Just like Crescent right now, playing the role of a bad guy who sows chaos, Crescent was enjoying this newfound freedom immensely. Nevertheless, Crescent quickly reined in his scattered thoughts. After all, he wasn't destined to be the protagonist of life, merely seeking solace in knowing his actions were not without conscience. Moreover, the truly formidable opponent should soon act. Chapter 099, The Undead and the Flame Man. At the VIP seats, Roger Scott, enveloped in a flame shield, ignored Hans's astonishment beside him at how this mysterious glory knight had instantly killed 2 battle knights in succession. He focused intently on the massive wooden vines that had suddenly appeared below. A magician who can engage in close combat? Roger Scott said coldly word by word with his raspy voice, his entire body trembling slightly from excitement. Truly, it's very interesting. Initially, Roger Scott didn't intend to interfere with the mysterious man's disruption. After all, this was the territory of the Octopus auction house, and no matter how chaotic things became, there would be enough manpower to restore order. As the leader of the Four Arms, Roger Scott only needed to deal with those who could pose an existential threat to the Octopus. However, in the Fritz Kingdom, such individuals were few and far between. But now, since a rare enemy capable of threatening the Octopus has appeared, how could I, Roger Scott, possibly remain idle? As Roger Scott unleashed explosive black flames from the VIP box, the chaos below quieted under the intimidation of this powerful glory knight. Only the shaking of the auction hall indicated that everything was still ongoing. Amidst the silent crowd, faint whispers could be heard as someone gazed at the giant wooden vines. Divine Wood Ranger. With the special enhancements provided by Cress, countless massive vines erupted from the ground, tightly binding the number 3 iron cage. These vines, harder than the toughest steel in the world, quickly coiled around the cage like serpents entwining a pillar, destroying it completely. Once the vines retracted, the magical artifact inside box number 3 was delivered straight into Cress's arms. It was a disc-shaped artifact, its main material being white jade, with a large core crystal gem in the center that defied identification by the naked eye. The condensed magical liquid flowing within the core gave the artifact an extraordinary aura of power. Even under these circumstances, the virtual item spirit projected by the magical artifact possessed an aloof yet alluring demeanor. Though the features of the magical artifact remained unseen, Cress felt certain that this must be the S-class magical artifact appraised by the Octopus. After all, since becoming an adventurer, even Cress, a well-traveled wanderer, had never encountered a magical artifact more impressive than this one. However, Cress wasn't overly concerned about the current appearance of the magical artifact. What he needed was merely its ability to enchant. Beware behind you. In a fleeting moment, Cress thought he heard the item's spirit's faint and weak warning. Cress reacted immediately, pushing the woman in his arms away to a safe distance before towering wooden vines emerged, protecting her safety. The instant Cress turned to face his enemy, a searing wave of pressure surged toward him. What? Cress inwardly marveled. He hadn't anticipated that Roger Scott's attack would be so decisive and swift. Instinctively driven by combat reflexes, Cress swiftly drew the concealed eastern longsword from his waist, while simultaneously summoning several giant vines from the ground behind him. The vines behind Cress combined with the eastern longsword in his hands, forming a defensive stance. Almost as soon as the defense formed, the fiery black flames, capable of incinerating everything in their path, collided with Cress's defenses with an endless sense of overwhelming force. Seems like you're still weaker than I imagined. In Roger Scott's hand, a mass of black flames loomed larger than his own body, pressing firmly against Cress's defense. Cress struggled to withstand the pressure, using both his ghost swordsman's death energy sword and the wooden vines summoned during that crucial moment. Roger Scott's flames ignited the wooden vines, causing excess flames to scorch parts of Cress's dark brocade robes, revealing his tall figure clad in a white undergarment. Roger Scott, although slightly at a disadvantage in their exchange, Cress was not one to let any verbal jab pass without retaliation. I see. You've forgotten. The scar on your face came from underestimating your opponent. Ha ha, you're looking for death. Before Crescent could finish his sentence, Roger Scott erupted in wild laughter and rage, emotions rarely seen from such a cold and merciless individual. However, this suited Cress just fine. Using the opportunity when Roger Scott's black fireball exploded, Cress retreated, flying backward while gigantic wooden vines continuously sprouted on either side of him. Each vine was like a sharpened steel blade, swiftly stabbing towards Roger Scott's location in the blink of an eye, so fast that others didn't have time to react. Countless vine spikes seemed to directly pierce into Roger Scott's body. In an instant, even Cress thought it was too simple to be true. But Crescent didn't care about much and moved straight towards the magic artifact saved earlier. The vines he summoned for protection automatically retreated underground as he approached. Cress quickly took hold of the magic artifact about to fall to the ground, without a word yet spoken. Suddenly, from behind, that familiar steam pressure returned once more. Huge vines erupted from the earth. Cress held the magic artifact close to his chest, standing on the vine as it grew madly upward. He appeared as if riding on clouds, leaving the auction house. As for Roger Scott, who continuously emitted high-temperature steam, his whole body seemed suddenly turned into a black flame person. The vine spikes embedded within Roger Scott's body were instantly consumed by the black flames until they fell lifelessly to the ground. So you can already elementalize yourself? Cress' expression became solemn as he quietly murmured to himself. Without a doubt, Roger Scott was one of the top-tier foes Cress had encountered so far. Now, witnessing Roger Scott achieving what legendary elementalist masters could, fully elementizing their own bodies. Though it wasn't perfectly skillful yet, this level was already beyond what ordinary senior elementalist combat glory knights could accomplish. Before Crescent could make another move, the flame form of Roger Scott, with the help of the high-temperature steam, streaked like a ray of light toward Cress. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Roger Scott's upper half began transforming back into human form, while the cigar still stuck to his lips continued to release white smoke. Simultaneously with his transformation, Roger Scott launched a fiery punch imbued with infinite momentum. Chapter 100, The Undying and the Frost Arrows. At the critical moment, Cress turned around to protect the magic device, while placing his oriental longsword on his back as a shield. A huge explosion sounded. Cress and the magical artifact were thrown violently into the wall of the Eight Claws auction house like a meteor. The already broken marble wall collapsed instantly under the massive impact, burying Cress and the magical artifact beneath the rubble. And Roger Scott, still airborne, did not stop. A black fireball, which had been gathering power for some time, directly struck the spot where Cress and others landed. The fireball exploded, engulfing the entire area in a sea of flames. Then, Roger Scott landed right in the center of the Eight Claws auction house. The earthquake stopped completely at that moment. Roger Scott took the kingdom cigar from the corner of his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. He then began walking towards the burning floor, intending to confirm whether Cress was really dead. As Roger Scott approached step by step, a woman's voice full of spirit suddenly rang out. Knight Crescent, I've come to assist you. How are you holding up? Lancel, dressed in silvery white knight armor, suddenly leaped into the center of the auction house from outside, posing with great dignity and flair. And then, there were only two people left in the entire auction house, Roger Scott and Lancel. The atmosphere grew awkward. Of course, this was only true for most people. Roger Scott slowly inhaled his cigar and returned to his previous cold demeanor. It seems he's allied with that guy. An extremely hoarse, slow smoker's voice echoed through the auction house. But to Lancel's ears, it meant nothing. Where is Knight Crescent? Lancel pointed her enormous sword straight at the man who looked like an underground emperor, the head of the Four Arms, Roger Scott. Without even a trace of hesitation or fear, this was the bloodline of ancient heroes. This was Lancel's resolve. However, just as Lancel was about to move forward, a mass of black flames completely blocked her sight. Damn! Seeing the situation, Lancel immediately retreated a step, muttering curses under her breath. And Roger Scott had already transformed his lower body into elemental form, bursting forward using scorching steam, rushing towards Lancel at breakneck speed. Lancel struggled to respond effectively against such a rapid attack and had no time to dodge. At this moment, she quickly retrieved the hidden magical shield stored in her arm. A gigantic knight shield of the medieval world suddenly appeared in front of Lancel, but it couldn't withstand one strike from Roger Scott. Lancel overestimated the magical shield provided by the Jesk family and was sent flying after being struck by Roger Scott. Her breastplate started showing signs of damage. After colliding with the ground, Lancel rolled back several times before stabilizing herself. Lancel tasted bitterness in her throat, yet before she could retaliate, Roger Scott attacked again. At the critical moment, a towering giant tree shot up from the ground. What is this? Cress. Lancel stared blankly at this scene where something blocked Roger Scott's attack. She was unaware of Cress' enhanced second-stage magic, Vine, Cirrus, so she was quite puzzled. Meanwhile, Roger Scott also glanced toward the place that had been consumed by flames. Amidst the roaring inferno, the figure wielding the sword became clearer. It was precisely at this moment that the suited man, who had previously fallen into the fissure created by Cress, climbed out and witnessed this event. Mr. Roger Scott, please capture this arrogant intruder alive for our auction house. I will request an A-class magic item as a reward for 4 arms from the upper management of 8 claws. The suited man shouted frenziedly. In Roger Scott's hand, the fiery blaze reappeared once more, the wave of heat throwing Lancel backward, who was hiding behind the giant tree. I can only promise you, the corpse of this man. The naturally threatening smoker's tone echoed. As soon as the words faded, Roger Scott's lower half transformed again into elementals. He darted toward Cress like a mortar shell at lightning speed. Mr. Cress, Renaud is ready. Mr. Cress, Renaud is ready. Accompanied by the familiar cold voice from the communication magic device, Cress knew that his counterattack had begun. Roger Scott, in a semi-elemental state, moved at speeds far surpassing those of an ordinary high-grade combat glory knight. With the characteristic powerful bursts of his own fiery element, Roger Scott could not find any means for Cress to be his equal in battle at this moment. Yet, battles often have a domino effect. This was not merely a battlefield between Cress and Roger. In Roger Scott's hand, the black flames gradually condensed and transformed into an ancient spear made of flame, hovering there. Cress. Roger Scott growled lowly. Then he and the flaming spear attacked Cress together. Wherever they passed, even the hard stone bricks of the auction house were scorched by Roger Scott's high-temperature flames, leaving long black marks. Meanwhile, Cress was still on the floor, burnt by the flames earlier, seemingly without any defensive preparation. Roger Scott was a little surprised. He didn't know what Cress intended to do. Suddenly, in that instant, Roger Scott felt a sense of stiffness within his body. Though it lasted only a short moment, its impact on the rapidly moving Roger Scott was immense. Before Roger Scott could adjust himself, the same stiffening sensation returned from his arms. It's frost arrows. Roger Scott was greatly alarmed inside, but tried to remain calm outwardly. The frost arrow is a newly developed weapon by Kylon Weed, the leader of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group. It uses the energy from Kylon Weed's sword Frost, which is channeled on especially designed arrows to create these weapons. These arrows are used in situations where subduing stubborn subhumans or other magical beasts is difficult. The attached frost energy can severely restrict their movements. They are also among the few man-made weapons capable of harming individuals like Roger Scott, who specialize in the fiery element, as elemental practitioners. Due to several consecutive shots of the frost arrows, Roger Scott had to halt his swift attack. And a kilometer away outside the grand auction house, Renaud lay hidden in a high position, calmly drawing the white frost arrow with cold vapor from beside his black quiver onto his archaic longbow. Renaud fired 5 frost arrows in the brief moments before, precisely the minimum limit of official deadly bows. All hit. If he wasn't someone of Roger Scott's caliber, a high-grade elemental practitioner and knight of combat glory, he would have already died. Chapter 101, The Undead and Evacuation. Damn it. With the superior vision of a high-ranking battle-honored knight, Roger Scott could see Reno from 1,000 miles away even without any aid. Seizing the moment when Reno paused to reload his arrows, a black fireball suddenly appeared in Roger Scott's hand. Mr. Reno, beware of the opponent's attack. The sound of Cress's warning came through the communication magic device. Almost simultaneously with the warning, Reno, who was in the middle of reloading, leapt several meters away to take cover behind a large boulder. In the next instant, black flames completely overtook and incinerated where Reno had been originally standing. Some strands of Reno's hair were blown upwards by the heat wave, partially concealing his gaze, but one could still sense that he bore no hint of surprise or worry. Thank you. After the fiery gust disappeared, Reno repositioned his ancient bow, launching successive attacks aimed at various crucial joints all over Roger Scott's body. On Roger Scott's end, after just firing the powerful fireball he'd readied, massive vines attacked alongside Cress's eastern sword. There was barely any time to react. But this was only for others or ordinary knights of honor. Roger Scott's entire body instantly underwent full elemental transformation. The form of a black flame man reduced the damage from Cress's vine blades to an extremely low level of threat. Conversely, Roger Scott used this opportunity to strike back at Cress. But at this critical juncture, several frost arrows once again struck at Roger Scott's elbows, wrists, knees, and even one directly targeted his forehead. These frost arrows exposed even the near-invincible Roger Scott to some vulnerabilities. Wherever he got hit, the elementally transformed parts retreated, reverting to their human bodily form. It It was precisely these almost imperceptible vulnerabilities that Cress managed to capitalize on in time. Martial technique, Ghost God Cross. A colossal cross-shaped blade energy struck against Roger Scott's body. Simultaneously, multiple thick vine blades pierced into various sections of Roger Scott's human form. Roger Scott let out a muffled grunt, yet strived hard to remain rational. And Crescent discovered at this moment that the vines aiming for Roger Scott's forehead had been forcibly blocked by the man's arm. Dark emerald light flared around Cress's hands as he controlled the vines to lift Roger Scott fully. Roger, you've been a worthy adversary. Though defeating you might not be noble, still. Cress spoke faintly. Over the period of engagement with this head of the Four Arms, he had developed respect for him. However, admiration aside, killing remained the objective. Cress's face turned grim all of a sudden, and his eastern longsword began to radiate the glow akin to a laser weapon. You won't get another chance, said Crescent, swiftly followed up with an attack straight to Roger Scott's forehead. Knights of Honor are very similar to the undead, especially battle-honored knights. Even if they're incredibly strong warriors, their total demise only comes with the destruction of their brains. Amidst flashes of lightning and sparks of flame, a scarlet mech materialized. Cress firmly gazed at the mech that blocked his longsword, realizing it was a remotely controlled weapon, and its operator was none other than War Priest Hans de Clare sitting at the VIP seat. My apologies, young knight. Hans pushed his heavy glasses that corrected his extreme myopia and continued unfazed. I have some business transactions pending with Mr. Rogers' organization, so I cannot allow you to kill him right now. Cress coldly eyed Hans de Clare. Unfazed in return, the latter showed no apprehension. Cress didn't fear this mech, but the effect of the frost arrows was about to wear off, and Roger Scott had already begun transitioning towards the complete elemental state. Hans de Clare, as an adventurer, I actually hold quite a bit of admiration for you. Hopefully, there will be an opportunity later for us to conduct transactions. After making polite remarks, Cress withdrew his eastern longsword and retreated while airborne. He then retrieved a third magical artifact previously concealed within his vine shield, lightly gesturing, causing 3 enormous wooden vines to grow wildly in this underground city. Cress, the number 3 magical artifact known as Lancel, and Reno from afar each grabbed onto the ever-growing vines beside them. As for War Priest Hans at the VIP seats, looking at the vines controlled by Cress reminded him of the words spoken earlier. Adventurer? Admires me. Hans stroked his bearded chin and suddenly laughed. Haha, this young man is decent, worthy of cultivation. Speaking further, his smile gradually became sinister. We'll surely have transactions ahead. The vines, controlled by Cress, burst directly through the ground. On the surface, in a secluded area of Yu City suburbs where no one lived, head guard Eddard and the necromancer Modal had been waiting for a long time aboard their respective heavily fortified magical floating boards that had been magically enhanced. With vines interweaving and coiling, Cress, Lancel, and others were transported onto the magical floating boards occupied by Eddard and Modal. Hurry, let's go. As soon as they landed, after briefly confirming that no one was left behind, head guard Eddard gave swift orders. And those responsible for the flight magic traction, the multiple hired mages from the Jesk family, understood immediately. Cress and the others emerged so dramatically that it was certain pursuers would follow. Without hesitation, all their magical energies were rallied. The 2 massive magical floating boards shot away into the distance like arrows released from a bow. At nearly the same moment, Reno, the top archer, who had been on constant alert for any dangers far away, suddenly tilted his head toward the distance. Then he whispered to Cress beside him. Mr. Cress, the underground city defense troops of the 8 Claws auction house have arrived. Before Reno's words could fade, behind the 2 large magical floating boards, a squad numbering about 100 appeared. Among them were a few glowing, advanced magic crystal stones. Mr. Eddard, Knight Lancel. Cress looked solemn at the sight of the countless army before him. Dark emerald light began emitting from the palm of his outstretched right hand, while the surrounding desert started trembling, responding harmoniously with his power. You all concentrate on controlling the flight of the floating board. The enemies are my responsibility. Cress said coldly into the communication magic device, knowing fully well he didn't have absolute confidence in success. But still, it was the only option. Just as Eddard and the rest surged forward at full speed, the nearby enemies suddenly unleashed an enormous volley of energy arrows and elemental cannons. Dense and tightly packed, these projectiles formed a mini curtain of fire. Chapter 102, The Undead and the Ambush. However, the target of these attacks were not Cress and his group, but the octopus, guard soldiers around the hoverboard, and other mercenaries. Are they killing each other? Lancel was somewhat shocked, and Cress suddenly realized something, turning around and pulling out a magical artifact from his bosom. In a corner, the energy-simulated fairy created by the previously brought number 3 magical artifact now sat lazily at the edge of the magical disc, revealing through her black long hair a pair of silver-white, glowing eyes. In perfect accord with the emerald-green glow in Cress's hand when he used magic. It was she who used the enticement magic to control the personnel operating the hoverboard. Cress looked at her for a long time and then exhaled deeply. And that virtual fairy within the magic disc also faintly smiled at Cress from behind her hair. Bang! Just as Cress and others thought they could leave safely from behind the magical hoverboard. To be precise, under that magical hoverboard on the ground, a small muscular giant suddenly burst out, flipping the entire magic hoverboard over. Inside the hoverboard, Dilly, who controlled its direction, and the magical incantator using the flying magic spell were both flung into the air. Moros. Seeing this scene, Cress's eyes narrowed sharply. Countless vines instantly sprouted from beside the magical hoverboard. Most of the vines trapped Moros, the combat honor knight, while the four thickest ones grew rapidly and grabbed Dilly and the others flying in midair. As Cress exerted force, preparing to throw Lancel and the others back, a blade of flame severed the vine holding the magical incantator. Cress knew Roger Scott. That bastard was here again. There was no way to care about the others anymore. Cress moved slightly, and the giant vines instantly threw Dilly and the others onto Cress's magical hoverboard. That severed vine-bound Jesk family hired magical incantator slowly rolled under Roger Scott's completely elementalized feet. Cress knew that Roger Scott was not a bloodthirsty savage enemy. Moreover, the value of a magical incantator was immense, so they would not harm their lives. There was no need for himself to let his comrades take risks for a person he did not even know. It should be left to the Jesk family to negotiate themselves, if they choose to do so. The magical hoverboard quickly flew away, leaving only the chaotic city defense army and two top-tier combat honor knights, along with an incantator lying on the sand. In the outskirts of Yacha City in Fritz Kingdom, for Cress and Chief Guardy dead, and the others who had just robbed an advanced artifact from the underground auction held by the Octopus organization, there is no doubt that this was a great and successful case of robbery. It was also a very spectacular plunder. It was precisely due to Chief Guardy Dett's overall plan and Cress's powerful executive power coordination that they were able to capture this artifact, rated A level, with such low costs, intact into their hands. And almost simultaneously, those aboard the hovering magical board shared a glance between Cress and Chief Guardy Dett. In some indescribable way, during their joint battle just moments ago, a sense of camaraderie as comrades in arms had emerged between them, a bond that strangers share after experiencing life and death together. Though, for Chief Guardy Dett, he knew Lord Jesk would not easily trust Cress and his group. But so what? At least for now, Cress was still on the same side as them. Everyone, check your wounds. Is anyone severely injured and unable to move? Chief Guardy Dett calmly inquired among the various Jesk family guards and Cress gathered on the hovering board. This tone carried both the absolute execution power of a leader and the warmth and care between friends. Such emotions may be most touching at this moment. However, for Cress, these things had already lost all importance. As an undead being, Cress had discarded human feelings. In contrast to Chief Guardy Dett, Necromancer Modale appeared quite relaxed and carefree, casually observing the magical artifact newly acquired by Chief Guardy Dett in his hand, rumored to be an A-rated supreme artifact. Necromancer Modale only vaguely felt that his hands, which had held numerous treasures before, seemed to unconsciously itch again at this moment. This was an instinctive yearning for Modale, the necromancer who had always been lawless and unruly, a strong desire to possess such a treasure. Snicker, snicker. Modale's laughter was as always, malicious and grating. He moved to Chief Guardy Dett's side, who currently held the supreme artifact in his hand, and spoke bluntly. Why not let me, old man, take care of this item? If it were in my possession, if this luxurious and mesmerizing supreme artifact could be in my custody, no one would dare approach it, much less try to snatch it from me. Modale's tone radiated obsession with ulterior motives. Of course, perhaps due to the loathsome and repulsive undertone of his voice, neither Chief Guardy Dett nor Cress and others could sense any genuine or courageous intentions in Modale's proposal regarding the preservation of the top-tier artifact. On the contrary, his suggestion seemed entirely driven by greed and selfishness. Just as any leader or commander wouldn't trust such a companion, Chief Guardy Dett was undoubtedly among them. With a composed demeanor, Chief Guardy Dett firmly rejected Necromancer Modale's suggestion and handed over the A-rated supreme knife to Cress at the same time, announcing, "Among all of us, Mr. Cress is the most powerful, also careful and cautious in thought and nature. I believe that if he were to keep it, it would be more suitable than anyone else." Chief Guardy Dett stated this conviction with certainty, which resonated with the majority present. For what he said was the truth, especially after their previous battle. Almost everyone subconsciously chose to believe and trust Cress, recognizing him as their strongest ally. Though obviously dissatisfied, Necromancer Modale attempted to refute, but stumbled upon finding words. Finally, as he locked gazes with the cold, emotionless eyes of Chief Guardy Dett, Modale discerned within those eyes an unmistakable threat. Thus, Modale was compelled to suppress his inner craving and quietly retreated to his position on the magical hoverboard. Everyone assumed they could continue onward without a sound. Yet, events often unfolded far more circuitous and bizarre than most people expected. Chapter 103, The Undead and the Trail. Boom. Just as Cress and the head Guardy Dett, along with others, were quickly heading toward the originally planned destination while being guided by a floating board and flying magic cast by a hired mage of the Jesk family. A sudden loud explosion shattered the entire floating board into pieces. It was an attack from a third-stage fireball spell. The enormous and fierce fireball struck the magical floating board that carried Cress and his group in a manner so swift it left no time to react. This is an enemy's assault. Almost simultaneously with the floating board being attacked by the third-stage fireball spell, an idea surfaced in the mind of Guard Captain Adet. This thought was an indispensable part of his intelligence and responsibility as the sole leader of this independent mission. A task commander must always maintain absolute clarity of mind in various situations, ensuring they can make an instant response to any sudden emergency and adjust promptly to maximize task efficiency or minimize losses. Now, without a doubt, whether aiming for the former or the latter, Guard Captain Adet, as the overall commander, had only achieved half of what was needed. He realized what was going on, but couldn't timely issue any counteraction orders. And just as Captain Adet realized that it was an unexpected enemy attack, a calm, rational male voice gave out their next command. Everyone, watch your footing. Sword Chi counterattack. It was Cress's voice. This great presence could always remain absolutely rational and calm at the most critical, dangerous, and unforeseen moments. His voice instantly reassured most of the Jesk family's collaborators and guards present. But almost at the same moment, looking down following Cress's voice, they noticed that below them on the open ground, numerous battle formations of magical attacks had already been laid out by mercenaries hired by nobles allied with 8 claws. These were large magical arrays pre-prepared by high-level chanting mages. Through such formations, even ordinary chanting mages could unleash powerful elemental magic attacks. The previous third-stage magic fireball, which generally only top-tier mages or top-tier chanting mages could conjure, had been easily deployed, hitting them squarely. Judging from this, the effect of this magical attack array was indeed strong, and indeed posed a very tough challenge to Captain Adet and his team. Damn! Prompted by Cress, Lancel almost simultaneously responded with a sword chi counterattack. Lancel spat with disdain and curse. These guys are truly persistent like ghosts. In fact, compared to Lancel's agitated emotions, for warriors and knights at their level, who have extensive combat experience, encountering such a surprise attack might cause them some difficulty in defending themselves, but certainly wouldn't lead to panic. Within a short period, Cress, Guard Captain Adet, Lancel, and the Necromancer Mordau all started using their magical weapons for counterattacks while controlling their movements in midair to land steadily. Fortunately, the flying height before the magic floating board wasn't too high, preventing them from getting injured when they fell off. They merely suffered slight burns from the residual flames of the initial third-stage fireball spell. Of course, these were only minor damages. However, compared to these top warriors, knights, and mages, other Jesk family guards appeared far more disheveled and hapless. They didn't have adequate reactions to detect enemies below and retaliate in time. On the contrary, they failed to even properly protect themselves before their floating boards were broken by the third-stage magic fireball spell. Among them, the worst fate befell the 2 leading chanters. These 2 young chanters specially hired by the Jesk family were almost within the explosion range of the fireball. Massive amounts of fiery heat devoured and annihilated them completely, leaving behind 2 charred bodies that crashed heavily onto the ground without making a sound, because their entire corpses had been corroded and burned into clumps of carbon ash. The other Jesk family guards who were caught in the residual flames of the fireball spell also suffered minor burns to varying degrees. They finally landed on the ground and took a long while to react, slowly getting up and grabbing their weapons, long spears or short daggers, and aimed them at the mercenaries who might have already gathered there. In such an extremely disadvantageous ambush, Guard Captain Adet was making every effort to keep his head clear. He was fully aware that they were now in a very unfavorable position, though he didn't understand why. How did the nobles allied with the 8 Claws organization know the direction in which they were leaving? Guard Captain Adet felt greatly shocked. To set up a magical formation like this would require high-ranking chanting mages working for hours ahead of time, which shouldn't be possible due to lack of time. And yet it happened perfectly aligned with the direction where Guard Captain Adet's team fled, attacking precisely. All signs clearly indicated this wasn't simply bad luck at being attacked right at this moment, nor could it be that 8 Claws hastily ordered its setup after being attacked by Adet's team. Because if that were true, it would be impossible for such a precise and powerful magical attack array to exist. There wouldn't be enough time for 8 Claws chanting mages to construct it. Not even if all of their chanting mages were summoned here, it still wouldn't be feasible. Thus, the truth was becoming increasingly elusive. But it was something one had to believe. Their group's whereabouts had been exposed, a suspicion leading to the most terrifying conclusion. Having similar thoughts as Guard Captain Adet were Lancel, Cress, and others. They were battle-hardened warriors and knights who could quickly analyze the situation under these highly adverse circumstances. At least so far, they understood the gravity of their current predicament. It went without saying that the rest of their team members were equally astonished. However, what distinguished Cress from them was an added layer of deep thought and adaptability. Everyone, deal with the enemies before us first. Cress was also thinking rapidly about whose presence had caused their location to be revealed. Moreover, he wanted to know just how much of their plan had been uncovered. Yet currently, the top priority was dealing with the enemy at hand, the numerous and capable mercenaries aligned with the 8 Claws. A moment of negligence might truly result in perishing right here. Chapter 104, The Undead and the Encirclement. The Kingdom of Fritz. Outside Yaya City, various magic attacks crisscrossed, accompanied by the sounds of clashing metal swords. Cress, Lancel, Dilly, and others were all chosen by xuanhuan from among hundreds of elite knights for their unquestionable combat prowess. And Chief Guard Adet was a veteran warrior protector who had followed xuanhuan for many years and was his most trusted subordinate. Necromancer Modal was also an infamous evil mage within the Kingdom of Fritz. Together with the guards under the command of Chief Guard Adet of the Jesk family and the noble knights hired by 8 Claws, they were engaged in a fierce encounter war. Without a doubt, the elite level of Cress and his group far surpassed these ordinary nobles. However, Due to the overwhelming number of enemies and the assistance of numerous magic chanters, control of the situation shifted repeatedly. Damn it! Damn it! Necromancer Modal controlled multiple undead warriors, including the skeleton war general, tightly encircling himself and refusing to endure even the slightest damage. Modal watched as another mercenary attempting to attack him was struck down by his own undead warriors, but also inflicted irreparable damage on them. Modal emitted an aura of resentment, black mist rising palpably from his tattered necromancer robes. Adet, what is going on? At this rate, we'll be worn out by them eventually. A hoarse, unpleasant voice echoed like the croaking of a dying crow. Modal's words made the figure of Chief Guard Adet pause slightly, while he was simultaneously facing 4 high-ranking noble knights. Adet's heavy sword was drenched in blood, most of which came from those who ignorantly sought battle with him. Still, even so, Adet was now cornered by the 4 noble knights. They wore similarly styled armor, unlike other life-cherishing nobles. They were likely advanced combat knights under the command of some great noble. Taking advantage of this brief moment of rest, Adet quickly evaluated the balance of strength between friend and foe in his mind. This was the most fundamental ability of an excellent warrior. Modal's words caused Chief Guard Adet to start reflecting on the current situation. Dilly seemed to be a magic chanter, not skilled in close combat. She was protected by Cress, who fought like a demon at her side, so that battlefield area posed no significant concern. Lancel's Berserker class skill gradually activated, making him stronger as the battle continued, currently holding steady in the fight. It was only Adet and Modal whose situation was worsening. Adet was surrounded by 4 advanced knights, while Modal only wanted to preserve his strength and avoid risking sending out the undead warriors actively. Now, their side was actually at a disadvantage. Mr. Modal, let your undead warriors assist me in defeating the enemy in front of us. After much deliberation, Chief Guard Adet proposed what he believed to be the safest and most reliable plan. Only by first relying on Modal's help to defeat these advanced knights who appeared to be leaders would there be any chance of breaking through this encirclement. What? Necromancer Modal seemed incredulous about Chief Guard Adet's words, momentarily unsure whether he hadn't heard clearly or was unwilling to accept it. Chief Guard Adet was about to repeat the order when a flash of sword light appeared before him. Bang! A massive collision sound rang out, along with the explosion of martial art energy and magic strikes. Adet struggled, feeling in that moment as though his knightly greatsword might almost slip from his hand. Quick, send half of your undead warriors over here. Adet, are you trying to kill me? I will not let my undead warriors become your cannon fodder. Necromancer Modal, guarded at the center by multiple undead warriors, jumped back to distance himself from Chief Guard Adet. He didn't believe this guy had anything good up his sleeve, sending away his undead warriors to fight alongside him. What would happen to his own safety then? Modal's eyes exuded immense hostility, coldly watching as Adet battled fiercely against the 4 advanced noble knights equal to him in strength. You cowardly and foolish man. With a heavy strike from the knightly greatsword held by Chief Guard Adet, he deflected the attack of a knight in front of him, and the armored vambrace on his right arm blocked a sudden slash. Out of the corner of his eye, Adet saw the necromancer Modal standing at a distance, as if watching the battle. Adet gritted his teeth. He had long known that he could never truly trust this utterly despicable bastard. However, he never expected the man to be so unreliable, even downright foolish. If they couldn't find a breakthrough from the encirclement, then Modal's cowardly tactics would make no difference, whether it meant dying sooner or later. With a casual slash of his sword, Cress effortlessly killed an unnamed mercenary who had suddenly charged at him. Throughout the chaos of the battlefield, Cress maintained an aura of calm confidence. By Cress's side, Dilly, who had previously acted separately, now joined him. It was only then that Dilly fully understood the true strength she possessed. Besides being a powerful illusionist, Dilly was also a gifted magic chanter. Even though, according to her own words, the seal placed on her by Zhao Yekong had only been half the 2D, her demonstrated power already far surpassed that of many top-tier human magical chanters. Perhaps, this was the difference between so-called demons and humans. After using the dark red magic array in her hand to obliterate an arrogant noble knight into charred remains, Dilly sensed Cress's steady gaze upon her. What? As she changed the runes on the magical array, Dilly continued nonchalantly, her voice playful yet cutting. Are you entranced by my graceful figure, Mr. Cress? The unexpected words snapped Cress back from his thoughts. Dilly was indeed clever. She knew how to make others overlook her threat. Watch out. A fiery red fireball zipped past Cress's ear. Behind Cress, a mercenary who attempted a stealth attack was immediately engulfed in roaring flames, burning until nothing but ash remained. Cress momentarily froze, but quickly regained his senses. He swung his long sword with precision, unleashing a black death-infused blade of energy that ended the mercenary's excruciating life. Thank you. In a rational and composed tone, Cress expressed his gratitude to Dilly. Though it seemed lacking in warmth to others, Dilly knew this must be the strangest way this undead warrior conveyed his deepest thanks. Dilly moved slowly to stand beside Cress. They leaned back to back, maintaining maximum vigilance over the surrounding mercenaries and knights within their wide field of vision. It was almost like an unspoken agreement among the enemies around them. None dared to approach these 2 exceptional, splendidly dressed Eastern Empire warriors. To them, these 2 individuals were as fearsome as devils. Chapter 105. The Undead and Raynaud's Disappearance. The swordsman's casual slash was enough to release a sword chi comparable to the martial technique slash attack. while that magic incantator, like her alluring and fatal appearance, casted magic mysterious and insidious, as if no incantation was needed at all, easily destroying the target. The surrounding mercenaries began to unconsciously step back slightly, leaving a circular space centered around Cress and Dilly. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Dilly's faint smile remained unchanged. On her slightly extended right palm, dark red magical arrays constantly transformed with transparent red patterns. However, didn't you worry about being unable to escape after causing such a commotion in the auction house with Reynard? Dilly asked absent-mindedly, her eyes seemingly looking at the panicked faces of the surrounding mercenaries, but the corners of her vision were inadvertently glancing toward Cress' location. What? Are you worried about me? Upon hearing Dilly's words, Cress responded calmly. Rest assured, I won't die before fulfilling my promise to you. Cress used a white silk handkerchief to slowly wipe away the enemy bloodstains from the oriental longsword in his hand, while no one dared approach him anymore. That calm voice made this ambiguous statement sound so rational and cool. Dilly has always believed herself to have experienced many great storms, but at this moment, hearing these words spoken by the person beside her still stirred something within her heart. The words men say are the least trustworthy. Dilly muttered softly, but it was obviously meant for Cress to hear. Cress' face, created by an illusionary technique, seemed to carry a faint smile. He responded to Dilly with a voice low enough for only them to hear clearly. I'm not human, I am an undead. Before Crescent finished speaking, nearby, brave soldiers launched a new wave of attacks. Facing the mercenaries' assault directly, Cress' Eastern-style longsword, infused with the ghost swordsman's death energy, turned completely black, vibrating subtly. Martial skill, Demon God Cross. With Crescent shout, the longsword swiftly carved out a cross in the air, creating two slashing sword chi forces, one black and one white, forming in the shape of a cross, striking directly into the charging mercenaries who had no time to react. Simultaneously representing the presence of both dark and light energy, these attacks instantly rendered the mercenaries before them powerless. Continuing like this is not a solution. After killing and intimidating his enemies in front of him, Cress lightly said to Dilly behind him. Dilly had just used elemental attack magic to repel the attacking enemies. Cress, what do you plan to do? In handling this impromptu combat process, Dilly's reflexes did not match Cress. Compared to Cress' battle talents, Dilly's intelligence better suited comprehensive strategies. Cress' eyes scanned the entire battlefield in an instant. Captain Eddard surrounded by 4 elite knights, Necromancer Modar who only cared for his own survival, and the Berserker Silver-White, Lancelot, who was wreaking havoc in the crowd. Compared to them, Cress and Dilly's situation was relatively much better. It's unclear whether these nobles cooperating with the octopus knew something. All their main forces concentrated on Captain Eddard. Even Eddard's elite bodyguards of the Jest family were mostly killed or wounded in an instant. Necromancer Modar initially relied on Captain Eddard to protect his personal safety, but he ended up unexpectedly in the most dangerous situation. Lancelot's position was slightly better than Eddard and Modar's, but once the effects of her secret skill, Berserk, were off, it would be very perilous too. Suddenly, Cress, as if struck by static electricity, solemnly informed Dilly, Reynard has disappeared. What? Dilly found it hard to believe. During their stay on that magic hoverboard, Reynard was still hugging his ancient bow sitting in the rear corner of the board. Moreover, all the cold iron mercenaries disappeared as well during the enemy's attack. Cress continued, adding more details to Dilly. Gradually, Dilly's shocked expression returned to normal, but there wasn't a trace of her usual faint smile. This large number of people vanishing all at once can't just be due to a simple escape. Dilly was very intelligent. In a short amount of time, she already formed her own conclusion. Taking advantage of a brief lull in the fighting, Dilly pulled Crescent close beside her and whispered, Cress, the Cold Iron Group is most likely betraying Jesk Horton's alliance. Staying here is futile for us. With our skills, planning an escape now wouldn't be too late. Dilly's words were saturated with a clear analysis of the current situation and, to Cress, carried a mysterious sincerity that felt somewhat special. The sword chi slashes from Cress' blade did not cease, forcing the noble knights attempting to approach back. Rest assured, we won't die in such a place. Nevertheless, I might have to displease you, Miss Dilly. As he spoke, Cress unleashed a powerful black sword chi from his right hand, as tangible as an arc, slowly driving everyone before him away. At the moment his words ended, Cress's other hand encircled Dilly's waist. Despite being a magic incantator, Dilly had not studied spatial magic, and therefore lacked teleportation abilities. If there were semi-permanent or permanent teleportation arrays available, Dilly could have activated them using her magical powers as a magic incantator. However, in this current scenario, they could only rely on Cress's high agility as a ghost swordsman. While the mercenaries and noble knights were trapped by the black sword chi, Cress channeled all his internal energy, took a single step forward, and in an instant, swept off with Dilly, breaking through the not-so-bulky soldiers surrounding them. Though suddenly lifted by Cress, Dilly was fortunately warned beforehand, and thus not overly startled. Being flown into the air by this peculiar undead, her heart inexplicably quickened slightly. Cress failed to notice Dilly's slight anomaly. The moment they landed, his eastern longsword once again emitted a death energy, dark and mist-like, in a tangible form. Martial skill, Ghost Slash. Cress swiftly turned around, unleashing a full power strike. In front of them, the mercenaries trying to chase them instantly collapsed. Yet the Ghost Slash's attack did not end there. At a speed appearing slow but actually incredibly fast, it effortlessly eliminated countless enemies. Cress held his longsword horizontally pointing to the side. After confirming the remaining strong foes were still besieging Warden Eddard and others, leaving no time to concern themselves with him and Dilly, Cress immediately pulled Dilly and started dashing towards safety. Chapter 106, The Undead and the Dead End. Amazing. Cress. Diley's beautiful feminine voice now praised Cress in a way more direct than ever before. It was evident that she was genuinely shocked by Cress' skyrocketing power. When Diley first met Cress at the Hesmu branch of Cold Iron, though she had a vague sense of his strength, it was mainly due to her own severe limitations from Zhao Yekong's dark magic seal at the time. Now, half of Diley's seal had been lifted, her strength restored to merely 1 or 2/10 of its peak, yet still unmatched by most human warriors. Still, when facing Cress, she felt just as she did back then. This was far too strange. Even for a martial artist with an excellent master, such terrifying growth should be impossible, unless Cress hadn't become stronger quickly. It was that he had hidden his true strength all along. At this thought, Diley couldn't help but stare blankly at the skeletal undead pulling her arm, disguised under an illusion as a handsome man. Thinking about it, Diley realized she might never have actually seen him defeated. Then, exactly how much of his true power does he possess? Unlike the scattered musings in Diley's mind, Cress felt surprisingly calm. However, a sudden shout interrupted Cress and Diley's original plan. Mr. Cress, a voice, normally calm and resolute, was now full of urgency. It belonged to Eddard, the captain of the guards of the Jesk family. Cress hesitated for a moment in his departure and looked toward the source of the voice. There stood Eddard, looking increasingly overwhelmed under the attack of 4 senior knights, each equal or superior to him in skill. Meanwhile, Modar, the necromancer who was previously alongside Eddard of the Jesk family, was trying to distance himself and escape. However, it was clear that Modar's attempts had not succeeded. The location of the battlefield where Eddard and Modar found themselves seemed deliberately arranged by the so-called octopus. The force used to encircle Eddard far exceeded the manpower deployed against Cress and Lancel in the other 2 battlefields. Cress was somewhat moved inside. Although he wasn't allied with Eddard, Cress still held a certain fondness for the captain of the guards of the Jesk family. Mr. Cress, can you lend me a hand? Eddard knew well that this temporary alliance formed solely for mutual benefit would, in such a dire situation, dissolve into every man for himself. Even Modar, the necromancer most closely tied to his interests, only thought of self-preservation at this moment. Why would he even ask for help from a hired adventurer recruited through covert means? But Eddard had no other options left. Just as those words escaped his lips, several shallow yet deep enough slashes cut through the specialized hardened leather armor of the Jesk family worn by Eddard. Traces of crimson blood belonging to a human warrior began to seep out from between the sword wounds. Cress coldly watched the desperate fight of Captain Eddard. He knew these people could no longer escape the vast encirclement. Perhaps because of his innate cautious nature, since the floating board had been struck down, Cress had already begun searching for a quick escape route, subconsciously leading Diley toward where the enemy forces were weakest. Mostly due to Captain Eddard and his group being specially targeted, the majority of threatening forces were concentrated around them. This significantly reduced the pressure on Cress and Diley's movements in another way. What do you think, Diley? Before responding to Captain Eddard's plea, Cress lightly turned to Diley beside him, asking indifferently. Diley said nothing, her expression holding an incomprehensible beauty. In this brief moment, the remnants of enemies forced back by the ghost/technique were coming again, attempting to once more surround Cress and Diley who had not yet fled. As the enemies drew near, Diley's lazy, slightly indifferent yet enchanting voice sounded gently. If I were you, I wouldn't have stopped because of that guy's call. Diley's tone carried no evident emotion, but naturally exuded a tinge of mockery toward any lower beings. Cress let out a faint bitter smile. The emerald green light in his hand lit up. Haha. After all, he is a companion I've worked with for a long time, and I quite like Lancel and Eddard. As Cress spoke, the enhanced second stage magic, Vines, Cirrus, was activated. Powerful vines, as strong as black steel, suddenly burst out from the ground, instantly piercing through the enemies who were already within arm's reach. Diley wasn't particularly surprised by Cress' choice. However, upon hearing Cress say that he liked Lancel, Diley's expression darkened slightly. Relax, Diley. I'm not so kind-hearted to the point of risking my life to save them. Cress slowly uttered words that were unexpected by Diley, calmly looking at the enemy corpses before him. Through the growing number of thick black magical vines, Cress initiated his second skill. Martial skill, Ghost Shadow. For shadows, each carrying 2/3 of Cress form, emerged from the shadow beneath Cress' feet. The pitch-black color signifying death energy gradually faded, finally transforming into sword-wielding warriors almost identical to Cress. Captain Eddard was now in an utterly desperate situation. On his left chest, a broken sword was embedded, mere fractions away from Eddard's demise. Facing him, the knight discarded the remaining half of his broken sword, withdrawing a brand new longsword from the storage ring on his finger. I, representing the Fritz royal family, greet you, captain of the Jesk family. The tall knight's sudden speech caused Eddard to momentarily hesitate. But before Eddard could decipher the hidden meaning behind the knight's words, the tall knight along with the other 3 knights launched a fatal assault on Eddard. Clang sizzle. The sound of metal swords colliding coincided with intense sparks. Yet, amidst the ferocious attack, Eddard remained unscathed. Eddard, who had previously been kneeling on one knee holding his sword, looked up abruptly upon hearing the clangorous sound, just in time to witness the following scene. The attacks from the 4 high-ranking noble knights were intercepted by Cress. Chapter 107, The Undead and Farewell. It's for Cress's Swordmaster avatar. The heavily injured Adet gained a brief respite. Faced with the Swordmaster avatar, Adet was somewhat stunned. He had initially harbored a slight contempt in his heart for the Dawnlight, the newly promoted Mistilver tier adventurer team. Even though Cress, in the hearts of most citizens of the Fritz Kingdom, was the champion of the night tournament hosted by the Jesk family, whose performance had been dazzling. However, in the eyes of Jesk family's headguard, Adet, it was just a game between noble knights and so-called adventurers. But now, Adet couldn't help but change his view. The martial art, Swordmaster Avatar, is an incredibly powerful technique that only the highest-ranking human swordsman can use. At first, there might be only 1 or 2 avatars. As the martial art skill becomes more proficient and personal strength increases, the number of avatars will increase. Cress summoned 4 avatars so effortlessly, which was far beyond what an ordinary great swordsman could achieve. In a daze, as if just freed from the heavy pressure, Guard Captain Adet suddenly came up with 2 words in his mind: Sword Saint. Only the greatest swordsmen, those absolutely unmatched warriors, have the qualifications to be called Sword Saints. Among the ancient 13 heroes, there was once a universally recognized greatest human sword saint in history. Guard Captain Adet's thoughts began to wander, and for a moment, he seemed to see the shadow of the ancient 13 heroes in Cress. Mr. Adet. Cress's calm and rational voice remained unchanged even under the siege. Guard Captain Adet struggled to stand, supported by his knightly greatsword. Following Cress's voice, Adet's gaze met with his counterpart. Mr. Adet, I don't have much confidence in breaking through this encirclement with all of you. Cress's words were calm almost to the point of cruelty. But it was also at this time that Guard Captain Adet realized he had already broken out of the encirclement with Dilly. So that's how it is. Guard Captain Adet inwardly sighed bitterly. He now understood that Cress had been fully prepared to retreat from this skirmish right from the start. Therefore, his original plan of fighting to break through the encirclement together had already come to nothing. But that made sense. 4 high-level adventurers from the Adventurers Guild like Cress, if they didn't have any self-preservation skills or awareness, how could they possibly survive in dangerous areas where beasts and monsters gather? Therefore, Guard Captain Adet did not harbor too much resentment towards Cress. On the contrary, he was grateful that Cress had still left him some backup, blocking the lethal attacks of those 4 noble knights before. Mr. Cress. Guard Captain Adet had already used his vital energy to temporarily seal the heavy wound on his left chest and prevent blood loss. Then he loudly responded to Cress. There's no need for you to be so concerned about us. Escape first with Miss Dilly. While saying this, Adet raised his heavy sword again. His cooperation with Cress was originally based on a very tenuous interest relationship. Now, after causing chaos at the long-prepared underground auction held by the Octopus organization, in Adet's view, Lord Jeskoden's purpose had already been achieved. Their temporary team's goal was also complete. Thus, whether or not he would survive next was unimportant. Adet thought about this as he moved step by step toward the fierce battle involving the 4 noble knights nearby. Compared to Adet, who showed such readiness to face death without fear, Model nearby clearly lacked this resolution. The undead warriors under his control had already become piles of bones under the sacred magic attacks of the clerics. At present, Model faced threats to life no less severe than those faced by Guard Captain Adet. Mr. Cress. No, Master Cress, I beg you to save my life. Under the threat posed by the mercenaries suddenly rushing toward him, Model completely abandoned the last shred of dignity he had left, pleading loudly to Cress. Cress paid no attention to Model's cry for help. Model was a severely criminal national felon, and also a necromancer concealing countless dark secrets of the kingdom. His maximum value is immeasurable, yet his crimes are too numerous to count. Model's profession as a necromancer did not naturally shine during such close-range skirmishes. Perhaps, he would be more suited for meticulously planned large-scale offensives. Relying on his all-out drive of the tens of millions of undead armies, he launched a fatal nighttime sneak attack against the enemies. However, unfortunately, Jeskoden did not intend to use Model this way, or rather, Jeskoden had already found a replacement. Cress. The originally not-so-large encirclement began to shrink. Dilly started to warn Cress to be cautious, and Cress still hesitated somewhat. Because of the descendant of hero mentioned in that notification information, Silver White Lancel. Lancel has lost her mind now, just like she did at the arena in Hesma City back then. Her own sanity has been devoured by the secret skill, Berserk, turning her into a death machine with only instinct for killing and fighting. Cress admired such meaningful adventurers, but, in the current situation, surrounded by heavy enemy forces outside, and Lancel losing her own reason inside, even Cress, whose power has greatly increased now, could not guarantee leading them out from such predicaments. Cress, the enemies are almost upon us. Relax. The false mask conjured by Cress's illusions held a faint smile, while the emerald green light representing the magic power of the Skull Mage showed no sign of weakening. Second-rank magic. Vine, Cirrus. As Cress chanted the magic spell, after the last word fell, those giant vines as hard as black steel suddenly burst into rapid growth. At the same time, the ground cracked under Cress and Dilly's feet. Dilly naturally came to Cress's side, hugging Cress's waist lightly with both hands, which was unexpected to Cress. Cress's movement momentarily paused just then, but it did not affect the implementation of Cress's magic too much. Mr. Adet, Knight Lancel, take care. Cress's last words were spoken softly to himself. Perhaps except for Dilly beside him, no one else could possibly hear it. But even so, Cress still chose to say it. Chapter 108, The Undead and Memories, Part 1. Above the crazily growing vines, Cress and Dilly were carried by these black magic vines to a safe place far away from their enemies. The mercenary knights who cooperated with the Octopus organization tacitly refrained from continuing to pursue Cress and Dilly, who constantly performed brilliantly as unimportant targets. Instead, they continued to tighten the encirclement. Among the many mercenaries, noble knights, magic chanters, and priests, the encirclement became increasingly narrow and lethal. Captain Eddard was earlier surrounded, but had his situation alleviated by the 4 avatars summoned by Cress's martial art technique, Ghost Shadow. Although Ghost Shadow is one of the most mysterious martial arts of the ghost swordsman profession, its existence can be sustained by continuously consuming death energy, and it can even heal fatal injuries sustained by the Ghost Shadow avatars. The restrictions on Ghost Shadow are also enormous. Not to mention the significant consumption of death energy for ghost swordsmen. Just the stringent requirements based on the distance of the spellcaster and the body's ability to endure are already beyond what an ordinary human can bear. As for the limitation, after Cress was taken to a safe area by his own magic vines and surpassed the casting distance, the 4 Ghost Shadow avatars disappeared one after another. Just when 4 noble senior knights were about to take a sigh of relief, they were struck down by a cold-blooded, insane warrior. This madman was none other than Eddard. Eddard no longer planned on returning alive to face Jethro Horton. He didn't yet know why the retreat route of his group had been discovered by people of the Octopus, but it didn't matter anymore. Let the battle begin. Fight to your heart's content. Intense and urgent clashes of heavy swords echoed repeatedly. No one could have imagined that this last offensive would be launched by a warrior who was about to reach his end against foes outnumbering him by several times. Necromancer Modale, whose control over undead warriors gradually diminished as they fell one by one, now teetered on the brink of life. Silverwhite, Lance will soon be facing the side effects of the secret skill Rage. But now, all of this had nothing to do with Cress anymore. Let's go, Dilly. Even though they were already hundreds of meters away from the main battlefield, Cress did not ease his vigilance in the slightest. The death energy on the eastern longsword in his hand grew thicker, instantly making some soldiers who thought about pursuing them reconsider. Dilly, standing beside Cress, started retreating backwards right after Cress finished speaking. For a magic chanter without space magic, fast movement isn't particularly easy. Fortunately, there were plenty of noble mercenaries collaborating with the Octopus organization, including some soldiers with horses. As a magic chanter, although Dilly's physical capabilities don't match those dominant melee classes, she has trained in horsemanship before. Dilly easily grabbed 2 stray warhorses from the edge of the battlefield that had no owner. After confirming that no enemy intended to chase them anymore, Cress leapt onto the horse that Dilly had brought over, and like an arrow released from the bowstring, their steeds instantly covered several meters of distance. On the outskirts of Yabu City, far from the ambush battlefield, Cress and Dilly quickly controlled the mercenary warhorses, racing toward Yabu City at high speed. Buildings and trees along the wide kingdom pathway rapidly receded. Cress had already formed a rough guess about Jethro Horton's plan. Jethro Horton was an extremely ambitious politician. Even though he was already one of the 6 great nobles of the Fritz Kingdom and almost actually controlled the southwestern part of the kingdom, Jethro Horton wouldn't be satisfied. Jethro Horton needed and yearned for a much greater power, the throne. And not only the throne of the King of Humans. This was new information that Cress obtained after meeting the representative of the Fritz royal family that night. Right before this operation to seize the Octopus underground auction house began, Cress, within Yabu City and under the deliberate guidance and instruction of royal guards, met the representative of the Fritz royal family. In that ordinary-looking civilian home, disguised by special magic, stood a magnificent fortress-like building of the Fritz royals. Long time no see, Knight Cress. That familiar voice immediately dispelled all of Cress's doubts. Miss Rubia? Under the escort of royal guards, Cress had already entered this luxurious reception hall. The large marble floor tiles of the hall were neatly laid out and accompanied by the long silk red carpet exclusively used by the Fritz royalty, giving off a simple, yet exquisitely luxurious feel. At the very center of the uppermost level of the reception hall stood a chandelier embedded with magic-infused crystal stones. The light emitted by these crystal stone glass chandeliers carried an undertone of cold and serene atmosphere, which was not the kind typically favored by common nobles or royal families. Cress quietly gazed at the woman seated under the crystal stone chandelier before the massive round table. This was the copper-ranked adventurer who had once appeared in Hesma City, Rubia. The latter now sat with a poise that perfectly embodied the grace expected of a member of the Fritz royal family, exuding an aura of noble elegance that could only be cultivated through years of refinement within the royal palace. This regal presence differed from the incomplete illusion of royalty that Dilly once conjured upon them both. It was something instilled through prolonged training and immersion inside the palace, unattainable by ordinary means for common folk. Knight Cress, please take your seat first. Rubia, seated in the main chair of the large wooden round table, extended her right hand slightly, gesturing for Cress to sit before her. Cress was still somewhat struggling to fully accept the current situation. From their past interactions, even with textual information prompts available, Cress firmly believed that Rubia was nothing more than an ordinary rookie copper-ranked adventurer. Yet now, not only has her identity changed drastically, but her personality seemed like night and day as well. Soon after, one of the personnel dressed in the uniform of the Royal Guard gently pulled out the chair directly opposite Cress, bowing their head respectfully while inviting Cress to take his seat. Not wanting to cause any trouble, Cress stepped forward unhurriedly and took his seat. It was at this moment that Cress noticed someone peculiar who had been hidden behind Rubia's right side all along, an adventurer clad in sharp-edged uniform with a fearsome scarred face. What made him strange was that despite standing conspicuously behind Rubia, throughout Cress's entire time from entering the reception hall until just being seated, he had gone completely unnoticed. Either this man was an extraordinarily skilled thief-class practitioner who excelled in concealment, approaching mastery, or he was a magic chanter capable of casting invisibility spells. However, regardless of whether he belonged to either category, Cress understood that he was not someone to be underestimated. Chapter 109. The Undying in Memories Middle. Apparently sensing Cress's observing gaze towards the person behind her, Rubia instantly understood and explained at an opportune moment. Knight Cress, this is one of the members of our Fritz Kingdom's sole steel-grade adventurer team, Norska, the main member of Blood Dance. Lubia's introduction of the adventurer beside her was gentle, yet exuded royal grace. As for the steel-grade adventurer, whom Lubia introduced with a gesture, he gave a slight bow with the utmost chivalrous demeanor. The shadowy mist that originally enveloped this non-knight seemed to dissipate in that very instant, revealing the resolve and tenacity of a steel-grade adventurer. Cress inclined his head slightly in return, while in his mind, he had already roughly guessed xuanhuan's plan. Now that he had also encountered the representative envoy of the Fritz royal family, after the initial shock of it being Lubia, Cress fully understood. So, Cress began taking the initiative to speak. He needed to directly raise the information he required to know. Miss Lubia, you, under what identity are receiving me? As a bronze adventurer, or as a representative of the Fritz royalty? Cress's words were calm, yet cutting to the heart of the matter. Lubia continued to maintain her composed, superficially mild smile, a manner that was entirely different from Cress's usual perception of her. Knight Cress, then please allow me to introduce myself again. Facing Cress's eyes straightforwardly, Lubia continued naturally. My full name should be Lubia von Kuhn Fritz. I am the first princess at King Fritz's side, as well as a bronze-grade adventurer. For a first princess, Lubia's words carried an unprecedented sense of warmth, which instead made Cress feel somewhat out of sorts. Perhaps for ordinary people, the current Lubia was the true princess. The true princess, a beloved figure who could capture hearts and earn admiration effortlessly. But, to Cress, whether due to his far superior personal rank compared to hers, or perhaps because of him being a skeletal undead, Cress didn't feel any warmth or particular goodwill towards such a Lubia. The first princess, huh? Cress murmured softly to himself. With such an identity, Cress was already able to guess the general outline of this scheme. Sure enough, everything was consistent with Cress's expectations. Yes. Whether responding to Cress's expressed doubts or confirming his internal speculations, Lubia provided a faint affirmation. Looking at Cress, who wasn't wearing that usual pitch-black knight's full armor, Lubia seemingly felt a strange tinge of regret. Knight Cress, aren't you wearing that set of armor? Suddenly, Lubia could no longer suppress her inner curiosity, leaning forward slightly as she pressed on. I've heard that armor is a memento gained by you and your fiancée, Miss Dilly, braving dangerous lairs to seize from demons. Lubia's gaze focused intently on Cress's robes, becoming more curious as she raised a question that contrasted sharply with her previous poised demeanor. If earlier, when Cress had just entered, Lubia appeared as the quintessential first princess of the kingdom, now there was some of the same naivety that Cress had once seen back in Hesmu City. No, rather like a girl excitedly caught up in her favorite couple's antics. Cress was slightly surprised. My armor. This questioning remark escaped Cress's lips. How did his armor connect with Dilly? Was it gossip? And Lubia, sitting on the other side of the massive wooden round table, upon uttering those words immediately realized the impropriety of her inquiry, thus hurriedly supplementing. Apologies, Knight Cress. Please disregard my previous question. After making this seemingly unfounded apology, Lubia reverted to her dignified image as the first princess. Her eyes confident and calm, she looked directly at Cress before speaking. Then, let us commence our formal negotiations. Knight Cress, I formally extend an invitation to you on behalf of the Fritz royal family. 1. You cannot possibly refuse. xuanhuan intended to betray and proclaim himself king. This, Cress deduced, and the first princess Lubia, deeply embedded within the southwestern part of the Fritz kingdom, also deduced. However, when Lubia entered the heart of the Jesk family's territory, Hesmu City, she discovered a potentially powerful team of adventurers to collaborate with, Cress's Dawnlight. Actually, when xuanhuan initially invited Cress to join him for a banquet during the night's tournament, Lubia had already begun gathering information about xuanhuan's military deployment and preparations for rebellion. Now, finally, it was time for the final confrontation between the Fritz royal family and the Jesk clan. Lubia's intelligence was bound to be crucial. Risking everything at this critical moment, Lubia decided to make contact with Cress, a high-ranking adventurer said to have already allied with xuanhuan. This action was undeniably perilous. However, as the first princess of the Fritz kingdom, Lubia disregarded objections and proceeded without hesitation. Because, in her opinion, the potential value outweighed any risks involved. Lubia wished to secretly represent the Fritz royal family and reach an agreement with Cress's Dawnlight, or even with Cress personally. As someone who claimed to deeply understand Cress and Dilly's group, Lubia believed there should be no reason for them, alongside herself and the Fritz royalty, not to support their nation's true rulers, instead opposing an insurgent power seeker. Lubia hoped Cress could offer assistance to the Fritz royal family, in terms of intelligence on the Jest family, and in return, Lubia promised Cress a handsome reward under their agreement. Confronted with olive branches extended from both sides, in reality, Cress had no choice. The once mischievous Lubia now appeared graceful and dignified, striving to explain the legitimacy of the Fritz royalty, the wickedness of the Jest family, and its implications concerning Cress himself. Cress opted to assist Lubia, secretly allying with the Fritz royal family. It wasn't because he'd been convinced by Lubia's claims of legitimacy. After all, if one were to dig deep into history, wasn't the establishment of the Fritz kingdom also built upon betrayal of the original Great Federation Empire? It was simply due to the faint yet undeniable thread of killing intent that Cress perceived from the steel-grade adventurer standing behind Lubia. Chapter 110, The Undead and Memories, Part 2. Cress saw the text information about this fine steel-grade adventurer ability. To be honest, Cress didn't have 100% confidence in getting out unscathed. If that was the case, then why not leave himself another way out? Under Cress's selective disclosure, the Fritz royal family, represented by Lubia, also learned that xuanhuan might command an army of undead. This coincided with the secret information Lubia had obtained. Thus, the Fritz royal family had to adjust their plan to exterminate the 6 major noble families once again. In the outskirts of Yu City, Cress returned to reality from reminiscing about that night. Dilly also knew about Cress's cooperation with the Fritz royal family. This happened right after Cress left Lubia's magical civilian home and immediately informed Dilly. Dilly approved of Cress's decision. This was the best solution under the circumstances at that time. Regardless of whether or not they actually decided to cooperate with the Fritz royal family, at least they could not refuse the cooperation invitation of the first princess of the Fritz royal family under the threat of a fine steel-level adventurer and many royal guards. The things on both sides of the Kingdom Pass flew past rapidly. Cress and Dilly quickly ran towards Yu City. Now, because the Octopus organization suddenly got involved and even planned to eliminate xuanhuan's elite team. This was something xuanhuan did not anticipate in his original plan. The plan was disrupted. Cress and Dilly could no longer stay by the side of the captain of the guard, Edet, so for safety reasons, and to avoid being found and killed by xuanhuan, they now needed to go to Yu City and join up with Lubia of the Fritz royal family, using the power of the Fritz royal family to deter xuanhuan. Although the Fritz kingdom is officially governed by the Fritz royal family, in reality, due to various situations at the founding of the country, the first-generation Fritz king had to distribute all kinds of crucial powers to the nobles who supported and followed him. This caused the situation where the royal family and the nobility jointly governed the country. But even under these circumstances, there is no doubt that the Fritz royal family remains the most powerful force in the kingdom. Not only do they hold an unwavering legitimacy in the hearts of the people over hundreds of years, but also in other aspects of hard power. In terms of territory, the Fritz royal family directly controls the richest and safest central region of the kingdom and has military castles or fortresses of its own within the territories of several small and medium-sized nobles, garrisoning a substantial number of royal guards. In terms of military strength, the royal guard of the Fritz kingdom is led by the general landsman and is directly under the command of the Fritz king, making it one of the few standing armies of the kingdom. In combat effectiveness, the royal guard can rival the proud knight regiments of neighboring Pastan Empire, making them one of the finest and strongest forces. At the same time, the Fritz royal family has a long-term employment contract with Cold Iron, the top-ranked war mercenary group among humans. All of this elevated the authority of the Fritz royal family to unprecedented heights in history. It was during this period that the current Fritz king intended to weaken the special powers of the nobles in the kingdom, especially unreasonable powers like noble immunity that undermine the foundations of royal control. The positions of the 6 great noble families in the kingdom were precarious, but for the time being, they had no valid reason to defy the commands of the Fritz king. Lord xuanhuan of the Jessic family seized this opportunity and began implementing the plans he had always wanted to put into action. From the intelligence received by the first Princess Lubia, the Fritz king believed this would be a great opportunity to remove the noble influence. Thus, the contest between these two forces began from that very moment. Cress. Dilly's voice suddenly sounded softly behind Cress, low and carrying a hint of caution about their surroundings. Cress, we're trapped in an illusion. Her tone was calm, without any trace of question or consultation. Dilly was certain. When it came to illusions, she admitted defeat to only one person. Cress maintained his actions, ensuring they wouldn't change due to Dilly's soft warning, and responded quietly without turning around. Dilly, you mean, xuanhuan? Yes. Cress didn't finish asking his question, but Dilly had already confirmed Cress's answer before him. For a moment, neither of them said anything. The buildings and trees on either side of the Kingdom Road continued as usual, flying by swiftly. However, it was at this moment that Cress, who possessed the low-ranking illusionist profession, faintly sensed that the buildings on either side of the passageway were too realistic, yet tinged with a hint of unreality. The unreality came from those in power not understanding the desolation of the countryside. Even in the suburbs of Fritz Kingdom's Yu City, there wouldn't be so many human-made structures. Villagers living outside urban areas often gathered together to form villages, protecting their living supplies from being raided by goblins and other low-level monsters. These standalone buildings along the corridor certainly could not have been constructed by villagers of the kingdom. Cress, in a moment, I will try my best to rip open a crack in this illusion. The prolonged silence was broken by Dilly's soft murmur as she quietly added, "Then you escape. You're no match for him." Cress was momentarily moved by Dilly's words, not because she cared for him, but rather because of another kind of sensation. In a daze, Cress had previously maintained his characteristic undead-like calm, yet in that fleeting instant, he found himself unable to sustain it any longer. For that brief moment, Cress felt just like an ordinary human, experiencing a flicker of embarrassment. Dilly observed the figure before her who had not responded to her previous words. "Dilly." After a long pause, Cress let out a deep breath, beginning softly. "How come you still don't treat me as one of your own?" Cress's words seemed laced with a tinge of helplessness and self-deprecation, leaving Dilly slightly taken aback. Yet, Cress continued, "I've said I'd protect you, so naturally, I won't leave you behind." Dilly bowed her head slightly, remaining silent about Cress's remark. Cress gripped the long sword at his waist. That knight armor, enchanted by the Jessic family, was imbued with supportive magic that allowed swift transformation and summoning. Should Cress need it, he could instantly wear the armor. "Dilly, get ready. I'll ensure your safe escape from this illusion." Chapter 111. The Undying One and Zhao Yekong. Cress had already prepared the mobilization of the death energy within him, his whole body in an extremely tense state. He had witnessed Zhao Yekong's strength before. In truth, he wasn't certain whether he could ensure both his own survival and Diley's attack from Zhao Yekong's hands. But he had no other choice. "Cress." Diley slightly raised her head, a flicker of tears flashing in her eyes, but in the end, she remained silent. Diley's eyes gently closed, and when they reopened, they were completely devoid of spirit, emitting a white glow. It was as if she had become like Zhao Yekong in the ancient underground tomb. Suddenly, the buildings and trees rushing past on either side of the passage began to blur and sway, the vast space becoming void-like, leaving only a long path stretching through the entire black space, as if reaching straight to the horizon. Is this the illusion created by a high-level illusionist? Cress quietly observed the dramatic changes around him. He felt no surprise, only curiosity about the art of illusions. If one can create such illusions, then could a supreme illusionist fabricate a world where all living beings are trapped, unable to see through it? Cress. The originally white glowing eyes of Diley suddenly mixed with an indescribable dark aura, a kind of extreme eerie evilness that differed from Cress death energy. If Cress death energy represented death, then this dark energy symbolized endless wickedness. Diley's call out to Cress abruptly turned into a shriek of agony, clutching her head with both hands, as if suddenly experiencing extreme pain. Diley. Cress hadn't expected such a situation, but soon, he also guessed at part of its cause. "Ha ha ha ha. I've finally found you, my dear sister." Behind Diley, ripples appeared in the void space, a figure gradually materializing from them. Zhao Yekong, the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire. A robe of near black brown embroidered with crimson python patterns, a jade belt around his waist, an immaculately tied ancient crown, and his signature silver hair. Everything was exactly the same as their first encounter in the mainline ancient tomb. The ripples in the void space disappeared, and Diley curled up in agony on the horse. Zhao Yekong stood lightly with the tips of his feet hovering over Diley's saddle, and in his hand, countless black magical lines seemed to be activating the remaining magic seal inside Diley. "Zhao Yekong." Diley's eyes flickered between black and white light, making the scene particularly terrifying, as if her eye whites and pupils had been mashed together. Her body bent back in excruciating pain, but despite this, her words brimmed with hatred towards this man who called himself her brother. Zhao Yekong's gaze carried the same nonchalant confidence as before, a haughty arrogance treating all under heaven as mere dogs. "Sister, to find you, I've nearly turned half the kingdom upside down." Zhao Yekong's voice, possibly due to the illusionary realm he had created, seemed to carry a faint echo, akin to that of a deity. Just as Zhao Yekong spoke, the black magical lines in his hand began merging, ready to rush entirely into Diley's body, until a death-laden sword intervened and separated them. It was at this moment that Zhao Yekong took notice of the existence before him, which he viewed as insignificant as an ant. In the instant the long sword at Cress' waist unsheathed, accompanied by death energy, it cleanly severed the magical lines. Their gazes crossed. At that very moment, a sense of familiarity surged within Zhao Yekong. "It's you." As a top-tier illusion master, lower-class illusions held no mystery for Zhao Yekong. The reason he didn't notice Cress earlier was simply due to his arrogance, ignoring those outside his target. But just with that brief glance, Zhao Yekong saw through Cress' disguise of an illusion. Under the elegant robes lay a white skeleton. Moreover, if Zhao Yekong remembered correctly, it was this undying one who had taken away the treasures of the elven prince and 3 of his treasure chests in the underground chamber. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Zhao Yekong emitted a cold laugh full of mockery, showing no concern that his magic seal had just been interrupted. Indeed, it seems searching high and low yields nothing, while the needed arrives effortlessly. As Zhao Yekong placed one hand on his forehead in a melodramatic lament, Cress had already quickly moved Diley, curled in agony, behind him. For Cress, he had long guessed about Diley's identity. Though he wasn't certain of the brother-sister relationship between Diley and Zhao Yekong, it didn't surprise him. However, Cress sensed that he wasn't the lowly skeleton from the ancient underground tomb anymore. Perhaps now, he might not be inferior to Zhao Yekong. In the illusory space, pitch black and void-like, a passage extended straight to the sky. On the passage, two majestic horses galloped forward mechanically, as if they had lost all self-awareness. Cress held his sword in one hand, its sharp blade pointing directly at Zhao Yekong, who was standing arrogantly, floating on the saddle before him. The Undying One, I didn't expect you to know my sister. Zhao Yekong seemed completely at ease. After all, this was the illusionary realm he himself had created. There wouldn't be any interference from bothersome magical beasts like the Tomb Chamber King from last time. Therefore, he was confident that he could detain both individuals before him. But Zhao Yekong wasn't in a hurry. After all, for Zhao Yekong, an Undying One wasn't particularly significant. What truly mattered were the treasure chests and elven prince heir that the undead had taken away, which indeed held immense value. Zhao Yekong, I must say, I've actually been looking forward to meeting you again, to see just how large the gap in our strength still remains. Before Cress finished speaking, Zhao Yekong already interrupted with a presumptuous retort. Looking forward to meeting me? Haven't you forgotten my handsome face? As Cress looked at Zhao Yekong, who wore a faint smile full of disdain, he didn't sense any playful tone in his words. Cress inwardly sighed but couldn't help but admit that despite their non-brother-sister relationship, there was some resemblance in their speech styles. Still, Zhao Yekong was far prouder and more arrogant than Daili, rarely seen qualities even in this world. Skill, Ghost Slash. The long sword, imbued with death energy, swept horizontally, releasing jet-black sword chi towards Zhao Yekong, just a few feet away, at an alarming speed. Chapter 112, The Undying and Lightning Strike. Zhao Yekong almost made no attempt to dodge or prepare. The dark, ghostly Zhao energy sword chi dissipated entirely when it reached Zhao Yekong, neutralized by an automatically conjured magical protection barrier. Although the sword chi's attack was nullified, it transformed into a black mist that obscured Zhao Yekong's vision. This was something Zhao Yekong had not anticipated. Cress took advantage of this interval, helping Dilly up with one hand, then began fleeing into the void space. Cress, Zhao Yekong is ruthless. You're no match for him. Dilly, being led and supported by Cress as she moved forward, spoke weakly. It was evident that earlier, her attempt to crack open a fissure in Zhao Yekong's illusion caused her severe backlash from his illusory realm. If you carry me, we'll never escape. You need to find a way to withdraw. Beads of sweat trickled down from Dilly's forehead, her eyes filled with agony. Cress naturally trusted Dilly's judgment, but, since Zhao Yekong is heartless, I cannot allow you to fall into his hands. For a moment, Dilly, who was being supported, froze, but soon returned to normal. Do you not wonder why there is a relationship between me and him? After we escape here, after you're ready to tell me, I will be more than willing to listen. In the vast black void, the flowing energy shields could not mask the strange, eerie scent of this place. Cress and Dilly fled aimlessly forward without any plan. In the kingdom corridor, which was the only solid object within the void space, the horses continued to gallop. When the black mist covering Zhao Yekong's vision cleared, he detected a subtle trait unique to an illusionist through this technique. My foolish sister, you should have known, our family's illusionist profession cannot be passed on to outsiders. Zhao Yekong extended his right hand slightly, gathering the energy from the surrounding void into a spherical black object. In an instant, Cress and Dilly, who had already fled far, appeared within this sphere, as if Zhao Yekong's eyes were unrelentingly tracking their every move. Watching Cress supporting Dilly within the sphere, Zhao Yekong's gaze flickered with amusement, and his fingers twitched, causing the sphere to dissolve naturally. You've taught your illusions to an Undying One. What does this mean? Zhao Yekong muttered to himself, floating aloft with his hands clasped behind his back. The rapidly galloping horses vanished, as did the kingdom corridor. Within the boundless illusory space Zhao Yekong had created, ripples emanated inexplicably around his location. Moments later, he disappeared into the endless darkness. Within the void of Zhao Yekong's creation, Cress carried Dilly, swiftly moving amidst the obscure, dark expanse of this mysterious space. Like a mist-laden dreamland, except here the mists represented darkness. Being a novice illusionist, Cress knew this was Zhao Yekong's rendition of the outskirts of the Royal Feather City. This indicated that this illusion wasn't a space forcibly created by Zhao Yekong using sheer power or illusion magic. Instead, it was an illusory cover space, and thus it must have its limits. If Cress kept going forward, once he reached the edge of the illusory boundary, they would be able to leave this void. Cress. Dilly's voice came from behind Cress. Her face now showed much better color compared to before. Cress, Zhao Yekong is, in my knowledge, the cruelest and strongest illusionist. You cannot use the methods common to regular illusionists to guess how his illusions work. It seemed Dilly had guessed what Cress was thinking and started offering her hints. Yet, neither Cress nor Dilly stopped their steady steps forward. Cress understood this fact, and Dilly too realized that Zhao Yekong was powerful. They hadn't prepared themselves for a confrontation with him and had encountered him at the worst possible moment. When Dilly tried earlier to break Zhao Yekong's illusion, she instead suffered a severe counterattack, temporarily losing her combat ability. And at that time, even Cress alone couldn't confront Zhao Yekong head-on. All these unfavorable conditions meant Cress and Dilly had no choice but to take the imperfect response they were employing now. Dilly, don't worry. Cress, gripping his long sword with one hand and pulling Dilly with the other, hurried forward while turning back and continuing. I'll get you out of here. Their gazes crossed. In just that brief moment, Dilly felt once again that peculiar sensation she'd experienced before. Perhaps, after their eyes met briefly, Dilly lowered her gaze slightly and murmured, "Perhaps we will both die here. Then, I will definitely die before you." Cress responded indifferently. From the mouth of this undying being, life and death seemed so simple. Perhaps for one who has already died and become undying, life and death aren't that important after all. Dilly was silent for a long while. After walking quietly for quite some time, the originally leisurely yet lazy female voice now revealed sincerity mixed with helplessness. "I actually hope that you can survive." Dilly spoke somewhat melancholically at first. Then, as if suddenly pondering something further, she added, "Or live together with me." Cress was momentarily stunned by Dilly's sudden outburst and hadn't had time to respond when that familiar sense of mortal danger once again surged in his heart. "Beware!" Cress suddenly cried out in alarm. Simultaneously, he pulled Dilly into his embrace, and his eastern longsword, carrying energy of death, thrust toward where Dilly had just stood. Boom! Where the longsword struck, there were faint outlines of a magic array beginning to form. The nearly complete formation was destroyed by external force, causing an explosion of magic. Ha ha ha! It was Zhao Yekong's proud young man's laugh. His clear, conceited laughter echoed throughout the space. "It seems I've come at an extremely inconvenient time." With a ripple through the space, from the void emerged Zhao Yekong slowly taking shape. Even before Zhao Yekong's figure fully materialized, a magic lightning bolt, charged with Dilly's power after prolonged chanting, shot straight through the air towards him. Third-rank magic, light stroke. The huge white lightning, as thick as a bowl's opening, was directly halted by Zhao Yekong holding it in thin air. Zhao Yekong gazed at the floating lightning ball in his hand, muttering to himself, then looked toward Dilly beside Cress and asked, "Sister, do you really wish your brother dead?" Chapter 113, The Undead and Talent Evolution. Damn it, Dilly rarely cursed, but of course she didn't expect that one surprise lightning strike to either kill or drive back Zhao Yekong. Still, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. "Let your big brother here teach you the true meaning of lightning." Zhao Yekong's body began to float upward, and the white lightning he controlled instantly transformed into a strange shade of purple, growing larger at the same time. In the faint light, the original shape of the lightning seemed to take on the form of a dragon. Seventh-rank magic, purple dragon thunder, purple long lay. Zhao Yekong shouted loudly, a fierce look appearing on his face. At the same moment as his words fell, the purple thunder took the form of a massive flying dragon, coiling around Zhao Yekong. "Be careful." At the appearance of this magical dragon thunder, Cress noticed something was wrong and quickly warned Dilly, stepping in front of her and gripping his long sword with both hands. The knight armor stored in Cress's storage bag appeared instantly under the influence of auxiliary magic. The originally black, brocade-dressed Cress instantly became a stalwart warrior clad in full knight armor. This suit of armor was made of metal material resistant to fire, and the Jest family had employed their hired magical forge masters to imbue it with partial magic resistance and other auxiliary magic spells. Among these were complete immunities to ordinary electric shock spells. However, electric shock is only a second-stage elemental magic spell, while the purple dragon thunder, used by Zhao Yekong, that is 7th-stage magic. Cress actually had no confidence at all, but could only try his best to do his utmost. The enormous purple flying dragon came ever closer, seemingly invincible. The death energy in the form of black mist began to flow out from the long sword held by Cress. Suddenly, magical vines burst forth from the void cover near Cress. Martial skill, Ghostly Cross. Second-rank magic, Cirrus. Cress swung his sword with both hands, sending out a cross-shaped beam of light that cut through the void cover permeating the space, rushing towards the purple lightning dragon. At the same time, several large and sturdy black steel-like vines turned into blades, flying out along with the beams of light. The two massive magical attacks collided in one place. The dazzling light illuminated the entire dark and void space. A tremendous aftermath shook the users of both martial arts and magics. The original Thunder Dragon and Light Blade dissipated, becoming a strong lightning mixed with scorched black vines that hit Cress. Cress's jet black armor emitted magical light. This was the effect of the magical resistance previously added to him by the Jest family, including complete immunity to electric shock. Only, these immunity defense magics seemed far too weak against the aftermath of 7th-stage magic. Gigantic and infinite magical brilliance shone. The black armor on Cress began to rapidly heat up and glow, with Cress himself also sensing an unprecedented intense heat. Together with the burning sensation came that excruciating pain. Damn it! Cress tightly gripped his sword with both hands, as if infusing all his strength into it, attempting to use this counterattack to break through this predicament. But Cress clearly underestimated the destructive ability of Zhao Yekong's purple lightning dragon thunder. In just an instant, the highly magical resistant armor on Cress began to crack inch by inch. 4th-rank magic, Florian's Protection, Flower Hope. Just when Cress felt like his whole body was about to explode together with the cracked armor, Dilly's gentle feminine voice rang out behind Cress. Simultaneously, an enormous energy flower, resembling a giant rose, blossomed around Cress. The oppressive heat subsided, and the cracking armor stopped vibrating further. Cress sighed in relief, instantly exhausted, and supported himself upright using his long sword. Is this the magic Dilly used? Cress sensed the surrounding semi-transparent magical flowers laced with a touch of red, The residual purple thunder previously surrounding his body struck the magical flowers without harming Cress even a little. Cress looked back at Dilly. She seemed to have overused her magical power, her complexion pale, a layer of fine sweat breaking out on her forehead. Dilly still had a lingering magical seal left by Zhao Yekong, which prevented her from unleashing her full power. This was what led to their current extremely disadvantageous situation. But Cress realized that if, under these circumstances, Dilly could still use such a powerful defensive spell as the one just now, then her original strength must be truly terrifying. Cress thought in his mind. It seemed like he had been staring at Dilly for too long. She noticed and met his gaze before quickly warning him. Be careful. Cress immediately became aware that he had been distracted for too long, perhaps due to being drained mentally, physically, and magically after the attack of the purple dragon thunder. But Cress was still Cress. He was an undead, a warrior who knew no fatigue. Just by instinct, Cress swiftly swung his sword with immense force, thrusting it behind him. A dark death energy flowed out from the tip of Cress's blade. This death energy, seemingly solid and tangible, would cause any living creature to shiver in fear. But, clearly, whatever existed as Cress's opponent might not even be considered a living being. Half a foot in front of Cress's death-infused blade was a floating magical array, and beyond the array was Zhao Yekong, his silver hair swirling wildly. Zhao Yekong's face radiated excitement. He was very curious about what kind of undead could make his sister willing to pay the price of her life to activate the forbidden magic, Florian's protection, Flower Hope. Undead, you are truly the most interesting person I have ever encountered. Zhao Yekong's tone was slow and leisurely, as if the long sword laced with death energy in front of him was nothing more than a child's toy. Cress ignored Zhao Yekong's words. His knight armor was already covered in cracks, but despite this, Cress had no choice but to continue fighting. If his martial talent had any value, perhaps they could survive. Cress's fighting spirit grew stronger, and with all his might, he unleashed a fierce strike, managing to shatter Zhao Yekong's magical array. Your talent, Bloodlust, Basic, has evolved and advanced to Bloodlust, Intermediate. Your Intermediate Swordsmanship, Insight, has improved and advanced to Advanced Swordsmanship, Mastery. Chapter 114, The Undead and the Descendant of the Demon King. Your talent, Bloodlust, Beginner, has evolved into Bloodlust, Intermediate. Your Intermediate Swordsmanship, Insight, has improved, advancing to Advanced Swordsmanship, Mastery. The sudden pop-up notification invigorated Cress. He felt a deeper connection with the longsword in his hand. Looking at Zhao Yekong's astonished face before him, Cress seemed to vaguely sense a hint, a suggestion about where the sword should cut and where it should stab. No, it wasn't just a hint. It was an instinct. A swordsman's instinct. Soja had once said that Cress was still a novice swordsman. But now, Cress felt that he truly deserved the title of a real swordsman. The desire for battle within him grew even stronger. The feeling of being drained by the 7th rank magic, Purple Lightning Thunder Dragon, began to be replaced by a craving for combat. Cress gave Zhao Yekong no opportunity to catch his breath. A single piercing strike broke through the air directly toward the unprotected throat of Zhao Yekong. And as the sharp blade approached, Zhao Yekong gradually shifted from astonishment to maniacal laughter. This is really interesting. Zhao Yekong's words left Cress puzzled, but this did not affect his attack. The undead, you are the first to bring me so many unexpected surprises. Zhao Yekong's speech remained unfinished. Cress' longsword was already near his throat. Even Crescent could distinctly feel that it would only take an instant for the sword to pierce through his throat. Just the next moment, Cress' longsword was stopped mid-air, then instantly shattered. Cress. Zhao Yekong's deep, resonant voice, like ancient music, echoed continuously in the vast void space, appearing very mysterious. Between the lines, there was an inexplicable aura of imperial dominance. The Western Black Knight armor worn by Cress showed cracks from the purple dragon thunder more prominently, almost as if it would break apart at any moment. Cress stood firmly in the center of the void space, his newly switched black longsword still stained with Zhao Yekong's blood. The sword moves you made earlier clearly indicated who you were. However, I never expected that after such a short time, you have reached the rank of a ghost swordsman. The nothingness filled with dark spaces occasionally blended with some parts of deep red light, looking exceptionally grand and mysterious. Levitating in the air, Zhao Yekong was no longer hidden behind his previous black robe, revealing the oppressive power of an elite spellcaster more clearly. Though his words carried no emotion, they somehow conveyed an intense sense of threat. Facing Zhao Yekong's extreme intimidation, Cress maintained a composed expression, which left Zhao Yekong somewhat startled for a moment. He had initially doubted that Cress had suddenly become a swordsman worthy of matching his strength. But after using magic detection on Cress, there was still no effect. Could it be that he truly possessed strength equal to his own level? In Zhao Yekong's heart, a trace of apprehension towards him inevitably arose. Even between different races, battles spanning multiple levels were nearly impossible to succeed. One of the main reasons was the suppression higher-level beings exerted over lower ones. A suppression rooted in level-based instincts rather than something changeable by ordinary individuals. But exceptions always existed. It was said that during ancient times, there was a descendant of a demon king whose bloodline carried a concealed kingly essence. To awaken this kingly essence, the demon king's descendant once challenged numerous dragon kings much higher in rank and succeeded. After that period, the land was shrouded under the bloody rule of this new demon king leading the demonic race. The current Cress seemed to be in such an awakening state. Cress had not actually advanced to the level of a ghost swordsman capable of contending with Zhao Yekong. He relied merely on his advanced swordsmanship and intermediate bloodlust talent. Of course, there was also Dilly's covert help. Nevertheless, despite Dilly's full assistance, Cress increasingly found his current opponent hard to defeat. Perhaps he should figure out a way to send Dilly out of this illusion. Undead, return my sister to me, and I will let you die quickly. Zhao Yekong slightly extended his right hand, with no trace of hesitation or fear due to his earlier injury by Cress. Cress brought the long sword in front of him. The bloodstain above had already been absorbed by the sword, and the unique reflection of the high-grade metal highlighted the killing intent in Cress's illusory eyebrows and eyes. Zhao Yekong, standing in a superior position, gave a faint scoff without uttering a word. Magic surged around Zhao Yekong, forming into a knife-like shape. As the blade of the magical long knife swept through the air, it left behind an intense stench of blood. Clearly, Zhao Yekong did not have any intention to let his opponent live on. In the void space, Dilly, standing at a distance, held her magic array which looked extraordinarily alluring. Her hand hidden behind her back was secretly eroding the boundary of the illusion here. A sound of an ancient bell from an unknown clock tower rang out, heralding the arrival of the hour. Cress once again initiated the attack first, swiftly moving forward with his death energy-infused black longsword directly aimed at Zhao Yekong. Accompanied by brownish near-ink magic arrays appearing one after another, Cress activated his enhanced second-stage magic, Vine, Cirrus. Third-rank magic, Fireball, Fireball. Third-rank magic, Fireball, Fireball. Dilly and Zhao Yekong, just like their first clash, both simultaneously used this destructive element magic. Two massive crimson fireballs appeared from behind Cress and Zhao Yekong respectively, extending rapidly towards the center of the void space. Just as before, a violent collision resulted in the appearance of a blood-red flame ribbon. However, this time was different. Dilly's fireball magic didn't fall behind. Perhaps due to Zhao Yekong being forced to split his focus to deal with Cress's close-range assault, he didn't dominate against Dilly's fireball magic this time. Bang! Zhao Yekong's magic long knife collided with Cress's vines. Cress used his version of the Vine, Cirrus, enhanced through personal secret arts, something crafted over countless real battles where death energy of a ghost swordsman was infused. Even though it ended up as a tie against Zhao Yekong's magic blade skill, this outcome was extremely fortunate for Cress. After all, the genuine power gap between them was far greater than this. In Zhao Yekong's mind, the condescension towards Cress disappeared, replaced instead with disbelief, even to the point that he began to vaguely feel that he might lose. Chapter 116, The Undead and the Ambush Middle. The clash of magical energy, though quality plays an absolute role, is also equally influenced by the quantity of magical energy. Thus, even though Cress as a newly ascended skeleton mage and ghost swordsman, his magical energy quality pales in comparison to Zhao Yekong's. But in all these repeated clashes, it's impossible that Zhao Yekong always had higher magical energy than Cress. There would surely be moments when Cress was superior. And yet, Cress never once managed. At this realization, considering other aspects of the battle scenes, Zhao Yekong's expression grew increasingly grave, further accentuated by his visibly aging appearance which appeared especially ghastly. You've used a secret magical technique, haven't you? The Berserker's secret art. Zhao Yekong's question came out as more of a statement than a question. The previously defeated Cress laughed faintly, not even attempting to rise again. During the fight, his mental state had been constantly on high alert. Moreover, Zhao Yekong's earlier attack had shattered his chest bones. Now, suffering from the backlash of the secret art, Cress had completely run out of strength. Zhao Yekong's face crumbled under the weight of anger. And inexplicably, one side of Zhao Yekong's face retained its former handsome and imposing look while the other resembled dried-out tomb bones, withered and terrifying. Die! Zhao Yekong raised his right hand, conjuring a gigantic, crimson magic blade that hovered into existence, pointing directly at Cress's heart. Delilah! Lying flat on his back, Cress shouted loudly. It was hard to believe that the usually deep, calm voice could emit such an urgent and strident cry. Almost simultaneously, just as Cress's words ended, 5 enormous magic circle pillars descended from the sky, piercing through the void space like a seal, inserting themselves around Zhao Yekong. An invisible energy link existed subtly between the 5 pillars. Zhao Yekong's complexion worsened further. Clenching his teeth tightly, he hurled the floating giant magic blade toward the prostrate Cress and utilized the recoil force to fly backward. Bang! 2 tremendous clashing sounds rang out almost simultaneously. One sound came from Zhao Yekong's magic blade striking the arm guard of a silver-white armor set. It was Lancel of the silver-white. No one knew exactly when or where Lancel had suddenly emerged. Standing proudly in front of Cress, fists crossed in a defensive stance, he had blocked Zhao Yekong's fatal magic blade strike aimed at Cress. The other sound came from Zhao Yekong's retreat. While preparing to distance himself from the 2 in front of him, Zhao Yekong encountered something akin to a powerful barrier mid-retreat, causing intense holy power to impact his already rapidly aging body. You really should have made your move sooner. I thought I'd die here. Completely relaxed despite lying prone on the ground, Cress conversed leisurely with Delilah who stood nearby after activating the magic array columns. After blocking Zhao Yekong's magic blade, the arm guards on Lancel's hands emitted sudden brightness, instantly dissipating the monstrous magic blade into nothingness. Don't worry. Without turning around, Lancel remained vigilant toward the enemy ahead but praised Cress affirmatively. I didn't expect you to actually secure enough time for me, Knight Cress. I must say, you are quite a dependable captain. By this point, Cress had entirely let go. He, along with Delilah and Lancel, had formulated their plan prior to entering the Magic Void Great Hall. In fact, long ago, Lancel had expressed his desire to join Dawn. Cress and Delilah welcomed it naturally, though Delilah might not appear so enthusiastic on the surface. Nevertheless, Zhao Yekong was strong, there was no doubt about it. Even if Cress, Delilah, and Lancel worked together, they weren't guaranteed to remain invincible. It was only a matter of time before Zhao Yekong located Delilah and others. Constant evasion and seeking refuge were only temporary fixes, not real solutions. Therefore, before the final showdown with Zhao Yekong, Cress, Delilah, and Lancel decided that Cress would first confront Zhao Yekong alone, putting up a facade of one last decisive battle to restrain Zhao Yekong. Meanwhile, Delilah and Lancel would accumulate their powers and construct a formation secretly. Cress would then lure Zhao Yekong to the center of the array, ensuring his defeat became inevitable. Also, Lancel being trapped among the 8 Tentacles mercenaries was naturally part of the ruse. Setting up the array, Zhao Yekong struggled to rise up, the formerly proud and resonant voice now sounding somewhat forlorn and helpless. Meanwhile, within several feet around Zhao Yekong, Delilah's 5 giant magic array pillars stood each at a point, like the 5 vertices of a pentagram, forming their own pattern. A very peculiar formation. It seems that for killing me, my foolish sister has made quite a lot of preparations. Zhao Yekong scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision, casting a detection spell on Lancel clad in full armor ahead of him, before looking faintly at Cress lying flat on his back, and continuing to speak. You are not a hero-level powerhouse. How did you manage to fight me to such an extent that I couldn't sense the disparity temporarily? Huh? Faced with Zhao Yekong's question, Cress merely chuckled a few times, initially uninterested in answering, but now it seemed fine to tell Zhao Yekong. The strongest magic isn't limited to high-rank spells alone. You should have already sensed this back in that ancient underground tomb. Enhancement Secret Art, Berserker. The face of Zhao Yekong darkened. Yet at this moment, he instantly understood how he had failed, how even this low-level scheme hadn't been discerned by him. The more Zhao Yekong thought about it, the angrier he became, shame burning into rage as magical energy surged forth once again, rushing straight toward Cress and Lancel. The 5-pillar prism formation is not something that ordinary magic can easily break through. Amidst Zhao Yekong's attack, he faintly heard Delilah's voice echoing within the void space hall. Before Zhao Yekong could launch another assault, Lancel completely shielded Cress behind him, each outstretched hand holding an energy orb roughly 1 foot in radius. The brilliant light from the white energy orbs inadvertently dazzled Zhao Yekong's eyes, causing him to close them momentarily and turn away slightly. When he turned back, everything had changed. The 5 gigantic magic array pillars summoned by Delilah embedded into the ground within the void space hall now showed pentagram-like formations beneath them. The 5 large pillars connected with each other, eventually forming a colossal pentagram formation. And at this moment, Zhao Yekong was precisely located at the center of this great magical array. Chapter 117, The Undying and the Hidden Plot, Part 2. The massive pentagram array emitted a dazzling silver-white light, resonating with Deli who stood proudly outside of it. Within the array, white beams of light shaped into a pentagram pierced through the void ceiling, reaching up to the clouds. Zhao Yekong's illusion dispersed. The hoarse scream was filled with agony. Zhao Yekong, at the center of the light pillars, his already emaciated body now felt as if it were being burned by holy fire. Unbearable pain coursing through him. Actually, in combating magical energy, Lancel held a significant advantage. As a super strong individual who had entered the hero domain, Zhao Yekong was nearly immune to regular physical attacks. Most energy and mental attacks also only affected him slightly. But for Silver White, Lancel, another adventurer at the secret silver level who mainly used light energy, this type of power naturally countered Zhao Yekong's dark magical energy. Furthermore, both Deli's array pillar and Lancel's armor contained components of special light metal, another weakness for magic. Lancel's eyes were sharp, revealing a cold and merciless face beneath her covered mask, not an ounce of innocence or softness common in young women. Behind Lancel, Cress also struggled to stand up. Looking at the prism light 5 pillars array, created by Lancel, Cress couldn't help but admit, if he, as an undead, were trapped inside, he should have been annihilated body and soul by now. Cress instinctively swallowed hard. The most important thing for him right now was one thing. Kill Zhao Yekong. Before Zhao Yekong was completely dead, Cress dared not to slack even a little. Zhao Yekong was the first super strong warrior to enter the hero domain that Cress had met, and also the highest level illusionist that made Cress feel the most intimidated. He himself had taken away from Zhao Yekong 3 treasure chests and Iallery that Zhao Yekong deemed as easy to obtain. If Zhao Yekong didn't die, he would forever fear being hunted down by him. After all, Cress knew that Zhao Yekong was not just a simple human, and what Lancel had come to help him deal with Zhao Yekong for, he temporarily did not know either. Cress began calling Deli again in his mind. If earlier it was because of Zhao Yekong's magic, then now, unable to fend for himself, the seal magic on Deli should have weakened, or perhaps even disappeared altogether. Then, Cress might also be able to contact them through communication magic. On the side, Deli continuously increased the intensity of the light pillar impact within the prism light 5 pillars array. The humanoid form of Zhao Yekong had disappeared, replaced by a colossal magical energy monster that resembled both a bat and a demon. Its enormous bone wings, battered and torn under the light pillar assault, revealed skin that appeared charred and peeled, showing flesh-like red underneath. Zhao Yikong is a demon race member. Even though they were currently at an absolute advantage, neither Deli nor Lancel let their guard down for a moment. The magical power and vitality of those who have stepped into the hero domain far exceeded their imagination, let alone the fact that Zhao Yikong wasn't just human. Deli, determined to deliver the killing blow, glanced inadvertently at Cress, whose face was deathly pale. Could the strengthening secret art of this berserker backfire so severely? While maintaining the Prism Light 5 Pillars array, Deli asked Cress. Cress, how are you feeling? You look very unwell. I'm fine. Cress's ashen face had yet to return fully to normal. Even Deli momentarily couldn't distinguish whether Cress's bad complexion stemmed from the backlash of the berserker secret technique or due to something else. What's this? Lancel, who was keeping watch nearby, suddenly voiced his confusion out loud. He wasn't aware of Cress's current physical condition, but her voice caught everyone's attention. You look, right there in the center of that array? With Lancel's words fading, Cress's spirit surged, and he abruptly looked ahead toward the magical array. Zhao Yikong, bound by the array and nearing his doom, undeniably could do nothing to reverse his fate. However, a magic long knife that seemed to appear out of nowhere disrupted this scenario. A male figure dressed in an exquisite uniform of the demon race was slowly walking towards the hanging magic long knife above Zhao Yikong. Cress's complexion gradually returned to normal. His previous state was indeed due to the overexcitement intensifying the side effects of the secret art, leading to such an embarrassing scene. What exactly was going on? This question simultaneously arose in the minds of both Lancel and Cress. As far as Lancel knew, if Deli had truly set up an inescapable death trap for Zhao Yikong, this kind of situation should never have occurred. Could it be that even in this dire strait, Zhao Yikong's magical power still managed to suppress the control of the array? Before Lancel could come up with an answer, Zhao Yikong, trapped within the Prism Light 5 Pillars array, seemed to be making his final stand. With all his remaining strength, he screamed aloud. Butcher knife. Following Zhao Yikong's heart-rending cry, the shadow figure before the magic long knife acted as though it were a machine receiving orders. Magical energy began swirling around its hands and started being channeled into the magic long knife. The once plain and unremarkable sheath of the magic long knife, under the influence of the shadow's magical energy, began floating mid-air. The rust-like iron filings on the sheath gradually fell off, until suddenly, the magic long knife was unsheathed. It revealed a blade completely blood-red, emanating boundless killing intent. It is the butcher knife, Deli whispered quietly. As Zhao Yikong's nominal kin, she naturally understood these treasure-level demon tools quite well. Butcher knife, one of the 13 holy artifacts of the demon race, indestructible, exceedingly sharp. Legend has it, this sword once killed 5 million people. The souls of those killed by the butcher knife are forcibly bound to it, becoming slaves to its master. To hold the butcher knife is equivalent to commanding 5 million undead warriors. Of course, this is just legend. The explanation provided by Cress's texts may be more impartial. An indestructible weapon capable of consuming energy to summon large numbers of undead warriors. The number, strength, and duration of these warriors are directly proportional to the amount of energy expended. The blood-red blade of the butcher knife emitted an irresistible aura of slaughter, hovering in the air. Dark crimson magical energy continuously flowed out from the shadowy figure, being absorbed by the butcher knife non-stop, akin to how a sacrificer extracts energy from offerings. Inside the Prism Light 5 Pillars array, Zhao Yikong was now barely recognizable, the dazzling light beams resembling the ultimate nemesis of demons, incinerating all dark magic. Butcher knife. Breakthrough. Chapter 115, The Undead and the Ambush, Part 1. Zhao Yikong's eyes turned cold, and an overwhelming red magical energy surged out from his body, boundless like the depths of the sea. Amidst the gale stirred up by Zhao Yikong's overbearing magical power, the dark coverings in the void space were continuously disturbed. Cress stood firm against the wind, with similarly potent magical energy conjuring up all sorts of bizarre magical arrays, abilities unique to the skeleton mage. Between them, concentrated bursts of magic power crashed into each other endlessly, much like the beams of a giant pulse cannon firing at will. The fierce fainting energy streams grazed past both sides while genuine attacks aimed directly at their faces were already blocked by protective barriers they had previously set up. The vast magical power gathered in the void space. From Dylan's perspective nearby, she quietly observed the intense battle unfolding in the middle of this nothingness. Dylan was several dozen meters away from the battlefield between Zhao Yikong and Cress, further obstructed by the void space's cover. Although it was difficult for her to fully see every move Cress and Zhao Yikong made within the void space, her own safety was relatively assured. However, this was just fine for Dylan, as the battle before her now wasn't one involving Zhao Yikong. In truth, Dylan hadn't anticipated that Cress's strength had reached such heights. Even though she had estimated Cress's capabilities beforehand, there was no certainty until the very end. Now Dylan thought, it might be good. Even without Jilanwed's help, she and Cress had the potential to survive or even defeat Zhao Yikong. But she couldn't help but wonder, could this simply be ignorance turning into fearlessness? Undead, you can never win against me. Inside the void space, although Zhao Yikong had suffered no fatal injuries so far, he clearly appeared somewhat anxious. And Cress across from him was obviously at a disadvantage. Whether it was in terms of raw magical power and death energy collision or in the finesse of magic usage, Zhao Yekong, the monster who had entered the hero domain, significantly surpassed Cress. Yet, Cress remained composed, acting as if their situations had reversed. Zhao Yekong's worry actually wasn't because of Cress. It stemmed from himself, or more accurately, his body. After their earlier clash of energies with Cress, he knew that Cress's current strength still lagged behind his own, even though Cress had changed drastically in such a short time, evolving remarkably from his days in the ancient tomb underground. This fact alone, Zhao Yekong admitted inwardly, still fell short when compared to what was needed to defeat him. Within the void space, Cress used his pitch-black sword, clashing once again with Zhao Yekong's magically created construct resembling a magic blade, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the void space cover around them inch by inch. Zhao Yekong, looking at Cress before him, saw in Cress' expression something reminiscent of his younger self. He too had once been arrogant and dared to contend against several immensely powerful grand illusionists despite his inferior skills back then. A burst of magic ensued, forcing both to leap backward. Zhao Yekong suddenly felt a lack of strength, not due to his depleted magical power, nor any significant injuries inflicted by Cress, which were negligible, but rather, his own body, struggling to stand steady after retreating a few steps. Bitterness welled up in Cress's throat, yet he forced himself to endure. Fortunately, it seemed the Zhao Yekong in front of Cress had paused his assault. Standing still after stopping the attack, Zhao Yekong found that his body was failing to keep up with his mind's commands. Currently masked under layers of luxurious illusionist robes, beneath these opulent garments, Zhao Yekong's arms had started to wither. They resembled mere bones wrapped in skin, devoid of any muscle tissue. Moreover, Zhao Yekong's face, which had originally been youthful and smooth, began to wrinkle as if he had aged decades in the blink of an eye. Cress, constantly opposing Zhao Yekong, noticed these not-so-obvious changes on Zhao Yekong, his expression tinged with puzzlement. As if sensing Cress's surprise upon seeing his deteriorating appearance, Zhao Yekong immediately covered his cheeks with the sleeve of his right hand, though to little effect. Zhao Yekong's aging process accelerated visibly, becoming increasingly obvious. Zhao Yekong, you actually dared to secretly learn forbidden arts. Hara. Dylan, who had been observing the situation covertly, immediately understood the reason behind this odd transformation when she caught sight of Zhao Yekong's dramatic change, and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. You've reaped what you sowed. Upon hearing the mockery from his own sister, Zhao Yekong's eyes darkened, but he no longer cared about the changes in his appearance. Gathering magical energy in both hands, he unleashed an overwhelming attack. And Zhao Yekong's target was Cress. Cress had initially intended to evade this seemingly flawless attack from Zhao Yekong, but just as he prepared to move, Zhao Yekong suddenly teleported right before him. Without giving Cress any chance to catch a breath, Zhao Yekong launched a palm strike with infinite might straight at Cress' heart. Cress immediately chanted a spell, and a skeletal shield appeared in front of him. Suddenly, it seemed as though all the strength drained out of Cress like air from a punctured balloon. The intimidating aura disappeared. The seemingly powerful skeletal shield failed to hold up even for a second against Zhao Yekong, and the blow landed squarely on Cress' chest. Instantly, Cress' armor shattered, and he was hurled backward through the air. How could this be? Even Zhao Yekong, who had just landed that blow on Cress, was astonished, because right when he struck, Cress had abruptly lost the formidable presence he once carried. You haven't even entered the hero domain. With venomous eyes, Zhao Yekong took a step closer toward Cress. At that very moment, Zhao Yekong's strike should have been enough to either fully neutralize or at least delay Cress' retreat if he were truly a skeleton mage and ghost swordsman who had reached the hero domain, creating a skeletal shield capable of buying time for Cress to escape. That was Zhao Yekong's assumption at the start. However, after delivering the blow, Cress' aura dropped dramatically, along with his skeletal shield becoming brittle and weak. Now Zhao Yekong felt not only surprised, but also angry. His mind rapidly replayed the prior combat scenes. It was then Zhao Yekong realized that during their clashes, Cress had never gained any advantage, whether in magical power or death energy. This was highly unreasonable for two beings supposedly at the same level within the hero domain. Author's note. First of all, I sincerely apologize. Chapter 115 should have been set to release yesterday, but I may have accidentally overlooked the scheduling. I only noticed tonight while checking, so now I can only make up for it by releasing it. I hope this will somehow compensate. I deeply regret any inconvenience caused to the readers who've made it here. Prostrating oneself again.jpg. Chapter 118. The Undying and Annihilation. Executioner's Blade. Break. Zhao Yekong's hoarse voice now trembled with the agony he was enduring. The executioner's blade floating above Zhao Yekong's head, upon hearing his shout, reacted as though it were a sentient being. Its blood-red blade began to vibrate and exuded an overwhelming killing aura. In an instant, the blood-red blade transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from its original position. When it reappeared, it had already struck against Dilly's pentagonal prismatic array. The blood-red momentum radiating from the executioner's blade clashed intensely with the light barrier of the pentagonal prismatic array. Not good. As the maintainer of the pentagonal prismatic array, Dilly was fully aware of every movement within the array. At this moment, though the attack of the executioner's blade seemed unremarkable on the surface, Dilly could feel the strange and subtle fluctuations in the energy inside her pentagonal prismatic array. Suddenly, The power of the executioner's blade surged, causing Dilly's pentagonal prismatic array to emit a blood-red energy from its internal pillars of light. Meanwhile, Zhao Yikong at the center of the pillars caught a momentary respite. A dark red magical array manifested around him, trying to ward off the pillar attacks of Lancel's pentagonal prismatic array. I won't be able to hold it. Under her face mask, Lancel looked grim. Although the current state was one of equilibrium between Dilly's pentagonal prismatic array and the executioner's blade, as the maintainer of the array, Dilly knew that the force of the blade had already penetrated deep into the core of the pentagonal prismatic array. Lancel's attempts to feed more energy into the array were futile. It couldn't harm Zhao Yikong anymore. Even so, Dilly hadn't abandoned the pentagonal prismatic array yet. She still hoped that before the executioner's blade broke through, the prismatic pillars would have already rendered Zhao Yikong unable to fight. However, clearly, both Dilly's and Lancel's expectations were dashed. Inside the pentagonal prismatic array, the signs of demonic energy, the deepening shade of dark red, began to dominate. Gradually, the pristine white light columns turned into an interwoven red and white substance, and traces of the executioner's blade continued to emerge. Damn, Lancel muttered a curse. Before Dilly could retract the array, a magical longsword burst out from the array, striking toward Lancel's throat. This sudden attack took Lancel by surprise. Fortunately, her protective magic managed to stop the magical sword at just an inch from her throat. Following the path of the sword, at the end of it, Zhao Yikong was starting to disengage from the lethal pentagonal prismatic array. Looking at the scene now, Lancel, dressed entirely in silver armor, held two glowing spheres about a foot in diameter in each hand. Cress stood up shakily while clutching his chest. By Cress's side, the cold and beautiful Dilly wielded her black and crimson spell arrays. She launched an unknown dark current of force aimed at Zhao Yikong, her former husband who was barely recognizable, but her attack was halted midair. A few meters away from the four figures, the pentagram-shaped formation made up of 5 giant magical pillars began to dissolve. From within it, light columns intermixed with white and crimson shot upward into the sky. It resembled a scene from a Western oil painting, except there was no time for anyone present to admire it. The blood-red executioner's blade plunged into Dilly's body, half of its blade entering her, bringing death in mere moments. Almost simultaneously, the light spheres in Lancel's hands were effortlessly shattered by Zhao Yikong, who then struck her down. The 5 enormous magical formations set by Dilly converged in the air and clashed with the executioner's blade, which had transformed into a streak of blood-red light. Cress, who attacked Zhao Yikong, showed no sign of retreat. He adjusted the stance of his sword and renewed his assault. With a casual extension of his left hand, protected by magical enchantments, Zhao Yikong seized control of Cress's pitch-black longsword. At the same time, his right hand clenched into a fist, emanating the light of demonic energies. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Yikong delivered a devastating punch. A tremendous explosion echoed, followed by the sound of tearing flesh. Fritz Kingdom, on the outskirts of Yakyu City. After a flash of pure white light, when Cress regained consciousness, he found himself hovering in the air on a magical floating board. Cress. Dilly's greeting reached him. She was standing beside him now, seemingly concerned about his condition. Cress, did you overexpend your magic during the underground auction at Octopus? Is that why you're feeling weak? Dilly's care filled Cress with a slight sense of guilt. He had failed and been killed several times, failing to keep the promise he initially made to Dilly. But thankfully, Dilly remembered none of these failures. I'm fine. Cress gave a simple response to Dilly's concern, then seemingly felt it was too thin, and continued to Buchong Dao. Thank you, Dilly. Caught off guard by Cress's sudden gratitude, Dilly was at a loss for words. Just as she was about to demur, she caught sight of Lancel slowly walking towards them. Perhaps also due to noticing something amiss with Cress, Lancel immediately inquired about his current condition with a concerned tone. It must be said, Dilly and Lancel seemed not to get along well. Even though they were already secretly part of the same adventuring team, things remained the same. Cress had no time to consider why Dilly and Lancel always clashed so sharply. He now needed to adjust his plans early. Cress hadn't anticipated encountering Zhao Yikong halfway on their journey to Yakyu City after escaping the ambush set by Octopus. Even though Cress had discussed specific strategies with Lancel and Dilly for dealing with Zhao Yikong, someone who had entered the hero realm, he only now realized just how difficult it truly was. Indeed, the hero realm is a massive threshold. Cress's sudden remark drew the attention of Adjutant Eddard nearby. Adjutant Eddard approached Cress and spoke. We all witnessed your performance in Octopus's underground auction. I believe that with time, given your talent and strength, you will certainly be able to reach the hero realm. Eddard's words carried no sarcasm, flattery, or other peculiar undertones, but rather came from the heart as praise between warriors for greatness. Cress turned back and looked at Adjutant Eddard briefly. Perhaps he could also try to save him once. Cress thought this as he calculated the distance to the ambush site. They were getting close. Chapter 119, The Undead and Reconciliation. Mr. Adet. Cress began speaking with solemn words, paying attention to the deputy captain of the Cold Iron Group, who was hiding alone in the corner, not communicating with anyone. Reno. Mr. Cress, what is it? Adet, taken by surprise by Cress's sudden formal tone, also began to question him seriously. After confirming that most people around them weren't paying attention, Cress leaned close to Adet and whispered, You know, we have probably already been abandoned as pawns by Jesk Halden. What are you talking about? Guard Captain Edet suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. I'm saying, I believe you should increase the payment for us Dawnlight members and other groups. This infiltration into the Octopus underground auction house is far more dangerous than we had anticipated. As confusion among the others grew, Cress quickly spoke up, preventing those sitting on magic levitation boards from coming closer. Guard Captain Edet noticed his own momentary loss of composure and began to calm down. I'm just reminding you, Mr. Edet. Cress's voice was calm and deliberate, as if everything were expected. Increase your vigilance. Don't hope for too much. Maybe, you and we can still survive. After hearing Cress's words, Guard Captain Edet remained restless and silent for a long time. For Edet, he wasn't entirely ignorant of Jesk Halden's methods. On the contrary, precisely because he knew Jesk Halden too well, he actually believed in Cress's guess. Jesk Halden would truly abandon us for the sake of his plan. The hired mages of the Jesk family, as always, used the fly magic to transport Cress, Edet, and the rest towards the target rendezvous point. Reno, the deputy captain of Cold Iron, the greatest external support in this operation. He should have received the highest level of treatment, at least enough to sit at the center of the floating magical boards. But instead, Reno sat alone in the corner, deliberately keeping a distance from the group. Others like Lancel and Dilly were almost strangers to Reno and mostly didn't bother him. However, Cress was different. Cress knew well that in the previous timeline, Reno had quietly left before the ambush assault by Octopus. If there was no connection between these two events, Cress absolutely wouldn't believe it. Mr. Reno, though Cress wasn't sure exactly how long they'd been traveling, he felt the ambush site was only about 15 minutes away now. Watching familiar trees pass by one after another, Cress slowly walked toward Reno's side. Here, Cress understood Reno better than anyone else. Not only due to their 9 encounters in the underground tomb, but also due to their cooperation against For Arms during the previous Octopus underground auction raid. These experiences gave Cress a new understanding of the Cold Iron deputy captain. Mr. Cress. Reno clearly felt something strange about Cress's sudden approach, but couldn't reject him easily. He continued somewhat dismissively. Why aren't you with Miss Dilly, Mr. Cress? What do you want with me? Reno spoke indifferently, a rare faint smile flickering across his strong, sharp-edged face. Mr. Reno, you don't need to be so defensive against me. Cress slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, his disguised face showing an unappealing smile. Approaching very closely to Reno, Cress whispered, I know that Cold Iron has already informed Octopus of our position, haven't they? Upon hearing Cress's words, the smile on Reno's face froze immediately. How do you know that? Don't worry, Mr. Reno. Faced with Reno's urgent and deep-toned inquiry, Cress seemed quite relaxed. If I really intended harm to you, I wouldn't come to talk to you. I would have already worked with Edet to capture or kill you. Cress emphasized each word, and somehow his right hand was already resting on Reno's left shoulder. With a trace of zombie poison and accompanied by the erosion of death energy, even Reno, who had undergone great improvement through warrior training, could feel a slight pain creeping in. So, Mr. Cress, what is it you want to do now? Reno had witnessed Cress's combat abilities at the Octopus underground auction house. In other words, even without Dilly, Mordau, or Edet present here, Cress alone possessed a combat strength far above his own. In Reno's mind, apart from those few elite steel adventurers, only his guild master xuanhuan held the power to rival Cress without fear. The smile on Cress's face seemed much gentler now. Most of the Jesk family nearby were still lost in their jubilation after the recent raid on the Octopus underground auction house. No one paid attention to the conversation between Cress and Reno. Of course, there were exceptions. Dilly and Lancel, who shared an adventuring party with Cress, had already been informed of his plans and knew about the betrayal from Cold Iron. Another person, naturally, was Jesk family's silent head guard up to this point, Edet. So, Mr. Cress, what is it you want to do now? I need to survive this along with my companions. Your companions? Everyone here? Or just Miss Dilly? Dilly and Lancel. Cress locked eyes with Reno as they stared into each other's faces at close range, like knights on warhorses continuously clashing, radiating a powerful and sharp aura. Even though Reno was originally a tall man, Cress, having undergone magical transformation, stood slightly taller than Reno. This put Cress at an advantageous position during their exchange of intimidation. 3 people. Yes. Reno didn't outright confront or refuse Cress. Of course, he understood the consequences such an action would bring. So unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't risk doing so. But Reno seemed unable to come up with a plausible reason for him to take Dawnlight and another secret silver-class adventurer away from the death trap that their guild master carefully designed for them. Chapter 120. The Undead and the Magic Hoverboard. Of course, Cress also noticed Reno's hesitation, and he felt it necessary to play his trump card. Mr. Reno, or perhaps also Team Leader Killen, wouldn't you like to know about the treasure chest in the underground tomb? Underground tomb. Reno suddenly raised his head, a sharp glint of light shooting from his pupils. And there is information about Zhao Yekong, the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire. I heard that he is the mortal enemy of your Team Leader Killen. Cress's words hit directly at Reno's deepest secrets. For Reno, he had never failed any task given by Killen Veed, except for the one regarding the underground tomb. The treasure chest, and Zhao Yekong, where are they? Reno suddenly grabbed Cress's long black collar with both hands, clearly too agitated, a hint of ferocity revealed in his voice. Cress, on the other hand, appeared calm, unhurriedly releasing Reno's hands, and responded. Zhao Yekong has already arrived in Yaliu City. As for his exact purpose and detailed information about the treasure chest, I hope to inform Deputy Team Leader Reno after my companion and I are out of danger. Agreed. Reno very straightforwardly and decisively agreed, continuing to supplement. I hope Mr. Kress is not deceiving us. After all, cold iron is definitely not an entity that tolerates deception. After speaking, Reno silently placed 3 smooth magic items resembling pebbles into Kress's hands, then sat back down to his corner position, quietly observing everything around him. Don't worry, Deputy Team Leader Reno. Kress weighed the magic props resembling stones in his hand and responded indifferently. Kress turned and waved to Dilly and Lancel, who were amicably communicating. Dilly and Lancel immediately approached Kress's side. Remember, shortly, absolutely do not move more than 3 meters away from me. Kress reminded them while looking towards the distance of the hovering board. Not expecting, just then he met the gaze of Guard Captain Eddard exactly. The two exchanged glances, silent but knowing, each serving their respective masters. Time passed bit by bit. Kress knew, the closer to the ambush location, the more relaxed Eddard and his people became, because they had absolutely no forewarning of the impending ambush. For someone like Madair, who was boastful, after raiding the underground auction house of the Octopus, he had completely fallen into self-satisfaction and would never believe that enemies would launch an attack now. And, at this moment, Kress's mind also harbored some unease. The events from his past life had exceeded his expectations. Never did he expect that Zhao Yekong held the so-called, one of the 13 sacred weapons of the demon race, this slaughter knife, and even at such a crucial moment, it pulled Zhao Yekong back from the brink of death. Generally speaking, more and more things happened outside Kress's expectations, but Kress felt somewhat powerless now, still. As long as his real mission could be completed, these didn't matter. The face behind the covered mask grew increasingly stern. While deep in thought, Kress once again caught sight of Guard Captain Eddard sitting on the magic hoverboard, his expression heavy. Eddard was the only non-ally whom Kress had warned. Judging from appearances, Eddard seemed lost in an extremely conflicted state. After several considerations, Kress stepped slowly to the side of Guard Captain Eddard and said, Mr. Eddard, you seem very troubled. Do you not trust my words? Upon hearing the cool male voice resembling the resonance of a cello, Eddard showed no surprise or similar emotions, remaining composed as he responded. No, it's quite the opposite actually. Every word spoken by Eddard seemed to have seen through everything. Continuing calmly, I fully believe in your judgment, Mr. Kress. So, are you conflicted about whether to die for Jess Kerhooten? Pretty much. Seeing the affirmative answer from Guard Captain Eddard, Kress was somewhat surprised. Kress originally thought Eddard was someone who'd remain blindly loyal to the Jest family until death. While hesitating, Kress unintentionally noticed a trace of serenity in the eyes of Guard Captain Eddard. In an instant, Kress understood, and thus, Kress believed, maybe, giving a favor could work. Even though it might not be useful, but who knows? Perhaps, I can save your life. Kress said faintly. Guard Captain Eddard showed no sign of surprise or any other emotion, merely remaining composed. Mr. Kress, I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Eddard raised his head and gave a glance at Kress before slowly speaking. I know that cold iron has betrayed us. When you had your secret conversation with Reno, I already knew that you wouldn't willingly die like the rest of us, treated as expendable pawns. So are you willing? Kress coldly countered Guard Captain Eddard, who after a brief silence, replied, I am also unwilling, but I owe Lord Jesk a life debt, so this time, I will repay it. Guard Captain Eddard's words were originally spoken without hesitation or reluctance, yet all of a sudden, they were infused with self-blame in a low whisper. Unfortunately for my brothers in arms who have followed me, Kress observed coldly from the side and said nothing much. In fact, Kress was no longer capable of taking anyone else away. He could only speak lies to deceive Eddard. Of course, perhaps Reno still had ways. And Guard Captain Eddard himself also realized that it wasn't realistic to take away all the people of the Jest family, so Eddard didn't make any further requests of Kress. There was silence between the two of them for a while. In the end, it was Eddard who broke the silence again. Mr. Kress, if possible, I hope in the next life, we could be friends. As Eddard spoke, Kress was slightly taken aback. But Eddard knew that despite knowing each other for only a few short days, he found an extraordinary amount of similarity with the knight, the adventurer, standing before him. When Eddard was still in Hesmu City, he had heard many legends associated with Dawnlight, the deposed royal family of an eastern nation. What an attractive and remarkable team that is. As Eddard thought, a loud and violent magical explosion cut off his thoughts. Boom. Intelligence that can currently be disclosed. 1. The magic hoverboard, also known as first-rank magic, hoverboard. Among many low-tier magics, hoverboard is one of the most widely applied magics. It is used by the Magicians Association as the first magic taught to budding novice spellcasters. Even the lowest tier of spellcasters can use this magic. The created hoverboards float in the air near the spellcaster and are often used to carry goods. Spellcasters skilled in flight spells can even use this magic to quickly transport their teammates. Chapter 121, The Undead and the Chill Iron Headquarters. Boom. Just as Kress and the head-guard Adet, along with their group, quickly used magic levitation boards under the guidance of a hired mage from the Jesk family, employing flight spells to converge towards their planned destination. A sudden loud explosion shattered the entire levitation board into pieces. It was an attack from a third-level magic fireball spell. The massive and violent fireball struck the magic levitation board carrying Adet and his group in a sudden and unexpected assault. The octopus ambush had begun. Head guard Adet had already prepared for this situation thoroughly. At the moment when the levitation board was destroyed, all traces of luck or Zhou within him were completely shattered as well. It seemed that his group was truly abandoned. However, it didn't matter anymore. Since the Jesk family now needed my life, I'll return it to them, and henceforth, there shall be no debt between us. All of you, stay on guard. Use combat techniques to attack the ground. Guard Captain Adet struggled midair to adjust his posture. In an instant, his waist-length sword came out of its scabbard, and the energy of martial prowess belonging to a top-tier human warrior enveloped it. Martial technique, slash strike. An arc-shaped sword energy emitted from Adet's sword tip, shaking and shattering the ground. At the very moment the magical bombardment began, Reno crushed the main prop in his hand, something akin to a smooth stone. Simultaneously, the props held by all members of xuanhuan, including Cress, emitted a brilliant light, instantly forming a sphere of light around each user. The duration was extremely brief, but a high-level expert like Cress could distinctly feel the change in space. After the light dissipated, Cress, Dilly, Lancel, and Reno, along with the other members of xuanhuan, appeared at the headquarters of xuanhuan within Yabi City. The monumental hall style of decoration was awe-inspiring. Its uniformly bleak coloring set it apart from the churches of holy priests in the Divine Light Shrine. Reno stepped forward first, with numerous xuanhuan mercenaries moving ahead together. To think they would use so many teleportation magic items. Lancel clearly realized the function of the prop used among Reno and others late. After glancing around, he continued. xuanhuan is indeed the #1 war mercenary group, truly affluent and ostentatious. It's just some low-grade space-related incantator's homemade inferior teleportation device. A beautifully melodious voice tinged slightly with sarcasm responded to Lancel's words of astonishment. It was Dilly, who, with her slender eyes half closed, went on. Lancel, have you never even seen such a basic item? You, dressed in pure silver armor. The specific facial expression of Lancel couldn't be seen, but from the slight tremor of her shoulder armor, one could tell how infuriated she was. Cress looked toward Dilly, signaling her to stop with the unnecessary mockery. Meanwhile, placing a hand on Lancel's shoulder armor, he spoke to calm her down. Reaching the central hall of the Grand Hall, Reno stopped, turned back to the three people who hadn't moved yet, and said, to the Mithril-class adventurer Team Dawn, Captain Knight Crescent, Killen wishes to see you. It concerns the treasure chest from the underground ancient tomb, and Zhao Yeko. Reno's tone was strict without fault. Evidently, he had likely communicated via magical communication methods or items with Jylan wed beforehand. And Crescent also stepped forward. It's an honor. Cress slowly walked through the ranks of numerous xuanhuan mercenaries. Dilly and Lancel were about to follow, but they were blocked by xuanhuan mercenaries. Cress caught sight of this situation from the corner of his eye. Reno then approached the three to explain. Director Killen only wants to see you alone. Within Yabi City. Starting from the eastern civilian area of Yabi City, a riot led by the Jesk family has already commenced. Within just a short period, an overwhelming undead army composed largely of zombies, skeletons, and other lower-class undead has occupied nearly half of Yabi City. Jesk Horton, dressed in noble knight's armor, stood tall and proud atop a battle chariot of the Jesk family. The red background and gold-embroidered tulip flag unique to the Jesk family waved majestically atop the chariot in the fierce wind. In Jesk Horton's dark eyes, there was a hint of madness for an unknown force. To control such a vast number of undead, surely the mere handful of necromancers existing among humans wouldn't be sufficient. The reason Jesk Horton was able to achieve such feats was due to a dark artifact he had accidentally acquired 3 years ago, the Necro Pearl. Jesk Horton gazed quietly at the round bead in his palm, radiating a deep black glow, and his ambition grew infinitely. No, this king shall begin establishing a nation of undead. Jesk Horton's sinister laughter grew progressively louder. Held high in his hand, the Necro Pearl emitted a deep black light. Like waves of water, the enormous undead army slaughtered mercilessly, transforming this once flourishing capital into a city filled with death. Within Yabi City, Western District, xuanhuan headquarters, on the vast throne, Killen Wed quietly stared at the large map of Yabi City hanging before him. Most of the eastern region on the map had already been submerged into a pitch-black zone of death. That was the place entirely controlled by the undead under Jesk Horton's command. In the northern and southern larger parts, numerous forces such as the Royal Guard, Adventurer Guild, and Mage Association had combined to resist the sudden outbreak of undead within the royal city of Yabi. It seems Jesk Horton's plan is proceeding smoothly. Killen Wed moved the map pointer from the north to the south of Yabi City. On that line, every moment hundreds, or even thousands of humans were dying. Through a series of plans, including sacrificing head guard Adet, Jesk Horton had lured and deployed almost all the defensive capabilities within Yabi City. At this moment in Yabi City, there were only the Royal Guard led by Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard Corps, and some adventurers and clerics who hadn't been dispatched yet. Of course, there was also xuanhuan. Other dark mercenaries or noble private soldiers had long been summoned by the Octopus to ambush Adet, Modern, and others outside the city of Yabi. The majority of high-ranked adventurers, members of the Mage Association, and clerics of the Holy Light Shrine had been hired out collectively a few days prior to carry out missions. Presumably, this too was Jesk Horton's doing. The current state of Yabi City was unprecedentedly empty. Chapter 122, The Undead and the Bystander. The current Yu City is truly more desolate than ever before. Keelan Weed quietly stared at the map in front of him. According to Jess K. Halden's cooperation requirements, he should also launch an attack now, plunging the eastern part of Yu City into complete chaos. This way, the Fritz royal family would be caught between two sides and completely besieged in the palace of Yu City. The overall situation will then completely tilt towards Jess K. Halden. Only, Keelan Weed felt that why should he follow Jess K. Halden's arrangements? He doesn't know if the current King Fritz already knows the origin of the undead army. Reporting to the leader, Captain Dawnlight requests an audience. Reno, dressed in chill iron mercenary leather armor, quietly approached Keelan Weed's side, giving a low reminder. Keelan Weed slightly retracted his smile and turned back to sit on the massive, ornate main throne. Let him come in. The huge stone door with intricate carvings, as large as a palace, was opened by two mercenaries, bringing Cress before the main seat. With those few steps separating them, Keelan Weed looked down from above coldly at this new rising star. Cress, the captain of the mithril grade adventurer team Dawnlight. Leader Keelan. Cress bent slightly, placed his right hand over his chest to salute, his tone being very calm, naturally accompanied by a sound like the pull of a cello, very engaging and easy to make people have a good impression. Mr. Cress, I've already heard from Reno about your matters. An equally calm and gentle beautiful male voice sounded, as though coming from an amiable leader. But Cress knew, the guy in front of him, was a powerful terrifying opponent who had thoroughly defeated him once. So speak directly, what do you need? And what do you know? Keelan Weed lightly gripped the sword at his waist, that legendary divine weapon, Frost. Cress knew that if the other party deemed him worthless, they would not hesitate to kill him. This included Delilah and Lancelot as well. Leader Keelan, what I need, Vice Leader Reno has already provided me with. Cress answered Keelan Weed's questions calmly. He didn't need any promises from Keelan Weed, for they were worthless. Keelan Weed would only do things beneficial to himself. He would secretly help Jess K. Halden complete his undisclosed plan under the guise of long-term cooperation treaties between Chill Iron and the Fritz royal family. Yet, when Jess K. Halden and the Fritz royal family faced their ultimate showdown, he would choose to remain a bystander. Cress believed that the benefits given to Chill Iron and Keelan Weed by Jess K. Halden must have been astronomical figures. Even so, Keelan Weed still wouldn't fully comply with the promises made to Jess K. Halden, so he certainly did not need Keelan Weed's unprotected empty checks. Leader Keelan, not everyone works merely for profit. Cress, his face altered by high-level illusions, gave a slight smile and took a few steps forward, attempting to get closer to Keelan Weed. Guard Renoir stationed beside Keelan Weed's throne took a step forward, holding a short dagger crosswise to block Cress from advancing further. Cress didn't intend to force his way through but stopped with one foot forward, standing on the steps leading to the throne, continuing to speak to Keelan Weed. I believe, Leader Keelan, you should know about this thing, right? As he spoke, Cress retrieved a badge from a storage pouch modified and concealed by illusionary means, a badge engraved with a golden, standing lion. Fritz royal family, Keelan Weed, of course, understood perfectly what this lion emblem represented. It was an insignia authorized exclusively by the direct lineage of the Fritz royal house. Only those intimately connected to the royal family and of great importance to it were entitled to receive it. As the leader of a war mercenary group in long-term collaboration with the Fritz royal family, Keelan Weed possessed such an emblem himself. After meticulously verifying that this emblem was not counterfeit, Keelan Weed suddenly chuckled lightly, slowly saying, "So, Mr. Cress, if you represent the Fritz royal family, what exactly do you require us to do?" Keelan Weed's words contained a trace of probing. He wished not only to confirm the authenticity of Cress's emblem, but also hoped to learn about the movements within the kingdom's aristocracy following the king through this opportunity. This was Keelan Weed. He always positioned himself in the most advantageous place. Cress showed an immense interest in Keelan Weed's question. Of course, Cress was well aware that merely relying on the golden lion badge, given by Lubia, representing the Fritz royal family, would never be enough to make Keelan Weed truly act for his sake. After all, as the nominal partner of the Fritz royal family, Keelan Weed not only stood idly by during the most critical moments for the Fritz royal family, but also secretly assisted the Jest family in their rebellion before the appearance of the undead army. This kind of ally was the least reliable ally. But, at this moment, Cress had no choice but to need Keelan Weed's help. The scene gradually faded away. The vast headquarters hall of Chill Iron, luxurious yet desolate, now housed only 3 individuals engaged in secret plotting. No one knew what Cress ultimately told Keelan Weed. Yet, within the silent images, both Cress and Keelan Weed simultaneously revealed faint smiles. They looked just like conspirators who had secretly divided the entire battlefield. Cress departed from the Chill Iron headquarters hall that had made him feel extremely oppressed and a touch of madness at the time. His conversation with Keelan Weed had been pleasant. Now, Cress began to review his panel information. Name, Cress. Race, skeleton, undead. Class, ghost swordsman, rare, max, LV.10, skeleton mage LV.7, war-loving undead LV.3, conspirator LV.3, illusionist, rare, LV.2. Level, 26th level, race level 1, class level 25. Skills, corpse poison max, LV.5, hammer strike LV.1, ghost slash max, LV.5, ghost shadow LV.4, holy cross, max, LV.10, etc. Magic, flame, vine, cirrus, etc. Combat ability, beginner mace techniques, advanced swordsmanship, proficient. Talents, warlust, intermediate, magic essence. Secret skills, berserker, intermediate. Weapon proficiency, one-handed hammer, 50, longsword, 200. Attributes, magic resistance plus 50, blunt weapon resistance minus 80, sharp weapon resistance plus 200, anti-corrosion plus 180, immune to critical hit probability plus 5%, etc. Experience points, 18405/91675. Chapter 123, The Undead and James. It was quite evident. After this period of battle and rebirth, Cress's abilities had greatly improved. This was an intense enhancement that could occur without the aid of martial arts training. Cress's rare profession as a ghost swordsman had reached its maximum level, and correspondingly, many skills of the ghost swordsman were also at their peak. However, some of the more advanced ghost swordsman skills hadn't yet reached full level, but these didn't have a significant impact. Cress, who was now close to the legendary hero realm, especially after his rare profession as a ghost swordsman had reached its highest level, seemed to be able to faintly sense the aura of all living beings around him. It was the decaying essence of something called life. And in Cress's eyes, he himself was like an enormous sea of dark death, possessing an extraordinary ability to instantly consume every trace of life. Cress gradually began to feel that life might inherently be an extremely fragile existence. Under the guidance of two Cold Iron mercenaries, Cress, Dilly, and Lancel were arranged by Cold Iron to stay in a wing room on the east side of the headquarters. Originally, Cress had asked for Lancel's opinion, to see if Lancel needed to reside in a separate room adjacent to theirs. However, Lancel directly rejected the idea. Still, it made sense. Living together with them, supporting each other, would be safer. After all, this was a very dangerous time. Without mentioning how the once peaceful and prosperous Yabu City had overnight become the main battlefield between the undead and humans, even under the protection of Cold Iron. Kieran Veed, the leader of Cold Iron, couldn't be trusted to have good intentions. Moreover, they were directly responsible for Yari's death. Cress never forgot that. The sky kept changing. At this season, the day transitioned into night quickly. Cress was alone at the window preparing several ordinary long swords, arranging them neatly in a storage bag for use in battle. The room had 3 separate beds. As an undead, Cress did not experience fatigue, so he did not need sleep. Dilly and Lancel had already lain down, but neither of them were truly asleep. This was bound to be a sleepless night, and the people awake tonight in Yabu City certainly weren't limited to just the 3 of them. Inside Yabu City, while Cress's group rested peacefully inside the Cold Iron headquarters, perhaps they had no real understanding of Yabu City's current situation. Yabu City had become half a city of the dead. Xuanhuan wanted to become a king, but not a king of humans. Rather, the sovereign ruler over both the human world and hell, the king of the undead. Wherever his undead army went, there was rampant killing and an overwhelming aura of death covering everything in its wake. Ruins stood amidst barren land. Perhaps this was the best way to describe the eastern district of Yabu City right now. As the capital of the Fritz Kingdom, Yabu City, after experiencing over 100 years of prosperity, was now a colossal castle-like structure akin to a giant monster. It was roughly divided into 4 areas: east, west, south, and north. Of these, starting from the western area predominantly inhabited by commoners, all the way to the central Fritz Royal Palace, had already been completely captured by Xuanhuan's rebel army and the undead. The Fritz royal family actually had no preparations for this war. Whether Xuanhuan's deception was too powerful or whether the Fritz king was simply too foolish remained unclear. As the leader of the kingdom, King Fritz refused to believe that the Jesk family would betray him. Even though Crown Princess Lubia Fritz repeatedly emphasized it and presented some less than convincing evidence, King Fritz still chose not to believe her. To some extent, this led to the current downturn in the fighting within Yabu City. Xuanhuan now considered himself the co-ruler of the human world and hell. His forces included not only his loyal family troops, but also some bandits originally aligned with Xuanhuan. 2 noble families, among the 6 great ones, followed Jesk closely, along with countless, immeasurable numbers of undead soldiers covering the skies and grounds. Yabu City, Northern District. The city defense forces and royal guard loyal to the Fritz royal family had now withdrawn to defend the royal military fortress located in the Northern District. This was the most fortified building in the northern area. Jesk's rebel army heavily surrounded this royal fortress. During this siege, Jesk's rebel army, equipped with fine weaponry, along with countless fearless undead warriors, continued to press forward. At this moment, on the battlefield outside the castle, towering heavy rod catapults were pushed into action. The soldiers shouted as they turned the winches, slowly lowering the empty end of the throwing arms. After loading the stones, those holding axes severed the ropes. The wooden winches spun rapidly, and the catapults emitted creaking sounds as the weight-loaded ends fell heavily. Accompanying the enormous whistling noise, the massive stones were hurled high into the air, crashing onto the turrets with shooting holes on the inner military castle. God knows which lunatic was responsible for the design of the royal military fortress. It was almost as if he wanted to arm an ordinary temple to the teeth, turning it into a hedgehog. Fortunately, this castle was still far from completion. The northern tower was merely in its basic form. Otherwise, they would have no hope of capturing this castle within a short time. As Xuanhuan's rebel general cursed endlessly at the fortress, he absolutely could not imagine that the gentleman designer he wanted to arm the castle to the teeth was standing right on the castle wall at this moment. This newly appointed architectural designer was named James. "What the hell are you? A designer? doing on the castle wall? The commander blocked falling debris with his shield and quickly pulled James, who was nearly crushed by a giant stone, to a relatively safe area. When the soldiers told him that James had also ascended the wall, the commander almost lost his mind with anger. With the stones howling, anyone defending the city, whether manning the towers or the walls, could be smashed to death at any moment. Why would a designer come here? Didn't he care about his life? James spat out sand from his mouth while hurriedly writing something on his drawing paper. There's a discrepancy between design and real combat. Only by personally observing can I make more suitable changes. The positioning of this turret is unreasonable. The commander seized the pen from his hand and threw it away. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed. People behind the defensive walls felt the vibration under their feet. Several stones hit the castle walls. The commander cursed once again, taking a peek outside through the viewing hole. As the catapults kept firing nonstop, the enemies surged forward like waves, pushing one large siege ladder after another onto the battlefield and swiftly approaching the castle walls. Taking advantage of the pressure created by the catapults, the enemy planned to forcibly take over the weak point of the fortress. Chapter 124, The Undead and Iron Wall Landsmen. The commander watched as the siege tower had already passed over the trench filled up yesterday. The wall had about to become a close combat battlefield. The commander didn't have time to say anything more to James. He gestured at his two personal soldiers. Take this guy down. Throw him into the hidden passage. The commander said. At this moment, someone arrived carrying hot oil, splashing scalding oil onto the wooden ladder placed against the wallhead. The commander grabbed a lit torch from someone beside him and threw it toward the siege tower. A fierce fire coiled like snakes descending upon the attacking ladder. Those enemies waiting on the ladder screamed as they fell midair. Take him away. The commander tossed aside his shield, seized a bow, and began to kill the enemies. I don't have money to hire a second designer for King Fritz. The air was permeated with the smell of burnt wood, heavy blood, and charred human flesh. Smoke filled the sky. War raged everywhere. Another loud explosion happened as one of the nearby towers collapsed, burying the soldiers within beneath a heap of rubble. This castle wasn't fully completed yet, and couldn't hold out much longer. Holding up his shield, the commander was still grazed by a shard of stone on his cheek. Blood flowed copiously. He licked his own blood. He was waiting for the second tower to fall, but the anticipated collapse never happened. It's reinforcements. The reinforcements have arrived. The reinforcements have come. Joyful shouts spread along the city walls as soldiers cheered. The commander paused, looking outward. War horses galloped. Iron hooves trampled the earth. Snow was thrown up like dust swirling into the sky. Within that snowy mist, the crimson flag of the Lion King surged forth in overwhelming waves. Clad in iron armor, a tide of scarlet and silver came roaring from the horizon. This cavalry, like a streak of bloody whirlwind sweeping across the land, reached the battlefield in an instant. The Jesk rebel army halted their siege of the royal castle, rapidly contracting and gathering to greet this sudden arrival of cavalry. Whooshing arrows pierced the sky. They were the most elite longbowmen of the Fritz kingdom, who initiated the attack on the enemy upon entering range. Defense now. The battlefield changed in the blink of an eye. Those who had been on the offensive a moment ago instantly became someone else's prey. Yes, prey. The cavalry bearing the Crimson Lion King's banner formed a crescent-shaped battle array, enveloping the Jesk rebel army outside the royal castle. These iron-armored cavalrymen, after reaching the battlefield, launched a charge without any pause, giving off an impression akin to being ferocious beasts preying on the Jesk rebels with no mercy. With clattering iron armor, blood splashed everywhere, akin to the fiercely unfurled Lion King's banner. The large amount of undeads that were almost about to flood into the castle were also torn apart under the sharp blades of these iron horses. Who? The general of the Jesk rebel army desperately tried to organize a counterattack charge, but the enemy arrived suddenly and swiftly attacked. His army, caught unprepared, had already been scattered, leaving them vulnerable to the enemy's rampage. Who commanded this cavalry? What kind of person led such a killing machine of an army? A warhorse swept through the battlefield, and everyone blocking its path was slain. This knight seemed like an unstoppable longsword cutting through the battlefield, blood splattering on his armor. Riding his horse to the city front, he slashed at the Jesk rebel army general with a sword. In that very moment, the Jesk rebel army general saw icy blue eyes beneath the helmet visor of his attacker. As consciousness faded, this Jesk rebel army general realized who led this cavalry. January's snow continued to fall. Fires still burned. Corpses of men and horses interlaced and piled up on the snowy ground as the Jesk rebel army retreated northward. The reinforcements didn't chase them. Their armors were soaked with blood. They gathered together, holding high the king's banner. The commander standing on the city wall ordered to lower the drawbridge. Among all the knights at the forefront was the one who had killed the Jesk rebel army general. When he removed his helmet, a middle-aged man appeared underneath. The wind stirred his silver hair, his face cold and hard as iron. The commander recognized him. He was the Lion of the Kingdom, the captain of the royal guard, Iron Wall Landsman. The military inner castle of the royal family held its ground. The drawbridge was lowered, and amidst the cheers of the castle defense troops, the knights rode into the unfinished castle. After entering the city gates, the knights took off their helmets one after another. The commander noticed that among the cavalry, many of those at the front already had some white hair. It was the souls of these veterans who fought battles for years alongside Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard that made up the essence of this cavalry force. After Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard entered the castle, he did not rest but immediately summoned the commander of the royal inner castle. The number of royal soldiers and old subordinates who accompanied him was not large, and the victory in this campaign was due to the surprise attack strategy adopted by Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard. The most urgent task at present is not to completely crush one or two Jesk rebel armies or the undead, but to hold this important military castle for King Fritz. A map was spread out on the table as the commander reported the situation of the royal inner castle to Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard during this period. This uprising of the undead was a rebellion that had been carefully planned for a long time. After the supply line from Hesmu City in the southwest was cut off by the Jesk rebel army, the construction of the royal military inner castle had to be put on hold. King Fritz's royal family has already evacuated the central palace of Yaya City, and the eastern part of the palace has fallen entirely into the hands of the Jesk rebel army. The situation to the north and south will not be much better. At the beginning of the war, when the undead appeared in large numbers, the commander sent messengers to inform King Fritz and focused all efforts on defense. But the situation is grim, the commander said helplessly. The castle has been severely damaged. Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard nodded slightly. The royal military inner castle was not even fully completed, and this relentless assault by the enemy almost destroyed all defenses on the northern side of the castle. The collapse of the watchtower also caused damage to parts of the wall. Once the Jesk rebel army regroups and launches another assault, holding the castle will be difficult. There was only one way to secure the castle: defense through offense. The most likely force to launch another attack on the royal military inner castle would be the Jesk rebel army led by Prince Will, one of the 6 major nobles closest to this area. Prince Will was stationed on the front line in the northern district of Yaya City, and the defeated Jesk rebels would soon deliver news of the failed siege back to him. After deliberating with his generals, Captain Landsman quickly made a decision. Scouts were dispatched immediately after the siege ended. Their orders were to reconnoiter the movements of Prince Will's forces. They didn't have to wait long for the scouts to return with the information Captain Landsman sought. Just as Captain Landsman and his men had predicted, Prince Will, stationed in the northern district of Yaya City, was leading his army toward a second assault on the castle. They were advancing along the road between the Lacey River, which runs through Yaya City, and the royal military inner castle. Because they carried a large number of siege weapons, their speed was slow. After several days of rest and recuperation, the cavalry set out again under Captain Landsman's command. They left the castle and headed downstream to a slope by the Lacey River, which was the perfect spot for a cavalry charge. At the edge of the slope stood a cluster of sparse, civilian houses. Captain Landsman's army would wait behind these houses for the enemy's arrival. Chapter 125, The Immortals and the King's Campaign. The northern border of the Papal State is a narrow abyssal strait. Abyssal Strait. The seawater is as dark as ink, and the waves are surging. Amidst the raging waves, ships with white sails break through the waves. In the center of those inflated white sails is a holy cross. On the deck, the sailors work in an orderly manner. And on the deck, there are other people. They wear fine armor, with cloaks bearing the emblem of a cross. Their attire proclaims their identity. The Temple Knights. The ships, white like shells, proceed along the southern shore of the Abyssal Strait toward the northern Yamen Hill region. The identity of these ships is clear. They are the Holy Temple warships that have long disappeared from people's sight. Hundreds of warships cleave through the waves. The Holy Light Temple's warships have not vanished as some had speculated. On the contrary, they have become more formidable, larger, and more invincible. Warships, Knight Orders. For the Lord of 10,000 armies, the Holy Light Temple has drawn God's sword. They will use this fire and sword to establish God's earthly kingdom. The knights did not notice black butterflies gracefully passing over their heads at high altitude. Their target is an Yamen tribe on the other side of the Abyssal Strait, the Ogres. This is a holy war. Initiated by the elders of the Holy Light Temple of the Papal State, it aims to punish the evil and dark Yamens for the glory of the Saint Lord. Many high-ranking adventurer teams are also present here, including some elite steel-level adventurer groups. For example, Phantom Dream and Dance of Blood from Fritz Kingdom. Inside the flagship of the Holy Light Temple, several elderly men dressed in high-ranking priestly robes sit around a large wooden round table. Upon the wooden round table lies the city map of Yalu City. This enormous urban area's map now has about 3/4 of its colors overshadowed by darkness. However, there was no trace of worry on the faces of these old men. On the contrary, they seemed quite relaxed. Perhaps it was precisely because of this holy war that Jeskuk, Houghton knew all the super-strong warriors of Yalu City were called away, allowing a riot to happen at this moment. Does the Holy Light Temple hope for the demise of the Fritz royal family? Or do they hope that Jeskuk Houghton revives the immortal king, Dark or Fritz Kingdom? King Fritz has arrived at the Western Temporary Palace. The preparation of the Holy Light Temple has been going on for so long. King Fritz unfurled the last letter that came from the Yamen Hill region. The reason it is the last one is that the rest of the overseas secret agents within the Yamen Hills region who belong to Fritz Kingdom can no longer be contacted. The letter talks about the current chaotic situation of Ogre Nation in the Yamen Hill region. The impact of the epidemic on the Yamen Hill region is deeper than that on Fritz Kingdom. Under the influence of the epidemic, clan after clan in the Yamen Hill region gets infected, with piles of corpses accumulating. Facing the epidemic, the royal family of the Yamen Hill region is utterly powerless. During the Holy Wars campaign, the Pope's delegation cured patients who left doctors helpless. In such a comparison, the notion of Saint Lord punishment becomes deeply rooted in people's hearts. And when the Holy Light Temple presents the gift of Cremo V, demanding the Yamen king to repent for the royal family's deceit against the Saint Lord, it becomes even easier to gain public support. The Yamen king truly has no way out. King Fritz was not surprised by the current situation in the Yamen Hill region, a nation that has bowed down before the Holy Light Temple for far too long, willingly handing its neck to the enemy, sacrificing other nations in exchange for survival. Such a cowardly nation. What can it do when the blade of the Holy Light Temple falls upon it suddenly? Assisting in wrongdoing is itself a sin. King Fritz put down the letter. The first princess, Lubia Fritz, walked in and reported to him that all preparations were completed. King Fritz nodded slightly. Soon, the head steward entered. He helped King Fritz don his armor, which was not actually part of his duty, but he asked King Fritz, who agreed. May the former king protect you. Trembling hands, the steward adjusted the iron armor for King Fritz. He stepped back and looked proudly at King Fritz armed in silver armor. The cold armor gave King Fritz a markedly different aura from usual. The luxury of the court was erased at this time, leaving only pure dignity. The iron-blooded spirit passed down through generations of the Fritz royal family. The Fritz royal family was born to accompany swords, battles, and blood. You will win. The steward's eyes became slightly moist. King Fritz said nothing. He slightly nodded, then walked out of the temporary palace together with the first princess, Lubia Fritz. Today, in the rare winter of Yefeather City, there was no snow. The daylight was blinding. General John waited quietly outside the gates of the last royal stronghold. He looked at King Fritz arriving on horseback and bowed deeply. King Fritz pulled the reins tight, looking down at him from above. I hope that when I return, your longsword and gauntlets will be ready. They will be, General John responded loudly. King Fritz did not look back at him, nor did he linger any longer. Outside the city, awaiting King Fritz was an army fully prepared for battle. At the front were King Fritz's royal iron riders. Like their king, they were enveloped in an aura of impending combat. Towering warhorses carried them, both rider and horse encased in heavy plate armor and breastplates. Sunlight reflecting off their armor cast dazzling glimmers. The royal iron riders unfurled more than 100 blood-red royal banners. Behind them were the cavalry units brought by various lords after the rebellion, each raising their family's banner under different colors. Amidst the chaos of these diverse flags, those hundreds of crimson royal banners surged like waves. Hooves thundered. King Fritz reined in his horse, halting before everyone. His eyes swept across the entirety of this army, which belonged to him. Sunlight enveloped King Fritz, outlining the edges of his armor with a brilliant shimmer. Advance, King Fritz ordered fiercely. Warhorses galloped, steel clashed, creating loud echoes. Flags flapped violently in the wind, unfurling into an ocean of killing intent as flesh and iron flowed together, driven by King Fritz's willpower. This was the year 1433. On the northern hillside shores of the Abyssal Strait, the land-bound kingdom of gods was being established. The holy light accompanying the Pope's decree spread as warships cut through the surging tides, and the knights of the temple stood poised to enter battle. The papal state faced its first violent expansion. On the inland southern side of the Abyssal Strait, the rebellions of the Fritz kingdom were stirring unrest. Cities like Hesmu and the royal city of Yefeather, along with various lords, none escaped the turmoil, caught up in the swirling storm. It seemed as though overnight, the entire world had been set ablaze by war. On this day, xuanhuan's forces reached their peak strength, and King Fritz personally led his troops into battle. The final showdown would take place within Yefeather City. Chapter 126, The Undead and the White-Robed Monks. King Fritz's army set off from the western part of the city along the Laxi River, which runs through Yaya City. They would cross multiple city battlefields and then cut straight through the Donk Grand Square to reach the royal inner castle in the northern district. As night fell, the troops camped near the upstream of the Laxi River. The Laxi River, like the Duoma River, is one of the 5 main long rivers within the kingdom of Fritz. It originates from the Feld Mountains, running northward through the northern regions of the entire Fritz kingdom before flowing into the port of Banmo, and eventually emptying into the extreme North Ice Sea. It passes through nearly a quarter of the land of the Fritz kingdom. Today, a tributary of this river has been channeled into Yaya City, greatly enhancing the convenience of daily life for its residents. However, it was never expected that it would become a transportation channel for civil war. King Fritz provided unceasing support towards his objective. Because his wisest daughter, Lubia Fritz, had proposed a hypothesis. xuanhuan might still have unseen reinforcements. Northern part of Yaya City, at a sloped bank of the Laxi River, some distance away from the royal military inner castle. At dawn, Captain of the Royal Guard Lanceman had already led his troops here. On the boundary of the slope, besides residential buildings, there was also a patch of sparse forest and some bushes. The cavalry waited here quietly, shielded by the trees. Both men and horses remained motionless. As the war horses breathed, large clouds of white vapor were exhaled through their nostrils, while the knights held tightly onto the reins, as immobile as iron statues. Beside Captain of the Royal Guard Lanceman was his longtime retainer. The retainer asked in a low voice, "Why are you intercepting so early?" Captain Lanceman glanced at him and replied, "Jesk's rebel reinforcements are almost here." "What?" The retainer was slightly startled. Captain Lanceman nodded slightly to indicate he hadn't misunderstood. From a distant place, after reaching the royal military inner castle, Captain Lanceman came to the same conclusion as the first princess. Jesk's rebels have reinforcements. They likely hired Galandi heavy cavalry. However, while inside the castle, Captain Lanceman didn't voice this judgment. After a great battle, facing the remnants of a devastated fortress, it is most important to maintain hope and morale rather than plunging the soldiers into premature despair and fear. The reputation of the Galangdi heavy cavalry was too terrifying. Besides, Captain Lanceman believed that these days, the strong attacks on the Royal Military Inner Castle by Jest's rebels were simply to pave the way for the Galangdi heavy cavalry. The Galangdi heavy cavalry is known to be invincible on the battlefield, but when it comes to besieging a fortress, it requires more than just charging ahead. Once the Royal Military Inner Castle falls under Jest's rebellion forces, when the Galangdi heavy cavalry arrives, they will be able to penetrate deeply and sweep everything in their path. Therefore, upon receiving news of the failed siege, Prince will certainly rush to continue attacking the Royal Military Inner Castle. Captain Lanceman's offensive instead of defensive strategy was merely intended to reassure the commanders. What he truly intended to do was ambush Prince Will, then lead everyone at the Royal Military Inner Castle forward to occupy Prince Will's former base to fend off the Galangdi heavy cavalry, which could arrive at any time. They're coming. Captain Lanceman suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice cold. His partner, with whom he had collaborated for many years, immediately understood the situation and signaled the flag for preparation. The knights leveled the spears in their hands, ready to charge at any moment. This damned cursed weather. Prince Will cursed softly. The cavalry were positioned in the middle of the formation, undead controlled by necromancers acting as the left and right wings, surrounded by siege ladders, trebuchets, and other large-scale siege weapons, along with other slow-moving logistics wagons. Prince Will constantly look back at those vehicles moving painfully slowly, wanting nothing more than to whip them and urge them to move faster. He received word that the mercenaries from Galangdi had already disembarked at the port. These heavy riders cost an astronomical sum by day. Every passing day, the money of Jest's rebels flowed out. It made even him, the prince, tremble at the expenses. However, as Galangdi's heavy cavalry approached, the plan to be conquered Royal Military Inner Castle still stood intact. That damned Lanceman. Prince Will took a deep breath, cursing under his breath. But when he mentioned the captain of the Royal Guard, Lanceman, he instinctively tightened his grip. In his youth, Prince Will once encountered the Royal Guard Captain Lanceman on the battlefield. In that battle, he suffered a defeat so severe that he avoided touching his armor for a whole year afterward. That guy was a madman on the battlefield. Are you afraid? A young man's voice sounded beside Prince Will. The muscles on Prince Will's face twitched, a flash of anger crossing his face, but when he turned his head, he wore a respectful smile. No wonder, Your Eminence, you are so perceptive. Beside Prince Will stood a white-robed monk, whose appearance was extraordinarily handsome, but this kind of handsomeness was somewhat strange. It felt as though an angel had stepped directly off a mural. This white-robed monk was welcomed personally by all the leaders of the Northern Jesk rebel coalition as a supporter from the Holy Light Temple. Prince Will had privately speculated about the identity of this white-robed monk. An inquisitor? Unlikely. Inquisitors were marked by their black robes. A member of the Temple Knights? Even less likely. This person had neither armor nor a long sword. Then who in the Holy Light Temple was he? Prince Will had once asked his older brother in private, but the king refused to answer, only saying that this figure could withstand an army of thousands. Prince Will noticed that his brother used the pronoun it rather than he. Thus, Prince Will treated the white-robed monk with utmost respect ever since. This monk had also participated in this attack on the Royal Military Inner Castle. However, Prince Will still harbored many doubts. The white-robed monk only brought 3 sealed iron carriages pulled by horses and nothing else. Could he, or perhaps it, turn these 3 carriages into an army of thousands? The enemy is here. While Prince Will's thoughts raced, the white-robed monk suddenly spoke softly beside him. Prince Will abruptly pulled his horse to a halt, confusion clouding his expression as he looked ahead. In the clear morning light, a branch of the Laxi River flowed quietly through the left part of the city. Beyond it, there was nothing but a cluster of low buildings and sparse trees shrouded in faint mist. As Prince Will lifted his head, he realized that the white-robed monk had silently retreated to the 3 carriages at the center of the army, something no human could have done. At that moment, dust began to rise behind the sparse forest on the opposite slope. Shit! Prince Will turned sharply, only to find that the white-robed monk was no longer beside him. Cursing loudly, he barked out commands. Enemy attack. Defend. Chapter 127, The Undead and the Divine. Enemy attack. Defend. As his voice faded, a long horn sounded from the sparse woods opposite. Jesk's rebel warhorses were startled and let out a shrill neigh. Horses are more sensitive creatures than humans. They had sensed the enemy's approach. At that moment, from the slope covered in swirling snow, the enemy charged down. On either side, the undead, after marching all night without a trace of fatigue, neatly raised their shields, closing in to form a defensive line. Amidst the swirling snow and dust, over 100 crimson banners of the Rose King connected into a surging wave of blood. Prince Will's heart jolted with sudden alarm. The nightmare battle of his youth returned like a haunting ghost. Defend, defend. He screamed hysterically, trembling as he raised his shield but retreating backward, wanting to hide in the center of the army. In the middle of the main forces, next to the carriage, a white-robed monk lifted his head quietly and gazed intently. His pupils were unnaturally clear, like a mirror, or perhaps like the sky, reflecting the world within them. It's the Fritz royal family, the dragon slayers of Europe? He whispered softly. His voice was drowned out by the tumult. The banner of the Lion King had arrived, and the cavalry of the Fritz royal family surged in like an angry tide. Other foot soldiers of Jesk's rebel force hastily gathered, raising shields half their height to form a shield wall against the cavalry charge. The number of attacking cavalry was much fewer than theirs. However, The formation of this cavalry charge was peculiar. Not a regular horizontal alignment, but concentrated at one point before stretching out, resembling a sword. The tip of the longest part of the blade was the sharpest part of the entire sword. Lanceman, the captain of the Royal Guard, was the tip of this blade. The Iron Cavalry, personally led by Captain Lanceman of the Royal Guard, was a completely different concept from ordinary armored cavalry. The infantry cried out in terror as they saw the ferocious horses bearing down on them in the blink of an eye. The leading knight almost instantly broke through the shield defense. His lance swung out widely in a massive crescent arc, splashing blood everywhere within the arc from the foot soldiers trying to converge. This first knight had successfully opened a breach in the entire defense line, followed closely by other knights who rushed in through this opening. Compared to them, Jest's entire rebel force seemed disorganized like sand. Under the optimal timing provided by the terrain manipulated by Captain Lanceman of the Royal Guard, the terrifying impact power of the cavalry was displayed to the fullest extent. To the Royal Cavalry, Jest's rebel shield wall was nothing more than a fragile piece of paper. The lances of the knights tore through this paper-like defensive line, piercing directly through half of Jest's rebel central route, cutting the rebel troops into two halves. Jest's rebels discovered that their enemies were fierce as tigers, cunning as foxes. Between both cavalries always lay infantry and supply teams. Captain Lanceman of the Royal Guard never gave Jest's rebel knights any chance to organize and encircle him. Instead, relying on speed, he cut through the battlefield freely like the wind, with all the knights maintaining the sword formation. Before the Iron Cavalry, infantry and low-ranking undead could only be trampled underfoot at will. After breaking through the line, the Royal Cavalry immediately used their heavy lances as spears, throwing them with full force. Wherever the 2-meter-long iron spear passed, blood sprayed forth, leaving death and injury in its wake. At the same instant when the iron spear left their hands, the knights already drew their swords from their waists, swinging them downward from their horses. Sprays of blood spurted upward, splashing onto their armor. These knights resembled blood-soaked deities of death. The horses leaped into the air. Captain Lanceman of the Royal Guard, along with several finally caught-up riders around him, rose into the air with man and horse alike. He swung his sword mid-air. Man and horse danced together, swordlight flickering like moonlight. The newly arrived Jest rebel cavalry, which was supposed to surround Captain Lanceman of the Royal Guard, was now forced to raise their shields for defense. A young knight's shield met Captain Lanceman's blade. He felt excruciating pain in his wrist, and the next moment the shield flew sideways. Without hesitation, Lanceman slashed his throat open. As the horse landed, Captain Lanceman continued charging forward, with other royal cavalrymen following close behind. Captain Lanceman targeted straight for the middle of the army where Jest's rebel flag was flying, the place where Prince Will was stationed. Although his officers struggled to find him to request orders, they found Prince Will pale-faced, trembling, and paralyzed inside his heavy iron armor. Prince Will watched as Captain Lanceman of the Royal Guard cut through half the battlefield like an unstoppable force, heading directly toward him, causing his whole body to tremble uncontrollably. In his youth, it was on a battlefield just like this, in a battle where they were similarly outnumbered. The then arrogant and invincible Prince Will had suffered one of the worst defeats of his life. His army was shredded at will by Captain Lanceman's cavalry. His knights were trampled underfoot by Captain Lanceman's men. He himself had nearly died under Captain Lanceman's longsword. This maniac of the Fritz royal family. How could any sane person stand against a madman? His pride, his dignity, his arrogance, all were utterly crushed in that single battle. Not until King William III fell ill and passed away, and Captain Lanceman stayed behind to guard the Rose Palace while his son John replaced him on the battlefield, did Prince Will's fear gradually subside. But now, that nightmare-like terror has returned with even greater intensity. He shoved aside his worried subordinate who shouted at him, turned his horse, and prepared to flee back the way he had come. A soft sigh reached Prince Will's ears, reaching everyone present. Like being stopped by an invisible wall, Prince Will tumbled from his horse and stared blankly up at the sky. A ripple-like light spread outward in concentric circles, carrying a majesty and power beyond human imagination. The horses screamed and quaked in fear. The soldiers of Jest's rebel forces instinctively fell to their knees, bowing low to the ground. A miracle, a divine miracle has descended. Someone shook as they shouted, their voice filled with both reverence and terror. Just moments before, the chaotic battlefield suddenly fell silent. Captain Lanceman of the Royal Guard reined in his horse, leading his significantly depleted cavalry, standing amidst the blood-soaked snow. His ice-blue pupils reflected what was called the miracle. So this is the divine army the Pope received back then? Captain Lanceman murmured softly. It was history from across the straits. In the year 217 AD, the Pope of the Papal States received help from the Holy Light Temple, sacrificing his life to invoke the assistance of the Holy Lord. In the Chronicles of the Papal States, it was written, angels clad in armor fought alongside mortals, bestowing the laurels of victory upon the Pope. Divine power had changed the tide of what would have been a crushing defeat. Now, more than 1,000 years later, that power had reappeared. Chapter 128, The Undying and the Divine Punishment. The 3 iron carriages had already been jolted open. Inside, 3 holy coffers rested, containing the sacred remains of 3 individuals who should have remained entombed in churches for veneration by the faithful. A white light emanated from the remains, converging into the air above. In midair, a young white-robed monk slowly unfurled a pair of enormous snow-white wings, his armor materializing from insubstantial to solid on his body. The entire space fell silent. All members of Jest's rebel army lay prostrate on the ground. The only ones not kneeling were the cavalry led by Lanthman, the captain of the royal guard. They too felt an oppressive weight, yet not a single knight retreated. Because Captain Lanthman of the royal guard did not retreat. He gazed at the war angel hovering in the sky, reaching out to receive the king's banner from a nearby knight, raising it high. The lion flag billowed majestically. It was a banner of mortals. The angel opened its eyes, its expression as depicted in every fresco of the Holy Light Cathedral, devoid of emotion or bias. However, the pupil retained a reflection of the young white-clad monk, clear like a mirror, reflecting the mortal knight who held the banner high, descendant of the dragon slayers. The deity spoke, the voice soft but reaching every ear. For more than 1,000 years, will you still choose the same path? It has been over 1,000 years. Captain Lanthman of the royal guard raised his gaze, observing the blood-stained royal banner fluttering high in the air. For over 1,000 years, humankind has struggled to stand on this land for over a millennium, shattered time and again, enduring relentless pressure from all directions, pouring generation after generation's blood onto this soil. They've persisted this way for 1,000 years. More than 1,000 years ago, we made a choice. Now, that choice remains unchanged. Lanthman said slowly, "You will die." The angel regarded the one before him, the descendant of the dragon slayers, looking deeply into those eyes passed down through generations. Even so, will you continue to fight? Dragons see humans as food. You see humans as ants. Now, are you beginning to pity these ants? The wind slapped the end of the flag against Lanthman's face. A life spent leading armies hadn't made him verbose, yet today, he didn't care about wasting time. Is it pity? Or have you realized, when ants gather, they also possess earth-shattering power? His gaze sharpened suddenly, like an ancient blade shifting, its edge glinting with cold light. "Cold, we can bestow upon you honor, strength, and authority," the angel declared. "We can give you the power to transcend the ordinary, to achieve greatness." Captain Lanthman of the royal guard smiled. "No, you don't understand what we truly seek." For the first time, a hint of doubt appeared in the mirror-like eyes of the angel. "You don't understand." Lanthman looked around. The snowy cobblestones had turned to mud, bodies piled one atop another, blood mixed with muddy snow. Swords, spears, long poles, and broken buildings were everywhere visible. Mortal wars, whether won or lost, should be entirely determined by our own efforts. Every knight stepping onto the battlefield is prepared for victory and triumph or defeat and death. This is the destiny of knights, willingly accepted. But it mustn't end like this now. In an instant, in a fleeting thought, the fate of millions in the nation vanishes into nothingness. No matter how much human blood flows, it's merely a small drop before God's, falling silently. This is why we've never bowed down to you. If humans are like ants before the divine, then all our sacrifices and efforts become mere jests. How laughable it would be. The persistence of humanity for over 1,000 years seeks only that the destinies of mortals be decided by themselves. Their history, written by themselves. They refuse to be prey, ants, puppets. They want to stand tall on the earth. All they want is fairness, freedom. Yet, neither heaven nor earth grants them that. Since none of you will give it, then, Captain Lanthman of the royal guard whispered softly, his voice laden with centuries of struggle, the Fritz royal family will take it themselves. With blood, with the lives of generation after generation. Anyone who stands on this side isn't our enemy. The angel gripped the fire sword, pointing lightly towards where Prince Will stood. Captain Lanthman of the royal guard looked back at the knights behind him. "Go ahead. Don't let this rare generosity go to waste." The iron cavalry stood solemnly, no one left. "You don't need to feel sorry. The enemies we face now have already surpassed the scope of our vows," Captain Lanthman of the royal guard said indifferently. "Go. Are you insulting us?" The senior knight who had followed him the longest spoke up. He lost one eye in battle, blood covering his face. Slowly raising his sword, he pointed it at Prince while kneeling on the ground. To follow a dog who pisses himself? His description was crude and arrogant, entirely against the spirit of a knight. However, the moment his words fell, all the knights burst out laughing wildly, their laughter unrestrained and defiant, as if there were no matchless angel before them, no invisible pressure heavy enough to almost make them fall off their horses. Captain Lanthman of the royal guard slightly startled, then laughed loudly. He pulled his horse back and looked at his knights. I am glad. He had been stern throughout his life. Even with victories as great as they might be, he had never laughed heartily like today, nor expressed his feelings so frankly. I am glad. Captain Lanthman of the royal guard raised the royal flag high. You are all here. I am glad that you are the kingdom's iron cavalry. For the glory of the rose. The knights roared as they lifted their swords high. The warhorses stopped neighing. Having campaigned together for many years, the warhorses and their masters had long understood each other deeply. At this moment, the horses overcame the fear ingrained in their nature and proudly raised their heads just like their masters, taking not a single step back. Now, follow me. Captain Lanthman of the royal guard turned to the angel and swung his long sword. Charge. Just as he did earlier, he charged forward first. The knights closely followed behind. The hooves of their warhorses kicked up the battlefield's blood and mud. They followed their leader without hesitation. They were a single blade, the human's sword and knife. Whether old or young knights, they remained only in the hundreds. But at this moment, they were the kingdom's countless armies. The angel spread its wings of divinity and drew its holy fire sword. A vast expanse of crimson flames extended across the sky, forming a circle centered around the angel. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, all accumulated snow melted in an instant. Those waters transformed from melting snow, formed a boiling river surging between the royal cavalry and Jesk's rebel army. It was like an insurmountable chasm dividing mortals from gods. Crossing it would mean being crushed into powder. Searing heat washed over, yet the warhorses didn't slow down a bit. Attack! Captain Lanthman of the Royal Guard cried aloud. This was war. This was a war between mortals and gods, extending unceasingly since the Age of Legends. A war that wouldn't end until both sides were obliterated. Attack! All the knights shouted out loud. On the battlefield, knights had only one mission. To kill, to slay their enemies, or be slain by their enemies. The royal cavalry never retreats. Holding the sword with both hands, the angel raised it high. The scarlet flames in the sky surged downward, bringing along boundless dignity and ferocity. This was not human strength, but divine power. The fire resembled a crimson sea, sweeping over everything. There were countless swords and spears within the flames. The heavens and earth became suddenly bloody. All living beings lay prostrate. Divine punishment descended, devouring everything. Chapter 129, The Undead and the Broken City. Yabu City was vast enough for an army of over 10,000 to engage in a melee here. Yabu City was also small, so small that it couldn't even accommodate a single corpse. Fritz Kingdom. The boundary lines between various urban districts. King Fritz led the vanguard in rapid transit, almost without stopping day or night until they reached this place. They had just crossed the first battlefield. After passing through 2 more internal checkpoints, they could reach the royal inner castle. King Fritz was at the forefront of the group. He suddenly reined in his horse and looked up toward the north. The howling northern wind was cold enough to seep into one's marrow. King Fritz tightly gripped the reins, feeling as if his blood were gradually turning cold, yet it seemed there was a boiling flame within his heart. The soldiers halted behind King Fritz, puzzled by his demeanor, making the army slightly noisy. But in the world around him, all sounds faded away from King Fritz. Drip. It felt like an illusion, or perhaps the sound carried by the wind, coming from afar. Drip. It was the sound of a drop of blood falling. Whose blood was it? Move forward. King Fritz suddenly roared angrily. He raised his riding whip high and swung it forcefully. The warhorse let out a long neigh and galloped forth. The cold wind slashed against King Fritz's face, cutting like a blade. He held the reins tightly, his knuckles turning a ghostly pale. Crossing mountains, traversing icy rivers, weaving through swamps, King Fritz hurried through the severe winter chill. How much did he possess? And how much did he have left to lose? James and a few cavalrymen were speeding through the snow. His arms were full with scrolls filled with numbers, and his breathing was heavy like that of a blacksmith's bellows. He was exhausted, panting heavily, and felt a mix of amusement and frustration towards someone who deserved cursing. Sending a castle designer fleeing from the battlefield with a squad. Did that imbecile think he was some knight clad in armor, wielding a sword? Would anyone believe that if the enemy's cavalry caught up, he wouldn't immediately kneel down begging for mercy? James led the last detachment of cavalry from the royal castle. They had gone through a hidden passage on the southern side of the fortress. James knew little about warfare. He was merely an architect, spending his days dealing with wood and stones. Yet, even he understood, when early the previous morning he saw the white background with the salamander banner of the Jesk rebellious army instead of the red background with the rose banner on the horizon, it was evident that the situation had changed. The Royal Guard commander, Landsman, known for his defensive counterattacks, had not returned. Instead, a flood of enemies had arrived. This siege was fiercer than the one before. Too little time had passed since the last siege. They had barely managed to patch up the broken city walls, and those collapsed towers didn't stand a chance to be rebuilt. The enemies did not rush to climb the wall, but pushed their trebuchets onto the battlefield, targeting specifically the repaired parts of the walls. Amidst the thunderous rumble, the inner military fort of the royal family shook as if on the verge of collapse. The commander remained atop the wall from morning till evening, shouting orders at the top of his lungs. But everyone knew that the inner military fort would not hold any longer. Gradually, the enemies started climbing onto the city walls. At that point, the commander found James with a squadron of knights. He pointed at James and said to the several cavalry members, "There are confidential materials on his person. Even if you must die, you need to deliver him safely to King Fritz." "I've got no choice." Before James could finish a single sentence, the commander strode over, grabbing the collar of his shirt. "I'm not saving you." The already armless commander was breathless. Lowering his voice, he added, "I beg you to save my brothers. With me here, they will never flee. I beg you, take them and escape. I beg you to save their lives." After finishing, the commander released him. "Take him away." With a single command, the crimson-eyed knights approached and dragged James towards the direction of the secret passageway. "Tell His Majesty, the Gurand heavy cavalry has arrived." That was the last thing the commander told him before resuming his charge back onto the wall. He drew his sword, hacking away at the rebels scaling through breaches in the city walls. James saw him holding the sword with one hand, lifting it high, and swinging it down with all his might, severing the head of a rebel from Jesk. Blood gushed out from the man's neck like a fountain, splashing all over the commander. His hair and face were drenched in blood, dripping down steadily. James wondered, when the commander himself was decapitated, would the same spray of blood occur? The knights escorted James, fleeing southward from the castle. The enemy's main attack was focused on the north side, leaving not many of the Jesk rebels near the southern exit. Before leaving the castle and galloping into the snowy wilderness, James took a last look at the castle he had personally designed. Faintly visible, black smoke enveloped the upper air of the castle. This was the fire ignited by the battlefield. The royal family's military inner fortress was destined to fall. James knew it in his heart. After the castle was captured, the just rebellious army would think of repairing it again. The carpenters and workers inside the city would survive. But the commander and the warriors defending the city, they were bound to die. Racing under the starlit night, an architectural designer and several cavalrymen hurried desperately along. They carried the final order from the commander. Tell King Fritz that the king of the undead, Dakawari, is about to be resurrected. They had already traveled through the night, and James felt that if they continued this way, he would lose his life on the saddle. Coming to the Fritz kingdom was a mistake. Otherwise, he would still be peacefully building churches. Thinking this, James raised his riding whip and once again urged the warhorse beneath him to rush forward. When the warhorse reached a small hill, it suddenly stood up high as if startled. James turned pale with fright. He pulled hard on the reins, wanting to calm the horse down. But not only did he fail, he rolled off the back of the horse and plunged head first into the icy snow. A mouthful of snow suddenly poured down his throat. James struggled and writhed, managing to pull himself up out of the snow. Once he got up, he immediately understood why the horse was startled. Far off on the horizon, dust faintly swirled. Amidst that dust, hundreds of blood-red banners unfurled, stretching continuously like a tide. James opened his mouth, swallowing the cold snow filling it, freezing his lungs. He began to cough violently, coughing as though his lungs would come out. The crimson wave raced from far away, and in the blink of an eye surged before their eyes. The cavalry behind James let out cries of alarm. Just as they saw James roll onto the snowy slope and were about to trample him into mush, the leading knight stopped his horse at the critical moment, halting no more than 3 steps away from James. Behind this knight, all the horses came to a halt at the same time, transforming from a rushing flood into a motionless ocean. Flags waved with a rustling sound, but the horses were now completely still, with white breaths puffing from their nostrils. James narrowly escaped death, rolling and crawling to stand beside the horse. Just as he stood up, the knights behind him dismounted and knelt together in the snow. "Welcome, your majesty." James was startled. He looked up at the leading knight. The knight was against the light, wearing armor, his face unclear. It was around dawn, and the world was wrapped in a soft blue light. This chilly blue light fell on the knight, making him gleam as if he were a piece of iron pulled from fire and plunged into ice. James suddenly remembered how a few days ago, Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard led the cavalry into battle in similar thin, cold morning light. "Did you come from the Royal Military Inner Castle?" King Fritz sat atop his horse. Those behind him were too far away, those in front kneeling. Everyone could only hear his voice, calm as usual. No one saw his hand gripping the reins and whip, trembling slightly. The city has fallen." The cavalryman who replied trembled slightly. He was the attendant of the commander, also the commander's close friend. Chapter 130, The Undying and Glory. Silence. An oppressive silence hung in the air, as if even the warhorses dared not neigh. The winter's cold wind froze fingers stiff and turned the blood in veins to ice. King Fritz felt the shards of frost in the air seep into his lungs with every breath, an icy chill penetrating his bones that no warmth could dispel. The uneasy premonition turned into grim reality, the last vestige of hope sinking slowly into the abyss. "Speak." King Fritz's icy blue eyes fixed intently on the cavalryman before him. "What happened?" The rider removed his helmet and slammed it heavily into the snow. Only then did James realize how young he was. This silent knight who had traveled a great distance had a round, boyish face. Lord Landsman broke the first siege, but the city walls were damaged beyond repair. Lord Landsman resolved to intercept the second wave of Geski's rebel army. The young knight's voice rasped, as though each word carried the weight of blood. "Lord Landsman perished. The general swore to defend the city at all costs and sent us to inform your majesty. Dakawari is about to awaken." Landsman's death, Dakawari's revival. Like 2 boulders thrown into a tranquil lake, shock erupted uncontrollably among the ranks of soldiers. Lord Landsman, dead. King Fritz's Adam's apple moved. He clenched his jaw and raised his head. The exhaustion from the 2-day forced march surged up suddenly, making the world seem pitch black for a moment as everything turned gray. Drip, drop. The sound of dripping blood echoed faintly once more in his ears, light, yet suffocatingly hard to breathe through. That drop of blood. It belonged to Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard, to one of his most trusted men. What surged within his chest? What force frozen piece by piece was taking hold? He had once been without anything. Returning to the kingdom of Fritz, he bore the fate of a nation, a family. Yet now, finally, he had something. How little he possessed, and how much he could afford to lose. Should he cry out in grief? Should he roar and scream? Who would teach him how to scream? Who would show him how to roar? Through the years of struggle, when everyone wanted him dead, he lived amidst the world's hatred and cold, learning never to cry, never to falter. Now, who could tell him how to let tears flow during such sorrow? The stillness lasted too long. A rider stepped forward from the formation, approaching King Fritz. He was the deputy commander of the Royal Iron Cavalry, and also an old cavalryman well acquainted with Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard. When King Fritz decided on military reforms and formed a new royal bodyguard, Captain Landsman worried that the first princess, Lubia Fritz, was too inexperienced and too young, so he appointed this man as the deputy commander of the Royal Iron Cavalry. The deputy walked toward King Fritz, who gazed in the direction of the castle of the royal military quarters. Upon seeing King Fritz, the deputy almost thought that he might whip his horse at any moment and rush toward the place where Captain Landsman might have fallen. King Fritz's knuckles tightened around the whip, pale and cold, but the whip remained suspended, unswung. Your Majesty, the deputy spoke softly. In that moment, the figure before him seemed not like the ruler of the kingdom of Fritz, but just an ordinary person who had lost their last shield. Without the iron wall, what choices would the monarch make? What should the monarch choose? Withdraw. King Fritz lowered his head, shadows cast by his armor hiding his face. This usually proud and powerful sovereign, at this moment, resembled only a grieving, ordinary person. Yet his voice remained unmistakably King Fritz's. He was the person whom Captain Landsman held in highest regard, and he was King Fritz. Anyone else could cry, anyone else could despair, anyone else could rage uncontrollably, but not King Fritz. The army became restless. The cavalrymen hadn't expected King Fritz to give such an order. Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard had died. Would King Fritz not seek vengeance for Landsman? I said, withdraw. King Fritz growled fiercely, like a young lion suddenly enraged. Retreat to the middle line gateways. The deputy silently observed King Fritz, his head bowed. He remembered asking Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard once why he devoted himself so steadfastly over so many years to guarding King Fritz. At the time, Captain Landsman replied, because he represents the hope of the Fritz royal lineage. He will be a true emperor. The deputy hadn't understood then. Now he understood. Withdrawing their forces now was truly what they needed to do. He knew all too well Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard. He was well aware of the significance of the Royal Iron Cavalry under Captain Landsman's command. But now Captain Landsman had fallen in battle, and the inner military castle had been lost. Even if they pressed forward, it wouldn't make any difference. The advanced cavalry that had come rushing to the fore carried no siege equipment whatsoever. Not only could they not recapture the castle from the enemy, but they might also have to face a large number of undead beings and other reinforcements already arrived. For the weary Royal Iron Cavalry that had rushed here, this would likely be a losing battle. The situation ahead remained unclear, every unknown factor posing a great risk. Any general leading troops must abide by this fundamental principle. Never take undue risks with the lives of one's soldiers. Captain Landsman's death marked an immense catastrophe for the entire kingdom of Fritz. At this moment, they couldn't afford another catastrophic defeat that would cast the entire rebellion suppression war into despair. So, they had no choice but to retreat. They would withdraw to the nearest internal fortress behind them, holding out until the arrival of the subsequent forces. That's what they truly needed to do. The deputy commander took a deep breath, suppressing his heartache and sorrow. He stole one last glance at King Fritz, then turned his horse back to rejoin the army. King Fritz stood expressionlessly amidst the icy snow, watching as the cavalry under his command reversed formation, rear becoming front and front turning to rear, slowly retreating in the snow towards the direction they had originally come from. King Fritz stood still, motionless. Soon, he was alone on the snowy slope. A harsh, hollow laugh escaped him. No tears flowed. There was no crying, only hoarse, stifled laughter. Fury and sorrow coursed through his veins, awakening the primal madness of the ancient house of Fritz within him. His dead father, his slain uncle, all his departed ancestors, their spirits resurrected inside him. In the biting northern wind, King Fritz lifted his head, gazing up at the vast, gray sky. From between clenched teeth, he uttered words so saturated with bloodiness it was as though some fearsome beast had shattered its bonds within him and was now roaring in bloodthirsty triumph. The iron wall of the kingdom had collapsed into bloodied mud, supplanted by a newborn blood-soaked king. You're about to see. I will raise the Lion King banner across the continent. I'll forge an everlasting glory of an unending sun, and let all nations bow before my golden carriage. He was determined to realize Captain Landsman's lifelong ambition, to revive the honor of the house of Fritz upon this very land. Anyone who had killed Captain Landsman of the Royal Guard, no matter who they were, he would decapitate them, crush their sins beneath his heel, force their souls eternally kneeling upon the graves. Chapter 131, The Undead and Dark Ori. Yabu City. Fritz Palace. This magnificent palace, situated at the very center of Yabu City, has now completely fallen into the hands of the undead. But fortunately, the undead army did not set fire to this century-old historical and splendid architectural masterpiece. On the contrary, aside from the undead forces that continued towards the west of Yabu City to engage in battle with the Royal Guard, the vast majority of the undead were like the most respectful guards, stationed at various entrances and exits of this palace. xuanhuan, this great nobleman, who now controls most of the urban areas of Yabu City, this conspirator who already thinks he can dominate both mankind and hell, at this moment, was slowly riding on a skeleton warhorse, heading towards the central throne hall of the palace. The necro pearl, in his hand, emitted an unusual dark black light. The surrounding thick death aura was the best maintenance for this pearl. And xuanhuan, tonight, was about to start an era of undead here. xuanhuan is a human who yearns for immortality. But if it's just a human body, even if one works hard and reaches the hero realm, like the ancient 13 heroes, one will ultimately face death. xuanhuan does not want to die. This world, he still has too many attachments to power and desire. Until that day, a necromancer named Mordell fled to xuanhuan's territory. And it was also on that day that xuanhuan first came into contact with the undead. As a top-tier noble of the kingdom, xuanhuan usually engages in the enjoyment of the luxurious life of a noble in addition to political manipulations and plots. These things are what xuanhuan excels at, and he can easily place many enemies in a deadly situation. But these things could not give xuanhuan any possibility of immortality. Mordell and the information he provided about the undead let xuanhuan come into contact with the possibility of immortality for the first time. Therefore, xuanhuan used his noble immunity to save Mordell from captivity and appointed him as a senior guest minister of the Jesk family. From that day onward, xuanhuan began a massive reward hunt for capturing the undead, whether they were skeletal or zombie types of undead. At the same time, xuanhuan started openly recruiting high-level and rare combatants, including necromancers. Time passed day by day. xuanhuan, a highly talented noble of the kingdom, soon mastered more knowledge of the undead than his subordinates, and even the first necromancer of the entire kingdom, Mordell. xuanhuan began a frantic search, not only controlling the undead, but also wanting to know how to become one himself. To retain his consciousness while gaining immortality and not experiencing fatigue along with other traits of being an undead. Finally, in an ancient mountain tomb, xuanhuan, with the accompaniment and assistance of his head guard Eddard and the necromancer Mordell, among a large group of guards, discovered the sole treasure in this mountain tomb. A single, floating pearl radiating an ominous deep black glow similar to death itself. The Necro Pearl. With possession of the Necro Pearl, xuanhuan seemed to have had a sudden enlightenment. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He had to summon the legendary King of the Undead, Dark Ori, who was jointly defeated and sealed by the ancient 13 heroes. He needed to inherit the soul of Dark Ori. He would turn Yabu City into a city of the undead. By doing so, allowing the King of the Undead to return to the mortal world. And he would be the new and sole King of the Undead, carrying the soul of Dark Ori, xuanhuan. This name will become the new master of both heaven and hell. In contrast to xuanhuan's self-satisfaction, Fritz King's royal cavalry currently finds themselves in an unprecedented low point. Lanceman, known as the Iron Wall of Fritz Kingdom, has now perished. This fact is undoubtedly a fatal blow to King Fritz's army. Even some nobles who originally followed and supported the Fritz royal family began questioning whether they should continue to defend King Fritz. That year, winter came earlier and fiercer across the continent compared to previous years. King Fritz's warhorse treaded upon the snow-covered cobblestones of Yabu City. Within merely a few days' time, the palace was lost, and more than half of the capital fell into enemy hands. Even if the Fritz kingdom can survive this calamity, its fortunes will inevitably decline, never to regain its former glory. Although, beneath this seemingly brilliant facade of glory lies the already rotten and worn-out burden of millions of weary commoners. King Fritz silently rode at the head of the group. Beside him was his last remaining pillar, his most bold and wise offspring, his first royal daughter, Rubia Fritz. Rubia wasn't wearing the usual elaborate and inconvenient jewel-embroidered gown typical for princesses and nobles, but rather a lighter female leather armor commonly used by adventurers and mercenaries, enhanced with extra protective iron plates at vital joints. This was the most exceptional first princess of the Fritz kingdom. In the perception of most nobles and virtually all commoners, the first princess perpetually symbolized wisdom and dignity within the royal family. But only a few nobles who had truly met Rubia Fritz knew that she was actually an adventurous and spirited young woman. And only a select few truly understood that this spirited adventuress possessed wisdom and patience far surpassing that of ordinary people. Rubia Fritz wasn't the first to suggest to the king that they should prepare against and weaken the major nobility, but she was the first one to propose a practical and feasible plan. It was also Rubia Fritz who first noticed the abnormalities in the new leader of the Jesk family, xuanhuan, and suggested to the king a strategy to place him under house arrest back in Yabu City. However, at the time, King Fritz did not follow Rubia Fritz's proposal. If King Fritz had acted then according to what Rubia had suggested, suppressing xuanhuan's rebellion in its infancy, perhaps things wouldn't have deteriorated to their current state. But life does not allow ifs. At least for King Fritz, this life did not allow ifs. Father, do you regret it? Chapter 132, The Undead and King Fritz. Father, are you regretting? Unbeknownst to Win, Crown Princess Rubia Fritz had already arrived on horseback beside King Fritz. Perhaps due to the remorseful and painful expression that was too obvious on King Fritz's face, Rubia made no attempt at concealment. My daughter. King Fritz slightly raised his head and glanced at the young woman who now radiated beauty and allure, yet as a father, he found it difficult to feel any joy in her appearance. My daughter, you were right. Initially, I should have followed your plan and imprisoned xuanhuan forever within Yerok Castle. At least. King Fritz grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. At least, I should have heeded your warning and prepared for the nobility's rebellion. With those words, King Fritz finally lowered his head helplessly. In this major rebellion, the House of Fritz had been utterly caught off guard. xuanhuan possessed enough power to activate long-distance teleportation magic gates and controlled an enormous undead army. The strong believers of the Holy Light Temple and the platinum-level adventurer team stationed in Yerok Castle, all capable of combating the undead army, had been hired away just a few days ago. Only at this moment did King Fritz realize the deep sense of helplessness rising within him. Fortunately, Rubia Fritz had rallied the royal guard ahead of time and summoned the nobles with land near Yerok City, thus preventing the situation from deteriorating beyond recovery. Father, just the day before yesterday. Rubia's conversation with King Fritz lacked the usual casual cuteness she used in the past. Instead, she sounded more like a precise and ruthless strategist, hitting directly to the point. Both Brother 1 and Brother 2 died in the battlefield of the Southern District. Rubia's calm words struck King Fritz like a bolt from the blue. This man, already gray-haired, looked even older now, yet Rubia displayed little sorrow. Stupid obstacles out of the way. Wasn't it getting her closer to her goal? For the time being, Rubia remained exceptionally dependable and composed. The morale of King Fritz's troops was low. Finally, they saw the gateway ahead, but a colossal red flag embroidered with golden tulip appeared on the eastern horizon. The rebels led by Jesk had arrived. Trouble. Crown Princess Rubia Fritz wasn't the first one to notice the presence of Jesk's rebel forces. In the royal cavalry, there were many warriors or scouts whose reconnaissance skills surpassed hers. However, given the immediacy of the situation, there was no time for hesitation. Rubia Fritz pulled the reins of her warhorse tightly. She was grateful to her father for letting the female captain of the Dance of Blood teach her horsemanship. Otherwise, in such a dire situation, making prompt decisions might not have been possible. Father, turning her horse around, Rubia Fritz spoke to King Fritz. Father, order immediately for the entire army to enter the pass. I will stay behind with the royal cavalry. Rubia Fritz's crimson royal cloak billowed in the piercing cold wind. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though all sacred light enveloped this female knight. Rubia, the usually subdued demeanor of King Fritz suddenly shifted. His gaze lifted sharply, eyes shooting sharp beams of clarity. The pass has fallen into enemy hands. King Fritz's calm words hit the mark. Rubia heard the sound and realized immediately that, although the gold upright lion flag of the Fritz house still stood atop the gateway, dense ranks of crossbowmen filled the crenels, ready for action. And only now did the surrounding knights remember their king, a leader of remarkable acumen, weakening the 6 great noble houses, co-opting adventurers' organizations, strengthening royal authority. Every decision beneficial to the stability of the Fritz kingdom had been carried through firmly by this monarch. It was merely because the intelligence of Crown Princess Rubia Fritz shone so brightly that people often overlooked the existence of this wise king. Standing proud against the cold winds, King Fritz spoke deeply. Escort the princess off the battlefield. Rubia, understand this. No father would let his own daughter step onto the battlefield herself. As King Fritz continued speaking slowly, amidst Rubia's stunned gaze, he drew his sword from his waist and raised his voice towards the vast army behind him. Brave warriors, now, the rebel forces are right before our eyes. They will invade your homes, trample on your wives and children, and even bring into our proud Yarok city the eternal enemies of mankind, the undead. Brave warriors, who among you can endure seeing your homeland invaded? Who among you can stand by as your families are mercilessly slaughtered? I beg, I implore you, as a father, as a loyal subject of this kingdom, to join me in repelling the enemy army. Justice shall prevail. The kingdom shall prevail. King Fritz concluded with a final, resounding raise of his sword, and at that moment, all the royal iron cavalry and royal guards were completely ignited with fervor and passion. The previous low, gloomy morale was instantly swept away. Justice shall prevail. The kingdom shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. The kingdom shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. The kingdom shall prevail. In the thunderous response of the entire army, King Fritz led his personal guard forward, his longsword clashing against the lances of the frontline knights, producing a clear, resonant metallic sound. King Fritz stood firm at the forefront of his grand army. Before him stretched a massive, endless army of the undead. An army neither weary nor afraid, terrifying beyond measure. King Fritz's forces lacked any certainty of victory. Their retreat had been utterly sealed off when traitors surrendered the pass to xuanhuan. But King Fritz's soldiers showed no fear. From the moment they left the western district, they knew their destined end would come embracing the arms of their home city, Yarok. To die honorably here was their fated calling. Charge, my brave warriors. With an electrifying cry, King Fritz led the charge himself, at the head of his personal night guards. The vast undead army began to organize its ranks, a group of mid-tier undead mounted on skeletal warhorses flanking wide and maneuvering to encircle them from behind. Princess Rubia Fritz suddenly froze, transfixed in her spot for a moment. It wasn't until several members of the king's personal royal guard approached her that she was silently escorted back from the battlefield's front line. The royal army surged forth like an unstoppable tidal wave, crashing straight into the heart of the undead horde. The fearsome royal iron cavalry wielded their lances as both colossal piercing weapons and formidable bludgeoning instruments. For the lower-tier undead, the royal cavalry was as fragile as paper. Their defense crumbled in mere moments. But the momentum of the royal cavalry charge could not last forever, and the tide of the undead seemed infinite. Chapter 133, The Undead and Corpses. Inside Yufei City, the moment the royal cavalry of the Fritz family clashed with the undead army of Jesk's rebel forces, an unusual magical scene was taking place far away at the other end of the city within the Fritz Royal Palace. Today's Fritz Royal Palace has changed hands, and the throne that once exclusively belonged to the Fritz King is now occupied by someone else. In the center of the Hall of Thrones, a narrow spatial crack, as if leading straight to hell. This spatial crack emits a dark brown light full of sinister depth, like an abyss tempting one to fall. Is it going to start? xuanhuan, seated firmly on the throne, became increasingly somber in his eyes. He noticed the changes occurring in the spatial crack, stood up slightly, holding the noble staff symbolizing the authority of the Jesk family in his hand. As time passed, the spatial fissure widened even more. Through what seemed to be an immeasurably deep spatial crack, xuanhuan had already seen countless souls trying to escape out of it. Great King of the Undead, Dark Ori, I summon thee here. xuanhuan extended his hands slightly to both sides, and the magic staff in his hand floated into the air. The pitch-black spatial crack grew ever more profound. The crack began to open gradually. When the crack had just widened to about the width of a finger, horrifying screams akin to millions of years' worth of vengeful spirits erupted from within. Finally, wave upon wave of translucent blue ghosts surged out, as if prisoners confined for thousands of years regaining their freedom at this very moment. True darkness will descend upon the mortal realm right now. Yufei City, Western District. Inside the headquarters of Cold Iron, Killenveed looked quietly at the royal letter in his hand, where several lines of information were hastily scrawled. The royal cavalry has been locked in fierce battle with Jesk Horton's undead army at the Central City Pass. This information was brought by scouts of Cold Iron and is absolutely reliable. Reno, standing beside Killenveed, remained silent, guarding him as he stood near the main seat. Reno, aren't you curious? This was the voice of Killenveed, imbued with the laid-back elegance unique to the upper echelons of the royal nobility. Startled by being suddenly addressed by Killenveed, Reno initially hesitated but soon quickly bowed low and responded. I follow Captain's arrangements fully. Curiosity does not exist. Ha. Hearing this, Killenveed smiled faintly as he admired the meticulous respect shown by Reno beside him. He liked such subordinates. Killenveed placed the frost originally held in his hand onto the long table beside him, then said, listening to my arrangements is naturally good, but if you have any questions, you can bring them up. Especially, when I ask you to bring them up. The harmonious tone of voice took a sharp turn halfway through Killenveed's words, acquiring a somewhat serious and angry feel. The Reverend Reno trembled slightly, unknowingly beginning to feel a sliver of fear towards the person whom he respected the most. Commander. Reno slowly spoke. He had joined the mercenary group Cold Iron around the same period as Killenveed. Back then, when Killenveed served as his squad leader, he affectionately called him Commander Killen. However, after Killenveed became the leader of Cold Iron, sometime unknown, Reno started feeling some distance between them, even though Killenveed always maintained a friendly attitude toward Reno without change. Commander, there are indeed a few questions in Reno's mind that need answering. I hope the commander would enlighten me. After hearing Reno's response, Killenveed nodded slightly, gesturing for Reno to continue. Reno respectfully made a fist salute, his bowed figure leaning closer to Killenveed, continuing. Commander, Princess Labia Fritz, the first princess of the Fritz royal family, established contact with us days ago to cooperate in resisting enemies. You agreed back then, but no actual actions were taken since then. I assumed you decided to collaborate with Jesk Horton, but Reno's voice trailed off while speaking. But then again, I went against Jesk Horton and acted as a double-crossing man, which is what you meant, am I right? Killenveed's faint smile remained unchanged as he abruptly picked up Reno's sentence. Reno's face turned ashen, frantically denying. No, definitely not. Ha. Killenveed burst out laughing and continued. I also know you did not mean that. After simply saying these words, Killenveed stood up and approached the large cathedral-style arched-round window in the hall. Reno, I will not fight for anyone, and you know that. Reno understands. Killenveed's gaze followed the transparent white glass window surface as he looked at the appearance of the western district streets of Yufei City. In the past, that place was always traversed by all sorts of noble and lordly splendid carriages. And now, these streets have few traces of people, but it really has a tinge of desolation akin to an impending apocalypse. However, here, compared to other areas in Yufei City affected by war, it is far better. Reno, I agreed with Jesk Horton because what he does is exactly what I need, what benefits me. Killenveed began speaking slowly, startling Reno upon hearing this. As the deputy leader of Cold Iron and the most trusted and capable deputy leader of Killenveed, Reno also knew some intentions of his collaborators. Jesk Horton, he didn't merely intend to usurp the throne and declare himself king. And the reason why I pretend to cooperate with the Fritz royal family is also because it benefits me. To maximize these benefits, naturally, there's no need to take any real substantial action. Reno listened quietly. He had no doubts about Killenveed's methods. Killenveed, the person he respected most, his actions sometimes were indeed despicable. Yet, Reno still believed in him. He was Reno's faith. He believed in Killenveed. Even if Killenveed wanted to destroy the world, he would be willing to follow for life. Still, Reno really wanted to know what the plan that Killenveed had been plotting for so long actually was. So, leader, if these methods are beneficial to you, then what exactly is that benefit? Reno tentatively asked. Killenveed paused for a while. The faint evening breeze outside the cathedral-style arched window brushed invisibly on Killenveed's face, slightly stirring up his golden curly hair, momentarily making him look incomparably handsome. This benefit is missing a trigger. Trigger? Yes. Killenveed suddenly turned around, and at this moment, Frost, which was originally placed on the long table, responded to the call of magic and flew into Killenveed's right hand. Under Reno's watchful eyes, Killenveed slowly drew out Frost. A low, cold voice resounded. Cress, this undead skeleton. Chapter 134, The Undead and the Mysterious Man. While Kieran Witt and Reno were secretly making their final plans, the Dawn Cress and his companions, who had obtained a superficial cooperation agreement with Chill Iron, also began to move towards the center of Yabu City. After all, there was still the promise made between them and Labia. At present, Yabu City was like a massive battlefield of hell. Countless corpses piled up into mountains, then under the vast, deathly aura, transformed into low-level undead beings, ultimately falling under the control of Jeska's necromantic pearl. Jeska's rebel forces were unstoppable, except for the western urban district, which was still under xuanhuan's protection, and several battlefields in the central area controlled by the royal army. Most of Yabu City had fallen into the hands of Jeska's rebels. Yabu City was occupied by zones among several noble families loyal to xuanhuan, and they followed closely behind xuanhuan's controlled undead army to gain benefits. As for the leader, the one with the greatest merit, xuanhuan, he only claimed Fritz Palace. This was a very strange point. But for the other nobles within Jeska's rebel forces, it wasn't important. Perhaps, xuanhuan wanted to win the hearts of the nobles, so intentionally gave up some advantages. Who knew? The nobles thought that as long as xuanhuan wanted to become king, even if this uprising succeeded, he would still need the support of these great nobles. If xuanhuan merely wished to become king. Inside Yabu City, Cress, Dilly, and Lancel, after replenishing supplies at the xuanhuan headquarters, started advancing toward Libia's location. They didn't know yet that King Fritz's army was surrounded by the undead horde. However, due to Cress's naturally cautious nature, they disguised themselves as unremarkable nobles from a neutral kingdom and carefully navigated around several battlegrounds in the central urban area. But Cress never expected that even like this, they would be recognized by someone from the past. Serious S. Sir. The intermittent, deep voice was incredibly weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. But with Cress's hearing, he could still hear it clearly. Under the unique, broad, casual clothing worn by the kingdom's nobility, Cress began feeling for the sword in his storage bag. And nearby, Lancel and Dilly naturally assumed a defensive posture, circling closer to Cress. Who? Cress remained expressionless, coldly uttering just one word. For a moment, amidst the war-torn, deserted streets, there was no response. Had it not been for that faint gasping sound, even Cress would have surely continued onward without stopping. As each second ticked by, meticulous Dilly suddenly seemed to notice some movement at the corner of the street alley. Cress looked. Following Dilly's prompting cry, both Cress, a top adventurer warrior, and Lancel immediately spotted the trace of a figure. Is it an enemy? Perhaps sensing the bloodstain on the man, Lancel spoke out loud in questioning. Lancel was no longer wearing her signature silver-white armor, but instead, like Dilly, was clad in the broad casual clothing typical of female kingdom nobles. Her dignified, beautiful features combined with her tall build made this attire seem tailor-made for someone like her, resembling the appearance of a handsome young wife. But Cress knew that beneath Lancel's beauty lay the essence of a top berserker in soft armor. Silently gazing at the alley, Cress remained silent. Martial arts, ghost shadow. Cress silently recited within his mind, and a shadow clone emerged beneath his feet. In the next instant, Cress appeared with his sword at the entrance of the alley, his longsword pointed straight at the neck of a scorched individual slumped against the wall. You are. Cress was slightly surprised. This was a man with extremely severe injuries, but a very powerful warrior who, relying solely on his own willpower and physical resilience, had managed to sustain life. He knew Cress, but momentarily, Cress found it hard to identify who this man was. Dilly and Lancel, who had initially been far off on the street, had just now realized that Cress had already ventured into the alley. Hastily, they rushed over. Upon seeing that Cress was safe and sound, and that the mysterious individual was already under Cress's control, Dilly and Lancel unconsciously sighed in relief. Night Crescent, be careful, this person might be hiding a concealed weapon. Lancel, unaware of Cress's association with the undead, reminded him to be cautious. For many powerful knights, they often tend to overlook the extremes that those lingering on the edge of life and death are willing to go to. To survive, hidden weapons and poison are always their specialties. Just within the kingdom's borders, no fewer than dozens of noble knights have died at the hands of bandits or mercenaries wielding concealed weapons. Although Crescent, with his absolute resistance to poison and sharp weapons, was not overly concerned about such tactics, he still nodded slightly in gratitude to Lancel. Dilly's expression turned somewhat somber, her eyes momentarily unreadable. Cress shifted his gaze back to the mysterious man who had called out his name. He seemed to be near death. He needed a cleric from the Holy Light Temple to perform faith-based healing magic on him, or perhaps some restorative potion crafted by a high-level alchemist. Cress did carry some of these potions, but, placing his long sword into the ground, Cress crouched down slightly, moving closer to the man slumped against the wall, trying to lift the tangled hair covering his face. Cress was no saint. In this world, there were very few humans who would prompt him to take action to save their lives. As the disheveled strands of hair were gradually pushed aside, a face emerged that seemed eerily familiar. Suddenly, Cress and Lancel almost spoke in unison. Sorcia. Sorcia. This wasn't a name any common slave or peasant could come up with. Sorcia was a swordsman, one who always introduced himself as such. And those who knew Sorcia well, they would say that he was once the legendary former captain of the famous war mercenary group, xuanhuan. More than a decade ago, his name struck fear into mercenaries across both the Bostan Empire and Fritz Kingdom alike. As for Sorcia himself, he would simply respond with a perfunctory smile to everyone's praises before ordering several more large mugs of fine wine from the barkeep. Because of this, everyone knew that besides his extraordinary swordsmanship, Sorcia also had another passion. No, it should be called an obsession. An obsession with alcohol so intense that it consumed him. Chapter 135, The Undead and Soja's Past, Part 1. Soja's former name was very long, as he was once the descendant of a minor noble family on the border of the Fritz Kingdom. However, Soja's father was unambitious and possessed no remarkable skills. He also developed a gambling habit. This left their already impoverished family on the verge of bankruptcy. Under the Fritz king's favor, with hidden intentions, they sacrificed their noble status, allowing the royal family to repay his father's debts. This was a moment that pleased the Fritz king greatly, continuously stripping nobles of their titles and consolidating power back into the royal family. But little did Soja know now that the mysterious creditor his father owed money to was actually the Fritz king. After losing their noble status, Soja's family was expelled from their small family castle. In its place would be erected a royal fortress, subordinate to the border stronghold, which together with Hesma City in the southwest strategic hub, would form an angular defense posture against the Postan Empire. Soon, Soja's mother passed away due to illness, and his father abandoned him, taking the last bit of remaining money, disappearing without a trace. The young Soja lived on the streets of the kingdom's city. He developed exceptional agility and dexterity. Even the shrewdest merchants couldn't catch him when he stole. At the same time, he had witnessed all sorts of fights between street thugs since childhood over territory, food, or sometimes just for fun. Influenced by such environments, perhaps due to a sliver of kindness in his heart, Soja didn't become the kind of thug or an irredeemable demon king that one might expect. Instead, he inadvertently fell in love with the taste of some inferior alcohol after winning a wooden cup full of it from a drunken mercenary in a tavern. It seems Soja cared about nothing else but the drink. As long as there was wine, everything would turn out fine. Of course, sometimes Soja hoped to beat up those overconfident peers while drinking. After all, though both considered the dregs of society, some were simply too excessive. So, Soja earned himself a glass of fine wine by thoroughly beating a drunken mercenary who attempted to rape a female priestess in the tavern. Back then, the female priestess was an unknown nobody. And at that time, Soja was just a gangster without any formal warrior training, although he could already defeat several professional mercenaries. A middle-aged swordsman saw this righteous act of Soja. Thus, the next day, the newly rising star Cold Iron Mercenary Group added a new member named Soja. During his days with the Cold Iron Mercenary Group, Soja experienced the most peaceful times of his life. He didn't have to scheme over hunger, nor worry about midnight attacks from enemies. All Soja needed to do was follow what the middle-aged swordsman told him and keep swinging that silver great iron sword. At the time, the middle-aged swordsman told Soja that the big iron sword had a name, Frost. Time flew by. Soja gradually grew from a boy into a young man. He learned from other members of Cold Iron that the middle-aged swordsman, who treated him like a mentor and father figure, was the founder of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group, Noker, a high-level mercenary. Noker paid special attention to Soja, teaching him all the techniques of a swordsman. Soja showed extraordinary talent in the art of swordsmanship, skills that took others a week or even longer to master. He grasped within a single day. Moreover, Soja was an extremely diligent learner. He never slacked off in his study of swordsmanship, nor skipped classes, especially not Noker's sword lessons. Of course, Soja wasn't perfect either. If anything, his biggest flaw was his addiction to alcohol, reaching a level of obsession with intoxication. Still, luckily, Soja never let alcohol interfere with the missions of the Cold Iron Group. When Soja turned 18, he began going on campaigns and executing missions alongside the other members of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group. There were many instances where members of Cold Iron ventured deep into dangerous situations, only to return safely thanks to Soja's supreme swordsmanship and perfect strategies. Soon enough, under the unanimous expectations of everyone, Soja was promoted by Captain Noker to Deputy Captain of Cold Iron, the youngest deputy captain in the history of mercenaries of the Fritz Kingdom. At that time, Soja thought that maybe his entire life would be spent enjoying the ease and excitement of this mercenary lifestyle. It all changed on that day when a new group of young people joined the Cold Iron Mercenary Group. Among them was a handsome youth with semi-long golden curls, who locked eyes with Soja from across the crowd, and in that one glance, the course of Soja's life was altered forever. Amidst the vast ocean of humanity, their gazes had intertwined. Perhaps this was destined karma? At least, that's what Soja believed. Young man, care to exchange a few moves with me? How about it? Soja, dressed in his elegant deputy captain uniform of the Cold Iron, leaped down from the platform and slowly approached the blonde youth. The honor is mine. The blonde youth bowed gracefully. Even the pickiest noble wouldn't find a single fault in his demeanor. But Soja knew well that the handsome young man before him wasn't from the kingdom's nobility. No matter how much he imitated the behavior and attire of a noble, there was no hiding the fact that his bloodline stemmed from common folk, a truth Soja could instinctively sense. Come at me. Without hesitation, Soja drew his sword from its sheath. His pace quickened as his shadow blurred. All around, the members of the Cold Iron froze in astonishment. None of them could believe that their own deputy captain, the undisputed successor named by the captain himself, would actually deploy his true strength against a newcomer, an unknown upstart. By this point, everyone recognized that Soja had become the acknowledged second strongest in the entire Cold Iron, second only to the Captain Noker. Clang! The sharp ring of colliding metal echoed through the square. Under the dazzling sunlight, no one would have guessed that the rookie would be able to perfectly counter Soja's all-out attack. Not bad, kid. What's your name? Even as their swords remained crossed, Soja couldn't help but admire the youth in front of him. Though the boy's temperament didn't exactly align with Soja's personal preferences, his mastery of swordsmanship and raw power marked him as a worthy opponent deserving respect. And yet, despite the forceful clash of their weapons, the blonde youth maintained impeccable poise. The powerful wind created by the clashing energy swept lightly over his blonde locks. In a moment of perfect silence, the young man spoke, his clear and gentle voice seeming almost soothing to the soul. Killenweed. Chapter 136. The Immortal and Soja's Past. Lower. After that day, Killenweed became the direct subordinate of Deputy Leader Soja. Together with him were several new members of great potential. Among them was a new member named Reno, who had both excellent strength and qualifications, and showed great respect for Killenweed. It was against the rules of Cold Iron for a deputy leader to directly recruit direct subordinates from among the new members. However, due to the deliberate actions of Cold Iron's leader, Noka, no one dared to oppose it. At that time, Soja did not understand Leader Noka's intentions. But Killenweed told him, Noka has grown old. The frost longsword in his hands is no longer as terrifying as it once was. So, Noka is now cultivating a successor who can take over the Cold Iron mercenary group from him. And that person is you. To let you prioritize the recruitment of your own direct subordinates is to help you cultivate your own core forces. At the time, Soja didn't pay much attention to Killenweed's hints. It must be said that apart from swordsmanship and fine wine, everything else about Soja was a total mess. Soja was a qualified mercenary, and also a friend and brother whose back could be entrusted. However, he wasn't a very good leader. Perhaps he could discover opportunities to break through an enemy's defenses in precarious battle situations, but he couldn't identify fluctuations in people's hearts amidst the myriad details of daily life. Soon, with every perfectly profitable national war mission, many members of the Cold Iron mercenary group began to notice and look forward to this charming young man, Killenweed, who could negotiate adeptly between numerous nobles, royal ministers, and dukes. Let's face it, a noble with superb swordsmanship, high intelligence, emotional quotient, and an elegant appearance would naturally evoke goodwill in everyone. Of course, Soja also formed many changed opinions about Killenweed. He believed that Killenweed was a genius whose swordsmanship talent was not inferior to his own, and at the same time, a kind-hearted and easygoing good person. Only, whenever Soja spent time alone with Killenweed, he always felt a chill. Perhaps, it was because the name Cold Iron brought ill fortune. Soja thought to himself, but failed to discover the real undercurrents brewing within the group. During the Autumn War between the Beston Empire and Fritz Kingdom, as the hired mercenaries of Fritz Kingdom, Cold Iron naturally joined the war as well. However, no one would have thought that in this seemingly ordinary war, Noka, the founder of Cold Iron mercenary group and the acknowledged great swordsman of Fritz Kingdom, died in battle. It was said that during that battle, Noka's team was surrounded by a multitude of knights from the Beston Empire, outnumbering them several times. It was a blood-soaked battle where even the heavens seemed darkened. Even with the possession of Frost, a top-grade treasure, Noka ultimately met his end due to exhaustion. Maybe, only at the last moment of the battle did Noka finally realize that time does not spare anyone. However, and still, what does it matter? Noka continued fighting until his final breath, inflicting heavy casualties on the Beston Empire. Noka's body was taken away by the Beston Empire. The morale of Cold Iron was low. Almost all the mercenaries of Cold Iron, including Soja, lost their will to fight. If the mainstay was gone, then for whom should they fight? And how should they fight? Do you want Mr. Noka's remains to remain in the hands of the Empire forever? A rarely angry voice sounded out. That tall, straight figure, with golden semi-long wavy hair. Killenweed expressed his anger for the first time. Mr. Noka once said, Cold Iron mercenaries are all top warriors. But now all I see are a group of depressed cowards. All I see are lambs awaiting slaughter because they've lost their alpha wolf. Is there any warrior brave enough to join me to reclaim Mr. Noka's remains and raid the enemy camp with me? Killenweed's indignant, passionate words completely unleashed the latent fervor within each mercenary of Cold Iron. The sound of swords being unsheathed rang out, as Killenweed had already set off alone on his warhorse. Charge! No one knew who shouted out loud. Under Reno's lead, a horde of new Cold Iron members who had sworn allegiance to die for Killenweed shot out like arrows released from bows. All the Cold Iron mercenaries rushed to the battlefield. Only Soja stood dumbfounded at the spot. Killenweed clearly knew that the disparity in strength between the two sides was now extremely disproportionate, and that the Beston Imperial Knights Corps was entrenched in a solid fortress. How could he ensure that he would return this group of people safely? How could he ensure that they could breach the enemy camp? And how could he guarantee that the enemies wouldn't destroy Noka's body? There were too many uncertainties. Yet, the normally steady and composed Killenweed chose the most perilous and adventurous approach. Did he care so much about Mr. Noka? The outcome ultimately exceeded Soja's expectations. Killenweed returned victorious with the Cold Iron warriors. Noka's body lay peacefully in the middle of the group, covered by a delicate flag bearing the emblem of Cold Iron. Killenweed rode his warhorse, with the frost hanging at his waist, leading the entire troop as if he were a noble general passing through a triumphal arch. Upon arriving at the main camp, Killenweed dismounted, then kneeled down on one knee. In front of Soja, he held up the symbol of the Cold Iron captain, the Frost longsword, with both hands towards Soja. From that day on, Soja became the new captain of Cold Iron. However, the majority of the Cold Iron mercenaries admired more the vice-captain, who was usually gentle and kind, bringing them countless highly rewarding missions. And in times of crisis, he could lead them to capture the enemy camp with almost negligible losses. Killenweed. Soja wasn't skilled in managing the affairs within the Cold Iron group, but instead, he had a special fondness for fine wine. Perhaps, fighting against enemies or demons with his sword felt easier for him. In less than a year, Soja began to have the idea of passing the position over to Killenweed, or perhaps to other companions, though currently it appeared that Killenweed was the most suitable. Just on that day, everything happened very suddenly. Someone discovered that Soja secretly conspired with the Beston Empire Knights Corps and handed over all traces of Captain Noka from the Cold Iron. They also produced numerous letters of private exchanges between the two sides, where Soja promised the other party great benefits. These benefits coincidentally overlapped with the tasks currently assigned by the leader of the Cold Iron mercenary group. Amidst the black and white evidence, Soja's handwriting stood out peculiarly and conspicuously. In everyone's anger, the stunned Soja didn't even resist before being firmly bound by strong chains. I believe you, Soja. Amidst the clamor of accusations, Killenweed chose to believe in him. Even with what seemed to be ironclad evidence, there were still many doubts. Killenweed spared Soja's life, but banished him from Cold Iron, banished him from the Fritz Kingdom. Everyone, under the high personal prestige of Killenweed, could only follow Killenweed's decision. On this day, Killenweed obtained the Frost Longsword and became the captain of the Cold Iron mercenary group. In the future, he would lead the Cold Iron to the peak of mercenary groups. It was also on this day that the destitute and wretched Soja left Cold Iron, left Fritz Kingdom. Everything appeared shrouded in mystery. Even Soja himself started to feel that his captain who was like a mentor and father, died under very suspicious circumstances. Today, Soja returned to Fritz Kingdom. He arrived at Hesmu City, one of the former bases of Cold Iron. Then he went to Yawu City, which was later identified as the headquarters of Cold Iron. During his travels, he heard many pieces of information, among which one stood out the most. Killenweed, I need you to give me an explanation. Author's note. Sorry, I messed up. The next chapter was supposed to be scheduled for later. How did it get posted early? Crying. Chapter 137, The Undead and War. Time returns to the present. Inside Yawu City, South District streets. Although Soja's injuries, caused by various weapons and magic, looked extremely severe, none of them actually harmed his vital areas. Cress, who had encountered Soja on several occasions, was well aware of Soja's swordsmanship. Even though Cress had managed to defeat Soja with great difficulty in the past, he himself knew that Soja's strength at the time far surpassed his own. However, if it were now, Cress felt that his combat ability was no longer inferior to Soja's. But Cress still struggled to imagine that within the Fritz Kingdom, there could be an existence capable of reducing Soja to this state. Or, the one who fought against Soja wasn't alone. Comparing the two possibilities, Cress thought the latter more likely. Cress glanced at Dilly and Lancel beside him, exchanged brief glances with them, then took a bottle of emerald green liquid healing potion from his storage bag. It wasn't the absolute top-tier potion, but it was enough to keep Soja out of danger. The emerald green liquid trickled into Soja's charred, dry, and cracked lips. After struggling for a moment, Soja slowly began to open his eyes. Mr. Soja? The effects of the healing potion were evident as Soja quickly regained consciousness. Cress called out softly, confirming Soja's condition had stabilized before asking. Mr. Soja, how did you end up like this? Cr. Cress. Soja seemed to recognize the familiar voice, even though the three figures before him were blurry. However, he could roughly distinguish them based on their voices and auras. Ha. Looks like we have a real connection after all. Cough, cough, cough. Soja, having regained some strength, burst into laughter without answering Cress's question. Perhaps because he laughed too loudly, Soja couldn't manage more than a few words before immediately coughing again. Drops of bloody froth appeared amidst his coughs. Cress felt somewhat speechless. Dilly also seemed unfamiliar with Soja and didn't offer any thoughts. On the other hand, Lancel knelt down beside Cress, moving closer to Soja and asked, Mr. Soja, why are you in Yawu City? And why do you look like this? Upon hearing this confident voice, Soja easily recognized it as the silver-white Lancel from the Night Tournament Congress in Hesmu City. Seeing Lancel's true female appearance for the first time, Soja was slightly surprised. I knew you were a woman, and wow, you're quite good-looking. Soja leaned back slightly against the wall. Under Lancel's icy gaze that could almost kill, Soja grinned with a hint of nonchalance as he spoke slowly. After that tournament ended, I left Hesmu City. Then, I came here to Yawu City. But the reason? The reason? Just to drink alcohol. Soja smiled faintly as he spoke, but clearly, no one believed him. Why I am like this? According to reason, since you saved me, I shouldn't lie to you. So, driven perhaps by a human's innate curiosity, when Soja paused deliberately while speaking, Dilly and Lancel involuntarily moved closer to listen attentively. So, do you have any alcohol? Soja suddenly spoke, leaving everyone speechless. After Cress stopped both Dilly and Lancel beside him several times from beating up Soja, he slowly stood up and replied coldly. There is none. Mr. Soja, since you have no intention of revealing anything, we won't ask further. Take care of yourself. Having said that, Cress turned and continued walking toward his destination. Dilly followed closely behind Cress. Lancel stood up, took another look at Soja, judged that with his strength, he should be safe from danger again, and left straight away. As they watched the three people leave, Soja suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. He had just been pretending to keep going. He didn't want anyone to worry or lose focus over him. Seeing Cress and the others heading towards the most dangerous central area of Yawu City, where Soja originally planned to rest well, he suddenly shouted aloud. Cress, do you know where you're heading? What's ahead of you is truly hell. Of course we know. Cress didn't stop his steps. He responded lightly to Soja behind him, continuing. I'm going there to put an end to this hell. Struggling to his feet after realizing he couldn't dissuade Cress and the others, Soja made an attempt. However, he didn't make it far. After only a few steps, he fell to the ground again. By then, Cress and the others had already vanished around the street corner. Cress, as I thought, you're another lunatic. Soja bitterly laughed and pounded on the ground, muttering to himself. In his memory, there was once another reckless madman who came to mind. The unexpected meeting of a gravely injured Soja in the street wasn't enough to stop Cress from moving forward towards his objective. Truthfully, for Cress himself, he couldn't yet leave Yabu City with Dilly. Dilly was Yikong's younger sister. Perhaps there were still some hidden circumstances unknown, but judging solely from their interactions in the previous life, the sibling relationship between them was never denied by Dilly. They might not be direct blood relatives, but they undoubtedly shared some connection. As Cress mused over this, he recalled something xuanhuan had mentioned. Within Yabu City, there existed a powerful magic barrier set up by the Mage Guild that prevented the vast majority of teleportation and divination spells from being used against Yabu City. It was likely because of this magical barrier that Yikong had not yet broken into Yabu City. Of course, Cress didn't plan to entirely rely on this magical barrier in Yabu City. If it were truly impenetrable, how could xuanhuan's undead army have suddenly appeared in the western district of Yabu City? To blindly trust in external objects, that is the path to self-destruction. We've arrived. Gazing at the towering gateway before them, Lancel, at the front of the group, spoke to alert the two behind her. Cress halted his steps, quietly scrutinizing the empty arrow slits on the gateway before him. Cress knew this gateway would hardly be safe. Cress, there's movement ahead. Dilly, possessing exploration-type magic, was the first to speak and quickly added. On the other side of the gateway, there's fighting. No, it's war, a war involving tens of thousands of people. Yabu City. At the mandatory checkpoint leading to the central royal palace, the war between the royal cavalry and the undead army had escalated into fierce combat. Chapter 138, The Undead and Defeat. King Fritz led the royal cavalry into a gradually dire situation as the initial boost from their charge faded, now engulfed in an endless sea of undead. The royal guard and other noble armies that followed King Fritz were struck by skeleton cavalry flanking their side after sneaking around behind them, causing great confusion in their ranks. Now the close combat on the battlefield had reached its peak. Even though the undead army was fearless and vastly numerous, it struggled to stand against the elite royal cavalry. However, perhaps because they were embroiled in fierce fighting alongside the royal cavalry, King Fritz and other generals of the royal army failed to recognize their impending downfall. Lubia Fritz, away from the battlefield, could see the crux of the matter far more clearly than anyone else. The royal army under King Fritz was collapsing. No matter how well-trained the royal guard or royal cavalry might have been thanks to Commander Landsman of the royal guard in his earlier days, this would never fully compensate for the incompetence of the other noble armies allied with the royalty. A large proportion of the forces following the royal house consisted of these inferior noble armies. Most of these poorly trained low-ranking soldiers were peasants or vagrants hastily conscripted by the nobles. They lacked any battle skills. As for psychological resilience, most of these noble troops were broken at the very sight of the undead. If it weren't for the noble disciplinary squads right behind them, many of them would have discarded their armor and fled already. Even so, these lower-tier undead might not even be as formidable as they were. The Fritz royal family is enduring an unprecedented calamity. The kingdom of Fritz has reached the moment of life and death. Lubia Fritz, the first princess and the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Fritz family, was currently being escorted away from the battlefield by several members of the royal guard. With the gates wide open, bows and crossbows shot together. Inside, the Jesk rebels launched an attack. The royal army hung by a thread. Lubia Fritz knew that the moment her father commanded her to leave the battlefield, he had already resolved himself to die. At that time, no one noticed that King Fritz secretly handed over the scepter ring, which symbolized the legitimate power of the Fritz royal family, to Lubia Fritz. Perhaps, or at least, in this moment, in the place of Yabu City, the fate of the Fritz royal family may have become irreversible. Lubia Fritz, who had anticipated almost all possible eventualities, found herself ultimately unable to escape the severe repercussions of the Jesk family's rebellion. Lubia Fritz understood that now the only option might be to abandon Yabu City and head to the royal family's direct territory, seeking aid from neighboring nations like the Papal State, and calling upon remaining loyalist nobles to raise armies for the kingdom. As Lubia Fritz's mind raced, a rough plan began to form in her head. She didn't know how much of this plan she could actually accomplish. As the first princess of the Fritz kingdom, after fleeing Yabu City this time, she had lost all her capital, all tangible power. There was nothing but the title of First Princess of Fritz. What could that title help her accomplish? Lubia Fritz pondered. Suddenly, a familiar calm male voice came into her mind through the magical communication link. Lubia, can you hear my voice? It was Cress' voice. Lubia Fritz realized immediately, the rational and calm male voice could belong to no one else but Cress. I can't hear you, Night Crescent. How are you? Where are you? Lubia quickly responded to Cress' call, even though she herself wasn't proficient in magical communication. She did know the principle behind this magic. If Crescent could reach her, a non-magic user, through this communication spell, her own voice must certainly also be able to pass through. Miss Lubia, rest assured. I am at the last gate before the palace in Yabu. The last gate. Lubia Fritz thought, isn't this gate the one right in front of her? Thinking about this, Lubia Fritz slowed down the speed of her warhorse. Lubia turned slightly to look at the tall gate ahead, which had almost ceased firing arrows. Royal guards on horseback stayed closely near Lubia Fritz. When they saw her stop, they showed anxious expressions but none dared approach to urge her forward. They deeply believed in the wisdom of their princess. If the one pausing ahead was King Fritz or another royal family member, the royal guards would certainly rush to persuade them, or even forcibly take them away. But if it's Princess Lubia Fritz, the royal guards believe that the decisions made by Her Highness the Princess must be the most correct. And within that pass, it was a military construction, just a simple tall wall, accompanied by corresponding arrow slits and tower structures. And inside the main tower, the rebellious nobleman stationed here, a man who disregarded human lives and oppressed the commoners, was now lying under Lancel's heavy sword. Diley used her magic to seal off all sounds emitted from this place. In front of Cress, a panicked magic chanter was casting a communication spell for him. This was originally the method this noble used to contact Jesk Horton, but now it was being utilized by Cress to connect with Princess Lubia Fritz. It seems you haven't played any tricks. After successfully contacting Lubia Fritz, the coldness on Cress' face diminished slightly, and the long sword resting on the left shoulder of the magic chanter was lifted. The magic chanter breathed a sigh of relief at Cress' words, struggling to maintain the stability of the communication spell. And Crescent continued speaking to Lubia Fritz far away. Miss Lubia, I hope you can remember what I am about to say. Far away in the battlefield outside the pass, the blood of over 10,000 people being slaughtered wafted through the breeze and reached Lubia Fritz. Together with the heavy scent of death, it excited Jesk Horton's undead army even more. Miss Lubia, I hope you can remember what I am about to say. Cress' voice continued to echo in Lubia Fritz's mind. Now, Jesk Horton has deployed all his forces to resist your loyalist troops summoned from various places and to suppress the royal guard led by other generals within Yabu City. The defenders inside this pass are Jesk Horton's last force capable of being mobilized. But, if the battle continues to be at a stalemate, more and more humans will die, and under such a thick covering of death aura, almost all corpses will transform into undead and become members of Jesk's rebel army. Therefore, the battle cannot be allowed to drag on. Chapter 139, The Undead and the Flame of Hope. So, the war must not be allowed to become a stalemate. Cress quickly analyzed the current situation and the key points of the enemy and ally strategies. Lubia Fritz was momentarily unsure why Cress was so familiar with Jesk Horton's troop arrangements, and could only guess it came from information obtained from their own defense generals. Knight Cress, do you have any other ideas? Unbeknownst to her, at some point, Lubia Fritz had already resigned herself to the inevitability of defeat. Jesk Horton was exceedingly cunning. Even before the rebellion occurred, despite Lubia Fritz implementing many precautions, the power of a princess was ultimately limited, especially for even the most wise crown princess Lubia Fritz. Moreover, King Fritz never believed that Jesk Horton would instigate a rebellion. Therefore, under Jesk Horton's secret arrangements, various neutral factions such as the Adventurers Guild, the Mage Association, and the Holy Light Temple, which were enemies of the undead, had their powerful individuals, capable of changing the course of the war, sent far away. The Papal States launched a holy war against the demi-human hills north of the Abyss Strait at this critical moment. A large number of human warriors followed the Sacred Army, led by the Temple Knights and Judgment Priests of the Papal States, heading towards the northern shores of the Abyss Strait. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the point where the army of the House of Fritz alone was struggling to fight against the combined forces of Jesk's rebels and the massive tide of undead armies. This series of actions directly led to the current state of affairs. The flame of hope for the House of Fritz seemed about to be extinguished in the wind and rain. Even Lubia Fritz herself originally planned to retreat from Yaliu City, aiming to use other forces, those who were enemies of the undead, to counter Jesk Horton. But, Lubia Fritz found it hard to abandon Yaliu City, and who could easily leave their homeland? Which princess would willingly forsake her capital? Lubia Fritz had no choice. Cress' calm rationality brought her hope. She now held her breath and listened intently to the magical communication that carried voices from hundreds of miles away. There is. These two simple, rational words set the boulder in Lubia Fritz's heart down. Miss Lubia, don't worry. I do have a plan, which is why I am contacting you. B-Rank Sub-Quest, The Conspiracy of Grand Lord Jesk. Option 1. Assist the leader of the Jesk family, Jesk Horton. Help Jesk Horton conquer the entire city of Yaliu and successfully transform it into the city of the undead, summon Decor successfully, and bring the undead king back into the world. Quest difficulty, B-Rank. Effect 1. The undead race enters the continent as a new force, granting you significant status among the undead, related positively to Jesk Horton's goodwill. Effect 2. Lancer leaves Dawn, terminating the S-Rank storyline quest, The Progeny of Heroes. Option 2. Assist the member of the Fritz royal family, Lubia Fritz. Help the Fritz royal family quell the rebellion, restore order, reclaim Yaliu City, defeat Jesk Horton and his forces, preventing Decor from breaking the seal. Quest difficulty, A-Rank. Effect 1. You gain the favor of the Fritz royal family, earning significant status in the Fritz kingdom, related positively to King Fritz's goodwill. Effect 2. Chance to obtain the legacy of the undead King Decor. Effect 3. Unknown. You have chosen to assist the Fritz royal family. The Conspiracy of Grand Lord Jesk has been upgraded to an A-Rank sub-quest. Yaliu City, Central Palace. Beneath the grand and magnificent white stone pillars lies the neat and ornate marble brickwork. This palace building, over 100 years old, is the symbol of the power of the Fritz royal family. And now, Jesk Horton, this noble general clad in armor, sits steadily on the golden throne originally carved with the head of a lion. On the long table in front of the throne hangs xuanhuan's sword. Below the sword is a map detailing the strength of the entire Yaliu city. This enormous city had almost completely fallen into his hands. Of course, all this was conditional on Cold Iron holding the western district for him as promised and executing a sudden ambush behind the royal army at a critical time. However, Jesk slightly raised his head. He seemed to hear the distant sounds of battle at a checkpoint miles away. In reality, from the center of this palace, one shouldn't normally hear the roaring cries of battles dozens of miles away. At least not for ordinary humans, indeed. But now, xuanhuan was no longer an ordinary human. Under the research of the numerous necromancers employed by the Jesk family, xuanhuan had finally taken another step closer to immortality. He had already become half a zombie. Or rather, he was now half an undead being, possessing both human intelligence and the near-eternal longevity of an undead creature. This was one of the greatest achievements made by the necromancers after discovering Decor's sealed key. The shadows in xuanhuan's eyes seemed to grow even deeper. His pale complexion betrayed whether it was due to anger or because he had transformed into half an undead. It seems that Kailan Wei did not fulfill his promise to me. xuanhuan's tone was extremely cold, as if, just like how he could bet all his power and wealth on this battle, he had transcended the ordinary notion of wealth. Following xuanhuan's slightly raised gaze, the sound of brocade boots clicking against the stone tiles grew louder from a distance. The sunset light cast through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows of the palace, creating dreamlike and blurred shadows. The newcomer had a tall figure, moving along the alternating light and shadow, until finally stopping at the center of the throne hall. It was Cress. xuanhuan didn't seem particularly surprised. He remained calm, almost like a lifeless statue. No, he was already a fusion of an undead and a human. So according to the compulsive calmness characteristic of undead beings, many aspects of his previous style could now be explained. Knight Cress, you have indeed returned alive. xuanhuan rose slightly, seeming to show respect for Cress, the powerful warrior before him. And Cress, draped in a black noble robe of the kingdom, bent slightly in a gesture of Western chivalry toward xuanhuan. xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that even if Cress wouldn't explode in rage over their deliberate decision to send him on a suicide mission, there would probably still be some questioning. But now, Knight Cress, why do you bow to me? Because, Cress straightened up at this point, looking directly at xuanhuan, who stood above on the stairs leading to the throne, and continued calmly. Because I am grateful for what Mr. Jesk has done for the race of undead. xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He increasingly found it hard to read this knight. From the moment he first laid eyes on Cress, he sensed that the man concealed more than met the eye, and now, that feeling only grew stronger. xuanhuan did not like this sensation. I'm merely achieving my own goals. Why are you thanking me? xuanhuan showed Cress extreme patience. Time was on his side now. All he needed to do was wait for the seal to open after the palace barrier fell and let Decor return to the world. If Cress were trying to buy time for the Fritz royal family and wait for reinforcements, that suited xuanhuan perfectly. xuanhuan thought, while growing even more curious about Cress' reply. Standing at the center of the throne hall, Cress, the illusion mask crafted by his magic curling at the corners of his lips, revealed a somewhat stiff smile. Well then, please, Mr. Jesk, open your eyes and see clearly. Chapter 140, The Immortal and the Standoff. So, Mr. Jesk, please open your eyes and take a good look. Cress's voice was calm and prolonged, echoing in the vast kingdom of Fritz for a long time. xuanhuan only felt a chill behind him. When xuanhuan looked carefully at Cress again, the latter's face had already begun to change. The originally handsome and clean face of an Eastern male had his left cheek turning into an illusionary mist, while the right side still retained its stiff smile. Illusion. xuanhuan's pupils contracted slightly. As one of the 6 major nobles of the former Fritz kingdom, xuanhuan naturally had some understanding of the profession of illusionist. However, he never expected that Captain Cress of Dawnlight, standing before him, had all along been relying on illusions to appear before others. It should be known that although illusions originated in the western part of the continent, now it is part of some people from the Eastern Empire who prefer to use them. But this is only a small part of the population. The majority of knights and mercenaries prefer brave and direct combat between men, looking down upon illusions, which mainly deceive the senses. Yet xuanhuan knew well that true illusionists could do far more than just employ visual deception tricks. As xuanhuan's gaze remained firmly fixed on Cress, the illusory white mist on the latter's face finally dissipated. xuanhuan suddenly froze, seemingly unable to believe what he saw as he spoke out loud. You are an undead? In front of xuanhuan, the illusionary white mist on Cress's left cheek had dispersed, revealing beneath it a skull face without a single piece of flesh. On Cress's right cheek, however, everything appeared normal. The whole figure looked extremely eerie, a sight only achievable by an illusionist. No, it's wrong. xuanhuan struggled with disbelief, but seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He refused to believe that an undead being could have deceived him so long right under his nose. However, xuanhuan soon recalled Cress's identity as an illusionist, connecting various fragments of memory, and seemed to have pieced together the enemy's full intent. You are an illusionist. You've been deceiving me with your illusions. xuanhuan said coldly. In his mind, every undead creature he had encountered, even the top-tier ones like the Tomb King or the Skeleton Warrior, had excelled only in combat skills. But if one were to talk about intelligence, below the level of a hero, there was virtually no undead being who could be considered wise. xuanhuan had schemed relentlessly to become an immortal undead. Now, an undead stood before him, not only inherently undying, but also possessing wisdom equal to that of a human. How was this possible? xuanhuan found it hard to accept and preferred instead to believe that the other party was merely a human illusionist using illusions to deceive him. Mr. Jesk. Just as xuanhuan's complexion grew increasingly pale and his state of mind gradually spiraled out of control, Cress's voice sounded once more. Watching the bones on Cress's left side, completely devoid of flesh, collide and produce sound was something even xuanhuan had never seen before. Mr. Jesk, first of all, I had no need to deceive you. No. xuanhuan abruptly cut off Cress's words. He no longer wished to listen to even a single word from the cunning human adventurer before him, although, in truth, he feared he would begin to believe the other's words gradually. You foolish human, do you think I don't know? When you first arrived in Yao City, you secretly met with that slut, Lubia Fritz. With one swift motion, xuanhuan pulled the long sword from the table. Whether as a great noble of the human kingdom or later as an undead zombie, xuanhuan had never ceased training in swordsmanship. At this moment, xuanhuan believed his sword skills matched those of the top swordsmen in the kingdom. Facing xuanhuan's pointed sword, these specially made magic swords forged from high-quality refined steel for the kingdom's nobility could exude an imposing sense of sword energy, even without any combat energy infused within them. And yet Cress did not waver in his demeanor, standing centrally in the grand hall with neither humility nor arrogance. xuanhuan, sword in hand, glared coldly at the person below. He was amazed by the other's composure. However, Cress had already seen through everything. As a top noble of the kingdom who had planned for many years, he would never believe that he did not have his own intelligence network in the capital city of Yao. Therefore, Cress had never thought that his meeting with Lubia Fritz could be hidden from the other party. In this world, who among those involved in this rebellion isn't two-faced? Who doesn't shift allegiances according to circumstances? Not to mention the cold iron mercenary group that promises both sides but refrains from helping either. Even the noble armies currently following the Fritz royal family and the xuanhuan family, haven't they also tried to ingratiate themselves with the other side? Exchanging information, leaving escape routes. It's not uncommon for one side to betray the other when it becomes clear they are losing. Otherwise, how could xuanhuan tolerate his going to create a scene with his head guard Eddard at the Octopus, which is under the control of the Fritz nobles? I didn't expect, Mr. Jesk, that you would lose your composure and speak rudely. Cress still maintained his rational and calm demeanor. Of course, this was visible from his human-like right face, which still carried the air of a supremely handsome swordsman brimming with confidence. But looking at Cress's left face, he appeared as a supreme undead demon king, with blood-red flames flickering in his eye sockets, seemingly already announcing the death of the person before him. xuanhuan suddenly realized his loss of composure. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly. You have already chosen to stand with the Fritz royal family, haven't you, Knight Cress? After taking a few deep breaths, xuanhuan cleared his mind of any other distracting thoughts and began to coldly question Cress. No, it's not like that. Cress took a step forward, completely disregarding the threat of the longsword in xuanhuan's hand. A trace of wariness appeared on xuanhuan's face, and he remained utterly vigilant despite Cress's denial. Stay where you are. xuanhuan coldly ordered Cress to stop moving as he stood in place. The red-black boots clacked against the clean stone bricks forming the steps of the royal throne. Cress showed no sign of stopping. A flash of keen insight passed through xuanhuan's eyes, and the sword in his hand became increasingly formidable and intimidating as battle energy surged into it. Bang! Chapter 141, The Undead and Ghost Shadow Modified. Clang! The two long swords collided fiercely. xuanhuan's all-out slash was completely blocked by Cress, who had somehow drawn his own long sword. The energy of death infused the martial spirit. This was a strange energy that xuanhuan possessed after becoming an undead. Originally, he was a human warrior practicing martial spirit energy, but later he was artificially transformed into a half-undead zombie. His martial spirit energy also began to mutate, taking on the aura of death, and it differed from the pure death energy of Cress, ghost swordsman profession. These two energies, both belonging to the dark death system, clashed with each other, and for a short while, it was hard to distinguish between the two. The already thick death aura of the Fritz Palace was dispersed by their sword strikes. Soon, more rapid splashes of death energy replaced it. As the metallic swords hissed, xuanhuan looked down at Cress, whose face was half flesh and half skull. So what do you want exactly? And for which side are you fighting? Ha! In response to xuanhuan's question, Cress suddenly chuckled several times, his face shadowed in an extremely mysterious manner, and quietly answered, I fight only for myself. xuanhuan, your use for me has come to an end. Now, all that's needed is for you to be killed by me. Cress's words left xuanhuan utterly perplexed. He didn't know whether the person in front of him was human or undead. He knew even less why this person was here to kill him. Cress. xuanhuan's whisper was filled with boundless anger. He had once been one of the 6 major nobles of the Fritz kingdom, now the leader of the rebel army. There had never been anyone daring enough to threaten him so directly. Cress, you're being too arrogant. Martial skill, power enhancement. The somber look in xuanhuan's eyes erupted fully as he applied extra force to the sword in his hand. The metallic clash of swords turned into a piercing crackle. Ha ha, xuanhuan, embrace death. Martial skill, ghost shadow modified. Looking at Cress seemingly overpowered by xuanhuan, There was not a trace of anxiety from someone usually on the losing side, but instead laughter upon hearing about his all-out attack. Crest's Ghost Shadow skill was already being used with increasing proficiency. Even the Ghost Shadow skill itself had advanced multiple levels continuously. At the start, using a great deal of death energy, Crest could only summon 2 ghostly shadows that possessed partial strength similar to his own. Now, with the increase in skill level of Ghost Shadow, even when it wasn't fully activated, it could still easily reach its initial effect. If Crest were to use all his might now and summon the ghostly shadows at their maximum potential, at most times, Crest could form a small royal guard, consisting of approximately 50 people. Of course, the price would be a complete depletion of Crest's death energy. To make things more convenient for himself, Crest developed a simplified version called Ghost Shadow Modified. Using minimal death energy, he could summon a ghostly shadow with nearly equal strength without any chanting time limit. Although this method was inferior in battle power compared to fully utilizing the original Ghost Shadow, or some other extent of usage, Ghost Shadow Modified excelled in simplicity and convenience. After development by Crest, the consumption of death energy and chanting time limitations were compressed to the extreme. Ghost Shadow Modified could be said to be one of Crest's highest cost-effective martial skills currently. The power of the clones summoned by the martial skill Ghost Shadow Modified was roughly similar to the initial effect of the original martial skill Ghost Shadow. The ghostly shadow approximately had 2/3 of Crest's true strength. This level of power was sometimes enough to change many moments. Jesk Horton only saw a jet of blackness emerge from Crest's foot shadow, then immediately felt a chill behind him. Thud! A sharply pointed long sword pierced through Jesk Horton's body, causing a massive serious wound that passed entirely through his abdomen. Jesk Horton looked slightly shocked, his gaze somewhat dull as he stared at the black long sword made of death energy protruding through his abdomen. Ha 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 ha. Slightly lowering his head, Jesk Horton began emitting a peculiar laugh. If it were an ordinary human, a sword wound of such severity would leave them in grave danger, even with a high-ranked healing priest by their side unable to guarantee absolute safety. But, for Jesk Horton, who is half undead with the zombie profession, this was not a fatal injury. Jesk Horton swiftly deflected Crest's main body threat with a single sword strike. Without regard for the long sword piercing through his abdomen, he swung mightily with death-altered martial energy, cleaving through the ghost shadow doppelganger behind him before it could react. I am already an undead. An ordinary sword wound can't kill me. Jesk Horton declared this with pride to Crest, who had leaped back to create distance. Then, Crest subtly raised his long sword and inspected it, noting several nicks where Jesk Horton's noble steel blade had damaged its edge. Seeing his pride dismissed so easily by Crest, a rare wave of nameless anger surged within Jesk Horton. You will die most miserably, Crest. I look forward to it. Crest, his eyes shifting from the blade's surface, looked up directly at Jesk Horton and continued. I look forward to seeing if an undead can remain unscathed after being struck with a divine attribute attack. Crest's calm words exploded like thunder in Jesk Horton's mind. How could this be? Fear struck deep within Jesk Horton's heart as Crest spoke. For every advantage comes at a cost. The undead possessed numerous benefits over humans, but these were counterbalanced by significant weaknesses. Among those weaknesses, attacks with divine attributes ranked near the top. Crest, you're merely deceiving yourself. Before Jesk Horton finished his thoughts, there was a sudden pause in his voice. From the abdominal wound previously inflicted, an unexpected pure white divine light began to radiate, as if consuming him in flames. In an instant, Jesk Horton's complexion turned deathly pale. If zombie-based undead still sweated, Jesk Horton would have been drenched in it by now. Moments later, the sword wound seemed to magnify without cause. A radiant divine light illuminated the throne room of Fritz's palace, transforming the approaching dusk into broad daylight. Accompanied by the pungent smell of burning flesh, Jesk Horton dropped to one knee, holding his sword tightly, writhing under the torment of sacred light emanating from the wound. His screams echoed painfully throughout the chamber. Crest placed his nicked longsword into a storage pouch and retrieved a new blade. Observing the suffering Jesk Horton on the ground, he muttered quietly. If everything goes according to plan, this B-rank holy artifact, Light Surge, should eliminate him outright. The surrounding divine light expanded further, instantly overwhelming all vision. Standing firmly with his sword, Crest waited patiently for his opponent's death. Currently releasable information. 1. Light Surge, developed by the upper echelons of priests within the Divine Light Temple. It is a magical artifact. A disposable item rated as B rank, usable independently or when attached to a weapon. Upon the weapon scratching an enemy, the Light Surge embedded upon it enters the adversary's body. Within seconds, it unleashes intense, divine light, comparable in strength to a third-tier spell, Sacred Radiance. Chapter 142, The Undead and the Sea of Flames. The pure sacred light gradually faded away. In the vast Fritz Palace, Crest firmly stood in the center of the grand hall. A trace of surprise appeared on the half-human face created by Crest's illusion. The other half of his skull cheek also had a flicker of crimson flames in its eye sockets. Looks like it's much more complicated than I imagined. As Crest's muttering faded, the pure light in the grand hall completely disappeared. The zombie-undead-human hybrid kneeling in front of Crest, Jesk Hudan, was surrounded by a black mist. The source of this black mist came from a round bead in Jesk Hudan's arms, the necromancer's pearl. Cough cough. Jesk Hudan coughed a few times, with hints of dark red blood from a zombie. Crest, you always exceed my expectations. Xuanhuan slowly straightened his body and faced the creature standing firmly in front of him. He really didn't know now, or rather, wasn't sure whether Cress was truly an undead or not. It was impossible for a human to be so powerful, but it should be even less likely for an undead. As an undead himself, he shouldn't have any reason to help the Fritz royal family stop him. Knight Cress, others may not understand, but you should know that my goal is not merely to become king. After their brief encounter, Xuanhuan realized the person in front of him was no easy opponent. To prevent unnecessary risks, Xuanhuan felt it necessary to clarify what both parties sought. Of course, Cress, standing in the middle of the hall, still looked calm and collected, continuing his response to Xuanhuan. Mr. Jesk, you want to resurrect Dark Aori? Am I correct? Exactly. Following Cress's words, Xuanhuan quickly added, since Knight Cress knows this, as fellow undead, you should give me a helping hand. Xuanhuan grew more agitated as he spoke, and involuntarily began moving his hands, showing how deeply invested he was. Mr. Jesk, though I am also an undead, there is one fact you're overlooking. Cress's voice remained rational and calm. Xuanhuan abruptly stopped talking, knowing the answer already but couldn't help asking further. What fact? That is, one race cannot accommodate two kings. Upon finishing his sentence, Cress immediately dissolved his illusion, revealing a skull adorned with glowing red eyes. The pitch-black armor originally hidden in a storage pouch suddenly materialized. With a wave of his hand, first-level magic, fire, burst forth instantly from Cress's palm. The vast Fritz palace was momentarily transformed into a fiery ocean. Cress's black armor possessed extremely high fire resistance, rendering such low-tier flame damage nearly ineffective on him. But Xuanhuan, being only half undead, might not be so fortunate. Amidst the crimson flame sea, Cress clad in full armor rapidly moved through the fire, his longsword drawn. Arriving at the throne area, where a figure seemed to struggle amidst the flames, Cress struck with his sword. Martial art, Ghost Slash. Inside the Fritz Palace, Hall of Thrones. Within the sea of fire, the grim-eyed middle-aged man revealed a smile. Two longswords clashed and were deflected. Second-level magic, Frost, Ice. Following the middle-aged man's voice, an enormous cold current extinguished the fiery ocean. Cress took on a defensive stance, and Xuanhuan landed steadily far away. Knight Cress, you are strong. Xuanhuan, holding the nobleman's longsword, continued. But you underestimate me. I possess the potent combat class, Zombie Swordsman, and might not lose to your Ghost Swordsman. After speaking, Xuanhuan slowly walked to the side of the throne, opened a wooden box, and equipped the set of cat claw 10 blades on his other left hand. And I have another quite rare combat class, Blade Human. Cress's face remained rational and calm, but internally he harbored deep caution. Too many unpredictable things arose during this operation, especially Xuanhuan's own combat strength. This was now the palace of Zombie Swordsman Xuanhuan. Utmost vigilance was a must. These legendary great nobles had countless tricks up their sleeves. At the same time as Cress faced off against Xuanhuan, in another secret palace within the Fritz Royal Palace, where Xuanhuan had already opened the seal crack. This crack led to the place where the former undead King Dark Aori was sealed. As soon as the crack expanded to the size of a magic portal, the undead King Dark Aori could resurrect and reappear in the world. Daili and Lancel decided to use this seal crack to travel to the sealed plane where Dark Aori resided. Passing through the crack that was now half the size of a magical teleportation gate, Daili and Lancel successfully arrived at their destination inside the sealed dimension according to plan. Roar. The location where Lancel and Daili landed was an airborne floating island, located in the middle of a jungle. They heard a roar coming from the dense foliage. A gigantic spotted bear burst out of the jungle, looking fierce with dripping saliva as it roared toward them. This bear had a peculiar shape. Its hind legs were very short while its two arms were abnormally long, especially around the paws, which were enormous. Bear. Daili paused slightly, her eyes gleaming. What big paws. They might be good as magical materials. Lancel glanced at the bear. This bear is not edible. Roar. The spotted bear bellowed again, rising on its hind legs and charging straight at them. Lancel unsheathed her heavy sword, moving swiftly, and in the next moment, she appeared behind the bear. Martial art, 5-linked, /strike. 5 streaks of light descended from above, slicing through the bear's spine, causing blood to spray as the blade tore through its skin. Lancel returned her longsword to its sheath without even glancing at the bear, saying dismissively, just a common creature. Roar. Painfully struck, the bear turned around and swiped at her with its massive paw. Slash. Bang. The bear's giant claw smashed into Lancel's previous position, creating a large furrow in the ground. Meanwhile, Lancel had already moved far away, beads of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. Its hide was too thick, and how could it be so strong? It rivaled even the combat form of the dwarven warriors she had fought last time. But they were top-tier warriors of the dwarf race. What did this creature compare to? Roar. Chapter 143, The Undead and the Seal Crack. Roar. Lancel was about to continue her attack when suddenly she narrowed her eyes. Martial art. Agility boost. She stepped hard in the air, seeing a gust of wind behind her. A giant leopard pounced from behind to her previous position. Martial art. Multiple slashes. Lancel's body dived forward as blades rose and directly slashed onto the back of the leopard. Tear. Ouch. The leopard cried out in pain, its body bending over as 5 deep wounds appeared on its back. However, the leopard did not lose its combat ability. When Lancel attacked it, it suddenly turned around, its tail spinning above like a steel whip, striking the airborne Lancel. Bang! Lancel was struck and thrown away. At that moment, the spotted bear also let out a roar, revealing abnormal speed with its huge body, leaving a fleeting shadow before instantly jumping toward the direction where Lancel was flying to, its claws raised high for a combined slash. Martial art, agility boost. Lancel clenched her teeth, urgently stopping her body midair. Before the claws fell, she leapt higher into the air through an empty step and hurriedly jumped over the head of the spotted bear, moving towards Lancel's location. Pang! Landing from the high altitude, Lancel knelt half-squatting and held her sword firmly, a streak of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Roar! The leopard on the opposite side lay prostrate on the ground, roaring lowly at Lancel's direction, its vitality still intact, as if it wasn't injured at all. Are you kidding me? Lancel said incredulously. A single slash enough to dent even steel. Not only did it fail to kill the leopard, but after being hit, this leopard still had the strength to retaliate. Dilly noticed some differences and spoke up. These animals within the sealed world seem a bit unusual. Dilly has wandered the continent for many years, having seen many animals, including these bears and leopards which are merely common animals from the continent. The sole difference is that they're slightly larger and fiercer than the ordinary ones. Lancel's strength, Dilly was very clear about. Dealing with these sorts of animals should have been effortless. Yet, Lancel was placed at a disadvantage. It seems like some kind of magical potion, extracted from plants on a small island, and then altered through research, allowing ordinary animals to become colossal and ferocious. Miss Dilly, don't touch anything here. Who knows what kind of infectious risks there might be. Time has blurred too much, and Lancel could no longer remember the name of the potion, though she recalled it being extracted from plants within the royal palace. So it's best not to mess with things here. Roar! The spotted bear landed on the ground. Instead of roaring at Lancel from afar, it showed hostility towards the leopard closest to it. The leopard roared back, circling around near the bear, as if looking for a chance to strike. A mere animal, actually daring to ignore me. Lancel wiped the blood from her mouth, her half-knelt figure leaning forward, changing into a diving stance. She crossed her hands, the blade lightly resting on her right shoulder as she whispered, "Martial art, speed slash." Whoosh! A cloud of dust exploded from the original spot. The next moment, a cold gleam flashed between the bear and the leopard. Before them, each burst forth with 5 beams of light. Martial art, 5 consecutive slashes. Tear! Deep to the bone large wounds appeared on the front part of the bear's body, nearly tearing it apart. The leopard's head was chopped into several pieces, with blood spewing high, both animals falling on the ground motionless. Lancel appeared in front of the two beasts, arms spread wide as if giving a bear hug. TSK, these animals have actually reached such a level? Seeing this, Dilly grew serious. Though she and Lancel rarely interacted, Dilly knew that Lancel, who had mastered the berserker profession and developed derivative skills from it, was definitely not weak in strength. With this sort of power, unless one was a knight or adventurer, opting instead to become a thief, discounting influences from certain aristocratic families, a bounty worth 7 or 8 million would not be unattainable. Even so, Lancel needed to take these two animals seriously. And on this island, Dilly activated her exploration magic, sensing the area, and widened her eyes. There are still a lot more, Knight Lancel. On the island, Dilly perceived many signs of ferocious creatures, and among them were quite a few stronger than these two. And this was just one island. Lancel looked up toward the large central island, gritting her teeth. That old man Decau Rue disappearing for 20 years and accomplishing this, it's no surprise. In regard to this, Dilly quite understood. Proper preparation is the way to stability. Regarding this matter, Decau Rue truly was extremely experienced. Fritch Palace, the throne hall. A large number of pale blue light points emerged from the corpse of Jesker K. Horton, then entered into Cress' body. Cress's level and power surged significantly once again. Jesker K. Horton turned out to be much stronger than Cress had anticipated, but alas, still not strong enough. Cress accomplished the task more smoothly than planned, successfully killing Jesker K. Horton. Cress, clad in pitch black armor, stepped forward slowly. He hadn't yet checked how much his level had increased, but judging from the enormous amount of blue light points, it was bound to be a substantial boost in level. Cress began ransacking valuable items from Jesker K. Horton's body. The most prominent among these were an advanced storage ring inlaid with a crimson gemstone, as well as the necromancer's pearl. Dilly missed Lancel. Cress pressed a hand on the lobe of his ear, initiating contact via magical communication device to reach out to Dilly and others. About Decau Rue's seal, have you managed to break it? Cress received no response to his inquiry for a long while. This was abnormal. Although far less convenient and swift compared to high-tier communication magic, this magical communication tool was valued for its stability. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would rarely occur. Cress suddenly felt a faint inkling of unease. Undead beings should not possess such feelings. CR? Cress Knight. An intermittent reply finally came through the magical communication tool. Cress seized the opportunity like a lifeline, swiftly asking, Lancel, how are you and Dilly? Have you encountered any special situations? We have entered within the sealed world where Decau Rue is confined. Though Lancel's voice was blurred and carried electronic distortion, the information was conveyed just barely clearly. Cress fell silent immediately. According to the original plan, Lancel and Dilly only needed to take advantage of Jesker K. Horton being delayed by Cress, go and destroy the seal. How did they end up inside the sealed world? Cress Knight. The seal cannot be destroyed from the outside, No worries, I understand. Cress promptly responded with calmness, continuing Lancel's words. Do you still remember the teleportation device given to us by Cold Iron's Vice Captain Raynor? Shatter it, and I'll arrive by your side instantly. Just be cautious of Decau Rue's minions. Relax, I will bring you both out unscathed. Cress finished speaking, stowing Jesker K. Horton along with his corpse into his storage pouch. The blood-stained longsword he wielded hadn't been returned to its sheath, yet as Cress merely stared coldly ahead, gradually pulling out that pebble-shaped simple teleportation tool from before. Suddenly, the artifact shattered mid-air, revealing a sudden burst of white light. Chapter 144, The Undead and the Floating Island. Inside the sealed world, a gigantic island hovering in mid-air. The overcast gray sky above, the dense forests covering the island, and even something akin to seawater surrounding it. Thanks to the magical teleportation artifact given by Chill Iron, Cress successfully arrived at Diley, Lancel, and the others' location. Currently, this sealed world seemed extremely bizarre. It was easy to enter, but there seemed to be no way out. At the edge of the island, Cress's exploration magic had been continuously sensing the palace at the center of the main island. That existence radiating an aura akin to a death abyss hadn't moved at all. Strange, they're not coming. Cress had been gripping his sword hilt since just now, expecting that the king of the undead, Dark Fury, would sense him and come over. But it seemed like there was no movement. Strange, they're not coming? Where are they, Diggs? Similarly, in the Death Palace at the center of the main island, the king of the undead, Dark Fury, was waiting there. In front of the Death Palace, the high-ranking undead creatures he had created were already on full alert, but the summoners who might try to release the seal didn't seem to have any signs of coming. Puff, 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 puff. Annoying. The king of the undead, Dark Fury, shouted at someone nearby. High-ranking undead corpse soul, Diggs approached the king of the undead, Dark Fury, and said, My lord, once they step onto one of the islands, we won't be able to observe them anymore. Perhaps they've landed on one of the other islands. Strange. Since they've already entered this sealed world space, they should come to the palace, right? Don't they want to know who's here? The king of the undead, Dark Fury, stroked his chin and looked perplexed as he said, I am the king of the undead, Dark Fury. If they don't come, how can I make them feel fear? Perhaps they landed on some island and got caught up by the ferocious beasts there. Diggs laughed beside him. My lord, let the intruders first experience the power of the beasts you created. The king of the undead, Dark Fury, sneered and whispered, That's too bad. It's a pity they cannot meet me. It should be regrettable for them. Within the sealed space world, on a small island, Cress, along with Lancel and Diley, were still waiting there. Logically speaking, the king of the undead, Dark Fury, should come, right? With three unfamiliar presences intruding mysteriously onto the island, shouldn't his exploration magic detect them? Could it be that being sealed for too long caused a regression in his powers? Cress shook his head and threw away this ridiculous thought. How could that be possible? On the small island where they stood, vicious beasts continued to be drawn by the bloody smell of the creatures Cress had killed earlier, appearing one after another. Martial skill, divine speed slash. Lancel dealt a blow, dismembering a rabbit-like vicious beast, gasping for breath a few times. Around her, there were already several corpses of vicious beasts. If she kept using this move, her stamina wouldn't last much longer. Lancel glanced at Diley beside her. The latter seemed quite relaxed. A vicious beast lunged fiercely at her, but was effortlessly evaded. Her single hand swept over the vicious beast, and it collapsed, struck down as if by lightning, lying motionless on the ground. Night Crescent, what are you thinking about? Lancel asked Cress. He hadn't moved much just now, standing there like a statue. Cress returned his sword to the scabbard at his waist, and turned to look at Lancel beside him, saying, Lancel lady, tell me, why doesn't the king of the undead, Dark Fury, come over? Lancel hesitated for a moment. Why should he come? Because I'm not going over there. There are many auras there, human and beast alike. As the enemy's stronghold, if we go over, wouldn't we just be stepping into a trap? He needs to come here for us not to be so passive. We're already inside the enemy's lair. If we go deeper into their inner lair, Cress isn't foolish. Lancel nodded. I understand everything you said, but why would he come? He is the king of the undead, Dark Fury. Does he need a reason to come? Cress questioned. Doesn't he? Does he? Doesn't he? Need? Never mind. If he doesn't come, then I'll start clearing things from here. Initially, Cress thought that if the king of the undead, Dark Fury, came himself, then he'd only have one person, while this side has three, especially Diley, whose presence somewhat counteracts the undead. If Diley's magic could just touch the king of the undead, Dark Fury, once, even if it couldn't say it'd make him lose his fighting ability, his strength would definitely decrease. For every bit the opponent weakens, Cress becomes stronger by a bit. What? One-on-one. Whoever likes one-on-one duels, let them go ahead. But if king of the undead, Dark Fury, is standing still there now, then Cress has another plan. In the previous life, when playing games, before taking on the final boss, one had to clear away some minor enemies first. There were too many minor enemies here. No matter what, in order to prevent being surrounded and attacked, the minor enemies needed to be cleared out first. Cress gripped his sword hilt tightly, slightly narrowing his eyes. The air in the surrounding area seemed to become heavy. Oh wow. Cress saw a death abyss beast that had just run out from the jungle, howling and fleeing with its tail between its legs. It was filled with fear. What's there to be afraid of? It's just. Cress mockingly twisted the lips created by the illusion, then looked down at his seemingly suddenly uncontrollable legs, gritting his teeth. It's just killing intent. Swish. A mad hornet appeared behind Cress. Without even looking, he flicked his left thumb over the hilt of his sword, revealing a cold glint, and the hornet was instantly severed into 2 parts. Martial skill, Ghost Slash. Ho! A tremendous wave of death swept up from the direction where Cress swung his sword, stirring the grassland and blowing through the jungle. In Diley's perception, the life aura in that direction weakened instantly. The direction that Cress advanced toward, where fierce beasts were forging, battling, and roaring at each other. In that instant, their eyes turned white as they collapsed one by one. The more powerful giant beasts, in the moment this murderous intent spread, ran around everywhere out of fear, but after only a few steps, they also fell. In the direction Cress had swung his sword, there was now silence. Not a single roar could be heard anymore. Diley, Lancel, stand behind me. Cress turned around, changed direction, and said to the 2 of them, without him needing to speak. Both had already obediently walked to his back. Diley's face showed slight changes. No matter when she observed it again, this killing intent still made her fearful. Even though it hadn't affected them, that overwhelming killing intent was so concentrated it was almost tangible. Cress twirled his long sword in his wrist and continued swinging it towards another direction. Martial skill, Ghost Slash. Chapter 145, The Undead and Dark Orei. On the other side of the floating island in the sky, it connects to the floating sea area. At a natural harbor, several undead skeleton ships are docked. On the land ahead lies a small town. There are no ordinary people in this town, only the undead. Or rather, all the undead created and summoned by the king of the undead, Dark Orei. They are part of the undead pirate group, stationed on this small island, waiting for orders from the legendary king of the undead, Lord Dark Orei. We've heard that we're about to act. Dr. Diggs has already announced that the preparation of the ferocious beasts created by Lord Dark Orei is almost complete. The sealed gate will soon be opened. In a few days, we'll break out of this space, then under the leadership of Lord Dark Orei, declare war on the whole world. In one of the buildings in the town, several captains were conversing with each other. Lord Dark Orei truly deserves respect, the legendary king of the undead. No one else acts quite like him. He plans to destroy the continent, said one captain as he took a sip of wine, sighing. Ha ha, we will also participate. Our hearts are pounding with excitement. You wretched world, you wretched humans, we'll make you suffer. To Lord Dark Orei, cheers. Cheers. Just as a skull-faced undead captain wearing a tricorn hat raised his glass of wine, suddenly he was gripped by terror. His eyes bulged, cold sweat streamed down, and his body started trembling uncontrollably. Not just him, but the other undead captains looked much the same way. Some of the weaker ones had already rolled their eyes back and fallen down. What's happening? The tricorn hat-wearing captain tried to stand up, but his eyes rolled back as a fierce wave of fear and suffocation overtook him. Unable to catch his breath, the wine glass slipped from his hand and fell to the ground together with his body. Crack! Cress retracted his sword, using his exploration magic to perceive across the entire group of floating islands. You won't come out? Are you too arrogant? Or can't you detect me at all? If it's the latter, a flicker of crimson flame passed through Cress's cold eyes. Then you really are old. Who is Dark Orei, the king of the undead? A name renowned in the previous age for creating chaos among the undead. Even the 13 ancient heroes believed no one could rival Dark Orei before defeating him. Powerful, domineering, arrogant, and generous, the strengths and flaws of a true strongman, he possessed them all. 3 summoners who secretly entered this sealed space? Why should they even be worth his attention? What concerned him were the likes of the current world's greatest swordsmen standing at the pinnacle of humanity, and others like the Grand Elder of the Holy Light Shrine, Demon Realm's Demon King, and Ghost City. These old friends and colleagues of his, Karen Weed, Zhao Yekom, they were just a bunch of young human newcomers in this era. Even though his followers told him that these individuals entered the heroic realm years ago, Dark Orei still didn't care. Now Dark Orei's vision encompasses the entire world and all of humanity. I cannot fail. Sitting atop his palace, Dark Orei gazed at the original world's continental seas projected before him, his eyes filled with ferocity. You hateful 13 heroes, you detestable humans, you defeated me with cunning schemes. So when I come out, I'll destroy the continent and go to war against you. His creations of monstrous creatures were nearly ready. Now the only missing piece was more numbers of these savage beasts. There weren't enough on the island yet, so he would need to return to the Great Route once again to find powerful animals and then complete his ultimate plan. This wouldn't take long. Soon, his plan would. Huff. Suddenly inside the royal palace, a gust of wind blew up, causing low-level undead who were measuring the weather to instantly lose focus and collapse onto the ground. Dark Orei paused, the flames in his eye holes contracting as he stood up. Killer intent. The killer intent was too intense, so concentrated and potent. Whose was it? A swordsman? No, there was more combat chi present than just from a sword specialist. The Grand Elder of the Holy Light Temple? Lacking a sense of trembling, this aura was far too pure. So who was it? At the edge of the central large island, after Cress swung his sword, unleashing an attack named Ghost Slash, every single creature in this floating palace cluster unable to withstand his death-laden killing intent immediately collapsed. Very few entities managed to resist. Beside him, Dilys and Lancelot were fully engaged in sensing the interior of this sealed world, attempting to locate the key to closing and exiting through the sealed gate. But obviously, this wasn't possible. Perhaps defeating Dark Orei here might offer the only chance to leave. After a while of stillness, there was still no movement. Cress sighed lightly, putting away his longsword, and speaking quietly to those around him. If we don't take this seriously, it might really result in death. Cress twisted his neck and stretched his limbs. He stepped forward, took a deep breath, and positioned himself for a sword slash, firmly gripping the handle of his sword, while using detection magic to lock onto the presence, exuding an abyssal energy of death from the distant palace. Dark death energy coiled around the longsword, just like when he delivered the final blow that cut Jesk Horton's body in half. The blackish aura was so concentrated it appeared as though it would overflow. Swish! The blade left its sheath. A crimson-black crescent-shaped slash swept horizontally toward the palace. It would be best if he could slay the king of the undead Dark Ori with one strike. While Cress indulged in these thoughts, the palace structure was ruptured by a similar crimson-black vertical crescent strike intersecting with his own. Boom! The earth trembled as dust floated up into the air, frozen still at the intersection of the two strikes. Even this floating island descended slightly without warning. Dillies, Lancelot! Cress sprang up with a single step on the spot, calling out to them. They both nodded and split up, rushing towards the palace, one on the left, one on the right. Their combat abilities wouldn't attract much attention from the king of the undead Dark Ori, but they should be more than enough to deal with other threats. Cress couldn't recall exactly how many undead creatures created or summoned by Dark Ori were on this palace, but to be safe, it would be best to destroy all of them early. In the sky, the figure of the king of the undead Dark Ori gradually ascended and then rapidly flew toward Cress. Before long, the legendary silhouette of the king of the undead slowly descended. Cress looked up and finally beheld what Dark Ori looked like. A zombie-based undead, with broken legs tied with swords used instead of legs, golden disheveled hair hanging down to his waist, the volume of which would make many envy. Name, Dark Ori. Race, Lord of Death, zombie-based, undead. Occupation, Death Ruler LV20, Legendary, Max. Ghost Swordsman LV10, Rare, Max. Skeleton Mage LV10, Max. War-Obsessed Undead LV5, Max. Blade Demon LV5, Max. Level, 70 levels. Race level 20, Occupation level 50. Skills, Enhanced Corpse Poison, Max, LV5. Shielded by the enemy's information gathering magic. Magic. Shielded by the enemy's information gathering magic. Combat ability, Beginner Hammer Technique, Advanced Swordsmanship, Mastery. Talent. Shielded by the enemy's information gathering magic. Weapon Proficiency. Shielded by the enemy's information gathering magic. Attributes. Shielded by the enemy's information gathering magic. Dark Ori, the former king of the undead, the overlord of the old age, once led the race of the undead to become the peak force on the continent, but ultimately fell narrowly at the hands of the ancient 13 heroes, resulting in nearly centuries of sealing and erosion. His power is reduced to only 1/10 of what it was. Chapter 146, The Undead and the Abyss of Death. Cress was stunned by the combat prowess of Dark Ori described in the text before him. Even with that final sentence stating his power is 1/10 of what it used to be, Cress dared not let down his guard in the slightest. If it weren't for Dilly and Lancel already being here under these unavoidable circumstances, Cress truly wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. The undead King Dark Ori held dual swords, raising his head arrogantly as he looked at Cress. My name is King of the Undead Dark Ori. Young man, are you an undead ghost swordsman? Impressive. A mere ghost swordsman can emit such a killing aura, which is quite rare. But do you really think eliminating those low-level foes will guarantee victory over me? Cress wasn't stupid. Even if his killing aura was strong, it was merely a form of presence, capable only of slightly intimidating lesser foes. The purpose, after all, was to clear the area. But what good would clearing the area do? The opponent was none other than the king of the undead, Dark Ori. Still, the fact that Dark Ori had instantly discerned his true race and occupation left Cress rather wary. Dark Ori glanced at the sword hilt Cress was gripping and praised. Your slashing technique isn't bad. It's a pity someone like you fights against me instead of joining me. As a wielder of death energy strikes, why don't you assist me? After my demise, you'll become the next king of the undead. Cress twisted his wrist, emitting a flash of light from right before him. Clang. Dark Ori raised his foot, using the sword there to block Cress' swift strike. So it seems you're refusing. Cress stared intensely at Dark Ori, a hint of red flashing in his eyes, then said coldly, I fight only for myself, Dark Ori. The new era has no room for kings like you from the old times. As a ghost swordsman and undead creature, Cress generally didn't want to engage others in battle. But once it came to this moment, how could he possibly hold back? This was the king of the undead, Dark Ori. It was different from all his past encounters. This time, they were facing an enemy of nearly unmatched strength, clashing blades and blade wielders, a contest between life and death. A single mistake might mean death. The sharp edge of the longsword scraped along the sword blade on the leg of the undead king Dark Ori towards him, sparking as it slashed toward the waist of the undead king. Whoosh! The undead king Dark Ori leapt into the air, thrusting his left leg directly at Cress' head. Cress turned around and swung his sword, the blade's tip locking onto the sword tip on the undead king Dark Ori's leg. A smile appeared on Dark Ori's face as he redirected the point of his sword away from Cress' blade and thrust straight toward his face, simultaneously raising another leg and kicking toward Cress. Clang! Cress twisted his wrist, swinging his blade directly to slash at one of Dark Ori's swords, while a dark death energy formed on his other hand, blocking the incoming blow. Martial art, Aura of Death. Cress's eyes widened as a materialized killing intent rushed towards the undead King Dark Ori. Dark Ori chuckled. That kind of thing is useless against me. The footsword that Cress had grasped suddenly exerted immense force, sending Cress flying backward. Dark Ori charged forward immediately, his legs moving like shooting stars, attacking Cress rapidly. In midair, Cress flipped himself and deflected the footsword strike with a reverse slash of his sword. Clang, 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 clang. Flashes of sparks erupted between them. Dark Ori floated in the air, his legs leaving residual shadows as they swung. Meanwhile, Cress's hands moved so quickly that they were almost invisible, each swing perfectly blocking every attack launched by the undead King Dark Ori. Snap! When the undead King Dark Ori kicked again, Cress grabbed his sword with his left hand. With an intense glare, his left arm seemed to swell significantly, flinging Dark Ori into the air. Slash! Cress forcefully swung his sword, releasing a crimson-black slash strike soaring through the air. Dark Ori grinned cruelly as he fell through the air, dodging the slash and simultaneously lifting his toes to launch another crimson-black slash in return. Martial art, single sword style of heaven. Martial art, ghost slash. Cress sheathed his sword, and his figure disappeared. Simultaneously, a crimson-black line shot out from the original location, slicing through the undead King Dark Ori's slash, breaking it into two segments. The remaining slash flew off in both directions, eradicating the forest in its path. Not a tree remained standing. Dark Ori turned back and sneered at Cress, who reappeared behind him, just finishing sheathing his sword. You wield the ghost slash quite well, I see. Cress maintained a solemn expression. He confirmed that though this elder figure had been sealed away for a long time and his body along with his death energy had weakened considerably, his combat skills were still terrifyingly formidable. Huff! Cress took a deep breath and once again drew his sword, covering it with death energy. The energy ascended from his hands, gradually entwining around him, his hands, feet, neck, and finally forming two war marks on his cheeks as the black energy floated over his face. At a glance, it was as if he were wearing a full suit of dark armor. Fully unlocked death energy, huh? How long do you think you can keep that up? Dark Ori chuckled. Foolish creature. In Dark Ori's eyes, fully unleashing death energy was an extremely foolish action. Death energy is an imposing force, but its quantity is limited. It requires conservation, and no matter how strong the death energy may be, using it appropriately suffices. Releasing it all in one go like this serves no purpose and would only waste the death energy unnecessarily. And at this level, did Cress truly believe Dark Ori's blade couldn't cut through? Nevertheless, you are indeed a powerful being. Hey, undead one, what is your name? Dark Ori asked. Cress. This time, Cress announced his full name loud and clear. Because this time, he was going to eliminate the king of the undead, Dark Ori. Sensing the killing intent in Cress's eyes, Dark Ori laughed and said, Excellent, Cress. Let me introduce myself again. I am the king of the undead, Dark Ori, also a high-level magical incantator who wields top-tier control magic. I can freely manipulate both myself and any non-living object. For instance, Dark Ori clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Fourth-tier magic, abyss of death wrath to earth coil. Rumble, rumble. The ground trembled violently, as if ripped apart, and countless rocks and clumps of soil began dispersing and converging until they formed enormous mountain-like structures resembling abysses of death capable of blotting out the sky. Their trembling was akin to the roars of the abyss of death itself, completely encircling Cress. Standing before these massive mountains, Cress seemed as small as an ant. 70-grade beings are definitely insane. Cress muttered under his breath, gripping the hilt of his sword firmly and readying himself for a slash. Martial art, ghost slash. A colossal crimson-black crescent-shaped strike hurtled toward one of the abyss of death mountains. Under the influence of the advanced pitch-black death energy, the strike passed right through, pulverizing the giant mountain into dust. Cress continued to slash repeatedly with his longsword, launching multiple strikes, which fragmented every surrounding abyss of death mountain into pieces. Oh, so that's how it is, then. Your strikes appear to have undergone special enhancement. Chapter 147, The Immortal and the Demon Dragon Slash. Oh, I see, so it's a slash enhanced by special means. Dark Ori revealed an expression of surprise, but it's useless nonetheless. He clenched his fist again, and the mountain that Cress had chopped into pieces reformed once more into a massive death abyss mountain. Before this ability to freely manipulate objects, even if something is reduced to powder, its essence still remains. Unless it vanishes into thin air, any form of attack is futile. Martial skill, ghost slash. Cress swung his sword again, splitting another approaching death abyss mountain into fragments. Stepping on the air, he darted upwards in a flash heading directly for the immortal king, Dark Ori. He'd be a fool to fight rocks. All he needed to do was eliminate the source, right? Ha ha ha. Third-rank magic, flight fly. Dark Ori laughed loudly as his body flew faster than Cress through the usage of the flight magic, causing Cress' swift strike to cut through nothing but air. One merely stepped lightly on flying stones, gliding through the air, while the other soared freely. As long as Dark Ori did not intend to engage in battle, Cress could never catch up to him no matter what. Cress landed on the ground, glaring up at the immortal King Dark Ori in the sky. You come down. You come up. You come down. You come. Martial skill, slash wave. Dark Ori delivered a flying kick, and with it, a golden slash followed. At the moment of the kick, Cress had already perceived it and swiftly raised his hand, releasing an identical crimson-black slash that hurtled forward. Bang! The slashes collided mid-air, triggering a wave of energy that exploded violently. Martial skill, Death Abyss. Dark Oriai's eyes carried a trace of ferocity. He kicked repeatedly, sending crimson-black slashes laced with death energy chaotically toward Cress. Damn it! Cress' eyes hardened. Swiftly swinging his blade horizontally back and forth, he unleashed numerous crimson-black slashes matching the ones descending from the sky above, colliding in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Energy surged as their powerful clash pulverized the coalesced Death Abyss mountains, raising waves of dust enveloping both figures. The rock debris, triggered by the compression of the mountains, scattered everywhere. One piece shot into the jungle, piercing clean through a large tree. Snap! Another stone splashed against Cress, shattered into pieces by his dark death energy. With a fierce swing of his sword, Cress emitted another slash cutting through the haze of dust, sending the attack flying towards the sky, where Dark Oriai nimbly avoided it. Martial skill, Master Tidal Surge. Dark Oriai reversed his grip, and the suspended sea churned up a massive wave that separated from the ocean surface, transforming into a hovering sea Death Abyss head. Martial skill, Tidal Surge. At the same time, gripping with his other hand, the earth once more generated a Death Abyss mountain. One soil-based, one water-based, one from the ground, the other from the heavens, one front, one behind, simultaneously surging towards Cress. Martial skill, Agility Enhancement. Cress stepped on the air, ascending vertically. Just then, the immortal King Dark Oriai dived straight down, feet together, combining two blades into one like a dart speeding forward. The red glow in Cress' eyes brightened. His exploratory magic had already forewarned him, so he sheathed his sword facing the charging Dark Oriai. If they were to fight in the air, he must ensure Dark Oriai can't fly around freely anymore. Martial skill, Condensation Frost. Swish! Dark Oriai felt a sudden chill surround him, as if countless sword edges had encircled his body. This move, Dark Oriai's pupils tightened. He coated his hands with death energy, crossed them up high in a defensive posture, while spreading his legs apart. One leg bent and raised, while the other extended forward. Clang! Dark Oriai's leg sword blocked Cress' sword slash, but his other sword as well as his wrist seemed to have been struck by Cress' technique, making a crisp sound. Bang! With great force, Dark Oriai pushed off using his feet, thrusting away Cress while rotating mid-air to reoccupy the higher position. He glanced deeply at Cress bouncing lower in the air. Swordplay skills, reaching this level. Interesting. As soon as Cress separated himself, he immediately turned and slashed. The seawater Death Abyss head behind had been split apart. Futile. Dark Oriai spread his fingers wide. The severed sea water dispersed around Cress from all directions, converging upon him. Cress' gaze narrowed. He swiped his fingers along the sword's edge, and under the influence of death energy, the blade was covered once again with a pitch-black hue. Dark Oriai, you are no longer suitable for this new era. The long sword was held high, gripped tightly by Cress' two hands, delivering a mighty downward stroke. Martial skill, Demon Dragon Slash. The seawater that had almost surrounded Cress and formed the Death Abyss, under this single slash, suddenly transformed. From the Death Abyss, several dragon-like creatures emerged, intertwining and attacking Dark Oriai in the sky. Cress turned and slashed downward again, splitting the Death Abyss mountain beneath him into several pieces. Landing on it, he shouted fiercely towards Dark Oriai in the air. The title King of the Immortals will be repossessed by me. At the palace, Daili and Cress had arrived. There was no need to break through the gate. The barrier here had already been shattered by the slash released by the King of the Immortals, Dark Oriai earlier. Lancel looked at the tall palace with its vertical funnel, momentarily startled. This level of attack intensity, she could manage too, but it was clearly not on the same scale. Lancel stepped inside, the lesser minions within the palace having already been terrified into unconsciousness by Cress's killing intent. However, when Lancel entered and took a look around, her expression became odd. These are all trash? Not counting the ordinary low-ranking undeads. Among those high-level undeads who had fainted, there were a few that Lancel had seen in bounty posters at the Adventurers Guild. One with his entire body black and white, including the teeth, was the black and white checkered undead group's skeleton captain, with a bounty of 53 million gold coins. That one over there with a mouth like a wild beast, full of molars, was the Wild Boar King's undead group's skeleton captain, with a bounty of 49 million gold coins. And the one next to him with a helmet on his head shaped like a wine cup was the Fine Wine undead group's skeleton captain, with a bounty of 85 million gold coins. Though bounty does not represent everything, these skeleton captains cannot simply be considered as mere trash. At least Lancel can't treat them as such. She approached one of the captains, thrusting her sword forward and slicing open the neck, drawing a line of blood. Daili pulled out something from storage resembling a detection device, searching around while speaking. Cress wants us to destroy those array eyes. Where would they be? A thorough search will find them. After finishing off all the skeleton captains, Lancel wiped her heavy sword clean, continuing to Daili. Let's search separately. Chapter 148, The Undead and Diggs. Let's search separately. Just as she was saying this, a sound of poochie poochie, akin to farting, came from inside. A man with a deathly pale face, dressed like a clown, appeared before them. It's a human, truly doing something significant. But it's useless. You can't defeat Master Dake Oregon. Diggs smiled and looked at the two of them. Dilly sniffed her nose at him, waving her hand in disgust, whispering, "This person has a strange smell. Perhaps he knows about the array eye. Understood. Lancer bent slightly, and his sword floated up. Second-tier magic, chemical magic sphere. Dig's palms spread open, mysteriously producing a green flame-formed sphere, like a magic trick. A large amount of spheres orbited above his head, falling into his other hand. Go! With one push of Dig's hand, those flames flew towards the two of them. Fire! Dilly glanced at it, slightly shifting her body, dodging the fireball. Swish! Lancer swung his blade down, directly cutting through a fireball. The fireball emitted thick smoke, enveloping his figure. As Diggs wanted to continue his attack, the sharp blade was pressed against his neck. Lancer didn't know when he had appeared behind him. Like hugging a friend, his arm looped around Diggs' neck, softly speaking. If you don't want to die, tell me the existence of the array eye. Otherwise, if my hand shakes, who knows what will happen. Wait. Diggs waved his hands repeatedly. I understand. Keep your weapon away from me. If anything happens, I'm dead for sure. That's more reasonable. So where's the array eye? Lancer asked. The array eye? The terrified look on Diggs' face suddenly turned into a smile. Catch me first. Bang. Who? Suddenly behind Lancer came a huge sound, an extremely powerful gust passing around him. Soon after, a great force came from his side. Martial arts, fortress. There was no time to dodge, so Lancer roared loudly. Bang. His body was slammed away, crashing into the jade pillar inside the palace, even collapsing the pillar. Scouredor, you're too slow. Without looking back, Diggs said, if I were really dead, then Master Dakeor's wish would be gone. Woof woof woof. Behind him, a giant chimpanzee in a red suit appeared, howling. Damn. From the ruins of the pillar, Lancer brushed aside several pieces of building debris, standing up again, with a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. This chimpanzee's strength was just too immense. He had been fully alert all along, always keeping the detection magic spell activated, yet he still failed to evade the attack of the chimpanzee. The speed of this chimpanzee wasn't slow at all. Diggs chuckled. Let me introduce you to Scouredor. We are usually summoned by Master Dakeor. However, Scouredor is an exception. It's the king here, possessing high intelligence, and of course, very strong power. Woof! Scouredor proudly pounded its chest, then paused, staring intently at Dilly. At this moment, Dilly had always maintained a cold demeanor, that manner causing Scouredor's eyes to be full of hearts. Woof woof woof. Scouredor called out a few times, flicking its hand over its forehead, pointing another finger at Dilly, tilting its head, with a patch of blush appearing on its face. It seemed as though it had taken a liking to something worth loving. Dilly felt a wave of nausea. Though I don't know what you're saying, but it's disgusting. Woof! Scouredor leapt mightily, charging towards Dilly. Be careful, it has immense strength. Lancer shouted loudly. Seeing Scouredor rushing towards her with both hands, Dilly remained expressionless, putting down the detection tool in her hand, spreading out her hands lightly, revealing the array. Bang! That enormous ape-like hand capable of easily catching Dilly was effortlessly blocked by Dilly. Blocking such immense strength caused a wave to emanate around her, blowing outward. Wow! Scouredor showed a look of surprise, obviously applying much more force to his hands. No matter how much force he used, that small frame remained motionless. Just this? I haven't lost to anyone yet. Dilly smirked disdainfully at Scouredor, her hands spinning slightly under Scouredor's palms. Third-tier magic, essence harvest. Scouredor, as if encountering something terribly horrifying, quickly pulled back his hand, jumping far back in a hurry, looking at Dilly fearfully. Still quite formidable, Dilly stretched out her hand, pointing 5 fingers at Scouredor. Your body is large, but that often makes you nothing more than a living target. Martial arts, finger spear. Bang bang bang. From Dilly's 5 fingers, shot flying finger spears that struck Scouredor's body. Each spear pierced through Scouredor's fur, leaving bloody indentations. Roar roar. Scouredor screamed twice in pain and was about to escape, but his suddenly weakened steps slowed him down significantly. Bang bang bang. Dilly's 5 fingers fired rapidly, constantly striking Scouredor's body. The more she hit, the weaker Scouredor became until, with one final step, the massive creature fell with a crash. Scouredor, what's wrong with you? Diggs screamed in terror. No way. A finger spear is merely a projectile weapon. It should be useless against you. Roar. Scouredor gave out a weak cry, unable even to lift his eyelids. Projectile weapons may not have much effect on such a mighty beast, but each of Dilly's shots drained Scouredor's energy bit by bit. The detection tool Dilly had put down earlier made a sound, prompting her to move closer. Lancer, I think I've found where the array eye is located. The rest is up to you. Picking up the detector, Dilly started walking off in another direction all by herself. Lancer walked over and glared menacingly at Diggs, whose face was filled with horror. You need some teaching, undead. No, don't. Please don't come any closer. Diggs stepped back as Lancer charged forward like a tiger. Diggs cried out in panic. The palace was filled with Diggs' screams of agony. Martial arts, demon god dragon slash. Outside the palace, the battle still raged fiercely on, with Cress slashing several dragon-like figures into being. Dakeor's expression grew serious. He delivered several kicks that severed these water dragons. Not only do they take the form of dragons, but there's a dangerous aura about them too. Getting touched would likely result in dire consequences. Chapter 149, The Undying and the King. Not only is there the form of a dragon, but also dangerous aura within. If one comes into contact with it, it would probably be quite troublesome. Without even needing to experience it himself, Darko Aori saw the abnormalities in these water dragon snakes just by looking at them. Definitely something that shouldn't be touched. Martial arts, abyss of death. With one grip of his hand, those bodies of water he had slashed earlier turned back into several water abyss heads. They gathered around him like meteors, and all fell down towards Cress. Cress's expression grew serious, preparing to use a slash strike when suddenly, there was an upheaval behind him. Pebbles and soil lumped together, forming an abyss mountain rushing toward him. Slash. Cress turned back to cut through this abyss mountain. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as his arm turned into a blur, changing his slashing pose immediately. Twisting his body, he struck toward the side. Clang. Swords clashed. The king of the undead, Darko Aori, appeared at his side, a grin showing on his face. Boom. A water abyss head hit Cress directly, the water pressure and force from high-speed movement knocking him off balance, staggering to the side. That instant, a vulnerability. Ha! The king of the undead, Darko Aori, shifted his leg to avoid Cress's sword and kicked directly at his body. Boom. The blade, imbued with death energy, cut through Cress's black armor and lodged itself in his equally death energy-coated surface. And in that very instant, Cress stabilized his body and thrust his sword straight into the heart of the king of the undead, Darko Aori. Boom. The king of the undead, Darko Aori, got pierced in the chest by Cress's sword and took a few steps back due to its force. Simultaneously, Cress was kicked sideways a few paces by Darko Aori. Swish. After moving sideways a few steps, Cress didn't stop for a second and cut through an incoming water abyss head beside him, breaking it apart and reducing it to several water masses that dropped down. He then looked at the king of the undead, Darko Aori. The chest armor over his heart was damaged too, the dark death energy slowly fading away from his chest. At this moment, the remaining water abyss heads in the sky rushed furiously close to Cress. Cress stood in a horse stance, swiftly sliding his long sword into its sheath. Martial arts, demon slash, 8 levels. Click. The blade entered the sheath. Hiss. 8 slashes burst out from all around Cress, cutting through those water abyss heads. Cress looked up at the king of the undead, Darko Aori, who was also looking at him. Both looked at each other and simultaneously revealed a trace of a sinister grin. Cress said, "Old man, don't use such petty tricks. Being able to get hit by me means it's not merely some minor trick." Darko Aori laughed heartily, entirely unaffected by Cress's remarks. "How long can you hold me off?" More massive water abyss heads emerged again from the sea, and after a tremor in the ground, another large mountain rose, attacking Cress together with the king of the undead, Darko Aori. How bothersome. Cress's death energy grew more intense on his blade as he stomped onto a flying stone and casually hacked apart a mountain, rushing forward to meet the king of the undead, Darko Aori. The long sword swung hard downward, meeting the dual blades of the king of the undead, Darko Aori. Clang. Blades crossed. Both figures moved extremely fast. Darko Aori grinned malevolently while his feet continuously floated and descended. Although he used his feet instead of his hands, the power and precision of his sword techniques were comparable to Cress's. Cress deflected Darko Aori's sword, spun his body, and cut at his head. Ting. The king of the undead, Darko Aori, bent his right leg high up, blocking Cress's sword. With a knee thrust, he pushed Cress back, who then retreated and parried a mass of water abyss energy with his backward stroke. Martial arts, divine dragon. The split water masses transformed into 2 dragons rushing towards the other water abyss heads. Then, as if sensing something, Cress stepped on the air, elevating from his original position. A golden slash shot past where Cress was originally standing, leaving a deep furrow in the ground. Cress didn't bother looking, just slashing out a similar red-black slash behind him. Darko Aori flew high into the air, dodging that slash and spinning towards Cress. Martial arts, 1,000 cuts. Swish, 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 swish. Golden slashes rained down in a barrage from the sky as Darko Aori spun. Cut. Cress similarly swung his sword multiple times, his body shifting direction along with the king of the undead's movements, touching the golden slashes with his own red-black ones. As they both executed airborne slashes, neither could claim superiority. But the king of the undead, Darko Aori, possessed an additional ability. Cress suddenly sensed something and jumped away from his original position, just in time to see sharp stones rise up at his former spot, turning into pointed earth spikes. Such things naturally wouldn't affect his death energy armor, but being hit by it would create vulnerabilities. The pitch-black death energy armor was no absolute defensive barrier. Even if being hit wouldn't cause injury, the rest would still proceed as it should. A forceful enough strike could still drive back the death energy. Likewise, these earthen spikes would still hinder Cress's movements. Darko Aori, continuously pouring out slashes from midair, smirked as he summoned his usual tactics, death abyss heads coalescing from seawater and earth alike. The ground beneath them roiled as an abundance of twisted earthen spears formed. Let's see where you'll land. So, after being sealed and eroded for so many years, you still possess such strength. The king of the undead is truly the king of the undead, can't be helped. Cress swept away nearby spikes with a single slash of his sword, ignoring the incoming strikes, and instead swiped 2 fingers down the length of his blade. Secret technique, berserk battle. Martial arts, fortress. Martial arts, xuanhuan fortress. Bang 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 bang. Whether it was Death Abyss Mountain, Water Death Abyss, or earthen spears, they crashed and shattered around Cress as if they had encountered some kind of barrier. Around him, it seemed as though a pattern resembling a turtle shell had appeared. Only the endless rain of slashes cutting at the turtle shell-like barrier managed to eventually shatter it with a thunderous boom. Cress stumbled, quickly planting his sword into the ground backward to steady himself. Remarkable swordsmanship, but it's over. You've exposed a vulnerability. Darku Aori grinned as he prepared to kick out a blade slash, but at that moment, his form hovering in the air faltered. Within the broken fragments of the turtle shell, there seemed to coil a snake staring directly at him. Under the snake-like gaze, Darku Aori found himself immobilized. Martial arts, agility enhancement. Cress vanished from his original spot. In the next instant, he reappeared right in front of Darku Aori, sheathing his blade while firmly gripping the hilt. Martial arts, God cross slash. The black sword gradually drew out of its sheath. What nonsense is this? Darku Aori's pupils glowed red as he unleashed all of his exploration magic. His legs suddenly sprang to life, breaking free from the xuanhuan lock. Just as he was about to fly away, he realized he was still locked on. Not by that snake-like aura, but by Cress's sword itself. I am Darku Aori, the king of the undead. Almost like a current, the pitch-black death energy gathered around the sword edge as Darku Aori delivered a direct kick to Cress's body. Martial arts, Ghost Cut. Chapter 150, The Undead and the Broken Wound. Combat technique, Ghost Slash. Similarly, Cress drew his sword with great speed. Bang! Cress's body collided with the ground even faster than before, creating a pit. He stood up, coughed several times, and glanced at his abdomen. Even with death energy covering him, there was a hole in his abdomen. Although undead of the skeleton type have no concept of blood, the shattered bones still looked extremely terrifying. And Dekao Rue, the king of the undead above, an arm fell to the ground. King of the undead Dekao Rue was gasping for air high up, with nothing left of his left arm. That move, Ghost God Cross, he had dodged once more. Otherwise, that strike could have killed him, not merely cutting off an arm. Dekao Rue held his shoulder, looking at Cress, and suddenly burst out laughing. Not bad, truly impressive. In the past, I would have prepared myself fully before facing you again. But this is the sealing world left by those 13 bastards, my sinful land, and I can retreat no further. So, let's decide life or death. Stop me, or I'll destroy the continent. Exactly my intention. Cress panted for a few breaths, gripping the sword handle tightly, eyes filled with murderous intent. At this point, there's no way he'd let the old man escape. For Dekao Rue, the king of the undead, the present Cress was a rare strong opponent who required more serious treatment. Although his own seal affected his strength, he didn't place much importance on it. Currently, it seemed like Cress could fight him to a draw, or even put him at a disadvantage. He had already released a good amount of high-grade death energy earlier, which had started to become insufficient. After all, only high-grade death energy could cover slashing attacks during flight, and too many had been released consecutively for anyone to bear. Later, he just released slashing attacks. High-grade death energy isn't like rotting cabbage, just casually produced. As for the young man below, he possessed not only high-grade death energy, but also covered his entire body with death energy. Furthermore, there were his sword techniques that manipulated water into dragon forms, as well as defensive techniques against his slashing attacks, consuming much of his death energy. Nevertheless, his death energy appeared ample. The next battle had to be conducted to force him to deplete his death energy. In this world, there are powers surpassing miracles. Magic and martial arts serve as the keys to trigger such miracles. However, this depends on the user. If their ability falls short, no miracle will be invoked. Yet Cressex can confirm that the king of the undead Dekao Rue is absolutely one of those who can bring about miracles. In any world, natural calamities are the most fearsome disasters. And Dekao Rue, the king of the undead, can master part of them. The sea and sky obey him. Large amounts of water rose from the ocean. The palace grounds trembled and split, merging into towering mountains, upon whose summits a head full of malevolence formed. A death abyss head roaring toward Cress. Empowered by mountain and sea, Dekao Rue charged at Cress, wielding dual blades imbued with death energy, entangling Cress in combat. Cress brandished his blade, fighting the king of the undead, while occasionally striking slashes to sever the rocky masses and seawater. Their swordsmanship was nearly evenly matched. One side had magic-based special abilities assisting, the other completely shrouded in death energy. When one misses a slash here, a boulder crashes down, blocked by death energy. Over there, when another strike returns, it is evaded in mid-flight, then strikes the mountain instead. Thus they locked in fierce struggle, with the nearby terrain gradually reduced to rubble from their clash. Elsewhere, with a loud explosion, Dilly and Lancel emerged, the massive palace behind them collapsing thunderously. Even if Diggs hadn't spoken, they eventually found the location of the array eye. Ultimately, Dilly made the call. If it must be destroyed, they might as well let the palace collapse together. They stepped outside to see a colossal water and death abyss floating around everywhere, along with perpetually moving, roaring rock formations in the distance. In the sky, a golden figure danced freely, occasionally delivering a golden slash. On the earth, constant streams of golden slashes ascended, slicing through rock and water bodies alike, only for both to endlessly reform. Then, a similarly powerful red-black aura clashed together. Blades flashed, the ground shook. Lancel swallowed a lump in her throat. She couldn't make out either of their movements. Cress has actually been injured. Dilly narrowed her eyes slightly. This was the first time she had seen Cress injured. Previously, it was always an effortless victory, or they had avoided a strong enemy beforehand. Dilly casually found a large rock to sit on, and leisurely took a seat. Is it really okay to be so relaxed? There's a battle going on over there, shouldn't we help? Lancel gripped the heavy sword at her waist, sweat appearing on her forehead. That's the king of the undead, de Rue. Stop joking around. Can you even see the speed of their attacks? A battle at this level, if we get involved, we'd just be in Cress's way. Dilly waved her hand. When have you ever seen Cress get injured? Especially under such a thick covering of black death energy. If we interfere now, we'll just give the enemy an opportunity. It's better to stay far away. Doesn't she want to join in? But Dilly knows, in battles at this level, even if they go, it wouldn't be of much use. The opponent is a top-tier existence. Even though no one has explicitly said this is a one-on-one duel, the key point is that if she and the others were to join, they would only be a hindrance, and Dilly is fully aware of this. The best course of action is simply to wait here. Besides, I trust Cress. Let's just watch. Dilly bit into an apple hard. Although the other party is a legendary existence, Cress isn't someone who messes around when serious. Watching this went on for 5 days. 5 rounds of sunrise and moonset. On the first day, the king of the undead de Rue confidently believed that Cress, by continuously emitting slashes and battling using his entire death energy, would eventually be unable to sustain it. On the second day, the king of the undead de Rue began to doubt whether this person might soon run out of energy, currently just struggling to keep up. By the third day, the king of the undead de Rue's energy started to dry up. Despite carefully controlling his death energy without wasting even a little bit, after 3 days, it still made no difference. But fortunately, that Cress who seems to have energy like an abyss, his aura also seemed to be waning, and the force behind the blades he slashed decreased compared to before. Although it was still abundant, there was indeed a drop, which was enough for the king of the undead de Rue. I am the king of the undead de Rue. On the 4th day, Cress's dark death energy receded, leaving only the death energy on the blade continuing to fight with the king of the undead de Rue. By this point, the king of the undead de Rue had also abandoned manipulating other substances, purely using swordplay to oppose Cress. On the 5th day, bang! De Rue used one foot to block Cress's slash, the immense force forcing him to retreat several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Cress swung another counterattack. De Rue was startled and hurriedly leaped up. Kai! De Rue floated in midair, panting several times, but it was still too slow. Another new wound appeared on his body. At this moment, the broken arms area showed dried, pitch-black zombie blood. His clothes and leather armor were torn apart, and his whole body covered with sword cuts. And as for Cress below, he wasn't in good shape either. After dismissing his entire body's death energy, he occasionally had no choice but to cover parts of his body with death energy to block the attacks from the king of the undead de Rue, but it was ultimately impossible to defend against every attack. His body also bore quite a few ruptured wounds. Chapter 151, The Undead and White Tiger Fortress. It was impossible not to cease. Although Cress believed he was better at prolonged battles than the current king of the undead, Dak Orei, death energy is ultimately finite. If recklessly expended, he might run out of it before Dak Orei does. Even so, it already shocked the king of the undead, Dak Orei, a great deal. The total amount of death energy is limited after all. Not even the Demon King, his enemy back in the day, could fight with unceasing demonic energy for days on end. Fundamentally speaking, this kind of fighting consumes resources very quickly. But this kid had sustained it for several consecutive days using such a method. The amount of death energy and courage he showed were enough to make him nervous. You have an abundant amount of death energy, don't you? Said Dak Orei grimly. Cress took a few breaths and said, Old man, you're not too bad either. It seems you haven't worn yourself out yet. Dak Orei, the king of the undead, intended to consume Cress's death energy. But Cress also harbored the same thought. Both of them knew that apart from depleting death energy, there was no other way to gain an advantage over the opponent. Next time, I won't use this move. It really consumes a lot of death energy, Cress thought to himself. Although 5 days of consumption had cost him quite a bit of death energy, he was more aware that the death energy of Dak Orei was nearing its limit. Now, it was the right moment to harvest. Cress sheathed his sword and pulled it out backwards. Martial art, Ghost Slash. The flying slash imbued with death energy rushed toward Dak Orei, who was hovering high in the air. Foolish. I've told you this won't work. Wasting your own death energy like this is extremely stupid. Dak Orei sidestepped, allowing the slash to fly into the sky. His temples bulged as he shouted at Cress. At this stage, one should condense their death energy, waiting for the enemy to reveal a flaw, then defeat them in one stroke. Not right. Death energy wasn't meant to be used by you this way. Use death energy only at critical moments. With your combat potential, if you were more refined, you wouldn't be this exhausted now. Do you think randomly releasing advanced death energy makes you look cool? Extravagant. Too extravagant. If he had the abundant death energy Cress possessed, then perhaps the outcome of his past battle with those 13 bastards would still be uncertain. Cress raised an eyebrow, pointing his sword directly at Dak Orei, the king of the undead. Thanks for the advice. I'll remember it. After you die. Indeed, after practicing for so long, Cress always adopted a cautious attitude. He avoided conflict when possible, not wanting to fight these world-defying monsters. And combat experience against top-tier enemies like this? None whatsoever. He didn't want any either. Such perilous situations, the slightest misstep, and he'd be finished. His dream was to live safely and comfortably for life. Ha 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 ha. Are you the newcomer from the new age of the continent world? You're truly formidable. Dak Orei laughed heartily, eyeing Cress meaningfully. After such a long time, he had seen it clearly. What Cress relied on was not only his divine swordsmanship, but also his overwhelming death energy to dominate his opponents. Yet, he lacked experience in battling against enemies of his caliber. However, there seemed to be a shift now. There's also a problem with the slashes. Dak Orii continued. They should be more clever, rather than violently throwing flying slashes everywhere. It's too coarse. The damage isn't enough. Control your aura, compress it at the right time, and then strike. Martial art, sever wave. Before Dak Orii finished speaking, Cress swung his sword. A crescent-shaped dark red slash, sword high. Dak Orii kicked out a slash in return, golden clash against golden clash. But upon collision, Cress's slash split through Dak Orii's, continuing towards him. Dak Orii sidestepped swiftly, showing a feral grin. Did you learn my techniques, youngster? Cress grinned ferociously. Anyway, you're going to die. Consider it making full use of you. Dak Orii's sever wave was powerful enough to cut hundreds of kilometers across the sea with a single blow. Previously, Cress couldn't accomplish such feats, only managing to shatter objects via brute force using higher-grade death energy. But after several days of battle, he had finally figured out Dak Orii's slash technique. Dak Orii stared at him, slightly narrowing his eyes. The speed of learning was impressive. Want me dead? I'm Dak Orii, the king of the undead. Tough kid, let's continue the fight. Then watch carefully, old man. Cress wiped 2 fingers along the blade, gradually emitting a golden light. Martial art, xuanhuan suth. Instantly, Dak Orii felt a tremendous danger. Is it the previous technique that can lock on? Martial art, thousand slice slash. Dark Orii's feet turned into shadows, kicking out numerous slashes as his body flew at high speed around Cress. Indeed, around Cress, an atmosphere of a giant turtle intertwined with a snake gradually materialized, blocking Dark Orii's slashes. This time, Dark Orii failed to break through Cress's defense. His death energy was not as abundant as before. However, well prepared, he wasn't locked by the large serpent of chi. A burst of laughter from the sky came. Boy, let me teach you another thing. If your stubborn sword technique doesn't work the first time, it's better to stop using it unnecessarily, or you'll just waste your death energy. Cress didn't even look up, waving his sword again. Martial art, demon god python slash. The sea roiled, generating more than 10 water python dragons that rushed towards King of the Undead Dark Orii. What are you doing? Have you given up? Do you admit that you can't beat me, Lord Dark Orii? Dark Orii cut through the water pythons with several slashes, then clenched his single hand, turning the seawater into a head of death abyss which rammed against Cress's xuanhuan technique, bursting into beads of water. Still, it was useless. Cress continued to swing his sword, making water pythons appear in the sea once more, but this time they did not attack the king of the undead Dark Orii. Instead, they revolved ceaselessly around Cress's xuanhuan fortress. This left Dark Orii a bit confused. What is he doing? Wasting death energy for no reason? Next, Cress stroked towards his longsword again. Martial art, White Tiger Fortress. With both hands gripping the sword, Cress fiercely slashed down at the undead King Dark Orii, who hovered in the air. An unseen new technique? Did this kid have something held back? King Dark Orii of the undead sensed something wrong. A sense of danger greater than from the earlier xuanhuan fortress overtook him. Instinctively, his form retreated explosively. It's no use. Xuanhuan Fortress is a defensive technique that can also limit movement, but with White Tiger Fortress, as long as you are within my range, you won't escape. As his sword slashed down, the flying slash transformed into the shape of an enormous white tiger enveloping Cress's form. The white tiger roared toward the undead King Dark Orii, hovering above, powerfully swinging its tiger claws. That tiger claw's range, there's simply no way to evade. Am I within this boy's attack radius? This is a joke. In the face of the incoming tiger claws, King Dark Orii of the undead gritted his teeth hard, the death energy sweeping across the sword blade and piercing through that massive tiger claw. Right at that moment, he frowned, instinctively covering his head. Was my death energy overused? Crackling sound. At the convergence point between the sword tip and the tiger claw, it seemed like the air split apart, causing the central island to tremble. Bang! Far away, the huge rock where Deli was sitting shattered, startling her enough to drop the half-eaten apple in her hand. The ground fractured, splitting into deep fissures. Chapter 152, The Undead and the Seal Removed. Too excited, Lancel raised his hand, the one holding the sword blade, which was trembling unconsciously, trembling with excitement for battle. Dilly slightly narrowed her eyes. She glanced at the massive white tiger-like figure and smirked. It's a new move. It seems he's been pushed to his limits, hasn't he? With this vibration, several floating islands near the central large island plummeted. Of course, it wasn't an earthquake. It was just that king of the undead, Dakwayori, couldn't hold on any longer. His body crashed down with a loud thud, his torso now bearing several deep cuts. On the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This accursed seal. King of the undead Dakwari shakily stood up, his eyes filled with a hint of ferocity. Even at this moment it comes to interfere with me. He looked towards Cress and saw him standing there, the white tiger enveloping him from above, the xuanhuan guarding around him, while the seawater formed dragons were intertwining, forming a giant dragon-shaped entity. That form made Dakwayori somewhat dizzy. An evil king, huh? Dakwayori laughed. Xuanhuan beasts, your swordsmanship is really interesting. You've reminded me of those days fighting alongside people back then. Yeah, even though everyone had their own thoughts, huh? As he spoke, his appearance became more menacing. But these are merely traces of aura. Even if they really came, what can they do? I am the king of the undead, Dakweori. Dakweori suddenly grabbed the crescent-shaped seal on his head, and with a piuchi sound, the seal, soaked in thick blood, was torn off from his skull. This removal changed the heavens and earth. Cress, far away, felt dizzy and disoriented, his body swaying until he knelt half down, muttering, "What? What is happening?" Dilly widened her eyes. Her previously collected spoils fell to the ground, but she paid no heed, instead staring at the direction of the king of the undead Dakweori, fear evident on her face. No way. Boom. The sky was as if covered by a layer of gloom, continuous rumbling thunder resounding, and an extremely oppressive energy filling the heaven and earth. Cress swallowed hard, watching the king of the undead Dakweori who pulled the seal off and laughed heartily, finally breaking into a cold sweat. What kind of joke is this? This guy, he's removed the seal. The state of the king of the undead Dakweori after removing the seal was something Cress never anticipated. The king of the undead Dakweori's energy was wildly depleting, but correspondingly, that mad vigor surged upward uncontrollably. This old man truly didn't care about his life. Chunks of rubble struck Cress' xuanhuan stronghold, making a popping sound. It wasn't any special ability. It was just the airflow stirred by the king of the undead Dakweori, causing tremors all around. King of the undead. Ha ha ha. Between the heaven and earth, echoed the mad laughter of the king of the undead Dakweori. The two legendary ancient swords Liu and Baihua, bound at his feet, were pulled free, one landing in his sole remaining hand, the other hovering around his body. He tightly gripped the sword hilt, pointing it at Cress. "Kid, prepare yourself." Martial art, ghost/cutting wave. High-grade death energy mixed with golden slashes turned into dark red ones, plunging straight down in an instant. The speed was incredibly fast. Bang! A single slash shattered Cress' xuanhuan stronghold entirely, like glass, dropping piece by piece into ethereal shadows. The destruction of the xuanhuan stronghold caused Cress to stumble, his shocked gaze fixed on the king of the undead Dakweori. The power of this slash was incomparable to before. Regardless of whether this isn't originally the true strength of the king of the undead Dakweori, just using foot or hand changes the entire game. Dakweori took advantage of Cress being off balance, swinging his sword again. Whoosh! The slash flew toward Cress. Martial art, ghost slash. Cress positioned himself for a slash, high-grade death energy spiraling around the scabbard as he swung his sword outwards too. The dark red slash met with a crash, causing the ground to quake again. A sharp glow rang out around Cress. Cress turned around and slashed his sword back towards the sharp glow. King of the undead Dakweori appeared there already, slashing his sword forward. Bang! Cress' body flew backwards, crashing into a large rock that protruded, the rock crumbling. His body got buried in the debris. In the next moment, surrounding stones broke apart revealing Cress, whose whole body was entangled with death energy like armor. He lightly breathed out, looking grim. This old man became much harder to deal with. Sure enough, you're still keeping the death energy. Dakweori chuckled. Kid, if you don't unleash your full power, you will surely die. Cress swung his sword downward, scattering the surrounding gravel, and the white tiger apparition reappeared around him. Waterform dragons spiraled amid the scene. Saving some strength was just in case of emergencies. I originally thought that 3 fortress techniques would be enough to deal with you, but it seems I underestimated by a lot. Upon hearing this, Dakweori's expression turned fierce as he rushed forward with immense momentum, plowing a deep furrow into the ground beneath him due to the overwhelming aura swirling around his body. Martial art, xuanhuan fortress. Cress swung his blade again, summoning the xuanhuan fortress in front of him. The snake-like head of the xuanhuan stared directly at king of the undead Dakweori. However, this time Dakweori didn't dodge. Instead, he glared straight back at the xuanhuan, causing its serpent form to gradually disperse under the intensity of that single glare. The pitch-black death energy struck Cress' heart deeply. Even Cress himself felt shaken from this intense gaze of death belonging to an ultimate warrior. Martial art, Xuke fortress. Cress swiped 2 fingers across his sword, wrapping his body in flames which quickly expanded. With a loud cry, the flames transformed into a massive bird of fire, charging towards king of the undead Dakweori. So it's a fantasy beast made up of flying slash strikes, huh? Dakweori smiled and swung his sword, slicing through the large fiery bird as it rushed toward him. In their intersection, the bird flew past Dakweori, losing half its shape to reveal Cress. But in the next moment, the dispersed form regrouped instantly, becoming the fiery bird once more. Phoenix? But even if those 13 bastards were here themselves, they wouldn't do much better than this. Dakweori unleashed another slash strike, shattering the phoenix form again. Boom. 2 more floating islands descended as Dakweori stumbled slightly, his form lowering a bit, and the sword floating around him almost fell. Witnessing this, Cress narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Old man, you're done for." Ha ha ha, not yet. It's still early. Dakweori roared in laughter. I have more than enough time to kill you before then. Is that so? Cress dismissed the Xuke fortress, landing on the ground and raising his sword, addressing king of the undead Dakweori solemnly. Old man, prepare yourself for my last move. This time, Cress moved his 2 fingers over the sword extremely slowly. Martial art. Chapter 153, The Undying and the Final Fortress, Crimson Dragon. Martial arts. As he murmured, the white tiger took form around his body. The black tortoise shielded him at the front, the azure dragon coiled about his surroundings, and he himself emanated the appearance of the vermilion bird. Old man, my sword technique was derived from a self-awakening as a ghost swordsman. You've seen the 4 major fortresses, now behold the final move, the final fortress. He gripped his sword with both hands and raised it above his head. Martial art, the final fortress, crimson dragon. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise all flew into the air, disappeared into the sky, and in the next moment, howling winds swept through, pressing down so much that even the palace trees were forced to bow. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the gloomy sky, signaling the start of a torrential rain over the palace. Darkeo Ray instinctively looked up, his eyes widening in awe as he muttered, "It can be done like this." Amidst the clouds, a colossal crimson dragon head began to emerge gradually. Attached to its head, the massive dragon's body stretched downward from the clouds toward Darkeo Ray, baring its teeth and claws. This was a manifestation of sword techniques, devoid of any magical powers, hence causing Darkeo Ray's amazement. "Is this your strongest technique?" Darkeo Ray asked as he turned his gaze to Cress. Cress nodded. "Yes. Indeed formidable, but I am the king of the undead." Darkeo Ray. Darkeo Ray grinned with excitement and leaped high up, rushing straight towards the descending crimson dragon. His golden figure seemed minuscule before the dragon, yet the mad chi around him formed a gigantic shadowy death abyss. "Open your maw and devour the dragon." Around him, the royal palace grounds started sinking, except for the central island which was now fragmenting. Boom! The clash between the wild chi and the crimson dragon generated such an explosive force that split the central island into several pieces. All sections save for the part occupied by Cress were gradually submerging. Cress. In the distance, Dilly and Cress rushed forward. The continuously descending royal palace and the fragmentation of the central island terrified them. Dilly looked upwards at the tangled chaos between the dragon and the death abyss, exclaiming in frustration, "You're kidding, right? It has reached this level and still can't touch him." The imposing might released by the crimson dragon was the strongest Dilly had ever witnessed, yet this wasn't enough to harm the undying one. Cress tightened his grip on the hilt, staying silent. Bang! Upon their contact, a loud explosion ensued, forcing Dilly and Cress to instinctively close their eyes due to the pressure transmitted. Dilly used her hand to cover her forehead as she curled her body under a large rock. Lancer's armor rustled amid the strong winds that threatened to topple her over. Death aura was heavily embedded in the pressured air. Cress raised his hand. Even he could not bear the aftershock waves and inadvertently shielded himself with his forearm. Once the fierce blast passed, the skies cleared somewhat, leaving only heavier rain curtains. His crimson dragon had vanished without a trace. Above the heavens, however, the golden death abyss formed by the mad chi slowly consolidated itself. King of the Undying, Darkeo Ray, lived on. The top-tier warriors are truly terrifying. Cress lifted his sword and found his hand trembling involuntarily. Not out of fear. Rather, such prolonged combat was beginning to take a toll on him. "Dilly," Cress shouted, "enhance me with a few auxiliary magic spells. That old guy isn't dead yet." Despite her immense fear suppressed by the death aura, Dilly forced herself to stand up and was about to approach Cress. However, the curtain of rain abruptly contracted, forming a watery sphere enclosing her. Not just her, but Cress was also entangled within a similar water sphere. This rainfall shaped a massive death abyss head, roaring furiously at Cress. Above the heavens, Darkeo Ray grinned sinisterly with his sword tipped directly pointed at Cress. "I've broken it." After saying that, Darkeo Ray suddenly raised his sword, instantly casting shadows across the entire palace. Among the sealed world islands predominantly engulfing the majority of this marine battle zone, what was the biggest calamity? The answer was the tsunami. This place being a floating island surrounded by other floating sea zones. If the whole ocean suddenly roared upward, converging inward with a giant tidal wave, it was far from trivial. At least Cress didn't think it was trivial. That tsunami-like wave towering up blocked the skies, creating such an intimidating shadow that compared to it, Cress felt as tiny as an ant. At this magnitude, it was impossible to obstruct. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Dilly struggled within her watery confinement as Cress broke free from his own and cut open hers with a blade slash. Dilly landed on the ground after coughing dryly a few times, looking shocked at the wall-like tidal wave before she gritted her teeth and ran forward intending to connect with Cress, aiming to add some magical enhancements. No, there's no need. At this time, Cress instead sheathed his sword slowly, gazing complicatedly toward the king of the undead Darkeo Ray above. Darkeo Ray remained silent, simply standing stationary in the sky. The sword floating around him crashed down. At the same time, the towering tsunami fell as well. "I have failed." Darkeo Ray managed a stiff smile and croaked to Cress. "Young man, where are you from?" "Fritz Kingdom." Cress paused for a moment before slowly replying. "Oh, the Fritz Kingdom, interesting. Among those 13 bastards, there seemed to be one from that nation too." He looked up and slowly raised his single arm, spreading his 5 fingers towards the sky. "I see. My era has long passed." The sword he was holding slipped out of his grip and fell alongside another one directly in front of Cress. "They're your trophies, take them. Sever my head, inherit my title, and make your name renowned across the world, Cress." As soon as these words were uttered, King Darkeo Ray revealed a smile, standing still in the sky like a sculpture. The Death Abyss displayed its might fully, but the mad energy of the Death Abyss had faded away. "He's gone." After a long pause, Dilly quietly reminded Cress, He's dead, Cress. I know. Cress glanced at the two swords and said, Darkeo Ray, you indeed were a king of your generation, but you weren't enough to rule the world. I don't need your head. Let this other dimensional world rest with you. However, your two famous blades will belong to me now. Unfortunately, Darkeo Ray could no longer hear those words. His eyes closed, and his body began to plummet. Boom. The ground cracked, fragmented, and continued to sink downward. Let's go. Darkeo Ray is dead. His power has been lifted, the erase I disappeared, and this seal is going to break soon. Cress picked up the two swords, stepped firmly on the earth, and leaped high into the sky. This place was an interdimensional sealed space, so falling would lead to nothingness. Originally, this floating island was created by Darkeo Ray using his own abilities. Now, with Darkeo Ray's complete demise, this floating island would soon disintegrate entirely. Cress and the others ascended high, heading toward the direction of Gelmore Island. And the floating island plunged completely, sinking into the void, where several islands collided together, forming a new royal palace in the vast emptiness. The corpse of the king of the undead, Darkeo Ray, sank into the depths, vanishing from sight. Darkeo Ray, I do thank you for your teachings. Cress turned back to look at the spot where he disappeared, muttering softly to himself. A streak of pitch-black light rose from Darkeo Ray's corpse, piercing through the void and finally entering Cress's body. Just like the blue specks of light. Only this time, the black light appeared more overbearing and potent. The sealed world shattered. Before Cress and his companions, a crack opened up. Chapter 154, The Undead and the Future. You have defeated an S-class biological entity, King of the Undead Darkoid. Darkoid has been sealed for hundreds to thousands of years, with a severely diminished strength. Defeating him will not grant you the King's proof. You have obtained Darkoid's Death Legacy, the legendary class profession, Lord of Death. You have gained 38,762 points of experience. You have ascended to the Hero Realm. Your race can advance, requiring 100,000 experience points. Name, Cress. Race, Skeleton, can advance, Undead. Profession, Lord of Death LV5, Legendary. Ghost Swordsman LV10, Rare, Max. Skeleton Mage LV10, Max. War Obsessed Undead LV3, Plotter LV3, Illusionist LV2, Rare. Level, 34th level. Race level 1, Professional level 33. Skills, Corpse Poison, Max. LV5, Hammer Strike LV1, Demon Slash, Max. LV5, Phantom Shadow LV4, Divine Cross, Max. LV10, Skills of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Bastion series, etc. Magic, Flame, Vines, Cirrus, etc. Combat abilities, Beginner Hammer Techniques, Advanced Swordsmanship, Proficient. Talents, War Obsession, Intermediate, Magical Essence. Secret Arts, Wild Battle, Intermediate. Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Hammer, 50, Longsword, 300. Attributes, Magic Resistance plus 50, Blunt Weapon Resistance minus 80, Sharp Weapons Resistance plus 200, Corrosion Resistance plus 180, Immunity to Fatal Blow Probability plus 5%, etc. Experience points, 38405/191675. After passing through the seal crack, Cress, Dilly, and Lonsel returned once more to the present-day Fritz Palace. It seems that time within the sealed world flows at a different speed compared to this external world. Dilly slightly adjusted her decorated armor and walked to the large glass window in front of the royal throne hall. Looking out through the window, the landscape was still marked by war everywhere. The blood-red sky, gloomy earth. None of these changed due to Jesk Horton's death. At the closest checkpoint near the palace, Jesk Horton's rebel army underlings who controlled the undead were still engaged in battle with the royal guard led personally by King Fritz. As every second ticked by, because the undead did not tire, King Fritz's army was on the brink of fleeing and collapse. Perhaps influenced by Jesk Horton's charisma, or maybe lured by the fruits of the upcoming victory. The noble lords among Jesk's rebels had all undoubtedly reached a state close to madness. Among them, some had even started fantasizing. When Jesk Horton becomes the new king, which fertile land should be allocated to me? Or perhaps, I should ask Jesk Horton for control over some low-level undead creatures. After all, undead are immortal beings who never grow weary. If, like Jesk Horton, one can effortlessly control undead, wouldn't it mean possessing an inexhaustible labor force? In that case, there would be no need to maintain so many peasants on my land. I could just wipe them all out, converting their lands into my own private estates. Wouldn't that be ideal? Ha ha ha. Just as this particular noble among the rebel forces got excited about his genius plan, he seemed, vaguely noticing the disturbance in his own army in front of him. What is going on? Why is our army? Why retreating? They cannot retreat. Furious, the rebel lord drew the long sword from his waist, roaring loudly to attempt to stop the tide of defeat. It had been only moments ago when they were on the verge of annihilating the enemy entirely, yet how did it turn so quickly? PSSHH. Before the rebel lord could even figure out why the army was retreating, he suddenly felt a cool sensation in his throat, followed by excruciating pain. Gushes of blood sprayed out from his neck like a fountain, resembling the most beautiful and deadly blossoms of slaughter. The sound of counterattack horns from the Fritz royal family echoed across the battlefield. With ear-splitting trumpet calls announcing the charge, numerous ironclad cavalrymen stormed forward towards Jesk's rebellious forces like an unstoppable force. And it was at this very moment that the soon-to-die rebel lord abruptly realized their undead army, on which they relied heavily for battle, had turned traitor during the conflict. The Iron Cavalry ultimately trampled the rebels flat. Even the barely alive rebel lord fell under the hands of the royal guard and the undead army. Inside Fritz's palace, Cress, clad in a shattered armor, looked at the necro pearl in his hand, which emitted a mysterious black light. It turned out that xuanhuan had used this object to control the countless undead army. The eyes created by Cress's illusions flickered with blood-red flames as he silently gazed at the necromantic pearl in his palm, falling into a silent silence. Cress, the Fritz royal family has already begun their counterattack. Dilly, who had been leaning against the window all along, immediately informed Cress, who sat alone on the throne, after observing the battlefield trends using detection magic. Cress, your plan has worked. The undead army did indeed launch an attack on Jest's rebel forces under your control. As Dilly turned her head back to look at Cress, she just happened to see him staring at the necro pearl. Dilly was slightly stunned. She had never seen Cress gaze at someone or something like this, not even when he acquired the two treasures of the former undead King Darko, Lapis and Baiwa. At that time, Cress didn't have such an expression either. What's wrong with Cress? Seemingly drawn by the sound, Lancel, who had been at the main gate of the palace, also walked over towards Cress. Cress, perhaps sensing Cress's abnormalities similarly to Dilly, Lancel adopted a more direct approach than Dilly. After the first call went unanswered, Lancel took several steps forward, and his armored right hand snatched the necro pearl away from Cress. And the moment the necro pearl left Cress's hand, it was as if his entire consciousness suddenly returned from another dimension. His gaze became somewhat hazy. Night Crescent, what just happened to you? Lancel tightly gripped the necro pearl in one hand while caringly asking Cress. Meanwhile, Dilly, who had previously been at the palace window, lightly leaped over to stand beside Cress. Cress, were you controlled by this cursed bead in reverse? No. Cress slightly shook his head and continued to add, just now, my consciousness, through this necro pearl, saw the past and future of the undead. The past and future of the undead? Lancel felt a bit confused about Cress's words. She wasn't yet fully aware of Cress's true identity. On the contrary, Dilly seemed to resonate somewhat and asked aloud, past and future? What kind of past and future? Cress slowly raised his head, glanced at Dilly and Lancel, as if he had already regarded Lancel as a companion who knew everything about him, and spoke slowly. 1. A past dominated by Darko. And a future dominated by me. Chapter 155, The Undead and the Holy Crusade. And a kind of future that I will lead. Cress's words were calm and steady. Delia seemed to be lost in thought, as if she could understand the true meaning behind Cress's words. Under Lancel's masked visage, his handsome face revealed a touch of confusion. Cress, you haven't been influenced by the residual consciousness of Dark Orii, have you? It's said that those who reach the divine realm possess powerful consciousnesses that can influence individuals. Even after death or being sealed away, they can exert their influence through certain mediums. Lancel explained, then looked down at the necromancer's pearl in his right hand and continued, turning to seek Cress and Delia's opinions. This thing reeks of death so heavily that it has managed to disturb your spirit, Cress. This is no ordinary item for humans to possess. Should we hand it over to the Adventurers Guild or the Holy Light Temple? Lancel's tone was sincere and tranquil, genuinely considering what would be best for Cress and Delia without any personal ulterior motives. But Cress did not answer directly, instead exchanging a glance with Delia. Delia instantly understood. I'll take care of it. Delia spoke lightly to Lancel, stretching out her hand and continuing. This treasure was hard-earned, and even if we sell it on the black market, it'd be far more worthwhile than handing it over to the Adventurers Guild for free. Lancel hesitated somewhat and turned to look at Cress, the main contributor in this event. Cress nodded slightly, agreeing with Delia's decision. Well then, I respect Sir Cress's judgment. With a mild tone, Lancel handed over the necromancer's pearl to Delia. No one would have thought such a casual decision would lead to the future light warrior, Silver White, Lancel personally creating the king of the undead rulers of darkness, and creating the most terrifying and capable element mage under the undead king. The first princess, Lubia Fritz, stood at the Audiobook, looking into the distance towards the direction of Fritz's palace. At the critical moment earlier, the undead controlled and driven by the Jest rebel army suddenly defected mid-battle. This allowed the army led by King Fritz to turn the tide. Afterwards, once the overwhelming advantage of the Fritz royal family became clear, the large number of undead armies began retreating en masse toward the southwest. The royal forces had no time to chase them. King Fritz was currently leading troops in pursuit of the rebels. With this, the largest-scale rebellion in the history of Fritz's kingdom would finally come to an end. xuanhuan, someone who could have become a top noble and pillar of the Fritz kingdom, ended up utterly destroyed. And with tonight's events, the glory of the Jest family would be completely extinguished. The red banners embroidered with golden lilies would forever fall on the southwestern plains of the Fritz kingdom. Princess Lubia Fritz still gazed towards the direction of the palace, musing after a long pause. Perhaps, I should try to gain the support of Dawnlight. That way, there would be nothing left in the Fritz kingdom that could stand in my way, right? The Papal States. The Holy City, Jeddah. As the capital of the Papal States and the headquarters of the Holy Light Temple, the significance of the Holy City of Jeddah goes far beyond that of an ordinary city. The Holy City of Jeddah is the sacred place in the hearts of clerics and a place every believer of the six gods should visit at least once in their lifetime. However, this extremely important center of faith and culture is unprecedentedly empty now. Both the Templar Knights and the Judgment Priests, the two human peak forces belonging to the Holy Light Temple, are currently participating in battles against the hill-dwelling Ya people across the deep chasm strait under the Pope's call. Among them, there are ogre tribes involved, and even steel-grade adventurer teams from Fritz Kingdom like Phantom Dream. Even so, the Holy Crusaders guided by the six gods continue to face arduous battles across the abyssal strait. Within the holy city of Jeddah, in the central palace, a white-robed elder was carefully examining military intelligence from the southern kingdoms. This white-robed elder, though completely gray-haired, had a youthful sparkle in his eyes. The floating letters and scrolls of various colors around him highlighted not only the elder's profound magical prowess, but also his absolute command over the secrets of the Holy Light Temple. The white-robed elder was none other than Simon Trent, the leader of the Elder Council and the actual mastermind behind the entire Holy Light Temple. Suddenly, while flipping through documents, Simon Trent's body stiffened. He sensed it. The faint aura of death, the undead King Dark Ori sealed by the ancient 13 heroes, was gone. Fallen. Simon Trent's wrinkled face revealed no emotion. He seemed to merely be stating a fact. The ancient texts and military secrets that had been swirling around him fell to the ground in this moment. Simon Trent extended his right hand slightly, and a convergence of pure sacred magical energy formed into a crystal ball. Could it be that a new king has arisen? Simon Trent muttered to himself as images from the sealed world began to manifest within the magical crystal ball. For nearly 100 years, the scenes within the sealed world continuously flickered and shifted. Finally, the crystal ball burst into brilliant light. The image within the magic crystal ball settled on an Eastern Empire warrior wielding a sword. An Eastern human? Simon Trent was slightly surprised. Then, as if recalling something, he channeled more holy magic, transforming the crystal ball's vision. The man clad in black armor instantly turned into a white skeleton. Save for the identical sword-fighting posture and black armor, no one would have believed these two to be the same entity. A necromancer adept at illusions, the future Dark Ruler, perhaps? Simon Trent slowly retracted the magical crystal ball, closed his eyes briefly, then chuckled softly after a long pause. Dark Ori, you old coot, even in death, you leave me such a troublesome being. Simon Trent spoke coldly, then began walking out of the dimly lit secret study. As Simon Trent stepped forward, the magical vortex surrounding him began to change. Pure and sacred robes materialized, enveloping Simon Trent entirely. Simon Trent's previously slightly hunched figure straightened, his wrinkled cheeks became smooth and youthful, and even his once skeletal hands transformed into ones as smooth and pale as jade. By the time Simon Trent reached the palace hall outside the study door, he had transformed from a frail, white-bearded elder into a proud and handsome young man with brown hair. All manner of priests standing guard in the palace hall bowed respectfully upon seeing Simon Trent, speaking in unison. Holy peace, Elder Simon. Peace. Simon Trent, fully cloaked in his white robes, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then sat upon his specially designated grand chair, continuing. The Pope's reckless war must end. Bring back this sacred crusade army. Chapter 156, The Undead and Royal Power. The Pope's reckless war can end now. Bring the Holy Crusade army back. After Simon Trent spoke, an officiating cleric from the Holy Light Temple immediately bowed and followed his order to leave. Within this vast, Holy Light Temple, the only person who could speak so boldly to the most respected Pope would probably be the venerable elder standing in front of him. And one more thing. On the luxurious and massive throne, Simon Trent again produced the magical crystal ball in his hands. After much thought, Simon Trent continued. Please hire a group of adventurers for me in the Fritz Kingdom. An adventurer team? The closest Holy Light Temple clerk to Simon Trent revealed a look of confusion on his face as he took a few steps forward and asked, Senior Simon, may I ask which group of adventurers? Simon Trent slightly closed his eyes while the magic crystal orb in his hands kept changing. Suddenly, it glowed intensely, floating two bright symbols of common script, Dawnlight. A-class side quest, Lord Jesk's Conspiracy, has been completed. You helped the Fritz royal family successfully quell the rebellion initiated by Jesk Horton and defeated the hidden S-tier being, King of the Undead Dark Ori. You gained 17,683 experience points. Quest rewards activated. You have received. As the moon sets and the sun rises. After handling post-war affairs for several dozen days, Yeliu City, once a symbol of human intellect that stood proudly on the continent, has finally returned to its previous tranquility. The Fritz royal house ultimately secured victory in this battle. However, the cost was heavy. The two princes of the Fritz family both perished in street battles in the southern urban area of Yeliu City. More than 3/4 of Yeliu City suffered complete destruction. Even the previously flourishing temple halls of the Holy Light Temple were severely damaged under the undead army controlled by Jesk Horton. The citizens of Yeliu City became the greatest victims of this rebellion. This city, once home to over 1 million people, now has its population reduced to merely 1/10 of its former size. Most of Yeliu City's residents were attacked by the undead and subsequently transformed into new undead creatures under the influence of heavy death energy, eventually falling under the control of Jesk Horton. With the death of Jesk Horton, control of the undead army changed hands. The vast undead army, together with a large number of remaining corpses, moved toward the Kaz Plain. Under the summoning control of the Necromancer's Pearl, the undead army seemed to gain a brand new objective, a direction completely different from before. Ultimately, the king of Fritz re-entered his palace. Once a wise and mighty king, he now appeared old and frail. This successful quelling of the rebellion largely depended on the preparations of his first princess, Ruby of Fritz, and Ruby of Fritz's request for the Dawnlight Adventurer Group to execute a decapitation operation against the rebel commander xuanhuan, who had allied with the wicked undeads. This assassination mission was perilous, but the Dawnlight Group, led by Cress from the Eastern Empire, surprisingly succeeded. Whether it was the king of Fritz or other nobles and lords following the royal family, they all looked at this mysterious man with new respect without exception. Alongside this, the Dawnlight Adventurer Group, which was already close to becoming a bronze rank group, successfully ascended to steel rank under the recommendation of the Fritz royal family at this moment. Steel rank is the highest rating the Adventurers Guild gives to adventurer groups. Within the vast Fritz kingdom, originally, there were only 2 groups qualified for this title, Blood Dance and Illusion Dream. Now, there would likely be one more, Dawnlight. While the trio of Cress, Dilly, and Lancel from the Dawnlight team were accepting their promotion ceremony to steel rank adventurers at the Yaliu City headquarters. Inside the Fritz Palace, Princess Ruby of Fritz, the first princess, was overlooking the ruins of the surviving city through the giant castle window of her bedroom. Soon, according to Ruby of Fritz's plan, the remaining noble lords loyal to the Fritz royal family would suggest to King Fritz appoint Ruby of Fritz herself as the sole heir to the kingdom. Punishments for the Jesk family and their follower families, as well as rewards for the noble lords and personal groups that contributed to quelling the rebellion, were all being formulated. Ruby of Fritz was now savoring this feeling of rebirth amidst the ruins. Just only, would the world under the Fritz kingdom truly become so peaceful? Year 223 of the Fritz kingdom calendar. The large-scale rebellion initiated by xuanhuan was ultimately completely suppressed. The Jesk family and their follower families were all stripped of their noble status and all powers, and their entire properties were confiscated into the royal treasury. In the history of the Fritz kingdom, this involved and significant noble rebellion would be referred to as the Jesk Rebellion. Within Yaliu City, the 16th Fritz king issued the 123rd Royal Edict Proclamation, its main contents as follows. 1. To console the freemen and nobles affected in Yaliu City and various regions of the Fritz kingdom due to the indiscriminate slaughter by the rebel forces led by xuanhuan. 2. To reclaim the royal noble titles of a total of 35 noble lords led by the Jesk family, and to recycle their fiefs and properties back into the royal treasury. 3. To reward and confer ennoblement upon the nobles and knights who followed the royal family during the Jesk Rebellion. 4. To establish Ruby of Fritz, the first princess and chief stewardess of the Fritz kingdom, as the sole heir to the kingdom. 5. To re-establish noble privileges and withdraw the noble immunity right. 6. Among them, there were more detailed regulations, mainly based on the edicts of the Fritz king's proclamations. The key content rewarding Dawnlight is as follows. To reward the adventuring team Dawnlight for their outstanding achievements in the Jesk Rebellion, after discussion by the executive officers of the Fritz royal family, and with modifications suggested by King Fritz, the following rewards are proposed. 1. Grant the title of Viscount to Cress, the captain of Dawnlight. Grant baron titles to Dilly and Lancel, members of Dawnlight. 2. Award Dawnlight with the honorary symbol of the Fritz royal dagger. 3. Provide a long-term employment contract at the conditions of hiring steel-ranked adventurers. 4. Reward 10,000 gold coins. Key content rewarding the Cold Steel Mercenary Group. 1. During this rebellion, Cold Steel defended the western urban district of Yaliu City from the invading rebels. As a special permission, Cold Steel will be allowed exclusive discounts for purchasing land in the western urban district for their own use. 2. Provide terms for modifying the employment contract duration. 3. To reconstruct Yaliu City, temporarily buy back at high prices the originally leased plots within the western urban district. The royal family will fund the establishment of a camp outside Yaliu City for Cold Steel members to temporarily reside in. Chapter 157, The Undead and Luli. Perhaps because of the Jesk Rebellion, the Fritz royal family has taken control of large swathes of nobles' lands and wealth. So for the royal family, this rebellion does not seem to be entirely bad. At least, it is so for Ruby of Fritz. Because of the beheading action by Cress and others against xuanhuan, in the eyes of many at that time, it was merely an assassination of a noble lord who had dealings with wicked undead beings. No one would know that xuanhuan was also a knight extremely skilled in battle, and even fewer would know that Cress and his group would soon face Dekori, the king of the undead, who is hundreds of times more powerful than xuanhuan. In the eyes of the vast majority of people, carrying out the beheading action on xuanhuan is indeed a very difficult task, but it's not impossible to complete. Thus, under the apparent favoritism of Ruby of Fritz towards the Don Cress and his team, they could only receive such rewards. This pales in comparison to the feat of defeating Dekori. But Crescent didn't care about this because he originally didn't have high expectations for the Fritz royal family's rewards. Having defeated Dekori, he already obtained the equivalent value of what he wanted. Even worse, if too many people knew that Cress defeated Dekori, it might actually be detrimental to Cress' future plans. However, Cress' performance, in the eyes of Ruby of Fritz and a few others, displayed a disdain for fame and profit. This was the essence of the chivalric spirit, which was strange. As for Hantai, Ruby of Fritz believed this was not the right moment to completely break ties with Hantai. Since Hantai did not openly assist in xuanhuan's rebellion, for now, appeasement should suffice. Still, necessary precautions must be taken. Temporarily relocating Hantai outside the city limits of Yarecheng and then bestowing some insincere and insignificant so-called rewards can just go ahead as planned. The Fritz Royal Palace. Evening. The Hall of Thrones. The magnificent Grand Hall, although it was occupied by the rebels just a few days ago, fortunately, Jesk Halden had no intention of destroying this century-old building. The first princess, the sole heir of the Fritz kingdom, Lubia Fritz, is currently seated on the throne, symbolizing supreme royal authority, representing King Fritz. King Fritz was physically and mentally exhausted during this Jesk rebellion. Simultaneously, King Fritz recognized the intelligence and wisdom of his daughter, yet due to various intentional or unintentional drives, King Fritz has transferred many responsibilities of governing the kingdom to Lubia Fritz. And indeed, Lubia Fritz has proven to be quite adept at governance. Revered Princess Lubia. With the sound of boots tapping against the marble floor, a steel-grade adventurer dressed as an Eastern Empire noble appeared at the center of the throne hall. The man placed one hand over his chest, slightly bowed, and when he raised his head again, revealed himself to be Cress under an illusion spell. Baron Crescent, please rise. From the throne, Lubia Fritz set aside her papers concerning how to restore what was destroyed by the rebel forces led by Jesk, and spoke calmly with a poised smile. Cress, back in Himusma City, you weren't someone who seemed overly formal with me. This time, Lubia Fritz directly addressed him by his name rather than using his granted title. There was no change in the calm and rational eyes of Cress. Yet amidst this peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, Cress responded to Lubia Fritz with a slight smile. In Himusmu City, Miss Lubia didn't need to sit on the throne to talk with me either. Their conversation was simple and clear. After a long silence, the expansive Hall of Thrones was filled only with their quiet gazes at each other. Suddenly, Lubia Fritz sitting on the throne laughed lightly, playfully saying, Cress, I hope in private we don't get overly formal. It suits me better being around you all. Honor. Though verbally accepting Lubia Fritz's request, Cress still maintained basic decorum. Lubia Fritz didn't pay much attention. After a series of casual exchanges and inquiries about welfare, Lubia Fritz suddenly became serious, asking, Tell me, do you know where the army of undead that Jesk Halden painstakingly rallied has suddenly disappeared to? Cress, who had originally been granted a seat by Lubia Fritz, felt a slight relief in his heart upon hearing her question. He had long known that the Fritz royal family would never forget the enormous force represented by the undead army, which might be harnessed for their own use. At first, Cress worried about potential interceptions from other royal factions or the Adventurers Guild after the undead army under his control via the Lily departed. However, judging from Lubia Fritz's inquiry now, it appeared that such worries were unfounded. Miss Lubia, I heard from the royal guards that after Jesk Halden's death, this leaderless army dispersed on its own. Is that so? Lubia Fritz clearly did not believe Cress' evasive answer, yet she could find no way to directly refute him. She then muttered leisurely, But how come I heard that the undead army was evidently controlled by others, betrayed the rebel forces, launched a fatal attack, and then withdrew in an orderly manner? Lubia Fritz's words carried a hint of youthful innocence. This made it momentarily hard for Cress to immediately counter. But, before Crescent could think of an excuse, Lubia Fritz had already spoken again. In fact, haven't you already taken control of the undead army? Respected Mr. Cress. Cress fell silent. The renowned sword, Ruli, hanging at his waist began to resonate faintly, reacting to the presence of impending danger. This aura did not emanate from Cress, but rather seemed to originate from Lubia Fritz seated above. It was only at this moment that Cress gradually realized that the woman before him was far from the simple and mercenary person she had portrayed back in Himusma City. Princess Lubia. Cress's tone remained cool and calm, though there was a subtle hesitation as he addressed her. Suddenly, the sword, Ruli, grew still. Ha ha ha. The melodious laughter of a lovely young girl rang out from the throne, as Lubia Fritz rose slightly and slowly descended from her seat. Cress, you don't need to be overly tense. I was merely joking with you. Chapter 158, The Undead and Her Beloved. Cress, there's no need to be overly nervous. I was just joking with you. Lubia Fritz said this as she stood up. Cress followed suit, standing quietly from a distance as he waited for Lubia Fritz to approach. Cress, for me, this army of undead under your control is truly where it should be. Before they knew it, Lubia Fritz had already come very close to Cress. She slightly tiptoed and leaned close to Cress's ear, continuing. Actually, I like men of your type. How about you consider letting go of Miss Dilly and becoming my beloved instead? Lubia Fritz spoke with a smile on her face. Her light golden long hair draped loosely behind her, shining brilliantly under the cold lighting in the throne hall. The extravagant princess gown of the Fritz royal family fit her perfectly, accentuating Lubia Fritz's slender waist beautifully. Cress remained unusually silent. Lubia Fritz then moved away from Cress's side, gently saying, Cress, you don't have to answer me. I still really enjoy seeing you with Miss Dilly. Initially calm as she walked towards the palace gate, Lubia Fritz suddenly shifted into a much more innocent and carefree tone mid-sentence. I really like you, but if you abandon Dilly, then you won't be the Cress knight that I like anymore. It's so perplexing. With her arms crossed, one hand supporting her small chin, Lubia Fritz appeared to be deep in thought over an apparently difficult decision. Cress turned slightly. He looked at the figure before him. One moment she was like the first princess of legend, extraordinarily wise, and another moment she seemed like a starstruck teenage girl. Gradually, Cress found himself unable to fully understand Lubia Fritz. That's right. Suddenly turning back to Cress, Lubia Fritz calmly continued speaking. No matter what, I hope Mr. Kress will always support me. I gave you the title of Baron, and in the future, I will bestow upon you a higher status and greater power, but I require your full allegiance. Both you personally, your Dawn, and your undead army must all be at my command. And if you disobey me, I will get angry and might just kill you. Lubia Fritz instantly transformed from a fangirl-like teenager chasing after stars to a high and mighty, aloof princess. There was no hint of negotiation in Lubia Fritz's words, and Kress also hadn't yet answered Lubia Fritz. Miss Lubia, after a prolonged silence, Kress finally spoke. Lubia Fritz showed immense curiosity in response. I can agree with you. A slight smile graced Lubia Fritz's face. But, I can refuse you too. Kress's voice was calm, resolute, and unrelenting. The faint smile that Lubia Fritz had maintained disappeared completely. What do you mean? Lubia Fritz clearly didn't understand why Kress would reject her proposal. She could think of no reason that would lead Kress to refuse cooperation with her. Lubia, I am willing to cooperate because of our past friendship, and because working with you aligns with the interests I seek, but rejecting your cooperation is due to, Kress slowly explained. Yet just as he finished his sentence, he vanished right there and reappeared only inches away from Lubia Fritz. Lubia Fritz's own rank and abilities were not particularly high. It was clear she was startled by Kress's sudden appearance right in front of her. Instinctively stepping back, she was halted by Kress's drawn floating sword, Ruri, positioned behind her. Lubia Fritz hesitated, opening her eyes wide, looking up at the handsome man who was now extremely close to her. In Kress's eyes, a flicker of blood-red light could be seen. He bowed slightly, drawing closer to Lubia Fritz. His elegant, cello-like voice carried an unmistakable threat. I will not tolerate any threats. I fight only for myself. Ruri returned to its sheath, and Kress stepped away. Lubia Fritz swayed slightly as though about to collapse, but was steadied from afar by Kress using a warrior's energy field. Lubia Fritz turned around dazedly to watch Kress. Kress bowed lightly. Sanctuary, princess, my dear friend, Lubia Fritz. With that, Kress turned and left. As Lubia Fritz reflected on the oppressive aura she'd felt earlier, could it be that Kress has truly already stepped into the heroic realm? Lubia Fritz faintly felt a trace of incredulity, but soon, an inexplicable excitement bubbled up within her. He truly deserves to be the man I've chosen. He's powerful and dominating. A man like this, if only I could make him completely submit to me. Thinking this, Lubia Fritz's face revealed a terrifying smile far removed from the dignified princess she usually portrayed. That would certainly be interesting. Knight Kress, I've changed my mind. I think Miss Dilly might not be well suited for you. You should be with a woman who is stronger and more beautiful, like me. Watching the figure outside the throne hall gradually fade away, Lubia Fritz had finally found a new goal to pursue in life. A much more engaging target beyond the Fritz crown itself. The Fritz Kingdom, within the city of Yfeather. As one of the main contributors in quelling the Jesk rebellion, Dawn was specially permitted to reside within the Fritz royal palace. Leaving the central throne hall of the palace, Kress made his way to Dawn's temporary quarters, the Western Annex. As night deepened, the Fritz royal family was now busy handling the chaos in the kingdom following the Jesk rebellion, so they couldn't continually entertain visitors. Inside the Western Annex, after a day of arduous martial training, Lancel returned early to his room to rest after sharing dinner with Kress and Dilly. Once the Fritz palace maids had finished clearing the dining table and left, Dilly sat slanted against the grand windowsill, wearing a form-fitting red dress. The moonlight tonight was particularly beautiful. This brought many memories flooding back to Dilly. Suddenly, Kress's calm and rational cello-like voice rang out behind her. In fact, I've had my suspicions about you and Zhao Yeko. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Kress's sharply defined handsome face seemed veiled in an aura of mysterious shadow. Kress's sudden words drew Dilly's gaze back, her eyes meeting his directly as she turned around. Your illusions, Dilly, are strikingly similar to Zhao Yeko's. From the first time we met, I suspected there was a deep connection between you two, or even that you are Zhao Yeko. Chapter 159, The Undying and the Crimson Moon, Part 1. Dilly, your illusions are of the same vein as Zhao Yeko's. When I first met you, I already suspected that you were closely related to Zhao Yeko, or even that you are Zhao Yeko. Kress's words were extremely calm, as if nothing could disturb his composure at this moment. Dilly was somewhat taken aback. She didn't know how to respond. So, after much deliberation, Dilly could only ask this question. And now how do you feel? Through my time spent with you, I am certain that you are not Zhao Yeko. Kress calmly voiced his judgment, and then added corrections. At least, you're not subordinate to Zhao Yeko or collaborating with him. You're hiding from him. Kress hit the nail on the head. In just that fleeting moment, although it was originally a false face created by an illusion, Dilly felt a faint trace of inexplicable fear. Dilly unconsciously swallowed. That graceful, beautiful female neck moved rhythmically up and down. Kress, Mister, there was a hint of weariness in Dilly's voice. She truly felt exhausted. Whether it was the earlier life or death battle in the sealed world against the terrifying demon Dekori, or now being seen through by Kress regarding her origins, all these factors left her feeling greatly fatigued. Mr. Kress, exactly how much do you know about me? Dilly, at this moment, Kress's voice resonated beneath the serene moonlit night, akin to the most moving cello performance. However, there was no one interested in appreciating it. I'm unsure if this is precise enough, but in truth, Dilly, your illusions are impeccable. However, your disguises techniques are rather amateurish. When we first met, You were in the underground prison of Cold Iron Division. Your appearance itself already revealed your remarkable strength, yet you still tried to elicit my protective instinct for the weak. This is the first low-level flaw. Thereafter, you suddenly used your illusion to alter your appearance. I admit that because of the illusions, my thoughts about you changed. Simultaneously, I equated you with Zhao Yekong. After all, illusionists aren't something every country has. I had always believed that you were Zhao Yekong. I maintained a high level of vigilance towards you, and I actually intended to kill you. Cress spoke calmly while slowly approaching Dilly. That intangible pressure of a high-ranking swordsman seemed like a suffocating wall, causing Dilly to keep retreating, catching her breath. When he said his final sentence, the killing intent emanating from Cress was so overwhelming it nearly overflowed, and Dilly was thoroughly driven into a stone corner, as if even moonlight could not reach her. But, under such immense disparity in power, Dilly slightly regained control from the overwhelming suppression, striving to maintain an extremely charming feminine smile, continuing. Cress, you didn't make a move. Yes. Cress simply continued Dilly's line, then recollected gently, like reminiscing. Because during this time of interacting with you, your behavior was almost indistinguishable from any ordinary woman. Although this does not entirely rule out the possibility that you are Zhao Yekong in disguise. So, for some unknown reason, Dilly herself found a kind of balance under the oppressive aura of this hero domain, top swordsman. Almost instantly, the Dilly who had been backed against the wall approached Cress again. Her fiery red lips slightly bit. Which means, you still trust that I hold no hostility toward you, right? Dilly's words were gentle and carried a hint of allure. It was as if she had completely ignored Cress's intimidating presence of the hero domain. Cress felt that perhaps, if not due to her powers being restrained by some unknown magic, she would definitely be far more powerful than he currently was. What truly erased all my suspicions about you was when I encountered Jylan Veed. He did not uncover your true identity, and his hostility towards you was largely stemmed from me. Cress continued speaking, simultaneously raising himself slightly, ceasing to put pressure on Dilly. Even though Dilly had become able to act and speak freely, the sudden disappearance of the grade-level suppression made her helplessly let out a long sigh of relief. Dilly, I deeply thank you for your assistance in all our previous battles. Cress's words were utterly tranquil, so tranquil that they resembled a completely emotionless machine. My promise to you still stands. Because, I believe you, a friend worthy of my protection. Dilly was somewhat taken aback. After spending such a long time together, she wasn't unaware of Cress's style of conduct. For an undying being, Cress could be considered wise and rational with a tinge of emotion. Do you not care about my true identity anymore? Do you think I would care about that? Dilly's question was turned back on her by Cress. For a moment, Dilly didn't know how to respond either. Probably not. That's enough. Cress's voice, which even when disguised as human, always remained calm to the point of appearing heartless, now felt unusually warm. Dilly's cheeks turned red. She didn't know why. Perhaps it was because the moonlight was too dazzling. Dilly, I will continue to protect you until you no longer need my protection. Under the bright and clear moonlight, Cress's voice sounded especially distinct. Dilly quietly gazed at Cress. She suddenly realized that there was something different about him, but also that nothing seemed to have changed. In fact, almost everything was the same as when they had first met in Hisumu City. Only this time Dilly harbored a bit more unusual sentiment. The night sky over Yefei City was as it had been every other night, with a bright moon and sparse stars. It was getting late. Suddenly, the most sacred-looking radiant full moon began to undergo a vague transformation. Another moon appeared behind the pristine white moon and gradually moved apart. It was a crimson bloodthirsty full moon. There were 2 moons in the sky at once. Information currently available. 1. Race change, race advancement. When a being reaches a certain specific level, hero domain etc., or practices some extremely rare professions, their race will undergo corresponding changes and advancement. Chapter 160, The Undying and the Crimson Moon, Part 2. The kingdom's capital, Yeliu City. Dead of night. The Jesk rebellion had just been suppressed, but this night in Yeliu City was unlike any other. In the sky, there were now 2 full moons. One remained as pure and sacred as ever, while the other was a bloodthirsty moon as if it had been soaked in a pool of blood. It's Zhao Yikong. On the palace tower inside Yeliu Castle, Li Yilaw, the newly appointed captain of the royal guard for the Fritz royal family, gripped the long sword at his waist tightly. He had once been a direct subordinate of Crown Princess Ruby of Fritz, and now, as the new protector of the Fritz royal house, he could not leave his post guarding the castle even for an instant. Meanwhile, the other residents of Yeliu City quickly received orders for curfew. This royal directive had never before appeared within Yeliu City. Though it caused some unrest, anyone who saw and understood the presence of that blood-colored moon would offer no resistance. Captain, should we bring chill iron into Yeliu City for internal garrison duty? A soldier approached Li Yilaw, halting briefly before asking respectfully. But Li Yilaw simply shook his head. He did not agree with this strategy of inviting wolves into their lair. Looking at the increasingly clear crimson moon in the sky, no one would feel even a hint of relief or ease. He's come. The ancient sword Li Hua, engraved with mysterious patterns, was now coated with death energy emanating a black glow. An unprecedented killing intent radiated from Cress. His pitch-black hair, despite being tied back, still fluttered wildly behind him. Have you too sensed the scent of this blood? Staring at the sanguine sword, Li Hua, which continuously emitted restless sounds, Uncertain whether due to the injection of death energy or the arrival of a formidable enemy, Cress' visage transformed. Cress's face, crafted by illusionary magic, began to gradually dissolve, now showing half as a handsome man and half as a white skull. Cress, with eyes blazing with the unique blood-red flames of a powerful undead creature, was ready for battle. Above the city of Yeliu Castle, a dark shadow suddenly streaked through the air. Zhao Yikong, employing the flight spell, soared through the sky while continuously using detection-based magic to explore the terrain below the castle. Strange. The silver hair beside Zhao Yikong glimmered brilliantly under the reflection of the crimson-red moon above. I distinctly felt her presence earlier. Why can't I find her now? There was a slight undertone of self-reflection in Zhao Yikong's words. But before Zhao Yikong could take off again for further exploration, suddenly, around them in the surrounding voids, numerous portals emerged violently as they were conjured by high-tier magic chanters. Approximately more than 10 portals appeared altogether, each capable of transporting multiple elite-grade adventurers or top-tier mercenary squads. Within the kingdom, only one force possessed enough chanted magic masters capable of conjuring this many portals simultaneously: the Holy Light Temple. Zhao Yikong, accept the judgment of the 6 supreme gods. Almost instantly, a cold yet calm voice laced with a tinge of anger resounded from within the magical portal, immediately followed by several power-focused magical attacks like Lightning Strike and Fireball Spell, raining down one after another. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yikong's mastery of the flight spell far surpassed that of any average magic chanting practitioner. He was the foremost illusionist in the Eastern Empire where strength reigned supreme. To soar in the skies was almost every human's dream. However, due to the physical limitations and various other reasons, humans naturally lack proficiency in flight. Yet, when someone reached the realm of heroic dominion, perhaps they could transcend racial flaws, compensating for deficiencies such as the inability to fly or other inadequacies. Nevertheless, only a very small number managed to reach the heroic dominion level, let alone those rare few who could overcome inherent racial shortcomings. Yet, magic sometimes truly seemed omnipotent. After generations of great magical masters' ceaseless efforts, the flight spell was finally brought into existence. Still, even this nearly miraculous flight spell ranked only as 3rd tier among elemental magic spells. Aside from the existence of ancient legendary higher tier spells capable of destroying heaven and earth, mostly, this ranking stemmed from the incomplete nature of the flight spell itself. As a spell, it required an exorbitant amount of mana. Moreover, this is a continuous consumption. As long as you keep flying, your magic power will disappear at a visible speed. Besides, the speed obtained by the flying magic is not particularly fast. Sometimes, the speed of this flying magic is even slower than some high-level martial arts skills related to the footwork of high-level warriors. It is precisely because of all these reasons that make the seemingly miraculous flying magic can only be ranked at the bottom of the 3rd stage of elemental magic. However, it's still good. For the vast majority of magic chanters, the flying magic is still what they want to learn. After all, soaring in the sky is something that every human being would fantasize about during their childhood. Zhao Yikong's flight spell is different from other magic chanters who also use the flight spell. His version is a higher tier one, originating from an ancient scroll relic, Advanced Flight. This type of flight spell lasts longer, consumes very little magic power to maintain, and is faster. Originally, before these great magic masters delved into studying the flight spell, there were already powerful magicians who had invented this magic which allowed flight, and it was even more advanced. In fact, Zhao Yikong didn't even know who created this advanced flight, or whether it was even created by a human. Moreover, the name Advanced Flight itself was coined by Zhao Yikong. But these are all unimportant, as long as it is known to be a more advanced flight magic, and it can be utilized by him. This is enough. Intelligence that can currently be disclosed. 1. Divine Realm. After level 60, it is called the Divine Realm. This legendary rank is said to be attainable only by a few beings like dragon races and devil gods. Chapter 161. The Immortal and the Illusionist Attacking the Royal Capital. The space-time shifted. Zhao Yikong had returned from the memory of obtaining this advanced flight scroll back to the present reality. At this moment, a reality where he was being ambushed by the Fritz Royal Guard. You are truly too slow. Zhao Yikong's originally unhurried tone, with his whole body moving gracefully to dodge attacks, suddenly turned grim as he finished his last sentence. 4th rank magic, Annihilation Yunmyo. After dodging those seemingly dense, explosive magical spells, Zhao Yikong continued maintaining his advanced flight, allowing him to easily soar behind the magic chanters and warriors of the Fritz Royal Guard. As Zhao Yikong suddenly began the incantation of high-tier magic, 4th rank magic, although only separated by 1 tier from 3rd rank magic, is in fact worlds apart. And this enormous chasm is exactly what causes most human magic chanters to spend their entire lives unable to break through to the 4th tier of magic. A dazzling white light flashed suddenly. But this light was different from the sacred light of the Saint Light Cathedral. It was a terrifying white filled with bloodlust, as if it could annihilate everything around it in an instant. Trouble. Some top warriors with exceptional strength reacted in time, but it was already too late. They found that this terrifyingly brutal white light had already come upon them too fast for them to evade. No one could escape the assault of the light. Of course, there were exceptions. Li Yilua, the newly appointed captain of the Fritz Royal Guard, now had no choice but to face head-on the pursuit of Zhao Yikong. who had invaded the Yu city within the Fritz royal capital. Dealing with that legendary chief illusionist from the Eastern Empire might prove more difficult for him than his past encounter during the Jesk Rebellion. Currently, after the conclusion of the large-scale Jesk Rebellion, the Fritz kingdom was at an unprecedented period of weakness. Although under Labia Fritz's foresight, the damage was minimized in this rebellion. If considering just the results, the power of the Fritz royal family expanded like never before, even managing to reclaim the most troublesome noble immunity right for the royal family. All these measures undoubtedly brought immense benefit to the Fritz kingdom. However, this perspective is based on long-term analysis. In terms of the immediate present, the Fritz kingdom still suffered greatly. Dressed in the royal guard's leather armor, Li Yilua slowly returned from his musings to the present. He had dispatched a portion of elite magicians to negotiate with Zhao Yekong. If negotiation failed, then they would have to drive him away forcibly. Fourth-rank magic, Annihilation Yunmyo. In the distance, a gentle yet merciless male voice echoed. It was Zhao Yekong unleashing his attack magic. Li Yilua tensed internally. Could it be that his men had already engaged Zhao Yekong? All individuals above level 8, follow me. The rest stay put. You too, go inform the king and princess. Li Yilua issued orders immediately. He knew that against a strong individual like Zhao Yekong who had reached the hero domain, merely trying to win through numbers was absolutely impossible. Even these warriors above level 8 might only be cannon fodder. But Li Yilua had no other option. The number of experienced veterans in the royal guard had already dwindled considerably. For the king, Li Yilua shouted loudly, drawing his sword and rushing ahead toward the source of the sound. From the large team of royal soldiers, over 10 seasoned veterans followed swiftly. Yu City, which had just recovered from the Jesk Rebellion, once again found itself in turmoil. The appearance of the Blood Moon, though its significance might not yet be understood by many commoners, was well known to every member of the kingdom's upper echelon. It signified the arrival of the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire, a representative of the pinnacle of human illusionary arts, Zhao Yekong, a name that once struck fear into the hearts of many. Now, the terror represented by this name once again loomed over the sky of Yu City, thick as liquid substance, impossible to dispel. Fritz Palace. Labia Fritz walked slowly in the middle of the Hall of Thrones. Through the grand ornate floor-to-ceiling windows, she could clearly see the two moons in the sky outside. These two moons, one representing purity, the other symbolizing slaughter. The same moons carried contrasting meanings. Labia Fritz placed her hands lightly on the scepter that represented the power of the Fritz royal family. Several strange, yet beautiful gems now adorned this magic scepter, symbols of leadership within the Octopus organization. Possessing these was akin to ruling over the entire Octopus. This was one of the many powers Labia Fritz had gained from the Jesk Rebellion. She, Labia Fritz, the first princess of this vast kingdom, would never place herself in a position of failure. And for the sake of gaining maximum benefits, greater chaos was required. It seems. Labia Fritz scrutinized the magnificent gems on the scepter, an object symbolizing both the Fritz royal families and the Octopus authority. A hint of fire, reminiscent of the crimson moon, flickered in her bright eyes. It appears tonight will be another sleepless night. Let the chaos come, let it spread. The greater the disorder in the world, the better. At the moment, Labia Fritz eagerly awaited the onset of chaos. Simultaneously, in the West Wing Hall of the Fritz Palace, Cress tightened his grip on the ancient famous sword, Luli. He knew Zhao Yekong had come looking for him in Delhi. Frankly speaking, a few days ago, Zhao Yekong still gave Cress a severe headache. However, things were different now. After emerging from Dak Oria's sealed world as a powerhouse who had entered the hero domain, only then did Cress fully comprehend just how terrifying the existence of the hero domain truly was. Only by approaching it more closely could one understand its full nature. Cress slightly glanced at the famous sword, Luli, dangling at his waist, which trembled faintly again, excited by the impending battle. Do you feel that I still need an exhilarating top-level fight to awaken my own potential? Cress murmured softly to the sword, Luli. Luli responded with a bloodthirsty quiver. The blood-red flames in Cress' illusion-created eyes flickered, as if they could incinerate everything in the world in the next moment. Cress. A spirited female voice reached his ears, accompanied by the slight tremor of face armor. Cress looked towards the source of the sound. A few meters away, Lancel, clad in silver-white armor, leaned casually against the entrance of the West Wing Hall with her sword drawn. Lancel. Chapter 162, The Undead and the Promise. Lancel. After such a long time together, Cress and Lancel had become comfortable enough to call each other by their first names without formal honorifics. As an undead, Cress felt this shift less profoundly. But for Lancel, who valued honor and combat above all, it held much greater significance. When the red moon in the sky appeared, I knew. You were going out again. Lancel's words were calm, but tinged with a hint of reproach for Cress attempting to act alone. Take me with you. I can help you. In response to Lancel's direct offer of assistance, Cress wasn't particularly surprised. He thought he had gained some understanding of Lancel. Yet, at the same time, it seemed he didn't understand her entirely. Lancel was a warrior who placed immense value on knightly honor and was truly one of the most noble knights anyone could know. But also, as a woman, she faced stricter scrutiny and harsher treatment than her male counterparts. Even as a descendant of the ancient 13 heroes, this remained true. Precisely because Lancel was a descendant of the ancient 13 heroes, she set far higher standards for herself than any other warrior. Her father also imposed immense pressure on her through constant expectations. To prove herself, To prove women. To validate the knightly system itself. Lancel carried many burdens and walked a heavy path. It wasn't until the Hesmu City Night tournament that Lancel met Cress. Although she emerged victorious, she found herself more puzzled than ever. She wished to challenge Cress again in a fair duel, a proper, definitive one. And yet, deep down, she knew that her current self was far from being a match for Cress. That was why she joined Cress's Dawnlight squad. She stayed close to Cress, wanting to understand her opponent better, to discover ways to defeat him. But somehow, Lancel couldn't quite fathom why she always felt an urge to help him and wanted to prevent him from suffering even the slightest harm. Cress and Lancel stood facing each other under two kinds of moonlight. For a moment, silence reigned in the vast palace corridor. Lancel, Cress's calm, rational voice broke the slightly odd silence. He continued, Lancel, I deeply appreciate your unwavering help along this journey. I look forward to fighting alongside you. But this time is different. My opponent is a highly powerful illusionist, and I have no guarantee of victory. I cannot let you take this risk with me. Cress rationally analyzed everything with his concise words. Lancel seemed to have anticipated this. Cress, did you have a guarantee of victory when you fought the king of the undead, Dark Aureus, within the sealed world? Caught off guard by Lancel's question, Cress paused briefly before slowly replying. No. So then, why would you still venture deep into that sealed world to fight Dark Aureus just for me and Dilly? Lancel's emotions seemed slightly agitated. She, more than anything, disliked owing others favors, even if it was someone she regarded as exceptionally special. Cress fell silent for a long while. Then Lancel added, Cress, are only men allowed to play the hero, rescuing damsels in distress? Can't we women lend you a hand too? Ha ha. Lancel's words left Cress speechless, and strangely, as an undead, he almost chuckled softly at this moment. Once his laughter subsided, Cress looked directly at the silver-clad knight in front of him. Lancel, you're right. Cress began stepping closer toward Lancel. I must admit, you are truly a very captivating woman. Cress failed to notice the enormous change these words caused beneath Lancel's visored helmet, but continued. I look forward to fighting alongside you. After speaking, Cress stepped exactly in front of Lancel. Raising a clenched fist, he offered a similar gesture in return to Lancel. This was their Kingdom of Flit's traditional way of sealing a knight's vow, an oath to fight together. Then, for some reason, Lancel's tone wasn't as firm or decisive as before. It carried a touch more feminine shyness instead. So, Cress, what's your battle plan? Protect Dilly. Underneath the visor, Lancel froze in an awkward moment of unexpected shyness. On the streets of Yacha Town, without exception, the elite members of the Fritz Royal Guard who had come with Li Yilua all fell under Zhao Yekong's illusions. At this moment, after routing Li Yilua's elite guards, Zhao Yekong had completely infiltrated the core area of Yacha Town. The defense mechanisms of Yacha Town were already nearly paralyzed due to the Jesk rebellion, and it was already quite remarkable that they managed to locate Zhao Yekong under the leadership of Captain Li Yilua of the Royal Guard. Bathed in blood-red moonlight, Zhao Yekong slowly pulled out a dark golden mask from his chest. On its surface, numerous eerie ancient symbols from the mountain and sea classic were carved, resonating with the bloody array surrounding him. With silver hair cascading down, Zhao Yekong placed the dark golden mask over his face. Almost simultaneously, a towering wall of flames erupted skyward, dividing Yacha Town. A horde of phantom demons emerged from the fiery walls, beginning their merciless destruction and slaughter. In the vicinity around Zhao Yekong, spanning nearly half of Yacha Town, became the epicenter where these phantom demons were most concentrated, and the aura of bloodshed and death weighed heaviest. Zhao Yekong didn't come to Fritz Kingdom or Yacha Town solely, because Dilly had already unlocked her first seal. He came mainly for one thing. An artifact capable of altering the entire world, Dark Aureus's sealed ruin. Zhao Yekong raised his gaze slightly, looking around at his surroundings as he murmured to himself. I hope Jesk Halden hasn't beaten me to it. Fritz Palace, Central Tower. As the most central structure in Yacha Town, it naturally commanded the broadest view. Even though King Fritz had withdrawn from everything, it was unavoidable that he caught sight of the crimson moon and the sky-piercing flame wall. King Fritz's complexion looked unhealthily pale. His most accomplished daughter, Ruby of Fritz, had already taken preemptive action by summoning emergency organizations, informing several potentially allied forces such as the Adventurers Guild and the Holy Light Temple, and mobilizing troops. One must admit, this decisive decision-making style even left King Fritz somewhat ashamed of his own deficiencies. King Fritz glanced at the exhausted reflection of himself in the copper mirror nearby. Perhaps, it is really time for me to abdicate. Chapter 163, The Undying One and the Princess's Invitation. Fritz Palace. In front of the West Wing Hall, Cress did not intend to disturb Dilly. He had originally planned to go alone to confront Zhao Yikong for a final resolution. But, unfortunately, others would not let him have his way. First, Lancel stopped him in the corridor of the West Wing Hall, and now, Dilly, who he thought had already rested, forcefully insisted on joining Cress's group to deal with Zhao Yikong. Even though Dilly was more supportive of the withdrawal plan, it appeared that there might be others looking for him. Sir Cress. Several men dressed as royal guardsmen approached Cress and his two companions, interrupting their progress toward the wall of flames. The leading guard bowed slightly and continued. Princess Lubia invites you to the throne room. She hopes you can once again save Yacha City from this crisis. Dilly and Lancel both glanced at Cress. Cress did not answer directly. After a long silence, Cress finally spoke softly as if to himself. It seemed she had foreseen this. Cress's words left the others momentarily unable to fully understand. But Cress didn't mind. He signaled to Dilly and Lancel with a gesture, then headed straight for the throne room. Dilly and Lancel immediately understood Cress's intent, grasping their weapons tightly as they followed closely behind Cress. Fritz Palace. Throne room. Adventurers dressed in various attire gathered here, bustling noisily. Their chatter created an atmosphere of irritation. The first princess, Lubia Fritz, who convened this meeting, was yet to appear. Though it was late at night, bright lights illuminated the spacious hall where many men and women had gathered. Each one was clad in unique armor. They were all the adventurers currently in Fritz's royal capital, urgently summoned. Among them were high-ranked adventurers like Mountain Copper and Secret Silver, as well as low-ranked ones like Iron and Bronze. It was nothing short of a total mobilization. The high-ranked adventurers, since they were called into the inner part of the castle where those without identity should not enter, knew they were summoned to resolve the current issue occurring in Fritz's royal capital. And these adventurers, seeing the royal guardsmen standing stiffly in a corner wearing gray, full leather armor, could guess the identity of the commissioner. Even fewer among them faintly realized that the three mysterious individuals standing idly in another corner, emitting an aura similar to theirs and holding long swords, might also play an important role. The doors opened. A formidable group in uniformed attire, containing none but high-ranking members, appeared before everyone, causing a murmur. No adventurer in the kingdom didn't know them. They were all illustrious figures. Standing in the front was xuanhuan, the vice-leader of the precious steel-class adventurer team, Blood Dance. An eccentric man from the Eastern Empire, tall and handsome, but with a terribly prominent scar on his face that wouldn't heal, even by the most skilled high-level priests. Blood Dance had previously used names like Blood Love and Snow Love, among others. They are one of only 3 existing precious steel-class adventurer teams in Fritz's kingdom, belonging to the headquarters of the Feather City Adventurer Guild. Most of Blood Dance's forces followed the Holy Light Temple Patriarchs to the Pope Nation, participating in the sacred crusade against the Hill demi-human tribes across the Abyssal Strait. Even during the Jesk Rebellion, xuanhuan, despite being far away at the kingdom's border regions, raced back day and night. By the time xuanhuan arrived in Feather City, Jesk Horton was already dead. Even the remnants of the rebels had been mostly quelled. According to rumors, Blood Dance and Princess Lubia Fritz of Fritz's kingdom had a deep connection. Behind xuanhuan, vice-leader of Blood Dance, came Lubia Fritz, known as the Golden Princess. Then followed the president of the Adventurer Guild headquarters of Fritz's royal capital in Feather City. Some of Blood Dance's team members and the middle to high-level officers of the Royal Guard. Walking last was the current commander of the Royal Guard, Li Iloa, one of the few who had engaged the enemy directly. The group stood before everyone. A soldier in white armor unfurled a large sheet of paper in his hand and pinned it to the wall behind them. On it was a detailed map of Fritz's royal capital. Although the first voice heard was that of a woman around 40 years old, her eyes still sparkled with energy from her days as a secret silver adventurer. First, thank you all for promptly gathering in this urgent moment. After scanning the silent and serious-looking adventurers, she continued. Ordinarily, the Adventurer Guild does not get involved in national issues. Her gaze momentarily shifted to the members of Blood Dance, but she said nothing, for one glance was worth 1,000 words. However, this time is an exception. The Adventurer Guild believes it should fully support the kingdom to resolve the problem as quickly as possible. For the detailed operation plan, Princess Lubia has something to say to everyone. Please listen quietly. Lubia Fritz slowly stepped forward, flanked by the members of Blood Dance and the commander of the Royal Guard, Liao. I am Lubia Tyre Zildun Liar Fanciful Fritz. Thank you all for assembling in response to this emergency. With those words, Lubia Fritz bowed gracefully. At the sight of Lubia Fritz's delicate manner, a few adventurers sighed in admiration. Normally, I would offer more words of gratitude, but time is very limited, so I will proceed directly to the explanation. Midnight tonight, some areas within the kingdom. The princess pointed to a section on the map of Fritz's capital behind her, circling an area in the northeast and the center. Have been surrounded by a wall of flames. It stands over 30 meters high, like a blazing barrier, and I believe everyone here must have seen it. Most of the adventurers nodded, while a few looked out the window toward the castle walls. Although the firewall wasn't directly visible from the palace due to its surrounding walls, the reflection could be seen lighting up part of the sky with fiery red hues. This type of flame resembles an illusion. Even if touched, it seems to cause no harm. Those who've actually touched it claim it isn't hot and doesn't obstruct outsiders like a typical barrier would. Furthermore, normal activities can continue inside the wall of flames. Upon hearing this, several lower-ranked adventurers let out sighs of relief. The instigator behind this event is Zhao Yikong. According to intelligence we've gathered, he is the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire and an extremely vicious and powerful individual. Chapter 164, The Undead and the War Plan, Part 1. The mastermind behind this incident is named Zhao Yikong. According to the intelligence we have, he is the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire, an extremely vicious and powerful entity. After contacting the armies at the border, we do not believe this to be a declaration of war by the Eastern Empire, as there are no traces of any other armies along the border with the Eastern Empire. Considering Zhao Yikong's infamous reputation, we have reason to believe this attack was launched out of his personal greed. In fact, our captain, Mr. Li Ilau, has already confirmed that there were low-rank, illusion demons among that wall of fire, acting under orders from a superior. Li Ilau nodded to confirm what Lubia Fritz had said. Capturing the leader first is basic strategy. So does that mean we just need to defeat Zhao Yekong? Upon hearing the adventurer wearing the mithril medallion around his neck ask this, Labia Fritz simply nodded. To put it bluntly, I hope the matter can be resolved this way. However, I have another critical request for all of you. Stop the enemy's plan. Based on our information, their objective is to seize a possible special relic that has been brought into the Fritz capital. The adventurers began to murmur amongst themselves. Because those who conducted adventures centered around the Fritz capital noticed that the district surrounded by the Wall of Fire contained warehouses and merchant associations, essentially the economic heart of Fritz capital, which had mostly been destroyed in the Jesk rebellion. How exactly did we obtain this intelligence? It is said that Zhao Yekong himself mentioned it. Isn't the reliability of this piece of information highly questionable? It indeed cannot be considered 100% reliable. This event could also possibly be a large-scale diversionary tactic to draw our attention elsewhere. However, I believe its credibility is quite high. After creating the Wall of Fire, the enemy has remained silent. Moreover, if Zhao Yekong's words turn out to be true and we stand idly by, we cannot guarantee the worst scenario will not happen. Therefore, we must take action. You've kept mentioning this so-called chief illusionist Zhao Yekong since earlier. Just how strong is he? I know nothing about the Eastern Empire, but if you have an estimate of the difficulty, could you give us an approximate idea, I hope? Till Ainzuo stepped forward, furrowing his brow in concern. Zhao Yekong's strength, our companion Captain Li Yiluo witnessed firsthand. However, we cannot yet determine the level of difficulty. He will report back later to everyone. By difficulty, it refers to the threat level of monsters encountered by adventurers. The higher the number, the stronger the monster, though adventurers would always say believing in difficulty would lead to hardships. This conclusion exists because the power gap between individual monsters is very significant, at most only serving as a reference. Thus, such numerical values are rarely used, but in occasions like this one, the adventurer who asked earlier probably thought this value would best inform everyone of the opponent's strength. Relatively speaking, let me explain what happened. Li Yiluo glanced around the faces of the assembled adventurers in the room and continued. My companions and I defeated an illusion demon, likely a follower of Zhao Yekong, at which point Zhao Yekong appeared. During our battle, all my companions, you should probably have guessed already, were killed by Zhao Yekong, and in just one strike. Hearing Li Yiluo's next statement, chaos erupted on the scene. Elite grade adventurers. That's the highest class for adventurers, living legends. It was hard to believe that such a large number of elite royal guards had been slain in a single attack. But then, stay calm. Labia Fritz raised her voice with authority that dispersed the heavy atmosphere in the room. Yes, Zhao Yekong is strong. This, Captain Li Yiluo, who faced him directly and suffered a crushing defeat, can assure us. He is a monster that humans cannot defeat. Even if all of you here challenged him together, you would all be killed without exception. But we haven't truly lost yet. Captain Li Yiluo, who survived the encounter with Zhao Yekong, is proof of this. Don't worry. We have someone who is more than capable enough to rival, even surpass Zhao Yekong. The crowd buzzed with voices. A few astute adventurers glanced toward a certain position where an adventurer stood. Among all of you, some may have heard of it. The third elite-grade adventurer of the kingdom was born in Yu City. Yes, it is him. Labia Fritz gestured towards two adventurers, concentrating everyone's gaze nearly on the same spot. Captain of the elite-level adventurer group Dawn, the black hero Sir Crescent, the tall, handsome man in a jet-black robe, standing still in the corner of the room alongside two extraordinarily beautiful women, had already drawn the attention of many people. When the crowd realized that this person was in a position where even rude behavior would not invite rebuke, the room filled with gasps of admiration. Crest took out the badge from under his deep crimson short cape, proving his status as a member of the fine steel rank, making sure everyone could see it. Come on, Sir Crescent. Please come forward. In response to Labia Fritz's delighted invitation, Crest waved his hand gently from side to side. Then he whispered a few words into Dilly's ear. Sir Crescent requests that no extra time be spent on him. He believes we should quickly begin explaining the battle plan to stop Zhao Yekong. That is truly regrettable. However, you are correct, Lord Crescent. I apologize, Princess Labia Fritz, please continue. Even though his face was hidden behind a visor, his dejected tone clearly conveyed his mood. As previously introduced, we possess a contender who can match the main conspirator Zhao Yekong. I hope everyone understands we are not entering a hopeless battle. Let me now explain the details of the operation. Labia Fritz traced an arc-like line on the map. First, I want all of you to form a bow. A bow. A surprised voice echoed in the room. Shouldn't it be a shield? Using shields alone will not secure victory. First, I'd like the adventurers to form a front line. Behind them will be the Kingdom City Defense Army's line, and further back will be the support teams including the temples and the Mage Association. Everyone will advance first and invade the enemy camp. If the enemy does not come out to counterattack, the adventuring line will gradually move toward their central base within the Wall of Fire. If they do counterattack, confirm whether you can break through their defense. If possible, advance. If not, retreat while luring the enemy. At the same time, the Kingdom Defense troops will push forward as much as possible and establish a barrier. Adventurers will retreat up to this designated line. She pointed at the line where the Mage Guild and other supporting units stood ready. Heal your wounds here, as you might need to return to the battlefield depending on the situation. Hold on. Does this mean the Kingdom City Defense Army will fight for us? The fighting ability of the Kingdom City Defense Army was effectively zero. It seemed impossible for them to replace the adventurers in combat. As Labia of Fritz was about to answer this question, another adventurer spoke up. There's a fatal flaw in this battle plan. The defensive lines will stretch when retreating, which makes the defenses thin. Won't that allow illusion demons to breach through the gaps and flood into the Fritz capital? Chapter 165, The Undead and the War Plan, Part 2. This method of combat has a fatal flaw. When retreating, the front line is stretched thin, leaving defenses weak. Could this allow the illusory demons to slip through the cracks and rush into Fritz's capital? Even low-ranking illusory demons are stronger than normal people. Many would perish. Instead, wouldn't it be safer to attempt a breakthrough of the enemy lines with flight? I've considered many options, but I've heard that a lot of creatures belonging to the illusory demon race can fly, right? Many adventurers recalled their previous encounters with illusory demons and nodded in agreement with Labia Fritz's words. Even among the lower-ranked illusory demons, there were many winged ones capable of flight. The conventional use of flight would attract enemy attention. Therefore, I have thought about high-altitude aerial assaults or using buildings to shield our approach during low-altitude strikes. However, before all that, we must first ensure something crucial. As someone just pointed out, stretching the battle line leads to weakened defense. But I believe this applies equally to the other side as well. That's why, instead of shields, this operation will utilize bows. Voices of sudden realization could be heard here and there. You are the bow, pulling the string back to launch arrows that pierce through the enemy positions. Just like how adventurers spread out, so would the enemies. This means their defensive formations would also become diluted. In direct confrontations, horizontal lines are easier to break than vertical lines. To summarize the formation of the adventurers, it is a strategy to feint east and strike west, thinning out the enemy's position. And the ones serving as the arrowheads are none other than Sir Cress. As soon as you perceive the enemy's lines weaken, please have Sir Cress immediately carry out a low-altitude flight assault. What about the Steel-class adventurer team, Phantom Dream? Even for Steel-class adventurers, I doubt 2 people alone could penetrate the enemy lines. For safety, shouldn't we organize a security unit to make sure they can definitely confront Zhao Yekong? Upon hearing an adventurer's question, those standing up front exchanged looks uneasily. Finally, the representative from the Adventurers Guild answered on behalf of everyone. They are currently en route to the Pope Kingdom carrying out official duties. We have already sent them the current situation via message, but it will take them half a day to return. Waiting for them is too perilous, so their participation isn't included in this plan. What about the members of Blood Dance? Will they accompany Mr. Cress? Our leader and main members are also in the Pope Kingdom, which has drastically reduced our combat strength. Nonetheless, we will also participate in forming the defensive line. But Captain Li Ilua's role differs slightly. I will accompany Sir Cress, thus now I need to begin restoring my magic power. Then there is one more question. I wonder what the private armies of the nobles and their soldiers are doing. Let me answer that. Li Ilua stepped forward by one step. The private armies of the nobles must protect their masters' estates, while the soldiers begin protecting the royal palace. My direct subordinates are responsible for guarding the royal family. The venue erupted into noise, and another adventurer asked further. Does that mean the noble lords won't be heading to the front line either? That's correct. And part of my own guard must remain within the castle to protect the royal members. The atmosphere changed, laced with annoyance. Logically, they understood that Li Ilua's statement was inevitable, but emotionally they struggled to accept it. The work of adventurers is to spill blood in exchange for money. They've already accepted the risk of possibly losing their lives in battle. If it comes down to selling one's life for money, then the nobles and royalty should not be any different. Since they tax the people, they should not hide safely inside the royal city. Instead, they should lead from the front lines, saving the people. Especially when it comes to taking the kingdom's strongest fighting force and using them merely to protect themselves. What does that mean? As discontentment against the nobility, especially the royalty, gradually escalated, Li Ilua took a step back. Anything he said now would only sound like excuses in the adventurer's ears. Therefore, another man spoke for him. It was Tilanjua. I understand your dissatisfaction. However, I hope you remember this point. The funds for gathering all of you were not provided by the royal family, but came from Labia Fritz's personal assets. Moreover, bringing Sir Cress here was thanks to Princess Labia Fritz's efforts as a noble. They refrained from deploying their own soldiers to prepare for contingencies should illusory demons scatter within Fritz's capital. Yes, my thoughts regarding nobles and royalty align with yours. But I also want everyone to know that not all nobles or royalty abandon the populace. Tilanjua's speech calmed the atmosphere somewhat, because each adventurer felt that at least they shouldn't appear disgruntled in front of Labia Fritz. Speaking of which, I have one more task to entrust. At the same time as the arrows are fired, there's someone I need to handle this mission. Crane, Your Highness. A vigorous response echoed through the area. All eyes focused on the man clad in scarlet gray, refined steel armor. He was the head of Labia Fritz's direct retinue of guards. I know this is a perilous task, but I must ask it of you. Please infiltrate enemy territory, and, if you find any survivors, bring them back. Among the gathered adventurers, murmurs of reckless and irresponsible spread. Rescuing people while entering enemy territory wasn't just dangerous, it was nearly equivalent to sending him to his death. Escorting fragile civilians through the heart of the enemy's stronghold was nothing short of an impossible mission. However, Crane responded immediately. I am willing to follow your orders. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure the completion of this mission. No wonder everyone looked at Crane as though he were insane. Your Highness, it's too dangerous for Brother Crane to go alone. May I also join him? Of course, Mr. Morin. At the mention of this name, the adventurers were visibly shaken. Anyone who valued great power could never forget the name Morin. Thank you, Your Highness. I appreciate your assistance. Now, may I kindly request only the squad leaders from each group to come forward. As the adventurers gathered up front, Cress was busy with another task, that of exchanging pleasantries. Numerous individuals who appeared to be deputy leaders approached Cress one after another. They announced their squad names, exchanged compliments about weapons and armor, then expressed hopes of meeting again in the future and requested hearing some of Cress's adventurous tales. These actions amounted to the equivalent of exchanging business cards. There was only one difference. Those who handed out physical cards left behind tangible evidence of having met, whereas verbal introductions simply left memories. What mattered were the squad names and the adventurer class each individual represented. Memory and focus should naturally be allocated towards those of higher ranks. While iron or copper class adventurers also came to pay their respects, due to the vastly different worlds they lived in, Cress deemed it acceptable to let their faces slip from his memory. Chapter 166, The Undead and the Arrow. Still, Cress didn't want others to perceive him as someone who changes attitude based on whom he's addressing, so he carefully mingled with everyone. He shook hands with those who came to greet him, patted shoulders in a familiar manner, and even laughed heartily at insincere flattery, exchanging mutual praise. He himself always wore metal gloves, but the others removed their gauntlets and other gear when shaking hands with him, probably out of deference to his status. Beyond that point, each greeting maintained an equal footing. Cress's eyes followed the retreating figure of the person he'd just exchanged pleasantries with. What an exaggerated color. That person had a head full of bright pink hair. Cress knew adventurers often dyed their equipment in flashy colors, but it was his first time seeing someone dye their hair such a glaring color. Probably because there were differences in the number of adventurers between Rinthill and Fritz's capital. Since Fritz's capital had more adventurers, it became necessary to stand out by dressing in somewhat showy ways. There seemed to be no strong aversion or bad impressions regarding dyed hair among them. Cress couldn't help thinking it wasn't quite right to dye one's hair pink, but this world didn't impose strict rules on these things. Even children had dyed their hair here. Shaking off his thoughts about the hair, Cress observed a similarity akin to the orderly habits of people waiting in line from the lined-up adventurers in front of him, and he noticed Dilly standing behind him. Cress had never reported his team's name or nickname, but the team called Dawnlight consisted of Dilly, Lancel, and himself. The reason why Dilly, the peerless beauty, managed to remain unmoving in the background without any adventurer approaching her to exchange greetings was due to the prickly atmosphere around her, one that almost radiated hostility. Moreover, considering the benefits of building connections, it would make more sense to pay respects to the team leader Cress instead. As society structures were built around people, similarities between them weren't entirely unexpected. By the time Cress felt like his hand would hurt if he were human, the line of adventurers in front of him dwindled, and Li Ua approached him. Even though someone cut in front of the queue, none of the adventurers awaiting their turn to greet Cress complained. Upon closer inspection, all the adventurers waiting in line belonged to the lowest rank. Those of the highest, upper, middle, and lower ranks had already paid their respects in order. Now only the rookies who had become adventurers not long ago remained, anxiously waiting for a chance to greet someone far above their reach. It was impossible for them to complain against a top-tier adventurer at the platinum rank. Looks like we finished most of the discussions. Could I ask you to come over here? Cress slightly moved his gaze, looking at Li Ua through the fine cracks of his full-face helmet. If he were still there, the answer would be just one. Dilly, you go ahead and greet the rest on my behalf. I'll join you once I finish paying respects to those still waiting. Everyone who heard this opened their eyes wide. Apologies, but let me finish greeting those who have been waiting in line. After informing Li Ua, Cress continued to mingle with the nervous adventurers. This wasn't favoritism or discrimination. It was simply what any ordinary person would do. However, this time, he couldn't do that. All right, Dilly, go ahead. Understood. Dilly gave a slight nod before heading toward Lubia Fritz and the others. Cress turned his attention away from her back and slightly shifted. He felt everyone's eyes suddenly focusing on him. He shook his head, putting his helmet back on. In fact, he wanted to add a little theatrical sweat-wiping act, but since Cress's face was an illusion, he couldn't. While contemplating silently, Cress returned his focus to formally acknowledging the adventurers standing before him. I didn't expect you to be so adept at handling these kinds of situations. Li Ilua's voice interrupted. He hadn't left yet. Cress regretted not letting Dilly or Lancel take Li Ilua away with them, but he made sure not to show any emotions. Moreover, Li Ilua might still be suspicious of him, so Cress responded in a gentle tone that feigned goodwill. I don't think I've reached that level of comfort yet. There's no way. I find your conduct appropriate, truly showing leadership qualities. Cress started to feel a bit irritated, but for now, he stuck to simple formalities. Knowing that someone was looking for Cress, both parties understood and wrapped up their greetings within a few words. When all the lines had finished their greetings, moving his gaze around, Li Ilua was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Cress realized his own oversight and glanced around. The atmosphere hadn't changed. No one appeared hostile or fearful towards Cress, a platinum-ranked adventurer. Cress looked around again. It seemed no one had heightened their vigilance. It should be that no slip-ups occurred, but in the future, it would be best not to be too casual in Fritz's capital. Nothing is absolute. This point must be clear. Especially, there might be someone with a natural talent or martial skill in this regard. Cress glanced around once again and slightly turned to walk towards Lubia Fritz and her group. As he watched the group leave, Lubia Fritz along with her subordinates and the two teams of adventurers of adamantite rank. After Crescent and his companions left for another room, the adventurers couldn't wait to start their conversations. Of course, the topic was none other than Cress, the highest-ranking adamantite adventurer. I've only heard news from Hesma City before, but I didn't expect him to be so polite. It's hard to imagine that he's of adamantite rank. It's not just him. I also know the members of Phantom Dream. Their way of treating people is similar. They seem to have noble personalities and have made me realize that being adamantite isn't just about having superior martial arts. While the two adventurers with mithril badges were talking, an adventurer with bronze badge interjected. Is that true? However, even if that's the case, no one would ignore being called by the princess to greet rookies first, right? That really surprised me. The surrounding adventurers nodded continuously. During missions like this one, when mutual assistance between squads is necessary, naturally, a greeting beforehand is expected so that aid can be obtained more readily during emergencies. Because everyone prefers helping someone they've at least met once rather than strangers, it's human nature. But the lowest-ranked adventurers in adamantite would seek help from are those with mithril badges. It was certain that there was absolutely no need for him to exchange pleasantries with rookies. However, Cress did exactly that. In other words, he wasn't seeking support or harboring ulterior motives. He genuinely wanted to be friends with everyone. Normally, someone would go see the princess themselves while letting their companion deal with the rookies. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. If it were me, I'd definitely do it that way. Wouldn't you? I'd do it too. Bluntly put, it shows he doesn't know his place. He probably misjudges situations easily. Even though this was a criticism, there was no negative emotion on the face of the man who said it. So, what's the better way to put it? It was as if he had been waiting for someone to ask him, and the man started speaking at twice his previous speed. There's no better man than him, standing at the pinnacle of the highest class, yet still treating every other adventurer, even rookies, as comrades with respect. Just look at the expressions on the rookies' faces. Completely enchanted. On the faces of the rookies appeared the expressions of young baseball fans shaking hands with the top players from overseas leagues. If it were me, I'd be charmed to death by him. I'd even hand over my rear end. Fat chance. What interest would he have in your dirty ass? The guy's traveling in a trio with two stunning beauties. Are they really a couple? Probably. Otherwise, why would they choose such a dangerous formation as a team of three? Seems not. A fourth man interjected. He had a bronze badge. You should know since you have intelligence from Hesma City. Those three surpass ordinary standards because no one's skills can match theirs, so they formed a team of three. So you've been eavesdropping since the start. Ha, don't say that. Anyway, you weren't whispering either. One does wonder though, responded one of the two adventurers who had been chatting from the beginning. At this moment, the guild master of the remaining adventurers clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. So we will move next. We gather 1 hour after leaving the royal palace. Since time is tight, please quickly inform those who weren't present. In short, please follow me outside the castle. The reason for gathering in another room was to make the final confirmation of the responsibilities regarding the arrow. They discussed how to respond if the enemy's position turned out to be impregnable, possible dangers, and countermeasures. Due to insufficient intelligence, they could only adapt on the spot. After briefly solidifying the plan, Cress and the others left the room. Most of the discussions had come to an agreement. So everyone, I'll remain here, praying to the gods for all of you to return safely. Everything depends on your performance. More accurately, on Mr. Cress, may fortune favor you. As Crescent and his companions responded to Lubia Fritz's deep bow, they walked out of the room. Only the first princess Lubia Fritz remained. As soon as Till Einzu left the room, Lubia Fritz's expression instantly faded, her blue eyes resembling the icy waters of a frozen winter lake. The mysterious figure hiding behind the scenes felt a sudden chill at this abrupt change and asked, I heard everything from the back, but next to that room was one designed for eavesdropping. The two had been there all along. You only missed answering one question. Why use the kingdom's city defense force to establish the front line? Isn't that just treating them like expendable pawns? Chapter 167, The Undead, and Till Einzu. There's one question you haven't answered. Why use the kingdom's city defense army to establish a battle line? Isn't that just using them as expendable pawns? The kingdom's city defense army is very weak. Their abilities are roughly at the level of a low-rank adventurer. If they were attacked, they would surely be massacred. They are the bait. This answer perfectly matched their suspicions. One adventurer also mentioned that letting Zhao Yekong deploy those low-rank phantom demons throughout various regions of Fritz royal capital could have disastrous consequences. So, to gather the enemies in one place, I prepared a feeding ground nearby. And filling their stomachs might somewhat alleviate their killing intent, right? Lubia Fritz smiled while saying this. The number of problems in this world that can be resolved with nice words is shockingly few. No matter what is done, there will always be sacrifices. Policymakers act to reduce these sacrifices. From this perspective, Lubia Fritz is truly an exemplary policymaker. But humans instinctively feel compelled to emotionally deny certain issues. Isn't there a better way to avoid sacrificing the kingdom's city defense army as well? If you have one, by all means suggest it. The mysterious person fell silent. He couldn't think of a better idea than Lubia Fritz's. Though he had a few thoughts, they lacked too many conditions. Currently, he could only acknowledge that Lubia Fritz's proposal was the best option. Your Highness is wise. The mysterious person lowered his head as Lubia Fritz explained her plan to him. When we need to strike again, and risks increase, I've already arranged some contingencies. Even the guild master of adventurers doesn't want someone who can use resurrection magic to die. So he agreed, without hesitation. Everything proceeds according to your plan, Your Highness. Yes. Seeing Lubia Fritz reveal her smile like a blooming flower, his body shivered slightly. It took all the strength the mysterious person had to suppress the chill running up his spine. Yiyu City, the wall of flames. The flames erupting, yet no heat can be felt from them. It's almost like an illusion. After exchanging glances with their comrades, the adventurers at the front mustered their courage and stepped into the fiery wall they had been dreading. They had already received support from the temple troops who cast defensive spells to mitigate flame damage, but even then, they held their breaths as they passed through the wall of fire, likely fearing their lungs would get burned. This flame itself does no harm. Talaizo mused quietly to himself as he observed the flames from behind. Just because something lacks harmful effects doesn't mean precautions aren't necessary. It shows a lack of consideration. If not for causing harm, one must infer the enemy's true intentions, what purpose this phenomenon serves, and what effects it may produce. There are times when trying to figure out the answer to such puzzles should be abandoned. It is probably better to focus the mind on more pressing matters, right? His father said this, didn't he? Or was it his uncle? They passed through the boundary of magical fire, which felt like an illusion with neither resistance nor heat. Talaizo surveyed the surrounding adventurers walking cautiously with tense expressions. According to the plan, they were supposed to set up a battle line. However, establishing a straight line inside the city wasn't easy. To address this, they divided all adventurers into 4 groups, taking 4 Copper Mountain-class squads as the main axis, forming an organized structure. If viewed from above, it would probably resemble 4 spreading protozoa. As they acted as the main axis, these Copper Mountain-level squads needed to serve as examples for the others. Yet they carried severe tension. If possible, Talaizo wished they could skillfully conceal their emotions and demonstrate actions capable of instilling courage in every adventurer around them. Or do I still have to take the lead? Just her standing at the forefront, being a steel rank adventurer, would surely boost morale. But beside her now, she had no reliable companions. A solitary steel rose facing situations wouldn't prove as capable as a Copper Mountain-class squad. That's why she asked them to lead. I requested it from them, and if I forcefully take the lead again, they might end up unhappy. Still, finding a moment to move forward is probably the better course of action. Talaizo made such a judgment and walked through the wall of fire herself. Before her stretched a world of absolute silence. Except for collapsed houses scattered everywhere and an absence of human figures, the scenery of Fritz's royal capital appeared the same as before. Where did the residents go? There's no smell of blood. Are they hiding at home? Impossible. Look, the doors are broken. They've likely been taken somewhere. Do we have to check each house for phantom demons lurking inside empty buildings? It'll take quite some time. It would be safer to consult Miss Talaizo first. Then let's contact her immediately. There's no need. Hearing the voice from behind, the adventurers who had been discussing turned around as if they had been shocked by electricity. Talaizo, realizing it was the right time, stepped forward, seemingly surprising them as their eyes widened in shock. The Iron and Copper rank adventurers will stay to search the houses. Leave 1 Mithril rank squad for supervision. The rest should spread out while advancing. Any objections? They all shook their heads at her, indicating no objections. In that case, everyone please continue moving forward. Talaizo walked alongside the Bronze Mountain-ranked adventurers on the streets of Fritz's royal capital. The surrounding silence was bone-chilling, and it was hard to imagine that until sunset, there had been many people living here. I wonder if Mr. Kress is all right. Talaizo fully understood their unease, knowing that everything had been entrusted to Kress. I think he'll be fine. After all, even Ivriel admits that he's stronger than her. There's just one problem. How strong could xuanhuan, the main antagonist capable of matching Kress in strength, be? The expression of all adventurers within earshot grew solemn. Sorry about that. Don't worry too much about it. As long as we properly do what we can do, that's enough. Yeah, you're right. Even though it feels urgent as adventurers, let's just console ourselves that each role has its own importance. All right, everyone, let's go. That's right, let's move on. At the front of everyone, Talaizo walked with the Bronze Mountain adventurers. In her hand, she held the magical sword Zeriniaram. Some said this sword was like a fragment of the night sky forged into steel, with the luster of stars embedded in its surface. Not long after starting forward, a faint explosion sounded in the distance. The lower-ranked adventurers trembled, the mid-level adventurers assumed a slight combat-ready stance. The high-level adventurers raised their alertness, looking around everywhere, while the ultra-high-level adventurers kept their sharp gazes fixed ahead. As different reactions came from various ranks, Talaizo also stared ahead with sharp eyes. It seems that team over there has engaged in battle. It probably wasn't Warna's team. If our attack speed is about the same, the enemy's interception forces should almost be here by now. Chapter 168, The Undead and the Breakthrough. Since the attack speed is almost the same, the enemy's counterattack force should be arriving here soon. What about above us? We have deployed liaison personnel according to the operation plan, but no counterattack personnel were assigned up there. That works. There are many flying magical beasts among the illusory demons. We can't let them spread across Fritz's capital, so we're advancing on the ground to draw their attention. So the original combat strategy remains unchanged? Yes, huh? Hey, did you hear that? Yeah, I heard it. That's a dog bark. Hey, what is it? At his question, the magic caster answered. We'll need to see with our own eyes to confirm, but I think they're hellhounds. Their special ability is Flame Breath. The difficulty level is around 15. Difficulty. Right. Do you think the difficulty of xuanhuan and his subordinates defeating Captain Li Ilua's illusory demon is how high? Talaizo hesitated on how to answer. An honest response would likely dampen their spirits, but lying wouldn't help either, as it might give them false hope. After much hesitation, Talaizo answered honestly. 150. Huh. All adventurers within hearing range wore identical expressions. To my estimation, the minimum difficulty for that illusory demon is 150. Zhao Yekong estimates it at over 200. What? Everyone besides Tilai Zhao was speechless. This was understandable. Even super high-tier steel-grade adventurers could only handle difficulty levels around 80. While generally 95 is thought to be the limit, a nearly double difficulty is ridiculous. And it didn't stop there. Wait, is Mr. Kress going after difficulty 200? That's right. So we'd only get in the way, right? That's beyond human capability. 200. Are you kidding me? Or is steel grade actually this strong? No way. For us, 90 is the maximum. That's impossible to defeat. He averted his gaze, not wanting to look at the struggling adventurers. He wasn't lying, but neither was he speaking the truth. Tilai's personal capabilities were less than 90, but her team could exceed 150. Hence, she estimated the strength of that illusory demon and Zhao Yekong accordingly. And this was precisely why she hadn't joined this front line. She was currently undergoing special rest to quickly restore her mana. Once recovered, she would join Kress to support him in achieving a one-on-one showdown with Zhao Yekong. As per the plan, she would handle the anticipated illusory demon while Kress faced Zhao Yekong. While Tilai Zhao was casually reflecting, she sensed the atmosphere around her deteriorating. Morale had plummeted. Some even suggested abandoning Fritz's capital and fleeing. Just as she had expected. Who wouldn't think this way? Even when hearing Captain Li Yilua's accounts, Tilai Zhao had felt similarly. You've heard what Her Highness said, right? Mr. Kress can at least match Zhao Yekong. So, we must trust in Mr. Kress and do everything we can to tip the scales in his favor. Let Mr. Kress handle Zhao Yekong. But if that illusory demon comes near us, our Dance of Blood group will deal with it. We possess effective means against that illusory demon, allowing us to win despite the difficulty gap. The group erupted in admiration, and the low morale began to recover. Perfect timing. From the road ahead came roaring beasts, accompanied by thunderous footsteps. They're here. Set up defenses here. When entering the side paths, those of higher registered grades take the lead. I'll move forward on this path. A swarm of creatures surged down the road. They resembled large dogs, but bore evil hellish eyes, spewing flames instead of saliva from their mouths. Hellhounds, 15 in number. Tilai Zhao tightened her grip on her magic sword, Zernilaram, standing before them. Don't underestimate me just because it's an illusory demon. Offering prayers to the water god, Tilai Zhao decapitated an approaching hellhound with a single strike. She deftly maneuvered her floating swords, which served as shields, countering another hellhound attacking from the side. Then she kicked away a hellhound aiming for her ankle. 6 hellhounds attacked Tilai Zhao alone. The remaining scattered, targeting surrounding adventurers. The weaker adventurers fought in groups against a single hellhound, while the stronger ones took on several at once. The number of hellhounds steadily decreased. By the time Tilai Zhao had dealt with all 6, the battles around her had also come to an end. Casualties. Everyone's fine. Mr. Tilai Zhao. Although not everyone was completely unscathed, none had suffered serious injuries. Considering the need to preserve fighting strength, this could be considered a good start. The illusory demon has retreated. Everyone can hear me. Let's move forward. First, we go 50 meters ahead. The 50-meter mark ahead echoed from both sides like a valley's reverberation. Tilai Zhao swung her sword slightly and stepped forward, leading the group from the front. The Yu City operation commenced. Half an hour later. It's just ahead. Dressed in the leather armor of the Royal Guard captain, Li Yilua hurried forward. He had led the first team of elite royal forces, but, unfortunately, had not even caught sight of Zhao Yekong himself before being utterly defeated by Zhao Yekong's subjugated illusory demon. Kress and his companions turned around a hidden corner of a narrow alley and looked ahead to see a square where a masked, silver-haired, illusory demon stood boldly in the center without any sign of hiding. There were no other visible enemy figures around, but Li Yilua wasn't naive enough to believe there weren't hidden ambushes. The opponent seemed to have noticed their approach and elegantly performed an Eastern-style salute with great grace. Behind that leisurely attitude lay only one implication. This illusory demon had been waiting for them for quite some time. Lancer, clad in silver-white armor, gripped his heavy sword tightly with both hands and asked, "Is it a trap? What should we do now, Kress?" Kress, upon being questioned, responded after taking a step forward. His low and calm male voice resonated. "Whatever awaits us, we currently have no choice but to break through." That's right. Dilly also agreed with Kress's words. After such long cooperation, Kress had stopped speaking to Dilly and Lancer in that distant and overly polite manner. Lancer believed this indicated that their relationships had become more solidified through their joint actions, so she too began talking in an ordinary tone. If one kept hiding their true self, when the time came to deepen relations, they might suddenly part ways. Though it wasn't yet time to reveal their true selves, she thought it wouldn't hurt to revert to a normal conversational style. It seems like everything is going according to the predetermined plan. Chapter 169, The Undead and the 100 Flowers. It seems like the predetermined plan has started. In the distance, the sound of drums and mighty shouts of valor echoed. That was Rubia Fritz's signal to begin the offensive that would reduce the enemy's defensive forces, allowing Kress to duel Zhao Yekong one-on-one. This battle would not be repeated. If Zhao Yekong wasn't defeated here, there would be no other way to save Fritz's capital. This was Li Yilua's genuine thought. "Yes, that's right," said Li Yilua to Kress. "They seem to have begun the final operation. Kress, the enemies will likely dispatch reinforcements, so I, Knight Lancel, and Miss Dilly will deal with them. Please focus entirely on Zhao Yekong, Sir Crescent." "Understood." Kress nodded slightly and gave his orders. "Captain Li Yilua, you came here with me. When I defeat Zhao Yekong and return triumphantly to the city, I hope you'll join me. Dilly, Lancel, help him fight. You should know that I hope we all return together. Affirmative, Sir Crescent. Relax, Cress. The four appeared slowly in front of Zhao Yekong. Li Yilua glanced around and spotted a masked female illusion demon stepping out from a house adjoining the square. It was the same illusion demon who had defeated him last time. She wore the same false mask, its expression frozen in place, but beneath it, Li Yilua could feel her disdain for him. She can't be alone. This thought crossed Li Yilua's mind. Zhao Yekong must know who is stronger between this female illusion demon and himself. Even without mentioning the highly experienced silver-white Lancel, this operation included Dilly, a magic incantator possibly even more skilled than himself. Zhao Yekong wouldn't let that illusion demon fight alone. Either they'd overwhelm with numbers or keep a similarly ranked fighter ready. As Li Yilua speculated, he felt an icy sensation run down his spine. Following the female illusion demon, a group wearing masks just like Zhao Yekong and his companions appeared. Each donned different beautiful illusion demon armors. The number? There are 4 of them. Including Zhao Yekong, there were 5 fighters matching his own strength. Without considering Cress and Zhao Yekong as their respective aces, 3 against 5, the odds were heavily against them. This disparity meant almost no chance of victory. Damn, did I underestimate Zhao Yekong's forces too much? If things continued this way, their side would be overwhelmingly outnumbered, leading to a one-sided slaughter, disrupting Cress's evenly matched duel with Zhao Yekong. During such intense battles, even a small amount of support could tilt the scales decisively, as it did last time when fighting the female illusion demon. So, those 5 are your responsibility. Cress finished speaking, then withdrew another famous sword, the 100 Flowers, from his ring, holding both swords in his hands as he walked naturally toward Zhao Yekong. Watching Cress's retreating figure filled Li Yilua with unease. He had no confidence he could win, yet glancing at Lancel and Dilly beside him, they looked confident. Li Yilua was surprised, then instantly realized, perhaps his past defeats had made him overly fearful of their power. Even 2 ladies could rise to face the challenge. So why should Li Yilua fear? Changing perspectives. Through Dilly's eyes, she thought perhaps she shared the same idea as Lancel. If only she could hide under the flowing crimson cape over the black armor, how peaceful would she feel? She scolded herself for the weakness that urged her to hold back. Coming here already, having resolved to sacrifice herself. She couldn't call for help just because the number of opponents exceeded her expectation. Moreover, Cress must trust her enough to say those words. Thinking like this, his figure seemed to be saying, as long as it's Lancel and Dilly, they'll surely suppress the enemies before he wins. With similar thoughts crossing Li Yilua's mind, a fiery combativeness ignited deep within his body. So I'm going in. Li Yilua roared loudly, intending to launch the first attack. However, Cress had moved ahead of him, the renowned blades in both his hands brimming with death energy, as he charged directly toward Zhao Yekong. An awe-inspiring fierce battle thus commenced. Perhaps aiming to avoid affecting others not yet in the heroic realm, Cress gradually led Zhao Yekong away from the original position while keeping him suppressed. 5 enemies, so I and Lancel each take 2, and you take 1. Is that okay? Dilly seemed extremely cold after Cress left. Even the words she spoke to Li Yilua were filled with indifference. Lancel clearly had no objections to Dilly's thoughts. Is this good? Li Yilua obviously had some dissatisfaction with Dilly's plan. He felt it was underestimating him. Unable to help himself, he boasted. I can take 3 people. You 2 can each handle 1 too, right? Li Yilua didn't move immediately, but he seemed to hear Dilly letting out a humph as a laugh. So, let's do this. You 2 against us 3. Li Yilua couldn't help but smile. He thought he had somewhat grasped the personality of this woman, Dilly. To be more precise, Li Yilua had a good impression of women like Dilly. No, individuals like Dilly and Lancel who possessed extraordinary beauty must simply be the most likable in the world, right? Of course, Li Yilua naturally knew that their attentions weren't on him. What stubborn ladies. I get it. Then I'll quickly defeat them, then come help you. Just try your best to suppress them and don't lose your lives. Li Yilua's words hadn't even finished when he noticed everyone present staring at him. This action was unprecedented, creating a strange sense of eeriness. Alright, never mind. Dilly gave a cold answer and slowly stepped away from her position. Alright, I hope 3 of you will come out to fight us. It's up to you to decide who comes. Seemingly stirred by these words, the female illusion demon, the one with braided hair, and the one with curly hair stepped forward. Those left standing opposite Li Yilua were the female illusion demon with a bun and the one with long hair. My name is Our Fan. She is Dammy. We are fighting you. Is that so? How polite. My name is Li Yilua, the person who's about to defeat you. She had no intention of delaying time through conversation. Such petty strategies would only result in being overwhelmed and killed by the opponent. Now, only continuous attacks could suppress them. Is that so? Then that's quite terrifying. Li Yilua took the first step and activated his ultimate technique. This special skill allowed the combat energy flowing within his body to go out of control, mixing with magical power, adding a negative effect to all of his attacks. I'm coming. Li Yilua shouted loudly and unleashed his martial art attack. Chapter 170, The Undead and the Cold Iron Outpost. Fritz Kingdom. Within Yu City, the adventurers hired by the royal family, as well as the armies, have already fully engaged with Zhao Yekong's intruding phantom demon. Meanwhile, outside of Yu City, at the temporary base of the Cold Iron mercenary group, a different scene unfolds. The Crimson Moon. The vast Cold Iron, Encampment now holds only 2 people, xuanhuan and Leno. Xuanhuan slightly raised his head, and from the center of the camp, one can perfectly see the bizarre yet beautiful sight of both the crimson moon and the white moon simultaneously in the sky. Xuanhuan's semi-long, slightly curly golden hair was gently blown about in the cold night wind, dancing casually on either side. Leno, do you think Zhao Yekong will succeed? Leader. Leno, standing slightly behind Xuanhuan, answered clearly to Xuanhuan's question. They had long known that Zhao Yekong had arrived in Yu City, but they did not take action to surround and kill him because there was a swordsman more worthy of pursuit who had also appeared in Yu City. And it was due to this swordsman that the Cold Iron's outpost here is almost empty. Leno tidied his thoughts for a moment, then quietly responded. My lord, I cannot be certain, but privately, I believe that Zhao Yekong, as someone who has entered the hero domain, is extremely powerful. If within Yu City, neither the main force of Illusion Dream nor Dance of Blood exists, we might still need your assistance. Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan burst out in light laughter. He didn't turn back, but muttered. So, it seems you believe that if I don't intervene, he would succeed. But for some reason, I always feel there are higher level figures inside Yu City. Leno could not answer Xuanhuan's musings, and it was quite clear Xuanhuan didn't need an answer from him anyway. Leader, there is still one thing Leno wishes to say. Leno, who had always stood ramrod straight, suddenly stepped closer to Xuanhuan and bowed slightly, as if feeling that the following words were somewhat inappropriate. Speak. Xuanhuan gave a brief word lightly, affirming Leno's response. I feel, leader, dispatching all the Cold Iron brothers to track Sasha was something I couldn't comprehend. They probably won't catch up to such a swordsman like Sasha. Naturally, Xuanhuan made no attempt to explain himself, instead confirming Leno's suspicions directly. For a swordsman like Sasha, sending elite trackers and hunters would suffice. For most ordinary non-elite war mercenaries, they simply aren't Sasha's match at this level of swordsmanship. Some may even fail to capture any trace of him. Dispatching all the Cold Iron mercenaries truly was a strategic error. So what about you, leader? I've never planned on relying on them to find Sasha. Xuanhuan answered before Leno could even finish asking. Leno had intended to probe further. However, Xuanhuan's next words made him swallow the question that was already at the tip of his tongue. He's here. With these simple 3 words, Leno, who often accompanied Xuanhuan, immediately understood Xuanhuan's meaning. Sasha had arrived. Following Xuanhuan's words, steady steps breaking through twigs and shrubs came from the dark area near the camp entrance. At this moment, Leno also understood. Xuanhuan deliberately dispatched all the Cold Iron soldiers around him, and the purpose was to let Sasha come to settle everything once and for all with him. But there was still something Leno couldn't entirely understand. Why was he, Leno, left behind by leader Xuanhuan? Sasha's arrival coincided with the blood-red moon in the sky becoming even more vivid. Everything in Leno's eyes implied that tonight would bring another battle no less arduous than the one they had in the underground tomb long ago. You've indeed come, though you shouldn't have. Xuanhuan seemed to have foreseen this all along, his words to Sasha resembling an utterly rational and calm indifference. Not like the fervor between old friends reunited after a long separation, nor the hatred and anger between mortal enemies. Even though, between them, the latter relationship might very well be true. The Cold Iron camp was just a temporary, rudimentary setup, equipped with little more than basic fencing. There was practically no defensive architecture left, and Sasha's figure gradually emerged from the shadows at the main entrance of the camp. Xuanhuan. Sasha seemed unusually serious and calm, a stark contrast to his usual drunken demeanor. Looks like you deliberately waited for me here. How could I possibly pass up this opportunity? The distance between Xuanhuan and Sasha was merely dozens of meters across the camp, a negligible span for swordsmen of their caliber. They could traverse it in an instant with their blades. Xuanhuan's famous sword Frost began to tremble, reacting to the growing intent to kill. Whether the murderous aura originated from an enemy or its own master, it didn't matter. Sasha, actually, I gave you a chance to live. Xuanhuan's words were soft but truthful, at least to him. Ever since Sasha arrived in Yu City, Xuanhuan's non-involvement in directly hunting him down was already giving him a lifeline. However, upon hearing this, Sasha responded with a faint, cold smirk. For years, I have wandered outside seeking answers about that battle long ago. Xuanhuan quietly gazed at the speaking Sasha. Leno felt somewhat uneasy, and only when I was in the Empire did I hear something about you and our old Captain Noka. What rumors? Xuanhuan asked calmly as Sasha took a step forward and continued. It was you. You colluded with the Buston Empire Knights, betrayed the old captain, betrayed Cold Iron. Sasha said each word deliberately, fury burning in his eyes as he drew closer, his waist-length sword unsheathing in the same moment. Leno had anticipated this well in advance. He cared little for the truth of events past, nor did he concern himself over whether the old captain died because of Xuanhuan. He only cared about Xuanhuan. He only followed Xuanhuan's orders. Leno pulled out an ancient longbow from behind him and stepped forward to block Xuanhuan's path, pulling the bowstring taut, arrows flying in rapid succession. Martial Art, Swordsman Clone. Chapter 171, The Undying and Arcane, Light Strike. Combat Skill, Swordsman Phantom. Swaoshia rapidly closed the distance between him and Xuanhuan, wed while activating Swordsman Phantom. Several illusions identical to Swaoshia gradually appeared around him, eventually becoming almost tangible. Their long swords swung in unison, intercepting and severing over a dozen chi arrows unleashed by Leno. Jilin Wed. Xuanhuan growled angrily under his breath, his long sword flashing as he fiercely slashed towards Jilin Wed's position. Before Xuanhuan could reach, Jilin Wed had already pushed Leno aside. Leno, you're no match for him, step back. Jilin Wed's whisper rang in Leno's ear. The several swordsman phantoms identical to Xuanhuan were now upon them. Frostbite quivered, excited and thrilled at the impending battle. With a whoosh, Jilin Wed unsheathed Frostbite from his waist, releasing a massive wave of cold energy. Facing him were Xuanhuan's swordsman phantoms. They instantly disintegrated before Frostbite's blade energy, leaving only Xuanhuan himself with his raised sword. Clang clang. The two long swords clashed and swept past each other. The sharp edges sparked and screeched with metal sounds. Jilin Wed. It was you who betrayed Cold Iron and killed our Captain Nake. Xuanhuan's deep and hoarse voice thundered as he interrogated Jilin Wednesday. And it was in this moment of close confrontation that Jilin Wed clearly saw Xuanhuan's red eyes. Ha ha. A mocking laugh filled the air, yet Jilin Wed made no denial about Xuanhuan's accusations. Xuanhuan seemed momentarily startled. Of course, he had known this all along, but he had never wanted to believe it. He couldn't imagine that one of his most trusted friends would betray Cold Iron, kill his mentor, and falsely accuse him. Damn it, Xuanhuan shouted in rage, and his long sword shone brilliantly once more due to the gathered chi energy. Combat skill, 6 consecutive strikes, 6 consecutive slashes, each radiating an unstoppable aura, carried an overwhelming force. Yet Jilin Wed merely flicked his Frostbite lightly. A seemingly casual but agile flick of the sword released a torrential energy impact. The supreme cold energy of the famed sword Frostbite, combined with the powerful shockwave, instantly froze the entire campground floor with a layer of frost. Even Leno watching from afar felt a bone-chilling cold through this frost. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted at the center of the camp. The 6 continuous flying strikes of Xuanhuan met the azure ice energy impact of Jilin Wed, where chi and arcane energy collided and eventually dissipated together. Xuanhuan. As the light faded, Xuanhuan disappeared from sight. But Jilin Wed showed no sign of panic, calmly walking across the frost-covered campground while cleaning the famed sword Frostbite in his hand and continuing indifferently. In fact, when I first met you many years ago, I already knew we were not of the same kind. Jilin Wed's words carried a natural persuasiveness. Together with his gently swaying half-long golden curls, it was as if it reminded Xuanhuan hidden in the shadows of what happened so long ago. From a temporary campsite where Xuanhuan, already a senior officer of Cold Iron, immediately challenged Jilin Wed, the new mercenary member, to a duel upon their first meeting. Perhaps, even then, he sensed it. Jilin Wed was an extremely dangerous person. Xuanhuan, you think it was me who betrayed Cold Iron? Jilin Wed had secretly activated scouting magic for reconnaissance. However, obviously, Xuanhuan was prepared, making it hard to locate him within a short time. In fact, it wasn't me who betrayed Cold Iron. It was Nake, our old captain, your benefactor. He was the one who betrayed us. You lie. Xuanhuan would no longer believe any of Jilin Wed's nonsense, forgetting he was supposed to be lurking in the dark, directly cursing Jilin Wednesday. For Xuanhuan, Nake was much more than just a captain, and for Jilin Wed, Xuanhuan's cover had been blown, which was more than enough. Arcane, light strike. The arcane attack Jilin Wed had been preparing was instantly unleashed. The enormous deep blue light strike charged straight towards Xuanhuan's location, leaving no place to hide. Damn it. Xuanhuan instantly understood Jilin Wed's intent and swung his long sword with all his might. Facing the immense deep blue light strike, Xuanhuan, holding his sword to block it, seemed overwhelmingly small. All the mercenaries and thieves you sent couldn't kill me. While fiercely resisting Jilin Wed's arcane light strike, Xuanhuan unconsciously muttered, as if he had an obsession in his mind that was hard to forget. Your arcane power will never kill me. Xuanhuan swung his sword with great effort, redirecting the deep blue light strike attached with chi energy straight into the air, where it exploded into a burst of blue. Xuanhuan felt somewhat strained. He suddenly felt dizzy, either because his eyes were dazzled by the blue explosion, or because blocking Jilin Wed's well-prepared light strike had cost too much of his strength. But Xuanhuan didn't have time to rest. At the moment the blue explosion sounded, Xuanhuan tightly gripped his long sword but sensed a murderous aura behind him. The sword was drawn back for defense. It clashed precisely with Jilin Wed's thrusting Frostbite. A huge force surged from the wrist, making Xuanhuan feel like his own long sword was about to be shaken out of his hands by this tremendous force. Xuanhuan, after all these years, you haven't changed a bit. Jilin Wed, always calm and composed, finally revealed a hint of bloodlust in his eyes at this moment. Jilin Wed exerted his force, sending Xuanhuan's long sword flying instantly. Staring in disbelief, Xuanhuan nonetheless showed a determined look in his eyes. With a surge of chi energy across his body, he managed to quickly regain hold of the long sword. And as Jilin Wed's famous sword, Frostbite, slashed and danced, several cuts clearly appeared on Xuanhuan's body. After all these years, your strength hasn't improved at all. Your character still has plenty of weaknesses. How can you be qualified to be the leader of Cold Iron? And how could you possibly kill me? Chapter 172, The Undying and the Common Fighter. After all these years, your strength has not improved one bit, and your character is still riddled with weaknesses. How can you possibly be worthy to become the leader of Chill Iron? And how could you kill me? Killenweed spoke each word slowly, while at the same time brandishing his frostblade, driving Xuanhuan into a desperate situation. Xuanhuan retrieved his longsword and attempted to resist with it. However, Killenweed's attacks were extraordinarily fierce. Xuanhuan blocked one strike, only to be injured by another sword key moments later. You are simply unworthy to be my adversary. Killenweed's eyes suddenly turned exceptionally cruel. The renowned sword in his hand, Frostblade, unleashed arcane energy as it attacked together, and in an instant, Xuanhuan's movements stiffened as he parried with his sword. The tip of the Frostblade had already pierced through his body. At the same time, layers of frost began to form over Xuanhuan's body, instantly solidifying and obstructing the martial qi within him that was flowing to heal his wounds. This was also one of the small yet potent abilities of the Frostblade, preventing the opponent's wounds from being healed by their own energy. In Xuanhuan's originally blood-red pupils, the fervent spirit seemed to dim down. And along with this, the long sword he held in his hand became listless and dropped limply. Death might be your best fate. Killenweed continued to calmly express his opinions about Xuanhuan, withdrawing his Frostblade. Like flipping a magical switch, the frozen body of Xuanhuan instantly covered itself with a layer of frost across the entire body. Xuanhuan fell to the ground, but hadn't completely lost consciousness. No, Xuanhuan's whispered muttering was inaudible to others. But Killenweed, a master who had entered the heroic realm, could hear every word clearly. No. Xuanhuan's low murmurs sparked Killenweed's curiosity. What are you saying? Killenweed slowly approached the kneeling, battered swordsman before him, who was now encased in a layer of frost. He wasn't Killenweed's match, yet he was someone who alone could make Chill Iron crumble internally. The reason why Killenweed sent all the mercenaries of Chill Iron away was not just to give Xuanhuan the opportunity to find himself, but also for precautionary measures. He wanted to prevent the possibility of loyalty towards Xuanhuan lingering among some old members of Chill Iron. Killenweed would never allow any possibility to weaken his power. This was his bottom line. And right now, Killenweed obviously believed he had everything under control. Killenweed, I will never let. Xuanhuan's voice was hoarse and low, but it abruptly turned into a roar. Let you be the leader of Chill Iron. With a loud shout, Xuanhuan's martial qi surged out around him like tangible energy. That pure and righteous martial qi immediately drove away all the frost on his body. Alongside this, the longsword in Xuanhuan's hand once again emitted a brilliant light. Art of martial techniques, continuous strikes. Xuanhuan's sudden burst shocked Lei Nuo far away. He was going all out without reservation. Lei Nuo mused internally, just after seeing their leader, Killenweed's Frostblade, pierce through Xuanhuan's body. Lei Nuo thought victory was assured, but it was beyond imagination that the next moment, Xuanhuan would rise up fiercely in this manner. Both Killenweed and Lei Nuo had worked together with Xuanhuan in Chill Iron. They both had some understanding of Xuanhuan's combat prowess. Lei Nuo, in particular, was someone who loved to study fighting techniques and weapons related to battles. Regarding Xuanhuan, the individual whom everyone previously assumed would be the next leader of Chill Iron, Lei Nuo, although indifferent, still consciously or unconsciously paid more attention to his battle skills. This reckless fighting method was absent from Xuanhuan's previous battle habits. What had he experienced? Did his wanderings harden his heart to such an extent? Are you still able to fight? Killenweed handled Xuanhuan's sudden attack with ease. The Frostblade, in his hand, effortlessly defended against Xuanhuan's martial technique attack. A trace of disdain appeared in Killenweed's eyes. Xuanhuan was using his life force martial yuan to obtain energy. It was a reckless style of fighting. Such a method was inherently one used by common fighters. Indeed, you do not deserve to be the leader of Chill Iron. Killenweed deflected Xuanhuan's attack with a single stroke of his sword. This time, however, Xuanhuan didn't lose his balance as he had before. Instead, he redirected the blade and stabbed toward Killenweed's vital point at an extremely devious angle. I am unworthy. Xuanhuan's attack was accompanied by his deep, hoarse roar. But you are even less worthy. Killenweed. The clashing sound of metallic longswords rang out once again. Killenweed's renowned Frostblade activated its skill, sending layer upon layer of frost crawling along Xuanhuan's longsword toward his body. Leader, be careful. Lei Nuo's sudden exclamation startled Killenweed, who noticed something odd. The frosty breath of the Frostblade seeped into Xuanhuan's body. This frost, generated from the arcane energy-infused millennia-old cold iron, was potent enough to transform an ordinary person into a solid ice sculpture in an instant. Yet Killenweed firmly held the absolute advantage. He couldn't understand why Lei Nuo would suddenly warn him. Until Killenweed felt a faint chill envelop his body. Looking towards the source of this icy sensation, Killenweed saw Xuanhuan, the reckless madman, abandon his long sword and lunge directly towards him. Killenweed's Frostblade pierced through Xuanhuan's body again, pushing the already grievously injured Xuanhuan closer to the shadow of death. The frosty breath of the Frostblade began to invade Killenweed via Xuanhuan's hand. This was the origin of the fleeting chill that Killenweed had sensed. So, you're planning to use the Frostblade's frosty breath to take me down with you? Killenweed realized internally, but couldn't help but chuckle with a tinge of ridicule. If that's your plan, then you're too naive, Xuanhuan. With a slight twist, Killenweed widened the wound and tore at Xuanhuan's innards using the Frostblade already piercing through his torso. Simultaneously, Killenweed ceased infusing the frost blade with its frosty breath, thoroughly thwarting Suashia's scheme. Die peacefully, Suashia. Chapter 173, The Undead and the Poison Dagger. Die in peace, Soja. Killenweed coldly watched the opponent in front of him, now completely devoid of any life force. He was about to withdraw his blade, the frost. In a daze, Killenweed only felt a sudden pain in his waist. When he looked down again, Soja had already plunged a dagger, blackened with poison, deep into Killenweed's abdomen. The originally crimson blood flowing from the wound instantly turned a terrifying black as it passed the dagger. Killenweed was somewhat stunned. He had been successfully attacked by the other party. Impossible. His detection magic had never ceased. How could it fail to detect that the other party possessed a poison dagger? Killenweed couldn't believe it. Reno, who had been guarding from afar, instantly arrived at Killenweed's side. An arrow flew from his bow, ensuring that Soja would have no chance of survival. Reno swiftly drew his belt knife and severed the arm holding the dagger, making sure the injury wouldn't cause Killenweed to lose too much blood due to barbs or extraction. Leader, rest assured, our doctors will be here soon, and I'll send for an official from the Holy Light Temple immediately. Compared to Reno's frantic actions, Killenweed seemed slightly frozen. Ha ha ha. Killenweed's light laugh baffled Reno. As Reno continued his emergency treatment for the poison wounds without pause, his gaze lingered on Killenweed. I understand. Killenweed focused on the dagger in his waist, and with a strong effort from his left hand, he suddenly pulled it out. Reno was startled, looking towards Killenweed. Killenweed examined the poisoned black dagger in his hand. It was the exclusive design of the elves of the Fagin Forest. It's the elves. Soja, what else is there about you that I don't know? After Killenweed spoke, Reno followed his gaze towards Soja, who should have fallen helplessly to near death. Soja remained lying on the ground, as if dead. A figure approached step by step with such agility far beyond that of ordinary humans. Killenweed's wound had been simply bandaged by Reno, but the intense toxin still made his face appear pale. It's you, assisting Soja from the shadows, isn't it? Mysterious elf. Killenweed glanced upward at the new arrival, his cold words seemingly striking the truth in one fell swoop. The shadowy figure gradually came closer. She was a noble, eternal elf, draped in a vibrant green forest cloak of the elves. Underneath were the elaborate robes specific to elven forest priests, combined partially with ranger-style leather armor. Her exquisite features and tall figure exuded both gracefulness and vigor. And yet, Reno immediately recognized her. She was the elven female slave who had accompanied them and Zhao Yekong to the underground ancient tomb, long ago. Using some unknown magic, the elf slipped right through the camp fence to kneel beside the fallen Soja. Removing her large hood gently, under the glow of two bright moons, the angelically carved, beautiful appearance belonged to none other than Yali. Captain Killen, you're already poisoned severely, yet show not a hint of concern for yourself. The entirely transformed Yali carried herself like the royal lineage among elves, every word and action full of high pride. Even the first princess of the Fritz royal family, Lubia Fritz, paled in comparison to merely 1/10 of her elegance. Killenweed's face remained calm as ever. Reno, however, clearly struggled to hold back, ready to step forward to seize possible antidotes, but was stopped by Killenweed's subtle wave. Had it not been for your assistance using beneficial magic in secret, Soja would have died when first pierced by frost, wouldn't he? Indeed, Captain Killen is astute. Seeing the elf in front of him showing not the slightest care for the duel's outcome, Killenweed began to become somewhat cautious. So what do you want, Miss Elf? Killenweed addressed her with honorifics, attempting to negotiate. As someone who had entered the hero realm, Killenweed could perceive it. This elf possessed strength likely surpassing even his own. Moreover, given his current state of poisoning, a confrontation wasn't wise. He needed to rely on wit instead of brute force. Do you think I need anything, Captain Killen? If you need nothing, you wouldn't have shown up just as I'm poisoned. The elf lightly covered her mouth in soft laughter. Captain Killen is truly no ordinary human. So let me get straight to the point then. I need you to assist me in protecting someone. Who? Killenweed, rarely showing signs of impatience, pressed for an answer, while the elf exuded confidence and responded slowly. Cress. Perhaps it would be better to call him one of the undead. Within Yabu City, the adventurers serving as secondary palace guards passed by the barrier and retreated to the rear. This squad of guards had received orders to hold this position until their wounds healed and they restocked supplies. The space opened by the barrier, allowing the adventurers' passage, was immediately piled high with wood, blocking it up. There was no one ahead. This meant that here was the front line. Behind them, the retreating adventurers bore heavy scars, claw marks and burned spots marring their armor, blood splattered all over. Further back, firewalls could be seen spurting flames. This location was about 150 meters inside the enemy's territory. What was once familiar, Fritz's capital Yabu City, now felt like stepping into a different world entirely. They destroyed nearby houses and used the time bought by the adventurers to build barriers. Yet what had just seemed indestructible moments ago now looked exceedingly fragile, as though it could be demolished easily. Don't worry. The Phantom Demon didn't chase the adventurers here. The enemy must not want to advance. They're probably consolidating their defenses. Don't worry. There won't be an attack. Somebody else muttered the same words again. To ease the extreme unease and to pray for survival, these repeated phrases echoed like prayers to the gods. 45 guards defended this barrier. They wielded long spears and wore leather armor. One man among them also donned a helmet. His name was Bernard Ingeroy, one of several guard leaders. Being called a guard leader actually made no difference from any other guard. He wasn't particularly well built, nor especially smart. His strength probably couldn't match that of younger guards either. The only reason he ended up in this position was because, having served for 40 years, when the post became available, there was no more suitable candidate than him. His complexion was pale, and his hands gripped his spears so tightly that they turned white. Upon closer inspection, his legs were slightly trembling too. Staring steadfastly ahead was perhaps because he dared not look elsewhere. His extremely unreliable demeanor only added to the uneasiness of the other guards. Still, it wasn't entirely his fault, for this was his first life-and-death battle. Chapter 174, The Undying and Sobbing. Indeed, the Fritz Kingdom sent its armies to the Cat's Plains every year to confront the soldiers of the Boston Empire. However, the guards, tasked with defending the city, had never been on the battlefield against the Empire. Thus, for citizens who didn't wish to participate in the Empire's wars, being a guard was an enviable job. Who would have thought that now? Up until this point, he was only involved in small disputes such as drunken brawls, rarely intervening in bloody incidents. Therefore, the sense of fear became even more intense. The reason he managed to suppress the urge to run away was because he knew if he fled, there would be serious consequences. Even if there was no punishment, he was spared from participating in the Empire's wars because he was supposed to defend the city. If he failed to properly defend it, next time he would definitely be forced onto the battlefield. When this is over, I'm definitely quitting my job as a guard, Bernard muttered softly. A few people around him nodded in agreement. Do you remember what the adventurers mentioned? Are you referring to their encounter with hellhounds, high-level hellhounds, ruby-eyed demons, and groups of very small demons, the so-called phantom monsters? That's right. Is anyone familiar with those phantom monsters? Do you know their weaknesses or anything they hate? No one answered, merely exchanging blank looks. Bernard's face clearly said, this is useless, and seeing the discontented expressions of the few nearby, he redirected his anger. Damn it. Those adventurers couldn't explain things more clearly, could they? The adventurers who provided the guards with information about the phantom monsters were heavily injured at the time and focused on retreating. As a result, they could only name the phantom monsters, lacking the strength to describe their appearances or methods of attack. Nevertheless, blaming the adventurers for this omission seemed rather cruel. The failure of the communication was largely due to the lack of coordination between the guards and the adventurers. The establishment of defense lines by the unknowing guards was undeniably a miscalculation by the higher-ups. Moreover, not all the squads of guards were entirely ignorant of enemy details. Some squads, under similar conditions, did manage to acquire such information. These squads took several members to help carry the injured adventurers to the rear while questioning them for detailed intelligence. This squad failed to do so, possibly because Bernard, their leader, hadn't considered it enough and dared not reduce the number of guards maintaining the defense line. They're probably paid more than us and should work harder. They shouldn't be afraid to die. Bernard shouted loudly, and a few others agreed. We are also fighting for our lives. So why shouldn't they persist in fighting until death? Why retreat? Bernard questioned the guards around him, failing to notice the cold gazes of distant guards, focusing solely on criticizing the adventurers loudly among those nearby. Here they come. A guard keeping watch in front suddenly shouted, causing Bernard to immediately display a look of nausea. Everyone saw the figure of a demon approaching along the road towards them. At the forefront was a demon resembling a fusion of a frog and a human. Its skin, like that of a person suffering from jaundice, gleamed with a slimy luster. Various parts of its bloated body revealed human faces seemingly pushed out from within. It opened its straight, man-swallowing mouth, and its abnormally long tongue licked the air. Hellhounds circled around it expectantly, hoping for food. Following behind was a group of humans whose skins had been peeled off, covered in black slime instead. In total, there were 50 beasts, 1 belly-exposing demon, and 6 skinless demons. There are too many. Bernard let out a terrible scream akin to the screech of a broken bell. It's hopeless. Run quickly. Shut up. Someone roared at Bernard angrily. Be quiet. Ignoring Bernard's screams, the angry guard turned tensely toward his comrades. Listen up. Just stab outward with the spears. Our job isn't to kill them. It's to buy time. Don't worry. We'll survive. Several others echoed, we will survive, and then more repeated it. All right, let's go. Despite their expressions frozen with terror, the guards spread out into positions, raising their spears. You get over here. One man dragged Bernard forcibly to position him. Not a single person's effort could be wasted. The beasts roared and clawed desperately to break through the barrier. Wood cracked alarmingly fast, turning into fragments of wood chips. The guards thrust their spears through the rapidly narrowing gaps of the poles. Beasts' agonized cries echoed continuously. The other beasts not pierced by the spears also hastily moved away from the barriers. Emitting rumbling growls from their throats, they circled around observing the situation. The guards, whose spirits had lightened slightly, would thrust their spears through the cracks as soon as any beasts approached the barrier. The beasts would then immediately back away. The guards regained some color in their faces. The demons in the rear only showed a terrifying grin without taking any action, causing unease among everyone. But if time could just pass this way, that would be for the best. They were here not to defeat the demons. What's happening? A guard uttered a voice of trepidation at the sight before him. The beasts began to form ranks. They lined up horizontally at a distance where they were almost within reach of the spears. Unlike their previous random charges, this organized behavior unsettled the guards. If they possessed detailed information about these beasts, perhaps there would be other ways to counter them. but all they could do was thrust their spears through the cracks. They couldn't adapt to the movements of their opponents. As they held their spears ready to stab, the beasts opened their mouths. Their wide-open jaws looked as though their jaws had dislocated. The deep red inside wasn't from the mouth itself, but something more intense. Lotus-like hellfire spewed forth and assailed the barrier all at once. It seemed like the entire barrier burst into flames, turning the guard's vision completely red. Though fierce, the attack was too brief to fully destroy the barrier. However, it was different for the guards waiting behind the shield. There were cries of agony everywhere. Some had their eyeballs scorched, others inhaled the flames, and had their esophagus and lungs entirely charred. These individuals fell one by one. Only those on both ends survived. The guards stationed in the center were all hit directly by the flames and met their end. It's hopeless. The unspoken words were first voiced by Bernard. His following actions were remarkably swift. Bernard discarded his spear and even abandoned his helmet. After reducing his load as much as possible, he fled with all his might. All the remaining guards were dumbfounded. They weren't surprised that Bernard would flee, but the completeness of his escape left them speechless. Bernard's sprinting speed amazed them. Evidently, humans could run this fast when pushed to the brink. The surviving guards stood half open-mouthed, watching that figure disappear into the distance. However, his escape came to an abrupt end. A bloated demon without wings descended from the sky and landed heavily on Bernard, pinning him down. There came the sound of dry branches snapping repeatedly. They heard the pitiful wails of suffering. Chapter 175, The Undead and Eddart's Reappearance. Though the demon could have easily killed Berna, it did not. The demon's next move immediately dispelled any notions of mercy. The demon lifted Berna's body into the air. It opened its massive mouth and swallowed Berna whole. Its already swollen belly showed no change after consuming Berna. No, there was a big difference. Among the many faces seemingly stuck to its body, one new face emerged. Though not immediately apparent, it was Berna's face. Behind them came the sound of barriers crumbling step by step, yet none of the guards could move. From the very start, those flimsy barriers meant nothing to them. The demons crossed over the destroyed barrier, encircling the guards. Soft whimpers could be heard. They were the cries of those who knew their end was near. Then came the demons' raucous laughter, a mockery directed at foolish humans. As one guard prayed silently to the gods and looked up into the night sky, he saw something strange. A shadow rapidly approached, an unusual figure. It was a warrior clad in pitch-black leather armor. The deep red cape billowed behind the warrior, holding twin greatswords in either hand. Embroidered on that deep red cape was something it should not possess. The symbol of the Jesk family, the tulip. Throw me down. Despite the great distance between them, it felt as though the voice of the warrior could be heard clearly. Yet this wasn't an illusion, as two figures in the air released their grip, and the warrior seemed propelled forward by an invisible force from behind. Tracing a horizontal parabola, the warrior landed smoothly onto the road. Moving as if gliding with frictionless ease, the warrior cut down a hellhound blocking the way and finally stopped. Such a grand entrance caused both friend and foe alike to halt all actions. As such, the warrior's calm voice carried exceptionally loudly. I am Jesk, a free warrior, Jesk Eddard. Hand them over. You lot, fall back. At first, the guards didn't understand what the dark warrior was saying. However, the overwhelming roar of beasts brought them back to their senses. It was then they realized the reinforcements they awaited had finally arrived. Hellhounds. Just these few? I'd even welcome twice their number. Hellhounds attacked from all sides, attempting to slaughter the dark warrior, Eddard. Surrounding him completely, they left no gaps. Even trying to defend oneself with swords would leave openings at the back for biting and tearing. And even when some beasts were struck down, others would trample upon them. If thrown off balance by a hellhound leaping into the air, it became impossible to avoid the next attack. This kind of assault relied entirely on brute numbers. No wonder the guards wore looks of sorrow. But the soldiers present underestimated the true strength of a powerful fighter. Great swords whipped up fierce winds, repelling enemies. Everyone with eyes to see fell silent. That was one slash. An ordinary man might have only managed to fell one beast, but depending on who swung the sword, the strike could transcend normal limits. Of the hellhounds which the guards believed unbeatable, for were cleanly bisected, their bodies rolling onto the road. Still, perhaps due to exerting full force with his sword strikes, Eddard's body slightly lost balance. There were still hellhounds alive. He wouldn't be able to evade the next attack. Although the armor looked sturdy, hellhounds had razor-sharp fangs capable of piercing steel, and claws tough enough to shred it. Being attacked by so many hounds certainly left no chance for him to escape unscathed. The guards envisioned the helper, the adventurer, lying in bloody tatters before their eyes. But again, this was premature judgment on their part. Instead of forcibly restoring his balance, Eddard used the momentum of the stagger to swirl around. His deep red cape flapped wildly, creating a vortex-like motion akin to roaring flames. With dancer-like grace, he stabilized himself once more and swept his blade from left to right, letting out a howling wind. The remaining hellhounds' bodies were cleaved apart and viciously hurled onto the road. Not a single hound remained capable of movement. It took only 2 strikes. One guard murmured this aloud, expressing the thoughts of everyone present. No, witnessing such a feat rendered other reactions impossible. And now, soul-devouring demons and red-eyed demons. Boring foes. Leaving behind this whisper, Eddard stepped forth toward the demons. His stride was leisurely, almost as if taking a stroll in a park, devoid of any caution. Normally, someone would try to stop him, but seeing that incredible display earlier, no one dared do so. All mortals can do is watch the back of a mighty warrior walk ahead. Unable to withstand the pressure of such casual approach, the red-eyed demon emitted a wild cry and lunged forward. In a flash, its severed body parts flew everywhere. During this time, Eddard didn't pause a single step. As if the red-eyed demon didn't even exist, he moved forward calmly, as though walking through an empty void. Too strong. It wasn't in response to the guards' voices, but the soul-devouring demon suddenly opened its enormous mouth wide. The gaping maw resembled a snake ready to swallow its prey whole, with flickering flames visible deep inside. The human faces adorning its body appeared more agonized. A soul scream was about to be unleashed. The scream of a soul devoured by the soul-devouring demon would cause the living to shrink in despair and faint in anguish. But before the demon could emit that scream, its head flew off first. The head, impaled by a large sword thrown at it, rolled onto the ground. As long as you defeat it before it screams. Eddard said this brief sentence before retrieving the sword from the corpse. In merely tens of seconds, the demons the guards believed impossible to defeat were wiped out completely. The guards let out shouts of triumph. It was the roaring cry of souls spared death. As waves of joy surged through his entire body, Eddard addressed them calmly. Next, adventurers should carry out a counterattack. Please continue defending this place for some more time. But since I've just driven back those demons, they likely won't return in the short term. Trouble you. The latter part was directed toward the two spellcasters who had arrived. These two spellcasters lifted Eddard into the air. As Eddard slowly ascended higher, he left the group with one last remark. Next, I will head to rendezvous with the main force, Dawn. Until then, please ensure the safety of the civilians behind us. We count on your protection. Watching the group disappear into the sky, the guards couldn't help but sigh. Having been entrusted by such a powerful warrior, how embarrassing would it be not to hold this ground? Hey, rebuild the barriers. We need to stop the enemy once again. Don't waste time imagining what happens when we're breached. And in Eddard's gradually distant gaze, this former chief guard of the Jesk family, a mere pawn abandoned by Jesk Halden after barely surviving death. He had something incredibly vital to personally inform. Press. Chapter 176, The Undying and Realization. Inside the flame colossus of Yeo City, the second assault team, composed of adventurers at the level of Secret Silver and above, was led by Teal Ainzo, with Walner beside him, as they began to advance. At the outset, others had repeatedly urged Teal Ainzo to reconsider, arguing that those capable of commanding the battlefield should not be on the front lines. However, whether Teal Ainzo went or not would significantly impact their combat strength. The top priority now was to ensure that Cress could deal with Zhao Yekong smoothly. In light of this, how could Teal Ainzo remain in the rear? They avoided Cress's rear and entered the destination via an alternative route. Their first target location was originally supposed to have a barrier constructed by the guards. However, what they saw was instead a blood-red road, with torn flesh scattered everywhere, a grim scene of slaughter. Naturally, the barrier had been destroyed entirely, not even a shadow remaining. The adventurers made a loud sound, gathered together, and continued their invasion. However, they hadn't advanced more than 30 meters when they engaged in battle with a group of illusion demons appearing from nearby forks in the road. At the start of the fight, the adventurers, who individually possessed superior combat strength compared to their opponents, initially had the upper hand. However, the balance of power gradually tilted. The reason was that the number of enemies far surpassed individual prowess. The sheer quantity was so great it gave the illusion that all the illusion demons present had congregated there. Do not retreat. Keep resisting. Teal Ainzo shouted, activating mass support magic. Of course, none of the adventurers intended to retreat. They knew the importance of this operation and thus would never choose to step back. Li Eloa and Dawnlight's mission was to handle enemies interfering with Cress's battle at the nearest position. Conversely, their mission was to apply pressure to the illusion demons so they wouldn't interfere with Cress. In that sense, confronting such a large number of enemies head-on could be considered the greatest support for Cress. The longer they fought here, the higher the chances of Cress's success. Roars and the clashing of blades echoed simultaneously. Magic was unleashed, special abilities activated, fiery breath incinerating bodies, sounds overlapping each other. After confirming the situation, Teal Ainzo's expression twisted. A self-muttered remark by one adventurer had taken root in his mind. The illusion demons are getting stronger. Perhaps the demon world gate where the illusion demons reside was slowly opening, summoning even more powerful ones. Could this wall of fire represent some kind of boundary? And if time continued, what would happen? Moreover, after defeating Zhao Yekong, would Fritz Wangdu really restore peace? Or will all of this just be a waste? Tedious nonsense. He cursed, dismissing countless worries. You won't know unless you try. That's why Teal Ainzo had to fight with his sword. Fire. One of the floating swords surrounding his shoulder vertically rose, then shot out upon command. The sword flying through the air pierced a hellhound rushing forward with its jaws wide open, causing it to vanish without leaving any remains. Teal Ainzo glanced around and realized he and everyone else were completely surrounded. Their invasion had stalled completely since earlier, and there was no easing of the enemy's overwhelming encirclement. At this moment, he could only continue fighting, slashing his sword repeatedly. Frontline fighters discarded broken weapons, or ones whose blades had chipped, starting to take out backup weapons. Magic chanters who exhausted their mana began using scrolls or rods to cast spells. Supplies had completely run out. The outer perimeter was manned by Shan Tonggrade adventurers, protecting inside the wounded Secret Silver adventurers who had completely lost their mana. Still, not good. If this continues, we'll be worn down. Is it over yet? Have they defeated Zhao Yekong yet? Hearing a scream of pain, Teal Ainzuo turned his head hastily. He saw a warrior fall after being struck hard by the illusion demons. Tisk! Before Teal Ainzuo could take a single step, Walner had already rushed toward the illusion demons, filling the gap in their formation. The adventurers behind dragged the fallen warrior to the rear. Although he appeared still alive, it went without saying how dire the current situation was. The lack of healing magic indicated that the priests' and faith-based spellcasters' mana had been excessively depleted. There was nothing left to do but retreat. Once the power balance collapses, the next thing is to be overwhelmed by the enemy all at once. Teal Ainzuo couldn't let them die. If Crescent fails, action based on future circumstances must be planned. It will be difficult to retreat when physical strength is depleted. We must withdraw while we still have a little bit of strength left. Retreat. Just as Teal Ainzuo was about to shout the order to retreat, a strange illusion demon, descending slowly from the sky, made him gasp. About 3 meters tall, its well-developed body was covered in reptilian scales. Its snake-like tail coiled violently. Its head was a goat's skull. Hollow black eye sockets blazed with pale fire in a wild frenzy. Thick arms gripped an enormous iron hammer. The bat-like wings folded on its back unfolded. With one flap, cold air whipped like a gale, accompanied by a chilling terror that struck the soul. Thanks to his magic resistance against fear, he did not succumb to panic, but his opponent had clearly displayed power surpassing the previous illusion demons. His body was drenched in sweat. This isn't good. If he were at full magical strength and his team members were present, they could barely manage a win. If only they'd investigated their enemy beforehand, victory would be practically guaranteed. But in this current situation, the odds of winning were zero. Firstly, the knowledgeable captain of the blood dance who wielded potent magic wasn't here. The warriors who could block the enemy's weapons and counterattack weren't here. Neither was Walner, who could skillfully evade attacks and continuously assault using ninja techniques. All that remained were just two exhausted individuals, him and Walner. He looked at Walner, and Walner nodded in response, showing acceptance of their fate. Teal Ainzuo gripped the magical sword xuanhuan and prepared to face the approaching illusion demon. At that moment, an adventurer of Shan Tong level grabbed his shoulder and shouted, "We'll hold him off. You run." Teal Ainzuo was taken aback as the man spoke urgently. "As long as you live, you can use resurrection magic for us. So, you must go back alive. Do it for those of us who might be resurrected." The man grinned with manly charm, his face exuding the allure worthy of his Shan Tong rank. All adventurers agreed with his words and nodded forcefully. Upon calm reflection, what they said was right. Leaving behind one life to resurrect those who died here would be more helpful than making a desperate last stand. I've heard resurrection magic requires expensive materials as a medium. Please consider mine free of charge. Isn't it supposed to be covered by the princess? Let the nobles pay. They should cough up something. Their steps were as light as if they were going on a picnic, and several adventurers broke away from the circular formation. There was no signal or exchange of glances. Their movements were like decisions made by the same mind, walking towards the appearing illusion demon. The carefree attitude of those prepared to die left Teal Ainzuo biting his lower lip tightly as he turned his back on them. Break through the enemy ranks. Give it your all. Just reserve enough strength to keep running. Chapter 177, The Undead and Sands of the Domain. Break through their formation. Give it all you've got. Just save enough strength to run. As he shouted, he charged toward the group of phantom demons, wielding the xuanhuan. His defense was entirely reliant on his armor and magic. Abandoning his own safety up to the very last limit, he carved a bloody path forward. Tianjua felt the pain of flesh being torn and hard objects piercing his body, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He calmly assessed his remaining stamina, waiting until the last moment to activate his non-verbal healing magic. Tianjua must return alive, but breaking through without pushing himself would not suffice. Roar! He channeled the majority of his remaining mana into xuanhuan. The stars on the blade grew larger, and the entire edge expanded. Ultimate skill. Black magic sword million shockwave. The sword swept horizontally, unleashing a dark explosive wave like a rampant storm. The low-tier, phantom demons, were wiped out one after another by the force of the unattributed energy explosion. Although there was no need to call out the skill's name, the attack was highly effective. However, it's still too far. Through his utterly exhausted eyes, he saw, though they were only low-tier, phantom demons, they had formed a thick wall. Despite blowing so many phantom demons away earlier, the holes in the wall had already been filled. Could he really break through? His growing unease made his heart race, using that anxiety as strength to swing xuanhuan, restoring its size to normal. At this moment, Tianjua noticed a gleam of metal behind the phantom demons and heard a man roar. Martial arts, 6 consecutive slashes. 6 slashes erupted, cutting down the phantom demons. Martial arts, 6 consecutive slashes. Another 7 phantom demons fell like butter cut with a heated knife. Witnessing the unmatched sharpness of the famed sword, the phantom demons seemed to hesitate and stop their movements. Spear them all. In response to the roar of the deputy captain of the royal guard, lances protruded from the back ranks in unison. That gleam of steel wasn't something Tianjua imagined. Dozens of spears emerged from behind the deputy captain, skewering the phantom demons, one by one. Appearing there were knights and soldiers guarding the royal castle, numbering in the hundreds and overwhelming the entire road. The phantom demons, intimidated by the opposing forces which outnumbered them 2 to 1, withdrew their encirclement. The crowd cheered as the wounded adventurers were protected and began retreating. How did the Royal Iron Cavalry get here? Weren't they supposed to stay and protect the royal palace, defending the royal family? Perhaps sensing Tyr Ainjua's question, the deputy captain turned his head in one direction. Following his gaze, Tyr Ainjua's eyes widened. There stood a beautiful blonde woman, guarded by 4 priests and 4 magical incantation users. She wore a crown reserved for only one person in the entire kingdom, and she was clad in armor. Fritz Kingdom's first princess, Ruby of Fritz. This kind of action was incredibly dangerous. Though she indeed wore armor, some attacks from the phantom demons could easily pierce through steel. Moreover, even with protection, it was hard to ensure range-based magic wouldn't shatter her defenses and harm the princess's precious body. As an ordinary human, should the princess be caught in the range of such magic, she would certainly perish instantly. Although revival magic existed, it would take a toll on the princess's vitality, given her physical condition. This is what Her Highness said. Are you protecting a lifeless castle, or me? There's only one answer. Our duty is to protect the princess, to protect the Fritz royal family. Therefore, this is where we must fight. Charge! With a shout that shook the earth, the soldiers advanced bravely. A clash between masses of violence. Just when everyone thought the tide would turn, a mountain copper adventurer was thrown back, slamming into the wall with a burst of red blossoms. Aherg! The roar of a massive, phantom demon echoed as if challenging them to come closer, causing the soldiers to freeze. Some phantom demons could not be defeated by numbers alone. Captain, please lend me your strength. Of course. After the reply from the deputy captain, a sudden voice caused Tyr Ainjua to widen his eyes once more. I shall stand alongside you. It was Ruby of Fritz herself, also a faith-based magic priest. This marked the first time the first Princess Ruby of Fritz used her abilities. With so many people joining forces as support, Tyr Ainjua silently prayed. May Crest defeat Zhao Yekong and drive these legions of phantom demons from the capital of Fritz. Yayu City. Wall of Flames, center. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. The crystal pellets infused with Uchi energy struck the female illusion demon leading the charge, Orphan. Besides physical attacks with both bludgeoning and piercing effects, there was also a mysterious dark energy consuming life force. It should have worked this way. However, Orphan continued to run as if unfazed. TCH. Li Eloa leapt into the air. Mages who specialize in magic chance fear nothing more than being approached by enemies. They have better chances when fighting from a distance. The moment he hovered midair, some kind of object exploded before his eyes. Apparently, Li Eloa's previously activated crystal shield deflected the enemy's attack, but the powder surrounding his body had now lost its luster. This was likely because the crystal shield neutralized a rather powerful attack. Fortunately, it was within the shield's defensive capabilities. However, the crystal shield could only withstand a certain level of assault. Once that limit was exceeded, it would offer no protection at all. Here again, the long-range weapon user was Dami, the illusion demon at the back. Ever since the fight began, whenever he tried to ascend high into the air, she would aim her projectiles directly at him. Huh. Orphan unleashed a vigorous roar, swinging her fist towards Lielaw. He clicked his tongue audibly. Opponents who engaged him with punches and kicks were usually no cause for concern for Lielaw. Yet, after just a short period sparring with Orphan, he realized how overconfident he had grown, facing only those far beneath his level. A fearsome foe indeed. Even if he kept his distance, the enemy would close it several times faster. Any mediocre barrier would be shattered instantly by her single strike. These two seemed slightly weaker than himself, yet he dared not let down his guard for a moment. Every second felt like walking on a tightrope. Most troublesome was their impeccable coordination. Adventurers could significantly boost their combat power through teamwork. Clearly, these two's battle capability had multiplied as well. Damn, did illusion demons start forming teams and fighting in unison? Is this even real? Li Eloa didn't feel qualified to criticize others. Although his companions were human, he wasn't quite. His previous stance made him no different from these monstrous illusion demon women. Clang, the crystal shield surrounding him grew thinner. It was almost about to vanish completely. He cursed, doing his best to put distance between himself and Orphan, who continued to lash out physically in front of him. As a vampire, Li Eloa possessed extraordinary physical abilities beyond normal comprehension, but Orphan's stamina surpassed even his. Even so, he managed not to get caught thanks to the help of flight. Using magic effectively while constantly moving and maintaining distance proved difficult. Either one might misjudge distances or find it challenging to focus amidst movement. That's why many spellcasters often stop to shoot spells at each other. Therefore, Li Eloa opted for a straightforward method, solely concentrating on flight to maintain distance, leveraging mobility for advantageous combat conditions. It wasn't just him. Most magic chanters who could use flight trained this way, but how effectively they applied it depended on individual talent. By any measure, disregarding his magical flying abilities as a mage and centuries of experience living for 250 years, his skill truly ranked among the top tier. Still, even someone of his caliber needed to exercise extra caution while evading Orphan. To create a broad circular escape route across the square horizontally, especially with two adversaries, took finesse. A solid bang echoed, and the protective barrier around him disappeared entirely. The crystal shield broke after only 3 hits. It didn't seem cost-effective, but such was the issue with relative strengths, and it was unavoidable. 5th tier magic. Sands of the domain, full range. Sands spread around, enveloping Orphan as well. Due to the distance, he couldn't reach Dami. Because this move affected allies as well, it couldn't be used during team battles. Nevertheless, This wide-range magic could ensnare opponents with sand, hindering their movement. Additionally, it carried secondary impacts like blinding, silencing, and distracting. Moreover, his finishing touch endowed the sand particles with Gucci energy capable of voraciously devouring life force. This marked his own creative fifth-tier magic. Among Li Yilua's hidden trump cards, it was undoubtedly the strongest. Despite this, Orphan's movements did not slow at all, appearing untouched by the damage. What? Apparently, she showed complete resistance against both mobility hindrances and Doqi energy. I must commend you. Your resistances are impressively comprehensive, leaving no chinks in your armor. Orphan offered no reply of gratitude, merely flickering momentarily. Like executing a short-range teleport, Orphan suddenly appeared before him and delivered a swift kick straight to Li Yilua's face. With the sound of cracking mask indentations, Li Yilua's body flew backward violently. Li Yilua bounced twice on the ground with a thud, before he managed to cancel out the force. Shaking his dizzy head, he stood up. At this moment, Orphan was already in front of him. Crystal shield. The crystal wall he created in front of him collided with Orphan's fist, producing a thunderous roar. The crystal wall, as if struck by a huge iron ball, developed radial cracks. Humph! With a heavy stomp of his foot, making a thud sound, the radial cracks were impacted and shattered towards Li Yilua. You're applying force. At this time, only for a short while, Li Yilua, who was slowly putting distance between himself and Orphan through flight, felt the earth tremble. Though he didn't know where the rumble originated from, he had a gut feeling that it was an aftershock of the two combatants' battle. The fight is still going on. No, perhaps it's about to reach its climax. In that case, let me buy a little more time. After shouting, Li Yilua took the initiative to rush towards the attacking Orphan. Just one more push would do. He must exert all efforts to buy some time. This determination led to his special attack. Orphan responded by rotating her hands and assuming a stance of drawing circles with each hand. To Li Yilua, it seemed like an impregnable fortress standing in front of him. But he did not stop. Chapter 178, The Immortal and the Hero. As Li Yilua found himself in a difficult situation, Cress and Zhao Yikong also grappled together, crashing into a house. Cress damaged the door when he slammed Zhao Yikong against it, causing splinters of wood to scatter all over the floor. The dark, narrow room without any light was unsuitable for Cress to wield his sword effectively. It was at this moment that Cress decided to temporarily halt his assault. Continuously aggressive attacks were extremely draining on both physical strength and energy. Even though Cress possessed an enormous amount of stamina and power, after battling Dark Aureus, he no longer recklessly squandered his advantages without thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Yikong, dressed in splendid brocade and wearing a pale golden mask with mountain and sea patterns, slowly rose from amidst the wooden debris. He looked steadily at the unknown black-armored warrior before him. I have a feeling we've met before, sir. Zhao Yikong began conversing with Cress as he moved closer to another long wooden table inside the room, sitting down directly. Cress detected a slight oddity in the other party but did not immediately take action. Cress did not trust or wish to collaborate with Zhao Yikong in any way. However, Zhao Yikong's next words compelled Cress to momentarily suspend his thoughts. How strange. As a powerful immortal who has inherited the legacy of King of the Undead Dark Aureus, you would actually fight for a human kingdom. Cress was somewhat surprised. Of course, he could understand how the other person discerned his identity as an immortal. As a top-notch illusionist, his minor illusions were completely ineffective against Zhao Yikong. Yet, Cress had no idea how Zhao Yikong deduced that he had obtained Dark Aureus powers. Still, Cress tried hard to maintain calmness, his deep male voice beginning to counter-question. So, Zhao Yikong, why do you, as a human, seek to destroy the cities of your own kind? Upon being questioned, Zhao Yikong revealed a faint smile, as if mocking Cress's statement slightly. Sir, have you never destroyed the tomb of an undead? Or are you more interested in rescuing alien beings? For instance, beautiful female elves. Cress's face, transformed by illusion, twitched slightly. Sitting now on one side of the wooden table, Zhao Yikong felt a certain sense of control over the situation. Why don't you sit down first? Perhaps my proposal will be quite satisfactory to both of us. Zhao Yikong's words were akin to the snake tempting Eve. Cress knew the other side harbored no good intentions, but a streak of curiosity and a trace of Zhaoxing lingered in Cress's heart, urging him to find out just how much more the other person could know. He hoped to gain what he desired without bloodshed. Cress exhaled deeply, though he had no lungs. Booted footsteps sounded as he sat on the opposite side of the long wooden table, facing Zhao Yikong across it. On the long wooden table, a candlestick with dim flickering light stood conspicuously alone. So, may I ask what your name is? Cress. Cress, huh? Zhao Yikong silently repeated the word Cress several times in his mouth. Although it was the first time he had heard the name, it felt strangely familiar to him. Cress, do you remember? When we first met, there was a chasm between our abilities, yet now, they're so close. One must say, Mr. Cress, you truly are a very unique immortal. In response to Zhao Yikong's intentionally flattering praise, Cress merely gave a slight twitch of his illusionary lips, giving an indifferent reply. And Zhao Yikong obviously paid little heed to Cress's somewhat perfunctory answer, since he had something more captivating occupying his attention now. As for Cress, he too developed a certain understanding of Zhao Yikong's thoughts. Zhao Yikong, what do you want? Dark Aureus's legacy. Seeing his original plan exposed so easily by the other side, Zhao Yikong showed no sign of being particularly startled. As the distinctly oriental mask was slowly removed, Zhao Yikong once again revealed his true face. With his handsome eastern features paired with silver-white long hair, a profound mystery shone in his deep-set eyes. Truly, Zhao Yikong was an extremely mysterious and enchantingly evil entity. My original goal was indeed the former king of the undead, Dark Aureus, but unfortunately, Sir Cress, you beat me to it. So, are you not planning to take it back? Cress didn't know much about Zhao Yikong, but from their 2 previous encounters, he had already discerned that Zhao Yikong was not one to simply let others take what he sought after. As for Zhao Yikong, who was directly asked by Cress, he responded with a light laugh. To be honest, if I had the confidence to take back what I want from you without paying a great price, I would do so without hesitation. Unfortunately, I have neither the confidence nor the ability. Cress had anticipated Zhao Yikong's answer somewhat, and he wasn't surprised. So, why are you talking to me? What do you need? Something that is trivial to you, but means a lot to me. Upon hearing Zhao Yikong's reply, Cress instead felt a mysterious caution growing in his heart. What you consider trivial might not actually be trivial to me. Cress's sudden rebuttal made Zhao Yikong somewhat surprised. Before Zhao Yikong could say anything, Cress interjected. Is it Dilly? Dilly. This alias caused a flicker of surprise on Zhao Yikong's face. But after a brief moment, Zhao Yikong immediately understood. Do you mean the female illusionist who follows you, sir? Isn't she your younger sister? She is indeed my younger sister, but not entirely. Zhao Yikong's affirmation, yet denial made Cress sense a slight strangeness. Could it be, Master Cress, that you've developed feelings for my beautiful and mischievous younger sister? I'd be more than willing to arrange her marriage to you. Cress was slightly speechless, as if black lines were crossing over his head. So what do you need? The strands of hair above Zhao Yikong's forehead fluttered gently as his lips moved again, producing that ethereal male voice once more. What I need is... Cress was shocked internally, and the pupils created by his illusions even contracted slightly. Seeing that the other party did not directly refute him, Zhao Yikong continued. If Master Cress agrees to my request, I will naturally give my full cooperation to help you obtain what you seek. Master Cress wishes to become the hero of this city, does he not? With my full support, you shall surely deserve the title of hero. Master Cress, what do you think? Chapter 179. The Undead and the Hostages in the Warehouse, Part 1. Please calm down. Please settle down. Princess's guard Klon tried to lower his voice as much as possible, urging everyone to remain calm. However, the large number of people inside the warehouse were extremely agitated, and with his current volume, he could not quiet them down. My child, my wife has been taken away. Dad, Mom. The cries from both men and women, young and old, intertwined into a massive wave that surged towards Klon. The turbulence of this wave made it impossible to understand what anyone was saying. These 300 people here are the only group of citizens that Klon and his team had found after taking great risks. The crowd crammed into this smaller warehouse did not know the situation outside, so they worried about their family members who were taken elsewhere and shouted loudly. This scene and attitude were understandable, but very problematic. Although the trio had not encountered any enemies along the way, that didn't mean they weren't here. They had seen groups of enemies multiple times at the other end of roads and other places. It would likely only be a matter of time before these enemies heard the loud clamoring within the warehouse and came over. We've only found all of you. Where's my wife? Are you going to look for her immediately? This. If Klon raised his voice a bit more, he might have been able to force them into silence. As a warrior of the princess, Klon, though there were certainly those stronger than him, possessed far greater strength than the kingdom's city defense army. A roar from such a man could easily control the fear in ordinary people's hearts. But that would only work if he actually carried it out. Klon was here as an envoy of Princess Lubia Fritz. Any actions that scared or repulsed civilians might affect Lubia Fritz's reputation. This prevented him from adopting a tough stance at once. You need to make things clearer. Our child is still young. Dad, Mom, shut up. A shout so powerful it seemed like the warehouse itself was vibrating silenced everything. Morian's anger after enduring it all, the fury of a top-notch warrior, swallowed the minds of the weak in an instant. I don't want to talk, yet you won't stop shouting. Let me tell you, we're still in enemy territory, and you are not saved yet. Everyone must act quietly, or else the enemies will come and kill every last one of you. Got that? Now shut your mouths. After surveying the now silent warehouse, Morian fixed her piercing gaze on Klon. The citizens who were questioning Klon backed off slowly under that fiery glare. And then, Klon, you should have explained things clearly. Klon roughly guessed what Morian referred to, but he lacked confidence whether he had done it correctly. Hard to say, huh? Let me help you with that. First, there's only one thing you need to remember. If any of you dare to shout loudly after hearing what I'm about to say, I will hesitate not a moment to cut you down. Because no one can guarantee that all of you are human. Morian drew her sword, the blade reflecting the small light they brought with an unusual brilliance. You may not understand what I'm talking about. So, let's stay quiet and take a good look around. Are all of you humans? The captives looked at each other in astonishment. Let me inform you. On our way here, we've seen many enemies. Some with wings and long tails, others resembling peeled humans, and there are even more varieties. Outside this warehouse are just such creatures walking about freely. Didn't you see them when you were brought here? All those being stared at by Morian nodded, their faces turning pale. So, who among you can guarantee that there are no enemies here? Who can confidently affirm that there are no skin-wearing foes among you? Though silent, unease rippled through the crowd. They eyed each other suspiciously and tried to move to other positions. The warehouse was indeed small, but not to the point of being cramped. Anyone wanting to move could find space without touching anyone else. Don't worry. Even if there are enemies among you, we'll deal with them. It's easy enough to figure out why, isn't it? Feeling the atmosphere stabilize slightly, Morian continued. However, if the enemies outside were to swarm in here, we wouldn't be able to promise anything. I ask you this. Wouldn't it be natural for an enemy hiding among you to shout loud and call other enemies, letting them know that intruders have entered? So now you understand why someone shouting loudly must die? Maybe you think you're human and shouldn't be killed, but we don't know who exactly is human. Therefore, to protect the rest, I can only eliminate those whose shouting calls in the enemies. She scanned the crowd again, casting eyes filled with intent to harm on each person. Looks like you're starting to understand. First, before we came to this warehouse, we've already looked through many others. However, every single one of them was empty. Considering the range surrounded by the firewall includes this warehouse district, and should have held over 10,000 citizens. If there are 300 people here, then theoretically there should be another 33 warehouses holding similar numbers of people, right? Morian took in a deep breath. So let me ask you this. Why haven't we found anyone else besides those here? Maybe it's just bad luck. After all, we did avoid areas where enemies were heavily guarding. But I have another idea, which is simpler to understand. They might have already been taken away from the warehouse area to other places. Wait, there's no way for us to know exactly where they've been taken. But given that they were taken by the enemy, it's unlikely to be a good place. Some of the listeners had begun to grasp what she meant and started sobbing quietly. You're the same. Staying here will only get you taken away by those enemies. So everyone must prepare to evacuate now. However, remember clearly, we're still within the enemy's control zone. You need to act both quietly and quickly, or you'll end up killed halfway through your escape. Hey, it looks like you want to ask something. I'll allow only you to speak. The man pointed at by Morian with her sword, though frightened, asked softly. What if we stay here? Chances are high that you'll be taken away, probably to the worst place the enemy has planned for you. A woman nearly shouted out loud, but was silenced by Morian's fierce glare, lowering her voice immediately. I'll let you ask your question. My child is only 3 years old. I wish to stay here, so I can be with my child wherever he's taken. Understood. I won't force someone who doesn't intend to run away. However, it may not apply to that individual. Remember one thing. Your child might have been relocated to another warehouse, possibly being saved by another group. If you insist on staying here, I don't mind. This would mean one child without a mother, but that's beyond my jurisdiction. Calmly and thoroughly, Morian addressed the civilians with dark expressions. One last thing. Remaining here guarantees you will be taken away by those enemies. No doubt about it. If you fully understand this and still decide to stay, I have no problem with it. Escaping comes with its own risks too. Some might be attacked by enemies along the way and die. At this point, Xuan interjected. There was one important matter he needed to clarify first. However, for those who resolve to flee, we will do everything possible to protect you. Chapter 180. The Undead and the Hostages in the Warehouse, Part 2. However, for those who have decided to escape, we will do our utmost to protect you. I hate trouble, but Princess Rubia Fritz asked me, so I'll listen. I'll also protect you. In a few minutes, everyone will start moving. If you want to stay, that's your choice. You can also quietly discuss with others. It's up to you. No one particularly discussed anything with anyone. Perhaps it was because they feared there might be enemies lurking nearby, or because many believed staying here was worse than fleeing, hoping to reunite with family members rescued by other teams. There shouldn't be any other rescue teams. They had already checked several warehouses, and the people inside were safe. There were probably only 1 or 2 left. Xuan faintly sensed this, but he still walked over to Morian, who gripped his knife while glaring at the group, whispering something softly. Xuan slightly bowed his head and whispered to Morian. Thank you, Mr. Morian. This should have been my duty, yet you've taken my place. Don't mind that. As a royal guard, Master Clan shouldn't say such things. My position is sort of a half-mercenary role, making future complications less likely. I merely acted as the whip. But still, thank you. Morian's face showed a bitter smile. It's quite troublesome when someone keeps thanking and declining. I understand now. I accept your gratitude, Master Clan. Is that guy back? In front of Morian's gaze, the thief approached. He had been on standby outside to monitor the situation. Judging from his unhurried pace, there wasn't any immediate danger. What's wrong? Oh, nothing, adventurer. For now, the enemies don't seem to be coming. However, borrowing your earlier sentiment, I believe it's just a matter of time. I thought so too. Perhaps the enemies are leaving this place for last. Did you check outside? Earlier, there was an earthquake. What could have caused it? I have no clue. Could it be that cracks have formed on the ground and the enemies are rushing in from the demon world? Please don't joke about these terrible things. Sorry, Master Clan. Well then, let's get moving. Just as Morian was about to call out to the townsfolk, they heard the sound of something landing outside the warehouse. An eerie silence fell upon the scene. The thief crept toward the door and peeked outside. Then he raised his hand. That was the prearranged signal for enemies present. He then made another gesture meaning strong enemy. Clan and Morian exchanged a look before quietly walking towards the thief. Taking a cautious peek, they caught sight of the enemy. This figure was unlike any enemy they'd faced before. Its immense power was palpable. Almost 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, bat wings sprouted from its back. Its head resembled a goat's skull or some animal skeleton, wielding an enormous iron hammer. The enemy's gaze seemed focused on the warehouse. Clan and his companions, hiding to observe, felt as if their eyes had locked with the enemies. Perhaps detected by some form of magic, they knew the foe awaited their emergence. That thing is strong. No doubt. After Morian whispered this, the thief responded. Clan nodded in agreement. Clan quietly stared at Morin. Remembering how he'd been scolded by Morin during the battle against Shatia, if Morin told him to flee this time, he intended to follow orders obediently. Clan, please fight alongside me. Yes. Clan answered softly, but clearly. Are you sure? Take a look at it. It's most likely an escapee from some fierce battle elsewhere, judging by its injuries. Had it been unscathed, I wouldn't know if we'd win. But under these circumstances, we could go all out in a quick attack and have a good chance of success. Morin slapped Clan's shoulder, saying, I count on you. Clan vigorously nodded and activated the power of the borrowed ring. This ring, crafted by the Dragon King using ancient magic, had the ability to temporarily enhance a warrior's capabilities. If used by Li Illo, the strongest man in the kingdom, this strength would propel him into the realm of heroes. But Clan wasn't that skilled. Even though using the technique, mind liberation simultaneously wouldn't match Morin's prowess, he could still achieve power comparable to a secret silver-class warrior. Alright, let's move out. As Morin stepped forward to walk out, the thief called out to him. Mr. Anglus, maybe we should start calling me Morin? You're older than me, and the title makes me feel uncomfortable. Then Morin, what should I do? Stay here, Lakmea. That might just be a diversion. If I see any danger, I will come to your aid. I'll bother you then. Let's go, Mr. Clan. You should be fully aware, don't let your guard down. Yes. Oof. Li Illo groaned in pain as he was struck in the abdomen. Although his body barely felt pain anymore, the human sensations hadn't entirely disappeared. He always reacted instinctively when attacked. The momentary lapse in focus was spotted by his opponent, and Li Illo was struck squarely by Orvin. The explosive impact forced the air out of his lungs, sending him flying. He could feel his inner flow of combat energy diminishing. He couldn't employ the tactic of converting physical damage into magical damage. Li Illo's objective was to buy time. Without mana, he would lose his ability to fight. Therefore, he had to evenly expend both his vitality and magic power. Caked in dirt, he used flight to force himself back to his feet. At that moment, he saw Dilly being flung out from another direction. She was covered in injuries. Soon after, perhaps from yet another direction, Silver White, Lancel also retreated under pressure from the foe. Li Illo flew toward them. Their opponent did not press the attack further, allowing the three to regroup smoothly, perhaps intending to send all three to the afterlife at once. It's you. Lancel was about to help Dilly up when Dilly rose immediately on her own, saying coldly. Though battered and bruised, she didn't give off an impression of impending death. It was as if she didn't fear dying, or trusted Cress would defeat Zhao Yekong before she could be killed. Li Illo, looking at the two of them, thought perhaps it was a bit of both. Even clad in silver-white armor, Lancel wasn't unscathed either, but she seemed unfazed, asking nonchalantly, Can you still fight? Of course, no problem. What a stupid question. Still, this woman isn't an ordinary human either. Could she also be a hero descendant? Though wounded all over, smeared with blood and dirt, she didn't appear mortally injured. In fact, her wounds might even be less severe than his own. Facing both of them already left Li Illo disheveled, while fighting all three only seemed to result in this level of injury for her. Though reluctant, he had to admit her strength surpassed his own. Chapter 181. The Immortal and the Final Battle, Part 1. You've been beaten up pretty badly too. Not at all. This was very much the kind of response Dilly would give, causing Lancer to can't help but smile. Lancer wore a full-face helmet, so her expression should have been invisible, but perhaps Dilly sensed a change in her aura, as surprise appeared on her face. No. It just reminded me of your kind of answer. Is that so? Then what should we do? What should we do? Are you asking how to buy time? Lancer glared sharply at the 5 enemies gathering around them. The killing intent emitted by the female illusion devil pierced through her like spears. The others, seemingly feeling that killing them would be effortless, showed no hostility surprisingly. That's one thing to consider. What else can we do? If our numbers were equal, I'd still say we had a good chance. But now, with both sides being evenly matched in terms of level and us being outnumbered, we're going to lose for sure. Then why don't you run away? If you turn your back on them and run, maybe they won't chase after you. If you want to escape, then I'll protect your back. Dilly's composed face twisted unpleasantly. Lancer couldn't help but have an inappropriate thought. Could someone so beautiful still retain their beauty, even when making ugly expressions? Suddenly, a shadow bounced out accompanied by the sound of collapsing structures. The shadow rebounded on the ground and rolled a distance. Lancer took a sharp intake of breath. For a moment, she thought the one flung out was Cress. However, it wasn't the case. It was Zhao Yekong who was thrown out. His unstable stance, along with his battered appearance, excited Lancer greatly. There was no doubt about who had inflicted such serious injuries on him and who had hurled him this far. Lancer looked in the direction he came from, seeing a warrior standing there. His pitch-black armor was scarred and damaged, clearly showing the intense death struggle that had taken place between the two. Yet that unshaken posture stood tall, a clear contrast to Zhao Yekong lying prone on the ground, demonstrating which side held overwhelming advantage. Overcome by waves of joy, Lancer gripped both hands tightly. Cress slowly released his sword stance and said to the rising Zhao Yekong, I'm feeling somewhat excited. How should I put it? Is it something we can call a sense of reality? It feels real, like we are actually fighting. Last time, when we fought in close combat, I was driven into a corner and thus couldn't experience this sensation. You really are a battle maniac. Well, Zhao Yekong, I hope you will also use all your strength given your current state. Telling your opponent to exert all their strength was practically mocking them. Thinking about this, Lancer shook her head. Perhaps this was Cress' wish. With Crescent formidable power, he probably rarely had the opportunity to use all his strength. He always solved the enemies before even having the chance to use it. What immense joy must it be for such a man to face an opponent against whom he could use all his might. That's excellent. Zhao Yekong seemed to take those words as sarcasm, bowing deeply and replying in return with sarcastic words tinged with envy. Seeing that, Lancer felt she understood Cress better than Zhao Yekong did, generating a sense of superiority. So I'm about to get serious. Come at me then, Zhao Yekong. With these words as a trigger, the two fiercely clashed right in the middle. That attack and defense scene replayed like when Lancer first met Cress. Super high-speed consecutive strikes were deflected by elongated nails. To be able to deflect Cress' ultra-large greatsword demonstrated the hardness of those nails was beyond comprehension. Cress leaped backward significantly. Such abnormal jumping ability was almost akin to flying. Then he tossed his sword upwards. At the instant the swirling sword captured everyone's eyes, the vision of Cress at the corner revealed him somehow producing a spear, thrusting forward. Cress threw this spear with its tip flickering like a fiery tongue deep red at Zhao Yekong. The super high-speed throw left a red afterglow imprinted in the eyes as it flew towards Zhao Yekong. Martial skill, hellish garment. The spear hit its target, flames erupted violently, and shockwaves roared like a fierce storm. Ugh! Lancer lowered her posture and struggled to withstand the violent atmospheric flow, not being blown away. Fortunately, wearing her mask allowed her to keep her eyes open even amidst the explosion. Upon checking, as if even the wild winds could be cut, Cress accurately dropped sword fell, Cress grabbing it once more and dashing toward Zhao Yekong. Yekong, responding with a counterattack, had his entire body entwined with flames, the spear thrown by Cress planted beneath his feet. Facing Crescent raised descending strike, Yekong tightly grasped the blade. In an instant, smoke started rising from his hand as his fingers gradually sank into Cress' sword. To be able to melt weapons of this caliber, your strength has definitely been enhanced, hasn't it? The weapons of the highest-ranked adventurer Cress were undoubtedly forged from a very hard metal. However, Zhao Yekong produced flames capable of melting such weapons. And yet, when up close to this high-temperature flame, Cress still managed to calmly converse with his opponent. Just how strong are these two? Fear and awe shook Lancer's heart. She certainly knew they were strong. But still, she couldn't stop trembling. As you've noticed, I enhanced my fire damage through special abilities. Black substances suddenly mixed into the erupting flames. Inferno flames, is it? Yes. Even if you're completely resistant to regular flames, you won't come out unscathed this time. Cress took his first step back, hinting at a retreat, but Zhao Yekong would not let him escape so easily. This time Zhao Yekong closed in and began an aggressive assault on Cress. Attacks that would have killed an ordinary man instantly were all deflected by Cress' massive greatsword. Armor scorched red hot in melee combat. Then Cress somehow pulled out some strange object and swung it. 7th rank magic. Freezing explosion. The surrounding temperature seemed to plummet. Freezing wind spewed forth from the weapon. Although the freezing wind was potent enough to freeze regular flames, Zhao Yekong's inferno flames burned hotter still. Regardless, the heat around him lessened temporarily. Zhao Yekong's voice carried shock as Lancer heard it. What is that? Was that spear earlier also one of your weapons? These are attribute weapons I use when I can't employ magic. They serve as conduits for 3 high-rank magic spells imbued within, which I can activate thrice a day. However, because they can't be reinforced by special skills, their effects against enemies of your level are limited. Their casual conversation amidst battle was unbelievable. Even in life or death battles, they spoke easily as though confirming each other's capabilities. Lancer inadvertently recalled something her old friend had said once. He mentioned that, as warriors facing opponents, sometimes the minds of those opponents, even enemies, naturally communicate with theirs. And it might even feel like knowing them as old friends. At that time, she thought he was being nonsensical. Yet, maybe there's some truth to what he said. On this day, Lancer understood many things. She strongly resolved never to look down upon any kind of knowledge ever again. The intimate atmosphere between the two men surprised Lancer. The man in black armor whose surface appeared to have lost its luster due to melting, and the masked adversary wearing tattered brocade clothes. Chapter 182, The Undead and the Final Battle, Part 2. The two individuals, engaged in a battle that transcended human limits, seemed to Lancer like close friends. Lord Crescent, you are truly formidable. You as well, Zhao Yekong. How about this? I have a proposition for you. What do you think? Cress said nothing but inclined his chin, signaling Zhao Yekong to go on. I plan to retreat. How about we call it even here? Let's stop this fight. No. To put it more correctly, I'll back off now, and I hope you don't pursue any further. Nonsense. Li Yilua shouted furiously. Causing such chaos and death in Fritz's capital city, Zhao Yekong was audacious enough to ask for mercy. It was too good to be true. However, a calm voice accepted Zhao Yekong's suggestion. Whatever. Li Yilua widened his eyes at the words spoken by Cress. He couldn't understand why Cress, who had the upper hand, would accept Zhao Yekong's proposal. As if sensing Li Yilua's confusion, Zhao Yekong shrugged his shoulders in seeming resignation. What frustrated everyone was how cool and stylish Zhao Yekong looked performing such a simple gesture with his tall, lean figure. I really don't get why Mr. Cress has someone so dumb tagging along. If you thought about it carefully, wouldn't you understand why Mr. Cress agreed to my offer? Seeing Li Yilua fall silent, Zhao Yekong continued. In order to bring Mr. Cress into this situation, as well as ensuring our battle goes undisturbed, your comrades must be putting up a desperate fight, right? That's probably why no other enemies interfered in our battle. But do you really believe this to be the case? Li Yilua felt a chill running down his spine. I have the enemy army waiting for my command, ready to attack the entire Fritz capital at any moment. Terrible. Fritz royalty subordinates should be patrolling within Fritz's capital city, but Li Yiluo didn't think they could handle all the enemies Zhao Yekong had prepared, as if the whole Fritz kingdom was held hostage. Thus, if only he could defeat Zhao Yekong here. Even if you kill me, the enemies won't vanish. All I need to do is issue commands via telepathy from here, and all the enemies will disperse across various areas of Fritz capital. True, their numbers aren't many, so perhaps you can handle them. But how many lives will be lost remains unknown. But who can ensure you'll keep your promise? No, continuing a duel against Kress, an extraordinary warrior, Zhao Yekong might not even win. Since then, my willingness to cease hostilities means please forgive me and stop pursuing me. Otherwise, I take everyone with me. That's the gist of it, isn't it? All one-sided demands. Still, since Fritz capital has already been made a hostage, the two sides weren't equal. Li Yiluo genuinely admired it. So, Kress had seen through everything and therefore accepted Zhao Yekong's offer, hadn't he? Or maybe, there was no other choice but to agree? So, since the onlookers are keeping quiet, I'm withdrawing. It's regrettable that I couldn't achieve my goal of recovering the magical seal. Truly, I hope we never meet again. Yeah, same here, Zhao Yekong. It seemed under the faint golden mask, Zhao Yekong gave a small smile. And just at that moment, Zhao Yekong turned his gaze for the first time toward Dilly in the distance, but didn't say anything. Then all the phantom magics gathered around Zhao Yekong, vanishing together in a high-level teleportation spell. He's gone, Lancel murmured softly to himself. Meanwhile, Dilly, having been glanced at once by Zhao Yekong, rose into the air on her own accord to check the state of the firewall. There were no traces left. Only the night. A scene of Fritz capital more noisy than usual remained. The wall of flames has disappeared. Dilly landed beside Kress. Her words were nothing if not reminders of the victory achieved amidst the turmoil. This disturbance might end here. Yet, what sacrifices and costs today would mean for Fritz kingdom? Zhao Yekong, whose power far exceeded that of a demon god, and Kress, a super warrior capable of matching him. After these two beings' existence became known, what kind of situation would ensue and what changes would come to the world? Standing aside, Li Yiluo shook his head to clear away chaotic thoughts. It was best to think about later matters later. For now, there were more important things to attend to. True, perhaps it'd be better to consider timing more carefully. Having witnessed Kress's strength, Zhao Yekong would surely honor the agreement. However, some people were still fighting, and the dead deserved mourning. This wasn't the moment to seek personal desires. Indeed, the battle had ended. Simultaneously, a new conflict without smoke had just begun. Imagining the actions he needed to take moving forward, Lance suddenly heard the sound of metal clashing. Turning his head to look, a group of people came running over. They were adventurers and soldiers, and the deputy leader of Blood Dance. Everyone's here. Most of the adventurers had arrived, including Teal, Ein, and Walner. Not only that, but even Libia's direct guards, Crane and Morin, were present. They all looked dirty, showing the extent of their fierce battles before reaching this place. Upon surveying the battlefield with its devastation, they gasped and stared at Kress. Sensing what was on everyone's minds, Li Yiluo quietly said to Kress, "Sir Crescent, please announce the victory to everyone." But he didn't move an inch. As Li Yiluo started to feel puzzled, he heard a soft mutter. It's embarrassing. Such a response, one not befitting a super warrior but rather a common person, made those around him, like Lancel and Dilly, smile wryly. This is the duty of the one who achieved the greatest martial feat. Stop resisting it. That's true. It should be done this way. Kress gripped his sword tightly and thrust it powerfully into the air. Ho-ho-ea. In the next moment, everyone in the square raised their fists and erupted in triumphant cheers, celebrating the victory. They all praised Kress, the name of the hero who saved their country. Your race has changed. After expending an equivalent amount of experience, your race evolved from skeleton to Lord of Death. Name, Kress. Race, Lord of Death. Class, Death Overlord LV.5, Legend. Ghost Swordsman LV.10, Rare, Max. Skeleton Mage LV.10, Max. War-Loving Undead LV.3, Strategist LV.3, Illusionist LV.2, Rare. Level 34. Race Level 1, Class Level 33. Skills, Corpse Poison, Max, LV.5, Hammer Strike LV.1, Ghost Slash, Max, LV.5, Ghost Shadow LV.4, Ghost Divine Cross, Max, LV.10, Blue Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise Fortress Skill Series, etc. Magic, Flame, Vines, Cirrus, etc. Combat Abilities, Beginner Hammer Techniques, Advanced Sword Techniques, Mastery. Talents, Bloodlust, Intermediate, Magical Essence. Secret Techniques, Frenzy Battle, Intermediate. Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Hammer, 50, Longsword, 300. Attributes, Magic Resistance plus 50, Blunt Weapon Resistance minus 80, Sharp Weapons Resistance plus 200, Corrosion Resistance plus 180, Immunity to Critical Hits Probability plus 5%, etc. Experience Points, 8907/201675. Ongoing Story Quests. S-Class Story Quest, Progeny of Heroes. A-Class Side Quests, Adventurer's Journey, A-Class, Deposed Royalty. Completed Story Quests, C-Class Side Quest, Night Tournament, A-Class Side Quest, The Grand Conspiracy of Duke Jesk. Pause Story Quests, S-Class Story Quest, Queen of the Elves. Chapter 183, The Undead and the Award Ceremony. Current ongoing plot missions. S-Class plot mission, Descendants of Heroes. A-Class side missions, Adventurer's Journey, A-Class, Fallen Royalty. Completed plot missions, C-Class side mission, Night Competition Conference, A-Class side mission, The Conspiracy of Great Lord Jesk. Pause plot missions, S-Class plot mission, The Queen of the Elf Race. Good and evil forces balance each other. In this ancient world, there are always some indescribable rules that quietly maintain the order of the world. When the balance between chaos and order tilts, the forces of good and evil deviate. There must be a new force emerging to compensate for this deviation. This is why, at the beginning, the 13 heroes chose to seal away the king of the undead dark or instead of destroying him. And now, the balance between good and evil has been broken. A new demon king is descending upon the world. Just as the ancient prophecy from thousands of years ago predicted, nations symbolizing prosperity have suffered great disasters. Ancient demons will completely fall, and in their place will rise immortal demon gods. In the Fritz kingdom, autumn has passed, and the warm winter sun shines on every street of the capital city, Yu. 2 consecutive major upheavals have left this once extremely prosperous human metropolis somewhat desolate and decaying. However, when the sunlight falls again on the streets, the residents of the Fritz kingdom start moving and gathering towards Yu City. Under the employment of the royal family, the Adventurers Guild and the Mage Association begin rebuilding this city. Everything will get better again. This is the genuine thought within every resident of Yu. Whether it was the rebellion led by noble xuanhuan or the sudden attack by the mysterious illusionist, all evil has ultimately been eliminated thanks to the heroics of the kingdom's champion, Dawnlight, and first Princess Labia Fritz. Fritz Palace. After nearly half a month of handling and reconstruction, today, King Fritz will make up for the long-awaited award ceremony. As for the King's Award Ceremony, this has always been a grand event held by the kings of the Fritz Kingdom after every massive war or significant achievements, where countless meritorious commoners and nobles would receive appropriate awards and wealth. For the citizens residing in Yu capital, it is also a grand festival celebration. This Fritz King's Award Ceremony is different from previous ones, perhaps due to these 2 huge turmoil incidents, especially the widespread Jesk rebellion covering half the Fritz Kingdom, causing unprecedented economic and manpower losses for the Fritz Kingdom. To appease the people, King Fritz has allocated most of the treasury and confiscated wealth from rebellious nobles to restore livelihoods. Thus, this Fritz King's Award Ceremony barely contains any monetary rewards, but more honorific titles were bestowed. Not only that, even the arrangements and procedures of the ceremony are the simplest among all the award ceremonies in history. Yet despite all this award ceremony is still the most well-received and supported one of them all. It symbolizes the benevolence and royal authority of the Fritz royal family. During the award ceremony, many large and small nobles who followed the Fritz royal family during the Jesk rebellion received honorary awards. However, because of its vast repercussions, noble privileges have faced significant restrictions in the newly revised version of the nobility law. Some people say this is the first step of the Fritz kingdom towards becoming the Bosten Empire. Despite much discontent amongst the nobles, the current Fritz kingdom no longer has the so-called confrontation between the noble faction and the royal authority faction, and the famed and powerful 6 noble families of the kingdom had long since become a thing of the past in name only. After enduring over 100 years of reform and change, even experiencing almost country-splitting large-scale rebellions, the Fritz kingdom, ultimately, has become the kingdom of the Fritz royal house alone. Later, King Fritz rewarded and conferred many adventurers, mercenaries, and members of the royal guard who made outstanding contributions during the Jesk rebellion and the illusionist uprising. Former captain of the royal guard Lanceman heroically sacrificed himself during the Jesk rebellion. He was once the brightest new star of the Fritz kingdom, and he was once the sword of King Fritz. Now, having completed his mission, Lanceman was posthumously conferred the title of Earl by King Fritz and given a grand burial in the royal cemetery. The newly promoted adamantium-grade adventure team, Dawnlight, along with its captain Cress and team members Dilly and Lancel, had twice saved the Fritz kingdom from peril. This was precisely as foretold by the Sanctuary Temple prophecy, holding back the surging waves before they collapse, propping up the falling tower. Cress and his companions were granted noble titles. King Fritz had initially intended to bestow a fief upon Cress, but some nobles with ulterior motives delayed it by citing rapid promotion. Perhaps King Fritz also believed that there should not be an increase in the number of nobles holding fiefs, so he let the matter drop without comment. However, King Fritz made an unexpected decision, arranging a royal engagement for Cress. The subject of this engagement was none other than the sole heir of the Fritz kingdom and the first princess, Labia Fritz. King Fritz's sudden decision took everyone by surprise, but there was one person who might have known the king's determination all along. That was Labia Fritz, one of the main proponents of this royal engagement, the first daughter of King Fritz. As a woman who had already gained control over most of the power in the Fritz kingdom, Labia Fritz could not allow her marriage contract to be manipulated by others. Thus, whether it was due to admiration for Cress or another purpose altogether, Labia Fritz decided to lock Cress as her chosen fiancé. This might secure for her incomparable great benefits. And as Labia Fritz's father, King Fritz felt greatly comforted after receiving her petition. If it were possible to leave behind a powerful champion already in the heroic domain to guard the Fritz kingdom, and someone without noble lineage to worry about being exploited by other self-serving nobles, that would be excellent. The west wing of the Fritz Palace, originally reserved for the most honored guests, is currently undergoing simple renovations. More than a dozen architects are directing stone golems carrying materials such as stones and wood blocks, alongside many magic chanters. In fact, during the Jesk Rebellion, although the Fritz Palace was once overrun, it did not suffer significant damage. Perhaps xuanhuan had planned to use this grand palace again, or maybe there was another reason. But no matter what, the fact that this magnificent building with over 100 years of history has been well preserved is a great fortune. After two upheavals, most areas of Yu City need reconstruction. While the Fritz Palace remained intact, as a symbol of royal authority for the Fritz family, it inevitably had to be added to the repair list. This was both a sign of respect for the royalty and a tribute to King Fritz and the first Princess Labia Fritz. These days, King Fritz seldom handles these royal affairs anymore. Most decisions have been handed over to the only heir and first Princess Labia Fritz for final judgment. Labia Fritz approved the spontaneous proposal submitted by royal architects like James. But she believed everything should be kept simple, just a basic renovation. And so, came the scene witnessed outside the West Wing. Royal engagement. In the Fritz Kingdom, the origins of the first royal engagement can be traced back to the times of the ancient 13 heroes. At that time, the Fritz Kingdom had just been established, starting anew amidst widespread ruin. As a newly founded nation emerging from the remnants of a large federative empire, the Fritz Kingdom obviously lacked the resilience and vitality expected. It was more akin to struggling for survival after the fall of the previous dynasty. The Fritz clan had long occupied an important position within the federal empire, and when the empire collapsed, it was the Fritz clan that led multiple powerful clans to build the present-day kingdom. At the time, this action placed them right in the crosshairs of revolutionary armies spreading everywhere. Continuous assaults by demi-human legions. The religious state-building movement initiated by the Sanctuary Temple. All these actions only served to exacerbate an already tumultuous situation even further. The first Fritz king, in order to maintain the stability of the new kingdom and preserve his own rule, gave his most beautiful daughter in marriage through the form of a royal engagement to Mohol, one of the 13 heroes, a renowned swordsman. On the day the royal engagement was signed, 13 bells rang out in Yu City's temple. Flowers covered the marble bricks of the cathedral inside the temple. The entire city of Yu was bathed in joyous serenity. No one knew if this politically charged engagement could bring happiness to the renowned swordsman and the princess. But it truly gave the Fritz kingdom over a decade of stability and peace. Until the death of the great swordsman Mohol and the establishment of the Borsten Empire, the Fritz kingdom began a century-long struggle for hegemony with its neighboring countries. Thus, the first royal engagement was regarded as the most beautiful event by the majority of nobles and commoners in the Fritz kingdom. The greatest hero in the world married the most beautiful princess of the kingdom. It was a story that seemed to come straight out of a fairy tale. Chapter 184. The Undying and the Royal Marriage Pact. The greatest hero in the world married the most beautiful princess of the kingdom. It was a story that seemed to come straight out of a fairy tale. And thus, the later Royal Marriage Pact itself carried a certain dreamlike quality. Only young heroes whose accomplishments surpassed the entire kingdom were worthy of entering into the Royal Marriage Pact with the beautiful princess of the Fritz royal family. The Royal Marriage Pact never specified the identity or background of the other party, which was why this seemingly politically charged arrangement also had such a dreamy name. Countless young men dreamed of serving their country, becoming world-class heroes, and marrying the most beautiful princess in the kingdom. But interestingly, apart from the first-generation King Fritz's choice for his daughter's Royal Marriage Pact, being Moer the great swordsman of the 13 heroes, all other instances of the Royal Marriage Pact were with young heirs from the 6 great aristocratic families. Between the royal family and the nobility, there always needed to be a subtle balance that wasn't too close or too distant, which was the best way to sustain the Fritz kingdom. And now, this balance has finally been broken. 2 large-scale upheavals, though causing immense economic loss to the kingdom, have nonetheless made the prestige and power of the Fritz royal family reach an unprecedented height. At the same time, the 6 great aristocratic families no longer exist, and the powers of other noble families have been restricted by the new noble law. With the rise of one and the decline of the other, the Fritz royal family no longer needs to maintain that so-called delicate balance with the nobles. King Fritz has finally become the sole master of the Fritz kingdom, though it is not this generation of King Fritz who did so. The power center of the kingdom shifted between the 2 uprisings. The royal guard captain, landsmen, and others who originally followed King Fritz all died on the battlefield. Even the 2 princes ahead of the first Princess Labia Fritz in line for the throne also perished during the chaos in the southern district of Yacha City. Even public expectation naturally pointed to Princess Labia Fritz as the symbol of authority. Now, while officially the throne still belongs to King Fritz, actual control has already changed. Labia Fritz is the true ruler of the kingdom. And for this person who actually controls the Fritz kingdom, her first decree, issued through King Fritz, was the Royal Marriage Pact with Captain Crescent of the Dawnlight. Fritz Palace, West Wing Hall. The workers responsible for renovating the palace gradually left, fewer and fewer remaining behind. This hall, reserved exclusively for distinguished guests of the kingdom, finally welcomed its temporary resident. Cress wore crimson-black Oriental-style brocade robes. After today's summons by King Fritz ended, he directly retreated into his personal chamber. He didn't speak with anyone, not even Daili or Lancel, appearing somewhat dazed. Even when King Fritz decreed the royal marriage pact between first Princess Labia Fritz and Cress, there was no strong reaction from Cress. He merely nodded slightly when his name was called. This greatly pleased King Fritz, believing Cress had accepted his self-initiated engagement decision. After all, at this point in the vast Fritz kingdom, isn't there anyone who wouldn't want to be the so-called husband of the first princess, the golden princess Labia Fritz? Under the praise of many nobles and the stroking of his beginning to gray beard, this sudden summoning ended just like that. Cress left without paying any attention to anyone. Princess Labia Fritz was not present at the time. Neither King Fritz nor the other nobles cared much about this detail. Only Daili and Lancel of the Dawnlight were left shocked. What do you think, Daili? As soon as they returned to the West Wing Hall, Lancel, dressed in luxurious royal robes, could no longer suppress the mysterious question brewing within him. He turned toward Daili, whose eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and asked quietly. Lancel knew the woman beside him felt for Cress something comparable to his own feelings, if not more. Even more, they had an engaged relationship essentially, so she would surely share his doubts. You mean? Daili's voice remained somewhat cold. After watching Cress enter his private chambers alone, she continued speaking. Why did Cress agree to King Fritz's royal marriage pact? King Fritz may not know, but we all do. Aren't you Cress's fiancé? Lancel's question was straight to the point. Even without his sharp silver-white armor, Lancel remained as razor-sharp and imposing as ever, impossible not to avoid. Daili took a few deep breaths before she spoke. At that moment, Cress wasn't paying attention to what King Fritz said. He had something weighing on his mind, something very important. So, he didn't care about the so-called royal marriage pact at the time. Daili's answer clearly did not satisfy Lancel. How could someone not care about their lifelong commitment? Unless he had transcended human emotions already. I don't believe it. Lancel immediately voiced her denial. What I want to know is what Cress truly thought at that moment. But before Lancel could continue, Daili let out a frantic roar of anger. What answer do you want me to give? I'm Cress's fiancé, but I'm not him. How would I know what he was thinking at the time? Daili was genuinely angry now. She was upset, perhaps because she had been deceiving herself for too long. Her heart even felt a hint of betrayal from the one she loved. It seemed that, without realizing when it happened, she had truly placed herself in the role of Cress's fiancé. This was extremely dangerous. At least, for her, who originally carried a mission, it was fatal. Lancel was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she had seen Daili lose her composure so thoroughly. Only now did Lancel realize that this person beside her, who sometimes acted as calm and distant as Cress, was also a woman, and moreover, Cress's fiancé. Right now, perhaps the most devastated person in all of the Fritz kingdom was her. When Lancel thought about this, her words faltered. Daili said nothing more either. The vast main hall of the West Wing stood silent for a moment, with only the flickering candlelight falling on these two women. Rest well. Lancel was the first to speak, breaking the silence. As Lancel turned to walk toward her own chamber, she suddenly heard the sound of quiet sobs. Chapter 185, The Undying and the Death Ruler. As Lancel turned to walk toward her own sleeping chamber, she suddenly heard a sound of sobbing. It was Daili. This seemingly wise and unbreakable person was crying. Lancel suddenly turned around and saw the beautiful Daili. She squatted slightly and looked at Daili's tearful face. That was a kind of beauty only an oriental talent could express, a beauty that Lancel herself did not possess. Lancel quickly walked up to Daili and squatted beside her. You. Lancel tried several times to speak, but found no words to start with. Damn, Lancel rose angrily. I will go ask Cress why this idiot agreed to King Fritz's proposal for marriage. Besides anger, there was also a very complex emotion in Lancel's words, an emotion she had towards Cress herself. Just as Lancel began to walk away, she was stopped by Daili, who suddenly appeared before her. Cress has his own reasons, don't disturb him anymore. There was no trace of sobbing left in Daili's words. After speaking, Daili walked straight back to her sleeping chamber. Lancel stood still, silently gazing in the direction of Cress's chamber. I am such a fool. Lancel muttered softly to herself. She didn't return to her own sleeping chamber, but instead followed Daili. Perhaps Daili was now the best person to talk to. And for Daili, it was the same with her. Change of perspective. Back in his own sleeping chamber, Cress directly pulled the curtains closed on the large floor-to-ceiling window. The doors were tightly shut. Cress sat alone at his wooden desk, leaning back on the chair as the illusion maintaining his human form began to fade. From head to toe, Cress gradually revealed his true self, the Death Ruler. A tall, white skeleton body paired with the crimson-black silk robes of humanity. A flash of bloody flame passed through his twin pupils. Cress slightly straightened himself as he sat firmly on the chair. This room had been enchanted with intelligence-based magic by him, preventing any detection. No being currently present within the Fritz kingdom could possibly have the power to penetrate the information magic set by Cress, who had entered the hero domain, among the Undying Ones. On the main entrance to the sleeping quarters, aside from the locks, necessary alarm and magical prohibitions were also in place. It was precisely because of this that Cress felt secure enough to reveal his true identity. Cress took out a black orb from his storage ring. It was captured from Jesk Horton's storage ring and contained half a lifetime's worth of Jesk Horton's painstakingly collected wealth. Yet all the treasures within that storage ring combined were worth less than 1/10 of what the black orb held. The Necromancer Pearl. It was both the key to unlock the sealed world of the former Undying King Dark Ori and a powerful tool to control lower-level undead beings. This Necromancer Pearl was created by Jesk Horton after sacrificing half of the city of Yfeather, imbued with an overwhelmingly potent death aura. And now, It had fallen into Cress's hands. Cress quietly gazed at this artifact of the undead in his hand, and through its dark, deep, glimmering light, Cress seemed to see the presence of Dark Ori. The heritage of the undying king, the ancient language, the fall of the demon king, and then, the new immortal demon god. A series of concepts surged in Cress's mind. Every time Cress looked at this necromancer pearl, he had this feeling, like some entity wanted to converse with him. Even when he first departed from the sealed world in the main hall of the Fritz Palace, it was the same sort of situation. Cress knew, perhaps this was an unavoidable destiny for him. But it didn't matter. Cress injected necrotic energy from within his body into the necromancer pearl and commanded, from the Western Wing Palace here, the undead army located thousands of miles away to head toward the underground ancient tomb. That was Cress's first controlled army. But it wouldn't be the last, nor would it be the only one. What Crescent needed now was an army. The underground ancient tomb consists of 10 underground levels in total. Levels 1 through 3 had already been cleared out by the Holy Light Temple and the previous Cold Iron forces, falling under the control of xuanhuan originally. Now, with the Jesk family completely annihilated, the underground ancient tomb had entered a brief period of ownerlessness. Therefore, as long as they didn't enter below the 4th level, Cress could temporarily hide and station this army of undead creatures within the underground ancient tomb. The death energy was the strongest here. This place also had the largest number of intruders. As long as the undead army was secretly stationed here, imitating the wild undead that originally belonged to this underground ancient tomb, it would be the most covert existence. At the same time, countless intruders who came here for gold and wealth would all provide ample reinforcements for Cress's undead army. Here, perhaps, would be an ideal location for supplying an undead legion. As death energy was gradually infused, the necromancer pearl began emitting a dark, deep light. In these beams of light, Cress faintly saw the faces of his past enemies whom he defeated, Dark Ori, xuanhuan, and others. The light changed. Then appeared the current undead army under Cress's command. They had reached their destination and were quietly stationed not far from Hesma City within the underground ancient tomb, like a sleeping army of stone statues. A few scouts moved near the entrances and exits of the tomb, maintaining vigilance and gathering information for the undead army deeper inside. The dark black glow faded away. Cress returned the necromancer pearl to his storage ring. Apart from matters revealed by the necromancer pearl, Cress still had many unknown things left to uncover. After reaching sufficient experience, Cress's race underwent a transformation. Death Ruler. This name resembled that of Dark Ori's original race. There is indeed a hint of legacy in this. Cress murmured to himself. His gaze shifted as he looked toward the magical communication device on the long table. It was originally something left behind by Kirin Vyd. However, Cress thought he wouldn't need to use it in the short term. Kirin Vyd's Cold Iron made no appearance during Zhao Yekong's intrusion, neither aiding Fritz's royal family nor taking advantage of the chaos. They had become invisible, almost like they had disappeared. And this result was precisely one of Crown Princess Labia Fritz's desired outcomes. Chapter 186, The Undead and the World. The military of Fritz Kingdom has depended too much on mercenary groups in warfare. The long-term cooperation agreement with Chill Iron not only caused a great deal of wealth to flow out without reason, but also let the army of Fritz Kingdom become increasingly rusty in battle and lax over time. All these are what Lubia Fritz aims to correct. And Jylan Weed's gradual alienation from the center of Fritz royalty is what she enjoys seeing. After all, the current Fritz royalty still hesitates to directly confront Chill Iron, this monstrous entity of war, face to face. Lubia Fritz wants to build a vast Fritz kingdom. Her goals are by no means limited to merely stabilizing the kingdom's borders as they currently stand. Cress knows that those harboring wolf-like ambitions possess eyes bearing a specific gaze. This gaze coincidentally aligns perfectly with the one secretly revealed by Lubia Fritz. Lubia Fritz. She would no longer be the innocent beginner copper-level adventurer who always trailed after Cress back when they were in Hesma City. Now, she is the sole princess controlling one of humanity's most prosperous countries. I didn't expect you had already become a royal knight, Mr. Cress. A deep and somewhat tung-sung male voice suddenly came from the dark. Cress showed no surprise at all, rather appeared quite relaxed. Captain Adart. No, I suppose now I should call you Mr. Adart, right? Following Cress's words, a man in dark leather armor emerged from the shadowy part of the bedchamber. It was none other than Adart himself. He used to be the abandoned piece of xuanhuan amidst an ambush attack by noble soldiers of the Eight Claws. With his skull-faced visage, Cress directly confronted Adart because they had long since known each other's identity. Adart had received Cress clues, yet even with prior preparation for falling into the trap laid by Eight Claws, escape seemed impossible. Necromancer Mordell prioritized self-preservation. He wouldn't die alongside Adart trying to break through the encirclement. In the end, they were killed under the hands of the pursuing troops of Eight Claws. However, their deaths successfully carried out xuanhuan's original plan, forcing all Eight Claws warriors to go out, creating a huge advantage for xuanhuan's army in advancing towards Ural City. Adart's death, though regrettable for xuanhuan, was deemed worth it, and Adart also completed his loyalty pledge to the Jesk family. Until death do us part. Since he died once, he no longer needed to swear allegiance to the Jesk family. His vow was fulfilled. Now, what Adart was more curious about was the being standing before him, the existence that had given him another life. Mr. Cress, why did you save me? It wasn't me who saved you. Kress gave a faint response to Edart's question, seemingly foreseeing the query. He continued addressing Edart's puzzled look. This soul gem. Perhaps my predictions overlapped with soul gem's guidance, leading me to find your body. So, have I become one of the undead? More or less. Kress simply answered Edart's statement. The latter seemed unbothered by his new racial identity, glancing around at his own zombie body, which felt far stronger than ever before. Suddenly, Edart raised his head and asked with a hint of hostility. So, Mr. Kress, when did you become an undead? Or rather, yes, you're right. Knowing Edart's underlying doubt, Kress replied, I have always been an undead. Upon hearing this statement, Edart's pupils shrank slightly. Kress isn't just any ordinary presence. Edart has always known this well, and stayed cautious accordingly. Since the night when xuanhuan invited Kress, Lancel, and others to dinner, Edart hiding in the shadows realized that Kress possessed an intricate mind. What Edart hadn't anticipated was that the person before him wasn't even human. At this point, Edart recalled someone else, the female from the Eastern Empire illusionist who followed Kress closely everywhere. Illusion? Yes. Kress didn't deny it. For a moment, Edart wasn't sure how to respond. As for Edart himself, whether toward the undead, humans, or even other demi-humans or mutants, he holds little prejudice. Every race has its strengths, as well as its shortcomings. Even individuals within a race can differ widely from one another. Edart had witnessed the most evil of humans, as well as the most kind-hearted of demi-humans. Therefore, Edart did not express too much hostility or dissatisfaction towards Kress's identity as an undead. Instead, there was just a slight surprise that he had been deceived by Kress for so long. In a daze, Edart asked with a puzzled tone, So, what about your companions? Are they aware of your identity? Are they also undead? Aware, but she is not. Kress spoke, implying solely Dilly in the process. After a short pause, Kress continued to supplement. Of course, they seem not to be human either. At this moment, Kress suddenly remembered Lancel, the newest member to join his Dawnlight team, whom he hadn't yet confessed his true identity to. However, Kress also knew that neither she nor Dilly were simply ordinary humans. Edart let out a long sigh. At least, it wasn't an entire army of undead. So, Edart began seriously, continuing. I am grateful to you, Mr. Kress. It is you who have given me the opportunity to live again. Mr. Kress, I believe there's no such thing as a free lunch. So, what do you need me to do besides dealing with those few illusion demons earlier? Kress formally stood up, slightly stretching out his distinct bony fingers and bones, and said, Mr. Edart, I am going to build a legion, and I need your participation. Legion? Edart was somewhat surprised. On one hand, he was astonished by the ambition of Kress to build a legion, and on the other, he was amazed why Kress would invite him. Even though he had served as the head guard for xuanhuan before, even at his peak, he had only ever commanded 1,000 men. Why did Kress think he could perfectly command a 10,000-strong army? Mr. Kress, I'm afraid my strength isn't sufficient enough for the job. Please don't worry, Mr. Edart. A legion composed of undead is far easier to command than humans. Kress instantly saw through Edart's astonishment and concerns, cutting off Edart's refusal straight away. Edart chuckled quietly, without words for a moment. A brief pause later, Edart slowly raised his head. His eyes, full of paleness, stared directly into the blood-red flames in Kress's pupils as he opened his mouth. Mr. Kress, I will accept your offer. But, I want to know, what exactly do you intend to do? Kress listened silently to Edart's question. He knew this was a question that would determine what Edart would do for him in the future. For this reason, Kress decided to give an answer that no one could possibly refuse. The World. Chapter 187. The Undead and Born to Rule. Kress listened quietly to Edet's question. He knew that this was a question that would decide what Edet would do in the future. For this, Kress decided to give an answer that no one could refuse. The World. Upon hearing this, Edet's eyes slightly widened, a gleam of light flashing within them. Kress' hand bones slowly gathered together, the sound of bone joints clicking rhythmically. I observe the heroes of this world, yet they are nothing more than a pack of swine and dogs. This world, rather than leaving it for them, I'd better take it for myself. Mr. Kress. Edet seemed to be out of breath, but still tried to maintain his composure as he reminded. Do you know what it means by choosing this path? Of course. Kress replied directly, brief and forceful. My race is the ruler of death, and I am born to be king. Kress' words flowed slowly from his lips. In an instant, a tangible aura of death surged from Kress' skeleton, crimson firelight flickering in the skull's eye sockets. Suddenly, Edet seemed to see the legendary king of the undead. Edet, thud, fell to one knee. He didn't know whether this was due to the instinctive suppression by the high-level undead or being influenced by Kress' imposing aura. Edet respectfully bowed his head and spoke deeply. Edet Jez, I wish to be your unyielding longsword, your supreme lord, ruler of death, king of the undead. Kress looked at the zombie swordsman kneeling before him. He was very satisfied with the effect he had created. His clearly jointed hand bones extended. Edet respectfully reached out to take it, then lightly bowed his head and kissed it, declaring his oath of allegiance. Continuing like this, the army of the undead would have its first general. This was what Kress thought in his heart. With all the gold coins he currently possessed, he could hire some mercenary groups in the dark. Perhaps, they could go to Fagenforest and claim Eoli, Fritz Kingdom. Today, for every noble, commoner, and even each enslaved person with restricted freedom in Fritz Kingdom, this will be a day of royal grace. The sole heir of Fritz Kingdom, the first Princess Ruby of Fritz, will enter into a royal marriage pact with Kress, the newly named noble and elite adventurer captain of the Dawnlight team. All the citizens of the kingdom were caught up in a lively scene. Every merchant stall restored in Yaba City offered discounts and special sales to celebrate the occasion. And naturally, some who already knew about Dawnlight raised protests and rejections. They firmly believed Cress and Dilly both came from the fallen royal family in the East. They had already made a marriage pact long ago, and despite the changed situation now, the Fritz royal family should not force themselves between the couple who once brought great blessings to the kingdom. These voices indeed caused a certain amount of impact initially, but as time passed, these sounds gradually faded away amidst the vast crowd, especially under someone's intentional manipulation. By now, soon, inside the largest church of the Holy Light Temple, all notable figures in the kingdom would witness this historic moment. Last night, under the full moon's deep night, gentle breezes drifted. The reborn adept quickly received his first task, to proceed to the underground tomb and transform that undead legion into an unstoppable, invincible, iron-blooded army. Almost simultaneously as Adet left Cress' bedchamber, a shadow slipped into the western hall where Cress resided. Though located in the central palace complex of Fritz Palace, the Fritz kingdom had just survived 2 massive upheavals, and Yaba City suffered tremendous damage. Even the most important Fritz Palace could not compare to its former level of military vigilance. Certainly, for ordinary people, the current Fritz Palace was still well guarded, but for certain extraordinary beings who had reached a particular realm, it was far from enough. This was also one of the reasons why the shadow could successfully infiltrate the palace. Light flickered. As the figure entered the western hall, their original appearance gradually became clear under the illumination of the phosphorescent candles. A semi-long golden-haired man with pale, handsome features and deep azure eyes like stars. This was none other than the captain of the Cold Iron Mercenary Group, xuanhuan. It's been a long time, Sir Cress. xuanhuan slightly lifted the enormous hood behind him as he stepped forward leisurely. After Adet left, Cress immediately used an illusion once again, transforming back into his previous appearance. Although Cress knew that for someone who had reached the hero domain, like xuanhuan, even chief illusionist Yikong Zhao from the Eastern Empire might not fully deceive him, and his own beginner-level illusions would naturally be unable to fool the other party. However, Cress still chose to use this long-penetrated-through illusion to conceal his identity. After all, at times, a truth wrapped up by one layer of thin paper often benefits both sides the most. But it seemed that for the current xuanhuan, these things didn't matter. Sir Cress. xuanhuan strolled forward leisurely. Hard to imagine such a proud man would secretly infiltrate Fritz Palace in the middle of the night and enter Cress' bedroom. Sir Cress, I want to have a conversation with you. Oh, Cress clearly showed curiosity about xuanhuan's suggestion, unable to figure out in an instant what could possibly need discussing between himself and the captain of the Cold Iron Group. After all, Cress had died once at the hands of this person, though the other side might not remember it at all. I wonder why Captain xuanhuan has sneaked into my quarters in the dead of night. What would you like to discuss? After xuanhuan directly sat down on the guest seat, Cress also moved over to the reception chair opposite to xuanhuan, and they appeared as if forming the most beautiful painting at this moment, gathering the finest artwork carved by the heavenly gods from both the Eastern Empire and Western Fritz Kingdom. Sir Cress, don't harbor too much hostility towards me. xuanhuan laughed lightly and said indifferently, would Sir Cress not offer me a cup of fine wine? Seeing that xuanhuan had a genuine desire for sincere discussion, Cress slightly stood up, stretched out his hand, and picked up a drink from the long table. Fine wine I do not have, but red tea from the southwestern part of the kingdom. Hopefully, Captain xuanhuan will enjoy it. A fragrant, thick, dark red liquid flowed out from the exquisite drinking utensils. Much appreciated. xuanhuan reached out to take the cup of red tea handed over by Cress, sipping it gently, and the smile on his face deepened. This red tea has quite a distinct flavor. xuanhuan gave a polite but somewhat evasive comment, yet still savored it for a bit more. Meanwhile, after filling his own glass, Cress sat down to sip while continuing to say, now, can Captain xuanhuan tell me the purpose of your visit? Certainly. xuanhuan directly agreed, his semi-long blonde hair shimmering exceptionally brightly under the magical glow and candlelight of the bedroom. I know, Sir Cress is not human, and I also know, Sir Cress, you're cultivating an army. Chapter 188, The Undead and Kieran Veed's Invitation. I know that Sir Cress is not human, and I also know, Sir Cress, you are raising an army. Kieran Veed spoke slowly, his tone turning grave when he mentioned the latter part. Cress had remained calm initially. After all, it was expected by Cress that Kieran Veed could uncover his identity as an undead. However, when Kieran Veed referred to Cress raising an army, Cress couldn't help but stiffen. Even the ancient sword Luli, hanging at his waist, seemed to tremble faintly. There exists a special and indescribable connection between renowned swords. When the ancient sword Luli, obtained from Dak or emitted vibrations due to its thirst for battle, Kieran Veed's sword, Hanst, started trembling simultaneously. Layers of frost surged out from the blade of Hanst, instantly freezing the entire tabletop. The sword Luli? Kieran Veed looked quietly at the agitated long sword on Cress' waist, then said slowly, Sir Cress, you indeed have obtained an excellent sword. Isn't your sword, Hanst, the same? Cress did not back down in the slightest, responding directly with an analogous reply to Kieran Veed, who upon hearing this, chuckled lightly without denying it. The resonance of famous swords has much to do with their master's intent to kill and the aura of their enemies. This current state indicates that there is at least one obvious intent to kill between the two of them. Moments later, Luli ceased its resonance and the layers of frost from Hanst gradually dissipated. Cress exhaled slightly and seriously said, "So now, can you tell me what you really want to discuss with me, Commander Kieran?" "Of course." Kieran Veed gently sipped the black tea in his cup, appearing utterly relaxed. "Sir Cress, I believe you should understand that there are many areas where Hantai and your Dawnlight can cooperate. For example, Cress wasn't particularly surprised by the suggestion of cooperation coming from Kieran Veed anymore. He never truly believed in Kieran Veed, just as humans wouldn't trust venomous snakes easily. But Cress would never completely sever ties with Kieran Veed either. There are no permanent friends or enemies, only perpetual interests. After all, as Kieran Veed had said, regarding Hantai, one of the top-tier mercenary armies, perhaps there were numerous ways in which Cress could leverage the capabilities of their group. Therefore, I, representing the entirety of the Hantai mercenary army, extend an invitation for cooperation to you, Sir Cress." Kieran Veed stood up suddenly, looking extremely formal, placing one hand before him, bowing slightly, making it a proposition that appeared almost impossible to refuse. Of course, this was only true for ordinary people. Cress coldly observed Kieran Veed standing before him, who seemed extraordinarily sincere, but based solely on the limited understanding Cress had of Kieran Veed. To Cress, it seemed impossible that someone like Kieran Veed would break into the palace of Fritz in the middle of the night merely to discuss mutual cooperation. Kieran Veed was a man characterized by extreme pride and cruelty. He was just like the main boss seated in the Hantai headquarters, meticulously wiping his famous sword, Hanst, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Perhaps, Kieran Veed had also noticed the thoughts running through Cress' mind. A peculiar smile flickered at the corner of Kieran Veed's lips as he straightened up and approached Cress, who was seated on a chair, whispering, "Do you, Sir Cress, truly intend to finalize the royal engagement with Princess Labia? Could it be you have forgotten the pact made with the elven race?" The profound blue eyes of Kieran Veed gleamed with an omniscient light, causing Cress to feel somewhat startled. He didn't know how Kieran Veed had become privy to those personal matters about him. It was impossible. And yet, there it was, staring Cress in the face. How could you know?" Cress responded icily to Kieran Veed, who had moved closer to him. The distance between the two of them now was unusually close, and thus slightly unnatural. "Ha!" Kieran Veed's chuckle filled Cress with a sense of being controlled by another person's will. Clearly, Kieran Veed was not especially inclined to answer Cress' question. "Sir Cress, I can help you." "No, Hantai can assist you. Head to the Fagin Forest and retrieve the person you seek. All I need in return are some trivial things, Sir Cress." Kieran Veed said this with a faint tone. Cress's illusionary eyes coldly locked onto Kieran Veed. For a long moment, silence reigned until a deep male voice, like a cello softly drawn, broke it. "Deal." The space shifted. Fritz Kingdom. The morning sun illuminated every street of Yabu City. In the grand cathedral of the Holy Light Temple, Captain Cress of Dawnlight, the Fritz royal family, and the major nobles gathered in Yabu City were all present. They had come to witness the betrothal between Princess Lubia Fritz and Captain Cress of Dawnlight. Amidst the sea of people, standing high on the church steps, Cress could easily spot the representatives of Hantai, their leader, Kieran Veed, and his deputy, Reno. Kieran Veed felt the gaze coming from the center of the church. Turning slightly, he caught Cress's eyes meeting his for a brief moment. Kieran Veed's smile remained as he slowly removed his specially made wide-brimmed hat and bowed slightly in respect. Cress reciprocated with a proper gesture of acknowledgement. As Cress looked up again, his betrothal ceremony with Princess Lubia Fritz was about to begin shortly. Currently available information. 1. In the Fritz Kingdom, the royal engagement is sacred and prestigious. It generally involves direct royal family members, regardless of gender, getting engaged with either a hero or a noble figure outside the royal family. During the engagement ceremony, both parties receive blessings from the kingdom's nobles, the Holy Light Temple priests, and even high-level magic chanters. The actual royal wedding, however, is usually held 1 to 3 years later. Chapter 189, The Undying and the Rewinding. In the spacious church of the Fritz Kingdom, Cress, standing on the steps, met the gaze of Kieran Veed from the corner of the grand hall. Time rewound again. Actually, after the Jest rebellion was quelled, Cress went from being an ordinary adventurer new star to becoming a noble in the Fritz Kingdom. Not long after, Zhao Yekong, the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire, invaded the Yazhuching city of the Fritz Kingdom to search for the relics of the former king of the Undying, Dark Ori. At the most critical moment, the steel-level adventurer team, Dawning Light, its captain Cress along with teammates Lancel, Dilly, and the new Royal Guard captain Iluo Li, under the cover and assault of many adventurers and royal guards, engaged in the ultimate showdown with the invader Zhao Yekong. Cress ultimately lived up to everyone's expectations and secured an absolute victory. However, it was beyond Cress' expectation. Zhao Yekong chose to privately cooperate with Cress. Come and go again. This was Zhao Yekong's usual trick. No one would have thought that an entity who had just been repelled would return to the enemy camp moments later. It was an extremely dangerous move. But sometimes, the more dangerous something is, the safer it becomes. The bright and cool moonlight fell like a layer of frost on the dome of the western hall of the Fritz Palace's west wing. Clad in a crimson-black oriental brocade, Zhao Yekong appeared as if he were an extraordinary young master of a distinguished clan. "You've come." Zhao Yekong's voice carried a noticeable air of nonchalance. his silver hair fluttering gently in the night breeze. For a moment, he looked extraordinarily elegant. And the one who responded to Zhao Yekong's words was none other than the hero of the Fritz Kingdom, one of the few steel-grade adventurers, Cress. I never expected you to actually come back. Cress' words carried a hint of coldness. Although saying he hadn't expected it, it seemed as if he had already anticipated this all along. Then Crescent continued, adding, "You should know that every person within this city now wants to tear you apart piece by piece." Indeed, that is certainly true. Zhao Yekong neither confirmed nor denied Cress' words. Yazhuching, the first great city of the Fritz Kingdom, had now continuously suffered from two enormous disturbances and threats. For Crescent, these two great upheavals turned him into the hero of the Fritz Kingdom. But for the other residents of Yazhuching, these two upheavals made it difficult for them to continue their lives. Even with many temporary measures for disaster relief and compensating the commoners, enacted by the Fritz royalty represented by Lubia Fritz, to bestow great grace upon the Yazhuching residents, these measures were still far from enough. Most humans whose families were ruined in the chaos would undoubtedly direct their anger towards the initial source of these two upheavals, Jesk Horton and Zhao Yekong. Now Jesk Horton has died, but his sins are unforgivable. The Jesk family will take the place of Jesk Horton, enduring the overwhelming wrath from the Fritz royalty and the commoners of Yazhuching. As for Zhao Yekong, he and the existence like a savior hero Cress mutually reached a stalemate. At least some informed people believe so. However, in the official announcement released by the Fritz royalty, it was stated that the steel-level adventurer hero and the captain of Dawning Light, Cress, relied on absolute strength to suppress and defeat Zhao Yekong and a group of illusion demons, successfully rescuing Yazhuching from the clutches of demons. Most of Yazhuching's populace firmly believed this. It was also at this moment that the prestige of Dawning Light, the Adventurers Guild, and the Fritz royalty reached an unprecedented height. Simultaneously, due to power fluctuations, the nobility that restricted and hindered the authority of the royal family were severely weakened. The public's anger swallowed them. Of course, the origin of this anger stemmed from the demon illusionist, Zhao Yekong. To say they wanted to shred Zhao Yekong was not an overstatement in the eyes of Yazhuching's residents. Zhao Yekong naturally understood this. Only, he didn't care. Why would a lion care about the thoughts of ants? Zhao Yekong pondered this way, and then turned around, slowly walking toward Cress who stood there holding a sword. A gentle wind blew. Zhao Yekong's silver hair swayed with the wind. "Lord Crescent, I came to continue our agreement." As Zhao Yekong spoke, he had already approached within a few feet of Cress. That calm yet bloodthirsty madman's voice was as unpredictable as Zhao Yekong's actions. Upon hearing Zhao Yekong's words, the face of Cress, conjured by an illusion, slightly twitched as if trying to form a smile. But for some inexplicable reason, it always seemed to carry a hint of mockery. As for Zhao Yekong, he was entirely unmoved by Cress's reaction, because he knew the other party could not reject his offer. "Sir Crescent, you must not forget the agreement between you and me. I have already promised you the benefits you need." "Mr. Zhao, rest assured." Cress finally began to directly respond to Zhao Yekong's words. It was a beautiful sound like a cello gently being played, pleasant and mesmerizing to the ear, as though imbued with a kind of magic. "Since I've already agreed, there will be no turning back." "Perfect." Zhao Yekong quickly seized the gap in Cress's statement and interjected. "My convenient younger sister, Yiling Zhao, shall temporarily be entrusted into your care, Lord Crescent." As Zhao Yekong spoke, his face was obscured against the moonlight, but Crescent somehow sensed an excited, bloodthirsty madness lurking behind those words. Time rewound once more to the present. The grand hall of Fritz Palace. Early winter's midday sun wrapped the entire Fritz Palace in warmth, even thawing the fountains on the palace square that had been frozen just yesterday, allowing them to spray anew. In the central district of Yazhuching, the towering bell tower struck its bells, just as it did many years ago when the first royal engagement agreement ushered in long-lasting peace for the Fritz Kingdom. 13 solemn bell tones echoed across the entire city of Yazhuching. All levels of nobility within the Fritz Kingdom had already waited long within the palace. The current Fritz Kingdom now possessed no more conflicts between noble factions and the royal authority. After the Jesk rebellion, the power of the noble factions plummeted. Countless great aristocrats suffered from their wrong choices. Even the formerly prominent 6 great nobles of the kingdom were now entirely under the control of the Fritz royal family. The remaining low-level nobles from distant regions naturally posed no hindrance to the Fritz royalty anymore. Chapter 190. The Undying and Concealment. Inside the grand hall of Fritz Palace, dressed in a regal attire, King Fritz presently seemed like a kind and benevolent elder. Yet, the magnificent crown atop his head symbolized the supreme power of King Fritz. At the center of the palace hall, only those with a certain status in the Fritz Kingdom could have a place here. Aside from Cress, the elite steel adventurer who was one of today's main protagonists and captain of Dawn, there were also the president of the Adventurer Guild's Yaba City headquarters, the president of the Mage Association, and Kylon Veed, the captain of the Chill Iron Mercenary Group. Additionally, there were members of the vice leadership of Blood Dance, and even Captain Li Ilaw of the Royal Guard could be seen. Cress, dressed in crimson-black brocade, did not follow the suggestion of the palace servants to change into noble attire of the Fritz Kingdom. Cress glanced around. He didn't see Dilly or Lancel. Given their roles as his teammates and national heroes of Yaba City, they undoubtedly had the right to be present here. But at this moment, the seats reserved for them remained empty. Cress pushed down a hint of peculiar emotion within him. He now had to honor his agreement with Lubia Fritz and complete the signing of this royal engagement. For Crescent's own purposes, to fulfill Cress' objective, Cress had no other choice, or rather, he believed he had no more comprehensive option. Before heading off to repel Zhao Yekong's invasion, before the first Princess Lubia Fritz gathered many adventurers and the royal guard, as the commander-in-chief of the Fritz Kingdom side this time, Lubia Fritz met privately with Cress, the captain of the elite steel adventure group Dawn. In a not very large room, the light of magical candles illuminated its surroundings. Cress slowly stepped toward the center of the room, facing that familiar silhouette, a graceful figure standing slightly by the window. Holian, Princess Lubia. Cress' voice was as usual, beautiful and melodious, revealing none of the excitement one might feel before going into battle against an opponent like Zhao Yekong. However, to Lubia Fritz, it lacked the familiarity and intimacy of the past, instead showing a trace of distance. Sir Crescent. Lubia Fritz turned slightly upon hearing Cress' voice. Her serene gaze rested on Cress' respectful bow. For some unknown reason, Lubia Fritz seemed to sigh lightly before continuing. Cress, since when did we start calling each other so formally, even in private? Cress slightly straightened up. The arm he had placed over his chest dropped. Naturally, he understood what Lubia Fritz meant, but wasn't interested in delving deeper into it or changing anything. Perhaps, it started when your highness began addressing me this way. Cress responded calmly to Lubia Fritz's words, as if he were a powerful being unaffected by external changes, maintaining his composure and standards regardless of the circumstances. Neither too humble nor too arrogant. He described perfectly the state Cress was in now. Ha ha ha. Lubia Fritz suddenly giggled behind her hand. I truly admire your eloquence and clever tongue, Cress. Cress, at the center of the room, gave a slight bow in response. I suspect, Lubia, you didn't summon me here merely to discuss titles? Upon hearing Cress' direct and pointed question, Lubia Fritz restrained her laughter. She slowly approached Cress from near the window. The distance between them shortened continuously. Even Crescent, as an undead, seemed able to smell the precious fragrances worn by Lubia Fritz, specially created for spell singers. Cress was curious about which fragrance could be sensed even by an undead who had lost his sense of smell. Before Crescent could ponder this further, it seemed Lubia Fritz had no intention to keep dancing around the topic anymore, saying, Cress, would you like to secretly build a vast army? As soon as these words left Lubia Fritz's mouth, Cress' body involuntarily tensed. As one of the largest human gathering places, Yaba City was undoubtedly full of strong individuals and humans with special abilities. But if one were to ask, who could make even the current Cress feel a tinge of trepidation? The answer would be only one. The first princess of Fritz Kingdom, Lubia Fritz. This princess, who once perfectly deceived Cress without relying on any props, and who masterminded the profitable strategies during 2 rebellions that threatened the survival of the Fritz royal family. Even Crescent had to admit, Lubia Fritz possessed an intelligence incomparable to others, and it was this very intelligence that made Cress extremely cautious. Now, Lubia Fritz has directly pointed out what Cress had planned to keep as his goal. This couldn't help but make Cress suspect. Did Lubia Fritz already know he had obtained the Spirit Pearl and controlled xuanhuan's undead army? Princess, why do you say so? Cress was immensely relieved by his undead nature's forced calmness. This allowed him to maintain steady control even under extreme tension. Cress, why are you calling me princess again? Lubia Fritz appeared slightly dissatisfied, stepping closer to Cress, whispering softly. And, I know, you've taken control of xuanhuan's painstakingly crafted undead army. Lubia Fritz's whisper was like that of a demon. Upon hearing this, Cress's pupils flashed with a streak of bloody flames. Had it not been for Cress maintaining strict control over these times, his renowned sword, Rue Li, hanging at his waist would likely have begun to quiver due to his murderous intent. Before Crescent could respond, the first Princess Lubia Fritz had already leaned close to Cress's ear, continuing to whisper secretly. But rest assured, I will keep it hidden for you. Chapter 191, The Undead and the Mysterious. The first Princess, Lubia Fritz, had already leaned close to Cress's ear, continuing her quiet whisper. But don't worry, I will help you keep it a secret. In this not-so-spacious room, the light of the magical candles appeared particularly beautiful. The distance between Lubia Fritz and Cress was extremely close, so much so that even the warmth from Lubia Fritz's words could directly brush against Cress's cheeks. Perhaps because of the early winter chill, the fire in the fireplace of this room burned very vigorously. It could even make one feel an inexplicable warmth emanating from deep within. It was at this moment that Cress suddenly realized Lubia Fritz's attire was rather simple, yet alluring. What is it, Cress? Lubia Fritz slightly extended her smooth, white hand, as soft as jade, caressing Cress's cheek. For Lubia Fritz, Cress's seemingly flawless handsome face felt somewhat cold to the touch. Cress, you seem a bit out of place. Faced with Lubia Fritz's teasing and flirtatious words, there was no change in Cress's expression. This temporarily heightened Lubia Fritz's slightly perverted affection for him even more than before. Lubia. Cress's voice, like the gentle pull of a cello, sounded again, as if it could instantly silence everything around for him to continue speaking. I'm curious, how do you know that xuanhuan's army of undead is in my hands? Cress's tone was light, as if nothing could move him, no matter what happened. Is that so? Lubia Fritz withdrew her right hand, gently covering her lips painted with the fieriest lipstick, pretending to be surprised, and softly whispered. Cress, actually, I wasn't sure at first, but now I know. Lubia Fritz spoke slowly, her smile resembling an evil girl who had just pulled off a prank successfully. Haha. Cress seemed not overly surprised by this answer, and his abnormal light laughter only made Lubia Fritz more curious. Cress, you should know, this kind of unknown and uncontrollable power shouldn't be something you attempt to control. Lubia Fritz began reasoning patiently, though she didn't expect much hope. Oh, Cress showed some interest in what Lubia Fritz said. How do you mean? Lubia Fritz stared quietly at the man in front of her whose eyes were calm and rational to the extreme. For a moment, Lubia Fritz was left speechless, because she knew that no matter how eloquent she became, she couldn't possibly persuade the clear-minded man in front of her. If that was the case, then let's try another approach. Lubia Fritz thought of this and slightly tilted her body forward, directly kissing Cress on the cheek. Although Crescent still harbored a trace of astonishment inside, it was quickly suppressed by the forced calmness characteristic of the undead. By the time Cress came back to his senses, it was already too late. Cress quickly stepped back to create some distance, and after ending the kiss, Lubia Fritz touched her lips with her finger, silently relishing the peculiar sensation just experienced. A little colder than I imagined. Lubia Fritz's self-talk couldn't make Cress forget what had just happened. Lubia, you. There was a questioning tone in Cress's words, yet before he could ask, Lubia Fritz had already interrupted him. I'm doing what I want to do. Lubia Fritz answered guiltlessly. For a moment, Cress was speechless. Cress seemed somewhat impatient with Lubia Fritz's behavior. Princess Lubia, if you have no other requests, I shall take my leave. After all, as Crescent spoke, his gaze swept past the window to catch a glimpse of the corner of the flame colossus, continuing to add. After all, Yaracheng City and the Fritz royal family are still facing unknown invaders. It's not unknown. The enemy has already been identified. Zhao Yepeng, the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire. Lubia Fritz replied straightforwardly, while sitting back down on the main seat in the room, looking discontented. Originally, I thought we could do something interesting before your expedition, Cress, but it seems you're not willing. Lubia Fritz seemed to be puzzled as to why. After all, she was one of the most beautiful in the Fritz kingdom. Suddenly, the figure and appearance of an Eastern woman flashed in Lubia Fritz's mind. A moment of inspiration struck her, and she straightened up, asking, could it be because of Miss Dilly? Cress's face visibly turned cold. He did not answer Lubia Fritz's question but turned around instead, preparing to leave. And right at that moment, Lubia Fritz's voice came again. You need a powerful army, don't you? I can give you one. Cress stopped. The words Lubia Fritz had just spoken hit the deepest need in his heart. He accepted xuanhuan's employment mission and came to Yaracheng for gold coins. Everything he had done was for one thing. An army. That's right. Cress had never forgotten his goal. He intended to go to the Fagan Forest, to claim Yili from the Forest Elves, but it would take far more than just his own strength. The elves of the Fagan Forest had already been consolidated by some mighty presence. If Crescent wanted to reclaim Yili, he would have to present a power even more terrifying and invincible than that existence. An army. This was the best way to bridge that gap. A well-trained and massive army could possess enough power to destroy nations and wipe out races. This is exactly what Cress needed now. Cress, remember that a legion composed only of low-rank undead will crumble easily before a powerful priest. Lubia Fritz, proudly seated on the main chair, seemed quite satisfied that Cress had paused due to her words. You? Cress turned back, with a flash of blood-red light in his pupils, so startling and awe-inspiring. What do you mean? I'll help you repel Zhao Yepeng and build you a corps of elite knights. An elite cavalry regiment on par with the Chill Iron. Cress was somewhat surprised. Just this one condition? Not at all. Lubia Fritz tilted her head mischievously, smiling. I also need you to sign the royal marriage contract with me. As Lubia spoke, she licked her lips. In a daze, she felt herself becoming increasingly infatuated with the mysterious and unfathomable Eastern man in front of her. Chapter 192, The Undying and the Blessing. Yayu City. At various relay roads, countless people from the Fritz kingdom gathered here, some resting and some on their way. Pedestrians coming and going all seemed to be heading in one direction. If the passing of Iron Wall Landsman, once the kingdom's greatest martial artist, was the first major news for the Fritz kingdom, then the current top story was Princess Lubia Fritz of the Fritz royal family's royal engagement. And the person she was engaged to was none other than Cress, the newly ascended Adamantantier adventurer and captain of Dawnlight. Of course, for someone regarded as a supreme figure in the Fritz kingdom today, no one dared to stand in his way. To ordinary people, this was merely a topic for dinner conversations. But it was also at this time that people gained a clearer understanding of the true might of the Fritz royal family. The Fritz royal family sent out numerous invitations. Every noble of note in the Fritz kingdom would attend, and anyone who refused or said anything unfavorable about the engagement would not escape unscathed. This was the reason why the inns and taverns of Yayu City were filled to capacity. If there was a second major piece of news, perhaps it involved the Jest family. This centuries-old ancient family, almost as old as the Fritz royal lineage itself, had just days ago seen its headquarters fall under an attack coordinated by the Fritz royal family and various powerful factions, leading to the swift dissolution of what remained of the Jest family. Jesk Horton, leader of the Jest family, was completely annihilated. Word spread through informants within the Fritz kingdom that those remnants of the Jest family now merely struggled to survive, hanging by a thread. Meanwhile, Jesk's illegitimate second son led part of the reformed Jesk family's forces and realigned with the Fritz royal family. Fritz capital. In the central Grand Cathedral, the originally gold-dominated halls were now adorned with additional touches of red. Inside the grand hall, a crimson Persian carpet stretched from the center of the cathedral to the entrance outside, while enormous silk-red flowers hung from the ceiling. Decorated with beautiful flowers on all sides, aristocrats and noble lords allied with the Fritz royal family already occupied seats along both sides. These were reserved spots for individuals of notable status. Inside the princess's quarters, Princess Labia Fritz in her radiant red attire appeared even more alluring and exquisite. As she scrutinized her own refined makeup in the bronze mirror, she smiled faintly. This was to be a long-planned feast. Fritz Kingdom, Central Grand Cathedral in Yayu City. As the hymns rang out, the official engagement ceremony of the Fritz royal family's royal engagement commenced here. King Fritz himself, looking far older these days, stood slowly as the presiding ruler. He picked up a nearby golden dagger, symbolizing the glory of the Fritz royal family. King Fritz was a wise ruler. During his reign, he followed in the footsteps of previous generations of kings, managing to confine the powers of the nobility to a relatively reasonable boundary. Though, even within this constrained range, the influence still posed immense danger to the Fritz royals. After all, from the perspective of other nations, the autonomy granted to these lords in the Fritz kingdom essentially made them rulers within their own smaller kingdoms. Nevertheless, King Fritz still earned a reputation as a kind and benevolent sovereign. Under his leadership, after being continuously suppressed by the Bostan Empire for 100 years, the Fritz kingdom regained its former prominence and once again exuded national pride. But alas, even a genius like King Fritz could only accomplish so much with human limitations. He truly grew old, especially after the mysterious death of his close friend and former Royal Guard captain, the Iron Wall, Landsman. When Landsman died in that blood-stained snowy plain district, it was as though the king aged a decade overnight. All the stewards serving under King Fritz were astonished by how rapidly the king looked aged. This shock was compounded during the subsequent wave of severe chaos when they suffered an invasion by Zhao Yekong, a top-level illusionist. For a time, Yayu City and the entire Fritz royal family faced precarious circumstances. However, soon enough, all stewards and the rest of Yayu City's populace calmed down as events unfolded. The 6 deities have not abandoned the Fritz kingdom. Their divine light continues to illuminate Yayu City. Princess Labia Fritz proved herself braver and wiser than ever before, inheriting the valor and intellect of her ancestors, along with the beauty favored by the gods. When the Golden Princess, Labia Fritz, took the initiative, organizing groups of adventurers alongside Royal Guard units, everyone realized in that moment. The Fritz kingdom was about to usher in a new era, an age led by its most beautiful princess. The gods are indeed generous and forgiving. When the deities bestowed a princess upon the Fritz kingdom, they also sent a hero to vanquish the darkness. Cress, the captain of Dawnlight. The moment the symbol of dark demons, the Flame Colossus, disappeared, and the moment Cress appeared on the battlefield alongside Labia Fritz, nothing could better express the joy and excitement of the people of Yayu City than their cheers. The prestige of the Fritz royal family reached an unprecedented height at this very moment. Inside the grand hall of the Fritz royal palace, all guests had taken their seats, and the lavish banquet had already begun. Cress stood in the center of the hall, beneath the tiered throne, at the end of the red carpet. His tall figure was accentuated by the jet-black fitted brocade, while the silver-white mask that partially concealed the lower half of his face was a restriction placed on behalf of the other party of the royal engagement. However, it only added a touch of mystery to Cress's handsomeness. Most of the attendees were nobles and lords who aligned with the Fritz royal family, and thus were aware that the captain of Dawnlight, Cress, often wore a mask, so no one paid it much mind. However, seeing this formidable adamantine adventurer, the captain of Dawnlight, Cress, revealed to be so youthful and handsome left many feeling inferior. King Fritz's smile was kind and amiable. He held the golden short sword, high with both hands, then solemnly granted it to the eastern man kneeling before him, the hero of Yayu City, Cress. The golden short sword was forged from adamantine after hundreds of grindings and plated with 10 gold. Though it did not match the sharpness and brilliance of ancient legendary swords, it symbolized glory and the recognition of the Fritz royal family. May the gods grant you courage, making you invincible in every battle. After a lengthy set of splendid vows, King Fritz delivered his final blessing. Cress bent down to lightly kiss the back of King Fritz's hand, then stood up and raised the golden short sword, high as a sign to the surrounding guests. The hymns continued to sing praises. The voice of King Fritz guided the appearance of another leading figure of today's royal engagement, the first princess of the Fritz kingdom, the Golden Princess, Labia Fritz. Chapter 193, The Undying One and Queen Labia Fritz. Amidst the hymns of the temple, Labia Fritz, dressed in splendid attire, slowly appeared at the main entrance of the church. Today's Labia Fritz was exceptionally beautiful, with her hair low-hanging, adorned by a green jade phoenix hairpin. Several strands of pearl pendants hung before her face, tempting one to catch a glimpse of her beauty, clad in a tight-sleeved red peony robe, beneath which was a smoky silk skirt embroidered with scattered flowers. Around her waist was a large bow made of golden thread soft smoke gauze, making Labia Fritz appear slender, alluring, and captivating. This daughter of heaven from the Fritz kingdom, the Golden Princess, endowed with countless beauties, proceeded under the guidance of 2 young magicians towards Cress at the center of the church amidst falling flower petals. However, keen-eyed guests instantly noticed something amiss at Labia Fritz's appearance. Labia Fritz, the protagonist of this royal marriage pact, was not wearing the golden crown of the princess? For the Fritz kingdom, which placed an immense emphasis on etiquette, this was a grave mistake. Even if Princess Labia had been momentarily careless, the servants who constantly attended her should not have forgotten. Why did they fail to remind Her Highness the Princess? This became an unshakable question in the minds of many guests. But very soon, with King Fritz maintaining silence, everything continued orderly. The current authority of the Fritz royal family was like the midday sun at its zenith. No short-sighted noble or priest would dare to offend the highest favored, golden princess, Labia Fritz, at this moment. The existence of the entire kingdom will bestow blessings upon you at this very moment. The majestic voice of King Fritz, old but still commanding, echoed throughout the spacious cathedral. Princess Labia Fritz, the first princess, had already reached the center of the grand hall of the church. Clad in pitch black with crimson embroidery, Cress slightly bowed and took the hand of the incomparably beautiful Labia Fritz from the young magician's guidance. King Fritz sat on his throne atop the stairs, quietly observing his proudest and most beloved daughter below with the renowned national hero adventurer. Cress and Labia Fritz slowly walked to kneel halfway before the steps where King Fritz sat, awaiting his final blessing. And it was at this moment that King Fritz glanced around, his voice ringing out again. Before bestowing the ultimate blessing upon our two new persons, my beloved daughter, and the hero adventurer Cress, I must announce another matter. Though King Fritz had aged considerably, his voice remained firm and resonated throughout the entire hall. All the guests within the church listened quietly, without a trace of restlessness or disorder. I believe everyone has noticed, Princess Labia did not wear the golden crown of the princess. This was my instruction, because King Fritz spoke slowly, and everyone held their breath. They had indeed noticed this strange point, but had dared not voice it. Now, however, it turned out that it was due to King Fritz's directive. Just as everyone awaited the reason given by King Fritz sitting on his ornate throne, he slowly rose from it, while removing the magnificent crown belonging to each generation of Fritz kings. Never before had King Fritz's voice sounded so powerful and irrefutable, echoing through the heavens. Because I am going to pass this crown of kingship to my first princess, the golden princess Labia Fritz. Everyone in the church, except for those at the very center, King Fritz, Princess Labia, and Cress, was visibly shocked. King Fritz had aged significantly. Princess Labia Fritz's abilities were clear to all. Her prestige had already surpassed that of any woman in the history of the Fritz kingdom. Still, King Fritz's sudden decision to abdicate left many people struggling to accept it. A queen? This was something that many nobles and guests had never truly anticipated. Yet, it had indeed become a reality right before their eyes. Labia Fritz, you will become the 17th king of the Fritz kingdom and its 43 feudal states, the favored son of the gods, and you shall bear the rise and fall of the entire kingdom. King Fritz's voice already resounded throughout the grand cathedral. When Labia Fritz accepted the crown placed upon her head by King Fritz, everyone understood. From this moment onward, the Fritz kingdom had its new king, a new queen. Labia Fritz received from King Fritz's hands the royal scepter symbolizing kingship and raised it high. The exquisite king's crown shimmered brilliantly under the bright magical light of the grand cathedral. Her appearance left the congregation in the church momentarily mesmerized. Even the most devout priests and ceremonial officials couldn't help but marvel at how the gods had so intricately shaped Labia Fritz. She was a queen who embodied magnificence, opulence, beauty, and intelligence all at once. Her Majesty Queen Fritz. At Labia Fritz's side, Cress, the other protagonist of this momentous event, undoubtedly had long-standing ties with Labia Fritz and King Fritz. As everyone was either dazed or lost for words, Cress promptly knelt halfway down and loudly proclaimed the first, Your Majesty, the Queen. It set off a chain reaction as others followed suit. First were the royal guards completely loyal to Labia Fritz, led by Li Ilaw, who knelt halfway down and shouted in unison. Her Majesty Queen Fritz. Her Majesty Queen Fritz. Wave after wave of loud cries echoed through the grand cathedral, the sound of the royal guard reverberating far and wide. Under the infinite influence, every person, in this moment, bowed deeply for Labia Fritz, respectfully shouting out loud, Her Majesty Queen Fritz. It all seemed like a natural progression. Now crowned as the new king, Labia Fritz raised high the scepter, symbolizing the supreme power of the Fritz kingdom. Her bright red lips slightly parted, and Labia Fritz's enchanting voice rang throughout the church. May the gods bestow their blessings. As the new king, my first decree is the reconstruction of the Kingdom Knights. It shall be signed as the Dawnbreakers Knights, and its captain will be none other than my fiancée, Cress, who will personally take on the role. Labia Fritz's clear and resonant voice echoed for a long time within the great cathedral of Yaliu City. Among those present, some were surprised, others felt it was unexpected, while a few already had premonitions. Yet without exception, no one dared to voice any opposition. As the newly appointed king, not a single noble or official possessed the authority, or would be foolish enough, to oppose the first decree of the new monarch. Besides, Labia Fritz was far from just an ordinary new ruler. Chapter 194. The Undying One and the Anomaly from the Elven Race. Labia Fritz was not merely an ordinary new queen. Even when she was still a princess, her prestige had already surpassed that of any other being in the Fritz kingdom. Even during its prime, the reputation of King Fritz among all the nobles and commoners was far less than 1/10 of that of Labia Fritz, who cultivated as a spiritual cultivator. Seeing no opposition around her, Labia Fritz placed her hand before Cress, who knelt beside her, as if rehearsed numerous times, with great familiarity. Sir Cress, I shall require your utmost assistance. It's my greatest honor, my Queen Majesty, Cress said, gently kissing the back of Lubia Fritz's hand covered in a white gauze glove. At this moment, music and fireworks rang out simultaneously. Faintly, as Cress kissed the back of Lubia Fritz's hand, as the new king, a semblance of flowing madness appeared on Lubia's dignified face. But perhaps it was just an eye trick. When the fireworks settled, Lubia Fritz was still the image of the beautiful and graceful first princess, the Golden Princess. Please rise, my future husband. Lubia Fritz's words brimmed with feminine warmth and happiness. In contrast, the calm and rational expression on Cress's face seemed slightly out of place. However, no one would give it a second thought. For those familiar with Captain Cress of the Dawnlight, this is the Cress they know and are familiar with. If Cress were to smile now, it would only make them suspect whether Cress had been controlled by some evil creature or temporarily replaced by someone else. Standing opposite each other, Cress and Lubia Fritz formed a pair envied by all. Just as everyone was blessing this couple, hoping for their long-lasting union, the still most senior Fritz King began his final inquiry. Therefore, I hereby announce you two engaged to be married, completing the ceremony after 1 year. Is there anyone who objects? Therefore, I hereby announce you two engaged under the royal covenant, completing the ceremony after 1 year. Is there anyone who objects? King Fritz's words radiated the kindness and amicability of an elder, yet carried within them a hint of authority from someone long seated at the top. Hold on. It was a voice extremely familiar, interrupting the concluding moments of the engagement ceremony. Mr. Cress, how could your royal covenant today neglect even inviting your old friend? An abrupt, arrogant voice filled with 3 parts of drunkenness interrupted what would otherwise have been a smooth engagement ceremony. All present turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. A man cloaked in black, wearing deep crimson armor underneath, walked slowly into the hall from the grand entrance. The black cloak obscured most of the man's figure, and the oversized hood hid the upper half of his face, but Cress knew exactly who he was. In the capital of Fritz's kingdom, outside Yabu City, there were numerous elite guards stationed, along with adventurers and rangers of Fritz's kingdom. Yet, this person had walked in unscathed. Other than those who had ascended to the hero realm, no other being could achieve this. Excluding the figures already present in the church hall and factoring in the faint alcohol aroma lingering in the air, the remaining possibility could only point to one individual, Soja. As the visitor halted inside the hall, he slowly removed his hood, revealing a weathered yet confident face, completely devoid of the ragged demeanor displayed during his last encounter with Cress. While Cress remained calm, the other guests were filled with boundless fury. Soja, how dare you come alone into Yabu City and disrupt Her Majesty the Queen's royal covenant? Soja, last time during the siege, you ran away. This time, guests seated on both sides had already drawn their weapons, making relentless threats, awaiting the single command from the new queen, Lubia Fritz, seemingly ready to tear Soja limb from limb. Soja's smile widened as internal energy coursed through his body. In an instant, behind him appeared a crimson-wreathed Azura sword demon, and a tyrannical gust of wind emanating from Soja swept outward, instantly flipping and shattering the banquet tables and chairs. Even those who earlier boasted about tearing Soja apart instinctively fell silent. Cress stood steadfast amidst the wind in the center of the hall. When the wind died down, he spoke calmly. Mr. Soja, we meet again. Last time we met, you were almost dead in the street, weren't you? Cress's words did not bring about any change in Soja. Soja slightly raised his eyes, looking at Cress, and spoke. In my heart, I still thank Mr. Cress. But unfortunately, I have a favor to ask of someone. Therefore, I've come here now to deliver a message to Mr. Cress. Cress clearly became a little curious about what Soja was saying. What message? Mr. Cress, do you remember Yali? Upon hearing this, Cress's face stiffened. Soja laughed arrogantly and slowly said, furthermore, Mr. Cress, although there are many people here, how many of them can truly harm me? This was the pride of an apex fighter. Even surrounded on all sides, they could laugh and joke. Hearing Soja's words, among those present were several adventurers who immediately began channeling their techniques, gathering energy for an attack on Soja with their weapons ready. But suddenly, everyone who had stood up felt dizzy and weak all over, collapsing back into their seats only to find that all around them were unconscious and out of it. Even King Fritz on the throne lost consciousness instantly. In the blink of an eye, the bustling hall fell completely silent. Only a few people remained standing in the center of the hall, while countless others lay unconscious in the side seats, creating an eerie scene. The captain of the royal guard, Li Ila, noticing the situation, quickly approached the banquet table nearby, took out a magical artifact used for testing poison, and activated his internal energy to examine the drinks, finding no change or anomaly with the magical artifact. Li Ila immediately tested another dish, but the magical artifact showed no changes again, his face full of confusion as he looked towards Lubia Fritz. Could this be the Elven Nullity elixir? Colorless and odorless, not lethal, but it causes unconsciousness. It is rumored to be extremely covert, nearly impossible to detect. Lubia Fritz calmly explained, seeing that Soja did not deny it, continuing, I didn't expect even the uninvolved elven race, a drunkard like you, would actually manage to convince them. Soja paid no heed, instead saying somewhat sarcastically, it's simply mutual benefit. One couldn't possibly poison my royal covenant, alone, could one, Mr. Soja? Without answering, Soja's gaze shifted to Kirin Vide, the only one still seated at the banquet. Lubia Fritz's expression changed slightly as she turned her cold eyes towards Kirin Vide. Kirin Vide slowly stood up, glancing at Cress, who remained unperturbed, and said, "My sincere apologies, Sir Cress, and Your Highness. No, Your Majesty. I also have my own secrets that I cannot speak of." Chapter 195, The Undead and the Blue Dragon Fortress. The situation within the Grand Cathedral was delicate. Cress, along with Elu Li and others, faced off against Sasha and Kirin Weed. Cress's side was slightly weaker in terms of strength, but the outcome of battles between experts can never be determined until the very end. Lubia Fritz could not quite understand. According to her sources, Sasha and Kirin Weed should have been sworn enemies, their hatred running deep as an ocean of blood. And now, why were they working together against her? Your Highness. No, Your Majesty. Please take the late king to the rear hall to temporarily evade their strength. Li Elu, once a direct guard of Lubia Fritz, spoke up. He glanced at Lubia Fritz's expression, feeling that his words had been appropriate, and continued. After my colleague Cress and I defeat them, I will personally present their heads to Your Majesty. After Li Elu finished speaking, Lubia Fritz remained motionless. She looked at Cress, who had been silent all this time. His composure gave her both comfort and a sense of unimaginable madness. She began to suspect whether Cress might also have any connection with these two. Were they hiding something from her? Lubia Fritz couldn't think of an answer for the moment. However, Cress noticed Lubia Fritz's gaze directed at him. He responded calmly by gently brushing away her fallen strands of hair, whispering, "Relax, as long as I'm here, they cannot turn the tide." As if suddenly awakened from her reverie, Lubia Fritz threw all her doubts aside. She realized Cress was infuriatingly perfect, every move just right, vividly becoming the image of her ideal partner. Lubia Fritz swallowed lightly and replied to Cress, "I trust you, Cress." Cress faintly smiled with exact timing. Under the protective stance of the two of them, Lubia Fritz led the temporarily unconscious King Fritz towards the rear hall to withdraw. Li Lu stood nearby, dumbfounded. Women truly are strange creatures. Li Lu shook his head slightly, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, and then took the initiative to attack Kirin Weed, the traitor of the Fritz Kingdom. Martial art, slash. In response to Li Lu's slash, Kirin Weed raised both hands slightly, the frostbite instantly appearing in hand. A metal sound echoed as the frostbite met with the sword. Li Lu's longsword carried a pitch-black negative energy, each attack striking like a swift snake, fast and powerful without a hint of hesitation. Although Kirin Weed was slightly higher in rank than Li Lu, Kirin focused on defense without launching any attacks, thus temporarily putting himself at a disadvantage. Cress and Sasha, one near the king's throne on the steps, the other near the entrance of the cathedral, both quietly observed each other, waiting for the best moment to strike, just as it was during their first encounter in Hesmu City's arena. For experts of their level, victory or defeat often happens in the blink of an eye. Their task was to wait for the right opportunity, find the opponent's weakness, and then deliver a fatal blow. The sounds of Kirin Weed and Li Lu fighting echoed around, but these two remained still, like two stone statues. Black Death energy and Crimson Fighting Chi surrounded them respectively. After a long while, Cress casually swung his ancient sword Louis, in midair, martial art. 5 consecutive strikes. 5 beams of black energy quickly shot toward Sasha. Sasha stood arrogantly still where he was. When the black energy reached half a foot away from him, it hit an entity like Crimson Barrier and dissipated. Sasha gave a contemptuous smile, then stomped on the ground. The scattered weapons embedded on the ground flew into the air, their blade points turning under the influence of Seoshia's pure white martial chi, aiming directly at Cress. Though Sasha practiced many exquisite knife techniques and swordsmanship styles, there were too many weapons. They held little meaning for him. He simply regarded them as common objects, using his powerful martial chi to drive them forward to attack Cress. Facing the weapons infused with mighty fighting chi flying at high speed, such an attack, although formidable, was far inferior to Cress' black energy swords. Cress deflected several of the attacking swords with streams of black negative energy, causing their trajectories to deviate before plunging straight into the walls behind Cress. The originally flower-and-joy symbol decorated hall now seemed incongruent due to the insertion of the 4 weapons. Sasha did not give Cress a chance to catch his breath, his figure darting forward like a pure white shadow. Cress also pushed the death energy of the undead within him to its limit, leaving several afterimages in the air as he attacked while retreating towards the exterior of the Grand Cathedral. Within the Grand Cathedral, besides Cress and his group, there were countless nobles and lords belonging to the Fritz royal family. If they were caught up in this battle, it would be a loss for the Fritz kingdom. Though this mattered little to Cress himself, considering that Lubia Fritz had become the queen of the Fritz kingdom, Cress did not wish to see these people harmed. Sasha of course knew Cress intended to shift the battlefield, but he was indifferent. The lives of those who were like foul insects and ants meant nothing to him. His focus was on forcing his adversary into dire straits. Outside the hall lay the central square of the Fritz royal family, and further back one could see the Fritz palace. With a powerful clash between energy and death energy, Cress landed directly within the central square, fissures spreading across the marble tiles. Almost simultaneously, Sasha, surrounded by pure white combat energy, flew down from the cathedral, landing on the other side of the central square, where the domineering energy completely shattered the floor tiles beneath him, creating a large deep crater. The pure white combat energy resembled mist or flowing water, continuously rising upward, with the image of a sword demon behind Sasha becoming increasingly vivid. Sayoshia's lips curled slightly, his energy surrounding him much like during their last encounter in Hesma City. A glint flashed through Cress's eyes as the Louis longsword made a slash in the air, black death energy surging forth like a flood, instantly making him appear overwhelmingly formidable. Martial art, Blue Dragon Fortress. Suddenly, these death energies transformed, revealing countless contorted pure white skull heads floating around Cress, increasing as they revolved with expressions twisted in pain. Under Cress's gesture guidance, they coalesced into a form resembling a dragon flying towards Sasha. Wherever the dragon made from skulls passed, a groove approximately a meter wide appeared, leaving once immaculate marble floors grotesquely marred. On the side, Sasha also recognized the power of this move should not be underestimated, but instead of dodging, he countered head-on with an immense burst of pure white combat energy. Martial art, Swordsman Clone. Chapter 196, The Undying and the Sword Scar. Skill, Swordsman Avatar. Xuanhuan's figure gradually split into 3, then 5. 5 identical Xuanhuans advanced with their swords. Even Xuanhuan himself found it hard to tell who was real and who was fake. What an impressive swordsman avatar. Cress muttered in his mind while his hands didn't stop. The colossal skeleton dragon directly broke through 3 avatars in the middle, and the other 2 were also attacking from both sides. Xuanhuan hadn't moved an inch from his spot, but the ancient sword Liu was now almost within reach. In a flash of lightning speed, Xuanhuan channeled energy, and with palms gathering white energy of martial arts, he struck at the figures on either side. The 2 Cress ancient swords Liu stopped right before Xuanhuan's palms and couldn't advance any further. Subsequently, Xuanhuan followed through with his pure white palm force along his arms. Instantly, the crest beside his right hand dissipated, turning into smoke. Although the true crest on the left was impacted by this palm strike, it did him no great harm. Crest black martial energy attached to his left palm, as he sent out a strike aiming directly at Xuanhuan's chest. But it was stopped by the tangible presence of the sword demon in front of him. A crease appeared on Crest's brow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xuanhuan gathered energy in his right hand and delivered a palm strike that hit Crest's abdomen. Crest felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Bitterness surged up to his throat, which he forced down, but then the tremendous shock wave that followed blasted Crest backwards. Crest used the force to leap onto the roof edge of one of the houses at the central square. Fortunately, Xuanhuan's palm wasn't using any powerful combat technique. It was merely a simple concentration of temporary energy, so the damage to Crest was not fatal. Standing on the roof with a higher view, Crest didn't get even a hint of advantage. I remember, although the form of the sword demon is nearly impervious, it must consume a great amount of martial energy. No matter how vast or powerful the martial energy might be, it's impossible to maintain it forever. But if that's true, where's his weakness? At the central square, Xuanhuan turned to face Crest standing aside, continuously releasing pure white martial energy without restraint, seemingly never-ending, like an inexhaustible ocean. Mr. Crest, it looks like this time, you can't win against me. Xuanhuan lightly mocked, emitting an arrogant and confident laugh. He had changed, ever since encountering that eternal elf. He'd become different in many ways. Is that so? Crest stood in the shadow of the light, his complete features indiscernible, yet from the cold tone, a hint of mocking laughter could be perceived. A slight surge of anger rose in Xuanhuan's heart. He couldn't tolerate someone being so composed under his overwhelming pressure. Xuanhuan exerted strength with both hands, releasing the pure, white martial energy even more unrestrainedly. Skill, xuanhuan Fortress. Crest held his sword in his right hand in front of him, while his left index and middle fingers slid across the blade. A stream of pitch-black death energy shot from the sword tip towards the sky. For a moment, a dark cloud-like mass appeared in the sky. The originally bright sky became darker and duller due to this action. Xuanhuan eyed the person in front of him warily, simultaneously feeling guarded and somewhat expectant about what kind of move would come next. Skill, Ghost Shadow. The black death energy around Crest intensified greatly. From behind him, 9 black long swords gradually appeared. Not only that, Crest's figure began to separate again, and 5 identical Cresses once again stood in front of Xuanhuan. More of the same trick? Xuanhuan calmly observed Crest's moves, deeming them no more than desperate measures. In an instant, the 5 clones of Crest, along with 45 flying swords, attacked Xuanhuan from all directions simultaneously. Xuanhuan raised his hands slightly to the sides, unleashing the pure white martial energy in greater amounts. The mighty power generated winds sweeping across the entire central square. With the sword demon guarding him, Xuanhuan leaped up and engaged with the attacks coming from all directions, without receiving a single scratch. However, these black flying swords couldn't withstand Xuanhuan's palm strike. The slightly stronger swordsman avatars vanished into clouds of smoke after taking a hit. Gradually, it seemed that only the true body of Crest remained on the field. Xuanhuan struck with a palm, and Crest used his sword as a shield to block it. You're bound to lose, Xuanhuan whispered, increasing the force in his palm. He thought the Crest with the sword shield would be pushed back, but unexpectedly, it dissolved into a dark mist. A swordsman avatar. Xuanhuan was slightly surprised. Then a streak of sword light flashed from behind him. Holding the ancient sword, Liu, Crest attacked Xuanhuan's back like a beam of light. With Xuanhuan as the center, pure white martial energy swirled around him, forming a protective energy field again, transforming into the sword demon and stopping the ancient sword, Liu, half a foot away. Mr. Crest, your avatars are indeed interesting. Unfortunately, they cannot break through my martial energy shield. Behind, Cress coldly laughed again. Is that so? Mr. Xuanhuan, have you seen clearly? Then, it instantly dissipated into a dark cloud of smoke. Still a clone? Just as Xuanhuan was surprised, the smoke that had disappeared before gathered together. The real Cress appeared in front of Xuanhuan, delivering a direct stab at his left chest near the heart. Xuanhuan hastily used both palms to intercept the longsword, and indeed, this strike directly broke through Xuanhuan's protective energy, leaving a shallow scar on his chest. Xuanhuan took several steps back. If it hadn't been for the interference with his palms earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Cress looked at the traces of blood on the ancient named sword, Liu, which confirmed, just as recorded in books, that Xuanhuan's swordsman martial energy had yet to reach its highest level. Seemingly adept at defense and able to cover the entire body. In reality, to truly withstand Cress's full attack, most of the defensive force needed to be concentrated in one place, naturally making the defenses elsewhere weaker. Indeed, when the first swordsman avatar dissipated, Xuanhuan thought Cress would attack from behind, so he focused most of his protective energy on his back, but didn't expect the first one to be the real body. Mr. Cress, you are truly formidable. Xuanhuan burst out laughing, not acting like someone who had just taken a hit, as pure white martial energy surged forth again from his body. The pitch-black death energy attached to the wound was instantly scattered by the powerful pure white martial energy. But that's where it ends. Cress wasn't bothered at all by Xuanhuan's words. Indeed, battling against him, he was at a disadvantage. To kill him would require careful strategizing to break the deadlock. But if anyone claimed they could effortlessly crush the opponent, humph, that's just bragging. As the two faced off once more, coldly observing each other, accompanied by a loud booming sound, a figure was thrown out from the cathedral hall and landed directly within the central square. Rolling on the ground a few times, they managed to stabilize themselves by leaning on their longsword, barely kneeling there. Cress's expression slightly changed, too absorbed in fighting Xuanhuan to notice Jilin Vade. Chapter 197. The Undead and the Pope Nation's Holy Messenger. At the Grand Hall, Kirin Vid soared out. Before his figure even arrived, a massive deep blue arcane light strike was already heading towards Li Law, who was kneeling on the ground, unable to dodge in time. Cress rapidly channeled his energy, leaving streaks of afterimages as he blocked in front of Li Law. The ancient named sword, Lu Li, in his hand spun rapidly, transforming into a sword shield that forcefully blocked the incoming arcane light strike. Boom. Deep blue light flashed suddenly. It seemed like everything would vanish at this moment. In between the flashes, Cress felt that if Kirin Vid or Xuanhuan launched an attack now, he and Li Law would surely die. However, Mr. Cress, the people from the Pope Nation are about to arrive. We will meet again next time. Xuanhuan spoke words that were completely out of character for him. He and Kirin Vid disappeared gradually within the blue light of the arcane teleportation formation. Mr. Cress. Just before the teleportation array faded away completely, Kirin Vid seemed to have suddenly contacted Cress through a special, cold iron magical communication device alone, continuing to say, Mr. Cress, don't forget the cooperation proposal I made to you that night. When the deep blue light finally disappeared completely, Cress had managed to save Li Law from the seemingly unmatched arcane light strike. Li Law gradually stood up, but found that there were no more enemies. Where did they go? Li Law was somewhat unable to comprehend the current situation, but he knew that just a moment ago, he had been struck down by the fearsome and powerful Kirin Vid, and it looked like he would be killed instantly, until, it seemed, that Cress saved him. Li Law still couldn't grasp the situation fully. It appeared that he owed Cress a great favor. They have all withdrawn. Yes, the reinforcements from the Fritz royal family have also arrived, the Royal Iron Cavalry. Cress calmly responded to Li Law's words, and then glanced into the distance, adding, moreover, apart from reinforcements, the Pope Nation's envoy seems to have also arrived at Fritz Kingdom. The Pope Nation's envoy? Li Law looked bewildered, and when he gazed into the distance, on the edge of the sky, a group of fully white-clad priests with clean robes became gradually clearer as they approached using flight magic. Carrying a cross symbol representing the Pope's insignia, they slowly came into view. While the fierce battle took place in the central square. Simultaneously, Lubia Fritz brought King Fritz to the rear hall of the church. Lubia Fritz was not someone who would sit idly waiting for doom. She wouldn't entrust all her hopes onto others' rescue. Although, she indeed had a strong preference for Cress, often hiding behind Cress, but that wasn't what a queen should do. After simply arranging for King Fritz's safety, Lubia Fritz took out her unique magical communication tool. Currently, among the three forces completely under her control, Octopus, Organization, Royal Guard, and the Royal Iron Cavalry, Octopus, mercenaries were closest. So, Lubia Fritz thought up to this point, getting ready to call for reinforcements to timely protect herself and Cress. However, suddenly, the magical tool slipped out of her hands. It moved too fast, so fast that she thought it had vanished into thin air. Princess Lubia, perhaps now you should be called Queen Majesty. Following the familiar female voice, Lubia Fritz saw the other two members of the Dawnlight team following Cress who had not shown up previously, Dilly and Lanshear. And in Lanshear's hands, her magical tool was now firmly held. Miss Dilly, Miss Lanshear. Despite this turn of events, Lubia Fritz maintained her basic royal courtesy, saying, whatever you want to call me doesn't matter for now, give that back to me. I believe you wouldn't wish for Sir Cress to be killed by those invaders, right? Lubia Fritz cleverly mentioned Cress, This momentarily moved Lanshir. But Cress won't be defeated by those two. Dilly wasn't like Lanshir. Upon hearing Lubia's words, she immediately saw through the pretext. Cress is always invincible. Dilly deeply believed in Cress, but right now, she had something else she considered important to accomplish. Lubia Fritz's eyes slightly narrowed. She found the woman in front of her somewhat hard to deal with. Miss Dilly, aren't you being a bit too reckless? Ho ho, that's still better than Princess Lubia forcefully taking away another's fiancé, isn't it? There was an instant tension between Dilly and Lubia Fritz. But who would have thought, a long time ago, Lubia Fritz was actually the one who most hoped for Cress to be with this beautiful Eastern woman in front of her. However, things always change. Dilly and Lanshir didn't like Lubia Fritz. They found her scheming. The night before the royal engagement ceremony, Cress secretly met with multiple parties, plotting many things. Among them were Kirin Vid from the Cold Iron, whose main purpose remained unknown, and Yikong Zhao, the chief illusionist of the Eastern Empire, who fought for his own reasons and carried an astonishing plan. For Dilly and Lanshir, it was similar too. They originally planned to cause chaos in the church today, then force Cress to leave with them. However, they hadn't expected to be beaten to the punch. Unexpectedly, there were others in the world more unwilling than Dilly and Lanshir for Cress and Lubia Fritz to seal the royal engagement. Dilly and Lanshir now found themselves alone with Lubia Fritz in the rear hall of the Grand Cathedral. This crown princess of Fritz Kingdom coveted someone who wasn't hers to covet. Dilly thought she'd have the resolve to take the other out. And, indeed, she acted on that thought. But Lanshir hesitated. Maybe due to lack of clear communication, or perhaps because of last-minute doubts, or maybe due to some other unknown reasons. Lanshir, bearing the weight of justice in her heart, ultimately refused to kill another woman without significant faults over personal affection. Moreover, that woman might even grow into a queen benefiting the people and kingdom. Lanshir tried to stop Dilly, but failed. Dilly was smart and powerful. There was no way Lanshir could persuade her, nor had the ability to do so. In terms of physical prowess, Lanshir couldn't guarantee being able to subdue Dilly. Perhaps influenced by psychological factors, Lanshir wouldn't turn her blade against someone she'd shared months of life with, merely for a Lubia Fritz she barely knew. Lanshir resolved to leave. She didn't want to get entangled in such conflict anymore. She wanted to resume her warrior training. She aspired to become a true powerhouse. So, she departed from Dawnlight. When Lanshir returned next time, she believed herself confident enough to defeat Cress. Without Lanshir's restraint, Dilly had an easy shot at killing Lubia. At the critical moment, Dilly never anticipated Yikong Zhao, lurking in the shadows, showing up to knock her out and carry her away. Dilly was his sister, Yiling Zhao. To Yikong Zhao, coming to Fritz Kingdom, he certainly wouldn't return empty-handed, even if it contradicted his agreement with Cress. But so what? He was Yikong Zhao, known for not abiding by agreements anyway. The unexpectedly rescued Lubia watched as Yikong Zhao gestured silently and disappeared using illusions. Lubia felt Fritz Kingdom, or rather the entirety of the human realm, the strength of the forces under her control now was still far too low. She needed more power. Lubia slightly rose, tidying up her disrupted formal attire, and used a communication device to summon the Royal Iron Cavalry. She eventually chose to forego calling octopus mercenaries. They were hidden cards, not to be easily revealed. Who knows, doing so might have just invited unnecessary troubles. This unsettling sudden change should come to an end under the iron hooves of the Royal Iron Cavalry. The Holy Messenger from the Pope Nation arrived at Fritz Kingdom. They brought the young Pope's Holy Crusade call, and the Chief Elder Simon Trent's handwritten invitation. And the teams they invited were Dawnlight, the elite Steel-class adventurer team, and the newly promoted Secret Silver-class adventurer team, Vowsword. As the new queen and Cress betrothed royal wife, Lubia Fritz didn't wish to agree initially. She preferred Cress staying by her side, be it for personal emotions or her own authority. But Cress decided to go, because the target of this Pope Nation Holy Crusade was the Southern Forest Elves' residence, Fargan Forest. Cress returned to the West Wing Palace only to find two departing letters. One was from Lanshir, the other from Dilly. Being an undead, Cress lacked any strong feelings. He felt relaxed, finally free to lead his army towards his pre-established goal alone. Was it because undead lacked hearts? Cress felt a strange sense of emptiness. Could it be the long-forgotten feeling of loss? A gentle breeze passed by. The two envelopes were tucked away by Cress into his storage ring. In a daze, Dilly's letter seemed to carry traces of Yikong Zhao's illusionary techniques. Intelligence that can currently be disclosed. 1. The Kingdom Knights, similar in stature to the Royal Guard and Royal Iron Cavalry, was once one of the three massive military forces directly under the control of the Fritz royal family. However, during the reign of the 9th Fritz King, to compromise with the nobles, the 9th Fritz King voluntarily relinquished control over the Kingdom Knights, which could infringe on noble privileges, leading to the dissolution of a large number of military forces directly subordinate to the Fritz royal family. This move aimed at gaining support from the noble factions to stabilize the national situation of the kingdom. Chapter 198, The Undying and the Seaborn Restaurant. After accepting the invitation from the Papal States, or more specifically, the Holy Light Temple, even though Queen Rubia Fritz was reluctant as a newly crowned monarch, she still sent Cress and his companions on their way. Accompanying them was Li Illo, the captain of the Royal Guard, and the group known as the Oathbound Sword, with whom they had built deep friendships in Hesmuk City. Now, Cress and his companions were sailing across the eastern sea of the kingdom, heading north toward the capital of the Papal States and the headquarters of the Holy Light Temple, Jeddah, the Holy City. In this journey, some amusing incidents occurred. However, Cress could not be bothered by these matters. He kept himself locked away alone in one of the high-end cabins. According to Li Illo, he was secluded for training in his ultimate martial techniques. But actually, Li Illo suspected that he was grieving over the loss of his departed comrades. Cress's Dawnlight had now truly become his personal Dawnlight. Sigh. Li Illo exhaled a long breath, standing solitary on the deck. In truth, he had always known that Cress was extraordinary, even if Li Illo did not know exactly what Cress aimed to achieve. Years of experience as a warrior in the Royal Guard told him, however, that Cress's goals would never solely revolve around participating in the Holy War or gaining the Holy Light Temple's approval. Recalling the moment when Cress blocked the arcane light strike, with a single strike back in Frizz's capital Yabi City, made Li Illo dizzy just thinking about it. This man is terrifying. Looking up at the sky from the deck, even though the horizon stretched endlessly clear, it felt like dark clouds were looming overhead. Invisibly, it seemed as if a giant hand were about to cover the entire Eastern Sea region of the kingdom. Oh, it's the Seaborn Restaurant. The Seaborn Restaurant. The cheers of Priestess Louise echoed from the cabin as she came running, her hands raised jubilantly in the air. In the distance, the vague outline of an enormous ship began to appear. That was the most famous restaurant in the kingdom's eastern waters, the Seaborn Restaurant. Mr. Li Illo, are you also interested in the Seaborn Restaurant? Jack, the captain of the Oath-Bound Sword, seeing Li Illo lost in thought while gazing ahead, couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Li Illo appeared somewhat dazed. He had heard of this restaurant before, but now serving as the captain of the Royal Guard, he had never actually visited. He never imagined he would get a chance to dine here one day. A life of peace. This would count as one, wouldn't it? That guy wasn't lying after all. Just as he was pondering this, a powerful beam of light rose from the horizon, a crescent-shaped bright glow extending vertically and rushing toward them. What is that? Li Illo froze instantly, never having seen such a thing before. Yet, he harbored no doubt that if struck, he would surely be reduced to ashes. High-rank martial skill, flying slash. A swordmaster. Mr. Cress, come out quickly. Jian, the archer girl, gasped in alarm and wasted no time shouting for their strongest individual present. It's too late. Seeing the slash approaching faster and faster, Priestess Louise clenched her teeth, leaping onto the bow of the ship. She grew larger into her transformed form, crossing her arms defensively. A black rock-like substance covered her forearms. Martial skill, shield stone. With her hands clasped together, she forcefully pushed forward. Pang! The air itself seemed to warp and distort. Priestess Louise propelled the incoming attack with her crossed arms, yet the force was so overwhelming that the hull of the ship split apart. A massive shockwave spread throughout the deck, flinging the adventurers aboard every which way. Struck by the blast, Li Illo was pushed backward, his entire body in pain as though pierced by knives. What is this? Is there something like this in the Eastern Sea region of the kingdom? Li Illo was filled with dread. And that girl, why had she changed? What was the black rock on her hands? If it hit me, I'd only need one punch. Give it right back. Priestess Louise roared, putting all her strength into pushing the encroaching slash upward. The attack changed direction and shot straight into the heavens. Huff, huff. What kind of joke is this? How could a slash be this strong? Louise shrank back into child form immediately after, panting heavily and staring anxiously ahead. Just one slash had almost drained all her energy. Huh? It was blocked. Nearby, aboard a luxurious vessel adorned with the elegant armor of knights hoisting banners emblazoned with the flame cross symbol of the Holy Light Temple. The leading knight, who had just retracted his dark blade, glanced over in surprise. His sharp, hawk-like eyes revealed a flicker of astonishment. That little girl? The black blade swung again. Again. Li Illo widened his eyes in alarm as an even larger slash than before materialized. This time, it was impossible to evade. Martial skill, ghost slash. As a deep male voice resounded, a crescent-shaped black slash erupted on the deck, rushing straight toward the dark green one and colliding in the middle. Pang! The two slashes pushed against each other relentlessly, as if in a test of strength, before exploding into a powerful wave that blasted open in the sea, sending towering waves skyward. The waves surged up to the heavens, transforming into a downpour that battered the ship where Cress stood. Flying slash? Interesting. Far away, the man's lips curled slightly into a smile, his figure flickering. In the next moment, he appeared on a small boat heading this way. Cress's face was darkened. At some point, he had already stepped onto the bow of the ship, glaring intensely at the small boat gradually coming into view ahead. Mr. Cress, that was so cool. I'm hungry now, the Priestess Louise said weakly. Cress glanced at her. My apologies for the mistake earlier. It was my fault while resting just now. Jack, go get something to eat for Louise and Jane. Being an undying, Cress had certainly not been sleeping, but he was irritated. If it hadn't been for Priestess Louise, the entire ship might have been destroyed, and the bloodstains on Louise's hands were making him feel increasingly agitated. Soon, Li Illo arrived carrying a pile of food. Without worrying about Jane, Priestess Louise immediately devoured the food in wolf-like fashion. After finishing, she slapped her stomach and let out a sigh of relief. I'm feeling better now. That was terrifying. What was that slash? Since when did we have a sword master in the eastern waters of the kingdom? She didn't need to say more because Louise noticed the approaching small boat and the man seated thereupon, with those sharp hawk-like eyes and the enormous black blade strapped to his back. That black sword, no doubt, its chaotic blades reborn in cross. The world's strongest black blade. That is none other than Jorulgur, the commander of the Holy Light Temple's paladins. Priestess Louise widened her eyes in horror. Cress nodded gravely. A paladin, the world's greatest sword master, Jorulgur. The commander of the Holy Knights? Liilo looked over with alarm. Even in the information-delayed eastern waters of the kingdom, he had heard of that name. Why would such a man appear here in the kingdom's eastern waters? Swoosh. As the boat neared, Jorulgur's figure blurred, and he materialized on the deck of Cress's flagship. It was you, wasn't it? The one who used the flying slash. Jorulgur stared intently at Cress, initially thinking it might be a familiar swordmaster. However, the young face and the pitch-black armor were unfamiliar to him. When had an aspiring swordmaster risen among the adventurers? Chapter 199, The Undead and the Temple Knights. Jorulgur. Cress slowly pronounced the name of his opponent. Under the faceplate of the knight's helmet, Jorulgur couldn't discern any expression from Cress. As the leader of the Temple Knights, attacking adventurers in the eastern waters of the kingdom is intended to provoke a conflict between the two nations. Was it you who blocked my attack? Mysterious armored knight. Jorulgur ignored Cress's question and instead threw out an unrelated one. You won't get close to Mr. Cress. Jack shouted reflexively. Jorulgur turned his gaze to Jack, who immediately readied his shield for battle. Oh. Jorulgur slowly drew his black blade, its oppressive aura causing cold sweat to trickle down Jack's back. Martial arts, divine flash. Under pressure, Jack launched his attack first, disappearing instantly. The railings of the ship were immediately torn apart. This was Jack's ultimate move, speed comparable to the razor shield among martial techniques, though he couldn't control the direction. Even so, with this technique, he figured he could hold out for a while. Pap! Jorulgur lightly pushed forward with the back of his blade. The suddenly reappearing Jack became visible once more, struck by the blade's back, and fell to the ground. Jorulgur paid no further attention to Jack. Royal Adventurer of Steel Class, Cressack. I've heard your name long ago. Jorulgur looked at the longsword Cress held tightly in his hand and smiled faintly. A rare strong man, come fight me. Seeing the tension between these two, almost all the low-ranking adventurers quietly retreated. A confrontation between two top-tier experts who had entered the heroic realm was not something they could interfere with. Faced with the reflected light on Jorulgur's sharp blade, Cress's voice was low and full of menace as he said, Can I take this as a provocation to both the kingdom and the Adventurers Guild? Do you not want your position as the head of the Temple Knights? Jorulgur, so what if I provoke you? Jorulgur's face showed a look of indifference. He straightened his black blade and continued, I don't need this position. Rather, it is the Holy Light Temple that needs me. If Mr. Cress has any hesitation about making a move, then... Swish. Without warning, Jorulgur slashed toward Louise, the priestess. The slash came too quickly for Priestess Louise to react. She could only watch helplessly as the black blade approached. Clang. A long sword covered with death energy blocked the black blade below. Cress's face turned cold, and his tone firm. Don't joke around, human. It was clear Jorulgur was set on battling Cress. That merciless slash aimed at Priestess Louise completely enraged Cress. He did it again, launching random attacks without cause. Had it not been for himself and Priestess Louise blocking the attack, everyone aboard this flagship of Cress would have perished. These mercenaries are indeed a lawless and undisciplined group. Martial art, Demon God Cross. Cress flipped his blade upward, deflecting Jorulgur's black sword, and swiftly carved a cross slash in midair. An interesting sword technique. Jorulgur stepped back a bit, his black sword blocking in front, and after taking one strike from Cress, swung his weapon in retaliation. Clang. Cress parried with a single blow, sparks flying along the edge of their blades as his own cut swept across Jorulgur's neck. Good reaction speed. In a flash, Jorulgur moved and asked, Why are you, a man like you, here in the eastern waters of the kingdom? If it weren't for Cress's death energy on the blade, the ordinary longsword would have shattered the moment it touched the black blade. Martial arts, Ghost Slash. Cress leapt high into the air, gripping his sword with both hands and chopping downward powerfully. Clang, clang, clang. On the deck, the two exchanged blows back and forth. The adventurers watched in stunned silence. This is the power of a steel-class adventurer and the head of the Temple Knights, isn't it? Ducking under Jorulgur's blade, Cress spun and sheathed his sword, before unsheathing it anew. Martial arts, Crush Pressure. An intense killing intent spread throughout the entire ship with each swing of his sword. Liilo, watching the fight, felt dizzy and nearly collapsed. Once again, that constant feeling of impending death. Thud, thud. One by one, the adventurers lost consciousness on the deck, their eyes devoid of focus. Jorulgur paused, bewildered. Mind control? No, it's killing intent. To think it's been cultivated to such a degree, what a genius. Cress is starting to get serious. Louise, the priestess standing aside eating an apple, commented calmly. You mean Mr. Cress hasn't taken this seriously yet? Jack, struggling against the overwhelming killing intent, asked. After fighting like this, he still hasn't taken it seriously? He wasn't like those low-level adventurers with limited horizons. Every move and attack of the two combatants left him feeling both awestruck and uneasy. Either one could have sliced him in half without breaking a sweat. True powerhouses. The priestess Louise said. That mysterious knight has no murderous intent. He merely wants to spar. At first, Cress didn't want to engage, but it seems he's been provoked. Are we going all out now? Jorulgur also sensed this shift, his eyes flickering with anticipation. Martial art, Azure Dragon Stronghold. Cress extended his forefinger and middle finger along the sword edge, releasing dark light as he met Joriker's strike head-on. It was neither sea snake nor mirage, but their fusion into a genuine sea dragon. The moisture in the air churned up the sea, gathering around Cress's blade to form a water-made dragon-like shape. Joriker's expression turned grave as he gripped Blackblade, Knight with both hands, and slashed. Their strikes collided, then separated. Snap! Cress's sword shattered bit by bit, yet gripping its hilt, he spoke coolly. Did you hear that? The faint sound of cutting wind. Hiss! Blood spurted from Joriker's hand. As Joriker turned, a fresh wound on his cheek began to bleed profusely. Despite his injuries, Joriker did not grow angry. Instead, he sighed regretfully. Your swordplay is fascinating, controlling water droplets, and your bloodline. But alas, your blade restricts your full potential. You need a masterful weapon. And still, the world's greatest swordsman had been injured. While others might not recognize the gravity of the situation, Priestess Louise surely understood what it meant. An ordinary blade damaging Eagle Eye Cress confirmed his qualification to challenge the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Cress took a deep breath, picked up a longsword, and recovered it with death energy. The sea dragon was useless against you. Makes sense, given that you're the world's greatest swordsman. With a renewed grip on his blade, Cress declared, Louise, Jack, stay back. Martial art. Enough. I've enjoyed myself enough today. Joriker suddenly waved his hand, sheathing his black blade. If we keep going, your ship will be wrecked, and I don't wish to make enemies of adventurers. Cress didn't lower his sword, but even so, he lacked confidence to defeat his rival. Louise blocked your slash and got hurt, and you nearly destroyed my ship. Now, are we just leaving it at this? I got injured too, didn't I? Let's call it even. Joriker dismissed it with a shrug before vanishing onto his small boat. Steel-class adventurer Cress Zack, I remember you now. Once you have a weapon worthy of your skill, I'll come find you. Joriker grinned, clearly satisfied. What started as a dull visit to the kingdom's eastern waters unexpectedly yielded two interesting figures. That enigmatic strong half-ogre and this man right here, who could challenge his throne. Chapter 200, The Undying and the Half-Breeds. Joriker sat on his little boat, which gradually moved away as it sailed. Cress lowered the long sword in his hand and squinted slightly. There's still a bit of a gap. A sufficiently strong swordsman can instantly gauge the gap between himself and his opponent. Cress naturally knew that he was still some distance from Joriker. If they fought to the death, he would lose. However, the other side wouldn't win easily either. Mr. Cress, you just... Jack appeared behind him with an admiring look and asked, did you give it your all? However, what Joriker said wasn't entirely correct. Cress did indeed have good swords. In fact, he owned two ancient famous swords, Lu Li and Bai Hua. But, since these two renowned swords were once owned by the king of the Undying, Dak Ori, and are very well known, Cress decided to avoid unnecessary trouble and put them away, opting instead to use ordinary longswords. Furthermore, Priestess Louise's injury has been somewhat avenged, and Joriker is also injured. Let's call it even here. Cress silently looked into the distance. The Papal State, the Holy Light Temple, Joriker, the Holy War. Everything seemed to be waiting for Cress's arrival. Before Cress and Joriker clashed. As the head of the Temple Knights of the Holy Light Temple, Joriker had come here to hunt down an ogre. No, it should be a half-ogre. He was the offspring of human and ogre mixed blood. He was the result of the first holy war waged against the Ape Men Hills beyond the Abyss Strait when the Papal States initiated their attack. A mixed blood filled with hatred for the Holy Light Temple. A powerful creature under the command of the Demon King. Joriker was sent to exterminate him, but unfortunately, the other party's strength was not beneath Joriker. The actual battle didn't go as smoothly as planned. Only, Joriker is a knight who appreciates strength. He thought this ogre was worth deeper understanding. On the eve of the Papal State's initiation of its first holy war, Ape Men Hills, the sunrise over the mysterious coast was dreamlike and beautiful. When a golden sun rose slowly above the horizon, its warm rays quickly dispelled the darkness and cold of the long night. Goken lying on the cliff by the sea couldn't comprehend why other members of his clan couldn't appreciate this beautiful scene together with him. Perhaps, because they were all pure-blood ogres. And Goken was different. He was a mixed-blooded being between ogre and human. It's quite strange. In fact, until now, Goken still doesn't know how his towering and mighty father could so firmly defy common opinion and see someone human amidst his dinner. Goken heard. That year, his father, Quells, the strongest fighter of the Black Iron Ogre tribe, a hero-level existence. After he killed the most terrifying monster in the dense forest, the snake King Pandora. Raising the huge, cone-shaped snake head of the king before all ogres as witnesses, Quells became the sole leader of the Black Iron tribe. The elder forest priest asked, what does the great leader Quells desire? And leader Quells' only request was actually, the woman among their dinner. Quells saved a dying, beautiful female human, though perhaps also dragging her into another kind of hell. The vast physical difference did not prevent Quells from taking an interest in her, and amid earth-shaking cries, they completed their first union. Then, Goken was born. However, Goken believed that his mother deeply loved his father. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to twin ogres for her father, his second sister, Mikey, and third brother, Facule. Unfortunately, Goken never met his mother. It said that her death was for the survival of the entire Black Iron clan. Although simple-minded ogres have a rather shallow concept of family ties, Goken's father Quells didn't seem to be like that. Perhaps due to his human lineage, or maybe because Goken used to be a lonely youth lacking in family affection. Goken also loved his present father Quells, his unseen human mother, his second sister Mikey, his third brother Facule, elder forest priest Harmon, his big buddy Joel, and every ogre of the Black Iron tribe. Gokin brother, if you don't hurry up and cook, that old forest priest is going to lecture you again about the principles of the ogres. With a lively and somewhat playful female voice, that special ogre language called Gokin, who was lying on the broad stone cliff, back from his train of thought. Gokin got up. It was his second sister Mikey, an ogre with human blood, but calling her a giant troll might be more appropriate. After all, who would have thought that the beautiful giant troll was actually a female ogre? And Mikey clung to Gokin with great affection. She had been like this since she was little, always sticking to Gokin. In the entire Black Iron tribe, almost no ogre didn't know that Mikey was Gokin's top supporter. But just now, the powerful grip of the giant troll nearly crushed Gokin, who was small and thin. It was quite interesting. Mikey and Gokin, these two people, or rather, these two ogres seemed to have inherited more from their human mother and looked both lively and tempting, especially to other ogres. Very tempting. If it weren't for their bronze skin, dark almost to the point of blue, they would be easily mistaken for humans belonging to the edible category. Especially Gokin, nearing adulthood, was barely over 1.95 m in height. In a tribe where the average ogre was no less than 4 meters tall, he could be described as a dwarf. Of course, Mikey, at over 2 meters, wasn't much better either, her skin even closer to human. However, fortunately among the ogres, there has always been a tradition of respecting the strong, and with their leader Father Quells around, naturally no one would dare to trouble the half-breeds like Gokin. Moreover, although Gokin was short and weak, he held an irreplaceable noble position, the grand chef of the ogres. The ogres are omnivores. Any life form related to humans can serve as their food. Perhaps due to a lack of intelligence, the ogres seem to have a preference for higher intelligent beings. In fact, any item, fruits, grains, meats, can be eaten by ogres, and under extreme hunger, even bark and soil can be consumed. However, being able to eat anything doesn't mean they don't prefer something that tastes good. Gokin still remembered to this day, when he first came to the place where ogres prepared meals, which couldn't even be called a kitchen then. The previous chief chef of the ogres handed him a copy of the Ogre Cuisine Guide. 1. Find a living person or several people. 2. Beat them. 3. Keep beating them. 4. Throw them into the fire, optional based on the situation. 5. Eat them. Chapter 201, The Undead and the Witch. Thus, Gajin felt it was necessary to improve the diet of the Black Iron tribe. As one of the few ogres who could hardly endure foul smells, Gajin reorganized and cleaned up the original food storage area and began trading with goblin merchants, obtaining a series of special commodities including spices. Though many ogres found it hard to understand Gajin's actions, when they tasted the so-called manhin xuanxi, a grand feast, cooked by Gajin, he quickly became an indispensable member of the ogre tribe. Moreover, Gajin was the only ogre who could make other ogres listen to his orders without using force. Even Gajin's extremely dignified and taciturn father, Queers, and his constantly adversarial third brother, Fashel, became loyal fans of Gajin's dishes. Although Gajin's current culinary skills would not be considered remarkable in the human world, compared to the raw meat-eating ogres, it was already quite rare. It could be said that if Gajin were absent for a day, the ogres of the Black Iron tribe wouldn't be able to eat properly for a whole day. And Gajin, who self-proclaimed himself as the chief cook of the ogres, finally found meaning in his otherwise weak life. Actually, just cooking for his own tribe like this is pretty good. Accompanied by the beautiful troll Mikai, Gajin passed through one stone room after another. This was both the ogre's kitchen and a prison. Here, various creatures defeated by the Black Iron ogre tribe were imprisoned. There were wild deer, wild horses, gorillas, and other jungle animals, as well as lower-level magical beasts such as crystal magic lizards, green poison wind snakes, wind wolves, and even centaurs, elves, dwarves, and other demi-humans. Of course, there were also plenty of humans here. After all, in the Demon Soul continent, humans were numerous, and the difficulty of capturing them wasn't too great either. In the eyes looking at Gajin and his second sister Mikai, most were filled with the numbness of despair, though some also contained hatred and resentment. Gajin could very much understand them. But, the weak get killed, eaten, while the strong continue to survive on their flesh and blood. On the Demon Soul continent, this was taken for granted. Gajin had once heard that every boy hides 3 secrets. Gajin also had his own secrets. In this ogre kitchen, Gajin held absolute power over life and death. However, Gajin was curious about the outside world. So, Gajin made the food tell him stories, telling him tales about this Demon Soul continent. Each time before preparing to cook and slaughter, Gajin would ask a question of the food in common tongue. Can you tell a story? Then, as long as the story could interest Gajin, he would turn his knife toward another potential victim and continue asking. Can you tell a story? As the leader of the Black Iron tribe, and a being that had already stepped into the heroic realm, one-eyed troll Queers. This being demonstrated the strength of ogres perfectly. He had tried to remind his unworthy eldest son Gajin, who indulged in talking with food items. But after enjoying a delicious roasted pig's head, Queers thought, the child has but this single interest, best not to disturb him. Sound of voracious eating. Under the influence of various stories, Gajin's appreciation for storytelling gradually increased. Gradually, Gajin became picky. Ordinary stories couldn't satisfy him anymore, let alone those repetitive and boring ones. Naturally, Gajin started valuing creatures who could tell stories more and more highly, arranging them in the deepest few chambers. These chambers had the best conditions. Moreover, there, They were the safest, not likely to be directly devoured by any starving ogre tribesman. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a chamber with the best conditions. It was dry, warm, full of sunlight, and fresh air flowed through. And in this chamber lived an old witch. Not because of any other reason, simply because this old witch had told a very interesting story. The old witch said, at the birth of the demon soul continent, heaven and earth were in chaos. A powerful demon god ruled this chaotic space, called the demon realm. All races were under the enslavement of the demon god. Even the mighty and proud dragon race was no more than a slave or toy to the demon god. Under the demon god were 7 supreme demon generals, each representing one of 7 sins: pride, greed, wrath, sloth, envy, lust, gluttony. Seeing the majority of races living a wretched and undignified life, the gods finally could bear it no longer. The despicable gods believed they were no match for the demon god. Thus, the plan was set in motion to sow discord within the demon god's ranks, aiming to separate him from his 7 supreme demon generals. Under the guidance of the gods, Emperor Iskan of humanity united the races that were once subservient to the demon god and launched a rebellion. It is said that the war was extraordinarily brutal. Humans, dwarves, elves, orcs, trolls, countless armies numbering in the tens of millions took part, while dragons and demons engaged in all-out battles. The entire demon realm was engulfed in demonic flames. Yet, even this wasn't enough to counter the demon god and his massive army of demons. To turn the tide of the war, the gods spared no effort in raining down miracles and even intervened personally. But during the final battle, the gods were shocked to discover that the 7 supreme demon generals, who they thought had conspired with them, never appeared on the battlefield to attack the demon god. It turned out that their loyalty to the demon god had never wavered, not even for a moment. And everything, the betrayal, the conspiracy, all had been part of the demon god's grand plan. But how could the gods have only one strategy? The true contest between the demon god and the gods had just begun. Are these stories real? Gajin opened his eyes wide, curiosity sparking in his voice. The forest shamans of his tribe had never told him any of these tales. Even ancient texts made no mention of such events. Of course, Gajin knew that some stories were exaggerated, or even outright fabrications, but the old witch narrated them so vividly, as though she had lived through them herself. The elderly witch lying in the stone room merely smiled faintly and countered, "What do you think?" Her face was wrinkled and weathered, her gray-white hair messy and unkempt. "Have I been telling you this story for a long time now?" "Yes, exactly 1,000 days, Gajin replied simply. In truth, many had told him stories before, but none had held his attention for this long, except for the old witch. "So, my story is nearing its end." She glanced up at the sky and then lowered her head, murmuring, "Next time, I will reveal the conclusion. After finishing this story, will you have another?" A sudden unease stirred in Gajin's heart. Some truths could not be avoided. Every story eventually comes to an end. No, there are none left. This is my only story. Chapter 202, The Undead and the Giant Beast. No, there is none left. This is my only story. The old witch's face was completely covered by her hair, and no emotion could be discerned from her tone. Gokun loved to listen to stories, almost obsessively so. However, he was still an ogre at heart. The fate of a prisoner without a story wasn't hard to guess. Every captive in the cave knew this clearly. Gokun fell silent for a while before slowly speaking. "Once you tell me the ending of your story, I will set you free and grant you your freedom." Gokun was not a rule-bound ogre. He took full advantage of his position as the chief chef of the ogres, indulging in rather unconventional actions such as releasing reserves of food without permission. Moreover, this was not the first time. Although letting go of food that other members of the tribe worked hard to capture might seem like a loss to the entire tribe, the Black Iron tribe was powerful and their food supply always abundant. At times, it was even too much for the whole cave to contain. Besides, in the meals Gokun prepared, vegetables, fruits, and grains occupied an absolute majority. The lack of a few human-shaped foods went largely unnoticed by other ogres. After all, being rough around the edges and forgetful were also important traits of the ogre race. Although unspoken, Gokun had his own criteria for judging which beings deserved release. On one hand, their stories had to be captivating enough to fascinate him, making Gokun feel these tales should never become extinct editions. On the other hand, they must pose no threat to the Black Iron tribe. After all, Gokun knew that hatred was a terrifying force, capable of rivaling divine miracles. As for the old witch before him, she could barely walk steadily, knew no magic or martial arts, and perhaps only specialized in divination at best. Most importantly, there was no trace of hatred or malice in her eyes, unlike the looks displayed by other foods. Tonight should be the night of the full moon, shouldn't it? The old witch who had kept her head bowed suddenly raised it, looked out through the crevice in the rock wall, and continued. "When the time comes, you bring me outside, and I'll tell you the final conclusion." Gokun didn't say much more. In fact, Gokun harbored quite a good impression of this old witch who was a master storyteller. Every time aside from chatting with her, Gokun would specially prepare delicious food suitable for her species. Likewise, the old witch also felt something towards Gokun. It must be said that this particular ogre was truly unique. Loves cleanliness, loves cuisine, loves knowledge, loves life. Besides, humans are visually driven creatures. Even though Gokun was considered a dwarf-like oddity among ogres, he resembled more of the tall and handsome noble princes among humans. Especially Gokun's deep sapphire eyes. Inside them lay the maturity that comes from having seen all facets of life and the calmness that arises after understanding everything. unlike that of a foolish ogre who has just come of age. It was indeed quite interesting. Goken gradually walked away. He had to guide the other ogres preparing his meal, most importantly, ensuring they don't eat any of it secretly, and Goken wouldn't find out. After he left, the moonlight illuminated the old witch, whose skin seemed to briefly turn smooth and delicate, resembling a celestial fairy goddess. At noon, the location of the Black Iron Tribe gathering place was secluded, backed by sheer cliffs, facing thick forests, easily defended and difficult to attack. Especially after Goken's suggestion and command, the Black Iron Tribe built simple stone fortifications, making them appear as solid as a rock fortress. In the mysterious coastline, hardly any presence could threaten the Black Iron Ogre tribe. Not even a few other equally powerful demi-human tribes could do so. At the lunch table, in truth, the vast majority of ogres wouldn't use anything like a dining table. After all, they used to eat raw food. However, Goken couldn't bear it. Perhaps because Chief Quells had too high a rank, thus enhancing his intelligence. Or perhaps simply because Quells favored his eldest son, Goken. During one raid on a human merchant convoy, Quells specially selected and brought back a round table for Goken, an elegant round table exclusive to the human nobility. Still remembered, when looking at that intricate and magnificent round table, Goken was puzzled. Why would ogres, who typically disdain human lifestyle items, bring such a big and impractical table? At least for ogres, it was not practical. But when Quells placed it in front of Goken and wished him a happy birthday, Goken almost found it amusing. What a strange ogre father he was. However, Goken liked it very much. Returning from his memories to reality, Goken looked at a few of his closest family members beside the round table and began to say, "In a few more days, it will be Mike and Facul's birthday. What gifts do you want? Your eldest brother will try my best to prepare them for you. Big brother you." Before Goken finished speaking, his burly third brother Facul, who inherited the fine genes of Chief Quells, took over from Goken's words. "Apart from cooking, what else can you prepare for us?" As soon as these words left Facul's lips, the atmosphere at the dinner table became noticeably colder. Quells, the most powerful individual of the Black Iron Tribe and absolute leader, merely glanced coldly at his third son Facul before continuing to slowly eat his meat. But everyone knew that this was the exclusive warning of Chief Quells to anyone attempting to insult his eldest son. Bang! A loud sound. It was Mike punching Facul and knocking him down. Don't pay attention to this idiot's words. His brain hasn't developed as completely as ours. Looking at Facul, who was originally almost as tall as their father Quells, being felled with one punch by the 2-meter-plus short sister Mike. It seemed like Mike had just used auxiliary magic to enhance her strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to knock down Facul, the strongest among the younger generation of the tribe. Before Facul could prepare to get up, another punch came. This time it was a punch from a young and pretty forest priestess, also Quell's second sister Mikai, and Goken's aunt, Giant Beast Ace. Her eyes were misty and her blue irises sparkled like water. Ace had long and straight legs, and her peerless charm could make any male creature go crazy. "Goken, don't mind this fool's talk. You are far superior to those stinky guys." Chapter 203, The Undead and the Goblins. "Gaijin, don't mind what that foolish boy said. You're far more excellent than those smelly guys." As Es thought while stepping on her third brother Fashel, she looked at Gaijin with a smile. There was definitely an eerie feeling about it. And as for Gaijin, it would be a lie to say he wasn't affected by his younger brother Fashel's words. But seeing him in such a sorry state now, it didn't matter anymore. "Auntie, rest assured. By the way, little sister, is there anything you want?" Mikai, the second sister, pointed at herself. Her lively big eyes flickered a bit as she grinned and said, "I want to marry my brother, then give birth to the smartest and strongest ogre baby of the Black Iron Tribe." Gaijin, who was drinking his drink from a wooden cup, almost spat it all out. "Marriage? Having children? How could this happen when you're my sister?" Seeing Gaijin's sudden change in demeanor, Mikai looked curious. Did her brother get too excited? "Little sister." Gaijin caught his breath and slowly began to speak. "I think you might still not fully understand the difference between love and family affection." For a moment, Gaijin didn't know how to proceed. Thankfully, Auntie S came to the rescue just in time. "That's enough, Mikai. How can you marry Gaijin? He's your older brother, not to mention having children." Gaijin gratefully looked at Auntie S, sighing internally in relief. Of course, the well-versed forest priestess Aunt Es knows more. After all, she is an adult female and has basic common sense. However, Aunt Es' next sentence immediately shattered Gaijin's understanding of ogre ethics. "Besides, Gaijin is mine. I won't let you have him, Mikai." On the exquisite round table, two beautiful giant trolls went back and forth, fighting or not quite fighting. Underneath the exquisite round table, the enormous body of their third brother Fashel was still being stepped on by the two beautiful giants. Gaijin was somewhat speechless, and Father Quells, known for his stern and commanding presence, this time didn't seem to have any intention of stopping the quarrel either. Suddenly, Gaijin felt a twinge of worry. No good. Father surely wouldn't actually make me choose between Mikai and Auntie S, right? Close-kin marriages aren't good. In the midst of the chaotic feast exclusive to the ogres, Gaijin, the focus of debate, quietly slipped away. Regardless, Gaijin preferred living life peacefully and contentedly. Things like rebirths and continent domination, Gaijin thought, should be left to the magic gods or powerful wizards. Chief Chef, the green-skinned rat has arrived. Just after Gaijin quietly left the family dinner, Joel, one-eyed, blue fatso, wobbling, overcame. "Chief Chef, that green-skinned rat has come again, and brought a lot of stuff. You'd better go check it out." or soon, he may end up getting eaten by them. The so-called green-skinned rat mentioned by Joel was actually a very brave goblin merchant. Perhaps, calling him a goblin would ring more bells. A merchant who risks everything for tenfold profit. This goblin merchant Gerald is exactly such a person. The desperate goblin merchant Gerald, dragging a battered iron pot, came to the Black Iron Ogre tribe and boldly declared, "Either you buy this iron pot, or simply throw me into the pot and boil me alive." Although ogres are barely considered a wise race, their overly simplistic brain structures and their abyssal intestines that stay hungry 20 hours a day, extremely hungry the other 4, leave few on the continent willing to trade with them. Even some reckless merchants, despite successful exchanges several times, swapped large amounts of plundered gold and jewels from the ogres for extremely cheap and crude goods or weapons, quickly becoming rich tycoons. Ultimately, they also got roasted and eaten due to the terrible memory of the easily angered ogres. After all, in the eyes of the ogres, members of every race look pretty much alike. However, this goblin merchant was lucky because he met Gaijin. Gaijin successfully rescued the self-abandoning goblin merchant from the large cauldron he brought along, or more accurately, from the hands of his fellow tribesmen. Gaijin bought his pot. Much later, historians recorded that this meeting between King Gaijin of the ogres and the legendary goblin merchant Gerald was immortalized in history and described as the first evil deal between the Dark Tyrant and the Underground Emperor. My friend, my God, what an honor it is to see you again. I can almost smell the fragrance of gold. The goblin merchant Gerald genuinely adored the little ogre Gaijin standing before him. Gerald felt that if he were a woman, he would undoubtedly marry Gaijin without hesitation. This wasn't merely because Gaijin had turned him from a pauper into a millionaire with a fortune of 1,000,000 gold coins, but more importantly, marrying Gaijin meant having access to the seemingly bottomless treasure vaults of the Black Iron tribe. As for Gaijin saving him from the mouths of his fellow tribesmen, Gerald had long forgotten about that. Gaijin carefully inspected the goods. Though so far, Gerald hadn't tried to deceive Gaijin with substandard products. Goblin merchants were renowned for their cunning wisdom and greed just as much as their fame. For profit, goblin merchants could disregard their lives, let alone other things. The salt and spices are all acceptable. Gaijin stirred his finger in the white crystalline salt, confirming that the salt beneath was of the same quality as that on top, then continued. However, the large weapons and armor I need, you haven't brought any. Seeing Gaijin's sudden change in tone, the goblin merchant Gerald immediately panicked. No. My best friend, please believe me. By the gold, I swear that the weapons suitable for ogres simply cannot be forged by ordinary blacksmith shops. Watching the frantic explanations from the goblin merchant before him, Gaijin wasn't particularly angry. Ogres could be considered one of the warrior races with the best innate conditions on the magician soul continent. They were strong, they were resilient, they were fearless. Without rigorous warrior training, as long as they ate and grew naturally, an adult ogre became a natural killing machine. Even more terrifying was that these killing machines possessed nearly infinite self-healing regeneration abilities. Apart from special weapons and elemental magic attacks, the injuries sustained by ogres could heal at a visible speed. But precisely because of this, perhaps also due to the ogre's terrible reputation and even worse menu, almost all races on the continent refused to sell weapons or armor to ogres. And with ogres' dull minds and colossal figures, it was impossible for them to forge their own weapons or use the small-sized weapons looted from human caravans. Chapter 204, The Undead and the Holy Light Temple. I'm very sorry, Mr. Gaijin. As you know, it's extremely difficult to get a hold of large weapons that ogres can use. Watching as the goblin merchant Gur seemed to have finished making excuses, Gaijin also silently approached a carriage. Was everything Gur, the goblin merchant, saying true? It should be. After all, the little glint in his eyes was already brimming with tears. However, Gaijin knew the right way to deal with goblin merchants. Just as he was speaking, the massive blue fatty, Joel who had been following Gaijin all along stretched out a hand and grabbed the head of Gur, the goblin merchant, with just 2 fingers, lifting him up slowly, just like an ordinary person pinching a grape. Let me go? Let me go? You rude blue fatty. Gur, the goblin merchant, immediately recognized his perilous situation and promptly spoke to the authority figure, Gaijin. Mr. Gaijin, my friend, save me quickly. In the name of our friendship, I'm willing to lower the price of spices by 0.5%. No, lower it by 0.2% for you. Just make this stupid guy let me go. I swear on gold coins, my head is about to explode. Gaijin slightly waved his hand, signaling Joel to put down this slippery goblin merchant, then casually threw a fist-sized Isla magic fire diamond onto the ground. Get me what I want, and this thing will be yours. If you disappoint us, then you won't come back anymore unless you want to end up as hot pot material. I believe there will still be other merchants willing to cooperate with our Black Iron tribe. The moment he saw the magic fire diamond, Gur, the goblin merchant's eyes, instantly became more intense than the purest elemental magic core. Isla magic fire diamonds are not particularly rare. They are one of the commonly used materials for crafting fire-based equipment, but a fist-sized Isla magic fire diamond was a different story. This meant he could directly sell it for 1,500 gold coins, or find the best magical craftsman in Loteed Harbor to forge it into a legendary magic weapon, meaning it could become the main attraction at the Patayaheim auction, signifying a fortune that would impressively grow his total assets. And all of this was right before his eyes. Oh, I remember now. There are ogre slave warriors in the arena, also minotaurs, tide giants. There's specific equipment made for these slave warriors, though the equipment has no enchantments, and the materials aren't the best. but the style is absolutely exquisite. I think I should be able to get some outdated weapons and armor. Finally, the goblin merchant shifted his gaze from the Ilum magic fire diamond in Gajin's hand, swallowed deeply. Then his eyes sparkled mischievously, looking timid but also self-satisfied as he quietly said, "In fact, I actually prepared such a set of armor beforehand when I came here, along with matching weapons." Gajin rolled his eyes. He had completely given up on this audacious and shameless goblin. No wonder it was rumored that more than half of the wealth on Magic Soul Continent was concentrated in the hands of these cunning and deceitful goblins. In their eyes, even their own lives didn't matter much. As long as it was profitable, they would do anything, including testing the patience limit of a group, rather than one, irascible ogres. Gajin believed that if he hadn't tempted him with the relatively shiny magic fire diamonds from his warehouse, even if Joel had truly crushed his head like a grape, this guy wouldn't have handed over this gladiator equipment originally prepared to rip Gajin off. This money-obsessed goblin finally carefully retrieved a full set of supersized golden armor assembly components from a compartment beneath his freight carriage, along with a silver square warhammer weighing at least 200 pounds, handing them over to the ogre in front of him. Gajin reached out, running his hands silently over this massive warhammer. He felt that he might have found a suitable weapon for his father Quells. On the side, the watching goblin had a sly look on his face as he said, "My friend, of course, I know that this diamond temporarily does not belong to me. But, do you mind letting me first properly appreciate this gem? I feel as if I've already smelled the fragrance of gold coins." The Papal State's holy crusade against these subhuman hills had already begun, but this crusade seems not to have yet affected the residents here in the mysterious coast area, nor the subhumans. Mysterious coast. There was still a hint of coolness lingering in the early morning harbor town. At this moment, the sun had yet to fully rise, but its golden rays had already illuminated the majority of the city's corners. Harbor town of Seastone Bay, Loteed City. Initially, it was merely a place for pirates to nestle. Back then, Loteed City was no larger than a fishing village, an overlooked barren land, rife with cheap prostitutes, crude ale, and drunk pirates. Truly a detestable locale that people sought to avoid. Until a group of homeless goblin merchant wanderers arrived here and settled down. It is undeniable that goblins are despised by almost all intelligent races on the Magic Soul Continent. They are weak, ignoble, shameless, dirty, greedy, and cunning. However, goblins are absolutely the most capable wealth accumulators on the entire Magic Soul Continent, surpassing even the humans who dominate the continent in this regard. These pioneering goblins utilized every method possible, initially even resorting to fencing stolen goods for pirates. In just a few short decades, they amassed astonishing wealth and popularity, transforming a tiny fishing village into a renowned commerce hub known across the continent and one of the 3 major seaport cities. Here, one could see magnificent buildings from various kingdoms and races, the most charming courtesans, the best-equipped arenas, the largest slave markets and luxury auction houses, wines with the richest aromas, and the finest magical equipment. Aside from these, countless groups of adventurers waited to claim missions, thieves' guilds, and mercenary troops roamed the streets as well. The Pig and the Whistle was a special tavern catering specifically to this dangerous crowd, with hundreds of tasks posted or completed each day and tens of thousands of gold coins changing hands. Such extreme commercial prosperity naturally also spurred the development of violent businesses like bodyguard services, escorts, even raids, and assassinations. Sitting around dozens of round tables drinking and chatting were heavily armed men built like bricks, all tasked negotiators stationed in Seastone Bay's Loteed Harbor belonging to mercenaries and guilds. Whenever the doorbell rang and the door opened, countless eyes would immediately focus on whoever entered. Competition was fierce now, and not a single potential customer could be missed. However, this time, the person entering was someone quite peculiar, causing a large group of hired swords and rogues ready to jump up and approach him to freeze in action, exchanging glances and hesitating. There was no other reason. The entrant was a cleric from the Holy Light Temple, and furthermore, a high-ranking, exceptionally beautiful lady cleric. Chapter 205. The Undead and the Circus. The Holy Light Temple, with believers spread across every corner of the mysterious continent, is the largest religion in human society. Its patriarch has even the nominal right to determine the heirs of most petty lords. The Holy Light Temple boasts great power and numerous talents. More importantly, in any war, there are always active priests, and no battlefield can do without the strong support of Holy Light spells by these priests. From grand world battlefields to small adventuring teams, the priests and clerics dressed in white robes are among the most popular professions. The reason humans were able to defeat many large epic empires established by other intelligent races and dominate the continent is not unrelated to the rise of the Holy Light Temple. However, like every organization that reaches its peak, after becoming the largest religious force on the continent, the Holy Light Temple also began to display characteristics such as stubbornness, arrogance, and tyranny to the fullest extent. Religions, organizations, and civilians labeled as heretics, blasphemers, or witches and exterminated without cause were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Almost every day in the central squares of various towns, scenes of burning at the stake in varying scales are played out, among which are not a few members of mercenary groups who have accidentally offended the Holy Light Temple, some merely because they unintentionally teased a woman who happened to be a believer of the Holy Light Temple. Is there a mercenary group here? A thieves' guild will do too. I need someone to serve me. The moment the woman entered Pig and Whistle, she started screaming somewhat hysterically. Only then did everyone notice that although her high priest's robe was of fine quality, it was filthy and torn in many places. With the bloodstains on the edges of her clothing, it was undeniable that this noble lady priest had just narrowly escaped death, and possibly worse things had happened. For the Holy Light Temple, which seeks retribution for even the slightest offense, this was already a major event that would cause countless bonfires to light up on the central square of the ebbing tide port of xuanhuan. What was strange was why this young female priest didn't seek help from the local Holy Light Temple, but instead came to this den of scum, asking mercenaries, thieves, and assassins, whom they usually looked down upon, to take a job. The crowd was baffled and full of doubts, so naturally, no one dared to speak rashly, causing the expression of the lady priest to become increasingly sour. Suddenly, the female priest pulled out an elegant gold cross from her bodice and slammed it onto the table, shouting loudly, "My mission's reward is this. Whoever possesses this gold holy cross will become a friend of the Holy Light Temple and obtain the right to one religious pardon. Furthermore, I can pay an additional 5,000 gold coins as compensation. Is there anyone willing to accept my mission?" The atmosphere immediately heated up. The pardon decree and friend of the Holy Light. There is nothing more significant than this seemingly unremarkable cross to a large organization or individual. In this era where you never know when you might offend the monstrous Holy Light Temple, these two items are equivalent to an unstable covenant and an immunity warrant. Such rewards make whatever task the lady priest wants to publish absolutely rich enough, let alone 5,000 gold coins, which is certainly not a small amount. But the questions in everyone's minds became deeper. Why would a crucial figure in the church with a gold cross come to them for help? Unless this woman does not want the church to know what she is doing. If that's the case, the issue seems more complicated. Finally, an old-looking mercenary spoke up. "Respected Priestess Drun, please tell us what your mission requirements are. I believe the majority of people here have already been moved by your generous mission compensation. They just need to know the contents of the mission. Very simple." The lady priest closed her eyes and remained silent for a while, seemingly trying hard to calm herself, then suddenly opened her eyes and said with gritted teeth, full of murderous intent, "About 350 miles away from this cursed harbor, by the sea, there's a tribe of ogres. Yes, that damned Black Iron tribe. I want you to completely wipe out this ogre tribe. Get rid of those dirty blue trash, not leaving a single one alive." The task of the lady priest seemed rather ordinary, just a common destruction mission involving humanoid bandits. These types of missions are issued every day, from the simplest E-level eliminating slimes to elite steel-level dragon nest raids. But after hearing the content of the mission clearly, all the task coordinators from the various mercenary groups and thieves guilds were first stunned for a moment, and then they unexpectedly lost interest and sat back with indifference. After hesitating several times, representatives of several powerful large mercenary organizations also sighed helplessly and sat down to continue drinking their sorrows away. This scene immediately left the priestess dumbfounded. Her lips trembling, she asked, "What do you mean by this? What is going on?" The weathered-looking mercenary once again replied with a bitter smile. "Esteemed lady, please stop tormenting us. We all know about the ogre tribe you mentioned. Recently, a wealthy merchant from one of the outer islands organized hundreds of elite fighters from 3 different mercenary groups just to retrieve some lost precious cargo from the Black Iron tribe. But what was the result? Including the rich merchant himself, out of over 300 people who set off, only 20-some came back. The rest, whether alive or dead, men or women, have probably already ended up in the bellies of those blue-skinned devils. The Mercenaries Guild has now elevated the task of attacking the Black Iron tribe to the elite steel level, which is the same as dragon nest raids. And at the moment, no guild or mercenary group in xuanhuan port has the capability to independently accomplish an elite steel level mission. You can unite several guilds, the woman said excitedly, almost hysterically. No, you should unite all the mercenary groups and thieves guilds to complete my mission. All right, esteemed lady priest, the old mercenary replied. Unless you have many more golden crosses like that one, and tenfold the amount of gold coins, otherwise we must say, we're truly unable to assist you. Looking at the disoriented priestess, the old mercenary sighed again and offered some advice. Judging by your appearance, it seems your group was attacked by the Black Iron tribe, and you were the sole survivor, right? So let me offer you a suggestion. Either appeal for help from the church. Let the Templar Knights and Judgment Priests take revenge for you. The sea cliffs where the Black Iron tribe resides are hidden and difficult to attack. Even a large army couldn't effectively deploy there. Likely, only an ambush by elite forces entirely made up of third-tier advanced soldiers would be able to capture that place. If you have some reason why you cannot seek help from the church, then I suggest you simply forget about the entire matter altogether. Treat it as if it were merely a nightmare. Every day at this harbor, trade caravans are raided by subhuman bandits. Today it's the Amazons or Centaurs, tomorrow it's the Black Iron tribe. If they were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have survived so many attempts at their extermination. Keep in mind, this harbor lacks nothing but money and people. No, unless I tear those bastards, especially that one, limb from limb, I. Seeing the hatred, madness, and vengefulness burning in her eyes, the old mercenary shook his head, suddenly shoving the priestess out of the inn and pointing toward a certain direction while muttering. I don't know if those lunatics have the ability to fulfill your request, but in the current ebbing tide city of xuanhuan, probably only real fools would dare accept such a reckless task. Following the direction indicated by the old mercenary's finger, the goddess official could only see a large red and white striped round-top tent. From within the tent, music and laughter resounded. Are you mocking me? Isn't that just a circus? Chapter 206, The Undying and the Black Iron Tribe. Black Iron Tribe. Inside Chief Quell's room, a golden giant armor and a large silver square war hammer were neatly placed between Goggin and Quell's. Goggin, looking at this equipment shimmering with gold, in Quell's one-eyed troll eyes, there was also a trace of surprise. Goggin, I don't know how to say it, or how to praise you. Father, do we need so many polite words between us? This is what I should do. Looking at the straight-standing Goggin in front of him, Quells had tears welling up in his eyes. Goggin, do you know? I've always believed that you are an extraordinary ogre. Quells slowly stood up from his original seat, came to Goggin's side, and continued. Back then, the old forest priest determined that you were a deformed and weak ogre, believing you didn't have the qualifications to become a member of the Black Iron Tribe. But I believed your abilities were something others couldn't recognize. So, Father, that's why you used your authority as the chief back then to suppress the decision to execute me? Goggin seemed to have heard about these matters back then, and he asked faintly. Quells fell silent briefly before replying. No, actually, I hadn't even discovered your ability back then. However, isn't protecting one's child from harm something every father should do? Goggin was surprised. Although he had always known that his father Quells favored him, when the other party said it outright, he was still shocked. And when Goggin looked up and saw the barely visible tears in Quell's eyes, Goggin understood that his father had always been protecting him. Even before he created value for the clan, he had been protecting him all along. Thank you, Father. Goggin left Chief Quell's room, and now Quells himself was observing and appreciating the gladiator equipment he had just acquired. Big brother, looks like you're really idle most of the time. It was the third brother, Facul. This very muscular combat-specialized ogre inherited most of the fine combat genes from their father Quells. He was very easy to identify because, in this Black Iron Tribe, the vast majority of ogres had round and fat figures. Only Quells and Facul, these two ogre warriors, possessed bodies matching strong individuals. A delta-shaped physique, 8-pack abs arranged neatly. Of course, Goggin was also one of them, but no ogre would care about the midget's abs. Facul. Goggin muttered in confusion, remembering that Facul's room was quite far from his own. How could they bump into each other? Truly a useless ogre. I've been tracking you for half a day, and you only noticed me now. Goggin awkwardly smiled, speechless. It seems the younger brother standing in front of him was looking to stir up trouble. Goggin remained silent, and neither did Facul make further comments. Quickly advancing a few steps towards Goggin, with Facul's skills, Goggin simply had no reaction. Though, I've never been willing to acknowledge you as my short and useless older brother. But, while saying this, Facul slightly kneeled on one knee, and from his left hand appeared a magical crystal core radiating emerald green light. This is the type of magic crystal core that can only be contained within high-tier beasts, and this one is even comparable to the snake King Pandora killed by our father long ago. Take it. Goggin was stunned, but the towering Facul already directly handed over the magic crystal core to him. Keep in mind, things like magic crystal cores are indispensable precious items for forging legendary weapons. Moreover, for combat-specialized ogres, they could forcibly use the magic crystal core to significantly enhance their strength in a short period. For both Facul and Goggin, such an item could potentially be a lifesaver during critical moments. Yet, he actually gave it to Goggin? Don't think too much. This beast was hunted solely by me. It doesn't belong to the tribe. Facul seemed to notice Goggin's hesitation and added an explanation. And besides, I don't even need to strengthen myself with this thing. Its side effects are deadly. It's better given to you, my useless brother, as a precautionary measure for survival. Perhaps, in the end, it could save your life. With that, Facul turned around and left without looking back, leaving Goggin standing there silently, holding the emerald gem-like magic crystal core. All right. Facul paused as if remembering something and turned back to say, on my birthday, you must prepare an entire roasted pig for me. That will be my present. After speaking, Facul quickly left in an almost imperceptible motion. Goggin stood in place, putting the valuable magic crystal core into his pocket. What a truly adorable and prideful younger brother. Goggin did not return to his room. He had another promise to fulfill. Bathed in the enchanting moonlight, the tribe members were already sleeping in disarray. As per the agreement made during the day, Goggin arrived at the stone room and brought out the old witch wrapped tightly in black cloth. Just as Goggin had promised from the start, after hearing the final part of the peculiar story told by the old witch, he would keep his word and grant her freedom. What puzzled Goggin somewhat was that the old witch, who had escaped becoming food and was about to gain her freedom, seemed far from excited or expectant, unlike the human girl he had released days before. That human girl's willingness to even lick Goggin's toes still lingered vividly in his memory, giving him for the first time the strange feeling of an overlord controlling everything. Although the religious tale told by the girl was somewhat tedious and monotonous, she ultimately exchanged her freedom for something else entirely. She taught Goggin what a woman was. Shaking his head to clear these unfathomable thoughts, Goggin carefully held onto the old witch's arm and led her away from the tribal domain. For safety, he had previously covered her eyes. Though he knew this method was often superfluous for many near-human or demi-human races, it remained quite effective for humans. Traversing a narrow path and carefully stepping over the snoring ogre sentries, Goggin finally succeeded in bringing the old witch out of the Black Iron encampment. Now, you can tell me the ending of that story, right? Miles away from the Black Iron tribe's camp, Goggin and the old witch came to a halt simultaneously. Not in a hurry. The old witch said calmly. Her hunched silhouette even raised doubts whether she could make it across this forest filled with monsters unaided. Do you need any preparations? Chapter 207. The Undead and Satan's Ring. Do you need any preparation? Gojin looked at the other party and spoke lightly, seeming to feel something was off, then added, I mean, the preparation for leaving here. Under the grizzled hair of the old witch, her wrinkled face seemed to break into a faint smile. Young ogre, you are a good guy, I admire you. Gojin felt somewhat baffled by the old witch's unexpected words, but he still patiently waited for her story. The old witch struggled to raise her head to look at the full moon in the sky. The clouds that blocked the moonlight seemed about to disperse. So, I will continue to tell the end of the story. In the fierce final battle between the demon god and the gods. Even though the demon god and the 7 supreme demon generals had gone along with their plan, how could the gods only have one plan? Despicable and shameless gods. They were willing to sacrifice all the races participating in the battle. Even the followers of the gods were doomed within the dark magic formation summoned by the gods. At the last moment, under the sacrifice of the 7 supreme demon generals' lives, the demon god managed to drag almost all the gods into the dark magic formation. Everything ended when the dark magic formation shattered. The demon god, demon generals, the gods, and the other participating races all perished in the demon realm. The final massive explosion destroyed the demon realm, including the broken divine palace where the gods dwelled. Over endless time, it gradually formed the current devil spirit continent. And among the gods initially, only a few remaining beings established the holy light divine temple. They called themselves the 6 main gods, and gradually helped humanity dominate the devil spirit continent. However, the demon god is immortal and undying. She will be reborn. The old witch said this with an oddly increased bewitching allure in her eyes. For a moment, Gojin thought that the beauty before him surpassed even his sister and aunt. The moonlight shone down. The witch's originally dry and grizzled hair gradually regained its luster, like carefully styled silver strands, flowing down her back like a waterfall. Her stooped body gradually became slender and upright, as if a withered old tree had come back to life. That originally wrinkled face also restored its youth and beauty under the moonlight, visible to the naked eye. Watching this strange scene before him, Gojin's pupils slightly dilated. After coming to this foreign world, Gojin had encountered many elemental magics, shamanistic powers, martial techniques, and fighting spirits. But no form of magic so far had given him as much visual shock as what this witch presented. Who exactly are you? After Gojin asked word by word, the witch had already finished transforming. A seductively beautiful witch appeared before Gojin. Are you the reborn demon god? Gojin seemed to be constantly guessing the possible scenarios, ultimately only tentatively asking. The beautiful witch did not directly answer Gojin's question. She extended her hand slightly, touching the solidified moonlight. Since that great war, I've been sleeping. My divine power has diminished to 1/10 of its former might, but thankfully, I have finally managed to see this world again. Gojin quietly watched the witch without being as panicked as imagined. Little ogre, are you satisfied with my story? I'm not sure. Gojin chuckled softly. But, I want to know, what do you intend to do next? The beautiful witch tilted her head, looking faintly at Gojin, who was only a head taller than her. Rest assured, I mean no harm to your tribe. Actually, I should thank you. If you hadn't provided me with a safe and comfortable environment, I think I would have found it hard to evade the pursuit of the Holy Light Divine Temple after losing all my divine power. As she spoke, the witch slowly approached Gojin. Her ragged gray witch robe now floated like decorative pieces in the wind, enhancing even more her now mesmerizing perfect figure. Gojin Heitai? Is that your name, right? Yes. All right. Continuing immediately after Gojin's response without hesitation, the beautiful witch said, Become my guardian demon general. I will grant you infinite power and authority. Looking at the long, white fingers stretched out toward him, every gesture exuding royal presence. Gojin hesitated, but almost instantly, his hesitation vanished as he firmly stated, I'm sorry, Lady Demon God, I decline. The beautiful witch was not as surprised as expected, as if she had foreseen it. Are you concerned about your tribesmen? Yes, becoming a so-called supreme demon general and opposing the Holy Light Divine Temple is not something I wish to do. Gojin, you should know that in this continent, creatures without power have no voice. The witch's gaze suddenly became piercing, the kind of presence that only someone accustomed to high status could exude, impossible for ordinary people to imitate. Yes, but Lady Demon God, how much power do you actually have left? The witch was clearly stunned by Gojin's words. Over these thousands of years, the gods, or rather the Holy Light Divine Temple, have become the top power in the Devil Spirit continent. And just 15 minutes ago, you were my prisoner. Haha. Gojin, you are truly an extraordinary ogre, cunning like a human. I apologize for my insolence, Lady Demon God. Of course, Gojin. As the witch spoke, she continued to move closer. Even though my divine power is reduced to 1/10 of its former strength, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. By the time her final word finished, her crimson lips seemed almost touching Gojin's earlobe. Gojin remained unmoved. After several seconds of silence, the witch smiled and stepped back. Gojin Heitai, you will come looking for me eventually, and the position of my new chief demon general will always be reserved for you. Without further ado, a strange light began to radiate from around the witch, followed by the appearance of a teleportation array. In an instant, the beautiful witch vanished from where she stood, as if she had never been there at all. Gojin collapsed to the ground on the spot. He himself did not know where he found the courage to refuse the invitation of a demon god. Gojin wished this was just a dream happening in his life. But when Gojin raised his hand, in his right palm, there lay an ancient black ring, engraved with the markings of the demon Satan. Satan's ring. Gojin involuntarily uttered the name of the ring. He did not know why, but it felt as if this ring was meant to belong to him all along. Chapter 208. The Undead and the Enemy Assault. Hulu Heidi, a very young ogre raider, although not the strongest warrior in the tribe, takes pride in his thunderous snoring, which no one can match. Since he won the rock-paper-scissors game, Hulu Heidi was very lucky to be the night watchman for tonight. Being a night watchman seems like a tough job, as it requires staying awake all night without sleeping, but in reality, every ogre knows that this is a very easy task. Because of the dense rainforest vegetation and complex terrain along the Mizzen coast, fierce beasts run rampant. Heidi tribe's location is also very secluded, so apart from the native creatures of the jungle, ordinary people generally cannot find the hidden path leading to the tribe. Even if someone knew the way, they might not make it here alive. Moreover, the Black Iron ogres themselves are incredibly powerful. Unless an opponent arrives in military formation, other small bands of mercenaries or bounty hunters are just snacks delivered to their doorsteps. Just mobilizing a few ogre raiders is enough to handle them with ease. Besides, there are ace leaders like the Soul Chieftain Quirls, the ogre commander Facule, and the old forest priest Haman on standby. Apart from their long-standing enemies, the Amazon centaurs, the Black Iron ogres have never been at a disadvantage against any foe. And Amazon centaurs don't particularly like moving around at night, so being a night watchman essentially boils down to, well, more sleeping. Plus, Gojin always adds a sumptuous breakfast for those who work the tiring night shifts. Thus, instead of being a thankless chore shunned by everyone, the job has become a highly sought-after plum assignment among the lazy gluttons known as the Blue Fatsos, who would fight tooth and nail to take it on. Ho ho ho, I must praise little Gojin daily. What you bring is just too amazing. Siren omelet, sea turtle mushroom soup, roast savage legs. Ho ho, Hulu truly is a lucky ogre. As saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth and murmured dreams escaped his lips, a streak of cold light silently flashed across his thick neck. In the next moment, his grotesque head, as big as a bear's, rolled onto the ground, leaving his foolish grin still unchanged. The immense heart within his huge body squeezed out a fountain of blood during its last pulse. A clown face covered in ridiculous makeup flickered through the curtain of blood, as if it had never appeared at all, yet the eerie smile on the clown's face seemed permanently etched into the air. The eldest member of the Black Iron ogre tribe, the old forest priest Haman, suddenly sat up from his grass bed, beads of sweat streaming down his heavily wrinkled face. Wobbling unsteadily, the old forest priest burst out of the thatched hut, clawed the air in front of him with his hands, and sniffed twice with his hawk-like nose. The next moment, his expression turned even more terrifying. Enemy attack. An enemy attack. You lazy fat bastards, get your asses up. The shrill, raspy voice of the old forest priest finally shattered the peaceful midnight silence. Inside the leader's room, ogre troll Quirls abruptly opened his blood-red single eye, brimming with overflowing murderous intent. According to legend, the one-eyed ogre war king rose with an incredible agility, not even bothering to wear the golden armor Gojin had given him today. But when Quirls chose his weapon, he hesitated between the steel nail wooden mace he had already mastered and the enormous silver warhammer. In the end, Quirls' hand reached towards the elaborately designed weapon. It couldn't be helped. He just loved it too much. In the distance, a big fat ogre lounging by the campfire kicked his son lying beside him hard. You brat, get up and fight. Not even checking if his son was awake, the ogre hastily strapped on a few iron plates and steel sheets that served as his armor. Although lazy by nature, each ogre had grown up drenched in blood and death. While laziness may reign supreme, their reaction time in the face of crisis was indeed remarkable. In just the blink of an eye, the previously scattered group of blue fatsos sprawled around the fire, seemingly asleep drunk on life, transformed instantly into a horde of fully armed and menacing hellish titans. Here it is. With a forceful roar, Facule leapt into action, his club surrounded midair by a sapphire lightning bolt with the power rivaling that of a legendary artifact. Facule's target was nothing but an unremarkable patch of lawn, but just before his club struck, the lawn twisted abnormally. Next, a panicked-looking, obese man appeared out of nowhere, his face painted with clown makeup. High-level disguise technique. The signature skill of thieves and assassins, powered by Shadow Du Chi obtained through faith in Hermes, the god of theft and assassination. If it weren't for the faint bloody smell emanating from this clown, no one would have been able to see through it, that this patch of grass was actually disguised by a top-tier assassin. The ridiculous clown revealed himself, calling out shrilly, "Sao? Save me." This was actually not difficult to understand. Lao, double practicing both magic and martial skills, was an opponent even more King Quirls couldn't easily defeat. Few people on the entire Magic Soul continent could withstand his thunderous strike. But just as this lethal blow was about to explode on the head of the assassin clown, a towering tree, so large it took 2 people to encircle it, was hurled over, accurately smashing towards Facule, who had no place to dodge midair. Having no choice, Facule shifted his attack to the giant tree. Brilliant lightning exploded fiercely in the night sky, instantly turning the towering tree into countless burning wood chips. Like meteor showers interwoven with electric snakes, they fell from the air like fire rain. Also falling down were the battle-specialized ogres, their momentum finally spent. As for the plump clown who barely escaped, He fled into the dense forest with comically awkward movements. But just as everyone thought he was just a comic figure, Facule suddenly retreated. On the large war club in front of Facule, 3 gleaming throwing knives were suddenly nailed into it. The chubby clown turned around, his vividly red mouth emitting cackling laughter, and his round red nose shaking uncontrollably. After mocking and provoking, the obese clown disappeared completely into the darkness with a series of illogical swift moves that didn't seem fitting for his build. Facule had been mocked and humiliated in such a manner for the first time since his birth. The veins on Facule's head had all popped up in rage. Stone tooth weapon, lightning shield, wind fury, bloodthirsty. One after another, extravagant shamanic enhancing divine techniques explosively bloomed on this battle-specialized ogre. The elemental power surged wildly on the weapon in Facule's hand, flames, storms, lightning, and frost alternating brilliantly. 3 lightning shields floated gracefully around him. At this point, whether warriors or magicians, any sensible person wouldn't dare directly confront this horrifying ogre. Chapter 209, The Undead and the Tidal Giant. At this point, whether it was the warriors or the mages, any person with reason would probably not dare to directly confront the terrifying ogre before them. But Facule had no further moves. Good training and an innate battle wisdom kept him from being easily consumed by anger like other ogres, especially when the true opponent hadn't yet shown up. Thud, 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 thud. Accompanied by unbearably heavy, oppressive footsteps, the trees in front of Facule were pushed aside as casually as if they were blades of grass, revealing a towering figure even larger than Quell, who was already mountainous and robust. This was a hulking man with dark green, greasy skin. His exposed chest revealed muscles that bulged like ignited powder kegs, emitting dangerous vibes. The whole giant was a perfect embodiment of violence. From his gill-like large ears, his wet, dark red hair, and his scaly skin, one could tell that he belonged to a very rare aquatic race, the tidal giant. A qualified ogre raider does not fear any enemy on the battlefield, not even an ancient dragon emanating draconic authority. As Facule's combat spirit surged, and he was about to step forward, a massive hand from behind pressed down heavily upon him. Facule didn't need to turn around to know who it was. In the entire tribe, the only person who could suppress his charge with a single hand was their sole leader, his father Quell. Quell gently swung the silver warhammer in his hand, his expression more solemn than ever. Facule knew that such an expression only appeared on his father's face when encountering a genuine powerhouse. And the opponent that could draw Quell's full attention, while it stung somewhat to admit, was far beyond Facule's current capacity to defeat. The tidal giant across from him clearly did not underestimate the ogre, holding the massive square silver hammer either. He flung his arm forward, and a pitch-black ship anchor over 4 meters long and weighing at least 2 tons slammed into the ground. This kind of weapon, beloved by tidal giants and usable solely by them, fell outside the realm of standard weapons, but was even more fearsome than any heavy mace or great axe. Quell's blackish-blue skin turned gradually crimson due to excessive blood flow, swelling as hot vapor escaped through every pore of his body, distorting the air around him. His signature single eye appeared as though about to spew blood, hideous and intimidating. Strength, pressure, a will to crush everything in its path. Pure-blooded ogres, descendants of the original Cyclops lineage, were exactly that terrifying. Completely opposite to Quell, who burned like fire, the tidal giant stood still like the depths of the ocean. Expressionless, he twirled the anchor in his hand with an ease as if it were merely a branch. Initially, it moved only like a swinging pendulum, but gradually, its speed increased until it created a deep ocean vortex-like hum at its core. Roar, gore. With 2 explosive roars, the next moment the 2 super heavyweights collided violently, producing a dull sound akin to thunder during a storm. Huge ship anchors clashed against man-shaped super warhammers, splashing sparks larger than fists with each collision, rivaling the power of low-tier magic. This kind of fight had long exceeded ordinary parameters. Even Facule couldn't interfere. Yet this battle wasn't solely between these two. Behind the tidal giant, an unknown woman had appeared. A golden-haired beauty wearing a fiery red cap, dressed in a short red skirt, her whole attire in shades of red. She observed the ongoing battle with dissatisfaction, letting out a cold snort from her exquisite nose. In the next instant, she pulled out a fiery red whip from behind her back, slashing it fiercely several times through the air. The whip did not strike anyone on the field, yet the friction against the air produced a loud cracking sound. Just as the group of ogres struggled to understand what this woman intended, the forest silent under the night sky suddenly came alive. The sounds of hoofsteps trampling, trees crashing down, and wild beasts roaring merged together, rushing towards the black iron ogre village like an incoming wave. Boom. With a 6-meter-tall armored giant bear leading the charge, countless forest beasts, including some low-tier magical creatures, charged wildly toward the stunned ogres, their eyes glowing a bright red. This was a beast tide. The giant bear clad in silver heavy armor resembled a general leading thousands of troops. With a single feral charge, it sent an ogre warrior nearest to the forest sprawling, after which over a dozen large carnivorous beasts surged forward together and instantly tore the massive ogre, weighing several dozen tons, into pieces. What are you all standing there for? Fight, you dull-witted brutes. From the back of the group, the old ogre, a forest priest named Haman, lifted his voice, hoarse but piercing, into the night sky. A mournful yet grand shamanistic war chant issued forth from his mouth. Though the sound was grating, it strangely resonated deep within everyone's hearts. Bright roars accompanying ancient melodies filled the air. Young ogre warriors, ogre raiders, and ogre bloodthirsty priests. All of them were blessed by this primeval war song. Their muscles swelled violently, their eyes turning bright red due to the gushing blood flow, while the acceleration of blood circulation bestowed upon them immense strength, as well as a crazed, savage nature. Hula! The frenzied rampage of the beasts and the grisly death of their comrades did not instill fear into these ogres. Rather, it awakened the deepest and wildest instincts buried within their bloodlines, eliciting shrill, desperate cries and battle roars. Hula! Ogre warriors charged at the beasts with an even more bestial ferocity than the beasts themselves, causing torrents of bloody chaos to erupt among the animal ranks. Though they possessed few proper weapons, the blue-skinned behemoths' enormous wooden clubs caused havoc whenever they swung or smashed, either pulverizing beasts into paste or sending them flying through the air. In the end, prey would always be nothing more than food. Even if there were vast numbers, their essence would never change. Black iron ogres, creatures perched atop the food chain, continued to reaffirm this point repeatedly with rivers of blood. As she watched her summoned army of wild beasts decimated almost instantly, the beautiful woman in a vivid red outfit grew increasingly irate. She cracked her whip in great, loud snaps, opening her crimson lips wide to scream aloud. King Wolf, King Dog, King Eagle, what in the blazes are you pathetic excuses for rulers doing? Aren't you supposed to be fighting? Now move. Chapter 210, The Undying and Phantom Dream, Part 1. Wolf King, Dog King, Eagle King. What are you useless bunch doing? Aren't you going to attack for me yet? A few beasts immediately broke away from the herd. There was a wolf and a dog, both as big as calves, while a gray-brown battle shrike screamed and shot straight into the clouds, its wingtips flickering with signs of thunderous electricity. There was also an enormous black chimpanzee, almost as large as Quells and the tidal giant, as well as a golden porcupine covered in spiky quills. It was clear that these few beasts were Queen Red's true aces. Beyond their overwhelming authority and size surpassing other beasts, they clearly possessed greater strength and more intelligence. Including the initial armored giant bear, the biggest feature of these beasts was that they wore different kinds of equipment, gear made by humans, ranging from some fabric clothing to some armaments, even being of finer quality than the gear worn by these local ogres. Without question, these beasts had been raised artificially. At the very least, they had close relationships with humans, unlike the cannon fodder beasts forcibly summoned here and the beastmen. With the inclusion of the red-clothed ladies' highly trained war beast group, the overwhelming advantage of the ogres reversed immediately. The armor-clad bears and the gorilla king, although not comparable to Quells or the tidal giant, were no longer opponents that ordinary ogre warriors could easily deal with. They were tough-skinned and immensely strong, almost equaling regular ogre warriors. Ironically, their fine armor and combat skills even surpassed those of black iron ogres. As for the agile wolf king and dog king, they were dashing around everywhere, specializing in targeting the blind spots behind the ogre's legs and tendons, employing tactics cruel and vicious like high-ranking assassins. Though less prominent, Finkus the battle shrike and hedgehog rogue targeted the eyes and throats of the ogres with their sharp talons and showered them with piercing quills, equally lethal. Wow, look there, our crimson-capped deputy captain is angry. She released all her babies. The plump clown who had been hiding nearby enjoying the spectacle slapped his fat hands and jeered maliciously. I thought this so-called black iron ogre was incredibly powerful, but it seems not. With us, Phantom Dream intervening, they're nothing but a flock of waiting-to-be-slaughtered swine. At some point, another figure appeared behind the obese clown, a tall magician with lavish attire who idly toyed with playing cards. His face bore a relaxed smile as he gazed at the battlefield before him. Unlike spellcasters wielding devastating magic power, magicians are generally played by commoners without magical talent. Using deft hands and deceptive tricks filled with cleverness, they replicate feats normally achievable only by mages, acting as representatives of flair, deception, surprise, and joy. Perhaps one of the most ill-fitting places for magicians, usually seen only in circus rings or on bar stages, would be a battlefield. How a magician came to be present here was perplexing. Pig Boss, if your group, Three Little Pigs, continues slacking off watching the show here, our Crimson Captain might get even angrier. When her whip rises, even I tremble. Though spoken as a warning, the magician's irreverent gaze and the fluttering playing cards in his hand suggested he harbored little respect or fear for the Crimson Hat deputy captain capable of controlling fierce beasts. Chirp chirp, didn't you see how I barely survived earlier? That battle-enhanced ogre was terrifying. I don't remember a fight being as stimulating as this when we last fought against the senior priests of Judgment Light. I almost perished. Do you not even leave time for me to rest? Jack, isn't it enough that number 2 and number 3 are already prepared to help? Pig Boss, the plump clown, feigned an exaggerated look of grievance, pointing towards two barely perceptible shadows moving closer to Quells engaged in battle. Magician Jack sneered a few times and stopped talking further, turning his head back to observe the battlefield. After a long pause, he suddenly sighed and said, "But truly, I never expected the female priestess from the Holy Light Temple to be such a great help to us. This ogre tribe isn't simple at all. She managed to escape from here and then lead us here to help her take revenge. This mission is far more interesting than the previous ones. Indeed, the ogre's den doesn't fall short of a dragon's lair. However, there are many tough characters here. I've never seen anyone who can directly confront that monster, old Sharkfish, until now. And look at that battle-specialized ogre over there. I've never even heard of such a breed before this moment. If you took him to the slave market, he'd fetch an astronomical price. Whether as a specimen or for gladiatorial combat, people would fight over him. And my instincts tell me there must be something here even more valuable than him. Magician Jack lightly stroked his handsome chin, his sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence in the dark night as they scrutinized every detail of the ogre tribe before him. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a pitch-black corner where two faces flashed by. Faces so beautiful they were haunting. It was all like a fleeting dream, but if Magician Jack wasn't absolutely confident in the countless hours of harsh training his eyes had undergone, he might have thought it was just an illusion. Fatso, hurry up. Go tell the leader to bring all formal members here. Maybe this time. This time we're about to strike it rich. Goken naturally didn't know what was happening at the tribal grounds. He had just turned down an invitation from an entity that once ruled the entire world, and yet, that being didn't seem to make things difficult for him. Why did she think he'd inevitably return to her? As Goken walked slowly through the jungle, he suddenly sped up into a sprint. A very strange feeling crept over him. A premonition common among ogres when they sense danger approaching. When he was only a few hundred meters away from the village, Goken froze in his tracks. The ones guarding the checkpoint on the path leading inevitably to the village weren't the familiar ogres of Goken's tribe, but rather a cheerful pair of human twin girls. Dressed in pleated short chiffon skirts that covered their thighs, their long shapely legs were wrapped in pure white silk stockings, and their feet were adorned with delicate crystal high heels that seemed far too fragile to withstand the elements. Hand in hand, these sisters appeared to be happily conversing, differing only in one sister's curvaceous figure and the other's flat as a plain physique. Other than that, they looked entirely identical. But when these two, who should have been sparkling under the brilliant stage lights of some grand theater, instead blocked the necessary route to an ogre village, a peculiar, eerie atmosphere instantly spread throughout the shadowy rainforest. Chapter 211, The Undead and Illusion 2. At this moment, the dark clouds covered the moon, and the surroundings were pitch black with extremely poor visibility. But for some unknown reason, Gajin could still see the opposite scenery clearly. Even at an extreme distance and despite numerous obstacles in between, Gajin could still discern every little expression on the twins' faces. However, Gajin had no time to investigate the changes happening to himself. His earlier ominous premonition had already been confirmed by the scene before him. On this continent, apart from the brave and crazy goblin merchants, no one would dare approach the ogre's territory without the protection of an army. But the current situation didn't seem like a large military force was attacking the village. And at such close proximity, Gajin could already hear various shouts, cries of death, and wild beasts roaring. There was no doubt about it. The black iron ogres were being attacked under the cover of night. And not only did the enemies know the secret route well, but they also had enough manpower to station guards here. Though Gajin wasn't a warrior himself, among the people he'd interacted with were top warriors like Quisi, experienced medicine men like the old forest priest, and promising young geniuses like Facule and Mika. So, Gajin's judgment and insight were quite remarkable. At a glance, he could tell how terrifying the pair of twins blocking his way were. Although they were as beautiful as swans dancing gracefully on the surface of a lake, the dangerous aura emanating from them was so strong that it almost took physical form. It was evidently impossible to return to the village via the main road. But this didn't faze Gajin at all. The cunning rabbit's nest usually has more than 3 exits. Even the most rudimentary castle will have an escape tunnel built. Given the straightforward thinking style of ogres, naturally they wouldn't leave themselves any means of escape. But Gajin, the unique half-ogre, was different. Lacking the reliance on robust muscles, he often indulged in boundless fantasies based on exciting storylines. Therefore, a long time ago, he had prepared for himself a secret passage known only to him. And there was nothing particularly strange about this. After taking a slight detour, pushing aside the thorny bushes blocking the way, and lifting up the hidden trapdoor, a narrow path appeared in front of Gajin, as if by magic. This small road was only suitable for humans of average build to pass through. It wasn't that Gajin hadn't wanted to make this passage wider to allow larger-bodied ogres to pass. It was simply that neither time, energy, nor the need for secrecy allowed it. After all, once a secret becomes known to everyone, it ceases to be a secret. The exit of the secret tunnel was located where the cliff met the dense forest, higher in elevation and close to Gajin's workplace, which was also the stone room cave used to imprison ingredients. Peeking out, Gajin had a perfect view of much of the village. At a glance, he almost screamed aloud. It was a scene akin to hell, with hundreds of large carnivorous beasts and jungle monsters mashed into bloody paste smeared across the ground. The massive bodies of black iron ogre warriors lay scattered everywhere, limbs and heads broken and rolling around. Wild animals gasping for their last breaths greedily devoured the corpses lying around, not caring whose blood and flesh they were consuming. The characteristic white sandy beaches of Highshireport Bay had already been completely dyed red by the warriors' blood. As far as the eye could see, there was barely anyone left alive. Gajin's whole body was trembling, buzzing in his ears, and he couldn't think normally anymore. What happened? Where are Mikai and Facule? Finally, after the initial shock wore off, Gajin began to realize that he must quickly confirm the whereabouts of his loved ones. This wasn't difficult. The battle was basically coming to an end, and there weren't many people left standing now. What made Gajin feel a little relieved was that Facule was still fighting. Still, the situation was dire. This was the first time Gajin had seen the extraordinarily talented Facule in such a desperate state. The battle-ready ogre, covered in blood, was being surrounded by three flashy figures who very much resembled the clowns from stories he'd heard. In the distance, Mikai seemed to have exhausted all her shaman magic power, and she could only swing her thick staff wildly, fighting like a warrior. From the looks of it, she had clearly lost her mind in rage and madness. Xuanhuan's weapon, a heavy club crafted from an entire coconut tree trunk, was destroyed. Only a piece less than half a meter long remained in his hand, rendering his immense strength useless. The three clowns surrounding Xuanhuan either didn't want to kill him or were too afraid to get closer to him, or possibly both reasons applied. They were simply moving around and harassing him, not giving Xuanhuan a moment to catch his breath or regroup, and certainly not allowing him to retrieve another weapon. It was clear that they intended to wear Xuanhuan out completely. For now, Gajin pushed aside the sight of Xuanhuan still battling fiercely, but in the next instant, two hot tears involuntarily streamed down Gajin's cheeks as he caught sight of the old forest priest figure from their tribe. This ogre, who had always liked Gajin less than others, could not be contested for having dedicated his life entirely to the Black Iron tribe. The old forest priest's frail, shrunken body lay sprawled on the ground like a broken sack, surrounded by countless scorched animal corpses. Only in front of his body did the blackened marks overshadow the fresh blood stains. The old forest priest was dead. His corpse was riddled with holes, and hundreds of card-like objects similar to playing cards had been embedded into his massive body. At many wound sites, purple-black parasitic vines sprouted and grew outward. A young man dressed in a tailcoat with a tall hat stood before the old seer's body, idly twirling a deck of cards in his hand. There was no question about who the murderer was. Gajin felt a chilling cold spread throughout his entire body. Unlike the dazed and confused other members of the ogre clan, Gajin frequently conversed with the ingredients, kept in captivity, and knew very well the strength of the Black Iron Ogre tribe. Even though they couldn't yet face off against national armies head-on, they weren't an easy target for regular mercenary groups, bounty hunters, thief guilds, or mage associations. Individuals like the old forest priest were even capable of rivaling great human archmages. But who exactly were these people? Leaving aside the wild beasts and magical creatures forced to act as cannon fodder through summoning spells, the actual number of attackers who participated in the fight seemed relatively small. In situations where numbers were on their side, the Black Iron Ogres had never once known defeat. Yet tonight, all confidence had been crushed beneath the weight of blood and death. Finally, Gajin spotted his father Quell's figure. Chapter 212, The Undead and Phantom Dream, Part 3. Gajin finally spotted the figure of his father, Quell's. This war leader, the strongest warrior of the tribe, was now blocking the entrance to a cave with his massive body. Not far from him, a red-haired giant with an entirely dark green body sat cross-legged on the ground, his back turned to Quell's. His arms were crossed, and the gigantic ship anchor that served as his weapon lay casually discarded to the side. The giant's chest heaved violently, as if he had just endured a deadly battle. But now he appeared completely relaxed, showing no concern for the gravely wounded Quells behind him. Father Quells was still alive, but barely. As a symbol of the primal bloodline, Quell's iconic single, "I had been pierced by a dagger glowing with green light." It was undoubtedly a despicable act of ambush. Gajin firmly believed that no one could defeat this great one-eyed ogre war king in a frontal confrontation. Moreover, next to Quells, there was the silver giant warhammer brought by the goblin merchant earlier today, its hammerhead shattered and the handle broken into two pieces. This was probably also one of the reasons why Quells was no longer able to fight. Gladiators are slave warriors who kill each other to satisfy the audience. To ensure entertainment value, their weapons and armors must look flamboyant and exaggerated. At first glance, they seem like epic or even mythical equipment. But beyond that, no one really cares about the durability or quality of these weapons and armor. Or more bluntly, poorer quality is actually better because the smashing of weapons and armor is something the audience enjoys seeing. For a warrior in battle, the consequence of having their weapons or armor shattered by the opponent's blow doesn't need to be explained further. At this moment, Gajin wished nothing more than to throw the damned goblin merchant into a pot of boiling oil. If not for the weapon issue, Gajin believed that even if his father Quells had been ambushed, it would have been impossible for him to lose. What Quells was protecting behind him, Gajin didn't know exactly what it was, but it was certainly the true treasure of the Black Iron Ogre tribe. Gajin's body stiffened as he prepared to rush down without hesitation to Quell's side, ready to fight alongside him, regardless of whether he was crushed into dust by the enemy. But suddenly, Gajin's body was forcefully restrained by a large hand. Turning around, Gajin's initial shock quickly turned to joy when he realized it wasn't anyone else but Ace, the familiar and beautiful giantess, Ant. Ace slightly raised her index finger, blackened by elemental magic attacks, and blew lightly beside her mouth, signaling Gajin to remain silent. Seeing the forest priest arrive at such a critical moment, Gajin gradually calmed down. He clearly understood that he, lacking any combat ability, would only make the situation worse if he rushed in. With an infinitely reluctant scream, Mika, already at his last gasp, finally fell in the relentless battles. One of the three pig-faced clowns responsible for surrounding Xuanhuan quickly jumped away from the battlefield, pulling out a rope bundle, attempting to capture this beautiful giantess alive. At the very last moment, the small clown was suddenly pinned down by an overwhelming force. His face, which resembled a mask, smashed into the ground hard enough to leave a deeply shocking depression. And the source of this strange, powerful pressure was none other than Xuanhuan, who was breathing heavily. This battle-ready ogre stood firm in front of the unconscious Mika, like an impenetrable wall. Gajin clenched his teeth tightly, forcing himself to temporarily avoid looking at Facula and Mika, but another battlefield also reached its conclusion. A fiery red woman, wielding a long whip, fiercely lashed out at the one-eyed ogre blocking the cave entrance from over 10 meters away. Flames erupted from her whip, indicating it was clearly a high-ranking magical weapon. Since some time ago, Quell's body had already stopped moving. However, no matter how much Red Queen Sophia whipped, the body of the one-eyed ogre war king, made like iron, remained steadfast and unyielding. Gaijin had started to feel numb, and the beautiful giantess behind him looked away with tears welling up in her eyes. At this moment, the green giant sitting cross-legged with his back to Quell's suddenly roared out loud. Deputy Team Leader Sophia, can you stop your shameful actions against a real warrior? Can't you see? He has already died. That's right, Quell's was dead. But his stiffened body continued to dutifully carry out its final task, guarding the true treasure of the ogre race. The Crimson Queen let out a cold snort. She cast a sidelong glance at the dark green sea giant who sat with his back to her, her eyes flashing with sharp light. She seemed greatly displeased that he had interrupted her game and was considering whether to shift the target of her whip to this insolent one who dared to overstep his rank. At this moment, the handsome magician Jack, who had defeated the old forest priest, came running over. After much talking and laughing in front of the queen, he finally managed to quell this impending internal conflict just before it erupted. Clean up the battlefield and check our harvest for tonight. This group of attackers were evidently very professional. They almost instantly discovered the secret supply warehouse of the Black Iron Ogres. Piles of gold and silver treasures and high-grade materials were joyfully carried out and stacked on the blood-soaked beach. Although ogres regarded these things as trash, in the eyes of other intelligent creatures, they were enough to drive one mad with greed. Perhaps the treasuries of some small countries, or even dragon lairs, could not compare to what was here. But if their goal was merely these treasures, matters might have been far simpler. However, hey, you naive little fools, don't let yourselves be so easily satisfied with this petty wealth. Haven't you forgotten what I just said? The truly valuable stuff is still unfound. Upon hearing Magician Jack shout, several people immediately rushed towards the cave behind Quells. However, the stiffened body of the one-eyed ogre blocked the entrance like an iron wall. In the end, they had no choice but to cut off one of Quell's thick legs with a massive axe in order to crouch and enter the cave. Witnessing this scene, the tidal giant sighed deeply, picked up the gigantic ship anchor, and turned away. Yes, hidden in the cave was the last and only treasure of the Black Iron Ogres. A group of Black Iron Ogre children. Chapter 213, The Undead and Illusion, Part 4. Looking at the group of robbers with greedy eyes, their gazes shifted from fervent excitement to disappointment, and finally turned into disdain. The giant monster AC used all her strength to pin Golan down, fearing he might lose control and do something foolish. But AC's concern was unnecessary, because Golan suddenly became unresponsive, as if he were dead. Golan's eyes fixed intently on one point, or rather, on an attacker cloaked entirely in a black cape. This attacker hadn't participated in the battle before. She emerged from the dense forest only after the fight ended. She watched the raiders who continuously searched for treasures, and then, revealing her fury, tore off her cloak and shouted angrily, "You bastards, have you forgotten the contract we signed? I didn't bring you here just to kill these disgusting and ugly heretics. My main target is a small ogre. You must capture or kill him." It turned out that this mysterious figure was none other than the young priestess who had recently recruited mercenaries in the taverns of the ebbing city of Seastone Bay to attack the Black Iron Ogres. Seemingly circus-like attackers exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Compared to the towering heap of gold and jewels in front of them, the amount of coins promised by the young priestess was utterly insignificant. At this point, the young priestess was already of no use to them. However, the rewards she had promised weren't limited to coins alone. The religious amnesty and friend of holy light. These two unconventional rewards still seemed very attractive to this group of attackers. This was the direct reason they had initially agreed to take on this challenging mission. Magician Jack stepped forward and elegantly bowed before speaking. "My noble, holy, and beautiful friend, Miss Christina, isn't the little ogre you're looking for right among these? They will be at your disposal." The young priestess Christina's gaze swept over the group of ogre children behind Lafana. Then, she angrily sniffed. "He's not here. That guy may also be an ogre, but his body is similar to a human, not fat at all, and older too. I must kill him with my own hands." The giant monster AC looked questioningly at Golan beside her. Throughout the entire Black Iron tribe, the little ogre, fitting the descriptions given by the young priestess, was none other than him. Golan Blackiron. Sure enough, since the young priestess revealed her true identity by discarding her cloak, Golan's eyes had remained firmly fixed on her. From Golan's gaze, AC read boundless regret, self-blame, and collapse. These emotions were not those belonging to a simple-minded ogre. AC shook her head again, deciding not to demand any explanation from Golan. In fact, she, who had long been aware of Golan's so-called secrets, could roughly guess what was going on. Not long ago, the Black Iron tribe had just raided a secret squad from the Holy Light Temple. Among the reserved food supplies brought back seemed to include this young priestess. Because Golan liked the stories the girl told, he secretly let her go. Although Golan thought he acted very covertly, and no one knew. The tribal leaders had been fully aware of his little antics, yet merely chuckled and ignored it. What none of them expected was that the root cause of today's disaster appeared to be this very pretty and elegant young priestess. The giant monster AC sighed deeply, realizing how shallow Golan's understanding of humans especially female humans, truly was. Even though she kindly released the girl and granted her freedom, the girl showed no gratitude at all. Instead, she regarded Golan as a mortal enemy, vowing eternal enmity. Golan assumed he understood many things, but being raised within the simple ogre community made him naturally ill-equipped to comprehend such complex, tangled, dark, and vile emotions. AC's speculations were completely accurate. This young priestess named Christina was indeed the last storyteller Golan released before the witch appeared. Although the religious tales she narrated to Golan were slightly tedious and boring, her pure and adorable appearance, pitiful tears, and sweet melodious voice. Of course, there were also the passionate kisses she voluntarily bestowed, which greatly influenced the hormone-driven, confused young ogre. On her, the young ogre completed his coming-of-age ritual. At the time, almost everything was led and initiated by the young girl, guiding the inexperienced ogre boy. Although Golan himself hadn't realized it, he had actually developed a liking for the girl, which made him loosen his standards and let her go. Golan wasn't stupid. When he saw Christina appear here, although he still couldn't understand why she would do this or why she hated him so much, he already knew the root cause of this night's disaster for the Black Iron tribe was himself. Ogres were originally a race that did not know regret or hatred, but on this night, Golan learned both of these emotions at once. As Golan was lost in confusion and AC frowned in deep thought, suddenly, a sharp cry of an eagle came from above their heads. It was the war eagle tamed by the Crimson Queen Blood Red Hat. Obviously, the sharp-eyed bird had already discovered the hidden traces of Golan and AC. Without hesitation, the giant monster AC immediately conjured various strange arrays on the ground, glowing with brilliant emerald light, to block the war eagle's sudden attack. In the distance, a roar soared to the heavens like tangible, sound-wave magic spreading outward. And almost simultaneously, 3 agile pig-faced clowns were sent flying to the far-off distance, as if they were flung away effortlessly. It was Facule, his eyes filled with fiery crimson blood, and his whole body continuously radiating battle chi like flames. He consumed a magic crystal core with fire attributes. The giant monster AC spoke coldly while grabbing Golan firmly. Let's go. In fact, since Golan's first sight of the young priestess, his heart had been overwhelmed by endless self-reproach and regret, nearly losing all normal reasoning ability. But AC's stern shout pulled him back to reality. There's still Mikai and Facule, Golan thought, and then shook off AC's hold, taking out the emerald-colored magic crystal core given by Facule and swallowing it in one bite. Wild beast-like energy surged through Golan's entire body, propelling him with incredible speed to approach Facule, who continued burning with fighting spirit. Golan and Facule passed each other briefly. Don't worry about me. You go ahead. Chapter 214 The Undying and Phantom Dream. 5. Leave me alone. Go now. Facule's autonomous consciousness was almost gone, but that vague whisper still rang clearly in Gajin's ears, making him feel even more guilty. Gajin did not say much. He directly picked up the giant troll Mikai. For a beautiful giant troll, there is nothing more terrifying than surviving only to fall into the enemy's hands. It was precisely because most of the enemies had been lured into that cave that Gajin had such an opportunity. But every one of these enemies was an exceptionally experienced veteran hunter. When the war eagle issued its warning, Magician Jack, the blood-red cap beast tamer, and others already appeared at the entrance of the cave. Under the command of the fire-red female beast tamer's whip, countless beasts began to charge toward Gajin. With no time for thought, the giant troll AC grabbed Gajin, pulling him away recklessly. As the rushing tide of beasts arrived, Facule, with bloodshot eyes, fiercely swung the broken stick in his hand, splitting the ocean-like tide of beasts in two. He didn't have much consciousness left now. All that remained was the instinct to fight. Magician Jack, with a bizarre movement style, quickly bypassed Facule, throwing playing cards from his hand which shot towards Gajin and others. Almost simultaneously, the pig-faced clown who had been thrown earlier attacked swiftly, encircling Facule, who tried to stop Magician Jack. The giant troll AC had never stopped working. She pulled Gajin forward continuously while constantly summoning strange magic arrays to hinder their pursuers. Relying on their familiarity with the terrain, the two had arrived at the wall of a camp. Listen, Gajin, I don't care what you're thinking or planning to do right now. You listen carefully to every single word I'm saying. Giant troll AC glanced at Gajin, who was carrying Mikai, continuing as she panted. The Black Iron tribe has already been destroyed, and you will be the sole hope and the only future of the Black Iron tribe. Your sister Mikai and your brother Facule, whether their futures end up being made into specimens or locked in cages for entertainment, or whether they can once again become free and powerful warriors, all of it depends on you. Gajin, you've always been different. All of us old ones know it well. As she spoke, giant troll AC's movements became increasingly sluggish, her voice quieter and quieter. When AC crashed heavily onto the ground, Gajin saw that sticking out from her back were 2 playing cards, 2/3 driven into her body. Looking at where she was injured, Gajin knew this was already a fatal wound. If not for AC's tenacious determination, she would have died long ago. Gajin's mind was now in chaos, so much so that he didn't even know how to grieve. And just then, the toxic smoke summoned by AC's magic was suddenly dispelled by some sacred magical force, along with increasingly approaching footsteps. Gajin knew the pursuers had finally caught up. The mysterious rings flashed. With an extremely special knot-tying method, this combat-specialized troll Facule was securely bound. Then, a poison-coated dagger was viciously plunged into the joints of his 4 limbs. Although such wounds were not enough to completely cripple an ogre, they could guarantee he wouldn't move for a very long time. Actually, this was quite unnecessary, because Facule had already passed out. If not, it would have been impossible for him to stop swinging his weapon. In the bloodline of black iron ogres, there had never flowed surrender or submission. Strange, I clearly just saw that damn little ogre escape here. Why haven't we caught up? This garbage lying on the ground looks like it's the same giant troll from before. She seems to be dead. The feminine voice speaking this was very familiar to Gajin. It was exactly this rhythmic, pure, sweet vocal tone that day after day narrated many poems and scriptures of the Holy Light Temple to Gajin. I reckon you're mistaken. To my eye, all trolls look about the same, said the circus killer traveling alongside the young priestess. I'm sure I couldn't possibly be wrong. After all, we have already. The agitated young priestess finally managed to hold back from revealing that endless, disgraceful secret. Then she gave her companion a hard glare and firmly stated, "The look of that guy, I absolutely will not forget it. He just escaped here. Do you really want to do something?" The killer from the Phantom Dream Circus who entered the cave with the young priestess clearly didn't care much about her account, saying coldly, "This camp is crisscrossed everywhere. Who knows how long it would take to fully explore everything. We can't afford to waste our time here, just for one little ogre. But we have signed a contract. The contract only commits us to help you kill all the ogres here. Rest assured, our Phantom Dream Circus will complete the task we've taken on as promised. But if there are other secret passages in this camp and he has already escaped, what should we do?" said the young priestess unwillingly. "You're being silly. If there really was an escape passage, then those ogres wouldn't have died guarding another cave entrance en masse. You relax, we have ways to kill every living thing here." Though the beautiful young priestess wasn't satisfied, she wasn't stupid enough not to realize that this so-called circus actually cared little about her requests. With her natural sensitivity to crises and strong survival instincts, she had already noticed several times when they attempted to kill her. If not for the promised rewards, friends of the Holy Light, and religious amnesty, she would have died countless times already. This young priestess, Christina, feared the Phantom Dream Circus at the bottom of her heart. At first, she sought them out in desperation, never expecting that no mercenary group, thieves guild, or mages association in the entire Haishur Bay port would dare accept the task of refined steel grade. Yet this seemingly insignificant circus accepted without hesitation. Afterwards, their demonstrated abilities were enough to leave the young priestess amazed. Everyone knew that among beast tamers on the Mahan continent, one could generally only tame 1 or 2 battle beasts of strength not exceeding level 3, temporarily commanding more than 10 servant beasts, which was already sufficient to qualify for an elder position in large associations. But that blood-red capped deputy leader not only had 5 or 6 elite battle beasts reaching tier 4 combat power, but also could drive nearly a third of the wild animals and magic beasts in the rainforest to fight for him, starting a beast tide with just one person alone. Chapter 215, The Undying and Misfortune. That blood-red hat deputy captain not only had 5 or 6 4-stage elite battle beasts under his command, but he was also able to drive nearly a third of the wild beasts and magic beasts in the rainforest into battle for him. He alone could trigger a beast flood. This was unheard of, almost a miracle. Any single duchy would be willing to pay a price as high as an earldom to recruit such a talent who has already reached the anti-military rank comparable to a grand mage. And that terrifying title giant, a supreme giant warrior who has reached the lord level, a battlefield ace capable of cutting through 1,000 soldiers, even reversing the tide of battle. Like the one-eyed ogre, both were ultimate warriors bearing the title of King of War. The courteous magician Jack, though it was clear there was not a single trace of magic or combat energy emanating from him. He was just like an ordinary person. No, even common peasants might have a faint touch of magic or combat energy fluctuation. Yet, nothing could be sensed from Jack. Abnormality itself being monstrous, this handsome magician brought a sense of threat almost on par with the blood-red hat deputy captain and the title lord. As for the assassin who could wield advanced shadow combat chi and had the qualifications to assassinate lord-level targets, they could serve as an ace in other assassin guilds. In the Phantom Dream Circus, however, such top-notch assassins are counted by dozens as standard combat forces. Such power, such organization, such a group. Even within the Holy Light Temple, it would probably take mobilizing the Judgment Priests to wipe them out. Yet such a group of people who could never remain obscure on the continent hid themselves in an otherwise little-known circus troupe, even making a living by selling humor, stupidity, and skills to entertain the masses. This whole matter exuded an air of eerie conspiracy. The perceptive young female priest knew that the more she understood, the faster she would die. Her faith, her identity, her background, her strength, none of it would give her even a shred of security, just like when she was trapped in the ogre's nest. Ultimately, what could save her was her own wisdom and determination. And now what she needed to do was not to truly anger Phantom Dream, but instead act foolish and shallow enough to remove herself from Phantom Dream's list of elimination threats. Sometimes the young female priest even doubted whether hiring the Phantom Dream Circus for revenge was her fortune or misfortune. The two voices gradually faded away. Gokun seemed like a creature that had lost all consciousness, now only feeling overwhelming drowsiness covering his body. But he knew that the woman with silver hair had skillfully snatched him and Mikai from the pursuers. Outside the Black Iron camp, a stout middle-aged dwarven woman held a torch, standing in front of the main gate with hands on her hips. Her torch was thin and short, yet it burned with a blazing flame of golden red, radiating with abundant magical elements, as if this slim torch could burn for 1,000 years without extinguishing. The dwarf grandma took a big gulp from a large silver flask, and then placed the torch in front of her mouth, spewing forcefully toward the entire camp. The misted alcohol ignited by the torch instantly turned into a surging dragon of fire rushing into the cave. The grandma dwarf's lung capacity seemed infinite, as if the alcohol she drank could never be exhausted. This fiery column transformed the entire cave into a nest of hellfire. With the help of the teammates' flight magic, the grandma dwarf, like a flying dragon clan, continuously released her flame breath. What is she doing? The expression of the young priestess seemed somewhat complex as she pointed at the grandma dwarf and asked a nearby voluptuous figure dressed provocatively, yet wearing a pig head mask. Of course, she's exterminating every living thing hiding inside the camp. Isn't that your mission? The pig-faced lady sneered and spoke sarcastically. You can rest assured. Volcano Grandma's fire-spitting technique is one of our circus's signature programs. Oh, during the last attack on a red dragon's den, Volcano Grandma went toe-to-toe with an adult spitting fire dragon for nearly 5 minutes and won. With her around, not even a cockroach will survive. But couldn't those guys escape from another cave exit? The young female priest anxiously asked. This campsite can't possibly have any other exits. Magician Jack stepped over from the side and interrupted. The fact that those young ogres didn't escape already says a lot. Jack was actually not entirely sure if there were other exits, but they had no more patience to waste on this foolish woman. And the young priestess also realized she couldn't say anything more, so she wisely and promptly shut her mouth. She gazed at the ogre caves being burned into fiery pits by Grandma Volcano's dragon-like breath, her gaze complicated. That place used to be her personal nightmare of humiliation, the hell where both her body and soul were imprisoned. In those days without sunlight, she cursed every day, hoping everything here would collapse and perish. But when the den turned into an inferno, for some reason, she wasn't as elated as she'd imagined. The group enjoyed the flames, occasionally hearing screams, large or small, the final cries of whatever remaining creatures before they burned into ashes. Imagining the scene inside, Jack suddenly smiled and said, I've heard that in a distant eastern land, in an ancient nation on another continent, people there shape clay into vessels and burn them in holes in the ground, turning them into something called porcelain, which is very exquisite. Do you think after this burning, maybe we'll discover some strange and possibly valuable treasures here? Staring at the cave consumed by the sea of fire, the young priestess suddenly felt lost. Could it be this truly the result she desired? That unique little ogre. Was she really filled with such hatred for him? Suddenly, Christina's intestines began to convulse violently. The next moment, this noble holy light priestess started vomiting. What happened here? Speak up, human. The centaur female Khan spoke coldly to the gaunt human propped up by a spear. For the Amazonian centaurs who made conquest, killing, and plunder part of their daily life, there was no need to be courteous to a frail human pup. The human blankly shook his head, muttering quietly after a long pause. There was an attack. This place was attacked. It was clear now anyone could see he had been mentally affected, probably unable to divulge anything useful anymore. The centaur female Khan scanned around. The ground was covered with the massive, fatty corpses of ogres, each having died in horrific ways. But one common factor was evident. Beneath every ogre corpse lay heaps of animal carcasses like miniature mountains. Of course, these battle experts among the Amazonian centaurs noticed more differences. Kandan, judging by the state of the corpses, the attackers must have been few, perhaps not exceeding 15 people. However, among them seemed to be high-ranked druids or great beast tamers. There were lots of summoned wild beasts and low-tier magic beast corpses here, and their skills and combat styles varied greatly. Black Iron Ogre leader Quells first fiercely battled with someone whose physique matched his own. He then got injured during a surprise attack by several assassin types, and was finally surrounded and killed. Old Forest Priest Haman was defeated by a few strictly trained war beasts and at least 3 opponents with different fighting styles, but his fatal injuries came from a couple of paper cards thrown from behind. Years of battle had given Black Iron Ogres and Amazonian centaurs a deep understanding of their foes, with One-Eyed Troll, Quells, and Old Forest Priest Haman being especially strong rivals they could never overcome. Now seeing them reduced to cold, tragic corpses left indescribable feelings within these centaurs alone. What about Facule, that combat-specialized ogre? The centaur Khan asked further. And what about the dwarf, Gokin Black Iron? They weren't found. Listening to the warrior's replies, the female Khan sank into thought. These centaurs always had one thing that piqued their interest the most, battle. So the centaurs were deeply disappointed. They'd arrived here brimming with a fervor for combat, not necessarily to win against those damn blue fat ones, but just to enjoy a good fight. Unexpectedly, instead of an exhilarating battle, they found only a dull and uninteresting massacre site, and worse still, the emptiness brought by forever losing their old nemesis. With this regret, the centaurs looked down at the Black Iron Ogre corpses scattered on the ground, their expressions complicated. And at the same time, under a towering magic tower, not too far away, a short ogre, carrying an injured, beautiful giant troll on his back, knelt down before a witch on one knee. The sight was eerily similar to humans making deals with demons. Sometimes, the power of hatred is often stronger than miracles. This was the eve of the Papal State's initiation of a holy war. It was originally supposed to be a probing action against the forces in the Beastfolk Hills, an ambush and genocide plan led by the Phantom Dream Circus. However, none of them would know the calamity this would bring upon them. Chapter 216, The Undead and the Lost Coast. Lost Coast. This was the northern shore of the Abyssal Strait, also the large coastal area of the northern, half-human hills, closest to the human settlements in the south. After a series of episodes at the seafood restaurant, the Fritz Kingdom forces, led by Cress of the Dawnlight, were invited to arrive at the Lost Coast, which fell within the jurisdiction of the Papal State. The current Papal State is already far different from what it used to be. Through a series of large-scale, holy wars, targeting northern half-human tribes, the originally small but prosperous Papal State has now incorporated the vast hilly regions inhabited by half-humans on the northern shore of the Abyssal Strait into its control. Even this Abyssal Strait, which separates human settlements from half-human territories, is completely controlled by the Papal State. This allows the Papal State, which was already at the center of land trade, to gain an additional main artery for sea commerce. Only, compared with the profits brought by swallowing the entire half-human hills, the hidden dangers buried along with them have also arrived. The hilly areas where half-humans lived on the northern shore of the Abyssal Strait, as well as the previous human kingdoms, or even the multiracial mixed cities, united metropolises, are all very different. There is almost no human indigenous population in these places. This means that the Papal State has to spend enormous military costs, dispatching absolutely strong military power, to maintain their rule here. At the same time, for the people of the Papal State and more human countries, they all think that the Papal State followed the will of the 6 great gods, initiating a holy war against the northern shore of the Abyssal Strait, half-human hills for the survival space of humanity. But for mercenaries and half-human warriors who personally participated in this battlefield, they all know that this so-called holy war is actually just another ordinary invasion. They all know, but none of them say. Half-human voices won't be believed by humans, especially the terrifying, evil half-humans from the hill regions across the Abyssal Strait, and the free mercenaries responding to the Papal State's holy war call. Why would they speak up? For war mercenary groups and other wealth-seeking humans, is there anything that brings more benefits than a massive invasion war? In this war, they can slaughter enemies at will, plunder the valuables from their corpses, and even carry out massacres and pillages on normal civilian tribes and towns. All of these actions will bear no legal responsibility whatsoever. All of this is simply their dream-come-true paradise. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Papal State, represented by the young Pope, Charles III, and some members of the Elder Council of the Holy Light Temple, are also immersed in immense joy from victory. If it weren't for the advice of the chief elders Simon Trent and Camus, one of the elders of the 6 great gods, perhaps they wouldn't be able to stop their continuous advance to the north. Eliminate all those vile half-humans who have fled to the ultimate North Wasteland. This suggestion echoes at every meeting of the Papal State's Council of Elders these days, and Simon Trent stood against the majority. The elves in the southern, Fagin Forest, have completed unification. A divine ruler Caesar has appeared among the elven race, and the elves, once split into several small nations, have shown signs of unification in the past few months. The messengers of the 6 great gods of the Holy Light Temple, including the fire messenger Camus, have expressed concerns about the revival trend of demons in the western demon domain. Perhaps ancient demon gods have already returned to the mortal world. If that's true, then there will be a calamity targeting humanity. It was under such reasons that Simon Trent, the actual highest controller of the Holy Light Temple, shifted the target of the holy war from the northern half-humans to the elves in the south and the demons in the west. The descent of the demon gods, the appearance of the divine Caesar among the elven race, and, what Simon Trent hasn't told everyone, the new hero of humanity will re-emerge. Perhaps the glorious holy war between gods and demons 1,000 years ago will once again unfold before their generation. Simon Trent gazed toward the direction of the Lost Coast through the white walls of the temple conference room. Those so-called strong ones with the royal certification might already be quietly gathering. The tide receded. Lost Coast. Cress and his companions had already landed. Under the guidance of a high-ranking priest from the Holy Light Temple, Li Yilaw and others led the Dawnlight Knights, symbolizing the Fritz royal family, into the designated location for the Papal State's holy war. As for Cress and another E-Silver level adventurer team, the Sword of Oath, they decided to stay in this town first to gather some necessary weapons, items, and potions for adventurers. This is one of the biggest differences between adventurers, mercenaries, and armies. Adventurers constantly face cunning, unknown, and powerful monsters, as well as demi-humans. Unlike mercenary foes who frequently engage in human warfare, monsters and demi-humans not only possess great strength, but also hide many mysterious special abilities unknown to humans. If unprepared, even if you have an upper hand in strength, you might still be escaped from, or even killed by your opponent. Precisely because of this, experienced high-level adventurers always make sure to collect enough potions and item weapons before accepting combat-related employment tasks. Besides essential life-restoring potions, there are also special items prepared to counteract certain demi-human and monster threats. On this side of the Abyssal Strait, there are quite a number of snake-headed men residing in the hilly regions. They have human bodies and snake heads, with venomous fangs that can spray poison, incapacitating their victims in 15 minutes, eventually leading to death. Their lethality is astonishing. In the eastern, imperial grassland of the Eastern Empire, there exists a species of goat men. Their long, sticky hair can entangle human weapons. Even if a goat man is successfully killed, his peculiar hair can instantly turn your weapon into a stick covered with gooey wool, which poses an extreme danger in large-scale army battles. Without potent antidotes or high-level clerics, faith-based magic, as well as appropriate quantities of weapons and items, such enemies would be particularly difficult to handle. And the truth is indeed such. The Papal States' First Holy War did indeed result in many unnecessary casualties due to the lack of preparation against the characteristics of demi-human races in the hilly regions. Various types of items are needed to guard against all possible enemies. This saying is widely spread among adventurers. Chapter 217. The Undead and the Demon Spirit Staff. A small town on the Lost Coast. This town, which had begun construction over a decade ago, who would have thought that it was actually one of the Pope Kingdom's meticulously planned strategies? The Pope Kingdom's hostility toward other non-human races is unparalleled by any other nation. Over 10 years ago, the Pope Kingdom began planning for a holy war against the lands across the Abyssal Strait, scheming on how to incorporate this vast half-breed hill region into their sphere of influence. And this seemingly ordinary human town was the first step in that plan. It's hard to imagine that this unassuming commercial port town, under the command of professionals, could so quickly transform into a military stronghold capable of accommodating tens of thousands of sacred crusaders. In grand waves, the Pope Kingdom's sacred crusading army arrived from various locations along the southern shore of the Abyssal Strait. They gathered here, resupplied, and launched a lightning-fast blitzkrieg assault against multiple demi-human tribes. Now, once again, this town has become the starting point for the sacred crusading army. This time, their target will be the elven race residing in the southern Fagon Forest. The town marketplace. Mr. Kress, please take a look. Adorned with a pristine, wide-brimmed cleric hat, her golden hair flowing over her cleric robes, the beautiful priestess Louise quickly approached a vendor stall, picking up a magical staff made of black wood, with an emerald gemstone atop it that glowed faintly with a phosphorescent light. This demon spirit staff is so beautiful, but wouldn't its attributes be unsuitable for my priest class? Louise gently caressed the staff as she spoke, then turned her gaze toward Kress, who was slowly approaching behind her, seeking his opinion. Kress, together with Louise, Jack, and Jane, there were 4 of them in total. Since they had already crossed paths in Hesmu City, Kress, who wasn't even an adventurer at that time, had even saved them from the hands of the skeleton archmage. Their relationship was thus quite close. Jack, as the captain of the Oathbound Sword, seeing that Kress' current, Dawning Light team only consisted of himself, naturally extended an invitation for Kress to join them in purchasing potions and equipment. Kress paused briefly, but immediately agreed afterward. He handed over the newly established command of the Dawning Light Knights to lead Awe and follow Jack and the others away from the guidance of the clerics from the Holy Light Temple. Arriving at this place, there were many items and equipment that adventurers needed to purchase, especially for this operation, where the opponents were organized units from the Fagon Forest, Elven Kingdom, alongside demons such as vipers and hyenas lurking deeper within the forest. The list of necessary supplies grew longer. Jack and his group were now divided into 2 teams, one consisting of Jack and Jane, tasked with purchasing the weapons they needed and getting equipment repaired. The other comprised of Kress and Louise, whose job was to procure some emergency use potions, just in case their lone priest, Louise, couldn't handle everything during critical moments. It is worth noting that Oathbound Sword has now risen to become the second strongest adventuring group in Hesmu City after the top-tier Dawning Light. Jack and his companions have rapidly advanced in martial arts, achieving the status of true mitral-level adventurers. This fact earned Kress's admiration. For various reasons, the original Ranger, Tom, and some newer members stayed back in Hesmu City to complete special mercenary tasks. Thus, only Jack and 3 others came as representatives of the Oathbound Sword. At this very moment, Kress had already reached Priestess Louise's side. Clad in his mysterious black silk robe adorned with the pattern of Dawning Light, his attire shone brilliantly under the morning sun of the Lost Coast. It momentarily left the Priestess Louise dazzled. Kress lifted his eyelids slightly, glanced at the demon spirit staff, and spoke indifferently. The materials and craftsmanship are excellent, but the core gemstone, the demon spirit gem, is not high class. Its attributes are also indeed unsuitable for the priest class, making it more appropriate for dark magic chanters. Kress calmly voiced out his evaluation. Coupled with his voice, resembling that of a cello's resonance, Louise momentarily felt as though she had fallen in love, violating her own faith. Kress, noticing that the young priestess before him seemed lost in thought, mistakenly assumed it was because she was overly fond of the staff in her hands, and he spoke accordingly. However, if you like it, Louise, you can still buy it. If it exceeds our potion budget, I can help pay for it. No. Hearing this, Louise blushed as she set the staff down and declined repeatedly. I am very grateful for Mr. Kress's kindness, but since this staff isn't suitable for me, perhaps it's best not to buy it. That would truly be the most cost-effective decision. As she spoke, a sudden thought struck her, brightening her eyes as she suggested, a magic chantress. Why not purchase it as a gift for Miss Dilly, Mr. Kress? Her words momentarily stiffened the mask fabricated by Kress's high-level illusion spell. Unintentionally catching Kress's slight change in demeanor, Louise hesitated, unsure of what to say. It seemed that the higher level of the illusion wasn't entirely advantageous. It too easily exposed one's inner thoughts. With a tinge of helplessness in his heart, Kress picked up the demon spirit staff and responded indifferently. Dilly, she wouldn't like such an item. Hearing Kress's words, Louise exhaled deeply, secretly relieved that she hadn't breached some unspoken taboo between Mr. Kress and Miss Dilly. Kress had initially intended to directly tell Louise. Dilly had already left the Dawnlight team. But in the end, Cress chose to remain silent about it. What was odd was that the royal engagement ceremony held by King Fritz Sr. for Cress and Lubia Fritz had been known nationwide. Yet, Jack and the rest of the Oathbound Sword, apparently, seemed completely unaware of the matter. When Cress first met Jack and other adventurers along with mercenaries on the ship with Li and others, Jane, the female archer, had inquired why Dilly hadn't come. However, perhaps due to the general knowledge among most people that strong groups answering the call of the Holy War typically don't commit all their forces unless they harbor deep hatred for the target. Even a mere mithril-grade adventurer team like Oathbound Sword retained key members like Tom back home. How much more so for Cress, the leader of the elite adamantine-grade adventurers and the Dawning Light Knights. Thus, at the time, Jack, as captain, had intervened, preventing the somewhat awkward question from being answered by Cress. It was clear that they truly knew nothing about the royal engagement. For adventurers, who usually had extremely fast access to information, this ignorance was quite strange. There must certainly have been a reason behind it. Let's go. We still need to purchase a great many magical potions. Chapter 218, The Immortal and the Knight's Challenge. Let's go. There are still many magical potions that need to be purchased. Kresna's calm and composed voice sounded. Louise then came to Kresna's side, following him in the direction of another apothecary. Mr. Kresna is really amazing. Seemingly still reminiscing about the previous scene, Louise couldn't help but continue. Not only well-traveled and knowledgeable, but also within a few months, he has become an elite adventurer at the fine steel level, and even established a numerous and elite group of knights. Knights? Kresna thought about it in his heart. It was the initial promise Lubia Fritz made to him. Kresna will nominally sign the royal engagement with Lubia Fritz, then use the power of the fine steel level adventurer captain of Dawning Light to support Lubia Fritz becoming the new queen of the Fritz Kingdom. And Lubia Fritz will assist Kresna in establishing a powerful Dawning Light order of knighthood, with Kresna serving as the head knight. As for the additional conditions, it simply states that the Dawning Light order of knights must act as the kingdom's official order of knights, assisting the Fritz Kingdom in battle whenever necessary. This appears to be a highly profitable collaboration. And indeed, that is the case. Kresna urgently needs a sufficiently powerful force. Besides the undead army already under his control, he needs more. The Dawning Light order of knights falls into this category. Participating in the Holy War, organized by the Shining Light Temple, does too. His aim is to utilize the strength of the Pope's Sacred Crusade army to constrain the elf race in the Fagin Forest. Lubia Fritz also kept her promise. After becoming the new Queen Fritz, the first thing she did was establish the Dawning Light order of knighthood led by Kresna as its commander-in-chief. In order to quickly select enough members for the Order of Knights, Lubia Fritz even directly drew from the capable warriors of the Royal Guard to form the current Dawning Light Order of Knights. Of course, Lubia Fritz was very smart. She wouldn't force the soldiers, instead leveraging Kresna's title as the hero of the Fritz Kingdom to establish this heroic Order of Knights, thus attracting large numbers of mercenaries and adventurers who live in the wilderness to join. They, gathered together, became the initial backbone of the Dawning Light Order of Knights. Under the name Hero of the Fritz Kingdom, Kresna became the leader of a new group. However, after all, this is still a newly formed order of knights. Though composed entirely of strong individuals, they haven't yet been tested through enough group warfare, so their fighting power is bound to be limited. Moreover, the excessive recruitment of soldiers loyal to the Fritz royal family along with wilderness mercenaries has made the composition of the Dawning Light Order of Knights extremely complex. Even intentionally or unintentionally on the part of Lubia Fritz, the Eight Tentaclers organization, or rather, the mercenary gang under the Eight Tentaclers organization, a seemingly dark organization that had long vanished, began to appear again. Only, their appearance came after whitewashing their identities, leading to a mass joining of the Dawning Light Order of Knights. Now, the Dawning Light Order of Knights. It is more like a royal conscripted army, but merely bears the title of being led by a heroic adventurer. Li Iloa, the Captain General of the Royal Guard, is currently responsible for the training and integration of the nascent Dawning Light Order of Knights. Of course, this refers to the original plan before the recruitment decree for the Holy War arrived. When that document stamped with the seal of the Papal State and the Shining Light Temple was placed in front of Lubia Fritz, she fell into a long silence. During the civil war in the Fritz Kingdom, the Papal State was busy with their first Holy War and did not lend a helping hand to the Fritz royal family. And now, after the Fritz royal family overcame their difficulties using their own strength and regained control, they are calling upon and utilizing the military forces of the Fritz Kingdom for their required Holy War? Ridiculous. Lubia Fritz wanted to outright reject the Pope State's unreasonable request. She isn't any of the previous Fritz kings who would compromise with the Pope State and the Shining Light Temple. She wants to become the true, sole, ruler of this kingdom. The Bothine Empire, the Papal State, and even the Shining Light Temple will all perish beneath the iron hooves of her great army. But after pondering for a long time, Lubia Fritz still accepted the request of the Holy Envoy from the Papal State and the Shining Light Temple. At least for now, she can't completely break ties with the Shining Light Temple. More importantly, Kresna is willing to participate in this Holy War. Lubia Fritz knew Kresna. He was not a so-called devout believer of the 6 great main gods. His participation in this meaningless Holy War must be for his own benefit. However, Lubia Fritz couldn't immediately figure out what that benefit was. But so be it. Let Kresna and Li Eloa take the newly established, Dawning Light Order of Knights to undergo some war-based integration. Perhaps the third powerful force of the Fritz royal family would soon form like this. But when the newly born Dawning Light Order of Knights was about to set off towards the gathering place of the Papal States, Holy War, as the leader of the Dawning Light, Kresna, then dressed in the exquisite armor carefully crafted by the craftsmen of the Fritz royal family, gripping his sword at his waist, knelt on one knee before the royal throne, gently kissed Labia Fritz's hand, and swore an oath. I will surely present the glory and flowers of victory to your majesty. At that moment, Labia Fritz felt an unprecedented sense of immense pleasure and excitement. Go, powerful and handsome Mr. Kresna. I will await your triumphant return within the Fritz Palace. Mysterious Coast. In the town market, opposite Kresna and his group, Jack's party quickly purchased all the necessary weapons and items and came to a tavern called Wild Boar and Whistle to inquire about some current news, such as remnants of the half-human forces escaping into the extreme northern cold lands, some soldiers from the Sacred Crusade army, slaughtering several half-human villages for no reason, and the mysterious annihilation of the dominant ogre tribe of Mysterious Coast, among a series of exaggerated events. An unknown secular silver-level adventurer. Information currently available. 1. The Eight Tentaclers organization is a dark organization entrenched in Yiyu City, the capital of the Fritz Kingdom, for many years. It engages in various illegal trades including slavery, drug trafficking, gladiatorial combat, and assassination, with deeply intertwined forces. But, seemingly since an unknown time, the upper echelons of the Eight Tentaclers all seem to heed the orders of one person, a princess with golden hair called Gold Princess, Labia Fritz. Chapter 219, The Undead and the King's Threat. An unknown adventurer of mithril rank. At the Boar and Whistle Tavern, an unnamed scruffy adventurer blocked the path of Shieldman, Jack, and Archer Jane. I've been in the Adventurers Guild for nearly a decade, and even now, I'm still just a gold-ranked adventurer. As the scruffy adventurer spoke, it was then that Jack finally noticed the gilded adventurer's badge on his ragged chest. Light shield. I have never believed that this world would have any geniuses. If they do exist, it shouldn't be you, nor should you, appear within this city of Yaya. This scruffy gold-ranked adventurer shouted wildly, seeming like he was drunk, but also not. Near Jack, female Archer Jane could already distinctly feel immense discomfort. The strength of the oath-bound sword. How can people like you compare? Looking at your state, you've probably been an adventurer for close to 10 years, right? But don't think no one knows. I see you, merely drinking wine here for 10 years. Female Archer Jane seemed like an extremely aggressive fox, her narrow and beautiful phoenix eyes showing a look of disdain. Gold-ranked adventurer? You just mixed in with other adventurer team's accomplishments. Without ability, don't shout here, blocking our way. The scruffy gold-ranked adventurer had nothing to say momentarily. The female Archer Jane looked like she didn't want to waste time with this drunkard and left directly. Kid, just as Jack was about to walk out of the tavern, that scruffy adventurer seemingly became furious and roared. I, Jedrin Teal, challenge you. Our Captain Jack will not accept a challenge from trash like you. Jane's words were cutting, yet those around them did not find her unpleasant. Perhaps because Jedrin Teal's previous reputation was much worse than his current appearance. Perhaps because Jane was an attractive mature Eastern woman. Perhaps because currently, Jack's renowned shield man name was rising. Therefore, no one thought there was anything improper with Jack's group. All this was nothing more than unreasonable fussing from Jedrin Teal. Jedrin Teal's face seemed even redder, unable to utter a word for half a moment. Jedrin Teal. After a long while, a deep and calm voice sounded. I accept your challenge. It was Jack. Almost no one expected it. A mithril-ranked adventurer, almost at the top tier in this city, actually accepted a challenge from a low-level adventurer. This kind of challenge. Winning would bring absolutely no glory. Losing would result in total destruction. It was simply unprofitable. Even the female Archer Jane was somewhat surprised. She understood less and less about this captain by her side. Even Jedrin Teal was the same. He had never imagined that the other party would agree to what appeared to be his rude challenge. You why? Jedrin Teal dumbfoundedly asked. Upon hearing this, Jack turned around, sunlight shooting through his tall leather armor from behind, akin to a holy light descending. For a knight, there is no reason to refuse another person's proper challenge. When Crescent and Lewis arrived at the agreed-upon location, heading to the Boar and Whistle Tavern to meet up with Jack and others, they only saw a large crowd gathered outside the tavern in a big circle, among which weren't lacking high-ranking mercenaries' intakes and adventurers' cheers. What's going on? Is someone fighting after getting drunk and crazy? The goddess servant Louise, who came along with Cress, blinked her clear large eyes now filled with a curious expression, appearing extremely adorable and charming. And beside Lewis stood Cress, already a powerful figure who had stepped into the heroic realm. His perception had already reached an advanced stage. Before arriving at the Boar and Whistle Tavern, Cress had already discovered that Jack was battling another adventurer. But fortunately, Jack held an absolute advantage, and it seemed Jack didn't intend to put the opponent to death. So, Cress did not need to hurry over to help. Lewis's clear and beautiful large eyes had already looked toward the silent man, Cress, from the surrounding crowd. Realizing that he had been overly silent and neglected the other party's question, Cress responded. It's not a drunken brawl. It should be a trial of skill between adventurers. Cress's tone was extremely calm, as if he had already gone through countless such challenges before. And in Lewis's gaze towards Cress, there were now more shades of admiration. Mr. Cress, let's take a look too. The goddess servant Louise exclaimed loudly, then hopped forward, striding quickly toward the center where the crowd had gathered in a circle. Cress remained somewhat aloof. But then, thinking about having spent almost the entire day at the market, he couldn't help but comment. Young maidens truly possess endless energy. Cress chuckled softly to himself before following along. Thankfully, being an undead meant no fatigue for him. Otherwise, he might not have kept up with Louise's enthusiasm for wandering around the market all day. In a brief moment, Louise had already reached the front of the crowd. Jack had already achieved absolute victory, while Jane observed from afar. Cheers erupted from the surrounding spectators, clearly acknowledging Jack's triumph as a mithril-ranked adventurer. Even the gold-ranked adventurer who had challenged Jack undoubtedly wore a look of deep admiration. For Crescent, who had stepped into the heroic realm, it went without saying that even standing still, he could discern the outcome of the fight clearly. Jack, the adventurer, shield man, was undoubtedly a very talented individual. Perhaps his long journey as an adventurer had weathered him through many storms. From their first meeting until now, Jack had transformed into someone more mature, possessing the charisma of a leader. Even his physique had grown leaner and more muscular compared to before. He was no longer the rotund figure he used to be. Truly worthy of becoming a team led by a platinum-ranked adventurer. Cress thought to himself as he gradually made his way toward the center of the crowd. Suddenly, however, an unprecedented mysterious sensation surged in Cress's heart. It was the unique threat felt from the presence of a true powerhouse, but not accompanied by any hostility. For a fleeting moment, Cress felt as though he had been transported back to when he faced off against the king of undead, Dark Aurelius. Yes, that's it, the king's menace. Chapter 220, The Undead and the Forest Conversing, Part 1. Yes, it's that threat of a king. Cress was suddenly startled, realizing that he must not let his guard down even for a moment when dealing with someone of this caliber. His hand instinctively moved to the hilt of the long sword at his waist. With just a flicker of thought, he could launch an instant attack. Though currently, he was wielding an ordinary longsword made by the Fritz Kingdom, inside the storage ring on his right index finger were two ancient renowned swords, Lu Li and Bai Hua, ready to appear in his hands at any moment. Time seemed to stop at this very moment throughout the entire tavern. The brawling crowd, the bartender's flirtatious voices while selling alcohol, all flowed around them. The scene turned black and white and slowed down. Even Jack, who was at the center of the crowd, was like this. Only Cress still remained in full color and motion. And as time slowly passed, those black and white figures gradually began to move again. Cress knew this wasn't their change, but his own. To be more precise, it was the change between himself and that mysterious strong individual. Jack and others were still behaving normally, doing things according to their own wills, but between Cress and the one who emitted such a threatening aura, something had altered. Both Cress and that person's thoughts, reactions, and mental abilities had reached an extreme point, a point that only existed for those who had at least entered the hero domain. And the effect brought by reaching this mental ability peak was causing them to disconnect from the world around them. Everything in the world appeared to them as if it were wriggling. It was like the lifeless grayscale. At this moment, Cress's divine consciousness was greatly amplified. He felt as if he could already see the most subtle unconscious actions of so-called humans. But Cress knew that these people, insignificant like ants, weren't the main factors affecting his mind or the source of the danger threatening him. Cress's thoughts raced faster and faster. Correspondingly, his broad divine consciousness began to encompass every corner of the Enigma Coast. Suddenly, here, in this tavern alleyway, Cress discovered an anomaly. A person who had been completely blended into this black and white world began to take on colors. A hero domain level expert. With his divine consciousness infinitely magnified, Cress immediately perceived this strange presence. In the next instant, the colorful person slightly lifted the emerald cloak that hid its colors. It was an ogre. The illusions created by Cress's eyes slightly contracted. Ogres were a kind of subhuman race known for their love of war and cruelty. They possessed extremely powerful regenerative abilities and were widely regarded among adventurers as one of the hardest subhuman races to deal with. However, ogres typically stood 3 to 4 meters tall with massive builds, but this guy looked almost entirely human. He was approximately 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall, with a triangular body build, and his resolute, hard-angled face held 2 green eyes that exuded an aloofness as though seeing through everything. This was not the demeanor of an ogre known for low intelligence. Could it be a more advanced race? Just as Cress's curiosity about this person deepened, this strange ogre also subtly got up and walked toward the darker parts of the alley. At the same time, Cress felt a powerful divine consciousness confronting his. It was this guy's divine consciousness. Cress grew even more curious. How could an ogre whose mental capacity far lagged behind physical capabilities emit such a strong divine consciousness? As the two divine consciousnesses intertwined and clashed, in the moment of divine consciousness collision, Cress seemed to feel a hidden sense of sorrow beneath the other's overwhelming divine consciousness. Cress was momentarily stunned in place. That mysterious ogre was also about to completely vanish at the end of the alley. Is it asking me to follow? Cress murmured softly. From the interplay of divine consciousness, he could sense a trace of the other's purpose. An interesting character. Saying this, the high-level illusion-crafted face of Cress unconsciously revealed a faint smile, seeming very confident and composed in that moment. Cress's right arm, originally gripping the sword hilt, slightly rose as the storage ring flickered. A magical artifact resembling a small cylinder appeared in Cress's outstretched right hand. The death energy within his body began flowing into this cylindrical magical artifact, instantly turning it a blackish-gray color before shattering. And at the very moment the magical artifact shattered, Cress vanished from his original spot. In the dense forest of Enigma Coast, two shadowy black figures darted swiftly between the branches like swift birds. The leaves swayed, yet not a trace of any living creature could be seen. This guy is an ogre who knows this place extremely well. Although Cress fell slightly behind, he still managed to maintain the distance with the one ahead. In terms of agility, Cress was superior to this mysterious ogre. However, being unfamiliar with the terrain here, especially weaving quickly through the dense foliage, made it difficult for him to catch up with the other's speed. Back in the human town, when Cress detected this person scattering their divine consciousness, he had already begun to prepare his escape route. Cress used a one-time use teleportation magic artifact, intending to intercept the other directly at the town's exit. But unexpectedly, the opponent still managed to break through. At this point, Cress became increasingly curious about this strange ogre. Cress could even faintly sense that the ogre felt the same way about him. Perhaps this was your first goal in venturing deep into the Holy Light Temple's territory, wasn't it? Cress's calm and composed words sounded like beautiful notes, resonating deeply in one's heart. However, the ogre ahead remained completely unfazed. Interesting. After chasing for what seemed like an eternity, Cress gradually mastered the tricks of moving quickly through the forest. Seizing an opportunity during the other's turn, Cress's internal death energy exploded. He pushed off forcefully with his feet, appearing instantly in front of the shadowy figure ahead. Friend, why such haste? Chapter 221. The Undying One Converses with the Forest, Part 2. Friend, why the rush? Cress still managed to maintain an extremely natural and polite demeanor, but the longsword he drew from his waist already carried strands of entwined death energy as it slashed toward the person in front of him. Clang hiss. The metal sword collided with another finely forged iron object, producing a harsh and grating sound. What blocked Cress's slashing longsword was a slender iron staff about the same height as the individual in front of him. But a staff capable of easily deflecting Cress's strike infused with death energy was certainly not an ordinary one. And seeing the intricate magical patterns on the staff before him glowing emerald light, Cress knew this object was far from common. Since you're a friend, the figure who had been fleeing up until now stopped after blocking the blow, lifting his head slightly and calmly continuing. Then, Undying One, why resort to such a ruthless hand against a friend? A faint note of sarcasm laced through the words of this person in front of Cress. It was as if mocking Cress, an enemy of humanity, for participating in what humans call the so-called holy war against subhumans. Ha! Cress's laughter carried a subtle undertone of eerie calmness. And it was at this moment that Cress finally saw his opponent's features clearly. He possessed ogre skin, blue and nearly black, tiny fangs protruding from either side of his mouth. But aside from these traits, every other aspect of him was indistinguishable from any tall human male. Indeed, from certain angles, this man could blend seamlessly into human lands with only slight disguising of his peculiarly colored skin and odd fangs. Perhaps, he might even align well with some human women's preferences for a robust and tall man. He must be a hybrid, possessing human blood. With strength added to his grip, Cress drove the half-ogre away with a single swing of his sword, mentally assessing his true power. In response, the ogre capitalized on the force from Cress's attack, smoothly leaping onto the branch of another tall tree. Friend, who exactly are you? Mr. Cress, I've come seeking you. Oh, Cress's position on a thick branch was slightly higher than his counterpart, reflecting the current dynamic where Cress seemed fully in control. Even though he'd anticipated the half-ogre's purpose to an extent, hearing it outright, that he came specifically looking for him, still left him with a hint of surprise. Mr. Cress, my name is Goken Blackiron. Goken? Blackiron? Cress quietly repeated the name given by the man. Clearly, this was an ogre of immense power and intelligence, whether driven by his own strength or the mixed heritage preventing him from the simplistic mindsets of other ogres. Yes, Mr. Cress. Blackiron? If you're an ogre, I recall, in this Lost Coast, there's a very powerful ogre tribe whose clan name is Blackiron. Cress didn't harbor doubts about Goken Blackiron's claimed title. Instead, he recited silently the information he'd once read in the half-breed gathering handbook from the Adventurers Guild. Goken Blackiron seemed to move slightly upon hearing this clan's name, but he quickly regained his composure. A gentle breeze swept through the dense forest, rustling the leaves loudly. Ogre Goken Blackiron shifted his standing direction slightly and spoke to Cress. Yes. However, the Blackiron tribe was shamefully ambushed and killed off entirely by a team of elite adventurers during humanity's first assault here. Goken Blackiron delivered this statement with heavy solemnity. As an undying being, Cress's emotions had grown indifferent over time, yet he was far from being insensate. Using the wisdom of an adventurer, Cress detected the rage and vengeance hidden deep within Goken Blackiron's heart. Still, Cress chose not to dwell on his past. Lord Goken, I surmise you possess a past one cannot easily forget, but Cress gently lifted his longsword, revealing a small notch on its blade left by his previous clash with the quality weapon of his opponent. I prefer to hear your reason for seeking me. Why do you look for me? Mr. Cress, the undying one I originally sought was not you, but Dark Aurelius. Goken Blackiron's calm and composed words carried an unshakable resolve that could not be doubted. And right after Goken Blackiron mentioned the name Dark Aurelius, a faint flicker of blood-red flame passed through Cress's eyes, which had been still as ancient waters. This was the blood-red flame representing the intense, killing intent of a powerful, undying being. Have you, Mr. Cress, heard of the King's Seal? Noticing Cress's hostility growing heavier, Gokhan Blackiron wisely began to explain his purpose ahead of time. Gokhan Blackiron stared intently at the undying one standing above him, shrouded in shadow beneath the direct sunlight. Unconsciously, when facing this undying being, Gokhan Blackiron even felt a sense of immense pressure akin to what he experienced when signing the pact with the demon god. Lord Gokhan, it's better to speak directly if there is something on your mind. Cress no longer entertained the leisure to converse with the other under the guise of friends. For Cress, he disliked those who knew too much about him. Especially when the mention of the former king of the Undying Ones, Dark Aurelius, occurred, Cress's guard and vigilance against Gokhan Blackiron, the half-ogre, immediately escalated to its peak. The King's Seal, Dark Aurelius, and me? What exactly are you implying? A slight curve appeared on Gokhan Blackiron's fanged lips, as if they were arching into an appropriately subtle smile. Mr. Cress, it appears you are precisely the Undying One I need to find. Someone who has obtained the King's Seal. A powerful presence representing the entire race. Legend has it that this continent is named Magic Soul Continent, an ancient existence's title for it. However, with time passing, the extinction of ancient races, by now, the number of races that still know the name of this continent has dwindled down to very few. Chapter 222, The Undead and the Demon Realm. It is said that this continent is named Demon Soul Continent. This was an extremely ancient name given to it by an ancient existence. But with the passage of time and the continuous extinction of ancient races, nowadays, the number of races that still know the name of this continent has become exceedingly few. Although it's lamentable, in my tribe, there is an elderly forest priest who happens to be one of those aware of this. However, Demon Soul Continent isn't its true name. Its real name should be Demon Realm. xuanhuan was talking knowledgeably to Cress, and when mentioning the elder forest priest, his words were tinged with a barely concealed sense of pride. But alas, for Cress, all these things were just meaningless chatter falling on his ears. Cress felt slightly impatient inside. He had no interest whatsoever in the name of this continent. Yet despite this deep disdain within him, Cress managed to conceal it perfectly. Mr. xuanhuan, I hope you can cut straight to the point. Cress interrupted xuanhuan's seemingly endless story at the right moment, but xuanhuan showed little emotional fluctuation, appearing extremely composed. It seems, Mr. Cress, you are not as patient as I thought you would be. Whether xuanhuan was joking or mocking was unclear, but Cress then slightly raised the long sword in his hand, pointing the blade directly at xuanhuan. xuanhuan was visibly discomfited but immediately added, Demon Realm has existed for an incredibly long time, dating back to the chaotic age before heaven and earth were separated, when all things were just beginning, and each of the 7 great races had their own kings. Those powerful beings who had obtained the king's recognition. Cress watched xuanhuan mention once again the king's recognition, something he himself had been informed about after defeating King Dakari, the undead king, within that sealed world. But only, the message at that time indicated that he could not yet obtain the king's recognition. Then what did that mean exactly? More doubts arose in Cress' mind. Facing this half-orc xuanhuan who had already stepped into the heroic realm, whose combat skills and techniques were no less than his own, Cress grew increasingly wary. Cress even felt that behind xuanhuan, there must be a stronger and more terrifying presence. Cress didn't like the feeling of being threatened by the unknown. Yet within the short term, he had no way to break through these limitations. For now, the best course of action was to try and extract as much information as possible. King's recognition? Is that the thing you're searching for? Cress used you, plural, to refer to xuanhuan directly, based on his intuition that xuanhuan was definitely not acting alone. Yes, xuanhuan didn't hide the purpose in the least bit. For them at present, there was nothing that needed to be concealed. At first, the powerful demon god who ruled over the entire demon realm gathered 7 mighty warriors who possessed the king's recognition. They swore allegiance to the demon god and became the first generation of 7 supreme demon generals. In that era, before the birth of the Demon Soul Continent, the world was in chaos. There was a powerful demon god ruling over this chaotic space, known as the demon realm. All races were enslaved by the demon god. Even the proud and powerful dragon race was merely a slave or toy to the demon god. Under the demon god were 7 supreme demon generals, each representing one of the 7 sins: pride, greed, anger, sloth, envy, lust, gluttony. Seeing that the majority of races lived unbearable lives without any dignity, the gods finally lost their patience. The despicable gods, believing they couldn't defeat the demon god directly, plotted to sow discord between the demon god and his 7 supreme demon generals. Furthermore, under the god's guidance, Emperor Iskin united the races originally submissive to the demon god and staged a rebellion. It is said that the war was especially fierce, with armies numbering in the tens of millions mobilized from human, dwarven, elven, orc, troll, dragon, and demon races. The entire demon realm was shrouded in demonic flames. However, even so, it wasn't enough to stand against the demon god and its legions of demons. In order to reverse the tide of battle, the gods spared no effort in granting miracles and even personally intervened. In the final decisive battle, the gods suddenly realized that the 7 supreme demon generals, who were supposed to have colluded with them, did not appear on the battlefield to attack the demon god. It turned out that the loyalty of the 7 supreme demon generals to the demon god had never wavered even for a moment. All of this was part of the demon god's plan. But could the gods ever have just one plan? The real contest between the demon god and the gods was just beginning. In the fierce final battle between the demon god and the gods. Even though the demon god and the 7 supreme demon generals executed their counterplan perfectly, could the gods ever be limited to just one plan? The despicable and shameless gods. They spared no hesitation in sacrificing all races involved in the war, including their own followers, who perished in the dark magic formation summoned by the gods. In the last moment, at the cost of their lives, the 7 supreme demon generals managed to drag almost all the gods into the dark magic formation. Everything ended when the dark magic formation shattered. The demon god, the demon generals, the gods, and all other participating races vanished within the demon realm. The massive explosion destroyed the demon realm itself. Together with the ruined temples where the gods resided, over endless time, they eventually formed what is now known as the Demon Soul Continent. From the few surviving beings among the gods, the Holy Light Temple was established, and gradually, it aided humans in dominating the Demon Soul Continent. However, the demon god is immortal and cannot perish. She will rise again. Xuanhuan recounted every single word of the story the demon god had once told him, passing it on to the undead before him. Cress listened silently as the other spoke of the legend concerning the origin of the Demon Soul Continent and the demon realm. He didn't want to believe the half-orc's nonsense. But after Xuanhuan finished his tale, the long-awaited red mission text information suddenly popped up before Cress. You have learned the origin of Demon Soul Continent and begun to interact with forces related to the demon realm. You have unlocked an S-class mission, the Legend of Kings and Demon Gods. As the strongest known undead, you automatically obtain the undead race's King's recognition, unawakened. Chapter 223, The Undead and the Representative. The representative of the Holy Light Temple is not necessarily evil, but after finishing the story about the history of Demon Realm, the half-ogre Xuanhuan continued to induce Cress with these words. But it certainly will not be just. At least, it won't be the justice for us demi-humans and monsters. Xuanhuan's words were mixed with anger, as if touching some deeply hidden emotion in his heart. Cress was somewhat stunned, not only because of Xuanhuan's story, but also because of the text message prompting him. An S-class mission, the Legend of Kings and Demon Gods. The triggering of this mission far exceeded Cress' expectations. It was simply because he had listened to a story told by this half-ogre in front of him, and then, surprisingly triggered a plot mission rated at the highest S-class. Cress couldn't help but feel incredulous. What made Cress even more incredulous was that he had gained the king's recognition of the undead race. Clearly, from before until now, he hadn't felt any sensation worthy of having obtained some other top-tier item. But it was precisely so. Cress found it hard to understand. Mr. Cress, I am here on my master's command to find the person chosen by the king's recognition. Xuanhuan clearly could not know Cress' true thoughts at this moment, but judging only from Cress' calm and composed demeanor, as well as his combat strength during their earlier clash, he truly was someone who had been selected by the king's recognition of the undead race. After all, Xuanhuan, as one of the demi-humans who had received the king's recognition, only managed to reach his current level of achievement with the help of the reincarnated demon god. After the steel-level adventurer group, Phantom Dream, wiped out his tribe that fateful night, Xuanhuan escaped with his sole surviving sister Mikai under the magic tower of the new demon realm, where they signed a contract with the reincarnated demon god. Xuanhuan became the reincarnated demon god's next supreme magic general, pledging eternal loyalty, and in return, the demon god bestowed upon Xuanhuan incomparable power. The reincarnated demon god awakened the hidden kingly force within Xuanhuan, allowing him to gain the king's recognition of the demi-human race and become the legendary demi-human king. It was also at the moment when he became the demi-human king that Xuanhuan saw the future. A future painted entirely in crimson blood. That original future. The hell of the demi-human race, constantly ravaged by Holy Light Temple and human nations under the leadership of the Pope, led to the demise of one demi-human tribe after another. Freedom-loving demi-humans eventually became slaves of humans. Countless demi-humans were enslaved and driven. Even more died in fields of blood, their piled corpses towering higher than the tallest peaks, and their flowing blood wider than the longest rivers. This was the infernal torment endured by the demi-human race. And Xuanhuan, who had already lost countless loved ones, would absolutely never allow such an event to happen again to other demi-humans, nor would he ever let such a future become reality. Thus, carrying the will of the demi-humans, with the assistance of the reincarnated demon god, Xuanhuan became the demi-human king, after 1,000 years. Although Xuanhuan has yet to gain the full recognition of all demi-humans, there's no doubt that this is only a matter of time. With possession of the king's recognition, Xuanhuan's strength would grow at an even more astonishing speed, enough to make ordinary beings gape in astonishment, a terrifying speed that even demon gods might envy. Of course, a single king is not sufficient to change the wheels of fate. It was precisely for this reason that Xuanhuan, one of the supreme generals under the reincarnated demon god, actively went out to seek out others who have received the king's recognition, while undergoing warrior training to enhance his own strength. And several months ago, Xuanhuan heard a legend about the undead king, Dark Aureus. The forces of good and evil always remained in balance. When the human, 13 ancient heroes defeated the undead king, Dark Aureus initially, to maintain the balance between good and evil, and to restrict the evil force and prevent new demons from appearing, they did not completely annihilate Dark Aureus. Instead, they sealed him. The ancient human 13 heroes created a massive sealing space, and within it, they sealed the undead king, Dark Aureus. Moreover, they set the exit of the sealing formation inside a large city, Yu City. For the ancient 13 heroes, they were fully aware that setting the seal's exit in a highly populated human area like Yu City would be catastrophic if even a single problem occurred. It might even result in a massacre across the entire city. However, at that time, the 13 heroes had no choice but to rely on Yu City's special terrain and its dense human aura to suppress the terrifying and malevolent undead king, Dark Aureus. This was the only method the nearly defeated 13 heroes could think of as the best course of action. As for where Gojin Haiti heard this rumor, it originated from a priest of the Holy Light Temple. An individual Gojin Haiti considered his target for vengeance. Hatred shrouded Gojin Haiti. For Gojin Haiti, his martial cultivation was a path filled with slaughter, specifically targeted towards the Holy Light Temple and the Adventurers Guild. This also led to bounties and pursuits by both the Holy Light Temple and the Adventurers Guild. Even Jorulgur, the renowned swordsman and captain of the legendary Temple Knights, joined in the hunt for this ogre, Gojin Haiti. Yet, it was all in vain. They could not succeed. The greatest hunters often take the form of prey. Gojin Haiti possessed strength comparable to any one of them, along with intelligence far surpassing that of an ordinary ogre. The roles of hunter and hunted could switch in the blink of an eye. After managing to shake off layer after layer of pursuits, Gojin Haiti suddenly received news from the demon god. The former, undead king, Dark Aureus was already dead. Upon hearing this revelation, Gojin Haiti paused for a few seconds before immediately grasping the hidden meaning in the demon god's words. Then, who is the new undead king? It's the very being that killed Dark Aureus, a nameless undead called Cress, hiding among humans. He may just become the strongest generation of undead kings. Chapter 224, The Undead and Yahweh. So, you are the subordinate of the so-called reincarnated demon god, one of the supreme devil generals, and also the king of the subhumans. Yes. Gojin Haiti directly confirmed Cress's question and continued to add, and precisely for that common bright future, I have come to find you, Mr. Cress. A bright future? Cress expressed a bit of confusion and doubt towards Gojin Haiti's words. However, Gojin Haiti was unconcerned, proceeding past Cress's doubts and speaking firmly. Yes, that will be a bright future belonging to subhumans as well as all races, even, including humans, they will be part of it. Cress slightly sheathed his long sword back into its scabbard at his waist. Seeing this, Gojin Haiti became more confident about his stance. Mr. Cress, on behalf of the 16th generation reincarnation demon god, Yahweh Magus, I invite you to become one of the 7 supreme devil generals. Looking at Gojin Haiti, who respectfully extended his hand, Cress had no doubt that if he agreed now, Gojin might conjure some symbol representing the status of supreme devil general from his palm, or possibly grant him the strength enhancement heritage associated with a supreme devil general. But Cress didn't like this. Why should I pledge allegiance to someone I've never met? Cress's words caused Gojin Haiti, who had previously extended his hand in respect, to withdraw the gesture. Please be mindful of your reference to my master, Mr. Cress. Ho ho ho. Cress emitted a faint laugh, responding to the seemingly helpless tone from Gojin Haiti. I refuse exactly because, like you, I do not wish to call others master. I believe, if you were also to obtain the king's recognition of the subhuman race, you would surely be a person unwilling to sincerely bow down to anyone else either. Cress's words pierced through the last remaining layer of ambiguity. Gojin Haiti paused momentarily, dumbfounded. Indeed, as Cress said, when first invited by this so-called Yahweh, the reincarnated demon god, Gojin reacted just as Cress did, flatly refusing. Only, Gojin Haiti recalled that moonlit night, remembered those hundreds of lives in the depths of the mysterious coast forest. Gojin Haiti had already fallen into an abyss of vengeful bloodlust. Perhaps, the nature of all living beings is to kill, and revenge simply gives murder a reason. Gojin Haiti looked down at the long iron staff in his grasp, quietly muttering to himself. As a powerful existence within the hero domain, Cress naturally could hear the low murmurings of Gojin Haiti unmasked by any magical concealment. Mr. Cress, Gojin Haiti seemed to have made up his mind. I admire you because you possess the potential to become a king. But now, since you are unwilling to join us. Speaking thus, Gojin's whole body radiated a violent energy aura. The ogre's race was powerful, naturally bred warriors. An ogre trained in combat skills, however, was nothing short of a killing machine. Cress slightly narrowed his eyes, filled with vigilance and caution. Within the ancient rings, the legendary swords Ruli and Baiwa stirred restlessly. A light breeze inexplicably rose throughout the entire dense forest. Just then, blacklit feathers began to fall leisurely from the sky. The originally tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated entirely. No, that wasn't quite right. It was more accurate to say that upon seeing these black feathers, Gojin Haiti retracted the overwhelming killing intent. Yahweh! Gojin Haiti placed the slender iron rod behind his back, extending another hand to catch a black feather falling from the air. The moment the feather touched his palm, it disappeared. Cress roughly guessed that this represented some method of communication by which the so-called reincarnation demon god, Yahweh, gave instructions to Gojin Haiti. It seems that Yahweh is pleased with you, Cress. Gojin Haiti suppressed the battle spirit that had surged within him. He took another silent look at Cress and added slowly. Since Lord Yahweh has spoken, I can only choose to obey. I hope you will become one of us, Mr. Kress. As Gajin Hades' words trailed off, his entire body radiated with an inky black magical glow. In the next instant, this half-ogre Gajin Hades vanished from the dense forest without a trace. It was as if he had never been there at all. Oh, Kress was clearly surprised by Gajin Hades' performance. So it seems he can teleport too. Looks like they were well prepared. Could it have been just for the sake of seeing me? Kress lightly stroked his chin in thought, while an ominous premonition surged within him, causing him to instinctively gaze toward the direction of the small town on the mysterious coast. There, all was tranquil and still. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. You have obtained the king's recognition of the undead race. You will spend 32,455 experience points to advance your race. Your race is now upgraded to Ruler of Death. Name, Kress. Race, Ruler of Death. Class, Lord of Death LV5, Legendary. Demon Swordsman LV10, Rare, Max. Skeleton Mage LV10, Max. Warlike Undead LV3, Conspirator LV3, Illusionist LV3, Rare. Level, 39, Race Level 5, Class Level 34. Skills, Corpse Poison, Max. LV5, Hammer Strike LV1, Demon Slash, Max. LV5, Demon Shadow LV4, Demon God Cross, Max. LV10, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Fortress Series skills, etc. Magic, Flame, Vines, Cirrus, etc. Combat ability, Basic Hammer Techniques, Advanced Swordsmanship, Proficient. Talents, War Loving, Intermediate, Magical Essence. Secret Techniques, Frenzied Battle, Intermediate. Weapon Proficiency, One-Handed Hammer, 50. Longsword, 500. Attributes, Magic Resistance plus 450. Blunt Weapon Resistance minus 80. Sharp Weapon Resistance plus 800. Corrosion Resistance plus 580. Immunity to Fatal Blow Probability plus 15%, etc. Experience points, 8907/321675. Chapter 225, The Arrival of the Undead and the True God. Ongoing plot missions S-Class Main Mission, The Legend of the King and Demon God. A-Class Side Missions, The Adventurer's Journey, A-Class, and The Destitute Royalty. Completed plot missions, C-Class Side Mission, Knight's Tournament, A-Class Side Mission, Lord Jesk's Conspiracy. Suspended plot missions, S-Class Main Mission, The Queen of the Elven Race, Legacy of Heroes. A towering mushroom cloud erupted where the small town had once been. It was a range attack magic spell, at least level 8 or above, and it was cast by an extremely skilled magic incantator. In the dense forest, Kress stood in stunned silence, staring at the scene ahead. Li Eloy, Jack, Louise, Jane. Kress silently muttered the names of Li Eloy and those of the Oathbound Sword Group. Then he immediately activated the death energy within him. A ring on his right index finger shimmered with light as Kress took out the cylindrical magical artifact he used before, crushing it to initiate teleportation back to the former location of the small town. This was a calculated action, perpetrated by the reincarnated demon god, Yahweh, and his underling creatures. And Gokhan Hades, one of the 7 who possessed the king's recognition, now swore allegiance to the demon god Yahweh. Perhaps Gokhan Hades intended to lure Kress out, then use this top-tier magic, or possibly covertly utilized certain large-scale magical arrays to obliterate the area from afar. His target was the Sacred Crusader army that responded to the Pope's call from both shores of the Abyss Strait. It was meant to destroy them completely. A ripple of space emerged, and Kress, carrying a broken sword, appeared from the transmission space. The mushroom cloud caused by the explosive magic had already dissipated. Yet the aftermath reverberated across the entire Lost Track coast. As a hero-level powerhouse, Kress himself possessed immunity against the repercussions of such a magical explosion. But, for Jack and others from the Oathbound Sword, along with other soldiers from the Sacred Crusade, and especially the non-combative residents of the Lost Track coast town, this magic strike was lethal. Kress did not feel particularly sorrowful about the various casualties in war. He had long been prepared mentally for such losses and witnessed them firsthand. However, if this strike destroyed Kress' newly established Dawn Knight Order and the future elite adventurer team, Oathbound Sword, with whom he shared good relations, it would be an outcome hard to bear. Would all Kress' painstaking efforts over months go up in smoke? With this thought, Kress grew even more hostile towards Gokhan Hades and the so-called reborn demon god Yahweh. Kress slowly approached the former site of the small town. Each step fell upon the ground that had crystallized due to the previous massive magical blast. Inside these transparent salt crystals was a trace of purplish-red blood odors. Even areas nearly a kilometer away from the town were affected like this. What must it have looked like at the center of the explosion? Kress wanted to swallow, but undead beings don't produce saliva. The broken blade in his hand, which showed signs of damage, was now sharp and ready. The blast induced mist before Kress finally dissipated. And it was at this moment that Kress was utterly astounded by what lay before him. Golden holy light radiated, as though flawless and stutter-free, capable of instantaneously purifying everything in the world. Sacred hymns resounded solemnly. All priests in the Holy Light Temple knelt to pay their respects. It was a great curtain of light created by the chants of the greatest seraphim angel. At the heart of its coverage was the small town in the Lost Track coast region, one of the 3 major assembly points for the Sacred Crusader army. Kress seemed to be seeing such divine miracle for the first time. That presence, surpassing both man and monster, was a holy light that could ignore any threat whatsoever. In Kress' memory, Only the unyielding King Dakorii, fully unleashing his sealed powers inside the sealed world back then, could match this spectacle. Yet precisely because of this pure holy glow, sung by a real angel, everything living in the town was spared from the devastation. After a long moment, the people of Lost Track Coast who were faithful to the 6 great deities, along with the soldiers of the Sacred Crusader Army, who had answered the call from afar, all knelt down in unison, repeatedly shouting, "Great Flame, true God! Saint Wall! Great Flame, true God! Saint Wall! Great Flame, true God! Saint Wall!" From a kilometer away, Cress coldly observed the scene where everyone prostrated themselves before the so-called true God. Almost every single person was on their knees. As Cress scanned the crystallized salt flats from his elevated position, he noticed several anomalies within the crowd. There were Jack and 3 others from the Oathbound Sword, Iluo Li, the Royal Guard captain of the Fritz Kingdom, and also Joralcoral, the leader of the Cathedral Knights that Cress had once met at the Ocean Restaurant. They did not bow down to the divine projection of Saint Wall, but instead concealed themselves inconspicuously in the corners. Their eyes briefly met. Then they quickly glanced away, as if nothing had happened. But Cress knew that this massive magical explosion would mark the beginning of this holy war. The Papal States, Holy City Jeddah. Tall and pristine divine pillars stood amidst buildings designed in a solemn and sacred architectural style. Every white holy stone brick told of the sanctity and inviolability of this place. This was the most heavily guarded holy site in Holy City Jeddah. It was also the pinnacle of human architectural technology and aesthetics. However, at this moment, the vast expanse of Gothic cathedral buildings was completely empty. Only a young man dressed in the white robe of a high-ranking cleric of the Holy Light Temple was slowly walking through the interconnected parts of the church palace. Mr. Simon, the seemingly young man, who had been walking for quite some time, suddenly stopped, lifted the enormous white hood of the priest, and spoke faintly towards a towering round mirror situated at the center of the cathedral. Mr. Simon, the enemy's first attack has already appeared. There are 3 locations. The targets are respectively the pivotal city of Dano in the Papal States, the transport port on the southern shore of the Abyss Strait, and the Lost Track Coast town on the northern shore of the Abyss Strait. Chapter 226, The Undying and the Father of Gods. The targets are respectively Dano, the hub core city of the Papal States, the mysterious town on the northern bank of the Abyss Strait, and the transport port on the southern bank of the Abyss Strait. The young man slowly finished his words without a ripple of emotion. His features were extremely handsome, but this kind of handsomeness was somewhat peculiar. It felt as if he was an angel who had walked straight off a mural. After his words fell, in the large upright circular mirror, after a ripple, a towering figure dressed in magical robes was projected, Simon Trent. Saint Val, 3 assaults took place. How many did you intercept successfully? 2. The young man referred to as Saint Val slightly raised his head. His words showed no fluctuation, just like his expressionless gaze. He was not the real Saint Val of the 6 major gods, but merely an ordinary human being. He was a believer of the Holy Light Temple. One of the 6 gods, Saint Val, used his body to descend and act upon the mortal world. He was also the most confidential and powerful weapon of the Holy Light Temple. 2. Then what about the throne at the transport port? Simon Trent's hologram flickered slightly. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this result. Saint Val, I believe that Xuanhuan Caesar, who possesses the king's certification of the elven race, even after awakening that power, should still be completely resistible by you. The young man showed no negative response to Simon Trent's somewhat reproachful words, or perhaps he always acted this way towards everything. Only after a long silence did the young man slowly speak. Mr. Simon, the 3 attacks weren't all from the elven Xuanhuan Caesar, and the throne has already been destroyed. You said what? The throne is destroyed. We still have one more, so we may set this aside for now. But the reason? Simon Trent seemed to show some unexpected curiosity about the young man's answer. As a high-ranking official in the Papal States and the chief existence in the Holy Light Temple's Elder Council, the power he controls surpasses even Pope Charles III. But even so, Simon Trent was not an omnipotent, all-controlling presence. For him, for his position, believers chosen by the 6 major gods, like the one standing before him, were truly those who possessed ultimate authority. In the moment when beings from among the 6 major gods descend and inhabit their bodies, they gain the ability to rival individuals in the god realm. In this world where strength is everything, these believers chosen by the 6 gods, who wield divine powers beyond compare, possess permissions transcending the rules of the Holy Light Temple themselves. It was precisely because of this that this apathetic young man could still live so freely and thrive within the strictly disciplined Holy Light Temple. Just this young believer, this fortunate believer, this disciple chosen by the true gods. He respected Simon Trent. Mr. Simon, among these 3 attacks, I protected the hub core city Dano of the Papal States and the mysterious town on the northern bank of the Abyss Strait. As for the remaining transport port on the southern bank of the Abyss Strait, even the true deity Saint Val was powerless to intervene. In fact, Saint Val has already fallen once in the midst of this. Reason? Just because they came from 3 separate forces? Simon Trent still held a hint of incomprehension toward the young man's words, but the young man remained calm and composed. Yes. Besides the elven Xuanhuan Caesar, the immortal elf who awakened the king's certification, her subordinates attacked the hub core city Dano of the Papal States. 2 other forces attacked the remaining 2 locations. These 2 forces I know nothing about, but they are definitely related to the Fishman race. St. Val's counterattack can only limit and weaken the opponent to a limited extent. Simon Trent's shadow did not speak. After a long pause, Simon Trent seemed to think of something and suddenly said, "Has the Dawn team from the Fritz Kingdom already gathered in the mysterious town on the northern bank of the Abyss Strait?" "Yes, Mr. Simon. That's enough." Simon Trent seemed to have recovered from the dissatisfaction caused by the attack, not being fully repelled. "St. Val, go continue doing what you're supposed to do. Like assassinating lancemen, such mortals?" This sentence wasn't a rebuttal from the young believer to Simon Trent. It was the true thoughts of St. Val, but they were spoken through the mouth of the young believer. Simon Trent let out a light chuckle. His shadow flickered slightly. Simon Trent chose not to respond to St. Val's disdainful mockery. As the actual controller of the Holy Light Temple and the Papal States, Simon Trent had never been just an ordinary person. "Stay focused on your tasks, St. Val." "Understood." The young man slightly bowed, then raised his head as if gritting his teeth, continuing, "Father of gods." While the sacred Crusader army continued to gather on the northern bank of the Abyss Strait, far to the south in the Fagin Forest, numerous subhuman races and monsters poured in continuously. This Fagin Forest, originally regarded as a sacred land by the Elven race, now opened its gates to creatures that were once at odds with them. An utterly unfathomable move. Even more unfathomable was the leader of the Elven race, a queen respected as xuanhuan Caesar. It was this xuanhuan Caesar who consolidated the once fragmented Fagin Forest into an ironclad unity, bringing even the roving Elven rangers back from their travels under her guidance, back into the embrace of the Elven nation. Small Elven city-states of old no longer appeared, replaced instead by a vast country centered around the Fagin Forest, radiating outward in brute force. A nation built by the Elven race. Fagin Forest. Elven ancient tree. The colossal ancient tree formed its own forest, resembling a natural palace for the Elven race. With minimal magical embellishments, various Elven structures were constructed upon the immense branches of the ancient tree. This single ancient tree alone could accommodate tens of thousands of elves. This was the place the Elven race had always longed for, and each generation of Elven rulers designated it as the site for constructing their royal palace. And now, this ancient Elven tree, which had withstood tens of thousands of years, became, under its new master, a private residence for only one elf. Perhaps, only the most historically venerable ancient trees deserve to be the dwelling of xuanhuan Caesar. Chapter 227, The Immortal and the Night of Storms. Perhaps, only the most historically significant ancient trees deserve to be called the abode of xuanhuan Caesar. This phrase might be the flattery of some people with ulterior motives, or it could truly reflect the inner feelings of some elves. But regardless of which one, for Yali, for her, as the new sole leader of the Elven race, she does indeed like this very much. Sitting alone on the highest crown of the ancient elf tree, Yali can even look out to scenes miles away from the Fangong Forest here. The Fangong Forest stretches boundlessly, as vast as a sea. But these, beneath an immortal elf close to the domain of gods, should mean nothing at all. Yali's gaze carries a touch of the king's haughty superiority. Even if her body is covered by various elaborate silks and queenly attire adorned with flowers, it still fails to cover her inherently enchanting demeanor, instead adding even more natural beauty without cause. Yali incorporated the ancient elf tree into the exclusive property of the royal family. This action once caused dissatisfaction among some forest elves. However, the queen never cared. After all, she was known as the xuanhuan Caesar of the elf race, a title that was not just because of her unification of the elf race through strong means, but also inseparable from her assertive and proud conduct. Elf priests had once questioned the queen about the purpose of such actions. The queen did not answer at that time. After a faint smile, she said it was a promise she had given to a certain immortal. A promise that requires the entire, ancient elf tree, as a dowry. Yali looked at the golden pearl floating beside her, the pearl called the greatest treasure of the elf race, the elf pearl. On it, it seemed that the assault against the wicked papal nation conducted by herself and her allies had succeeded. One day ago, unlike the cloudless skies over the ancient elf tree palace in Fangong Forest, it was gloomy at the south shore of Abyss Strait, Transport Harbor. Night had fallen, and there were mountain-like clouds in the sky. Not only was there no moon, but not even a single star could be seen. As one of the most important bays of the papal nation, the Transport Harbor was enveloped in a suffocating darkness, with sparse lights looking particularly lonely. And near the docks, ships were moored resting. The tall lighthouse stood shining alone, but a thick fog covered the sea surface at this moment, and its light was weak and pitiful. The night watchman at the lighthouse yawned. He wrapped his arms around himself and leaned against the wall to doze off. Occasionally, the night watchman felt a chill, woke up, and casually glanced at the sea surface. At first glance, he didn't realize what he saw, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and then realized that there seemed truly to be a monstrous, terrible black shadow within that thick fog. What is that? The night watchman wanted to see more clearly. He stood up, picked up the lantern in his hand. Actually futile, because in the next instant, howling sea winds crashed through the viewing window, bringing cold seawater capable of extinguishing the soul. Damn sea storm. Before being drowned in seawater, the night watchman cursed in his heart, and when he got up again, the outside world was already pitch black. The light from the lighthouse had been swallowed by the darkness. Hawkbeak Castle. Guards armed with spears patrol day and night, and the conference hall is brightly lit. Port Governor Jones and others gathered around the map, frowning and discussing something. The envoy from the Holy Light Temple stood by the governor, and a building designer embraced a stack of blueprints in one hand and used a small stick to point at the wall blueprint, making a detailed introduction. The construction of the God Seat has almost been completed. Under circumstances where there's no error in supplies, it should be able to be successfully finished before September. The designer said. No, it's too late. The envoy of the Holy Light Temple immediately retorted. At most, another 2 months. You've already spent 20 years building this God Seat. I seriously doubt what exactly you've been doing these past few years. Captain Kehoe, who was responsible for the security of the transport port within the Sacred Crusader army, looked extremely grim. The envoy of the Holy Light Temple had arrived a week earlier, and this white-robed figure, upon arriving at the transport port, became a seemingly dominant presence. The God Seat, dock constructed by the southern shore of the Abyss Strait, which consumed a great deal of human effort and material resources, was criticized as utterly worthless in their mouths. Governor Jones interjected before Captain Kehoe lost his patience, smiling ingratiatingly and saying, Envoy sir, the God Seat is not an ordinary pier for mortals. This will be the throne for the divine ship to land. Naturally, our construction must proceed with utmost caution. These techniques of celestial craftsmanship are really hard for mortal wisdom to penetrate. The architect nodded repeatedly beside him. Next to the map in front of him was a dock structure diagram, and he pointed at it saying, Every mechanism must undergo repeated research. It is too intricate, and there cannot be any mistakes. If the queen of the elf race were here, she would notice that the design blueprint for the God Seat, dock hanging on the wall of Hawkbeak Castle bore some resemblance to the one from Hell Castle. Indeed, these constructs should not belong to the human world today. I must warn you, the Holy Light Temple has already provided too much support. The 6 true gods are benevolent, but they cannot be trifled with. The Holy Light Temple. Envoy interrupted the architect's words, speaking in a cold tone. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive sound echoed in their ears. What's going on? In the midst of the explosion, the window glasses of the governor's mansion shattered, and shards fell all over the floor. Governor Jones, who was slightly overweight, jumped up in shock as the freezing sea wind howled into the room, carrying the unsettling sound of cannon fire. Is it a tsunami? By the true gods, it's an attack. Experienced General Kehoe quickly drew his sword from his waist and rushed forward. Where are the watchmen? Why hasn't anyone sounded the alarm? The Holy Light Temple envoy followed behind him, dashing out of the conference hall. The watchman on the lookout tower was long dead. A half-elf, wearing a black headscarf, silently climbed up the lighthouse and slit their throat, throwing the body into the sea. Blood washed over the black tower. The shadow vaguely seen by the watchman emerged from the dense fog, stopping on the sea surface at a distance from Hawk Beak Harbor under the cover of fierce winds and heavy rains. Led by 3 black dragon-wing battleships, nearly 100 warships spread out in a semicircular formation, amidst towering waves and a stormy night without light. The fishman Captain Horrells, wearing his slanted cap and carrying wine, stood at the bow of the ship. In front of the dragon-wing battleships, regular ships looked like sparrows. Laden with the heavy stench of blood, they had launched a raid along the western coastline of the Fangong Forest and southward to the Pope Nation's Metacassa shore. Chapter 228, The Undead and the Dragonwing Warships. The united metropolis on the southern shore of the Abyssal Strait consists of more than a dozen lowland petty kingdoms and city-states, mainly snaking along the coast in a long line. The Allied states have very little land. To put it bluntly, more than 2/3 of the territory of the nations on the southern bank of the Abyssal Strait is docks. Using the stormy night as cover, the army of Fangong Forest launched a blitzkrieg after their preparations were complete. Their tactics were nothing short of brutal. The alliance of elves and subhumans had their dragonwing warships churn up waves amidst the thick fog, breaking through the first line of vigilance and defense at various military ports. Then the warships ascended, plunging down like they were attacking the domain of some deceptive overlord from hell. They smashed everything in sight like primitive and savage dragons of old. With thunderous roars, the walls of castles crumbled into rubble, and the warships in the harbor lost the protection from behind. Subsequently, the subhuman allied army's vessels rushed in to unleash bombardment magic, bombarding the unprepared warships with ferocity. The lightning battle was ruthless and merciless, carried out with an animalistic cruelty. Even before they could send messages to other harbors, the damaged port saw the subhuman allied army retreating swiftly to move towards the next target. They didn't plunder or linger. Their sole purpose was one: to destroy these military ports that would play a significant role in the upcoming campaign between Fangong Forest's subhuman alliance and the Holy Light Temple. The transport port was the last of all the targets and also the most crucial one, because the 1st Legion of the Holy Far East Army was stationed there. They truly live up to the reputation of the Holy Light Temple. Halls of the Fishman race said lazily, knocking the railing with his wine bottle, making a clear sound. He squinted while looking at the battlefield below. Even if they are enemies, one must admit that the strength of the Holy Light Temple is frightening. They conducted surprise attacks along the way, leaving every port powerless to resist, but this unstoppable force was stopped at the transport port. After the first ambush, sharp iron whistles pierced through the storm continuously. Almost instantly, every ship in the harbor was illuminated by lights. The giant crossbows on the city walls wound up one after another, raining arrow barges like spears from above, suppressing the subhuman allied warships in the blink of an eye, preventing them from getting close to the crescent-shaped dock. Magic explosions rumbled. The research results of magic from the elves within Fangong Forest officially made its appearance on the battlefield. It was a kind of iron cannon akin to gunpowder combined with magic. On ordinary warships, subhumans and elves worked together, locking onto each awakening, holy light temple, warship inside the harbor, and then quickly firing cannons. In the deafening sounds of cannon fire, magical cannon muzzles nearly 2 meters long emitted bright flames. The shells shot out, trailing streaks of sparks, and fell directly onto the rapidly lined up, holy light temple, warships, which were preparing to organize defenses and counterattacks under the cover of arrows. Massive fireballs erupted in the dark night, flames roaring and shooting up into the sky. Shameful cowards. The troops of the subhuman alliance gave contemptuous sneers. What came out first from the port were the subordinate nations, mercenaries, and independent city ships that followed the Holy Light Temple. The Holy Light Temple's ships used them as shields, with their white sails rising high behind the common burning ships from the southern shore of the Abyssal Strait. Nice job, featherheads. How do you dare show your turtle shells? The subhumans burst out laughing, mercilessly mocking the first legion of the Holy Light Temple. The army from the southern shore of the Abyssal Strait trembled in fear. This was the first time they witnessed the overwhelming power of the cannons usually only used for intimidation explode on the battlefield. The sea surface surged, water rippling in this region. The dragon-winged warships, not rashly entering the shallow water area, began to fan their wings. The colossal black iron dragon wings stretched up to 100 meters wide, and when flapped, it was as if a sudden tsunami arose on the sea, with violent winds and monstrous waves. The subhuman alliance army was well prepared. They stopped bombarding the Holy Light Temple ships and instead, rowing their warships in unison to split down the middle, dexterously heading toward both sides. What's that? What's that? On the southern shore of the Abyssal Strait, the Pope State sailors and commanding officers finally discerned the terrifying shadow lifting off from the distant dim mist. Their cries echoed out, trembling so much that almost everyone dropped to their knees. Amidst the roar of tides, the dragonwing warships lifted off the sea surface and soared up into the air. The dragon shadow flew over the heads of the warships from the southern shore of the Abyssal Strait and the Holy Light Temple, splashing down heavy rain-like seawater on them. The commander of the First Legion of the Holy Light Temple turned the mechanical device on the ship, launching a nearly 10-meter-long iron spear using mechanical strength, which whistled through the air and shot towards the sky. The iron spear struck the dragon wing, sparks flew, and it was nailed onto the black iron dragon wing. This was the first time since the beginning of the war that the dragonwing warships had encountered resistance. Indeed, the hero of the fishman race, sea god, Zack, stood on another dragonwing warship, looking down at the periphery of the battlefield. Just as the Elven Queen had worried, the Holy Light Temple has been intervening less and less in wars over the past few hundred years, not because their military power weakened, but because they were preparing a force to sweep the world with one decisive move. The Holy Light Temple's warships, which disappeared from sight for hundreds of years, were equipped with weapons far beyond ordinary. How sharp was the gaze of Zack and his companions. The moment the Holy Light Temple's warships appeared within their line of sight, they immediately made their judgment. The design of the Holy Light Temple's warships did not belong to the technology of this era. Their ships seemed to share a resemblance with the magic of the legendary age in terms of machinery use. Had it not been for the new Elven Queen establishing the military magic department and concentrating all efforts on having the elves research magical cannons, even their fishman navy would have faced an absolute disadvantage in a direct confrontation with the Holy Light Temple's warships. What is more terrifying than encountering an enemy stronger than yourself is that they are not only strong but also not foolish. Attack. The hero of the fishman race, Zack, took a deep breath and stopped thinking about these matters. Zack, Halls, and Gregory each commanded a dragonwing warship. Now, the three of them skillfully directed their warships, crashing into the three towers armed with giant crossbows at the eagle's beak-shaped castle from 3 different angles. Damn! The envoy of the Holy Light Temple stood in the central tower of the castle, gazing at the massive dark shadow circling outside the castle before colliding violently with the 4 corner towers. Magic cannons, dragonwing warships. When did the subhumans find their warships? Master, what is a dragonwing warship? What should we do now? The governor of the Pope State asked him tremblingly. The face of the Holy Light Temple envoy was unpredictable under the firelight. Hold on as much as possible. The throne must not fall. I will go ask Lord St. Val immediately. Chapter 229, The Undead and the Rainy Night Raid. If Hesmu Military Castle is the crown jewel of the Fritz Kingdom on land, then the transport port is the most brilliant gem on the southern coast of the Abyss Strait. The small countries on the southern shore of the Abyss Strait that are vassals of the Papal States are world-renowned for their maritime trade. The transport port serves as its strongest backing, hailed by the merchants of the southern shore of the Abyss Strait as the port that will never fall. Amidst various commercial seaports suffering from relentless threats posed by the subhumans, the people of the transport port took pride in their city walls. However, tonight, the residents of the transport port suddenly realized that their supposedly impregnable haven was not as invincible as they had imagined. The sky and earth were dim. 3 dreadful dragons flapped their wings. Soldiers on both inner and outer walls were thrown hard against the stone walls by strong winds, making it impossible for them to continue operating the giant iron crossbows. They trembled uncontrollably, rolling and crawling on the walls as they watched enormous shadows approach. Those primal, ancient, insane, hellish creatures collided with the wall tower. Dense smoke and dust rose up amidst thunderous roars. A tower jutting out 5 meters beyond the wall collapsed. Large rocks fell down, swallowing the soldiers inside without giving them a chance to fight or even scream, reducing them to pools of blood. Dragon wings flapped. Dragon shadows rose to the sky through the smoke and dust. The airflow stirred by iron wings was as sharp as dragons' cries, spreading far and wide. The people inside Eagle Beak Castle woke up trembling, believing they had witnessed hell. Dragon-winged warships flew over their heads. The dragon head-shaped nozzles at the bow emitted flames while a series of gear-turning sounds echoed. Kacha-kacha. Flames, bright and hot, shot out. As if exhaling fire like a dragon, sulfur and flames enveloped the world. The raging fires left a long, golden channel of destruction on the ground. Houses within this channel burned. Fleeing soldiers and civilians alike suffered under the intense heat. After repelling the first wave of troops attempting to reinforce the port, the dragon-winged warship hovered in midair. Its huge hull mercilessly crashed into several lookout towers. The ship adjusted its direction and rammed into another watchtower, reenacting the earlier scene. The Eagle Beak Castle boasted about being the port that would never fall, drawing its confidence from the castle itself. On both the inner and outer walls stood a total of 106 towers, more than 200 bastions, and countless fortresses. There were several fortresses distributed between each pair of towers. With intervals less than 70 meters, these structures formed an intricate firepower support system with high-low interwoven patterns. This firepower support system formed a crescent shape around the bag-shaped harbor. Any enemy ships entering this bag would be mercilessly annihilated, unless the attacking force could quickly destroy this net. In front of the dragon-winged battleship, the proud network of fire from the southern shore of the Abyss Strait was fragile like paper. As the battleships kept colliding, tower after tower on the walls crumbled, leaving the Holy Light Temple's warships in the harbor without rear protection. The Faragon Forest warships regrouped. Cannon fire slashed across the Black Sea surface, dragging red trails behind. Merchant ships from the southern coast of the Abyss Strait, used as shields by the First Legion of the Holy Light Temple, now lay scattered as broken planks floating on the water. Broken masts rocked with the waves. Burnt sails dyed the sea a dull yellow. Dead bodies and critically injured sailors soaked in icy seawater, their cries for help drowned out by the sound of cannons and arrows raining down. Warships with white cross sails of the Holy Light Temple finally clashed head-on with those of the Faragon Forest Subhuman Alliance. Iron hooks were thrown at each other, causing the ships to turn sideways and stick together side by side on the sea surface. Subhuman Alliance warriors bit daggers and stepped onto wooden boards, jumping onto the Holy Light Temple's warships ahead of time. Soldiers dressed in the Sacred Empire's military uniforms soon engaged in fierce combat with the subhumans. Hey, sweethearts, your outfits can earn you free entry to any subhuman tavern. The subhumans burst out laughing, waving their slightly curved knives. Bloodshed, swords and daggers, iron crossbows and cannon fire intertwined. At this moment, mankind's battlefield was truly hell. Gegrai was one of the first elves to follow the new queen, Eulalie. She was a seasoned elven which dedicated to magic. Gegrai controlled the dragon-winged warship as it rose from the ruins. Her face was pale, covered in cold sweat. After leaving the demon realm, the power of the dragon-winged warship was constrained in many ways. The flame attack resembling a dragon's breath just moments ago was actually a new adjustment made by the elven military designers for the dragon-winged warship. Those guys placed the ancient elven holy flame at the bow of the dragon-winged warship. Even with a covenant in place, commanding the warship was still an immense challenge for the main pilot. Her head aching in throbbing bursts, Gegrai directed the dragon-winged warship to turn midair. Just then, the dragon-winged warship controlled by hulls swept by from the side and slammed into the dragon-winged warship almost viciously. The dragon-winged warship was thrown backward, nearly causing Gegrai to collide with the mast. In Gegrai's mind, the spirit of the dragon-winged warship angrily cursed hulls as an asshole. Gegrai pushed off the deck, stood up again, took 2 steps forward, and firmly repositioned herself on the deck. He was saving me. She coldly gazed ahead. Amidst the flames burning within Eagle Beak Castle, their light was insufficient to illuminate the entire fortress, but sufficient to outline the sharp tips of its towers and bastions. Against the firelight, a slim figure quietly remained where the dragon-winged warship had hovered just moments before. Is it a true deity? She murmured softly. Gegrai knew the truth about the death of Fritz's Iron Wall landsman, a battle where a true deity had forcibly intervened. The silhouette now hovering in the night sky was clearly not human. From him, or should she call it him, Gegrai felt an intangible yet irresistible force that compelled her to kneel and worship. She harbored a vague premonition that if hulls hadn't crashed into her earlier, both she and the dragon-winged warship might already have been severely injured. Gegrai stepped forward a few paces, wanting to get a clearer view of the figure. But soon, she no longer needed to move forward because the figure itself became overwhelmingly radiant. 3 pairs of snow-white wings unfurled behind the figure, and around him, bright flames began to sweep out, turning the originally pitch-black sky into dazzling white. The entire transport port became as bright as daylight, every fortress, house, and tower illuminated clearly. Wicked dragons emerged from the demon realms, and the sun rose in the night. Within the castle, the fleeing crowd gradually came to a halt. A messenger cloaked in white robes stepped through the blazing inferno onto the castle square, leading everyone in prostration, their voices rising in unison. His voice spread far and wide, carrying ancient power that momentarily overshadowed the sounds of battle in the harbor outside. It was only at this moment that the surprise attack truly began. Chapter 230, The Undead and the Never-Sinking Harbor. True gods, holy books, believers, warships, subhumans, warriors. The two forces of mankind, the heavens and the underworld, have finally clashed again head-on. Jejeli quietly watched all of this, countless images surging through her mind. Before she became a member of the Elven Priests, she had trekked across the extreme northern mountains, and now the ancient snake within the witch's bloodline awakened upon the appearance of the true god. She felt the serpent coiled in the depths of her soul, its emerald eyes coldly watching the true god floating high in the sky. Amidst the half-air wind surge, Chuck controlled another dragon wing warship flying over from the left side. Jejeli, go cover the soldiers below. Chuck shouted loudly to Jejeli. At this time, the Holy Light Temple warship gradually became enveloped in white light amidst the entire castle's prayers. The originally pitch-black sea water in the harbor was as if a layer of silver foil was spread on it, creating an eerie atmosphere between heaven and earth. The Subhuman Alliance's army had no choice but to first retreat back onto their own ships, and instead use cannons to suppress the Holy Light Temple warship. It was highly possible that the true god was hiding within the transport port. This point had been discussed before they set out. They had also negotiated with the queen of the elf race regarding strategies against the true god, yet when Jejeli turned her head and saw Chuck, she couldn't help but pause for a moment. Because Chuck, who was always gentle and elegant, currently looked emotionless. He finally looked somewhat like a subhuman. There was something surging in his eyes that changed the always mild fishman into a knight ready to draw his sword. It wasn't until this moment that Jejeli finally realized something. For Holes and Chuck, the battle at the transport port carried a more important objective, coming from afar to participate in this perilous battle just to face off with the true god directly. They were seeking revenge for one person, Lanceman. Jejeli has never quite understood the friendship between Holes and Chuck with Lanceman. Human nobles and subhumans. It seemed as though they were people from two different worlds. However, when she saw the cold face of Chuck and Holes steering his dragon wing hovering at the closest distance from the true god, she suddenly understood. In her unseen past, these men truly walked side by side during their most youthful and bold years. Their friendship was never expressed in words, but only proven by actions. The crazy Captain Holes and the refined first mate Chuck, tonight, they were both reckless fighters who would stop at nothing short of death. Jejeli silently guided the dragon wing warship, changing direction as she plunged toward the port below. She surrendered the battlefield in the sky to Holes and Chuck. Holes held the ship's rudder in one hand and wine in the other. Standing at the bow of the deck, hearing the wind surge on his left side, he knew that Chuck had arrived with the dragon wing warship. He didn't turn around to look, only facing the true god from afar. How many people in one's life could you trust enough to place your back in their hands? Such is the definition of a true friend. Someone you meet at the youngest of times, bickering and teasing each other, then walking boldly together into flames. Old buddy, I knew your lot of aristocrats were all hypocrites. Holes threw back his head, finishing the strong liquor in one gulp. With a clang, he tossed away the wine jar. Chuck, he roared, gripping the ship's wool tightly with both hands. The black iron dragon wings flapped, howling winds surged at high altitudes, and the warship advanced fearlessly. All these things about divine human equality, responsibility, and mission mean absolutely nothing to fishmen. They were born not being people to care for grand causes. Fishmen have their own rules. If someone killed your brother, then you must kill them. This is revenge. Blood debt repaid in blood. Captain Holes skillfully steered the Nofler, swiftly cutting through the sky. Nofler was the first dragon wing warship possessed by the fishmen. Several decades ago, when Holes was still a poor young man, he encountered a stranded dragon wing warship in the mist-shrouded death port and signed a contract with it. By all accounts, Captain Holes should have had a closer relationship with Nofler than Jejeli did with her dragon wing warship, Rhea. Yet in reality, Nofler was the quietest of all dragon wing warships, only occasionally throwing the overly boisterous subhumans into the sea when they went too far. Otherwise, it remained like an elegant lady. Subhumans often muttered whether Holes and Jejeli had switched their dragon wing warships during their contract since Rhea was supposed to be Holes' packed ship. But today, Nofler and its master together tore off their masks, revealing their fangs. It disdained to wrangle with mere mortals, for its battlefield was in the skies. This should have been a warship that soared through the air more than 1,000 years ago, terrifying even the gods. It wasn't any noblewoman. It was as bloodthirsty and reckless a brute as Holes himself. The true god, clad in armor and wielding a flaming sword, had its light wings behind him casting a radiant outline against the edges of the clouds. Nofler's 100-meter-long iron wings beat powerfully, causing the dark clouds high up to churn and roll. A blade of light nearly a kilometer long slashed down from the side of the dragon wing warship. Even under the protection of Nofler's shield, Holes could still distinctly feel the intense heat, as if containing billions of furnaces. He had almost been burned to ashes, yet his face showed no fear. Nice work, buddy. He grinned, revealing a grim smile. As the true god swung the sword toward Holes, Chuck had already driven the warship diving down from higher altitudes above, the black iron dragon wings fully extended. Unlike real dragons that possessed claws and fangs, the ship's wings had been modified by alchemists who were both geniuses and madmen 1,000 years ago, turning them into critical offensive weapons. For the warship, its dragon wings weren't just for allowing humans to fly. They were two great swords meant to slay gods. The air shattered with an explosive sound as the alchemical arrays on the iron wings lit up like rolling thunder over the dragon wings. Iron plates contracted or protruded in an instant, sharpened edges forming cold blades along the wings' rims. With the ship tilting counterclockwise, the rotating dragon wings transformed into colossal scythes, slicing and tearing through the air, reaping lives. Even the true god couldn't evade in time. It folded its 6 wings, wrapping itself in its snow-white feathers like a cocoon, forming a protective shield. At the moment the iron wings collided with the true god, people on the ground heard an ear-splitting sound akin to metal swords scraping together in their heads, piercing and unbearable. The ferocious air currents exploded downward from the sky, howling across the land. All flagpoles within the transport port castle snapped simultaneously, and the flags were torn into shreds by the wind. The crowd in the square, who had been chanting loudly, suddenly awoke as if from a strange dream, breaking away from that peculiar atmosphere and fleeing in panic. As Chuck forced the true god into a defensive stance by closing its wings, holes swiftly arrived from afar. Chapter 231. The Battle of the Undead and the Demon Realm. The dragon head at the prow of the Nafuel reformed, roaring as it opened its mouth. A long chain shot through the air and firmly wrapped around the body of the true god. The moment the chain coiled around the true god, bright white flames rapidly spread along the chain. This pure white fire could instantly incinerate a person into ashes. Black mists surged out from Nafuel's ship, mingling and melting with the holy flames. Let's head down to the demon realm together. Captain Holes burst out laughing. In his laughter, the true god sensed an unusual unease and tried to shake off the iron chains. Tonight, another extraordinary ship quietly appeared. Among the dark clouds piled up like mountains, a pitch-black ship emerged. Unlike the dragon-winged warship, this ship exuded layers of twisted malice and impurity. This was the demon realm vessel released by the Lord of Greed and Unrighteous Wealth into the mortal world. The elven priests once mistook it for a dragon-winged warship, and almost all perished due to a curse. After the Queen of the Elves retrieved the power of greed and unrighteous wealth, it became the new warship of the elven priests. It remained hidden among the dark clouds until now before joining the battlefield. Its sole purpose was to open the gates of the demon realm. The ship rammed into the true god, releasing black mist that instantly surged out to form a huge vortex. Within the vortex, the gates of the demon realm slowly ascended. At the instant when the demon realm gates were opened, the true god finally unfurled his wings again and shook off the iron chains binding him. As he spread his wings, he saw a hideous smile. Holes drove the dragon-winged warship towards him, his black slanted hat fluttering in the wild wind, his hair flying amidst the current. There was a look of deranged fury in his eyes. He had come for revenge, and revenge always meant going to any lengths, regardless of cost. The dragon-winged warship collided with the true god, black mists and white light dispersing simultaneously in all directions. Holes and the true god both crossed through the demon realm gates, with Chuck following closely behind. Only residual white light and dark clouds remained in the sky. The true god and the dragon-winged warships were all gone. The final battlefield would be in the demon realm. A white rainbow illuminated the world. The demons of the demon realm watched from afar as a vortex appeared in the sky, followed by a streak of white light descending from it, closely trailed by 2 dragon-winged warships falling as well. You are mere mortals, you cannot kill me. True god Samuel's wings finally bore scars. Standing on the earth flowing with molten magma, he held a sword in his hand. The dragon-winged warship landed on black rocks, its iron wings equally broken. Especially Holes Nafuel. It had nearly faced the full brunt of all the holy flames. It even endured the full frontal explosion of the true god when forcing him into the demon realm gates. At this moment, the pure white flames burned on the sails of the warship. It rested on the reefs, its dragon head high, though dignified yet exceedingly weak. Don't be too confident about that. Holes grinned ferociously, revealing a savage smile. On his finger was a bone ring. Who says we can't kill you? He leapt from the ship, unsheathing his sword from his waist, stepping through the magma toward the true god. You have made pacts with the demon realm? You despicable ones. You should all be judged, roared the true god, enraged. Silently standing on the blackstone barren shore was a figure, a young man with black hair and red pupils. His scarlet eyes carried avian traits, crow-like wings on his back, holding a crescent-shaped scimitar. Finally free from bindings, the demon god Yahweh observed this battle but did not intervene. He had to ensure that this true god wouldn't escape. But unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't interfere rashly in the duel between those two and the true god. Revenge demands repayment. Even at the cost of mutual destruction, there is no room for interference from others. Blood, bones, screams, and roars. The gap between demi-humans and gods diminished infinitely in this moment. The haughty true god was torn down from the clouds by demi-humans, and the most primitive, brutal battles took place between man and god. This true god, who regarded demi-humans as ants, now had no choice but to cross blades with these ants, standing on an equal stage for the first time. Yahweh silently observed the figures locked in a deadly fight, and faintly seemed to understand the feelings of Galkan Black Iron towards the adventure team known as Illusion Dream. Drip, drip. The true god's longsword pierced through Hole's abdomen, while the dragon bone dagger in Chuck's hand stabbed through the heart of the true god. He turned his wrist, crushing the true god's heart bit by bit. An infinite amount of white light exploded forth from within the true god, turning the world into a vast expanse of snow. Chuck was thrown back by the forceful wave, colliding with a rock and tumbling to the ground. He reached up to cover his eyes, waiting as the white light gradually faded. Feathers fluttered and finally landed weakly on the magma. He watched as the true god fell, being swallowed by the rolling magma. His lips twitched in an attempt to form a smile, but he couldn't manage one. Holes. Holes. Chuck staggered to his feet and made his way towards Holes, who lay sprawled on the ground with outstretched arms. Holes. Chuck's voice was slightly off-key. I'm still alive, can't die yet. Holes replied lazily, lifting his hand to touch the circular hole left by the true god's final blow, a gaping wound through which his spine and internal organs had vanished. Seems like I'm not really alive anymore. The vitality of a living person had faded from him, replaced instead by the properties of the undead. In the distance, Nafuel gently flapped his broken dragon wings, emitting a low, gentle sound. Lanceman owes me again, he said, his head heavily bumping against the stone. The dark red sky was reflected in his pupils, and faintly, he remembered long ago when that young human stood on the deck alongside two then unknown demi-humans, enthusiastically plotting their raid on passing pirates. It had been so long ago. A true storm arrived, reminiscent of the St. Vaughan night 1,000 years ago, when the deity felt the death of his children and thus became enraged and sorrowful. All vessels except the dragon-winged warships swayed and struggled in this fierce tempest, forcing an abrupt halt to all battles. No ordinary ship could fight in such a storm. The result would only be mutual destruction, capsizing and drowning silently beneath the sea. Jegrail stood quietly on the deck. After the true god and Holes disappeared into the sky, the transportation port had fallen back into darkness. But now, the sun slowly began to rise from the sea. In her mind, the ancient snake-like phantom of the witch ancestor grew increasingly distinct. The giant serpent coiled itself, raising its head high, its vertical pupils seeing the scene before them through her eyes. Her senses of sight and hearing were sharper than ever. Amidst the downpour and roaring winds, she could clearly distinguish every sound across the entire sea, including the roar of the 1st Legion commander of the Sacred Crusade army. What is happening? Why is the divine seat rising on its own? What is going on? Chapter 232, The Undying and the God's Throne. God's Throne. Gugale repeated this word, placing her hand on the ship's wheel as her emerald pupils began to constrict slightly. Rising in the crescent-shaped Hawkbeak Bay was a dock not unlike that of the Devil Domain Blackstone Castle, but it wasn't black. It was completely white, emitting an intensely bright light. When it emerged from the water, the cold seawater in the bay started boiling, and vast clouds of mist rose into the air. Do gods feel anger? Do they feel sorrow? Gugale asked lightly with a smile. She now understood why the Papal State and the Holy Light Temple had hesitated to declare war on the Fagin Forest. They were waiting for the God's Throne to be completed. Rhea. Gugale gently caressed the ship's wheel as she stared at the dock, her eyes revealing a sharpness no less intense than that of Holes and their group. It's our turn. Their enemies were the most terrifying and powerful in the world. The God's Throne port was certainly not built overnight. It was so majestic and awe-inspiring that it could rightly be called a divine throne. In the millennium during which the Rose family had been amassing strength, the Holy Light Temple had also been wholeheartedly pursuing its own objectives. The Yaran army obeyed Gugale's orders, retreating toward the open sea to avoid being caught up in the upcoming battle. The warships of the Holy Light Temple began gathering. The soldiers of the First Army did not know what was happening, but their instincts told them they had to protect the crucial God's Throne dock. Gugale piloted the dragon-winged warship, Rhea, gliding low over the surface of the sea, like a falcon circling its prey before the hunt. The dragon-winged warship was enveloped in a faint green light, allowing her to fly nimbly, revealing an allure akin to a snake's grace. Gugale's emerald pupils had turned into thin slits, showing the ferocity of a cold-blooded creature. However, her appearance began to radiate a bewitching beauty that stirred one's heart. The progenitor witch, the cursed world serpent, awakened within her. Gugale rarely spoke about her past. She was someone whom the holy judgment priests of the Holy Light Temple had ordered to be wanted. Unlike the weary and exiled witches, she had already bloodied her hands even before joining the elven priests. As a little girl, Gugale witnessed her human father bound to the stake of fire, refusing to disclose her mother's name until death. After the execution, she ran out from a corner, collecting her father's ashes and bones. The moment her fingers touched her father's skull, a sharp pain erupted in her mind. She found herself in a daze, seeing ancient snakes move in fiery flames, staring directly at her. When she woke up, she discovered the power of the witch within her. Go kill them. She heard the snake speak to her. From that moment on, she became extraordinarily beautiful and exceptionally cunning and venomous. She skillfully exploited her looks, luring debased nobles into her trap and cutting their throats without mercy. Careful selection of her targets and feeding on their blood allowed her to grow, with the venom of the ancient serpent flowing through her veins. Curses, seduction, assassination. She was called a banshee, becoming the shadow haunting the hearts of people in the northern part of the Papal State. She became arrogant because of her power, hunting down the judgment priests who pursued her until even the Pope heard of her existence and sent the 6 chief gods, divine servants, to arrest her. The God's Throne, used to carry the holy boat, turns out to look like this. Gugale coldly remarked, as she suddenly soared high above the sea with her warship. A bolt of lightning streaked from where she just hovered, narrowly missing the ship. Lightning filled the area around the God's Throne, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a vortex whose center aligned perfectly with the throne, as if something was answering the call, breaking free of the heavens to descend upon the earth. An intangible pressure permeated between heaven and earth, making it difficult for anyone to stand upright. This was divine might. The god judged the world with thunder, storms, and destruction. His fury was the fury of heaven and earth. But what did that matter? Gugale and the dragon-winged warship danced gracefully amidst the endless curtain of thunderbolts, performing the most stunning act before this divine wrath, beautiful and elegant like elves dancing on cliffs amidst a storm. Lightning chased them but failed to harm them in any way. The silver light within the vortex grew increasingly brighter, hinting at the presence of a massive shadow cast against the sky. The Yarans who retreated far onto the sea surface struggled to remain standing under the invisible divine pressure. Unwilling to kneel, they instead flipped themselves onto the deck, arms spread wide, showing a rather vulgar gesture of defiance towards the heavens. Gugale was looking for an opportunity, like a venomous snake that coils and prepares before it strikes, choosing the moment of its prey's greatest vulnerability to deliver a fatal blow. The ancient serpent's eyes connected with hers, and through its vision, the god's throne before her appeared incomplete, unpolished, imperfect. A truly finished throne would be seamless, unbreakable. Gugale sought the single weakest point of this god's throne. Weaving through two streaks of lightning intercepting her path, Gugale finally spotted a dim spot on the base of the god's throne. I found it, she murmured quietly, speaking not just to herself but also to the dragon-winged warship, Rhea. The vast dragon-scaled sails billowed dramatically, emitting a fierce sound as Rhea encouraged her mistress in its own way. In silence, Gugale reached up and removed her black pointed hat, flinging it high into the sky. Her hair, cascading over her shoulders, spread instantly into countless wriggling tiny snakes. With a decisive pull, she tore at the clasps of her robe, splitting the heavy cloak that once encased her neatly into two halves. Stepping forward slowly, like a snake shedding its old skin after rebirth, she stood gracefully at the prow of the ship. The white light of the lightning illuminated Gugale's body, a whiteness akin to frost or snow. Her waist, draped in a mass of serpentine hair, was slender and sinuous. There she stood, an embodiment of humanity's most primal desire. Between heaven and earth, there was no second being who could rival her beauty and allure. Spreading her arms wide, she allowed the wild winds to brush against her sinuous form, which moved as if it were a serpent itself. She had always wrapped herself tightly in her dark robes, not due to the supposed branding mark left by the Holy Light Temple, whispered about amongst the half-breeds. The reason lay deeper. She possessed the world's most flawless female form, her body hosting the will of the ancient serpent. When she shed her gown, even ascetic monks fell to their knees before her. Medusa. In the legends of the Holy Light Temple, they were portrayed as embodiments of the world's desires, symbols of ceaseless decadence and malevolence. Nailed to crosses, even in death, their bodies continued to bewitch the living. Chapter 233, The Undying and the War of 10,000 Armies. Gorgons. In the legends of the Holy Light Temple, they were depicted as the desires of the world, symbolizing unending corruption and malice. Even after being crucified, their dead bodies continued to seduce mortals. The army of the half-human alliance had never seen a Gorgon like this before. She was extraordinarily beautiful and alluring now. Halls, the captain of the Merfolk Navy, was an utterly insane madman. His first mate was a pedantic professor. Besides making the Merfolk think about whether they should murder him every day, the Mad Halls served no purpose at all. It was the studious first mate Chuck who took on the responsibilities of the captain. Thus, Gorgon had to play the role of the morale-soothing figure, fussing over the trivial matters of each sailor in the half-human navy for years, much like a nanny. The people in the northern part of the Papal States, once overshadowed by the Gorgon's curse, could never imagine that the female demons they feared and yearned for had been confined to a small ship for years, becoming a kind of babysitter for a band of lawless half-humans. But she loved the navy, these ships, and these booze-loving fellows. So she willingly played the role of a nanny-like figure. But she was not a real nanny after all. She was the flower of sin and misdeeds. Rhea. Gorgon chuckled lightly, her voice entirely different from usual, 7 parts indolent and 3 parts alluring. Her vertical pupils tightly stared at the dimmest spot on the throne. They had already approached the center of the divine throne. Here, lightning had become so dense it filled the entire space, impossible to avoid. Each bolt of lightning striking the dragon-winged warship made the emerald light enveloping her dim a little more, adding another wound to Gorgon's flawless body. Her covenant with the dragon-winged warship was unlike anyone else's. She could fuse herself with the dragon-winged warship. Will you accompany me? She issued an invitation. The dragon wings slowly flapped, rose vines spreading across the prow of the ship, entwining Gorgon's graceful form, concealing the increasing number of wounds. On those wounds, rose flowers bloomed vividly. With dark green branches and crimson roses, the dragon-winged warship wove a magnificent suit of armor for its chosen contractor. This was the dragon-winged warship's answer. Come on. Gorgon smiled happily. She once wandered the world, owning nothing but hatred. Now, however, she felt she owned the whole world. The dragon wings beat. The warship ascended through the thunder, then folded its wings just short of the vortex's very center, plunging downwards. On the calm sea away from the lightning, the army of the half-human alliance suddenly felt the pressure on them lift slightly. They flipped themselves up and saw far in the distance how the dragon-winged warship encased in emerald light bore there, which like a meteor falling toward the god's seat radiant like the sun. Suddenly, the world became terrifyingly quiet. The soldiers of the half-human alliance stood still on the deck, momentarily even unaware of what had happened. Liquor, blades, beauties. That was all the life of half-humans encompassed, yet none among them would dare jest lewdly or rudely towards Gorgon. Most had been abandoned by their families and were displaced, living lives as rough as boulders, because they had almost never experienced any gentleness from the world. But Gorgon gave them such gentleness, albeit mixed with some strictness. Deep down, they called her sister and sincerely admired her. When the warship crashed into the divine seat, the world flickered rapidly between extreme brightness and darkness, as if approaching destruction. The person in their lives who played an essential feminine role, the one like a sister, disappeared amidst the splendor. From this point on, who would reprimand them for getting drunk? Who would chide, while simultaneously treating their wounds? The world seemed empty. It seemed as though the entire world was raining. In the Palace of Roses constructed on ancient elven trees, lights burned through the night without going out. Even heavy rain poured into the corridors. The head steward hurriedly stepped through the water, carrying the cold, neglecting etiquette to knock on the door of Queen Ilaria of the Elves. Ilaria, the Queen of the Elves, wearing a robe, stood by the window, gazing towards the northeast. In the northeast direction, on the other side of the Abyss Strait, lay the most crucial objective of this sudden strike campaign, the transport port of the Papal States. Ilaria didn't rest, waiting for news from the battlefield or any word regarding Cresses. The leader of the Dawn Knight Order, Cresses, an elite-level adventurer, encountered a true deity at Misty Coast. The demon god Yahweh and the king of ogres, Goken Black Iron, fulfilled their promises. The steward reported the first major piece of information tonight. Queen Ilaria of the Elves nodded calmly. What about the transport port? She asked. The heavy rain outside the window gradually lessened, but the wind still howled mournfully. We won. The battle for the transport port was victorious. The alliance between the subhumans and the elves triumphed. They even destroyed the god seat, docked before the Holy Light Temple could react. It seemed there couldn't be a better outcome than this. Have them retreat immediately, pull back. Ilaria remained calm to the point of seeming cold, and it was hard to tell if Gorgons and the dragon-winged warship's sacrifice had touched her at all. After hearing about the god seat, dock, she quickly returned to her desk and spread out an ancient parchment. On this parchment were many detailed markings. God seat. In the dim yellow light, the marks on the parchment looked like an entire land mass covered in war. The Holy Light Temple, starting from 1411, issued the special maritime regulations to the majority of countries on the southern shore of the Abyss Strait, offering protection and preferential treatment in commerce. The Vero Ranger hurriedly arrived. He was the same elf ranger who once fought with Cresses at the Jesk family castle. Vero, wearing light armor, now brought several thick elven handbooks. His voice carried some excitement. Our previous speculation was that the Holy Light Temple's revenue issues, affected by the rise of the hopeless Inner Sea Trade Association, prompted them to seek new economic income from the trade along the southern shore of the Abyss Strait. But now it seems things are not as simple as that. Transporting holy relics, building the god seat. Legendary prophecy. The Queen of the Elves, Ilaria, vaguely remembered the sea, and the witch with the pointed hat, the dragon-winged ship whose railing bloomed with roses. Your Majesty, but it may not be a prophecy after all. Vero the Ranger wasn't sure what the Queen of the Elves was associating with. He paused, then corrected himself. We call it a prophecy because of our later interpretations, believing it to be one. A clay tablet unearthed from lower air region recorded. 1,000 years hence, the earth will turn upside down like a potter's wheel, the bottom will rise to the top, the lowly one shall rule over graves. The birthplace of gods will no longer exist in the world. We believe this referred not only to the destruction of the age of gods, but also to the fate of the Holy Light Temple, as they declared the 6 chief gods to be the sole, true deities. In the Age of Legends, the true god was also among the masses. The gods have fallen, and the final millennium will completely demolish all remnants of divine power. This prophecy was also known to the Holy Light Temple, because the clay tablet from lower air was excavated by the Holy Light Temple hundreds of years ago. So what does it have to do with the god seat? In the legends of the Holy Light Temple, there is one ship that needs to bear a god's throne, the holy ship Celestial Vessel. Vero the Ranger unfurled another slightly blurry painting. The holy ship Celestial Vessel symbolizes blessing renewal and rebuilding governance after calamity. Perhaps there are other reasons too, but the story of the Celestial Vessel and the prophecy of ruin must have some kind of connection. Perhaps it isn't merely blessing renewal. The Queen of the Elves stared at the map, slightly lost in thought. The Celestial Vessel has another meaning. It is also a warship. Most legends from the Holy Light Temple have 2 opposing sides coexisting, much like the Lord of 10,000 armies and the Savior Lord. The Ark is the ship of 10,000 armies. In the stories of the Holy Light Temple, it once carried the true God army, bringing destruction upon a blasphemous nation. They wished to start the war of 10,000 armies. The Queen of the Elves whispered softly. No matter what, Vero the Ranger exhaled deeply. Now that the god seat is destroyed, they can no longer summon the Celestial Vessel. Ilaria said nothing. She continued to stare at the map. Her expression did not appear relaxed. They've done just as much as we have. Now we've destroyed a god seat. But who knows what else they're hiding? Vero felt a chill run down his spine. In Ilaria's light and calm voice, he seemed to hear the sound of steel clashing and countless splashes of blood, and an oppressive pressure came rushing over like wolves closing in. The news of the god seat being destroyed will soon return to the Holy Light Temple. They won't stay quiet anymore. Ilaria sighed, coldly saying, begin preparations for a full-scale war. Why, Your Majesty, would you force the Holy Light Temple to begin sooner? Before retreating, Vero the Ranger couldn't help but ask his doubt aloud. The later the Holy Light Temple began its war, the more advantageous it should be for the xuanhuan forest. Because they have already established the Papal States. The Queen of the Elves gave a strange answer. Just before Vero left, the Queen of the Elves seemed to have another thought. She paused slightly, asked Jake about Geiger and the dragon-winged warship. She didn't finish her sentence, sighing instead. The head steward gently closed the door. People living in this era always had to learn how to adapt, to get used to partings, to sacrifices, to tombstones and funeral songs. There wasn't much boundary between life and death, because those who wept for their friends today might be buried in the same grave tomorrow. Chapter 234, The Undead and the Naval Fleet. The sudden attack from an unknown force, due to the unexpected appearance of the true Holy Vala, not only failed to crush the adventurers and mercenaries who followed the call of the six great gods, but also accelerated the convergence of the Holy Crusade army. For the Papal State, they naturally could never allow those unsteady mercenaries answering the call of the six great gods to know the full truth about this attack. Especially when among the six great gods, the Vala, symbolizing fire and purity, actually, would fall. Even now, for the entire Holy Crusade army of the Papal State, what were once 3 gathering points have now been reduced to 2. But none of that really mattered. The transport port on the southern shore of the Abyssal Strait was originally the largest port within the Papal State's territory and across the entire southern shore of the Abyssal Strait. It was a forward outpost established by the Papal State at its founding to prepare for cross-sea battles and a logistics hub, yet now it had to be abandoned. This was a huge blow to the Holy Crusade army, but fortunately, the Apian Hills on the northern shore of the Abyssal Strait had been incorporated under the control of the Papal State. Thus, the impact was not fatal. Answering the call of the six great gods and gathered under the banner led by the Holy Light Temple, the Holy Crusade Army, a military group with complex composition, saw its commander, decided upon by the Pope and other high-level officials, forced to launch the Holy War against the southern, xuanhuan forest prematurely. Northern shore of the Abyssal Strait. Lost Coast. Giant warships from various places, each distinct in size and design, had already gathered on the coast, with the pristine white ships of the Holy Light Temple being the most prominent. Row after row of wooden warships of varying sizes and patterns stretched across the long and vast Abyssal Strait, resembling leaves floating on water. And only those who have personally witnessed the terrifying scene of tens of thousands of warships charging forward would truly understand the level of destruction that could ensue. Perhaps even the Fishman tribes, known to excel in naval combat, couldn't withstand a single moment of such an attack. This represented the pinnacle of human manufacturing capabilities, something feared by other demi-human races, and a creation that compensated for the significant capability gap between humans and other demi-humans. As the hymns began to play, the fleet on the sea started moving. For the six great gods, advance all forces. With a single command from the commander of the Holy Crusade Army. The naval fleet of the Holy Crusade Army, stationed at the Lost Coast, following orders from the temporary military overseers dispatched by the Holy Light Temple, gradually raised their anchors like ancient colossal beasts awakening, steadily advancing toward their target. This was the naval force of the Papal State and one of the 2 main armies participating in this Holy War. The fleets gathered at the Lost Coast would follow the coastline, bypass the western shore of the Pustan Empire, and directly attack the southern xuanhuan forest. They would form a pincer movement with the second branch of the Holy Crusade Army, marching from inland territories of the Papal State against the alliance of elves and demi-humans in the xuanhuan forest. Within the grandly advancing naval army, a warship bearing the Golden Lion flag of the Fritz Kingdom trailed behind the rest of the fleet. Its actions starkly contrasted with those of other ships trying to vie for battle merit, especially since it represented one of the most powerful nations among human kingdoms, making this more pronounced. But seemingly, no one particularly paid much attention to this. With nearly 10,000 troops and countless warships, it was impossible for anyone to notice a low-profile ship trailing far behind the fleet. Besides, for other mercenary warships, having one less contender for military glory wasn't a bad thing. In the Holy Wars they had participated in, as long as they charged forward alongside the mighty priests, knights, and judgmental clerics of the Holy Light Temple, victory was undeniable. This strange way of thinking was nurtured after multiple victorious battles. Particularly for some of them, witnessing the immense divine powers of the true gods had further deepened their doubts about humanity's own struggles and expanded this kind of mindset. Of course, these things meant nothing to Cress and others. On board the ship representing the Fritz Kingdom, led by Cress, there was a completely different atmosphere within the Dawnlight, Knight's team, and the kingdom's adventurers. There was an atmosphere of peace and comfort aboard Cress' ship. The Dawnlight, Knight's vessel, and the ship where Cress boarded were extremely representative of Fritz Kingdom style. It was magnificent and spacious, presenting a 2-story ship structure. Even inside, there were additional layers, which ensured that even if the outer shell of the first layer was breached during ordinary times, it would still not sink and could continue to fight. Originally, on a typical small-scale sea battlefield, overly luxurious warships were more likely to become targets for enemy destruction. But in this imminent large-scale naval battle involving tens of thousands of participants, the opulent warships of the Fritz Kingdom would never be the enemy's primary target for destruction. After all, those holy white warships of the Holy Light Temple, while they might fall far short in performance compared to the warships of the Fritz Kingdom, were far superior in attracting attention. 10 top-tier warships of the Fritz Kingdom could not match the allure of just one holy white warship of the Holy Light Temple. Of course, for the believers of the Holy Light Temple, they did not care about this either. As the earthly representatives under these 6 great gods, as humanity's hope for survival in this bewildering and demon-infested continent, the naval force of the Holy Light Temple must naturally maintain a strict hierarchy and preserve the most elite combat power to safeguard human existence. This was their mission as the Holy Light Temple, and this was the divine aspiration that made people marvel. Compared to the situation of the ships belonging to Cress and his group, and the holy white ships of the Holy Light Temple, other mercenary vessels fared much worse. Due to extremely poor living conditions, these mercenary warships could accommodate only a very limited number of mercenaries. Now, with nearly 100,000 members of the Holy Crusade Army, the exact number of mercenaries was difficult to estimate. The holy white warships of the Holy Light Temple were certainly not available to transport these dirty and faithless mercenaries. As for other human nations, they were also unwilling to accept military forces not belonging to their own countries. Thus, to transport these masses of mercenaries to the front lines, the Papal State had already requisitioned and refitted a large number of warships, and tried to have the larger mercenary groups provide their own ships, but it still proved somewhat insufficient. Large numbers of mercenaries were crammed into the same old and cramped warships. This was not just an issue of living conditions. It also represented a hidden danger once war broke out. Dirt, stench, remnants. All these imperfections accumulated on the mercenary ships could possibly serve as the spark that destroyed the vessel. Chapter 235, The Undead and Deserts. The Papal State and the Elves and Demi-Human alliance within the Fagan Forest had been at war for a long time on land. As another arm of the Papal State's weapon, the naval fleet was also traveling day and night, quietly heading towards the vulnerable areas of Fagan Forest. On the deck of the flagship of the Holy Crusader Army, as the commander of the expeditionary force, he should now be inside arranging the plans for the upcoming holy war against Fagan Forest, establishing the second battlefield in coordination with the Holy Crusader Army on land. However, at this moment, the commander stood motionlessly like a wooden puppet on the deck of the flagship, gazing at the distant corner where a ship bearing the Golden Lion flag of Fritz Kingdom sailed. The commander's eyes were slightly pale, and faintly reflected a familiar figure. Mr. Simon, a young man's voice, cool as water, came directly from behind the commander. That was the apostle of St. Val, who, since defeating the invading enemies at Mysterious Coast, and stopping the attempt to destroy the entire mysterious town with a massive magical explosion, stayed with the naval fleet of the Holy Crusader Army, and participated in this attack. The apostle of St. Val was dressed in a complete set of immaculate white priest robes. His face was very handsome, but too handsome, somewhat strange, just like the exaggeratedly beautiful angels in the murals. The apostle of St. Val stepped forward and approached the side of the commander, continuing. Exactly what kind of person would make Mr. Simon use prohibited magic to temporarily possess the body of commander? The apostle's words always carried an air of nonchalant detachment. The possessed commander did not directly answer St. Val's question. St. Val, you are violating restrictions by recklessly borrowing the body of an apostle. Simon countered St. Val's actions effectively. The apostle's expression of St. Val momentarily froze, but then a faint smile appeared. Mr. Simon, these things no longer need so much attention, do they? Seeing that Simon did not refute him, St. Val continued. I believe Mr. Simon must have already sensed it. The power of the demonic realm is reviving. Those ancient kings are reappearing one by one. And the power of the gods is increasingly reaching into the human world. As St. Val spoke, his expression seemed to grow more frenzied. Mr. Simon, perhaps rebuilding the nation of the gods of yore will happen today. St. Val, the commander, temporarily possessed by Simon Trent, coldly interrupted and silenced St. Val mid-sentence. I hope you realize that the reconstruction of the nation of the gods cannot be decided by you alone. After being suddenly suppressed by Simon Trent, St. Val looked somewhat shocked, but still bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, Simon, your reverence. St. Val originally wanted to address him as Mr. Simon, but after being caught by a sudden gaze, quickly corrected himself. And Simon Trent continued observing the warship bearing the flag of Fritz Kingdom. No, to be more precise, it was the undead on the battlefield. As if from an ancient prophecy of the old gods, the immortal demon god may eventually arrive. Simon Trent silently recited the contents from the prophecy. St. Val stood quietly beside him. He wasn't surprised by the content of the prophecy. This prophecy was something every one of the remaining 6 true gods had memorized. It was said that this prophecy would be key to their rebuilding of the nation of the gods. But how exactly do you rebuild the nation of the gods? Mr. Cress. On the warship of the Fritz Kingdom, Louise, the priestess from the Steel Grade Adventurer team, Covenant Sword, approached Cress, who was standing alone on the foredeck. Louise carried desserts made from ingredients provided by the Fritz Kingdom. Jack, Jane, and others had already shared these afternoon treats among all the members of the Dawnlight Night Order. Now, Louise approached Cress, offering the dessert on her platter towards Cress. Cress paused slightly. As an undead, he naturally didn't need to consume such things to replenish his strength. However, in the past, because there were fewer people around him and most of them were not ordinary individuals either, they often overlooked the acquisition of food. Fortunately, those things were trivial anyway. After all, they would obtain what they needed themselves. Now, with a dessert personally made by a member of Covenant Sword, offered to Cress, this left him momentarily unsure of how to respond. Even though now, aided by an advanced illusion technique, he appeared no different from an ordinary human. Still, An illusion was ultimately just that, a deception for the eyes. Even if top-tier illusions could conceal details like one's aura, as an undead lacking a digestive system, it was impossible for him to actually partake in such indulgences, no matter how skilled the illusion. Cress felt somewhat at a loss, but still forced himself to take the dessert Louise had handed over. "Thank you very much, Miss Louise." While uttering his words of gratitude, Cress took the dessert Louise offered and moved it towards his mouth. Louise stood holding the dessert plate with both hands, her bright eyes widening eagerly. Like a delighted chef anticipating praise, she watched Cress intently. "Mr. Cress, please try it. How does it taste?" "Yes, yes." Cress unconsciously swallowed a non-existent lump of saliva, preparing to endure the act of eating and then find a way to divert attention afterward. A sudden male voice interrupted the moment. "Oh, I see there's still some dessert here." It was a strong young man's voice, and as the words fell, a black shadow zipped between Cress and Louise. Before they realized it, the dessert Cress held had vanished without a trace. This, though slightly relieved, Cress, as a mighty warrior who had long since reached the hero domain, had already been aware of the intruder's position as he approached. Had Cress not chosen to let go of the dessert willingly, the other wouldn't have managed to snatch it away. Captain Leeloa, Louise, slower to catch on, saw too late that both the desserts and the plate had already been taken by Leeloa. "Captain Leeloa, that's terrible. How can you steal the dessert I specifically made for Mr. Cress?" Louise angrily scolded Leeloa. The latter, seemingly only just realizing his action's effect, already had his mouth full of what appeared to be delicious dessert treats. Leeloa slightly widened his eyes, appearing entirely innocent. Chapter 236, The Undead and the Divine Race. The scene gradually faded as Louise, dressed in a pure white priestess robe, chased after Leeloa, who was wearing the leather armor of the Fritz Kingdom, causing a great commotion. Cress also considered this a small reduction in trouble. Although for the goddess priestess Louise, she seemed extremely furious and vowed that, after making Captain Leeloa pay the corresponding price, "I will certainly bake an even more delicious pastry for Mr. Cress." Cress thought about it, and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. What a foolish girl. Gently extending his right hand, even under the high-level disguise of his own illusionist class, Cress could still see through the illusion to reveal the bare, white bones beneath. Cress felt that he had stayed too long in the lands of humans. Even though he was indeed human before, now he had already become an undead. After retrieving Eliar from the Fagin Forest, and fulfilling my promise to Dilly and Zhao Yekong, perhaps I should try to establish a place where the undead and creatures like elves can rest peacefully. Cress continued thinking, his thoughts spreading further and further. In a daze, Cress seemed to see, on the deck of the flagship of the Sacred Crusade Army, two figures dressed as senior priests of the Holy Light Temple, looking back at him. Cress' eyebrows slightly furrowed, his illusory eyes contracting. The images of these two men aboard the Holy White flagship became increasingly clear under Cress' conscious probing. That is, Cress was slightly surprised. The divine race? You have discovered the corporeal form of an ancient god. Your detection ability is limited. The level and abilities of the other party cannot be known temporarily. The king's acknowledgement of your undead kind is beginning to awaken. Under the leadership of the Papal States and the Holy Light Temple, the land forces of the Sacred Crusade Army have engaged in fierce battle with the elves and the alliance of half-breeds on the borders of the Fagin Forest. The Half-Breed Alliance. This is a coalition formed by various half-breed races originally residing in the hilly areas north of the Abyssal Strait. Most of their existence was due to the previous few holy wars initiated by the Papal States and the Holy Light Temple. Facing the absolute military might and the so-called miracles bestowed by the six great deities, the various independent half-breed tribes were utterly defenseless. Countless half-breeds were displaced and left homeless due to their defeat in war. These half-breeds, which would otherwise not amount to much, were destined to spend their remaining lives pursued by endless hunts from the Holy Light Temple. But the emergence of a half-ogre-blooded individual changed all that. This self-proclaimed xuanhuan, a half-ogre, managed to organize the majority of scattered half-breeds. He was no ordinary, stupid ogre. While possessing the fighting spirit and courage of the ogre, he also combined the cunning and intelligence of humans. Moreover, there was an undeniable charisma and leadership style about him. Numerous half-breed races, including those traditionally at odds with the ogres, willingly recognized his leadership. Under xuanhuan's intentional organization, the Half-Breed Alliance, a historically unprecedented strange organization, was born. It encompassed almost all half-breed races currently present on the Magic Soul continent. From the boundless depths of the Abyssal Strait to the southernmost reaches of the Fagin Forest, any half-breed race threatened by the Holy Light Temple spontaneously began joining this new alliance. Even the elves, who now completely controlled the Fagin Forest, chose to collaborate with the Half-Breed Alliance under the decisions of their new queen. This marked the first active collaboration on equal footing chosen by the immortal elves known as the god Roman Caesar. xuanhuan, this name destined to be inscribed in history, was also set to shine brilliantly here. Perhaps this human-led so-called Holy War would alter the continental situation for hundreds or even thousands of years into the future. On the Magic Soul continent, how much space the various races will still possess will be decided entirely by this battle. The midnight of the next day, covering over 1,000 miles from the distant Abyssal Strait to the coastal fringes south of the Fagin Forest. A raid across such a long distance would be difficult for even the most elite knights in this world to endure, let alone the mixed-bag military organization that is currently the Sacred Crusade Army. The wisest choice now should be to quickly regroup on-site in order to restore the army's strength to its peak as fast as possible within the shortest time. But, for the upper echelons of the Papal States and the Holy Light Temple, they had no more time to spare. On land, the first wave of the Sacred Crusade Army from the Papal States seemed to have made tremendous progress. Equipped with powerful magic firearms and advanced elemental destruction formations, organized into tactical teams, these troops gained an absolute advantage in the initial engagements. The victories in the early stages had seemingly clouded the judgment of the high-ranking officials in the Papal States. They remotely commanded the Sacred Crusade Army, ordering its commander to push deep into enemy territory swiftly. It appeared they had shattered the first line of defense of the Fagan Forest and the Demi-Human Alliance, advancing into the heartland of the forest where the elves and demi-humans resided. However, upon entering the Fagan Forest, when nearly half of their army ventured inside, the troops soon realized this place was indeed true hell. Miasma, poisonous insects, monstrous creatures, even traps set by the elfin forest rangers, well-versed in this dense jungle's hidden spots, awaited them. Demi-humans skilled in creating toxic mists and controlling beasts also ensured that the overconfident soldiers of the Sacred Crusade Army perished completely. This battle would become the quagmire that dragged down the entire Sacred Crusade Army. Here, it would serve as the strongest natural barrier for the demi-human and elven alliance. Even apostles favored by the 6 great deities within the Holy Light Temple were at a loss against this vast expanse of the Death Forest. Perhaps, this was the greatest error made by the command level of the Sacred Crusade Army for this campaign from both the Papal States and the Holy Light Temple. What kind of pig-headed mind would advance so recklessly and underprepared? Did those higher-ups actually believe their armies, varying wildly in quality, could defeat the natives of the forest, the elves and demi-humans, within these thick woods? Or did they rely purely on divine favor from the heavens? Unfortunately, given the situation, even the gods themselves could not spare this force numbering tens of thousands from the terrifying tolls exacted by the wilderness. Chapter 237, The Immortals and Another Battle Axe. Ha ha ha. In the Fagan Forest, countless soldiers and mercenaries who invaded this place emitted eerie laughter due to their long-term heightened tension. The First Land Corps of the Holy Crusade Army now already had half of its numbers entering deep into the Fagan Forest. Even many mercenary organizations and national armies that were summoned have already clashed with the enemy. Although it's more accurate to say, they were surrounded by enemies and the dense forest. Even in the midday sunlight, there were constant casualties among military personnel from elven and demi-human ambushes or trap beasts. Not to mention during the night. Night does not belong to humans. Even the elite advanced warriors among humans face limited vision in the darkness. But it's different for demi-humans. Many demi-humans naturally possess night vision. It is precisely because of this that before, the Holy Crusade Army, led by Jorulgar in the Temple Knights Order, was the first to establish nighttime camps and then patrol in groups. But now, the troops have ventured deep into the dense forest and have been split apart by the enemy. The night has become a nightmare that makes this army unable to sleep. The Papal States. Jeddah, the Holy City. Within the magnificent palace church, behind layers of sacred murals, Simon Trent, as the chief of the Elder Council of the Holy Light Temple, was currently gazing alone at a proportionally large map beneath his feet. On this map, the Papal States, for its kingdom, Boston Empire, United Cities, Eastern Empire, Abyss Strait, Demi-Human Hills, Fagan Forest, all were perfectly presented. However, at present, the area of the Fagan Forest, in the far south, which symbolizes lush green forests, is filled with holy crosses and symbols representing evil demi-humans and elves. The First Army has been bogged down at the border between the Fagan Forest and our territory. A senior cleric from the Holy Light Temple came to Simon Trent's backside, bowing respectfully and reporting quietly on the frontline battles. The commander sent out a rescue order, claiming, without strong support, half the personnel of the expeditionary force will be completely lost within the Fagan Forest. Oh, Simon Trent slowly walked across the massive map, stopping at the intersection of the Fagan Forest and the human nation's territories. That primarily falls under the jurisdiction of the Boston Empire. In this campaign responsible for attacking via land into the Fagan Forest, the soldiers of the Boston Empire accounted for the majority. It was precisely due to the military support of the Boston Empire, along with the efforts of the Temple Knights Order, led by Jorulgar from the Holy Light Temple, that made the overall combat power of the land army much stronger than that of the other marine fleet. Master Simon. The senior cleric looked at Simon Trent before him. Seeing how he seemed completely unconcerned about the urgent military situation reported, the clerk grew slightly impatient, continuing. Master Simon, aren't you going to devise some strategies? If things go as the commander predicts, our true God's land-based crusade army will suffer almost complete destruction. Don't rush. Simon Trent appeared extremely calm, even somewhat overly calm, verging on indifferent. Taking a few more steps forward, Simon Trent planted a new holy cross, representing the Holy Crusade Army, on the coastal part of the Fagan Forest. I never intended to rely solely on this direction of attack to defeat the alliance of elves and demi-humans. There was an air of inevitability in Simon Trent's words, as if he'd foreseen the current situation long ago. He didn't care about the life and death of the Boston Empire soldiers, or even about the regular army belonging to his own Papal States and the Holy Light Temple. Simon Trent glanced back at the pale-faced senior cleric behind him and couldn't help but smile faintly. What are you so nervous about? If the sacrifice of just half of the Holy Crusade Army's units can hold the main forces of the elves and demi-humans, wouldn't that be wonderful? As long as the maritime fleet of the Holy Crusade Army launches surprise attacks against the enemy along this vast 1,000-mile coastline, everything will be resolved smoothly. All beings are destined to kneel before the 6 great gods. As Simon Trent spoke, his smile became increasingly profound and fixed. The senior cleric could not help but swallow a lump in his throat, yet he ultimately did not offer any rebuttal. He chose to trust the chief elder of the Holy Light Temple standing before him. Because of the Holy Light Temple, because of the 6 great gods, they are humanity's only chance to survive on this magic soul continent. Dawn. The first rays of sunlight fell upon the battlefield scattered with corpses in the Fagan forest. An eerie silence enveloped the forest. Even the sunlight seemed reluctant to linger too long. Clad entirely in pitch-black armor, Cress silently walked through this forest of death. Behind him, the dawning light. Knights, led by Xuanhuan, were clearing up the aftermath of the massacre that Cress alone had recently carried out. Cress gazed calmly at the few goat men ahead who, having lost their strength, were now barely standing with support from their weapons. Inside, he felt no emotion at all, just a slight irritation. Why can't you just fall like ants when struck down? Cress spoke slowly, as he lifted his helmet's visor mask. Every onlooker shrank back instinctively, revealing beneath the visor mask a deep and terrifying skull, eyes flickering with bloody flames. Combat technique, Ghost Slash. It was unclear if it was due to death aura, death, interference, or Cress's lightning-fast draw. None of the goat men could clearly see how his sword attacked them. Only when he sheathed his sword and turned around did they realize every goatman captain, each possessing power comparable to gold-ranked adventurers, had instantly spurted fountains of blood from their necks before collapsing. After slaying the goatmen, Cress handed over the ordinary longsword he held to the nearby military supplies officer who had approached with respect. The thick, sticky fur of the goatmen would tightly cling to the weapons that struck them. Thus, every warrior killing or injuring a goatman often had to replace his weapon to continue fighting. Of course, Cress's incredibly fast swordplay, combined with his tyrannical death energy, meant that his longsword was rarely ensnared by goat fur. That longsword could have continued being used, but there was no need for it. This skirmish had already ended under Cress's absolute dominance. Chapter 238. The encounter between the undead and the goatmen. After the battle ended, Cress slowly made his way to the warhorse prepared for him by the members of Dawnlight, soothing the horse while pondering the upcoming route for their march. It was midnight today. The naval fleet of Cress's Sacred Crusade, a massive army regarded as another fatal spearhead by the upper echelons of the Papal Kingdom, took advantage of the midnight sea waves to launch a surprise attack on the coastal part of the Fagan Forest. The battle progressed smoothly. Since the main forces of the Elven Kingdom and the Demi-Human Alliance were preoccupied far away on the other side, restrained by the land army of the Sacred Crusade, the troops transported by the Navy swept through without any opposition. In just one night, they successfully established a strong beachhead in the coastal area of Fagan Forest and continued their advance deeper into enemy territory in order to achieve strategic depth. Meanwhile, an elite squad composed of judgment clerics from the Holy Light Temple and the main forces of the Papal Kingdom was advancing straight towards the region of ancient elven trees at the center of Fagan Forest. Their objective was to directly eliminate the high-ranking leaders of the Elven Kingdom, and thus prematurely conclude this holy war. As for the Dawnlight, Night Order led by Cress, representing the participating Fritz Kingdom, they clearly showed little interest in conquest. What Cress desired within himself, what he needed, was to find Iyali, not to participate in this pointless war. If Cress truly wanted to destroy the Elven Kingdom of Fagan Forest, then the undead army under his control, hidden in the southwestern part of the Fritz Kingdom in the underground tombs, would have already launched an attack on Fagan Forest. Why wait until now? Fagan Forest is too vast. Its endless expanse makes it impossible to defend comprehensively and impenetrably. However, even with Cress's reluctance to delve deep, his slow advance unexpectedly met a reconnaissance patrol team of goatmen. And worse, the opposing team brazenly initiated an attack on Cress and his group. Since the opponents had come seeking death, even though Cress originally didn't want to exert any effort in this meaningless war, there was no way he could let them go unpunished. After all, no matter how you looked at it, he was still the infamous undead who despises living beings. This was how things played out. Xuanhuan, temporarily serving as deputy commander of Dawnlight, was now preparing to collect the heads of goatmen to claim credit for Dawnlight, Night Order, and the Fritz Kingdom during this holy war. Mr. Cress is truly remarkable. While discussing the number of goatmen with the logistics officer, Xuanhuan couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming strength Cress had demonstrated earlier. Unarguably, that was something he himself still struggled to reach. Adventurer teams of the Mithril class, Oathbound Sword, such as Jack and Louise, were left by the commander to guard the main camp. Compared to the many military expeditions involved in conquering lands, they were just a relatively insignificant force. Initially, they thought there wouldn't be much fighting. Unexpectedly, they killed such a large number of goatmen with 0 casualties. These were pure-blooded goatman warriors. Even elite human armies would find engaging them extremely challenging. At this thought, Xuanhuan couldn't help but admire Cress's formidable power even more. As other members of Dawnlight cleaned up the remaining weapons and bodies of the goatmen on the battlefield, Cress, as the captain of the Dawnlight Night Order, wasn't required to perform such post-battle cleanup activities. But unintentionally, Cress noticed a familiar glint emanating from the body of the leader of the Goatman team, which managed to catch his eyes despite being obscured by dense branches in the forest. After calming his warhorse, Cress took a few steps forward and slowly approached the corpse of the Goatman leader. This was an exceedingly robust adult male Goatman. His broad muscles were clear to see even under the cover of fur. Due to their unique thick fur, most Goatman warriors do not specifically equip themselves with armor like leather armor. This partly stems from the fact that Goatmen, like many demi-human races, are not adept at forging weapons or armor. However, fortunately, the special sticky fur of Goatmen compensates for their lack of armor to some extent, enhancing the property where their hair can dull the blades of enemy weapons effectively. But this Goatman patrol team's leader was different. Although the majority of his upper body still consisted of thick, sticky fur for protection, crucial areas vulnerable to attacks were equipped with highly defensive steel inlaid plates. These plates were connected by sturdy straps made from the hide of a magical beast, forming a rather simple yet effective armor. The craftsmanship behind such steel inlaid plates, especially their construction, is far beyond what even human kingdoms can achieve, much less for the Goatman race, who have never been particularly skilled in forging. Just moments ago, it was precisely these steel inlaid plates that reflected some sunlight piercing through the dense forest canopy, catching Cress's attention. Cress retrieved a new, ordinary sharp longsword made by the Fritz Kingdom from the storage ring on his right hand. Using the sword, he carefully lifted one of these steel inlaid plates along with its magical beast leather strap and began examining it closely. At that moment, Li Law, the temporary deputy commander of Dawnlight, who was clearing the battlefield and collecting Goatman heads nearby, happened to notice Cress studying the steel inlaid plate. Li Law stepped forward a few paces and asked tentatively, "Mr. Cress, have you discovered something unusual about this rudimentary suit of armor?" Master Li Law. After hearing Li Law's voice, Cress slightly turned his head, but his gaze quickly returned to the steel inlaid plate before him. He then continued speaking. "Master Li Law, indeed, if we call this thing armor, it is incredibly crude. However, what if we look at it as individual components? For instance, this piece of steel inlaid plate." Cress spoke slowly while extending the steel inlaid plate attached to the straps towards Li Law. Li Law took the steel inlaid plate and the connecting straps gently from the blade of Cress's longsword. As he studied it more intently, the calmness in Li Law's eyes gradually transformed into astonishment. This is Chapter 239, The Undead and the Inlaid Steel Plates. This. Li Law was somewhat surprised, even to the point that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. That's right. If examined as an entire set of armor or protective gear, the heap of inlaid steel plates before him would indeed not qualify as top tier. But each plate among them, its craftsmanship exceeded almost all the plate works created by the master blacksmiths Li Law knew about. The extremely difficult to control heat is displayed on the neat, bright patterns of these plates, showing that the temperature during forging was perfectly managed. Refined steel has already been one of the rare top-level forging materials on this Demon Soul continent. Generally speaking, refined steel wouldn't be specifically used for some armor plates, and even the plates in front of him were no exception. However, their forge master seemed innovative. They melted an exceedingly small amount of refined steel material and combined it with the majority of the iron materials of the plates, repeatedly forging them under high temperatures to produce these reinforced plates with inlaid steel. During this process, a single minor mistake while being repeatedly forged and refined at high temperatures could easily ruin all previous efforts. There seemed to be a glimmer of brightness in Li Law's eyes. He swallowed his saliva and said, This might be the most top-tier armor plates. Even the royal blacksmiths of the Fritz Kingdom probably cannot create such top-notch inlaid steel plates." "Yes," Cress continued saying and pointed out. "And Lord Li Law, you look at the magic beast belts that are connecting these inlaid steel plates. They certainly aren't something the goat people race can craft, are they?" Following Cress's words, Li Law fixed his gaze on the magical beast belts before him. The magical beast belts connected these inlaid steel plates, providing the mountain goat leader with perfect protection. Li Law was astonished. These magical beast belts were extremely sturdy, not easily broken by regular swords or knives. Such creations were also absolutely not human blacksmith's work. Even though Li Law didn't know how these magical beast belts were made, his heart felt they had equal standards as the previous inlaid steel plates. "I heard that the goat people in the minor race union cooperated with the elf tribe." Cress's calm voice, the kind that could most soothe people's hearts, sounded, pulling Li Law from his musings over these inlaid steel plates and magic beast belts back into reality. "Lord Li Law, do you think these things are the creation of the elves?" "Perhaps yes, but perhaps not." Li Law lightly pinched his chin, giving an answer that seemed quite conflicted. After hearing Li Law's response, Cress felt slightly speechless internally. Isn't this common sense? Cress thought inside, but did not directly say it. It seemed Li Law realized afterwards that his answer was inappropriate, and so he supplemented. "Mr. Cress, please look." As Li Law spoke, he placed the inlaid steel plate in his hand in front of Cress. This method of forging and smelting inlaid steel plates, although it's almost impossible for the vast majority of minor races, it's not absolute. Faced with Li Law's fluent explanation, Cress became increasingly curious. "So, what does that mean according to you?" "The technique for forging such inlaid steel plates, besides humans, dwarves can also achieve it," Li Law continued, while appropriately supplementing. Even from certain perspectives, even if humans can't forge such steel plates, the dwarf race surely can. Cress extended his right hand a little, pinching his own chin, pondered for a while, then slowly said, "Thus speaking, a mysterious race of dwarves that usually leaves no clear traces has joined the minor race union? It can't be said for sure." Li Ila answered directly. "You must know, the overall strength of the dwarf race is comparable to a powerful human nation. And if the dwarf race really joined the minor race union, let alone the inevitable rapid increase in minor race's power and substantial improvement in weapons and armor, more importantly." "What?" Cress anxiously questioned, while Li Ila slightly smiled, as if deliberately keeping suspense. "The dwarves are naturally at odds with the elves, and no one knows the reason. But if the dwarf race were to be in the minor race union, they would absolutely not ally with the elf race in the Fagin Forest." As he listened to Li Ila's confident words, Cress came to realize this a bit late. Back in the days when he was executing mercenary tasks under the guise of an adventurer in Hesma City, he had indeed heard the same thing from other adventuring groups. The dwarf race and the elf race are natural enemies. They look down upon each other, and the origin of their enmity might even be traced back to the beginning of the continent. So, Li Ilua, dressed in high-end leather armor from Fritz Kingdom, raised a finger slightly and continued to confirm. "So, I believe that it could be some extremely individual dwarves who have broken away from their clans and joined the minor race union, also bringing their forging and smelting techniques along with them. But because of limited numbers, it's impossible to promote these techniques widely, which is why we're seeing such a situation." Upon hearing this, Cress nodded slightly. In the end, he still did not comment on Li Ilua's views, nor did he oppose it, thus tacitly agreeing with the other party. In a daze, Cress unintentionally glanced at the special patterns on the inlaid steel plates. That was a pattern symbol unique to the elves. Cress felt somewhat surprised, but he was absolutely sure this was the elven pattern, because he had seen it on the tools of Ayali before. "Mr. Li Ilua, do you think? Is there any possibility that these inlaid steel plates are forged by the elves?" "Elves?" Li Ilua obviously showed some surprise at Cress' question, but upon seeing the latter's determined look, it seemed like he already knew its source. Li Ilua couldn't help but hesitate, muttering, "If it were the elves, it's not entirely impossible. Although the elves are not skilled in iron forging, as one of the oldest races, the elves always possess some powerful secrets unknown to outsiders. Perhaps among those secrets lie things related to forging such inlaid steel plates." After hearing Li Ilua's analysis, Cress seemed to be more convinced of his own thoughts. Still, maybe it was for personal reasons. When Cress saw this pattern again, he couldn't help but remember the first time he met Aya Li in the underground tomb of Kes Plain. Suddenly, Cress felt as if he had been electrocuted, and a fatal thought struck him. If this wasn't the common pattern used by the elves, then could it possibly be Aya Li's personal pattern? Chapter 240, The Undead and the Elven Ranger Marine. A fleeting thought flashed through Cress's mind. Before he had any chance to act, Li suddenly seemed to have noticed something, raising the steel inlaid plate in his hand, carefully scrutinizing it under the layers of sunlight piercing through the dense forest, as if to confirm his own suspicion. "Mr. Cress." Li Ila began to speak to Cress, who was standing nearby, as if he had discovered a hidden little secret about the steel inlaid plate. "Mr. Cress, look at this steel inlaid plate. On its patterns." "Shoo." Li Ila's words were interrupted before he could finish them. The sudden sound of an arrow slicing through the air resounded, cutting off what Li Ila had been saying originally. The arrow landed between Li Ila and Cress. The moment the whistling sound of the arrow broke through the air, both Cress and Li Ila sensed it and jumped aside successively, dodging the arrow attack. However, judging from where the arrow hit, it seemed that the one who fired it did not intend to kill either of them. The slender, long arrow with its faint greenish glow was planted diagonally into the ground. This was an elven arrow. Looking in the direction pointed by the feather at the end of the arrow, there stood a tall elven ranger leaning against the sturdy branch of a towering tree. "It's him." Cress' eyes lit up with sharp insight. Almost simultaneously with the arrow hitting the ground, the ancient sword Ray Li emerged from Cress' ring, grasped firmly in his hand. An overwhelmingly pure death aura enveloped Cress' entire body. This powerful energy made even Li Ila, standing beside him, feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Had they not known that Cress possessed the top-tier ghost swordsman profession, Li Ila might have wondered how Cress could emanate such a concentrated deathly aura even after living side by side with him. On that towering tree, the elven ranger faced the threat of Cress' death aura without changing his expression at all. The dawning nights, prepare for battle. After dodging the first sudden arrow sneak attack, Li Ila moved position extremely quickly, drawing his own sword and issuing combat orders to the warriors behind him. The warriors who had just finished cleaning up the battlefield immediately assumed their fighting stance. Their swift and well-coordinated movements left no doubt that they were the most elite soldiers of the kingdom. In front of all these scenes, the lone elven ranger showed no signs of tension. "Mr. Cress, you've finally come." Every move of the elven ranger was elegant and courteous, showing no sign of coming as an enemy. But Cress's hostility toward him hadn't diminished in the slightest, because he was the culprit who took Iali after her transformation into undead back at the Jaisaik family castle. The elven ranger lowered his gaze slightly and saw the corpses of goat people all over the ground. Far away, Li Ilua remained fully focused. He knew that the alliance of subhumans to which the goat people belonged had already reached an agreement with the elves of Fagin Forest. Their party had come here to subjugate them, and now, having killed their allies, the other side wouldn't simply let it go. What made Li Eluo even more vigilant was the level of this elf. Although Li Eluo hadn't learned detailed detection magic, unable to directly obtain information on the other's level, years of experience fighting life and death battles gave him an instinctive ability to sense powerful enemies. Even now, Li Eluo could clearly perceive the energy used in every breath of the other person. Throughout the entire battlefield at present, Li Eluo didn't have the confidence to defeat the other. In single combat, perhaps only Cress could fully cut down the opponent. Li Eluo thought about it, but didn't stop moving his body. He was quietly shifting positions, attempting to secretly block any direction the opponent might try to escape from. It was originally expected that seeing the ground covered with dead goat men, the Elven Ranger would instantly launch an attack in a fit of rage, but, contrary to everyone's expectations, this tall male elf swept the short cloak hanging loosely in front of him to the back and suddenly chuckled lightly. It seems that this kind of foul-smelling and dirty goat carcass has already been dealt with by Mr. Cress. The words spoken by the Elven Ranger left Li Eluo, who was ready for the fight at any time, somewhat unprepared. Even the warriors from the Dawning Knights behind him were the same. Come to think of it, the Elven Ranger glanced at the man who looked like an Easterner of the continent standing closest to him, placed a hand on his chest, and bowed slightly before continuing to speak. Come to think of it, though I've met Mr. Cress before, I believe I haven't formally introduced myself to him yet. My name is Maureen, and I am the first Elven Ranger under the command of Queen Goddess Caesar. Maureen. Cress softly murmured the name of the Elven Ranger in front of him. The tip of the famous sword Rui Li in his hand pointed at Maureen perched on the large tree branch, and with a hint of threat, he spoke slowly. I have no interest in you or your kind. Cress's words were very calm. Apart from that faint sense of threat, there was no other subjective emotion detectable. I assume you know why I came here. I hope you can voluntarily return her and let me take her away. I don't wish to join the war fought for the Holy Light Temple, thus leaving the past as water under the bridge and ensuring we all remain peaceful. But if you refuse, I do not hesitate to annihilate all of you across the entire Faggon Forest. As Crescent threatened the Elven Ranger Maureen in front of him, his fighting spirit became unprecedentedly intense. That death energy as thick as liquid substance, enhanced by the aura of death, continuously flowed outwards. The ground beneath Cress's feet seemed to be corroded into a strange black color by the death energy at this moment. Li Eluo held his breath and focused intently. He still wasn't entirely clear about what exactly Cress intended to do. However, when they had just left the Fritz Kingdom, the newly crowned queen of Fritz Kingdom, Labia Fritz, had once assigned him as deputy leader to fully support the Dawning Knights captain, Cress. Therefore, as long as Cress does not act against the Fritz Kingdom or against the queen, Li Eluo would not intervene. After Cress's heavily threatening speech, the corner of Maureen's mouth lifted into a perfectly appropriate smile. Chapter 241, The Undead in Negotiation, Part 1. The Elf Ranger Molin raised a perfectly appropriate smile on his lips after Cress's words, thick with implied threat. If we were to compare combat levels and strength, Molin had made a remarkable leap since the time at the Geest family castle. Molin thought that he could now be considered far different from before, ready to measure himself once again against someone who once forced him into a panicked retreat. But then, after personally witnessing Cress effortlessly wipe out an entire elite team of mountain goat warriors equipped with top-notch gear, Molin abandoned that notion. Indeed, while his own combat abilities had advanced, others had as well. Especially those stronger than himself who defeated him in the past. Their progress was rapid and accelerating. One should say, truly worthy of being recognized by Her Majesty the Queen. Mr. Cress, I can understand how you feel. Molin reined in his faint smile and continued respectfully toward Cress. Please believe me, Mr. Cress, I have come to bring you a satisfactory answer. So, where is she? Cress directly questioned Molin, leaving no room for maneuvering. Caught off guard by Cress's abrupt question, even Molin, the first ranger of the elves, was slightly stunned. However, Molin quickly regained composure, looked straight into Cress's eyes, and said, Mr. Cress, if you truly want to know her location, please follow me. Remember, it is only you, alone, who comes with me. Just as these words left Molin's mouth, he instantly vanished from the sturdy branch of the tree. The sounds of rustling leaves grew quieter and further away among the dense forest. The elven race was naturally adept at warfare within jungles and fast movement. As a ranger, Molin was especially swift. Combining the agility of both elves and rangers, they formed this powerful duo. In such dense jungles, a regular human of the same level would indeed find it difficult to keep up with an all-out sprinting elven ranger. But Molin had no intention of slowing down. Although he knew none present, not even the young man in leather armor who stayed near Cress and showed no small amount of skill, could match his pace. However, Cress could. Previously, Molin had secretly used a detection-based magical tool borrowed from the forest priest to probe the capabilities of Cress that piqued his curiosity. The result left Molin utterly astonished. So, Molin realized that maintaining this high-speed movement would successfully draw Cress according to the plan. Only if he truly aligned with what the Honorable Xuanhuan Caesar, Queen spoke of. With this in mind, Molin increased the circulation of energy within his body, quickly moving to a new position over 10 meters away within seconds. Mr. Cress. After appearing suddenly to confront an enemy and sharing a few baffling words with Cress, he left again, without any explanation. Li Eluo looked somewhat puzzled at Cress nearby. But when Li Eluo's gaze shifted over, sword in hand named Luli, Cress had already flown to the position where Molin previously stood on the thick branch of the tree. Li Eluo loudly called out Cress's name. clearly feeling that this obvious lure was a setup for an ambush. Pursuing alone wasn't a wise decision. Mr. Li Yiluo. At the sound of Li Yiluo's call, Cress paused briefly, crouching halfway on the massive branch of the tree, his gaze directed towards Li Yiluo's location as he gave orders. Mr. Li Yiluo, take the men back to the temporary camp first. Gather and tally up all the spoils from the battle. I'll return shortly. Having spoken, Cress didn't wait for Li Yiluo's reply nor linger, but immediately channeled the death energy inside him, thrusting his foot powerfully onto the ground. In the next moment, just like Mullen before, he disappeared from the spot. Only the faint sounds of stirring foliage remained, fading gradually until they disappeared entirely. Left standing dumbfounded at the original site were Li Yiluo and other warriors of the Dawning Light, Knights, unsure of what to do next. After a long while, a warrior from the Dawning Light, Knights who appeared to be the squad captain approached Li Yiluo's side. Captain General. No, Vice Commander Li, what should we do? The man stepping forward was evidently still somewhat unaccustomed to his new identity as a member of the Dawning Light, Knights along with Li Yiluo. Initially, the man had intended to address Li Yiluo by his previous title, Royal Guard Captain, but quickly corrected himself to call him Vice Commander. The man seemed to swallow hard before continuing. Should we go after them, in case Commander Crescent gets ambushed by those cunning elves? No, that won't be necessary. Li Yiluo slightly squinted his eyes, gazing at the direction where the elf ranger Mullen and Cress had disappeared, rejecting the man's suggestion. The man looked puzzled. Not pursue, but if something happens to Commander Crescent, how will we explain this to Her Majesty? Or to the kingdom's people? Li Yiluo glanced at the man behind him and then noticed other warriors standing farther away. Clearly, not just in this man's mind, but deep in everyone's heart, the name of steel-ranked adventurer Cress already held an almost legendary status. Had Li Yiluo not been their commanding officer consistently, they probably would have disregarded him long ago to chase after Cress. Taking a subtle breath, Li Yiluo spoke further. First of all, Commander Crescent has given us a clear order to collect and tally up the spoils from the battlefield and wait for his return at the temporary camp. We must obey our leader and cannot defy these commands. As he said this, Li Yiluo started walking towards the center of the former battlefield to continue gathering the war spoils. Glancing over the crowd, he continued, and even if we wanted to follow, do you think anyone here can keep up with the speed of Commander Crescent or that elf ranger right now? Li Yiluo's words hit home. Every single Dawning Light Knight present, including the man, unconsciously lowered their heads slightly. Following Commander Cress's instruction, clean up the battlefield and prepare for return to camp. Upon Li Yiluo issuing this command, everyone went back to performing their tasks systematically. Stepping over scattered corpses of goat warriors, Li Yiluo once again looked toward the direction where Cress and the elf ranger had disappeared. Cress, what exactly are you trying to discuss with them? Chapter 242, The Undead and Negotiations, Lower. The deep interior of Fagin Forest, as a battlefield that is now in turmoil, Fagin Forest, even as one of the most extensive regions on the Magic Soul continent, cannot find peace. And Crescent, who has already obtained the royal certification of the race of undead, is no exception right now. Branches and leaves of dense forest obstructed layer upon layer. The sun above was slowly sinking towards the western horizon, and the faint afterglow of the setting sun was being cast into Fagin Forest through the gaps in the foliage. Two dark figures darted quickly through the dense jungle. The slightly leading dark figure was precisely the elven ranger Moraine who had met Cress and Yiluo from the Dawnlight nights before. Moraine felt a bit unwell at this moment. As an elf adept at jungle combat, while also possessing the highly agile profession of a ranger, it stands to reason that even though Cress's level and strength were above his own, there was no way he could catch up in such a lush Fagin Forest. But reality showed. Cress had caught up. Moraine moved a few seconds earlier than the other party. For an elven ranger of Moraine's level, within those few seconds, he could have already made himself invisible to many powerful beings. However, Cress not only wasn't left behind, but was getting faster, with the distance between them decreasing rapidly. Truly impressive, someone recognized by Her Majesty. The forest elf Moraine thought inwardly. He originally intended that if the other party lost him, he could take the opportunity to avenge the humiliation suffered in the Jesk family castle. But, judging by the current situation, he probably didn't have this chance. When they approached the target location, the elven ranger Moraine suddenly felt a sense of threat. I've got you. That low, calm voice, mixed with a particular instrument-like resonance, sounded behind Moraine. Moraine's face paled slightly. Before he had time to think, purely driven by his instincts as the first ranger of the elf clan, he directly drew the short dagger at his waist and blocked back. In the next instant, an immense force was transmitted through the dagger in Moraine's hand. It was an overwhelming power. Moraine was thrown hard onto the ground by the impact of this force. His short dagger was shaken off, vertically embedded into the forest floor. Originally with a pristine white blade, now showing a noticeable notch, surrounded by threads of black death energy, it looked both mysterious and terrifying. Cough cough. Because of the sudden attack just now, the elven ranger Moraine fell heavily on the ground. Cracks began to spread slowly outwards from where Moraine landed. Struggling to get up, Moraine coughed several times, with traces of blood spotted in his mouth. Mr. Cress, such behavior does not reflect fairness or integrity. The elven ranger Moraine said word by word. Clearly, he had not expected Cress to follow, let alone attack him. After being suddenly attacked and reduced to this state, even the relatively tempered Moraine among the elves was somewhat infuriated. If it weren't for the Queen's orders, perhaps Moraine would already have initiated an attack on Cress. While Moraine was suppressing his anger inside, as he prepared to stand up, the throat was pointed at by a longsword. The slender and pure sword body seemed to still be reflecting the orange-yellow afterglow of the sunset, as if the deadliest poison. Elf Moraine, my patience with you has been completely exhausted, and furthermore. Cress's words carried a threatening tone. From start to finish, he had never trusted the elven ranger in front of him, nor did he trust this disgusting elf who took Yali away. Furthermore, do you really think I would allow you to lead me to your anticipated ambush point? Cress coldly said, simultaneously crouching down, his illusory eyes directly meeting the green pupils of the elven ranger Moraine. Under the intimidation of this strong proximity, Moraine felt inexplicable anxiety and fear in his heart, even a trace of indescribable palpitation. As the first ranger of the elves, Moraine should have long regarded life and death as trivial matters. But unexpectedly, under the close-range field suppression of absolute power, instinctual reactions still caused this battle-hardened elven ranger to concede. If it were merely this, then there would be nothing serious to speak of. However, for an adult male elf, actually, feeling a slight flutter of the heart under the threat and glare of a different race's same-sex individual was extremely intolerable for Moraine himself. Mr. Cress, perhaps unsure if it was belated realization or not, the elven ranger Moraine caught his breath slightly. This was both an attempt to calm his own emotions as well as tend to the injuries he had sustained earlier. Moraine noticed that Cress seemed to be maintaining a certain level of patience, and thus continued. Mr. Cress, I believe there might be some misunderstanding. We haven't set any ambush for you. Oh, Cress's high-level illusion face cracked a faint smile, seemingly uninterested in further explanation. He made a slight motion with his hand. As the elven ranger Moraine looked at Cress, he suddenly felt a surge of instinctual threat. This was a new ability that the elven ranger Moraine had perceived after stepping into the heroic realm. By entering the heroic realm, his natural instincts and perceptions were amplified, granting him this advanced premonition of unknown dangers. This ability had saved Moraine from life-threatening situations multiple times, and it appeared to be doing so again now. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive 3 blasts of magical explosions were not just ordinary magical attacks. They were the result of a collision between Cress's dark necrotic series of attack magic and Moraine's forest elf ritualistic light energy magic. The clash of darkness and light energies created these violent explosions upon their mixed collision. The sound echoed into the heavens, waking up every part of the surrounding several miles of Fagan Forest. From the depths of the dense forest, flocks of birds startled by the commotion took flight towards the sky under the twilight. Chapter 243, The Undying and the Contest. When the scene shifted back to Cress once more, everything had already changed. Previously, the elven ranger Moraine was being suppressed under Cress's ancient legendary sword Liu, but now, Moraine had jumped away, putting a distance of over 10 meters between herself and Cress. The light-based forest sacrificial magic of the elven race clashed with the dark-based attack magic of the undead. Though both were extraordinarily powerful elemental magics, their properties were diametrically opposed. Now that they mixed together, the resulting explosion was spectacular. In the dense forest of Fagan Forest, layers upon layers of towering camphor trees instantly turned into a charred wasteland due to this intense magical energy explosion. In direct contrast stood Cress. Cress, wielding the ancient legendary sword Liu, seemed to still be standing in his original position, which is now the center of the scorched earth. The consecutive waves of dark and light elemental magic impacts appeared to have not affected Cress at all. Cress remained quietly standing amidst the dense forest. As a gentle breeze blew through, it carried the acrid smell produced by the recent magical explosion, stirring up Cress's high-level illusion-transformed black long hair, making him appear especially graceful. Meanwhile, the elven ranger Moraine, who had earlier exhausted her efforts to escape Cress's suppression, saw no improvement in her situation. In that instant, while Cress was attacking her with dark magic, Moraine relied on her innate instincts as well as the perception enhancement she gained after stepping into the hero domain and anticipated Cress's attack ahead of time. She used magic for both retaliation and protection in an instant. Moraine truly lived up to her title as the first ranger of the elven race. Regardless of her ability to foresee Cress's fatal attack, which had already received the king's recognition from the undead clan, her quick response to counterattack and use defense magic simultaneously was nothing short of remarkable. Even just the reaction speed alone put her above many elves and humans. Just the reaction speed alone put her far beyond what many elves and humans could ever achieve. And yet, Moraine was still fighting against someone as strong as Cress while being in such an unfavorable situation, suppressed by his overwhelming power. And that was already admirable. However, it was clear that Cress was still firmly holding the absolute upper hand. Elven Ranger Moraine slightly straightened her body, bringing her longbow from her back to the front. With a small spurt of blood escaping from her mouth to the side, she spoke. Mr. Cress, since you don't trust me then? With a determined look crossing her face, Moraine continued. Then do not blame me. I've been wanting to try again. Why exactly are you chosen by Her Majesty? As Moraine loudly declared this, multiple arrows flew from her bow. Each arrow, specially crafted by the elves, was imbued with a streak of emerald green combat aura and shot directly towards Cress. Within the Fagan Forest, at the burnt clearing, after the intense magical battle, after several rounds of clashes, Cress and Elven Ranger Moraine had already decided the winner. Moraine's arrows had been entirely spent, and her longbow was severed by Cress's legendary sword Liu. Without question, Cress had claimed victory in the battle. But it seemed that Moraine still harbored the will to fight. After obtaining an ordinary longsword that Cress intentionally left behind, Moraine turned around and began showcasing another top-tier class of hers, the Elven Swordsman. Stopping momentarily, Cress looked back at Moraine's figure. Suddenly, a unique, bloody glow, exclusive to the powerful undead, flashed in Cress's eyes, as if he had uncovered some hidden secret. Looks like I'll have another interesting opponent. Cress thought internally and took one step forward to enter his prepared zone. Come on then, Mr. Cress, this time, I won't lose. As Moraine's voice faded out, magnificent flames symbolizing might and conquest erupted. An eagle-like howl resonated throughout the Xuanhuan forest. Almost immediately, before the eagle cry subsided, Moraine's longsword had already slashed, creating a blade wave. Martial arts, strike. Moraine's opening move was a rather standard and basic sword technique, something almost every competent swordsman would use. An attack like this clearly had more of a probing nature than the intent to defeat the enemy in one strike. However, this was not a mistake. For warriors of their caliber, capable of reaching the hero domain, unless there was an insurmountable gap in power, defeating an opponent in a single move was merely a far-fetched dream. The most common approach was akin to the top-level duels witnessed before. The combatants would first observe each other carefully, then unleash their most adept skills, targeting their adversaries' weak points with lethal and fierce assaults. But clearly, Moraine wasn't the type to be cautious or meticulous. To her, only one thing mattered: attacking. Unrelenting and relentless attacks were the best fit for her role as an Elven swordsman, the first ranger of the Elven race. A robust method suited perfectly to her. Under the arc-shaped sword chi created by that strike, despite its intimidating momentum, wouldn't pose any threat to Cress. Cress slightly tilted his body, allowing the crescent-shaped sword energy to pass right alongside his armored chest, leaving behind a strong gust of wind. Before the swift attack struck one of the giant trees in Xuanhuan forest, Moraine's close-range assault had already come into play. Clang! In an instant, the ancient legendary sword Liu at Cress's waist was once again drawn, colliding with Moraine's longsword. Both wielding large knight-like swords, their clash produced a series of metal sparks. It stirred up the bloodlust of those hidden entities lurking within Xuanhuan forest. Ranger Moraine of the Elves, your attacks are fast and precise. But Cress, even while facing off against Moraine, remained calm and composed, continuing to speak to her. But you are still no match for me. Accept the judgment of death, Moraine. Chapter 244, The Undead and Illusion. But you are still no match for me. Accept the punishment of death, Moraine. After Crescent spoke, Moraine, with dissatisfaction in his heart, exerted all his strength into his hands. The long sword in his hand began to glow and heat up instantly as Moraine infused it with his martial arts energy. In almost no time, a fierce burst of sword chi repelled the long sword in Cress's hand. Cress was somewhat surprised. Of course, he knew that high-ranking swordsmen and some other advanced warriors could infuse such personal energy into their weapons to enhance their attacks. But Cress had never expected that the energy Moraine infused into his weapon could explode with such power in a manner similar to a blast. But this surprise lasted only a short moment. As his long sword was pushed away, Cress quickly channeled the death energy within his body. That overwhelmingly powerful energy rapidly surged through Cress's body. Cress became even more agile and powerful than before. The famous sword Lihua was snatched back by Cress at the same time it was pushed away, thanks to the gravitational force of his own death energy. However, even so, an unavoidable instant of defensive vacuum was created, and Moraine, also a top swordsman, seized this actual opportunity, swiftly and accurately thrusting out the long sword in his hand straight towards the chest armor position of Cress, who now had nearly no defense. A sword strike carrying boundless martial energy. Under such a fierce attack, even the hardest refined steel armor would be unable to completely dissipate the force of the attack. But Cress remained very calm, because he had a defensive martial skill that he had possessed for a long time. Skill, Fortress. Cress murmured softly. That deep and calm male voice seemed capable of resolving all the surrounding crises. Moraine's knightly longsword struck fiercely on the large chest plate in front of Cress. Before the tip of the giant knightly longsword hit Cress's chest armor, it was as if blocked by an invisible barrier in that millimeter-thick vacuum space. If viewed by ordinary people, Moraine's attack did indeed land completely on Cress. However, experienced warriors would understand that Moraine's attack had been deflected, because under layers of branches and leaves blocking the sunset light, making it dim and uneven, one couldn't see Moraine's expression clearly. But surely, it must look pretty bad right now. As far as Moraine himself was concerned, no one felt more intuitively about the situation just then than him. His attack was as if hitting against a fortress. That's right, it was as if hitting against an intangible fortress composed of energy. This martial art was truly annoying. Moraine's heart involuntarily became several degrees darker after the first stab was resisted. Immediately afterwards, Moraine's entire body transformed swiftly, his knightly longsword appearing like a battle axe reaping enemies' lives, swung with unrestrained great force by him. In a daze, Cress barely failed to defend fully in time. Still, it was just a fleeting illusion. In the next moment, the death energy swirling around Cress grew increasingly dense, and in no time, completely enveloped the attacks from Moraine, the Elven Ranger. What is this? Moraine, the Elven Ranger, was greatly alarmed and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was the unique death energy of undead beings, yet it wasn't the simple energy used by ordinary undead. It was more concentrated, darker, and much stronger than the death energy usually manifested by regular undead. As Crescent, the mighty being with the king's recognition among the undead race, currently known as the strongest undead, certainly was incomparable to those low-level skeletons and zombies. As for the elven ranger Moraine, even though he had learned some information about Cress before coming to greet him and from the queen, yet, when Moraine saw the full strength of the person in front of him, he couldn't help but be amazed. The open and direct sword-cutting attacks of the elven ranger Moraine. Though this was not considered highly sophisticated sword technique, under the use of Moraine who had entered the hero realm, it could still unleash absolute destructive power. When faced with Cress, these wide-sweeping attacks by Moraine were simply inadequate. Cress, as an unparalleled existence with king's recognition, demonstrated overwhelming strength that went beyond Moraine's expectations. Moreover, the elven ranger Moraine, while being the first ranger of the elven race, also possessed the rare profession of an elven swordsman, something hardly seen within the elven kind. Under the influence of multiple factors, the elven ranger Moraine should originally have possessed absolute swordsmanship skills, equal to no one, including Cress. But, at this moment, all of Moraine's attacks and slashes were gradually losing their power under the dense, dark, and powerful death energy emitted by Cress. What initially seemed as large-scale and imposing heavy longsword strikes ended up becoming slow and harmless due to layers upon layers of dark, concentrated death energy that acted as a hindrance. Even with Cress wearing armor not known for its agility, it was still easy for him to dodge the now blunted attacks from the elven ranger Moraine. Moraine began to feel a headache coming on. In such a short time, he could not think of any possible ways to defeat Cress. Even if Cress were to throw his longsword away once more and present him another chance to challenge as before, Moraine would have little confidence in defeating him. The thoughts racing through the mind of the elven ranger Moraine became more numerous, more irritable, and increasingly complicated. And when these disturbances of thought grew complex, they influenced Moraine's abilities in swordplay, combat, and fighting. This was exactly what Moraine was experiencing at the moment. His sword intent was disordered. With another thrust of his longsword, the elven ranger Moraine swung right past Cress, failing to hit the target. When Moraine prepared to pull back his sword just like before, creating distance once again to prepare for the next attack, a powerful shock directly transmitted from the blade of his sword to his wrist, and then spread to his arm. That sudden immense force caught the elven ranger Moraine completely off guard, causing him to accidentally throw his sword far away. For a swordsman, the dropping of his longsword equated to the announcement of his demise. Chapter 245, The Undead and the Suffering of Flesh. For a swordsman, the fall of the longsword is the announcement of death's outcome. Molaire was no exception. In the moment when the sword flashed, Molaire seemed to finally realize the source of the previously indescribable strong and powerful impact. That was Cress. Cress, who possessed the ghost swordsman class, his current level, and his experience in dueling between swordsmen. Cress had long known that in this battle, the opponent was bound to fail. However, Cress still needed to choose a method to defeat the opponent. The most taboo thing in duels between swordsmen is habitual thinking. When Molaire mistakenly thought he had fully understood Cress's swordsmanship ability and speed of swinging his sword, and began to think about breaking the opponent's moves, Cress' killing move was just beginning to take shape. When a person becomes familiar with the frequency and speed of the other's attack, they will let their guard down. The elven ranger Molaire was no exception. After clashing multiple times with Cress, who possessed the top-tier rare ghost swordsman class, Molaire mistakenly assumed that the opponent's swordsmanship and momentum were only this much. Although it was indeed very strong, and not something Molaire could easily defeat, or even say that defeating him was simply a matter of skill for Cress. Even so, the elven ranger Molaire still absolutely believed that Cress wasn't anything remarkable. After all, for the elven ranger Molaire, his main occupation was not the elven swordsman class, but rather the ranger class, which leans more toward archery. And the first previous failure was merely because the ranger profession has an inherent disadvantage against the ghost swordsman-type warrior professions in close combat. This couldn't be entirely blamed on Molaire. So Molaire thought. At this point, relying on his secondary elven swordsman profession, he could reach a temporary delicate balance with Cress, whose main class was ghost swordsman, thus already making himself a remarkable elf. But what he never expected was how unexpectedly events could change. Cress and Molaire were still fighting back and forth, even at points where Molaire took the upper hand. But in the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. Molaire's sweeping strike aimed at Cress was effortlessly dodged, and at a speed unprecedented before, Cress instantly struck Molaire's sword away. When Molaire realized just slightly, Cress' ancient named sword, Luli, was already directly pressed against the throat of the elven ranger Molaire. Cress did not immediately deliver a fatal blow. Just as during their last bout when Molaire had used up all his arrows, Cress decided to give him another chance by deliberately allowing Molaire to obtain one of his own longswords. But now, it was the elven ranger Molaire who was humiliated without any dignity left. Why don't you kill me? The famous sword, Luli, at the elven ranger Molaire's throat was only a fraction away from striking a lethal blow. The natural sharp energy from the blade had already caused fine red lines to appear across Molaire's neck. Twice within almost the same time period in a day, being in such a passive predicament, Molaire felt it was deliberate humiliation by the other party and couldn't help but continue interrogating Cress. You've defeated me twice now, and yet don't deal the final blow. Are you humiliating me? Calm down, elf. Compared to Molaire, who was currently extremely agitated, Cress seemed to be handling it better. Cress applied the power of death energy wrapped around his sword, pinning the elven ranger Molaire to the ground. As Crescent took a step forward, his ancient famed sword, Luli, still rested on the shoulder of Molaire, who was half kneeling on the ground. Seeing the look of defiance in Molaire's eyes, Cress moved closer and spoke further. Don't assume I won't kill you, elf. I simply want to know one thing from you. Thing. The elven ranger Molaire was clearly somewhat puzzled. He couldn't think of any reason that would make Cress, who had earlier seemingly agreed to join him at the designated location, suddenly launch an unexpected attack. What reason could allow Cress, who was originally eager to deal with him swiftly, to suppress his strong, intense murderous intent against him? The more Molaire thought about it, the more complicated it became, yet he could not find a single clue. Finally, Cress, who had taken complete control of the situation, began to ask the questions to Molaire, the elven ranger beneath his sword. Why did you people compete for Iali in the first place? Where is Iali now? And how have you treated her? Why did you people compete for Iali in the first place? Where is Iali now? And how have you treated her? Cress's questions, a series of 3 in succession, left Molaire momentarily at a loss for words. But after briefly organizing his thoughts, Molaire, the so-called first ranger of the elven race, let out several bursts of laughter as if having seen through life and death. What are you laughing about? Cress was clearly extremely dissatisfied with Molaire's actions. For Crescent, he disliked it when someone else held the reins of power, but what irked him more was when he himself took full control only to be stymied by those who didn't understand the gravity of the situation. In such cases, plans often ended up ruined. The timing of death for those wishing to die was irrelevant to Cress. But if their actions obstructed his goals, that would constitute a sin. Cress grew unusually impatient, and the famed blade, Luli, moved even closer to Molaire's throat. The energy from the named sword, Luli, forced a deep bloodline to appear on Molaire's neck. Mr. Cress, I cannot answer your question. Molaire seemed completely unconcerned with Cress's threatening gesture, gazing directly into Cress's eyes as he continued speaking. However, if you're willing to continue following me, once we reach our destination, someone will naturally provide you the answers. Cress's face turned cold, as adversaries still locked in combat. Even if Cress believed the elf wasn't planning some elaborate trap for him at the designated location, Cress knew well enough that they certainly wouldn't return Iali willingly. If it must come to this, Cress said coldly, while internally having already made a decision. The named sword, Luli, suddenly pierced into Molaire's right thigh with blinding speed. Molaire, seemingly shocked by the sudden intense pain, broke out in cold sweat, but refrained from uttering any sound. Cress grabbed the slightly drooping hair of Molaire, lifting his head up to lock gazes directly. Cress' face, transformed by his high-level illusions, showed little emotion as he leaned close to Molaire and whispered further. If it must come to this, then I shall ensure that you endure some suffering of the flesh, elf. Chapter 246, The Undead and Interrogation. The legendary sword, Luli, had just pierced into the thigh of Morian, the elven ranger. Together with the thigh muscles, an excruciating pain radiated throughout his heart meridians. Morian's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The sweat dampened the hair wrapped in the unique elven headscarf, causing strands to stick to Morian's pale forehead. Morian lifted his head slightly, staring straight at Cress before him, devoid of any emotion. Mr. Cress, you shouldn't have done this. Facing Morian's refusal to talk no matter what, Cress felt a slight headache inside, but also developed an inexplicable admiration for this self-proclaimed first ranger of the elven race. Nevertheless, admiration is admiration. Cress needed what he must acquire from Morian. Morian, I call your name now because I admire your character. Cress's uniquely calm and steady male voice seemed as if it could soothe all restless and uneasy hearts. He lightly placed one hand on the other's shoulder, continuing as though he were a saintly father absolving sins. Tell me, share everything you know. All your past sins will go unpunished. Ha 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 ha. Morian's sudden burst of maniacal laughter interrupted Cress's words. Cress's expression seemed colder without any apparent cause. Mr. Cress, do you think who are you to forgive my sins? Elven Ranger Morian suddenly raised his head violently. Taking advantage of Cress's momentary distraction, he directly lunged at Cress's body with a short dagger held in his hand. Between the faint moments, Elven Ranger Morian seemed to glimpse Cress's indifferent gaze fixed upon himself. In that pair of eyes, a flash of blood-red flame shone. The short dagger carried by Ranger Morian was forged by the most skilled elven blacksmiths in the Fagan Forest. According to legend, when this elf blacksmith was young, he once traveled through every corner of the Demon Soul continent, witnessing and learning various iron forging techniques. Even more, as an elf, he specifically ventured to the Dwarf Mountains, where he studied the art of weapon and armor crafting under dwarven artisans. In an instant, the short dagger wielded by the Elven Ranger Morian had deeply pierced into Cress's body. Yet, unlike Morian imagined, there was no fountain-like surge of blood. What is this? Elven Ranger Morian was somewhat surprised, dumbfoundedly watching the short dagger piercing Cress's chest without a drop of blood flowing out. At this very moment, Cress coldly observed all this and spoke. Elf Morian, I originally thought you would investigate my identity. Now it seems I did overestimate you. Upon hearing Cress's words, Elven Ranger Morian seemed to suddenly recall something, his face turning pale. He had overlooked a crucial piece of information, which Queen Majesty had once mentioned to Morian. However, it was now, right at the moment he initiated the counterattack, that Morian inadvertently forgot about it. Morian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In front of Elven Ranger Morian, a white mist started swirling around Cress's body. It was a preparatory sign of an illusion being cast. Following that, the moment the white mist dissipated, a tall white skeleton draped in Cress's previous pitch-black armor appeared in front of Elven Ranger Morian. Morian's dagger, through the gaps in the black armor, was still lodged deep within the skeleton. Yet the result was clear. Against skeletons, part of the undead family, common weapons like short daggers simply cannot cause damage. Morian's eyes lost focus, then a sharp pain spread from his arm. As a long-time hero-level warrior, with his reaction speed, Cress had already sensed Elven Ranger Morian's imminent counterattack. But simultaneously, Cress realized Morian intended to strike with a short dagger, an entirely ineffective weapon against him. Cress internally sneered at Morian for not investigating his true identity. Soon after, Cress detected that Morian did not target his lethal spots but deliberately avoided them, merely seeking to break free from his control. Thus, Cress made no move to stop him, allowing Morian's attack. And as expected, the result mirrored Cress's prediction. Cress believed that the person in front of him, despite being somewhat spirited, would absolutely not spare his life because of that. So, it must be the person behind him who wants to keep me alive. Then, who could it possibly be? And for what reason? Cress grew more and more curious as he thought. Just to be safe, Cress used his strength and dislocated the right arm that Morian, the Elven Ranger, intended to use for counterattack. Seeing his right arm hanging powerless, Morian's pupils contracted repeatedly from intense pain and fear, eventually releasing this emotion with a roar. From the empty black eye holes of Cress, a trace of blood-red flame flashed unexpectedly. He held no pity for the elf in front of him who had taken Yali away. He just moved slightly closer to Morian and continued. So, Elven Ranger Morian, if you still don't plan to speak, let's continue. As Cress spoke, he took another legendary ancient sword, xuanhuan, out from the storage ring on his hand. Inside my storage ring, besides these two ancient swords, there are many other interesting things stored. If you still don't talk, I guarantee that you will experience them one by one. Cress coldly threatened the kneeling Elven Ranger Morian with words devoid of any emotional color. The sweat marks on Elven Ranger Morian's face were still fresh, now showing traces of both paleness and blueness. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something but stopped himself each time. Cress noticed all of Morian's small actions and realized that forcing him to speak was only a matter of time. Some people, once hurt, will either never speak, or they will reveal everything at the first opportunity. Cress seemed extremely calm as the ancient sword xuanhuan neared Morian's other thigh. I'm very curious, as an elf, which type of existence do you belong to? Chapter 247, The Undead and the Bronze-Level Adventurers. I wonder, as a member of the elven race, which kind of existence do you belong to? Just as Cress was about to prepare to stab the ancient famous sword, 100 Flowers, into the other thigh of the elf Ranger Morian, a sound of magic breaking through the air came from afar, reaching his ears. Together with the immense magical explosion, there was also a fiery heat like that of a fireball. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 consecutive fireball explosions rang out. That was the third-rank elemental magic, fireball, fireball. Third-rank magic, which is the level most human races or many demi-human races magicians struggle their whole life to barely reach. And now, such magic attacks have appeared in the Fagin Forest, and what it implies goes without saying. It's the elves of the Fagin Forest. And furthermore, from the source of the magic attack, several figures emerged. It was a group of bronze-level adventurers, along with a few judgment clerics and palace knights from the Holy Light Temple. Judging by their appearances, they seemed to be an elite squad specially assembled by the high-ranking commanders of the Holy Crusader Army, who ventured deep into the Fagin Forest for an unknown purpose. Among them, the leader of the adventure team, a middle-aged man, who was precisely the human magic chanter that unleashed the third-rank attack, elemental magic. Fireball, fireball, slightly narrowed his eyes as he observed the lingering smoke dissipating from the recent attack. The massive flames created by the fireball, once again incinerated the dense forest around. Originally lush green trees turned instantly into charcoal due to the sudden extreme temperature. The Earth's surface, already altered because of the previous fierce battle between Cress and Morian, began burning under the continuous barrage of 3 fireball spells. Huge flames eventually dissipated due to the lack of combustible material. The thin black smoke gradually rose towards the sky. When the smoke and flames had entirely disappeared, the adventurers and the people of the Holy Light Temple finally clearly saw the existence standing beside the elves of the Fagin Forest. The leader of the adventurer team, a middle-aged man, who was also the one who used the third-rank attack, elemental magic. Fireball, widened his eyes slightly when he saw the figure standing after the smoke and flames cleared. He then completed the sentence he left hanging earlier. It's the elves of the Fagin Forest and the undead. Behind the smoke and flames stood an undamaged, high-level skeleton-based undead clad in pitch-black magical armor. This undead was standing alone in front of the elf ranger of the Fagin Forest, and the 3 successive magic fireballs cast by the middle-aged male leader seemed to have been fully blocked by this undead. Everyone, be careful. The middle-aged male leader has spent half his life battling monsters. He knew a lot about the undead, especially the skeleton-based undead. In his experience, none of the skeleton-based undead he had seen could withstand his fireball spell unscathed. After all, he was a naturally gifted magic chanter. He possessed a natural, far superior comprehension ability for elemental magic compared to ordinary people. Generally, it takes 3 years for others to fully master elemental magic, but for him, it only takes 1 year. Moreover, when faced with the difficult-to-understand, obscure magic scrolls left behind by elder magic chanters, he could uncover their secrets twice as fast as the average person. It was precisely because of this ability that he transformed from a penniless vagrant into the renowned leader of a bronze-level adventuring team within the Bostan Empire. His usage of attack elemental magic was much more powerful than that of ordinary magic chanters. However, now, the middle-aged male leader was bracing himself for a tough fight. Although undead are generally innately hostile to the living, this should apply to even the elves of the Fagin Forest. But the undead before them was clearly opposing their side. It shielded the elf ranger, who was also within the range of the fireball attack. This astonished every adventurer present. The perspective shifted. For Cress at this moment, he felt a slight twinge of anger. He had been forcing the elf Morian to divulge possible information about Iali's whereabouts when their sudden appearance interrupted his actions. And furthermore, they harbored murderous intentions toward him. As an absolute powerhouse who had entered the hero domain, Cress could effortlessly block the low-tier magic fireball spells, from the opposing side with just a few martial arts techniques. Cress took a small step forward and shielded the now incapacitated elven ranger Morian behind him. There was no way that Cress could allow Morian to die. At least, not until he obtained intelligence about Iali. The elf Morian could not perish before then. The ancient famous sword, 100 Flowers, in Cress's hand trembled faintly as it detected the rising killing intent from its master. Both the adventuring party in front of them and the judgment clerics of the Holy Light Temple, without exception, clearly perceived the threat emanating from this undead before them. Damn! Someone in the adventuring party, feeling slightly overwhelmed under Cress's intimidating aura, spat out a curse. The judgment clerics of the Holy Light Temple, who were previously dressed in white robes, began subtle movements, evidently preparing to chant large-scale faith-based spells. Everyone, get ready, prepare to strike decisively. The middle-aged leader of the bronze-level adventurer squad pulled out a magical staff from his storage bag, crafted from a special type of ancient wood, which could amplify the user's magical power to its maximum potential, an incredibly rare and top-tier magical material. It was indeed worthy of being called a bronze-level adventurer team. Upon the middle-aged leader's command, the rest of the team quickly dispersed around Cress, surrounding him entirely and cutting off any possible escape route between Cress and Morian. A battle was imminent. Chapter 248, The Undead and Judicator Geanos. Bang! Bang! Among the team of adventurers at the mountain bronze level, the two frontline adventurers with the knight and swordsman professions had already initiated close combat with Cress. Even fighting against two opponents at once, Cress appeared to be handling the battle with great ease. Undead of the skeleton type have extremely high resistance to sharp weapons. I suggest that all members of the Divine Judgment adventurer team switch to blunt weapons for their attacks. From a distance, one of the judging priests from the Holy Light Temple, seemingly in an observing role, began offering advice to this group of mountain bronze level adventurers. And at the center of the battlefield, with both lapis lazuli and 100 Flowers, two ancient legendary swords in hand, Cress's attacks forced the knight and swordsman into submission. The two adventurers could not dodge the rapid slashes before them and were compelled to block with their weapons. The robust metallic items emitted a clear ringing sound as they collided forcefully. Then came the sound of a weapon breaking. The onlookers among the distant adventurers stared in disbelief because they realized the weapons of their team's knight and swordsman were among the finest, crafted by the first-ranked blacksmith of the Bostan Empire. Yet now, these weapons were halved after direct strikes by the undead standing before them. Fortunately, the weapons were not severed outright, allowing the knight and swordsman to retain their lives. Still, helplessly, they had been completely suppressed by the undead, unable to move. The bowmen and rangers from the mountain bronze level adventurer team quickly advanced, attempting to relieve the knight and swordsman. This was precisely what Cress had anticipated. For these mountain bronze level adventurers, it seemed they had not yet properly used detection magic to evaluate Cress's true power. Or perhaps they had used it, but, due to the massive difference in levels, did not receive accurate information. In either case, they made decisions without fully understanding Cress's real strength. For many beings at the same or similar levels, situations like the current one, where Cress is dominating the knight and swordsman, while also being entangled by them, would hold true. But this wasn't the case here, and that misconception led to errors in judgment. The moment the ranger and archer mistakenly believed Cress was immobile, their original strategy changed. Perhaps, they thought, they could seize this opportunity to land a decisive blow and instantly slay this mysterious, undead creature. With that thought, the ranger leapt up, drawing a specialized short hammer designed specifically for skeletal undead creatures. A surge of martial energy flowed through his body and into the weapon. Meanwhile, the archer adventurer switched to a blunt arrowhead, bent the bow, and locked onto the stationary skeletal undead who was currently engaged in battle. However, the middle-aged spellcaster leading the long-range magical support squad suddenly sensed an abnormal fluctuation in the surrounding magical energies. He immediately shouted out a warning to the ranger and the archer. Arion, Cabela, watch your backs. Just as the voice of the middle-aged spellcaster leader of the mountain bronze level adventure team rang out. Neither the ranger nor the archer had time to turn around before they felt a sharp, searing pain pierce through their chests. The airborne ranger went limp mid-air, collapsing instantly. And the archer, who moments ago was still preparing her shot, looked down and saw the item that pierced through her chest. It was a pitch-black vine as hard as steel and incredibly sharp. Arion. Cabela. Arion. Cabela. The Ranger Arion and the Archer Cabela from the Mountain Bronze level adventurer team were instantly killed by Cress using magical vines from another side. Whether it was the distant group of adventurers or the knight and swordsman adventurers being held back by Cress, every single one let out a cry of anguish. Tears streaming down his face, the knight adventurer gripped his heavy knight sword with both hands and attempted a counterattack. In the next moment, Cress exerted force with his hand, and the ancient legendary sword, lapis lazuli, shattered the knight's heavy sword entirely. Driven by Cress, the lapis lazuli didn't pause for even a second, directly slicing the knight into two. Everyone present seemed utterly stupefied, including the middle-aged spellcaster leader of the Mountain Bronze level adventurer team who had been trying to use magic from a distance to protect the knight. They were all equally astonished. The swordsman, who was also completely suppressed by Cress, just like the middle-aged spellcaster leading the team of Mountain Bronze level adventurers, looked somewhat dazed. Cress wasted no time in exerting force with the ancient legendary sword, 100 Flowers, in his other hand, leaving the adventurer swordsman's life hanging by a thread. Boom. It was the sound of a massive magical explosion. But it wasn't from the middle-aged spellcaster leading the Mountain Bronze level adventurer team. An attack of this intensity would have included both Cress and the adventurer swordsman as targets. Genos, what the hell are you doing? The middle-aged spellcaster leader of the Mountain Bronze level adventurer team suddenly shouted loudly at the Judicator priest beside him. My companion is still over there. The Judicator priest, being scolded, did not immediately acknowledge the middle-aged spellcaster leader of the Mountain Bronze level adventurer team. He acted more like the actual commander here. After a brief moment, Genos seemed to murmur to himself. Leader Elwyn, you should know that the power of this undead far exceeds yours. Your companion will not be returning. Upon hearing the cold and heartless words of the Judicator priest Genos, Leader Elwyn, the middle-aged spellcaster of the Mountain Bronze level adventurer team, was left speechless. The offensive elemental magic used by Judicator priest Genos was a form of highly corrosive acid. This potent acid would explode upon contact with a person or object, and subsequently release poisonous magical fumes. Such an offensive magic could be considered quite malicious within the realm of area attacks. And when the magical smoke cleared completely from everyone's view, the black-armored skeletal undead stood undamaged. If not for the severely corroded corpse of the swordsman adventurer at his feet, one might have doubted whether Genos had even unleashed the corrosive acid magic. Compared to others' shock, Judicator priest Genos remained relatively calm. It seems, indeed, there is no effect whatsoever. Chapter 249, The Undead and a Fatal Mistake. It seems there is indeed no effect whatsoever. Verdict priest Genos spoke slowly as he took a step forward and continued. Undead, who exactly are you? Cress did not answer the question from the verdict priest Genos before him. He glanced sideways to check behind him. The elven ranger Malane had endured some damage under the large-scale corrosive acid spell attack, but it was not fatal. After confirming that the life of the elven ranger Malane was still secure and that she could not escape on her own, Cress used magical vines to protect her at the back of the battlefield. Only then did he focus all his attention on the person in front of him again. It seemed this enemy was much stronger than the Mountain Bronze adventurers encountered earlier. Pucci. Pucci. The fierce battle had been raging for quite some time on this scorched black land. Taking advantage of the gap between the verdict priests, Cress had already crossed over everyone with great speed, embedding the two ancient famous swords Luli and Baiwa in the bodies of two enemies respectively. One was an apparently lone, holy light temple cleric among the verdict priests, the other being the middle-aged magic singer leader Alwyn of the previous Mountain Bronze adventurer team. The long swords were swiftly inserted and then pulled out without any hesitation or lingering. Two gushing fountains of blood marked the brutal, yet beautiful killing scene around Cress. However, Cress didn't have the time to pause and admire the sight of the spilling blood. Magic attacks from more verdict priests were already arriving in quick succession. No matter what, Cress and the elven ranger Malane were now in trouble. Damn! After an energy blast that seemed like it could pierce through the strongest iron walls, Cress was forced to flip and leap once again to another hiding place. Was it really the Holy Light Temple's verdict priests? Cress couldn't help but mock himself internally. They were truly worthy of the title, the peak of human combat prowess. And he must have lost his mind to come here and save this person who was irrelevant to him. Mysterious undead. After using the fly spell, roughly a dozen verdict priests floated in the air. Here and there in their hands appeared several differently colored light formations. The majority were holy white formations representing the power of light, followed by elemental formations. The leading verdict priest spoke once more, his slow, deep tone resembling that of a priest passing judgment on a sinner. You have violated the laws of the holy papal state, defied the will of the six gods, and become an enemy of the holy light temple and humanity. I, verdict priest, Genos, shall represent the will of the six gods and destroy you. Cut the chatter, Mr. Priest, you. Hiding behind a shielding giant tree, Cress remained undeniably strong, speaking leisurely, as if it were someone else encircled now. Your days are numbered. As soon as those heavy words were spoken, Genos, who had already reached his limit of patience, saw multiple formations appear simultaneously in his hand, and they instantly erupted. Together with the others, the verdict priests unleashed attacks of equal intensity after storing their power for some time. Multicolored beam spells mixed with element-based magical explosions flattened the area where the sound originated in an instant. No one. As a high-level cleric and magic singer, Gino's detection magic had never ceased. In that split second just now, the powerful aura beneath that huge tree seemed to vanish all at once. Just as Gino's query was voiced, a familiar and annoying male voice resounded above his head. Martial art, devilish cross. Beware. The fastest reacting Genos immediately summoned a protective shield of defensive magic, but after the martial arts skill activated, streaks of sword-shaped energy attacks rained down like relentless, endless raindrops. Except for a few verdict priests like Genos, whose reaction times were exceptionally fast and managed to erect shields within seconds, most of the verdict priests perished in that moment. Indeed, not having dispatched members of the Temple Knights along was a fatal mistake. Looking around at what was once his own formidable force, they had all perished in the blink of an eye. Verdict priest Genos felt a faint headache coming on. He was no ordinary cleric or priest from the Holy Light Temple. He was a verdict priest, representing the pinnacle of human combat prowess. His existence was naturally meant to ensure the safe habitation and proliferation of humanity upon this demon soul continent. But now it had come to this. Verdict priest Genos landed dejectedly, staring at the fallen comrades who had been slain by the mysterious and powerful martial techniques of the undead before him, leaving Genos momentarily stunned. In this crusade against the Fagan Forest, the upper echelons of the Holy Papal State had split the Sacred Crusader Army into two forces. One route consisted of the 1st Expeditionary Army on land, setting off from the central hub city of the Holy Papal State, crossing through the Bostan Empire to directly attack the evil alliance of elves and demi-humans residing in the Fagan Forest. The other route was his own fleet, which set sail from the northern shore of the Abyss Strait, along the misty coast. There were rumors that the upper levels of the Holy Papal State had planned a third army, but these remained mere hearsay. As for himself, commanding the entire navy of the 2nd Long-Range Expeditionary Force of the Sacred Crusader Army, despite the heavy sacrifices of the 1st Expeditionary Force allowing them to successfully ambush the Fagan Forest, they still desperately needed to expand their gains. For this reason, Verdict Priest Genos and his subordinates had joined forces with the Mountain Bronze Adventurers to form a team aimed at directly attacking the core area deep within the Fagan Forest. Yet, unexpectedly, the elite squad carefully assembled by Verdict Priest Genos had been wiped out by this single skeleton. Genos' eyes glazed over as he fell to his knees. Chapter 250, The Undead and Genos' Memories. In contrast to the despair and helplessness of the Inquisitor Genos, as the situation controller, Cress appeared extremely relaxed and at ease. Inquisitor Genos fell to his knees in despair. In the blink of an eye, all his companions had been slaughtered by the undead before him, and Inquisitor Genos himself was no longer capable of retaliating. Cress held a long sword in each hand. Both were ancient famous swords, Luli and Baihua, at this moment both driven solely by Cress. It was like a war god descending from heaven. Dazedly, Inquisitor Genos stared at the black armor-clad undead approaching step by step towards himself. Actually, even after summoning the magic shield in time amidst the earlier downpour of swords, Inquisitor Genos had still taken a certain amount of damage. At this very moment, Inquisitor Genos was completely incapable of engaging once more with the undead before him. Could it be? It's already over? In the position where he knelt on the ground, Inquisitor Genos gazed unblinkingly at the undead getting closer and closer. Faintly, past scenes narrated by the Divine Light Mentors in the Holy Light Temple began flashing back in his mind. After the war 1,000 years ago ended, the mysterious powers in the world started retreating into obscurity. Demon gods, supreme demon generals, deities, and even other human and various warring races all quietly withdrew from the battlefield. The old contract that emerged afterward became a decree binding every existence across heaven and earth, the most terrifying and powerful covenant ever recorded. Under the name law, it required that the world be perfectly ordered. Under the name decree, it meant its authority could not be resisted. From the moment the law decree was born, whether gods or demons, whether beings of light or darkness, all had to obey, forbidden from crossing any taboos. From then on, the war between gods and demons evolved into a silent farce. Each side engaged in veiled contests, brandishing swords and knives, playing out a drama understood fully only by themselves. And amidst the chaos beneath such order, the Holy Light Temple found their opportunity. The more chaotic the scene, the more beneficial it was for the weak to grow strong. Using rope-like means dangling high in the air to achieve their purposes. The Holy Light Temple positioned itself as the delicate intersection between the realm of demons and deities. The Pope of the Holy Light Temple considered himself the earthly spokesperson of the deities, and senior bishops within the temple were also seen as earthly executors of the will of the gods. Because of this, all who worshipped these 6 great deities referred to themselves as servants of the gods, with the title of the Pope being Servant of Servants. The so-called Servant of Servants and God's Servant may sound humble, but this humility is towards a supreme being, making it essentially a form of arrogance. An arrogance stemming from extraordinary power towards the ordinary. Before all extraordinary forces, humanity are servants. Within the Holy Light Temple, there were individuals known as Saint Blessed. It was rumored that the Holy Light Temple would expend enormous effort seeking special infants in the mortal world. Through selection by the Holy Light Temple, infants deemed blessed by holy spirits would be brought to sacred places, raised, and trained from a young age. They were cultivated into the most loyal apostles. Once these saint-blessed had memorized holy scriptures, they were guided to come into contact with holy relics. They enjoyed esteemed status within the Holy Light Temple, but generally did not participate in the affairs of the organization. To adversaries, compared to the Inquisitors and the Paladin Order, these saint-blessed were truly the knives and swords of the Holy Light Temple. In the battle involving Iron Wall Lancelman, participants came from among such roles within the Holy Light Temple. The one named Warwick Bai was indeed a saint-blessed, devoted to one of the 6 great deities, Holy Val. At the cost of Holy Artifact's power, Warwick allowed Holy Val's power to descend onto himself, using a human body as a vessel, thus deceiving the prohibition of the law decrees. This method bore some resemblance to the resurrection of the reincarnated demon god Jehovah. Both utilized a mortal vessel to deceive the decrees. And Genos was once one of the chosen ones as a saint-blessed. Genos was an orphan. The name Genos was given by an old priest wandering on the northern shore of the Abyss Strait. As one of today's inquisitors in the Holy Light Temple, he was not born within the wealthy territory of the Pope's kingdom, but rather in the demi-human hills north of the Abyss Strait. In the eyes of the majority of human nations at that time, the northern bank of the Abyss Strait was considered a gathering place for evil, filthy, and hideous demi-humans. It was the forbidden zone for humans. And indeed, this was true. From birth, Genos had been abandoned by his biological father. Just as he was about to be devoured by several ogres, he was saved by an old priest. At that time, the Papal Kingdom and the Holy Light Temple were temporarily focused on maintaining stability and racial purity within their domains, without plotting against the demi-human hills. Under such circumstances, the appearance of the old priest seemed rare. After a fierce battle, the old priest rescued the young Genos from the ogre ambush, but suffered grave injuries as a result. Near death, the old priest entrusted the young Genos to a group from the Holy Light Temple, who had just arrived at the Lost Coast by ship. The old priest passed away, but a new priest was born. Genos never forgot the old priest, and precisely because of this, he harbored deep hatred towards demi-humans and other non-human races. His thoughts aligned perfectly with the beliefs of the Papal Kingdom and the Holy Light Temple. So even though Genos' talent was somewhat lacking, he was still chosen as one of the 6 saint-blessed candidates. Genos always strove tirelessly for the expansion of the Holy Light Temple and for the survival of humanity on the Soul Continent. Even Genos' priest mentor couldn't stop praising him. If nothing unexpected happened, Genos would become the saint-blessed of Flame God Val among the 6 great deities. However, Warwick Bai appeared. Warwick Bai was like the reincarnation of the Holy Flame God Val, come down to earth. His bloodline matched almost completely with Flame God Val's holy body. His appearance was as if it walked out of a painting of Val, and his character mirrored the description of Val recorded in the Bible. Warwick Bai became the officially appointed saint-blessed by the Elder Council of the Holy Light Temple. As for Genos, he no longer had any chance. Human lifespan is extremely similar and short. Once someone becomes a follower as a saint-blessed, their life will be greatly extended by the power of the true God. The next Flame God Val saint-blessed would be a new believer 100 years later. As for someone like Genos, he could only remain an ordinary inquisitor. But even so, what did it matter? Genos had never given up on himself. He believed that even if he couldn't become a saint-blessed, even if he were just a minor inquisitor, he would still make those vile demi-humans tremble in fear. He, the senior priest of the Holy Light Temple, an elite priest in the Inquisition Corps, Genos, would absolutely not be defeated by these evil beings. I absolutely cannot be defeated by a wicked and despicable undead. The Inquisitor Genos returned from his reminiscences back to reality, screaming with all his might. At the same time, the Inquisitor Genos pulled out a spherical, glowing white magical artifact from his chest, as if it required every last ounce of his strength. This is Cress, having traveled extensively through human kingdoms, naturally recognized the magical artifact the Inquisitor Genos had pulled out. It was a self-destructive light elemental magical artifact of the Holy Light Temple. Light momentum. Once this item was activated, it would unleash enormous, intense light energy, obliterating all living creatures within its range indiscriminately. Even races or magic users aligned with the light element would find no safety from such light energy. This guy intends to take me with him. A streak of bloody flame flashed in Cress' eyes, and the ancient famous sword, Lu Li, in his hand was already hurled forward. The long sword, Lu Li, carrying traces of pitch-black death abilities, directly pierced through the entire body of the Inquisitor Genos. But even so, it was already too late. The Inquisitor Genos used his last remaining strength to fully activate the self-destruction type magical artifact, Light Momentum, in his hand. The originally palm-sized spherical Light Momentum, akin to an ordinary adult male's fist, began to wildly absorb and erode the bioenergy around it once activated by Inquisitor Genos, expanding uncontrollably as if it were a bottomless pit. Cress took a flying step backward, his peripheral vision catching sight of the elven Ranger Moraine whom he had protected with magical vines earlier. Damn it. Chapter 251, The Undead and Light Power. Damn it. Cress internalized his curse. He didn't want to waste any more time rescuing this person who was not beneficial to him. His primary goal now was to find and rescue Yali. However, after a brief interaction earlier, Cress's intuition told him that Molian was an elf ranger worthy of respect. Cress forcibly suppressed another dark thought in his heart, pushed forcefully with his feet, and chanted the magic spell again. When Cress flew over to the elf ranger Molian, Those magical vines as hard as steel had just completely disappeared. Cress did not offer much explanation. In the surprised eyes of the elf ranger Molian, he picked up the ladder on his back. But before Cress could leave, the self-destruction magic item, light power, held by the judge-priest Genos was already fully prepared. After completely absorbing all living beings within a dozen meters of space around it as nutrients, the magic tool, originally the size of an adult male's fist, had occupied the circular space within a dozen meters. Like a small sun facing the world, its radiance was both shining and dazzling. Cress resolved himself, retreating rapidly while magical arrays kept appearing in his hands, attempting to suppress the fierce growth of the opposing light power. And it seemed ineffective. Light power had already erupted. In the next instant, it would invade the entire area here. Mr. Cress, if you hadn't wasted time on me, perhaps there would still be time to escape. At some moment, the elf ranger Molian on Cress's back seemed to say mockingly. Though his tone was somewhat sarcastic, there was no sign of sarcasm in it at all. Cress paid no attention to the guy behind him. Light power had fully erupted. A pure burst of bright energy emitted from the center of light power, crystallizing everything along its path, including the already scorched earth. Facing the apparently invincible surge of this radiant power, Cress bit his teeth slightly, his hand readying the ancient famous sword, 100 Flowers, laden with death energy as substantial as reality. I will absolutely not fall to this so-called light power. I will not collapse here. Cress thought, and gripped the ancient famous sword, 100 Flowers, even tighter. At least, not until I find Yali. At least, not until I find Yali. Cress inwardly pondered, and the death energy attached to the ancient famous sword, 100 Flowers, continued to swell and rage as Cress' emotions fluctuated. There's nothing left but to take a gamble. Cress placed the elf ranger Molian down on the ground. They were already unable to escape the attack range of the light power of the Holy Light Temple. As the ultimate self-destructive magic item of the Holy Light Temple, the creation of light power gathered all the wisdom of the Pope's country and the craftsmen of the Holy Light Temple. Once light power was fully activated, its luminous energy impact would gradually reach its highest speed, the speed of light. And if one couldn't escape the impact range of light power in its initial stage, none of the currently known entities on Magic Continent could escape the energy impact when light power was fully activated. The elf ranger Molian, who had been placed down by Cress, was now unconsciously looking at the person standing in front of him. That massive wave of radiant energy from light power had already arrived right before them. Cress, the elf ranger Molian shouted loudly, unsure for a moment what Cress intended to do. And the Cress summoned by the elf ranger Molian grasped his ancient famous sword, 100 Flowers, with both hands. On the tip of the 100 Flowers, the condensed energy which had previously solidified started to gradually transform into the shape of a dragon head. Martial art, Scarlet Dragon Fortress, Ultimate. With the sound of Cress' voice calm and composed to the utmost degree, a sound like a dragon roar exploded from the tip of his sword. The radiant energy shockwave of light power had arrived, and with one powerful swing of his ancient famous sword, 100 Flowers, Cress sent forth a jet-black dragon streaked with red, made entirely of death energy, directly charging towards the radiant energy before him. The mixture and erosion of darkness and light mingled together. Martial art, Scarlet Dragon Fortress, Ultimate, transformed into an enormous dragon, suddenly colliding with the pure white light barrier. The surrounding space seemed to change color. Powerful gusts of wind swept in all directions. Even the tall trees of Faggon Forest were uprooted by a single mighty gust. Only Cress stood firmly on the spot, his sword held with both hands in an unchanging stance, as if preparing for the greatest collision against the powerful light barrier. Boom! A magical explosion resounded as the dragon created by Scarlet Dragon Fortress, Ultimate, eventually merged completely with the light barrier. A massive black hole erupted across the once pristine white light barrier. But that was all. The magical artifact, light power, of the Holy Light Temple, and the bright energy shockwave it produced, extended far beyond just a single light barrier. As soon as the first light barrier was shattered by Cress' strongest martial art, Scarlet Dragon Fortress, Ultimate, without even a moment's pause, light power generated a second light barrier that immediately approached. Together with the remnants of the first broken barrier, it continued to sweep outwards. All living beings would be completely erased by this light barrier. Finally, the tremendous force of the explosion sent Cress flying back. At the same time that the death energy dragon created by his strongest martial art dissipated, Cress felt an immense sense of weakness. This was the feeling an undead experienced when their death energy was greatly consumed, or even completely depleted. A beam of radiant light scattered from the barrier seemed to shoot directly towards Cress lying motionless on the ground. In his current state, even Cress, who had reached the hero domain, who possessed the king certification of the undead race, would surely die under the attack of this naturally fatal radiant energy in such extreme vulnerability and exhaustion of death energy. As the radiant energy beams scattered by the light barrier drew closer to Cress, the holy white light barrier itself also seemed imminent. Death and the end seemed unavoidable at this moment. Chapter 252, The Undead and Long Time No See. When all the turbulence had finally subsided, the light curtain completely disappeared. Cress thought that he would die under this attack of the light curtain, but it turned out that he didn't. In front of Cress, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. The seemingly all-destroying light curtain was entirely absorbed by the golden pearl in the figure's hand. The overwhelming sacred light energy was drawn into the golden pearl like a dragon sucking up seawater. The golden pearl appeared extremely splendid and dazzling at that moment. But for Cress, it made him freeze on the spot. Elf pearl. Cress said the name of the item in a daze. He, of course, knew it since it was Cress who first took this top-tier artifact rated as S from the underground tomb of Kes Plain. But Cress knew that the appearance of the elf pearl also meant her arrival. It's been a long time. As expected, a familiar and lively female voice sounded from the figure in front. Exactly like before, yet with more maturity and composure of a superior being. The figure slightly turned her head, the golden elf pearl still greedily absorbing the remaining energy of the light curtain, casting a white glow that made her face appear ethereal and mysterious. It's been a long time, Cress, my undead knight. At the core area of the Fagin Forest, the ancient elven tree stood majestically here, its single presence forming a forest. Surrounding the ancient tree was the Laxi River tributary flowing past, filled with bird songs and floral fragrances. Here, far from the war's incursions at the forest border, elves lived peaceful lives under the leadership of their new queen. They worshipped their god Luo Kaisha. They were even proud to remember her name, Iali. So even now, amidst being besieged from two sides by the Holy Light Temple, as forces, the elves still believed, under the queen's leadership and guided by god Luo Kaisha, they would surely achieve ultimate victory. In the evening of today, the elven queen returning triumphantly from the western battlefield brought back the injured first ranger, Moraine, and a special guest. An undead, or rather, not entirely. Some elves said he was human, from the far eastern part of the continent. Others said he was an evil sorcerer of unknown race. Because the man seemed to use advanced illusions, appearing both like an undead and like a male human from the far east of the continent, making it hard to judge. Nevertheless, without exception, everyone instinctively kept their distance from him. After all, he was the queen's honored guest. The queen referred to him as Knight Sir. Night fell. On the thick branch of a towering giant tree, Cress sat there, with a view of the round moon at the distant horizon. The soft moonlight spilled down, making Cress feel somewhat restless. He had noticed long ago how extraordinary this foreign world was. Here, it was too real, too cruel. And she, who had always been by his side, day and night, was not simple either. The Ranger Moraine has already been taken by the medics to deal with his injuries. He doesn't blame you, nor should you blame yourself. It was my error in issuing the command. Unbeknownst to Cress, Iali, who had already become the elven queen, appeared about a meter away from him. Iali slowly approached and sat on the same large branch as Cress, continuing to speak. So now Cress, what about you? Why are you sitting here alone? Cress showed no surprise, nor did he stand up, as if Queen Iali's appearance and the questions she asked were all within expectation. Iali, or rather, perhaps I should address you as Your Majesty. Cress chuckled lightly, seeming somewhat mocking toward his spontaneous change in address. After I came out alone, wasn't it then that Your Majesty could discuss your true purpose with me? Cress, you don't have to call me Majesty. Iali seemed eager to explain, but after a short pause, she seemed to understand. Are you still angry about my deception towards you? Cress sighed heavily. In truth, he wasn't even sure if he was upset about Iali deceiving him. Looking back now, it was clear that Iali's schemes were far from clever. Yet, he had willingly allowed himself to be kept in the dark. Perhaps, it was because she was the first friend he had made in this world, or perhaps his concern clouded his judgment. Iali, I shouldn't blame you. When Cress called her by her name again, a flicker of unmistakable joy passed through her heterochromatic red and blue eyes. She smiled softly. Thank you, Knight Cress. If I were you, listening to the advice of the elf pearl would have been the best choice at the time. Cress said this calmly while gazing at Iali, and continued. But, I've wandered through several nations, traveled along both shores of the Abyss Strait, and even joined this so-called holy war, all for the sake of saving you. Yet, judging by the results, it seems like some sort of cruel joke. Cress poured out all the emotions he'd been bottling up inside during this time. Iali lowered her head slightly, an action she hadn't displayed since long before she became queen. I'm truly sorry, Cress. After a moment of silence, Iali finally mustered the courage to speak, gathering her thoughts before continuing. But, Cress, I've realized that I can't live without you anymore. So, you can be angry, or even hit me, or yell at me, but please don't leave me, will you? Cress was taken aback. He couldn't immediately refute her. He couldn't argue with how humbly Iali was speaking to him. Iali, I might have let my emotions get the better of me just now. Please don't take it to heart. Cress sighed deeply as he looked at Iali before continuing. Sigh, Iali, I promise I won't leave you. And besides, I wasn't truly angry with you. Chapter 253, The Undying and the Return of the Demon God. After gaining Cress's verbal forgiveness, Iali appeared significantly more lively than before. Fortunately, Iali had already used the privilege of the Elf Queen to claim the ancient elven tree as her exclusive palace residence. Otherwise, if ordinary elves saw their once cold, proud, and resolute queen now appearing so innocent and cheerful, they would absolutely not believe their own eyes. During our meeting in the afternoon, why do I feel like you're a reincarnation of the Son of Holy Light, with saintly light all around you? That is just a little trick. A little trick? An elven magical artifact. Haha, yes, Cress. It seems that you know much more about elves than I imagined. Queen Iali of the elves laughed directly, her words no longer having the blessed look she displayed when they first met. It must be that she cancelled the use of some magical artifact. All right, then, what exactly do you want to discuss, Iali? After some idle chat, Cress asked straight to the point, and Queen Yali of the Elves paused slightly before counter-asking. Cress, do you know about the two women who were once by your side? One has a special background, and the other possesses mixed racial energy within her body. Dilly and Lancer? I know. Faced with Cress's direct and decisive response, Queen Yali of the Elves remained silent for a moment. She began to casually swing her dangling feet in midair while sitting on the tree trunk and continued. Well then, though I suppose, Cress, you probably don't yet know about the existence of the demonic domain and the reincarnation of the demon god. The reincarnation of the demon god. Yes, this world has gods, and naturally, it also has demon gods, especially considering the divine demon war thousands of years ago. Cress quietly listened to Yali's words, but wasn't particularly surprised. Although he didn't know the details, he had already guessed most of it from textual information. Queen Yali of the Elves looked at Cress, smiled slightly, and continued. At the very beginning of the creation of the demon soul continent, heaven and earth were shrouded in chaos. A powerful demon god ruled over this chaotic space, known as the demon domain. All races were subjected to the tyranny of the demon god. Even the mighty and proud dragon race was nothing more than a slave or plaything of the demon god. Under the demon god were 7 supreme demon generals, each representing one of the 7 deadly sins: pride, greed, anger, sloth, envy, lust, and gluttony. Seeing the overwhelming majority of races living miserable lives without dignity, the gods could finally endure it no longer. Deceitful gods, believing they weren't a match for the demon god, instead decided to sow discord between the demon god and his 7 supreme demon generals. Furthermore, under the guidance of the gods, Emperor Iskin united the races originally subject to the demon god and rebelled. Legend tells of an incredibly fierce battle, where human, dwarf, elf, orc, troll, and countless armies fought together. Dragons and demons were mobilized in full force. The entire demon domain was enveloped in demonic flames. Yet, even that was insufficient to oppose the demon god and his legions of demons. To turn the tide of the battle, the gods did not hesitate to bestow numerous miracles and intervened personally. But in the final showdown, the gods suddenly discovered that the 7 supreme demon generals, supposedly conspiring with them, did not appear in their rightful positions to attack the demon god. Originally, the loyalty of these 7 supreme demon generals toward the demon god never wavered in the slightest. All this was part of the demon god's plan. But the gods surely wouldn't have only one plan. The true contest between the demon god and the gods had just begun. In the fierce final battle between the demon god and the gods, even though the demon god and his 7 supreme demon generals followed their plan, still, the gods weren't just a single plan entity. The deceitful and shameless gods. Without hesitation, they sacrificed all the races participating in the war, including the followers loyal to the gods themselves, all consumed by the dark ritual array summoned by the gods. At the last moment, the demon god managed to drag nearly all the gods into the darkness ritual with the lives of the 7 supreme demon generals. Everything ended when the dark ritual shattered. The demon god, the demon generals, the gods, and the other participant races all vanished in the demon domain. The final massive explosion destroyed the demon domain. Together with the ruined divine palace where the gods resided, over infinite time, it gradually formed the current demon soul continent. Among the remnants of the gods, a handful of surviving beings established the Holy Light Temple and gradually helped humans dominate the demon soul continent. However, the demon god is undying and will eventually be reborn. The time has come for the reincarnation of the demon god to return. After Queen Yali of the Elves finished speaking, Cress's expression turned serious as he asked, Yali, why are you telling me all this? The queen continued to swing her legs, looking like a playful girl at the moment, but she spoke with great calmness. Even though it was an extremely powerful soul corrupted by demons, after being deliberately restrained by divine dark magic for hundreds of years, it no longer possesses the ability to seize another's body. However, it can reincarnate its soul as someone else, or rather, as some other existence. Trigger S. Level Storyline Mission. The Return of the Demon God. The Return of the Demon God. Defeat the reincarnated demon god represented by Yahweh, become the soul demon god, and return to the demon soul continent. Reward, unknown. The soul of a supreme demon god. Queen Yali of the Elves was pleased by Cress's slightly surprised expression, glanced at her own pale right hand, and continued. Not only that, but it also absorbs death energy accumulated over thousands of years, sufficient to allow any ordinary undead creature to continuously advance in power. Even becoming the ruler of the undead or a true demon god would not be impossible. Why are you telling me these things? Because through my understanding, Cress, you are the reincarnation of the demon god. Cress was a little confused, so Queen Yali of the Elves explained further. In my probing of the future, you alone are qualified to be the successor of the top demon god, who will truly return to the continent. So even if I were to become the demon god, how would it benefit you? Therefore, Cress, I need your promise, a promise to the Fagin Forest and the elf race. Queen Yali of the Elves lightly chuckled. I can help you become the top demon god returning to the world, and in return, you promise, along with all the forces under your command in the future, never to oppose the Fagin Forest and the elf race. Will just a promise suffice? Cress seemed puzzled, while Queen Yali of the Elves spoke with profound meaning. It's not an ordinary promise. It's a demon god's promise. Having spoken seriously, Queen Yali of the Elves seemed to suddenly lighten up, amending herself. Actually, there's a simpler way to handle it. Oh, hearing this, Cress grew curious. What method? Instead of answering directly, Yali slowly moved her position, coming closer to Cress, and whispered. Simply put, Cress, marry me. Chapter 254, The Undead and Internal Dissolution. After a series of conversations and interactions, whether serious, joking, teasing, or solemn, Cress and Yali had already come to know the vast majority of each other's past actions. Moreover, Cress and Yali decided on a new collaborative plan concerning the demon god. However, the immediate task at hand was to resolve the so-called Holy War launched by the Papal State and the Holy Light Temple against the Fagan Forest. Thus, that night, Cress and Yali and others decided it would be best to dismantle the Sacred Crusader army from within. Beneath the bright moonlight, Cress had already left, while Queen Elf Yali remained seated on the branch of a giant tree. After her previous words to Cress, Yali was satisfied with his reaction toward her. Isn't he suitable to become my king? Of course, if Cress wanted her to be his demon god wife, Yali wouldn't mind either. A strange breeze swept through. Who would have thought that one day the proud elven queen would also indulge in amorous exchanges with an undead? At the intersection of the branch and the trunk, a mysterious figure cloaked in a wizard robe suddenly appeared. She slowly unveiled the cloak, revealing herself as none other than Jehovah, the reincarnated demon god who once signed a contract with the half-human King Gukin under the tall tower in the new demon domain. Jehovah leaned against the tree and continued leisurely. I wonder, Your Majesty, if you remember our cooperative agreement. The addressed elven Queen Yali remained calm as ever, answering coldly. Master Jehovah, I believe you are mistaken. I haven't violated any term of the agreement. Oh, Jehovah looked surprised before her expression turned sardonic. Then what do you mean by your contact with other reincarnated demon gods? Elven Queen Yali seemed to sneer, replying softly. How could it be possible, Master Jehovah? You're overthinking this. Do you take me for a blind fool? Jehovah, hearing this, became somewhat angry and continued. Besides, the competition among reincarnated demon gods should not be determined alone by someone like you, a holder of the elven race's King's Recognition. In the 7 races, the bearers of King's Recognition dominate all affairs and naturally can sway these matters. Jehovah looked astonished, adjusting her forehead with a hand helplessly, saying, It seems when the queen misbehaves, she truly causes more headaches than other reincarnated demon gods. Elven Queen Yali fell silent, and Jehovah's expression grew serious as she questioned. So, Your Majesty, just what exactly have you told him? Only some things, which he is allowed to know. Elven Queen Yali said indifferently, while Jehovah's complexion darkened further, including the origins of the reincarnated demon gods and the soul magic continent. Facing Jehovah's accusatory question, Elven Queen Yali remained unperturbed. She wasn't surprised how Jehovah knew. After all, as one of the few strongest beings in the current world who could match her strength, eavesdropping on their conversation without anti-detection magic would have been effortless. Seeing that she didn't answer, Jehovah continued. In order to suppress the chaos caused by those residual deities back then, I certainly exerted quite a lot of effort. And wasn't I part of that too? Moreover, in his ring of containment, there should be many things that shouldn't belong to him. Compared to these, the stories about the reincarnated demon gods and the origin of the soul magic continent I narrated really don't amount to much. Elven Queen Yali replied with a smile, leaving Jehovah momentarily speechless. This annoying elf standing before her was truly more exasperating than the demon generals of yore. Huh. Jehovah suddenly chuckled softly, drawing Elven Queen Yali's gaze toward her. Your Majesty has no issues doing these things, of course. As she spoke, Jehovah moved closer to Queen Yali, under the faint glow of the moon able to roughly see Yali's features. But, I must admit, I truly didn't expect Your Majesty to appear so beautiful now. If the Supreme One could witness you in such a state, I'm sure even he wouldn't be able to look away. Jehovah maintained her smile, as Elven Queen Yali's face visibly stiffened. The unhealable scar on her original face had always been a painful subject that was hard for her to bring up, and Jehovah could not possibly be unaware of it. What a hypocrite. Both remained silent for a long while, smiling as they looked at each other. But deep inside, they were already imagining inflicting all sorts of cruel tortures upon the other. Perhaps right now, there was nothing more interesting to them than killing each other. At dusk the next day, following the plan discussed between Yali and Cress had already returned to the location of the Dawn Knights in the Sacred Crusader army. And, according to their agreement, he was bringing them over. The further north the grasslands stretched, the lusher they became, until finally, an endless expanse of emerald green forest came into view once again. A magnificent carriage pulled by 2 8-legged horses stopped at the forest entrance, not because of anything else, but due to the approach of several massive trees, slowly walking towards Cress and his party. The 8-legged horses were magical beasts with consciousness. The 8-legged horses used by Cress and his group had undergone specialized training to adapt to the battlefield. Thus, even seeing such a bizarre and frightening sight did not cause them to flee. As for Cress and the others, they emerged immediately after the carriage stopped to investigate. Treefolk, the captain of this Sword of Covenant, Jack, faintly voiced his query, and beside him, Iluo nodded slightly in response. It should be. Several creatures that resembled trees but also possessed humanoid limbs stopped a few meters in front of the carriage, remaining still. Gurgle gurgle Kelio, a leading giant treefolk, began emitting incomprehensible sounds with its rather indistinct mouth. Treefolk language? Or some other tongue beyond our understanding? Cress inwardly felt puzzled. then turned to look at Iluo beside him. Seeing Iluo helplessly shake his head indicated that he, too, could not comprehend the speech. On the other side, Jack, Louise, Jane, and the rest of the Sword of Covenant were equally perplexed. "Excuse me, sir, do you speak the common tongue?" Having no other option, Cress resorted to asking in one of the commonly recognized languages among the races. However, it seemed the ancient treefolk was unresponsive to this type of communication. The leading treefolk slightly inclined to the side, making a pleased gesture, and the carriage behind Cress was directly taken away by the group of treefolk. "Shall we fight?" Upon witnessing this, Iluo softly inquired near Cress' ear, but Cress gestured to stop him. These treefolk were not weak. It was apparent that everything was calculated by the other party. Judging by the current situation, these treefolk appeared to be leading them to meet someone. Moreover, given that there were no reports of treefolk being belligerent, for the time being, it would be best to stay put. Noticing Crescent Party hadn't moved from the spot, the treefolk started slowly waving their arm-like upper limbs. Alongside the flow of verdant green energy, the great trees of the Fagan Forest miraculously began to shift. The previously inconspicuous forest entrance was forcibly transformed into a wide passage, and several treefolk moved back to the sides of the entryway, once again making a pleased gesture. Cress naturally understood what the treefolk meant fully well. Even if it were a trick, he could only go ahead and take a look. Cress took the lead, followed closely by Iluo and Jack. Then came Louise, Jane, and the rest of their companions. Once Crescent and his companions entered the forest, the treefolk followed suit. The trees of the Fagan Forest shifted positions once again, restoring the entrance to its initial appearance. The Fagan Forest is vast, spanning 3 major regions, southern, western, and central areas of the Demon Soul continent. Only the Urin Hills on the northern shore of the Abyss Strait, the extreme north ice plains, and the deserts of the extreme east lie outside its territory. The path formed by the movement of the great trees and shrubs seemed to lead straight to the heart of the Fagan Forest. As Crescent and his party advanced further, apart from the ancient treefolk, many unique creatures of the Fagan Forest began to appear, including floral spirits and grass sprites. Of course, it also included the Fagan Forest as ruler, their target for the Sacred Crusader Army's campaign, Forest Elves. Captain Jack of the Sword of Covenant, who was beside Cress, grew increasingly serious in demeanor. After all, this was within the interior of the Fagan Forest. If a battle broke out here against the treefolk before them, even those old bastards from the Holy Light Temple would surely find themselves in a tough spot. Jack glanced at Cress and Iluo before him, finding one unervingly calm, and the other seemingly careless like a fool, filled with indifference in their expression. "Sigh, this is quite a headache." In fact, the open path through the forest was not as long as imagined, or rather, some magic had shortened it. After about a quarter of an hour, the narrow passage suddenly opened up. Surrounded by countless towering trees, a clearing had been formed in the middle, with sunlight filtering through the gaps between the leaves and scattering down sparsely, creating a particularly beautiful sight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree that seemed to have survived for an unknown length of time, forming its own forest with just one tree. Could this ancient tree possibly be the legendary elven ancient tree? Just as Captain Jack of the Sword of Covenant was inwardly pondering, a sanctified feminine voice filled with the power to purify everything resonated from all directions. Welcome, heroes of prophecy. Chapter 255, The Undying and the Queen's Glory. As Captain Jack of the Oathbound Sword pondered silently, a holy feminine voice filled with purifying power resonated from all around. Welcome, valiant heroes of prophecy. In the middle of her words, the ants that had led Cress here respectfully stepped aside. Elven guards appeared from the shadows. From the ancient elven tree, a large and strange vine extended several meters in front of Cress and his group. The leaves on the vine moved to form steps leading up to the ancient tree. Deep within the vines, it seemed like small elves descended first, chirping incomprehensibly. Surrounding ants and elves alike knelt down reverently. Amidst the rather clumsy but deeply respectful salutations from the ants, the legendary elven queen slowly descended from the vines. For men seeing the elven queen for the first time, such as Jack and Iluo Li, she appeared as a beautiful and dignified noblewoman. With a white veil covering the lower half of her face, her raven black hair was elegantly coiled high atop her head, adorned by an ancient vine crown that, though not ostentatious, fit perfectly the title Elven Queen. The Elven Queen wore a resplendent off-the-shoulder mantle gown, exposing skin white as snow. Surrounded by fluttering small elves, she looked like a celestial being descending from another world. As for women meeting the Elven Queen for the first time, such as Louise and Jian, they saw perhaps another image. Wow, what a stunningly beautiful older sister. Louise, the goddess priestess of the Oathbound Sword, upon seeing the Elven Queen seemingly emitting holy light, inexplicably felt she was the most beautiful symbol in the world, representing righteousness. And now, Louise gazed at the queen on the vine steps like a love-struck fan. On the other hand, Jan, the female archer of the Oathbound Sword, showed a completely different expression. At the first sound of that voice, Jan noticed something off, and now she understood. Even with the veil covering her face, Jan could sense it. There's a natural antagonism between women sometimes, even bordering on dislike. Nice to meet you. Brave heroes who have traveled far. Stopping before Cress and his group, the holy feminine voice arose again. Only then did everyone realize how much taller than average she was, almost like a small giant. But her excellent proportions enhanced her beauty without detracting from it. adding to the gravitas and majesty of the Elven Queen instead. Baron of Fritz's kingdom, leader of the dawning light, knights, Cress, respectfully greets the presence of your majesty while passing through your lands. Following the Elven Queen's words, Cress slightly bowed along with the rest behind him. Cress, please rise. Thank you, your majesty. Esteemed queen of the elven race, we have been summoned specially by you. May I ask why? Cress stared directly at Elven Queen Yali, pretending it was their first meeting. This was already prearranged between Cress and Yali. Meanwhile, Iluo Li, observing Cress' composed demeanor, was inwardly surprised. Despite feeling inexplicably drawn to the Elven Queen, unlike Louise or Jack, he masked it well. Every move of the Elven Queen Yali radiated nobility. After disengaging from the support of nearby smaller elves, Queen Yali crossed her hands in front of her stomach and questioned, Director Crescent, are you escorting this young lady to the ancient bloodline ruins? Such a familiar gesture. Cress paused momentarily, unable to recall where he'd seen it before. Jack, the captain of the Oathbound Sword, noticing Cress hesitating to respond, also dropped his guard due to his high regard for Queen Yali and answered aloud. Yes, your majesty, may I ask how you know this? I can foresee the future, and I can know everything. Yali opened her originally clasped hands in a motion embracing the world, continuing. Moreover, I can help you. Fangong Forest is vast, and even carriages pulled by 8-legged horses aren't easy to navigate. However, I can use the forest cleric magic to safely transport you to the other side of the forest. Li Luo, the deputy director of the Dawning Light, Knights, became increasingly wary of Queen Yali and coldly asked, Then, what is the condition? I merely request that you brave heroes stay here for one day. Iluo Li was not fond of doing things outside of his control and spoke up. What if I refuse? I believe you have no reason to refuse. Queen Yali of the Elves interrupted Iluo Li's reply, as the surrounding Ents and Elven guards gathered at this moment. Iluo Li instantly drew his sword to guard near Cress. Not to mention the inscrutable Elven Queen Yali. Even the regular Ents and Elven soldiers were troublesome presences in the Fangong Forest. Realizing they no longer held the initiative, Iluo Li and Jack thought for a while, and eventually all looked towards Cress in the center. Cress slowly stepped forward, pausing briefly before calmly answering. All right, I accept your terms, your majesty. By evening, inside the spacious treehouse, Cress and the others silently sat there. Louise, the priestess goddess of the Oathbound Sword, absently played with the flowers on the wooden table. Iluo Li, deputy director of the Dawning Light, Knights, remained vigilant by the door. Jack, captain of the Oathbound Sword, idling before the wooden table, found himself puzzled and voiced his query to the rest. It's really strange. Although Queen Yali of the Elves is undeniably beautiful, when I saw her today, I felt like I was under some spell, thinking she was the most beautiful, the epitome of justice. But now, upon reflection, something feels off. Hearing this, Iluo Li snorted. She just used some kind of charm magic that makes others favor her. It's an old trick. The last sentence Iluo Li did not utter aloud. Oh, Jack appeared to understand but still felt uneasy and asked aloud. Then why do you seem unaffected? Jack's question lingered unanswered for a long time while Iluo Li evaded eye contact. Cress was the first to speak from the doorway. I'll go out and check the surroundings. Having said that, he left directly, leaving Iluo Li and the curious members of the Oathbound Sword behind in the treehouse. Chapter 256, The Immortal and the Godslayer. Deep into the night, Cress left as initially agreed to meet the current Elven Queen, Yali, with the aid of ancient forest elf magic through the efforts of the Mithril-level adventurers team, Oathbound Sword, Jake, Louise, and others, as well as Deputy Captain Ilu of the Dawnlight Knights. They would enact a wedge plan against the other non-Holy Light Temple followers within the Sacred Crusader army. At the same time, it was here that Cress first met another reincarnated demon god, Jehovah. This was the witch mentioned by the half-ogre Xuanhuan, who possessed the demi-human race's king's recognition. Now, Xuanhuan is leading the combined forces of demi-humans and elves in battle against the First Land Army of the Pope Kingdom's Sacred Crusader army at the border of the Fangong Forest. However, due to the presence of saintly blessed warriors representing the divine on the side of the Pope Kingdom's Sacred Crusader army, Xuanhuan gradually found himself at an absolute disadvantage. In order to reverse the situation, the reincarnated demon god Jehovah, Queen Elven Yali, and Cress, also a reincarnated demon god, decided to slay the divine. With the help of the witch Jehovah, one of the reincarnated demon gods, Cress successfully reclaimed the powers of a demon god. Elven Queen Yali personally proceeded to the front lines of the Fangong Forest. Here, a blade destined for god-slaying has already been laid out, within the territories of the Fangong Forest. Elsewhere, along the direction of advancing armies, Jamari Fortress, this was the first military stronghold built by the Sacred Crusade, inside the Fangong Forest. Initially planned swift strikes were thwarted due to the alliance between elves and demi-humans, compounded by unfamiliarity with the terrain of the Fangong Forest. The High Command of the Pope's Kingdom had prepared for prolonged warfare. And in preparation for logistics and future governance, castle construction proved indispensable. High atop one tower, the white-robed monk knelt before a large silver cross. His head was slightly bowed. Compared to when he first appeared on the Fritzy Plains, the monk's features now bore some changes, blending male and female beauty, creating an androgynous appearance. This transformation was due to his previous transformation as a proxy deity. After completing daily prayers, the white-robed monk stood up and gazed into the mirror reflecting back at him. His eyes carried remnants of pale golden flame. The image in the mirror grew closer to the god he revered. Lowering his head, the monk looked at his hands, clean and untouched. Yet, the monk constantly felt as if a trace of blood lingered on them. The holy education received during his over 2 decades as a blessed follower taught him to preserve mirror heart, allowing no worldly stain to leave its mark. But somehow he struggled. These days, he often recalled the crimson cavalry charging towards the divine flame and remembered the proud descendant of the godslayers, lancemen. Compared to the iron wall, lancemen and his knights, so minuscule like insects. Yet in that moment, the monk perceived a profound power hidden within them. What was that power? Why did it evoke an instinctive fear even in him, transformed into a deity? His cleric mentor once explained, it was the existence bearing humanity's king's certification. But he never quite grasped it. Following that battle, during meditation, the white-robed monk found that he could not achieve the usual state of unity with the sacred spirit, leaving his heart unclouded and pure. The mentor once lamented that though the monk was exceptionally talented, he was far from truly approaching angelic status. Saintly chosen ones typically do not carry surnames, but are named solely by their given names. However, he had his own surname. Unlike other saintly chosen ones who were taken into sanctuaries from birth, he was discovered by his mentor during almsgiving on a holy festival day. He had forgotten everything before the age of 5. His memory stopped at the moment his mentor led him by the hand into the sacred inner hall, where brilliant divine light fell through the rose windows and angelic imagery stared down from the vaulted ceiling. Beyond that was nothing but dim, shadowy obscurity. Perhaps because his soul was never as pure as others from the start, thus leaving behind these stains on the mirror's surface. Please guide me, teacher. The white-robed monk whispered softly. During the day, while on the highest tower of Jamari Forest Fortress, he clearly saw the Elven Queen, much younger than he had imagined, surrounded by her royal guards. The Elven Queen's silver hair and red-blue eyes were identical to those described in old texts of the Godslayers. Godslayer. He recalled the comments his mentor once made to him regarding those who possess the king's certification. They are Godslayers and also conspirators, sacrificial, brave, treacherous, cunning, cruel. It's hard to understand how these human traits can concentrate in one body. He could not comprehend how virtues could so seamlessly fuse with vices. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, the white-robed monk began preparing for tonight's cleansing operation. Unlike actions that might shift the tide of war, tonight's operation did not require an angel's direct descent. The first divine descent had already granted him a portion of Saint Val's divine power. This time, he could handle the cleansing operation himself. Everything was ready. The white-robed monk descended from the high tower. Upon exiting the tower, the cold wind rushed toward him, stirring his white robe like snowy wings. As he passed the soldiers on patrol duty, his pure white attire should have been highly conspicuous in the darkness, but the soldiers failed to notice him entirely. The drawbridge of the external defenses at Jamari Forest Fortress had been destroyed. He stepped across the rushing water to reach the riverbank where the demi-human and elven armies were stationed. During his daytime reconnaissance, the white-robed monk had used the lingering sensations left by the holy baptism ritual to mark the location of the Elven Queen. Now under cover of darkness, he moved straight ahead according to the subtle trace of sensation. Elven military camp patrols were extremely rigorous, yet none of the patrolling soldiers noticed the mysterious figure passing by unhurriedly. The main tent of the Elven Queen soon came into view. The white-robed monk placed his hand on the sword hilt, faint holy flames igniting in his grasp. A single slash would cause the fall of the Elven sovereign, thereby ending the war. Yet, the white-robed monk did not move. It wasn't hesitation or mercy. Rather, he sensed that the Elven Queen was awake, seated opposite him inside her tent, her eyes watching him through the thick curtains. Was the Elven Queen waiting for him? A hint of perplexity swept through him as the white-robed monk felt slightly astonished. After hesitating for a moment, considering the Holy Light Temple's long-standing special regard for this Elven Emperor of the Divine Empire, the white-robed monk chose not to act directly. Won't you come in for a talk? You, the distant envoy of the Holy Light Temple. A calm and pleasant voice emanated from within the queen's tent. Fagin Forest, the joint encampment of the elven and demi-human forces. A gentle breeze brushed past the cloth curtain as the white-robed monk sheathed his sword. After pondering for a moment, he took a step forward and entered. In his mind, the speck of dust left by iron wall lanceman shifted lightly, treading the dangerous path of curiosity for what sacred followers ought to perceive as filth and taboo. For original sin resides in the mundane. When his prelate mentor sighed, the seed of curiosity had been planted deep in his soul. In the lonely practice of self-discipline, he occasionally thought of the race surrounded by bones and flowers, and how they blossomed into sins. Though these were merely fleeting daydreams, the taint had taken root in his otherwise crystal-clear heart. Otherwise, during his battle against Iron Wall lancemen, he wouldn't have made that offer. If they stood down, he'd spare them. The white-robed monk instinctively felt that if he wished to wipe away the dust clouding his heart, he must accept this invitation. Several candles flickered in the tent as the Elven Queen sat upon a high-backed chair. The warm yellow light gilded her seat into a dreamlike gold. The silver hair of the Elven Queen flowed down her shoulders, framing her too young face glowing porcelain white. As she lifted her gaze, the white-robed monk saw before him what seemed like a slumbering dragon beginning to awaken. Godslayer, dragon. the white-robed monk thought as he crossed into the queen's main tent. On the table before the elven queen lay a world map. The monk saw various marks scattered across it. In the territories of the Fagan forest, numerous symbols resembling intersecting swords densely covered the land. An empty chair sat opposite the elven queen, with a long table between them. Their eyes met remotely as the reflection of holy fire gently rose in the white-robed monk's eyes. Silence enveloped the tent, akin to the stillness before a mountain crumbles. The flame on the monk's sword had not yet faded. At any given moment, the white-robed monk could draw his sword and kill the elven queen. An invisible energy flow swirled around the two. After a short while, the white-robed monk took a few steps forward and sat down opposite the elven queen. I have heard that the divinely protected are the most devout believers, dedicating all their time to meditation and prayer to the Holy Spirit. The wind picked up outside the tent, and the cold moon in the sky was obscured by passing dark clouds. The elven queen, gazing at the young monk seated opposite her, continued, "Do you understand the meaning of the marks on these maps? The divinely protected are destined to devote everything to the deities. If you don't mind, please enlighten me." The white-robed monk's white shoulder cape with golden tassels swayed slightly at this moment, faint golden light flickering faintly. Chapter 257, The Undying and the Heretics. The holy blessed are destined to dedicate everything to the gods. If you don't mind, please enlighten me. The white-robed monk's white shoulder cape hung with golden tassels, and at that moment, those tassels were gently fluttering, glimmering faintly with a golden light. "This is your abattoir." The elven queen pushed the map towards the white-robed monk. "Every place where blades meet is a vast battlefield where every day, hundreds of elves, demi-humans, and humans die. Isn't the sanctuary temple here for salvation? Is this so-called universal and salvific mission just about bringing fire and swords to believers? And isn't Pope Charles III along with his followers and their knights devout believers as well?" The white-robed monk lowered his head to look at the map. Each intersecting pair of swords on the map unfolded into blood-stained grinders. The white-robed monk was not versed in politics, but in recent days, he had seen quite a few war plans deliberated by generals of the Holy Crusader army, so he also had heard rumors about some moves of the sanctuary temple. Therefore, when he saw this map, he felt an inkling of surprise within him. This elven queen's marked battlefields in the Falcon Forest were astonishingly accurate. As a queen who did not directly command an army, how did she know the war situation on the other side of the Abyss Strait? The white-robed monk slightly bowed. "The establishment of the divine kingdom will allow holy hymns to spread further, and we have our reasons for having to act this way." "And what reason? Profit or ambition?" The elven queen's gaze was sharp like a blade. "Even you are wavering, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have accepted my invitation. If I were someone from the sanctuary temple, I wouldn't let you be a member of the holy congregation. You're too indecisive." My mentor used to say the same thing. The white-robed monk candidly admitted, his gaze as clear as that of a child. "So, I want to ask you a question. Please go ahead. Mr. Lancelman once said that we do not understand what you really want. He said we simply do not get it." Confusion rose in the eyes of the white-robed monk. "Glory, money, strength, power, the sins of mortals stem from greed. For all your desires, we can offer you these. To ask such a question shows that you will never truly understand." The elven queen sighed. "Shepherds give fresh grass to their flocks while holding a whip, forming an invisible fence. Inside the fence, everything might seem perfect, but it's all false. Every one of them may become sacrificial offerings anytime. Therefore, there will always be a few leading sheep that desire to break out of the fence, heading under another sky. Even if it means living precariously on cliffs, they don't care. You see us as shepherds, but walking with demon gods is far from being a wise choice." At some unknown time, the tent was suddenly filled with surging night winds. The white-robed monk gazed steadily at the elven queen. "You have rejected the light of the divine spirit, yet rely on forces of darkness. Aren't you just imprisoning yourselves in another fence?" Outside the main tent, the camp seemed to have fallen into deep slumber, as if soldiers were utterly exhausted after a day's march and had drifted off into dreamland. The patrol seemed distant. Nearby, the sound of the Lyshi River flowing through the Falcon Forest became indistinct, almost as if the tent had lost all contact with the outside world, floating alone in its own space. Under the cover of darkness, thick black mist had quietly engulfed him. "For example?" The elven queen smiled and asked. "The man behind you." The white-robed monk slightly bowed. "That is quite a remarkable existence. Do you know what they signify? They represent genuine calamities." As he bowed, pure flames erupted instantly from his clothes, spreading along the long tablecloth before him. The flames writhed like serpents. The map on the table, with its densely marked intersections of blades, whooshed, rising and undulating in the air. In the fire, the symbols of the blades turned deeper in color. The flames surged higher, illuminating the entire spacious main tent of the elven queen clearly. The light of the holy fire was pure white, and under the light, everything seemed draped in a soft layer of holy radiance. In this milky white light, something else stood out piercingly. Visible on the ground of the tent was a massive, intricate hexagram seal composed of two overlapping triangles placed upside down from each other. Under the illumination of the sacred light, these seals, originally hidden extremely well, immediately revealed themselves. Like ice and fire, they signified that the forces of the demon gods and the sanctuary temple were entirely incompatible. The complicated and esoteric spell formation employed ancient languages, each carrying mysterious and powerful forces inherently. But humans were incapable of writing these kinds of letters. It does not belong to the mortal world. Rising from the magic array were streams of black mists, coalescing without dispersing and darting along the ground like lightning towards the white-robed monk. In response to the approaching black mists, the white-robed monk remained still, his gaze fixed steadily on the elven queen. The moment these snake-like mists approached him, they instantly melted away in the holy light, leaving nothing behind. On the contrary, the long table before the elven queen saw the gathering of holy fire, which transformed into a sharp sword aimed directly at her. The holy fire-formed sword was intangible, something no ordinary person could resist. Suddenly, the shadow of the high-backed chair behind the elven queen stretched unnaturally long, resembling a silhouette. A pair of slender hands reached out from behind the elven queen, grasping the holy sword just as it was half a palm's breadth away from her forehead. With a crisp snap, the holy sword shattered into numerous points of light that scattered across the ground. "Be more courteous, sir." Cress, hidden within the shadows behind the elven queen, raised his head. In an embrace that circled the elven queen protectively within his arms, he smiled gently towards the white-robed monk. "Do not touch what belongs to others. It's basic etiquette." Indeed, the white-robed monk murmured to himself. One of the most ancient demon gods. The runes of the fire sword and the holy sword faintly surfaced in his pupils, giving them an unearthly, eerie beauty. Upon stepping onto Fritzius, his mentor had given him a special mission. In the Falcon Forest, someone had already fallen to heresy, signing a contract with one of the ancient demon gods from the demon domain. He was to seal away the demon god before its power fully restored, eradicating the sinner who served as the bridge between the demon domain and the mortal world. Chapter 258, The Undying and the Holy Sword. Each demon god of the legendary era symbolizes a certain calamity. The older the demon god, the more terrifying the corresponding calamity. They hold different sin dominions. Do not let their connections with the human world become too intimate, or they will be able to seep their strength through any slight connection. This was what his mentor told him back then. The consolidation of this elven nation within the Xuanhuan forest was too strange. Even the wisest king would never have the ability to solve the integration of several divided nations in such a short period of time. Therefore, the white-robed monk targeted this elven queen from the start, coming prepared. Before stepping into the main tent of the elven queen, his hand grasped the hilt of the holy sword, sensing the dark aura hidden in the tent quite well. At the moment the light sword shattered, the magical array on the ground shone brightly. Countless black chains shot out, enclosing the space around the white-robed monk. "The fallen must be eradicated," the white-robed monk harshly said. The sword hanging at his waist unsheathed itself and floated in front of him. The nearest chains broke instantly, and the white-robed monk reached out to grasp the hilt. The elven queen and the demon god in front of her were attempting to delay time by conversing, completing the layout of the magical array, and so was he. He was also delaying time to awaken the holy sword at his waist. This sword was a sacred relic. The sword in the hands of the white-robed angel was cast in silver, with a long golden line right in the middle, and densely packed holy marks forged onto the blade faintly distributed across it. When the sword was awakened by the white-robed monk, those holy marks erupted with dazzling light. As if an entire choir sang ancient hymns in the air, the solemn and majestic divine power filled the entire space, driving away all filth and impurity. As a saint's bearer, this was not the first time the white-robed monk dealt with dark creatures, but it was certainly the most dangerous one. Cress, the demonic god behind elven Queen Iali. When Cress looked up at him, he felt a long-lost chill. Ever since he had resonated with the angels, he rarely had such feelings. "Do not touch others' treasures." When the demonic god Cress softly murmured these words, the white-robed monk felt endless viscous malevolence pressing down from all sides. What kind of existence could only cause his pressure to multiply through mere malice? No wonder the mentor mentioned Cress, the ancient demonic god status, with the strictest description before. They were truly all calamities of the world. Only the fallen ones danced with them. The white-robed monk did not hesitate anymore. After gripping the silver long sword, he thrust it heavily downward, embedding the long sword into the table. A flash of silver light streaked past, heading toward the elven queen. He saw that just as he could temporarily transform into an angel, the reason why the demon god in front of him could stay in the mortal world was because there was a certain contract between him and the elven queen. As long as he killed one party in the contract, the elven queen, Cress in demon god form, would be banished back to the demon realm. Cress bent over the chair back and hugged the elven queen, sharply retreating a long distance with her. The lightning-like silver light stopped very close in front of the elven queen, reflecting a trail of silver light in Cress's pitch-black pupils, forcibly halting it in midair. Banishment. An emotionless voice echoed in the main tent, which had already turned into a battlefield. That map marked with many signs floated in the air. It hadn't been completely burned by the flames just now. On the paper, all the dagger and sword markings presented a scorched dark red. At this moment, those crossed daggers and swords flew off the map one after another, swirling and howling towards the white-robed monk at the other end of the long table. As those daggers and swords approached, the white-robed monk heard faint wailing sounds. It was the overlapping cries of countless voices. Men's, women's, elders, children's. It was as if all people who died unjustly gathered together crying out in loud lamentation, carrying so much regret and so much anger in their voices. In that instant, scene after scene of battlefields unfolded before the white-robed monk's eyes. With scorched earth everywhere on the battlefield, piles of white bones, and the Elven Queen's words still ringing in his ears. That was their sins. They were bringing slaughter to those faithful believers. The waver appeared for just a brief moment. The flame in the white-robed monk's eyes flickered soundlessly once, and he quickly regained his composure. The moment he regained consciousness, he held the silver long sword horizontally across his chest and stepped back. A grating sound of collision reverberated through the air. The silver long sword in the white-robed monk's hand clashed with the ancient renowned blade, Luli, held by Cress in his demon god form. When the white-robed monk was momentarily distracted by the illusory daggers and swords on the world's cloth, Cress in demon god form lunged forward to attack. At the same time, the holy flames swirling on the ground surged toward the Elven Queen but were blocked by a cluster of delicate black butterflies that swirled around her. The butterflies formed an insurmountable barrier as they continued to be consumed by the holy fire, only to be replenished anew from the bone ring on the Elven Queen's finger. It was as if a grand performance of light and shadow was unfolding, breathtakingly beautiful. The central tent became a stage, where the sword in the white-robed monk's hand continuously clashed with Cress in demon god form. Sparks flew everywhere. In the immaculate holy flames, countless black butterflies danced gracefully. The world's light and darkness were locked in combat, while in the realm between light and dark, the king of humanity remained silently seated. The white-robed monk drifted backward lightly, his robe flapping violently in the strong airflow like unfurling wings. And indeed, a pair of dazzling wings appeared behind the white-robed monk. An angel's silhouette once again graced the monk. His features took on an increasingly androgynous appearance. His pupils grew clearer, reflecting the entire world as if it were a mirror. The sword in the white-robed monk's hand slowly melted, turning into radiant brilliance and fusing into his body. The sacred spirit within him gradually awakened. In the instant the wings appeared, the previously observing Elven Queen raised her hand. The bone ring tightly clasped on her finger burned red-hot in this moment. Dense black mist erupted instantly, erasing all the formations on the ground and leaving only black flames burning without any apparent source. A portal to the demon realm slowly rose, its vortex rotating steadily within. The formation on the ground had also been nothing more than a disguise. What the Elven Queen and Cress in demon god form truly aimed for was to shift the battlefield into the demon realm. Only in the demon realm could an angel be permanently annihilated, never to revive and return to the Holy Kingdom. The white-robed monk was currently undergoing the special transformation of an awakening angel. He realized this, but found himself powerless to stop it. The black flames surged up overwhelmingly. Cress in demon god form turned in midair, forcing him to retreat with the ancient renowned blade Luli. At the moment of his retreat, the black flames devoured him, and the vortex emitted a dark red glow. In the blink of an eye, the main tent stood utterly empty, devoid of anything left behind. Elven Queen Iali, the demon god Cress, and the white-robed monk all vanished from the main tent. Chapter 259. The battle between the undead and the demon realm. Demon realm. In the arms of Cress in his demon god state lay the sleeping elf queen, different from the original inhabitants of the demon realm. The elf queen had physically entered the demon realm directly. Despite being protected by the bone ring of power on her finger, the difference between living beings and the demon realm, along with the pressure of crossing through the demon realm gate, caused the elf queen to fall into a deep slumber. If she were awake, the elf queen would have noticed that the demon realm sky was darker than ever before. Great showers of sulfuric fire rained down from the heavens, brewing something fearsome within the blood-colored sky. The river of lost souls flowed faster on the ground than it ever had before, and chilling winds howled across the desolate fields. At this moment, there was an intruder in the demon realm who did not belong. The white-robed monk had completely transformed into an angel. Snow-white wings spread out in midair, and the drops of sulfuric fire rain evaporated upon nearing the angel. The eyes of the angel opened wide, as he stared at a distance to lock gazes with Cress in his demon god state. Cress snapped his fingers. A long-awaited nightmare carriage rose from the nearest sulfuric fire lake and rapidly dashed to the side of the demon god Cress. The four skull heads on the carriage collided their teeth, clickety-clack. Cress placed the sleeping elf queen in the carriage, and a crow swirled over from nearby and landed on the carriage. The angel watched down from high above, taking no action. How delightful. The corners of the mouth of Cress in his demon god state curled upward in a mask-like smile. The ancient sword, Luli, which he had been holding, had vanished without trace, replaced instead by a bone scepter. He held the top of the scepter, its sharp tip pointed at the scorched black earth, as wind whipped up his armor resembling jet-black scales. The first blood will come from someone familiar. Saint Var. 1,000 years ago on that fateful night, Saint Var was pierced through the chest by the bone scepter and nailed to the earth, his blood staining the silver, holy emblem red. And 1,000 years later today, the first angel dragged down to the demon realm was none other than Saint Var, who had been summoned back to the divine realm to be reborn as an angel. See, sometimes fate plays such cruel tricks. The angel coldly regarded the smiling Cress in his demon god state. He unfurled his wings and gave them a gentle beat. In the next instant, he lunged straight toward Cress. Cress eagerly met him with the bone scepter in hand. The trails left by his armors shimmered faintly like mist. A scene from 1,000 years ago seemed to play out again. But this time, the battle would become more thorough, more ceaseless and deathless. Black butterflies spiraled around the demon god Cress, forming a vast shadow covering the sky. Amidst the clouds, the angel was surrounded by shrill wailing. It seemed as if the entire demon realm were cheering. It seemed as if the entire demon realm were anticipating that drop of blood belonging to the Holy Spirit to fall. The dark cloud formed by black butterflies danced wildly, like a ferocious dragon. On the head of this dragon stood the demon god Cress in his state, holding the instrument that dictated life and death. It's you. Finally, the angel spoke his first word. A hint of human-like sparkle appeared in his pupils, that of reminiscence. Through a span of 1,000 years, the memories of Saint Var resurfaced. That which must be destroyed. The angel's sentence was incomplete when a flood of black butterflies surged and enveloped him. Compelled to act, he folded his wings. Brilliant light burst forth from the diamond-like wings, shattering the butterfly-infested clouds. As soon as the butterfly swarm was torn apart, Cress, in his demon god form, wielding the bone scepter, darted lightning fast. His armor produced sounds akin to streaks of thunder coursing along his garments due to rapid airflow. Hush! On Crescent's face hung a smile reminiscent of a mask. The scepter in his hands transformed into a sword of unparalleled sharpness, slicing through the air with a twisted arc. The time is not yet. His words interrupted. The first collision between both parties exploded instantly, sending swirling winds rising up into the sky. Continuous sulfur rain cascading down got caught up and scattered askew in the storm. The angel drew his fiery sword, and armor quickly encased his entire body. With a deafening sound, the scepter in the hands of Cress in his demon god state smashed against the ancient patterned armor. The angel lifted his sword. Judgment. With severity, he proclaimed. Suddenly, the strong wind ceased entirely, and all sulfuric fire rain suspended in midair, frozen in an instant. The long sword in the angel's hand emitted an incredibly bright radiance, a dazzling whiteness emerging amid the predominantly crimson and black demon realm. An ancient hymn rippled outward from Saint Var as its center, grand and solemn, as if a legion of angels had crossed the boundary between the divine realm and humanity, descending into this dead demonic domain. They stood behind Saint Var, upholding the highest decree, bringing down the prophesied judgment. In his demon god state, Cress retreated, gripping the bone scepter as he hovered in the air, gazing upward at the ever-brightening light. He made no attempt to interrupt what Saint Var was doing, for the judgment was something that he could not halt. The power of judgment did not stem from Saint Var himself. It was the mark left by God within the holy spirits of the angels. This was why angels were angels. It was their source of strength. It was because of this mark that they possessed a station above mortals. The demon realm lay outside the boundaries prohibited by edicts, and here, all mystical powers would remain unaffected by any suppression. The failure 1,000 years ago had already taught Saint for the kind of enemy he faced. All probing attacks were futile. If he wished to avoid complete collapse, he would have to employ his greatest strength right from the start. The presence of God manifested within the demon realm, like a lamp suddenly lit amidst thick darkness, dazzlingly bright and clear. In other parts of the demon realm, one ancient lord after another awakened in shock. With a mixture of astonishment, they muttered low to themselves. Which fool has provoked the angels to come here? The swamps churned, the black seas surged, and the abyss stirred. The silence that had reigned over the demon realm for over 1,000 years began to show signs of unrest. The madman who lured the angel to the demon realm now directly confronted God's verdict. Countless black butterflies surged behind Cress in his demon god state, forming once again an ocean-like expanse of dark clouds. The sounds of countless black butterflies flapping their wings combined to create a melody that opposed the angelic hymns, piercing and cold. The cloud of black butterflies descended in a winding path from the sky, forming a road connecting midair with the ground. At this moment, this space exhibited a horrifying chaos. Chapter 260, The Immortals and the Demon Realm Judgment. At this moment, this space was in a state of chilling chaos. The space twisted and warped as sulfur raindrops from the sky fell into the cracks in space and disappeared instantly. Two sets of rules were clashing. The rules of the divine realm versus the rules of the demon realm. Judgment itself is equivalent to rules. The judges control the rules, are masters of the rules, and make judgments based on the measurement of the rules. When the angel invoked the mark of the god, he began to alter the rules of this demon realm. He used the power of the deity to introduce the rules of the divine realm into the demon realm, thereby negating the meaning of the existence of this area of the demon realm. With the angel at the center, an intangible and heavy pressure descended from the sky. The charred rocks on the ground started to crack, and streams of molten gold erupted from them. Rugged cliffs began to crumble, with massive boulders crashing down one after another. This demon realm was sentenced as should not exist, and the angel was the one bringing its end. Amidst rumbling sounds, the nightmare carriage traveled through the erupting magma streams. On each wheel of the carriage, the skull heads emitted countless bones with a clacking sound of bone collisions. The ejected bones continuously reassembled themselves, forming 4 floating bone shields around the carriage, blocking the erupting magma and falling boulders from above. Crows perched atop the carriage flapped their wings anxiously, their cries drowned out by the earth-shattering roar. The nightmare carriage reached the black butterfly road extending from midair. Queen Iali of the elves had awakened. Iali leaped out of the carriage and landed stably onto the path formed by the black butterflies. The moment the elf queen stepped on it, the ribbon-like black butterfly road swiftly contracted, carrying the elf queen to the side of demon god Crescent. Cress handed over the bone staff to the elf queen and picked up the ancient sword Liu. At this point, the angel was floating in the sky, bathed in light, like a sun rising in the demon realm. A large throne composed of black butterflies appeared, with Queen Iali of the Elves sitting majestically upon it, facing off against the hovering angel. She held the bone staff in her hand, while the ring representing the authority of greed and unjust wealth adorned her finger. Despite being merely a living creature from the human world, the Elf Queen now radiated authority as if she controlled all the powers of the world. She seemed like the sovereign ruler of the entire world. The piercing wind blew back the silver hair of the Elf Queen, casting the reflection of the angel into her red-blue dual-colored eyes. In her pupils, the angel became minuscule. Everything here must follow the old order. The Elf Queen Iali issued her command indifferently, without any trace of emotion. Her cold order resounded across heaven and earth, like the tolling of ancient bronze bells, echoing throughout the ages. On the black land, the lava flowed backward, and the cracks rejoined. The originally distorted space, akin to a paper sheet crumpled with numerous warped creases, was now smoothed over by an unseen hand. Mountains stopped collapsing. Under the voice of Queen Iali of the Elves, the distorted and chaotic order caused by the angel's judgment in this demon realm was reconstructed. After the first command was given, the Elf Queen felt as if her strength had been completely drained in an instant. Sharp headaches almost immediately followed. Gritting her teeth, she gave the second command. Revive. Suddenly, this stagnant river of undead souls boiled. One after another, pale spirits lifted their heads and let out shrill, piercing wails. The hanging corpses along the rugged ridges detached themselves from the ropes. Black wings unfurled behind them. The wall of 100 insects, which contained countless white bones, began to develop cracks. Fossilized skeletons struggled to crawl out. This demon realm had been dead for a long time. But under the orders of the Elf Queen, this demon realm began to revive. However, at the moment this demon realm revived, the angel finally swung down his tightly gripped longsword. The blade light resembled a torrential river, igniting everything it touched. In the air remained a brilliant sea of golden flames. In these flames, there were countless images of armored angels. This was not just a single strike, but also an army. The deity was the lord of myriad armies. St. Waller was once his beloved devotee during his time on earth. As St. Waller was about to face his second fall, he utilized the imprint within the angelic spirit of St. Waller, crossing the boundary between the divine realm and the demon realm, descending an army. The judgment of the apocalypse had arrived. A torrent of flames swept down from the sky, and Queen Iali's pupils reflected the myriad of swords hidden within the crimson golden flames. The divine punishment descended upon heaven and earth. The apostles of Holy Light Temple claimed, God judges the world. Those who are unclean and erroneous shall be cleansed with fire and blood. Is this the sword of God? Yes, it is. Demonic God Crescent spoke softly, standing beside the Elf Queen. It seemed he had guessed what was on her mind. Holding the famed sword, Liu, demonic God Crescent, in his current state, wore an expression as calm as ever. He glanced sideways at the Elf Queen. As the divine fire was about to consume everything, he bowed slightly as he usually did. And I am your sword, Iali. The crow that had been circling around the Elf Queen let out a loud cry, a sound akin to the bugle call of a human army charging into battle. Behind the Elf Queen, skeletons with black wings and the fossilized bones emerging from the wall of 100 insects surged upward into the sky. They numbered in the tens of thousands, like grains of sand or an ocean. Just as demonic God Crescent in his current state served one person again after so many years, these skeletal warriors formed the army of the Elf Queen. Demonic God Crescent stepped forward to lead this army, leaving behind faint traces of shadows with his jet black armor. Demonic God Crescent ascended into the sky like a falcon. Behind him flowed the raging torrent of the demon realm. They actively met the angel's strike head-on. The two torrents collided mid-air with a thunderous roar, sounding like countless bolts of lightning striking all at once. As the two torrents clashed, the angelic apparitions fought fiercely against the skeletons and bones enveloped in flames and black mist. Demonic God Crescent, in his current state, leaped from the stalemate front line, the ancient famed sword, Liu, slanting downwards. He slashed through every obstacle along his path, his gaze fixed intently on St. Waller clad in radiant armor. Thick black mist swirled around demonic God Crescent in his current state. As he approached the angel, the surrounding mists were continually weakened by the pure saintly light. But Crescent paid no heed. He offered himself entirely as a sharp blade, preparing for the final lethal strike. The wielder need only focus on hitting the target, not on the dangers facing the weapon itself. Indeed, demonic God Crescent in his current state was willing to become such a blade or sword. And the one capable of wielding him was always just one person. She sat upon the throne. In the demon realm, considered the abyss of evil and the nest of wickedness, black butterflies swirled around the Elf Queen like devout worshippers bowing in homage. Her army fought under her will. Queen Iali tilted her head back. She watched as bones carrying flames fell like rain, saw skeletons and angelic apparitions disappear together, and also witnessed demonic God Crescent and St. Waller colliding their blades in combat. Suddenly, the world fell silent. With his pitch-black armor now riddled with cracks, demonic God Crescent drove the ancient famed sword, Liu, into the chest of St. Waller, whose armor had shattered. He withdrew the longsword. Fire and light erupted outward from St. Waller's body, scattering hordes of angelic apparitions one after another. St. Waller's armor split apart and fell off, and his face began to transform. The features of the angel were fading, revealing the visage of a more ordinary man, a handsome but less than perfect face. It was Warwick Bray. The young white-robed cleric's pupils reflected the dark red sky, still glowing with golden flames that hadn't yet dissipated. His eyes grew dimmer, and his wings began to vanish. He would fall downward soon, yet he gazed upward. So this is how it ends. He muttered to himself, as if finally finding the answer. In the next moment, his body shattered into countless points of light, as if a container had reached its limit. On the tip of demonic god Crescent's sword, a drop of golden blood slowly slid down. That single drop fell onto the scorched red earth. Queen Iali heard the sound of the falling blood. Drip. The sound of the angel's blood falling was no different from that of immortals. The Papal State. St. War Cathedral. A white-haired archbishop stood silently before a statue of an angel. He tilted his head, looking up at the sacred figure of St. War, as tears slowly rolled down his deeply wrinkled face. Charles, perhaps you were right. Tears streamed down the aged archbishop's face. He was another form of Simon Trent, his true self when the father of all gods didn't descend upon him. In this world, who can be without selfishness? Who can restrain their own love and helplessness? Warwick Bray was Simon Trent's nephew, the last trace of his only brother left in this world. That devout child never knew, even until death, that his mentor was actually his only remaining family member in the world. Mr. Simon. A deep voice spoke, and the messenger sent by Pope Charles III stood behind him. Now, have you made your decision? Simon Trent fell silent for a moment, then slowly turned around. An unusual glint emanated from his eyes, and his appearance began to grow younger and more handsome. He was now the father of all gods. Under the decision of the 6 great principal deities, it has been decided to remove Charles III from the position of Pope. Chapter 261, The Undead and Kieran's Death. In the early morning, when the pure sunlight once again filtered through the gaps among the great trees and fell on the ground, Cress and his companions had already prepared to leave. In the clearing, Queen Ilaria of the Elves was about to give each of them a gift. And finally, as for Cress's gift, what Queen Ilaria of the Elves gave was herself. The Second Holy War of the Papal States ended in failure. There were various reasons given. Some thought it was because of the disappointed attitudes of other mercenary groups and national armies toward the war, which led to their successive withdrawal. Others thought that the narrow strategic vision and chest of the Papal States and the Holy Light Temple caused the disintegration of the Sacred Crusade army. And some even said the 6 major gods had abandoned them. Coinciding with the Papal States' Second Holy War, within the territory of the Fritz Kingdom, the new king of Fritz, Ruby of Fritz, initiated an absolutely thorough purge movement. Within the territory of the Fritz Kingdom, a pitch-black night, with heavy rain pouring down. The thick rain seemed to have washed away all the soil around the forest outside the bone burial cave. What was originally a large and wide yellow land surface now only left mud mixed with rainwater, aimlessly flowing into the deeper underground. Kieran Veed. This former leader of the Cold Iron mercenary group. This former top ruling figure within the Fritz Kingdom. This person who, in the past, almost possessed military power enough to shake the existence of the entire kingdom. And yet, such a dominant ruler who is hard for others to catch up with, at this moment, was as wretched as a stray dog. That slightly long, loose, curly golden hair was now almost greasy and sticky, forming strange strands, as if not touched for more than 10 days. The magnificent and exquisite Cold Iron leader uniform he wore was now dirty, tattered, and wrinkled. He no longer had even a trace of the relaxed and carefree demeanor of a noble prince from before. If it weren't for the calmness after being unruffled in the pale blue eyes, it would be hard to believe that this man full of filth and indignity could actually be Kieran Veed. Kieran Veed, you have nowhere to run. A young ruling priest under the Holy Light Temple appeared. Behind him were over a dozen high-ranking battle knights of the Holy Knights Order. Ha ha ha. Kieran Veed emitted a strange cold laugh. His half-long, oily, and dirty blonde hair hung limply in front of his face, covering part of his visage, making him appear mysterious and terrifying. The ruling priest of the Holy Light Temple silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Of course, he knew how terrifying Kieran Veed was, and he was even more aware of Kieran Veed's disgracefully strong arcane capabilities. As someone who had entered the hero domain, they were already beyond comparison with ordinary plans. And Kieran Veed was one of the few outstanding individuals in the hero domain. After the Cold Iron mercenary group was completely destroyed by the royal family of the kingdom and the Holy Light Temple, the Holy Light Temple united with various human nations and issued the highest level of arrest order against Kieran Veed. In these near 20 continuous days, hundreds of high-level holy knights and ruling priests fought intensely with this Kieran Veed day and night. Their goal was to completely drain all of Kieran Veed's energy, then deliver the fatal blow. However, even now, this nervous ruling priest still dared not be completely certain whether his group had the absolute confidence to kill this former strongest swordsman of the kingdom. Kieran Veed, you violated the will of the temple, scheming to betray the temple and the human race. Now, the divine envoys of the 6 gods judge you guilty of anti-human crimes and treason. Do you have any objections? The ruling priest followed the charter of the Holy Light Temple and pronounced judgment on the former head of the Cold Iron mercenary group who committed every possible crime. Kieran Veed remained silent, letting the rain strike his cheeks. Only the right hand holding the frostbite gripped tighter than before. Kieran Veed, accept death. With the loud command of the ruling priest, almost simultaneously, this ruling priest was enveloped in holy light. The robes of the ruling priest fluttered without wind. The vertically falling raindrops avoided him altogether. Not a single drop could strike the ruling priest's body. Around Kirin Veed, almost simultaneously with the holy light, a series of magic cages resembling demonic claws instantly appeared, attempting to completely trap Kirin Veed. This was the 4th rank, faith-based magic, Devil's Bind. A faith-based magic of this level is far beyond the reach of an ordinary young ruling priest to instantaneously release. It seems that when the ruling priest initially encountered Kirin Veed, he had already secretly started chanting his spell. Truly interesting. A look of disdain flickered across the handsome face of Kirin Veed, partially hidden beneath his shoulder-length golden hair. And just from this subtle expression, the ruling priest's pupils immediately widened in anguish. Glorious knights who guard the divine temple quickly deliver a fatal blow to this demon. To ensure absolute certainty, the ruling priest had no time to wait for the magical cage summoned by Devil's Bind to contract and kill the enemy. Instead, he directly ordered the surrounding paladins to attack. At the moment the command was given, multiple holy knights vanished from their original positions. Martial skill, Fortress. Martial skill, Holy Strike. Martial skill, Attack Enhancement. Martial skill, Strength Enhancement. The names of various advanced martial skills resounded at this very moment. And almost simultaneously, all the holy knights reappeared, surrounding Kirin Veed. Their knight greatswords, carrying overwhelming martial energies, pierced through the magical cage. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Only the greatsword around Kirin Veed moved at an extremely slow pace, gradually thrusting towards him. Holy Light Temple, huh? Kirin Veed's low murmur resembled the voice of a demon. Though extremely soft, it could still be clearly heard by all the surrounding holy knights. Trouble. No one knew which holy knight first uttered these words. But then, like the collapse of a towering building, an overwhelming amount of arcane energy manifested physically around Kirin Veed. Every martial skill attack from the holy knights was shattered into nothingness the moment it touched this arcane energy. Art of Arcane, Bombardment. Art of Arcane, World's End Flash, Prelude. Chapter 262, The Undead and Sacred Cleansing. Arcane, Bombardment. Arcane, Ultimate Flash, Preparation. Almost simultaneously, 2 murmurs rang out, and the arcane energy surrounding Kirin Veed was like a bursting sea of water, impacting all around. Even some battle-experienced and strong sacred knights tried to defend themselves with their knightly armors, but they were still inevitably pushed back by the following enormous impact. Every sacred knight had no choice but to instantly withdraw their swords, attempting to forcefully resist, yet they still suffered from the shock to varying degrees. The judgment cleric casting spells from afar was stunned. He didn't have a warrior-type profession, so it was difficult for him to clearly see what exactly transpired in that instant between Kirin Veed and the sacred knights. But he already knew that defeating Kirin Veed simply and easily was utterly impossible. Ultimate Flash. At this moment, the similar murmur from earlier once again sounded. As soon as the words were spoken, the divine weapon Frost in Kirin Veed's hand suddenly unsheathed, drawing a circular arc slash that seemed capable of devouring and slicing through space. It was only at this moment that the judgment cleric abruptly realized that until now, Kirin Veed had just drawn out and used Frost. With a thunderous sound, in a flash, the 4th stage faith magic Demon's Binding constructed an almost indestructible magical cage, which was cut apart by a blue arcane energy composed circular arc attack. The young judgment cleric, feeling as if he'd been counterattacked after the faith magic was shattered, found his throat involuntarily constricted. However, the battle did not stop there. Kirin Veed's figure flashed, and the sword energy of Frost was so powerful that it even instantaneously froze the descending rain. A chilling cold sensation suddenly appeared before him. The judgment cleric barely had any time to react. Dang! Kirin Veed's Frost sword energy was actually blocked. This was a strike that even the valiant sacred knights hadn't managed to react to, and the one who stopped the sword energy was clad in pitch-black knight armor. On the left chest, the steel adventurer's steel emblem was particularly prominent. Cress. Kirin Veed was the first to recognize the individual who had thwarted his attack, this hateful devil who had completely ruined his meticulously laid plans. Greetings as always, Leader Kirin. Cress calmly responded to Kirin Veed's voice filled with murderous intent, the famous sword, Lapis Lazuli, colliding with Kirin Veed's Frost, producing faint sparks of metal. Lord Cress, you've come. The young judgment cleric was overjoyed. Earlier, for a brief moment, he had regretted miscalculating Kirin Veed's strength. Originally, he thought he would lose his life because of it, but who could have guessed that he would encounter his savior right at the critical juncture between life and death? Another super swordsman who entered the hero domain, the steel-level adventurer Cress. Master Cleric, please attend to the previously injured sacred knights first. As for Kirin Veed, let me handle his demise. Yes, Lord Cress. The judgment cleric instantly began to disengage from the battlefield, using healing magic on the previously injured and pushed back sacred knights from a distance. Kirin Veed's gaze stared coldly at Cress. What a despicable bastard. Kirin Veed inwardly thought with hatred. He had already spent nearly 20 days in extremely intense pursuit, without consuming a single grain, engaging in endless battles wherever he went. Kirin Veed's physical strength and spirit had both reached a point of collapse, nowhere near a 10th, or even a 100th of his peak condition. Otherwise, there was no way Cress could have so effortlessly blocked his full-strength strike just now. Kirin Veed. Cress, his face hidden under a hooded mask, now resembled a killer straight out of hell, his deep voice continuing. You've grown weaker. That single murmur erupted in Kirin Veed's mind like a thunderclap. Ha ha ha. Kirin Veed emitted an inexplicable laugh. He absolutely couldn't tolerate being ridiculed by others, especially in such an exceedingly unfair duel. So then, let's try this, Cress. Kirin Veed roared in anger, completely undermining his usual image as an elegant noble prince. Arcane, compulsory combat intent. Arcane Frost. The frost in Kirin Veed's hand instantly transformed into a sharp ice sword. Bolstered by immense arcane energy, Kirin Veed vanished from the spot. When Kirin Veed reappeared, he was already invading directly in front of Cress. Dang 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 dang. Kirin Veed and Cress clashed at close quarters, the rapid sounds of metal meeting ice resounding. Dang 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 dang. Cress and Kirin Veed, these two top swordsmen within the vast kingdom, were now exchanging blows at high speed under this rainy night, outside the entrance to the bone burial cave, their movements so fast that they created numerous illusions. Two extremely powerful sword techniques, enhanced by the divine weapons Bloodlust and Frost, collided, the intense fluctuations of sword energy compressing and expanding instantaneously before transforming into a column of light that shot straight into the sky. That mysterious and unpredictable sword energy pillar seemed to serve as the ultimate proof of the prowess of these two supreme swordsmen. This light pillar appeared for a few seconds and then vanished into the night. But soon after, more than 10 similar sword energy pillars surged into the sky. These countless pillars of light illuminated and tore through the dark rainy night. The holy knights from the Holy Land watching from afar, and the young judgment cleric had dumbfounded expressions. So this is the battle between top experts. Watching the dazzlingly fast sword clashes and the constantly appearing and vanishing columns of sword energy, even the proudest of holy knights couldn't help but feel ashamed about their own sword skills. Martial art, cross of ghosts and gods. Martial art, demon slash. Arcane, bombardment. Arcane, divine sword flash. Various high-level combat skills were unleashed by these two supreme swordsmen who had entered the hero domain. Even the torrential downpour continuously cascading around them dispersed due to the shockwaves whenever the two engaged in close combat. When the battle finally ended, only one person remained standing. Kirin Veed had fallen. This former renowned leader of the Cold Iron mercenary group ultimately met his end at the place where his ambition originated. After Kirin Veed's death, the military organization known as the Cold Iron Mercenary Group was entirely absorbed by the Fritz royal family. Queen Labia Fritz, this young and beautiful woman, wielded iron blood methods. Under her rule, the great kingdom of Fritz rejuvenated, and Cress was bestowed with the highest rank of dukedom, Duke of the Fritz Kingdom. With Cress' help, the Fritz Kingdom began to gradually break free from the constraints of the Papal State and instead established diplomatic relations with the elven race of the Fagin Forest. At the same time, Goken Blackiron, king of the half-humans, led the half-human alliance in reclaiming the northern shore of the Abyss Strait, their homeland, from the hands of the Papal State and the Holy Light Temple, with the assistance of representatives like the Elves and the Fritz Kingdom. At the same moment the half-human alliance battled the Papal State, Cress also noticed something strange about the letter left behind by Dilly within his storage ring. It concerned Zhao Yekong. In order to investigate the matter thoroughly and to fulfill an uncompleted promise from long ago, Cress traveled to the mysterious Eastern Empire. There, Cress reunited with Zhao Yekong and their half-sister Dilly, also known as Zhao Yiling. Both Zhao Yekong and Zhao Yiling were humans with demonic bloodlines. They were once part of the royal family of a certain nation in the eastern part of the continent, but were exterminated and assimilated by the Qin Empire. To restore their country, Zhao Yekong progressively became the chief illusionist of the Qin Empire, which was also known as the Eastern Empire. But his sister wished to escape from all this. With the involvement of Cress and his companions, Zhao Yekong's attempt to revive an ancient curse to restore his nation ultimately failed. However, the residual aftermath caused the already decrepit Eastern Empire to collapse. At the most critical moment, Zhao Yiling was chosen by Cress and others as the new ruler. When everything seemed to have progressed smoothly, Cress suddenly thought, could it be that Zhao Yekong's original plan was exactly this? Perhaps Zhao Yekong didn't intend to complete this so-called ancient curse. He simply wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the old and corrupt empire, and then let his sister Zhao Yiling, with his help, become the queen of the new empire. The truth of the matter remains unknown. In the final moments of the battle between the half-human alliance and the Papal State was utterly defeated. Although the reincarnated demon god Yahweh perished in this battle, among the 6 chief gods that the Papal State and the Holy Light Temple believed in, for gods directly fell during this conflict. Adding to the losses from the Second Crusade against the Fagin Forest, where the fire deity Val perished. Of the 6 chief gods, only one remained. Due to the extremely devastating defeat and Simon Trent's heinous actions, even the Bostan Empire, which had originally always supported the Papal State, announced a complete severance of ties with the Papal State. Simon Trent, deeply trapped in despair, initiated the god's last plan, the sacred purification. This was a plan to destroy the world. Simon Trent believed that when all beings had betrayed the gods, they should also be prepared to be abandoned by the gods. Simon Trent's plan, which violated natural morality and bordered on madness, was quickly met with resistance from various forces. With the armies of many factions led by Cress, Iali, Labia Fritz, Goken Blackiron, Zhao Yiling, and others, they gathered at the capital of the Papal State, Saint City Jita. Chapter 263, The Balance of Good and Evil, Final Chapter. The Papal State, the Holy City Jita. Amidst the towering magical light screens, the holy city Jeddah had been utterly destroyed. Dense sand and dust filled the sky, obscuring the horizon like a rug being rolled up, with crowds crushed like ants. This contrast between the grand and the minuscule was profoundly awe-inspiring. And with the destruction of the holy city Jeddah, father of the gods, Simon Trent's plan had completely failed. Those who survived this nearly full-on, holy cleansing plan began to celebrate joyously. Even just a moment ago, they were still faithfully worshipping the gods of the mad planners. But now, without exception, they all stood on the side of the victors. Unlike the majority of people who celebrated, there were the 4 remaining bearers of the king's recognition: Queen Yelai of the elves, Queen Lubia of Fritz, King Gajin of the half-humans, and Empress Zhao Yiling of the Eastern Empire. For them, there was something more important than ultimate victory: Cress's life. Cress, even from a safe distance thousands of miles away, through the power of magical artifacts, Yelai and others could still clearly see the battle situation at the holy city Jeddah. When Crescent, resolved to die, triggered the final 10th-stage magic light curtain, Flight Bully, 3 different female voices rang out simultaneously. Gajin Hashia was somewhat stunned. He was both impressed by Cress's final selfless act and deeply moved by the feelings Yelai, Lubia, and Zhao Yiling had for Cress. Mr. Cress, Gajin Hashia paused slightly. After the appearance of the light curtain, the 3 women already seemed beside themselves, falling directly onto the image reflected by the magical artifact. It appeared as though they wanted to provide some last assistance to Cress. But in truth, they had already done everything within their power. Including Gajin Hashia, it was the same. Ladies, Mr. Cress may not necessarily have perished. Gajin Hashia tried to clear his throat, striving hard to keep his voice steady. But these efforts seemed somewhat futile. At the center of that terrifyingly destructive magical attack, under such an almost indiscriminate and all-encompassing assault, even Cress, who had become the king of the undead and the reincarnated demon god, might not have survived. No one knew how much time had passed. Probably after the remaining light curtain had completely disappeared, Elf Queen Yelai rose emotionlessly from in front of the magic mirror. If it weren't for the faint glimmer of tears in her eyes, perhaps no one would be able to guess her true emotions at this moment. I'm going to find Cress now. He won't die. It is the promise he made to me. Yelai's low and calm words seemed directed at those around her, but more likely, they were meant only for herself to hear. Before Yelai could make any movement or use magic, Zhao Yiling and Lubia almost rose simultaneously. I'll go too. Their voices spoke in unison, which caused Yelai to glance at the 2 women she didn't particularly like. She didn't have the energy to argue with them right now. As Yelai started her teleportation magic, a pure green magical array, resembling a forest in its clarity and wonder, instantly formed beneath her feet. Yelai raised her eyelids slightly. If you don't want to waste time, all of you had better get on quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiling's long, sharp, fox-like beautiful eyes narrowed. Though dissatisfied with this elf, she ultimately refrained from retorting. Taking a step forward, Zhao Yiling arrived by Yelai's side, waiting for the spell to complete. On the other hand, Lubia acted as if she completely ignored Yelai's order and flipped onto the warhorse of Fritz's kingdom instead. The Queen of Fritz will never be dictated by others, let alone an elf. Although Lubia's words carried enormous hostility, spoken by her, they had a peculiar quality that somehow made them acceptable. Especially dressed in her military attire, she looked even more heroic and graceful astride the warhorse. Yelai paid no further attention to Lubia as the teleportation array was about to finish chanting. Wait, look, it was Gajin Hashia's voice, pointing towards the image on the magic mirror. He continued speaking to the other 3. Is that Mr. Cress? After the name Cress was spoken, Yelai, Zhao Yiling, and Lubia couldn't help but look at the magic mirror simultaneously. The nearly completed teleportation array and the warhorse that had already turned around both stopped at this moment. That is Cress, following the enchanting female voices. In the magic mirror, above the desolate ruins of Holy City Jeddah, the originally dispersed light curtain seemed to reverse somewhat. Between the faint light curtains, a figure clad in broken armor appeared, a white skeleton. That tall form, along with the blood-red flames in the eye sockets, left no doubt about his identity. The reincarnated demon god and the king of the undead, Lexington, or what the people superficially regarded as the heroic adventurer, Cress. Cress walked out from the light curtain. All illusions used to conceal his true identity had vanished. Even the black armor on his body appeared severely damaged. His figure swayed, and he could only rely on the fabled sword Ruri to support himself. But he was still alive. Cress. The teleportation array that had paused restarted immediately. Including Lubia, the 3 bearers of the king's recognition instantly appeared by Cress's side through Yelai's teleportation array. Taking the fabled sword Ruri from Cress's hands, the 3 surrounded and supported him, helping him sit in the most comfortable position. Cress, my knight sir, you have once again fulfilled our promise. Cress, now, you owe me one again. Cress, our royal marriage contract cannot be cancelled, you know. The words almost simultaneously spoken by the 3 left Cress, who had just emerged from life and death battle, momentarily at a loss. He could only dazedly look at the 3 women around him. It seemed a new round of competition among them was about to begin quietly. On the other hand, Gajin Hashia, observing everything from miles away through the magic mirror, sighed in relief upon seeing Cress was still alive. The so-called end-of-the-world plan of Simon Trent, the holy cleansing, has ultimately failed. Now, everything is over. In the world, the forces of good and evil always maintain a delicate balance. When that drop of blood fell and landed on the charred red soil ruins of holy city Jeddah, all living beings heard the sound of the blood dripping. Drip. The sound of divine blood falling was exactly the same as that of mortal blood. With the death of the last god, it would be certain that a new, more powerful god would re-emerge at the far end of the continent. At that time, perhaps the shattered divine kingdom will blossom anew with the deity's flower. The main text concludes. Chapter 264, Year 1 of the New Era, Postscript. According to the preface of the Magic Soul Continent, Union History Book Records. Year 1 of the New Era. This is the 230th year of King Fritz's calendar, the 7th year of the Elven Shun Luo Caesar, and the 5th year of xuanhuan Zhao. In this year, the Holy Light Cathedral and the Pope Kingdom forces were completely destroyed by the four kings. The so-called six major gods behind them all perished. The holy city Jeddah, this former capital of the Pope Kingdom, the headquarters of the Holy Light Cathedral, was entirely wiped out in the final god battle. The leader of the false gods, Simon Trent, died in this battle, his soul shattered. Thus, a new era was established. History recorded it as New Era. After the destruction of the Holy Light Cathedral, the Pope Kingdom also disintegrated. The four hero kings who defeated the false gods led their respective forces to jointly establish a new union, ruling together over this magic soul continent. The four hero kings are respectively Queen Yali of the Elves representing the Elven race, Queen Rubia of Fritz, and Empress Yi Ling of the Eastern Empire representing the human race, King Gajin Hei Tai representing the demi-human race, and the Undying King, the reincarnated demon god Lexus, representing the undead and demons. The power dynamics on the magic soul continent were redefined. In the southern part of the continent, Fagan Forest and the Elven Mountains were placed under the governance of Queen Yali of the Elves. In the midwestern part of the continent, the Fritz Kingdom, the Boston Empire, part of the Pope Kingdom, and the Union cities were placed under the governance of Queen Rubia of Fritz. In the eastern part of the continent, parts of the Pope Kingdom and the Union cities of the Eastern Empire were placed under the governance of Empress Yi Ling of the Eastern Empire. The vast demi-human hills north of the Abyss Strait were placed under the governance of King Gajin Hei Tai. The Kaz Plain in the center of the continent, as well as the Demon Realm in the Far East region, were placed under the governance of the Undying King, the reincarnated demon god Lexus. There was a lasting peace maintained between each power. They were mutually connected through commerce. At the end of the year of the new era's first year, under the initiative of Queen Yali of the Elves, the four kings proposed the establishment of an alliance. It would be a wonderful alliance where all races could coexist harmoniously and help each other. And the first leader of this alliance, chosen by everyone, was the Undying King, the reincarnated demon god Lexus. The history of the Magic Soul Continent Alliance began to be recorded at this very moment. According to the old records from the Fritz Kingdom history books, summer end to early autumn of the 223rd year of Fritz calendar, Hesma City, led by xuanhuan, one of the six major noble families and the leading family in the southwestern region of the kingdom, Hesmu City held the most magnificent knight tournament congress in the history of the kingdom. The champion, a knight disguised as a woman, Silverwhite Lancelot. It was said that Lancelot was a descendant of the berserker Fluffa from the ancient 13 heroes, but this remains unverified. This was the first time for a woman to achieve remarkable success in the knight tournament congress. Following this incident, the Fritz Kingdom opened the path for women to become knights, gradually influencing multiple neighboring countries including the Boston Empire, the Pope Kingdom, and the United Cities. However, controversially, quite a number of spectators and judges believe that the second-ranked knight Cress Zack deliberately gave up during the finals. The truth cannot be confirmed. This was the first appearance in the Fritz Kingdom history books of Dawn Team's captain and its member, Cress and Lancelot, future elite-grade adventurers. According to the old records from the Fritz Kingdom history books, autumn of the 223rd year of Fritz calendar, during the reign of the 16th Fritz king, xuanhuan, the head of the Jesk family, one of the six great noble families, initiated the largest rebellion in the history of the Fritz Kingdom in late autumn to early winter of 223. xuanhuan even made an unknown evil transaction with dark forces, gaining the ability to command and enslave a large number of undead creatures. At the peak of the rebellion, nearly half of the Fritz Kingdom territory was controlled by the Jesk rebel army and its servants. In the capital of the Fritz Kingdom, Yayu City, a fierce battle erupted between the royal army and the Jesk rebel army, turning nearly three-quarters of the urban area into ruins. The royal guard captain, Ironwall, Landsman, sacrificed bravely during the fierce battle. The eldest and second son of the 16th Fritz king sacrificed their lives during the fierce battle. The war situation soon took a sharp turn. Under the leadership of Rubia Fritz, the first princess of the Fritz Kingdom during the 17th generation of Fritz kings, and known as the Golden Princess, the precious steel-grade adventurers, Cress, the captain of the Dawn Team, and his teammates, successfully completed the assassination mission against the notorious bandit leader xuanhuan. The reinforcements of the Fritz royal family soon arrived, leading to the gradual downfall of the Jesk rebel army. According to the old historical records of the Pope Kingdom, in the late autumn to early winter of the year 223 in the divine calendar, under the protection of the six great main gods, and under the guidance of Pope Charles III, the Pope Kingdom and the Holy Light Cathedral, high-level conference decided to initiate Holy War, targeting the evil demi-human region north of the Abyss Strait. In the winter of the divine calendar year 223, Under the sowing strategy by the chief elder Simon Trent of the Holy Light Cathedral, various tribes in the demi-human hills were defeated one by one. However, quite a number of remaining demi-humans managed to escape elsewhere. But under the blessed light of the 6 great main gods, even the seeds of evil among the demi-humans, despite their escapes, would eventually be purified under the scorching sun. In the spring of the divine calendar year 224, under the protection of the 6 great main gods, and under the guidance of Pope Charles III, the Pope Kingdom, and the Holy Light Cathedral, high-level conference decided to launch a holy war against the wicked elven race residing in the southern Fagan Forest. On the eve of the holy war, the gathering point of the Sacred Crusade army was ambushed by the enemy. But under the miraculous descent of Saint Veil of the Flame Truth God, the Crusade army achieved overwhelming success and reversed their earlier defeat. The Sacred Crusade army, recruited from all over the world, was fully assembled. The army divided into sea and land forces to launch an offensive on the elven race of the Fagan Forest. The wicked elves had secretly formed a diabolical alliance with the fleeing demi-humans who initially escaped from the northern shores of the Abyss Strait. This alliance placed this holy war in a difficult position. But under the protection of the 6 great main gods, the Sacred Crusade army was bound to achieve ultimate victory. The deceitful and despicable wicked elves also colluded covertly with dark forces, the undead. An organized, disciplined undead army appeared within the borders of the Pope Kingdom, echoing the wicked elves of the Fagan Forest and the demi-humans. The Holy Light Cathedral dispatched all its stationed judgment priests and cathedral knights to engage in desperate battles against the vile dark army. Ultimately outnumbered, they couldn't hold on. Chief Elder Simon Trent of the Holy Light Cathedral commanded the main force to return to reinforce the Pope Kingdom, resolving the crisis. The holy war against the wicked elves in the Fagan Forest ended in failure. Pope Charles III resigned due to responsibility. Chief Elder Simon Trent concurrently became the new pope, and the sacred glow of the 6 gods would once again shine upon this continent. According to the old historical records of the Bostan Empire, in the past, after the Second Holy War against the Fagan Forest failed, and with the assistance of unknown entities, the Fritz Kingdom began to gradually free itself from the constraints of the Pope Kingdom and instead established diplomatic relations with the elven race of the Fagan Forest. That same year, King Gujin Heitai of the Demi-Humans led the Demi-Human Alliance to declare war on the Pope Kingdom and the Holy Light Cathedral. The Bostan Empire and the Union cities and other empires and regions responded to the Pope Kingdom's call to participate in the war. However, under the support of counter-forces such as the elves of the Fagan Forest and the Fritz Kingdom, the war ultimately ended in failure. The Demi-Humans retook the Demi-Human hills north of the Abyss Strait from the Pope Kingdom and the Holy Light Cathedral, reclaiming their homeland. The Pope Kingdom was utterly defeated, and even during this war, the gods themselves descended, bringing signs of miracles. But the gods fell too. The faith of the empire's people in the Holy Light Cathedral began to crumble due to extremely bitter defeats and the heretical actions of false Pope Simon Trent. By the end of the same year, the empire announced a complete severance of diplomatic ties with the Pope Kingdom. According to the old scripture records of the Holy Light Cathedral, in the past, after the end of that war 1,000 years ago, the mystical powers of the heavens and earth began to retreat respectively. Demon gods, supreme demon generals, deities, and even other participating races like humans quietly left the battlefield. The warring parties entered into ancient covenants, and that historically most terrible yet powerful covenant became an unyielding decree for any existence in the universe. Known as law, it demanded order for the world. Named command, it signified its inviolability. From the moment the decree was born, whether they were deities or entities from the abyss, whether beings of light or creatures of darkness, all had to abide by it and could not transgress the taboos. It was from that point onward that the war between the deities and the abyss transformed into a silent mime. Both sides covertly competed, wielding swords in a performance that each knew well but would not explicitly state. And it was precisely this chaos under an ordered system that gave the Holy Light Cathedral its opportunity. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it was for the weak to grow strong using precarious tactics akin to tightrope walking to achieve their goals. The Holy Light Cathedral positioned itself as the delicate intersection between the abyss and the deities. The Pope of the Holy Light Cathedral regarded himself as the divine representative of the deities on earth, and the senior bishops within the Holy Light Cathedral were also considered earthly executors of the deities' will. It was because of this that all followers of the 6 great main gods referred to themselves as servants of God, with the Pope bearing the title of Servant of Servants. The titles of Servant of Servants and God's Servant, though seemingly humble, were directed toward an omnipotent existence. This humility itself was a form of arrogance, the arrogance of extraordinary power over the ordinary. Before all extraordinary forces, all commoners were but servants. The end.